Chapter 1. Konoha, Hokage Office Okajeshima. Here are the documents regarding Kokoa Aoy, an assistant to the Hokage, placed a file before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once the assistant departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the documents and began to peruse them. Kokoa, one unremarkable name. There exists no clan by the name of Kokoa. In Konoha, Kokoa Aoy is an orphan, serving as a Chunin. The initial portion of the file contained rather mundane information typical of Chunin-born orphan. Kokoa Aoy followed the same path as countless others. He attended school, graduated early, and was then dispatched to the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War as mere cannon fodder. The sole point of interest lay in his exceptional academic performance. Though he hailed from no clan, lacking any family jutsu or bloodline limits, his overall achievements were remarkably solid and commendable. Even in peacetime, he met the criteria for early graduation on the battlefield. His conduct was unremarkable through the accumulation of military exploits. He was promoted to Chunin, becoming a more advanced form of expendable soldier. It was at this juncture that his file began to stand out. During the Third Great Ninja War, Kokoa Aoy somehow caught the attention of Orochimaru. This was not entirely surprising, for Kokoa Aoy was among the rare few ninjas possessing both a robust theoretical foundation and practical skills. Additionally, he exhibited remarkable chakra control, which likely appealed to Orochimaru's inclinations. Subsequently, Kokoa Aoy served under Orochimaru as an assistant in his laboratory. A few years ago, following Orochimaru's defection, Kokoa Aoy came under investigation by the Umbu. The findings were somewhat unexpected, despite many asserting that Kokoa Aoy was a key assistant to Orochimaru. The Umbu could not uncover any evidence linking him to forbidden human experimentation. After extensive verification by the intelligence department, they could only affirm that Kokoa Aoy had participated in numerous experimental developments alongside Orochimaru. However, he had not taken part in the most egregious human experiments. Thus, theoretically, Kokoa Aoy was innocent, yet in a place like Konoha, innocence does not equate to freedom from consequence. Due to Orochimaru's defection, many of his former subordinates who had maintained close ties with him during the Third Great Ninja War were marginalized or even imprisoned. Kokoa Aoy was among them. Following his interrogation, he was dispatched to the borders to guard a watchtower, where he remained for 3 years until recently summoned back. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to sift through the documents, which detailed Kokoa Aoy's activities over the past few years. Curiously, after distancing himself from the heart of Konoha, Kokoa Aoy underwent a transformation. The records indicated that during his time at the border outpost, he had led several teams and engaged in combat with intruding ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village. In less than 3 years, he had slain over 16 Chunin from the Hidden Cloud, alongside 3 Jonin and numerous Genin. Remarkably, throughout these 3 years, he had not been recalled for a reassessment of his rank, thus achieving these feats under the title of Chunin. Originally, individuals like Kokoa Aoy were nearly inconceivable to reintegrate into the core of Konoha. However, the current circumstances compelled this reconsideration, as Sarutobi Hiruzen acutely sensed the village's fragility. Indeed, fragility. With Orochimaru's defection, Jiraiya's wanderings across the world, Tsunade's mysterious disappearance, and the subsequent suicide of the White Fang, the village found itself in dire straits. It is imperative to recognize that Konoha is fundamentally a military organization, and these 4 individuals represented its pinnacle of strength. Each one, if called upon, could stand alone in the face of adversity, yet the village had lost all 4. Moreover, Konoha also suffered the loss of its most exceptional young generation, the 4th Hokage, and the previous Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. Thus, the village endured yet another grievous blow. Yet this was not the end. Recently, Konoha faced an immeasurable loss, as the Uchiha clan was left with but a single surviving heir overnight. Though unspoken, the world's gaze was fixed upon Konoha, eager to witness its unfolding drama. At this moment, the village was at its most vulnerable. At this juncture, Kokoa Aoy had attained the strength of an elite Jonin. Upon receiving his information, Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated recalling him to serve in the village. However, this proposition met resistance from 2 advisors, the reason being that Orochimaru had yet to face justice, and Aoy's involvement remained shrouded in suspicion. Of course, this was the official rationale. The underlying motives were known only to a select few. Aoy had passed the intelligence division's scrutiny years ago. We have no grounds to continue doubting him, one advisor asserted. Sarutobi Hiruzen was acutely aware of the circumstances. The interrogation department had employed coercive methods. The ninjas from the Yamanaka clan utilized mind-reading techniques and found no evidence of Aoy's betrayal. According to their findings, Aoy had likely sensed Orochimaru's human experimentation but had not participated, instead avoiding any contact with those experiments. Deep down, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned towards believing in Kokoa Aoy, yet the latter's association with Orochimaru posed a significant dilemma. Most crucially, the former subordinates of Orochimaru had been subjected to those same interrogative tactics. Consequently, even those ninjas who had committed no wrongdoing could not be reinstated to their former positions. Anyone who had been interrogated, irrespective of their innocence, would harbor grievances. Thus, even if Kokoa Aoy were ultimately exonerated, he would remain irrevocably marginalized. This uncertainty weighed heavily on Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was unsure of Aoy's sentiments towards Konoha over the years. We believe this matter requires careful deliberation. Kokoa Aoy may have been innocent in the Orochimaru incident, but let us not forget the White Fang's tragedy. The two advisors maintained their dissenting stance. However, at that moment, another voice emerged. We could present him with a trial should he succeed. We shall consent to his return to service. The speaker is Danzo, who has long been absent from public view. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at him. Since the Uchiha clan's massacre, this old friend had secluded himself for quite some time. Only to emerge today, he understood the intentions of his old friend Kamizawa. Aoba had now become an exceptional operative, and it was evident that Danzo had taken an interest in him. Do you have any suitable missions? Certainly we are pursuing Orochimaru. This is a long-term task for both the Umbu and Root. Recently, Root has tracked Orochimaru's whereabouts. However, dealing with a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber requires more manpower and a more comprehensive strategy. The pursuit of Orochimaru was politically correct for Konoha. Thus, neither advisor could voice any objections. Yet both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were acutely aware that capturing Orochimaru would not be an easy feat. I will ensure that the Umbu coordinates with Root's operations. As for Kamizawa Aoba, we must prioritize his promotion to Jonin. Given his current combat prowess, it is indeed unbecoming for him to hold the rank of Chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the last page of the dossier, which detailed Aoba's reputation garnered along the border over the past few years. He was referred to by enemies and rivals as the Sword of the Wind. In Konoha, at the cemetery, Kakashi stood before a gravestone, holding a bouquet of flowers. Since his father's death, Kakashi had grown increasingly taciturn. There were few memories in this village that he cherished, and among them was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, as his teacher and the leader of his team. Minato was the most radiant and inspiring person Kakashi had ever met. The profession of a ninja is often shrouded in blood and darkness. Yet Minato was different. He was like the sun, always illuminating those around him. Footsteps echoed behind him. Few ventured here. Kakashi turned with slight caution and found a familiar figure approaching. It has been a long time. Kakashi, I heard you were back in the village. I went to your home, but no one was there, so I guessed you would be here. Aoba, when did you return? Just now. Good to have you back. Kakashi rarely engaged in conversation apart from Guy. He had almost no friends. However, Aoba was an exception. When rumors had circulated about White Fang in the village, Kamizawa Aoba was among the few ninjas who stood by his side at that time. Kakashi had been lost, uncertain of whether his father's actions were right or wrong, but he knew who had stood with him. This made Aoba one of the very few people with whom Kakashi could converse. You seem a bit different. Kakashi observed Aoba's face, a youthful and handsome visage, not much altered from his memories. Yet one aspect had changed. His right eye was obscured by a tilted forehead protector. I had no choice. I encountered that reckless rakeage and had to pay a price. I revealed all my trump cards just to escape. Surviving under the rakeage is already an impressive feat. Well, I suppose it's acceptable. I did offer him a slight gesture, a mere finger. Alas, it bore little impact on him. As Shankawa Aoba spoke, she gently placed the flower she held before the gravestone of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Let us go and have something to eat together. I anticipate I cannot linger in the village for too long. Let's call Kakashi and indulge in some barbecue. I have been craving it for years. All right, at the barbecue establishment owned by the Akimichi clan, Aoba, Kakashi, and Guy had already commenced their meal. You all are well aware of the situation with the land of soup to the bandits in the Hidden Cloud. It hardly exists. They cross borders at will without fear of reprimand. However, the Land of Fire is an entirely different matter. When I stationed at the border outpost, their incursions are tantamount to a declaration of war, leading to a fight to the death. I understand. I have reviewed the reports from the border. The incursions from the Hidden Cloud have notably diminished in recent years in the area where you're stationed. Aoba, there have been virtually no crossings from the Hidden Cloud. They used to be quite audacious. Indeed, the Hidden Cloud is a notorious band of brigands. There is no reasoning with them. If one must negotiate, it is imperative to first vanquish them. Aoba's grievances with the Hidden Cloud could fill 3 days and nights of discourse. The Hidden Cloud had a history of exploiting Konoha's policy of concession, provoking them at intervals. As the station military at the border outpost, it was his duty to respond. Neglecting it could result in accountability from Konoha's higher-ups. Thus, he had no choice but to initiate conflict. Fortunately, he sought formidable opponents to hone his skills. Utilizing the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud as his training partners over the past few years, he had crafted a unique combat system through real-world experiences. In fact, he earned the title of Wind Chaser, implying that his sword was swifter than the wind. Aoba was not entirely content with this title, as many in this world surpassed the wind speed nevertheless. Wind Chaser had a certain ring to it, and he ultimately accepted it. Interestingly, once Aoba unleashed his full potential in combat, Konoha encountered its own complications. There were even documents issued reprimanding him for being overly forceful, jeopardizing relations between the two nations. To such documents, Aoba dismissed them as inconsequential. Though he had taken many lives, accountability would not reach him, for he had always struck down his foes on the territory of the Land of Fire. From beginning to end, it was the Hidden Cloud that instigated conflict, crossing borders and provoking tensions in the real world. Such incursions would prompt immediate gunfire from the opposing forces. As his reputation burgeoned, Konoha fell silent. Even summoning him back, Aoba surmised that this recall was likely to promote him to the rank of Jonin. Konoha operates as a militarized organization. The titles of Jonin, Chunin, and Genin are not mere designations. They often signify rank and the order of command. The Jonin holds a position comparable to that of a senior military officer, naturally possessing the authority to command both Chunin and Genin. Thus, the path to attaining the rank of Jonin is fraught with challenges. Mere martial prowess is insufficient. One must also exhibit leadership qualities and meet the requisite standards of comprehensive tactical acumen within the village. There exists a substantial number of special Jonin who, while meeting certain criteria, fall short of the qualifications needed to be recognized as true Jonin. However, for Aoba, these obstacles pose no hindrance. Over the course of 3 years, he has led a contingent of a dozen Chunin and Genin at a border outpost, engaging in fierce confrontations with the ninjas of Kimagakure. On numerous occasions, he has successfully eliminated 3 Jonin, 16 Chunin, and several Genin from the opposing side, even managing to safeguard half of his comrades from the relentless pursuit of the Reikijin. In terms of combat capabilities and overall tactical proficiency, he is undeniably qualified. In truth, had it not been for the lingering issues stemming from Orochimaru's legacy, he would have already ascended to the rank of Jonin long ago. After enjoying a hearty meal, the trio stepped outside, only to be confronted by a masked Umbu member who blocked their path. Aoba Shikamaru, you are to report to the Hokage's office immediately. Well, it seems our gathering must conclude here for today. Let us reconvene at another time. One of them suggested. Indeed. Let us meet again at the training grounds for some vigorous practice, came the enthusiastic response, unmistakably from Guy, whose exuberance echoed loudly. Fortunately, Aoba had anticipated this, and before Guy could finish his exuberant shout, executed a body flicker technique to distance himself from the scene. It was best for Kakashi to handle the situation alone. He could hardly withstand Guy's fervor. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Aoba was taken aback to find not only Sarutobi Hiruzen present, but also the 2 elderly advisors, along with a scruffy individual with a bandaged right hand and an eye-covered Hokagesama. Aoba greeted respectfully. Aoba, you have worked diligently at the borders these past years, Sarutobi acknowledged. It has been my honor to serve the will of fire. The notion of hardship is irrelevant, Aoba replied, his response impeccable. Sarutobi nodded slightly, approving of his demeanor. Now, as the village is in need of capable individuals, I have summoned you back for 2 primary matters. Sarutobi continued. The first matter is that your promotion report to Jonin has been pending for far too long due to your remote posting. In light of your commendable achievements over the years, the Advisory Council has unanimously decided that you possess all the qualities necessary to become a Jonin of Konoha. Therefore, effective immediately, you shall be promoted to the rank of Jonin. Aoba had anticipated this promotion. His focus now shifted to the second matter. Upon receiving the letter of appointment, Sarutobi proceeded. As a Jonin of Konoha, you are expected to fulfill your designated responsibilities. I have a strength mission that requires your expertise. Fear not. You will not undertake this task alone. An Umbu and a root team will each provide a Jonin squad to assist you. Here are the detailed arrangements for the mission. Please prepare accordingly. Sarutobi did not disclose the nature of the mission directly, but instead handed him a mission scroll, signifying a formal and high-stakes assignment. Aoba took the scroll and then bid farewell. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, he unrolled the scroll and cast a glance at its contents. Pursuing Orochimaru is intriguing. The mission was somewhat unexpected. Aoba surmised that the higher-ups in Konoha would not permit him to remain in the village. Thus, they would undoubtedly assign him an outdoor task. However, he did not anticipate that the assignment would involve the pursuit of Orochimaru. As a serious Chunin, his role in the village extended beyond merely serving as a high-level combat asset. Typically, Chunin would undertake positions of considerable authority. Yet, it appeared that the higher-ups had no immediate intention of assigning him a specific role given that this was a rank mission. He was afforded 2 days for rest and preparation therefore. Aoba felt no urgency and instead leisurely wandered through Konoha. After all, it had been 3 years since he last returned to this place. The Land of Fire can be regarded as a chosen realm in this world, possessing the finest land resources on the continent. Konoha is the most prosperous and thriving among the 5 great ninja villages, even from the perspective of a previous life. This town-level village is quite impressively constructed. As he approached a small eatery, Aoyan purchased several skewers of the renowned Konoha delicacy, the dango. He was not particularly fond of sweets, however, having not tasted them in 3 years, indulging in something fresh was certainly not an issue. Just after making his purchase, he paused momentarily as he sensed someone watching him. Turning around, he spotted a short boy with yellow hair standing not far off, gazing intently at him. It was Uzumaki Naruto, the absolute protagonist of this world, the future 7th Hokage, the reincarnation of Ashura, and the most formidable ninja in the art of verbal persuasion. Shaking his head to dispel the various absurd thoughts that surfaced in his mind, Aoyan approached Naruto directly. "Do we know each other?" "Ah, I apologize, big brother. I just found you somewhat familiar. You are a ninja, right?" Naruto pointed at the forehead protector atop Aoyan's head. "Indeed, I am Aoyan, a newly appointed Jonin of Konoha. Ah, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, a student of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Just you wait, big brother. I will soon become a ninja just like you. Moreover, I shall become the strongest ninja, the Hokage." Naruto's exuberance resembled that of Guy, albeit with a more endearing naivety. This boy exuded a refreshing, albeit foolish, charm. Aoba was eager to convey to Naruto that the Hokage is not necessarily the mightiest ninja. By the later stages, even the 3rd Hokage could scarcely rank among the top 10. However, in consideration of Naruto's present state, he was inclined to show a modicum of respect. What an industrious child. Here, take this as an early celebration of your impending ascension to Hokage. "Ah," Naruto suddenly exclaimed, startling Aoba. "What is the matter? Do you acknowledge my dream? Why wouldn't I? No one has the right to dismiss another's aspirations. Indeed, it is as such. No one can undermine my dreams." Naruto bore an expression of profound realization, leaving Aoba feeling somewhat awkward. The ruckus stirred by Naruto's loud outcry had already drawn the attention of several onlookers. Turning, Aoba ordered 2 cups of red bean soup, handing one to Naruto. "All right, let us not obstruct others here." In the crowd, many were openly casting disdainful glances at Naruto. Yet, out of respect for Aoba's forehead protector, they refrained from voicing their contempt loudly. Aoying had scarcely encountered Naruto Uzumaki. After the demise of the 4th Hokage, Naruto had just assumed the role of the Jinchuriki, a status shrouded in utmost secrecy. Given that Orochimaru had once rivaled the 4th Hokage, Aoying, aligned with Orochimaru's faction, was naturally kept at a distance from Naruto. Subsequently, Orochimaru descended into utter depravity, embarking on reckless human experimentation, which eventually drew the attention of the village. The 3rd Hokage, having regained his position, personally undertook the task of apprehending him, yet at the last moment, chose to let Orochimaru escape. The precise timing of Orochimaru's defection remains a matter of contention, but I shall adhere to my own interpretation. Thus began Aoying's experience of exile. Therefore, in a strict sense, this marked Aoying's inaugural encounter with Naruto Uzumaki. In fact, the instant he came into contact with Naruto, he discerned the presence of 4 distinct perspectives observing him from various angles. However, Aoying remained indifferent, even displaying a somewhat defiant demeanor. He promptly purchased dango and red bean soup for Naruto, savoring them as they walked together. The 4 Umbu agents trailing them were on high alert, nearly ready to intervene. As Aoying was designated as a focal point of concern by higher authorities, while Naruto was regarded as an unequivocal taboo, the leaves appeared devoid of sensation. As Chingye continued to engage in conversation with Naruto, "Brother, do you possess ninjutsu?" he inquired. "I am currently immersed in theoretical studies at the Ninja Academy. Yet I have yet to learn a single technique. Of course I can perform ninjutsu." "Watch closely," Chingye replied, casually tossing the bamboo skewer he held. Moments later, a leaf descended from the branch above. "What? Isn't that merely throwing a shuriken? Is that truly considered ninjutsu?" "Be patient and observe," Chingye advised Naruto to remain calm. The leaf drifted gently in front of him, and as it reached eye level, it suddenly split apart, as if severed by an invisible blade. The leaf shattered into numerous fragments, scattering gracefully through the air. What just happened? You clearly did nothing. Ah, this is ninjutsu, my very own unique technique. Chingye replied with a chuckle. I see, Naruto thought, though he did not fully comprehend the significance of the earlier display. Nevertheless, he sensed that the moment had been quite impressive, especially since his brother had seemingly done nothing to cause the leaf's destruction. Brother, could you possibly teach me that technique? Ah, Naruto, each individual's ninjutsu is a personal secret. It is impolite to inquire about another's techniques, you know? Ah, I understand now, Naruto responded, visibly disheartened. However, I can still impart some knowledge to you. You have learned to extract chakra, correct? Indeed, my chakra extraction skills are quite exceptional. Excellent. Follow me. Lord Hokage. Ayakawa Chingye led the Jinchuriki to the woods outside the village. Shall we take action? No, you should remain on guard from a distance. Every action of Aoy is under the meticulous control of the third Hokage. He certainly observed Aoy's movements. The third turned his gaze to the side, where his companions were no longer two advisors, but rather Narashikaku, the strategist. This was intentional. Perhaps there was an underlying animosity. He was deliberately distancing himself from the heart of Konoha. Meanwhile, Aoy led Naruto to the riverbank. Watch closely, he instructed, stepping nimbly onto the tree trunk. This technique was the fundamental training of a ninja, the ability to climb trees using chakra, with the next phase being walking on water. According to the original timeline, it was only after Naruto's graduation, during the mission in the Land of Waves, that Kakashi would teach them this technique. However, as a time traveler, Aoy was unrestrained, acting on impulse without reservation. In truth, if it weren't for the abundance of treasures in Konoha, he would have long departed from this decaying village. Yet, the foundation of Konoha was too substantial. Even a group of wise individuals could only stir the pot. A remarkable feat. How is this accomplished? Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Throughout his life, aside from Iruka, his teacher at the Ninja Academy, no one had ever seriously taught him ninja skills. Thus, even though he found it quite challenging to comprehend, he remained earnest and diligent, with the nine tails residing within him. Even a mere trickle of its chakra was an immense energy for Naruto at this stage. This chakra from the nine tails interfered with his own, making control exceedingly difficult despite his vast reserves. Nevertheless, this boy, resilient and tough, was undeterred by falls or pain when he was earnest. By the end of the afternoon, he could manage to climb a few steps up the tree. All right, that will be enough training for today. You are still young, and excessive training could hinder your growth. Is that so? I didn't realize it was already afternoon. We should prepare dinner, he said, and without waiting for Aoy to react, he turned and jumped into the nearby river. It was then that Aoy understood. He was going fishing. After splashing about underwater for a while, he emerged with a small fish, about the size of his palm. Look what I've caught, though it's a bit small. Chingye extended his hand to pull him from the river. Opting for fish for dinner was indeed a splendid choice. Let me give it a try, he said, dipping his right hand into the water. In a flash, a surge of electricity coursed through his hand. Moments later, a dozen sizable fish floated to the surface. Wow, impressive. Truly remarkable, Brother Chingye, Naruto exclaimed, rushing into the river to retrieve the fish. He then began to skillfully prepare the fish meat, showcasing a remarkable proficiency that indicated he had frequently engaged in this task. This scene could certainly be considered one of the iconic moments of Konoha. The son of the fourth Hokage, the hero of Konoha, the prodigious talent of the village, Uzumaki Naruto, was left to catch his own fish. The actions of Konoha have sparked various interpretations online in later years, with some suggesting that the third Hokage had political motives in restricting Naruto. However, from Chingye's perspective, all such explanations were utterly nonsensical. In reality, one could argue that the original author displayed a lack of insight. Yet, when placed in the context of the real world, there is only one explanation. The leadership is entirely incompetent. There exists no alternative explanation. This is the unequivocal truth. Aoy can indeed comprehend the situation, as the village system of ninjas has only been established for a little over 50 years. Within this brief span, 3 world wars have unfolded, which has inevitably limited the capabilities of the leaders of these villages. Expecting a group of individuals who have been thrust into the battlefield since childhood to govern a nation is, quite frankly, absurd. Naruto tends to grill fish, while Aoy takes on the role of the appreciative diner. To be honest, Naruto's culinary skills are rather mediocre. Nevertheless, Aoy generously offered praise, aware that such a simple compliment might bring joy to Naruto for an extended time. In the latter part of the narrative, Aoy finds himself at odds with many of Naruto's decisions. The young boy has been subjected to intense brainwashing, leading him to forgive anyone and anything that crosses his path. Alarmingly, he often takes it upon himself to pardon even those who have committed heinous acts. Such behavior, quite frankly, is rather absurd. However, the current Naruto, aside from his penchant for pranks to attract attention, possesses no significant flaws. In Aoy's eyes, he can only be regarded as a mischievous yet pitiable child. All right, Naruto. It's getting late. You should return and rest. You are still young and in the crucial phase of growth. Adequate rest is essential for your development. Oh, you're leaving, big brother? Will we still train together here tomorrow? Of course, I have another day available. That is wonderful. I'll see you tomorrow. Naruto exclaimed joyfully as he dashed away. Shinya lingered in place for a moment, yet nothing transpired. He glanced back at the forest behind him, contemplated briefly, and ultimately chose silence as he turned to depart. Returning to the home he had not inhabited for quite some time, he refrained from extensive preparations, as he was to embark on a mission the day after tomorrow. Instead, he conjured several duplicates of himself to tidily arrange his bedroom. Subsequently, he seated himself cross-legged upon the bed. Aoba begins his journey of cultivation, albeit in a manner distinct from that of others. As a transmigrator, Aoba does not possess the conventional advantages typically associated with such individuals. In fact, the body he inhabits belongs to an exceedingly ordinary commoner ninja. Lacking any extraordinary abilities or bloodline limits, how can one navigate and survive in a world fraught with peril? Aoyan had once been troubled by this predicament. Fortunately, he could be considered to possess a modicum of benefits from his transmigration. His soul and spirit were remarkably potent. This advantage stemmed from the fact that upon his arrival in this world, he had consumed the remnants of the soul and spiritual energy of the body he inhabited. Consequently, he not only inherited a substantial portion of the previous owner's memories, but also significantly enhanced the strength of his own soul and spirit. This was the very reason he had managed to evade the interrogation of the torture division. The spiritual techniques of the Yamano clan represented a variant of the art of shadow evasion, exceedingly intricate. However, this did not imply that their spiritual power was formidable. He found himself unable to resist the incursion of the Yamano clan's techniques into his mind. Yet, even after being invaded, he did not completely lose control. Rather, he intentionally concealed part of his memories, allowing him to escape that particular examination. In the realm of ninjas, the cultivation of spiritual power was exceedingly rare. Even if such knowledge existed, it was beyond his reach. Nevertheless, as a transmigrator, Aoyan understood the incredibly significant yet invisible role that spiritual power played in this world. Numerous ninjutsu and even bloodline limits required the support of spiritual energy to manifest their effects. Thus, during his training, he endeavored to explore the application and cultivation of spiritual power. Unfortunately, he found little success and uncovered nothing of substance. However, amidst this process, he experienced an unexpected revelation. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, a shimmering mist enveloped Aoyan, manifesting as wisps of glimmering vapor. This phenomenon indicated the accumulation of natural energy. The first time he sensed this natural energy, he nearly met an untimely end on his journey of transmigration. For reasons unknown, the natural energy of this world was exceedingly inhospitable to humanity. 99% of individuals who came into contact with this force would be transformed into stone statues. Chingya was originally one of the 99%. However, whether it was due to his mental fortitude or the strength of his soul, he found himself possessing a certain degree of resistance to the encroachment of natural energy. This resistance was feeble, yet the initial exposure to natural energy was also quite limited. At that moment, his entire body became rigid, though it did not succumb to complete petrification. After a day of struggle, he ultimately returned to normal. This experience left Chingya with lingering trepidation, rendering him hesitant to engage with natural energy for an extended period. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede defeat. After a prolonged period of training, although he could not discover a method to enhance his mental strength and soul, he achieved an extraordinarily refined level of control over his existing mental power. Driven by his unwillingness to relent, Chingya, after a series of preparations, made his first proactive attempt to engage with natural energy. As anticipated, his body once again became rigid. After a day, he returned to normal. The situation was equally perilous. Yet Chingya was filled with elation, for the ability to replicate the experience signified that his conjecture was indeed correct. Chingya lacks the training methods for Sage Mode. and it is even more improbable for him to possess the summoning contracts of the three great sanctuaries. Therefore, his attainment of Sage Mode necessitates an alternative approach. Periodically, he consciously absorbs natural energy, then patiently awaits the restoration of his body before repeating the process. Time and again, he endeavors to acclimate his physique to the natural energy through this relentless cycle, ultimately aspiring to absorb and wield such power. Though this may seem a rather rudimentary method, for Chingye, it represents a glimmer of hope to engage in the overarching narrative of the world. After all, this realm teems with peril. Even with the contingency plans established by the Sage of Six Paths, the entire scheme is akin to walking a tightrope. The most crucial aspect is that, amidst the efforts of the two saviors striving to rescue the world, countless pawns have undoubtedly been sacrificed. Chingye harbors a profound aversion to being a mere pawn, as well as a desire not to have his fate dictated by others. Thus, he has embarked on a slow and arduous journey of cultivation. At present, he has been practicing this method for 3 years. Over this span, he has succeeded in absorbing a significant portion of natural energy into his body without succumbing to petrification. However, he has yet to reach a state of complete immunity to its effects. After absorbing the natural energy, he still experiences a degree of numbness in his body. As a ninja, an archetype of heightened agility and stealth, this numbness could prove fatal in combat. Therefore, he has yet to achieve his personal Sage Mode. Nevertheless, according to Chingye's calculations, he is nearing completion. At this pace, he anticipates that in approximately 6 months, he will perfect his Sage Mode cultivation. By that time, he will possess a vital card to secure his standing in this world. As the natural energy circulated within him, he sensed a slight numbness beginning to manifest. Chingye promptly ceased his training. In truth, his cultivation could progress at a swifter pace. The dangers of this world are exceedingly palpable, even within the confines of Konoha. He perceives it as potentially more perilous than the outside. Consequently, he has never dared to fully immerse himself in training. Each session is approached with caution, ensuring he maintains a constant state of combat readiness. After concluding a day of training, Chingye finally reclined to rest. The following day, he ventured to Otsutsuki Ichiraku's ramen shop, indulging in a luxurious bowl of ramen before heading toward the outskirts of the village to meet Naruto. Although referred to as the outskirts, they still reside within the protective barriers of Konoha. After all, the village would never allow Naruto to escape its bounds. Strictly speaking, they were merely in a suburban area, distanced from the urban center. Following another extensive training session, the two friends sat together, enjoying grilled fish while engaging in conversation. Chingye, this is my secret base. I train here stealthily after school every day. Once I grow stronger, I will surely teach that arrogant Sasuke a lesson. At this juncture, Naruto had already crossed swords with Sasuke, spurred on by his infatuation with Sakura, who seemed perpetually entranced by Sasuke. What exacerbated Naruto's frustration was Sasuke's indifferent demeanor, which he found utterly intolerable. Yet, powerless against Sasuke, he resorted to clandestine training after school, hoping to one day surpass him. Has that Uchiha Sasuke bullied you? Oh, not really. Then why do you want to beat him up? Because he bullies Sakura. She's so beautiful and he ignores her whenever she speaks to him, which is incredibly rude. Even if it's just for Sakura's sake, I must teach him a proper lesson. Indeed, such is the temperament of a child. Do you know why Uchiha Sasuke dislikes talking to others? The annihilation of the Uchiha clan is undoubtedly a monumental event in Konoha. To be candid, the majority of the villagers are already aware of this tragedy. However, few dare to broach the subject lightly. Naruto, devoid of any sources of information within the village, is left in a state of confusion. The few individuals capable of shedding light on the matter, namely Shikamaru and Choji, are disinclined to elaborate, likely offering him no more than a cursory overview. Consequently, Naruto remains in the dark, cognizant that something has transpired within Sasuke's family, yet wholly unaware of the specifics. As time progresses, he will inevitably come to understand the full scope of the situation, but for now, the incident is still fresh, and he finds himself perplexed by the details. It seems that a calamity has befallen Sasuke's household, but regardless of the nature of the event, it is unfathomable that such a tragedy could occur. All members of the Uchiha clan, without exception, have perished. How could this be? Naruto is rendered speechless. How could such a thing happen? Who could perpetrate such an act? How could this transpire in our village? At that moment, Aoy turned his gaze towards the nearby forest, momentarily breaking his silence. Rather than addressing Naruto's previous inquiries, he chose to respond solely to the final question. This can only imply one thing. The village is not as secure as one might assume. That is all for today, Naruto. I have a mission tomorrow and must return to prepare. With that, Aoy did not wait for Naruto's response and vanished before his eyes. Sighing, Naruto lamented. He just left like that. I still wanted to express my gratitude to brother Aoy. Aoba did not truly depart. Rather, after Naruto's exit, his figure reappeared by the riverbank. However, this time, the individual standing before him was not Naruto, but Sasuke Uchiha. At that moment, Sasuke, with crimson eyes, gazed intently at Aoba. In truth, Sasuke himself was uncertain as to why he had rushed out. The night of the massacre had only recently passed, and he had yet to fully come to terms with the events that transpired. Typically, his classmates refrained from mentioning this matter in his presence. Hearing it suddenly from a stranger left the young Sasuke unable to contain his emotions. You know him. Sasuke began to grow agitated. Despite Aoba's inability to comprehend the source of his fervor, it is worth noting that the two protagonists of the Naruto universe have endured tremendous misfortune, both having lost their entire families and bearing the weight of profound enmity. The singular distinction lies in Sasuke's perspective, which aligns more closely with that of an ordinary individual. If you slay my family, I will seek retribution. In contrast, Naruto's later actions become increasingly absurd. He simply forgives those responsible for his parents' deaths, including Obito, and even extends forgiveness to Neji, who had perished less than a day prior. In reality, every official ninja within Konoha was aware of the incident. Do you know where he is? I am afraid I do not. Sasuke Uchiha. I cannot claim to understand your emotions. In fact, few within the ninja world would dare to profess such understanding. Nonetheless, as an adult, I can offer you a piece of advice. One must plan before taking action. Itachi Uchiha is an exceptionally formidable ninja, possessing an all-encompassing strength. To defeat such an adversary, mere rage and hatred will prove insufficient. You may harness your fury and resentment for motivation, yet it is equally vital to maintain a semblance of rationality, which will guide you towards sound decisions. Consider training alongside Naruto in tree climbing and water walking. Honing your chakra control will aid in regaining your composure. The coincidence of interacting with these two children is not without intention on Aoba's part, as they are both children of destiny. Aoba seeks to forge a bond with them from an early age, which may prove beneficial in the future. The time for missions has arrived. This particular task boasts a formidable lineup, with one squad each from the Umbu and Root, alongside Aoba, totaling 9 members in the pursuit team. Both the Umbu and Root operatives don masks, and Aoba recognized but a few of them. What he could ascertain was that one member from the Umbu team belonged to the Hyuga clan, another hailed from the Oil Woman clan. And there was also an individual wielding a sword whom Aoba deduced to be Kurinai's partner, Yugao. Konoha had once experienced a period of fascination with swordsmanship, particularly during the era when Kakashi Hatake rose to prominence as the White Fang of Konoha, whose reputation resonated across the 5 great ninja villages. During that time, numerous admirers of the White Fang sought to master the art of swordsmanship. Regrettably, following his demise, this trend swiftly waned, resulting in the current dearth of sword-wielding ninjas in Konoha. The illustrious dance of the crescent moon has been passed down through only a handful of individuals. The figure before me, who occasionally coughs softly, is likely the later incarnation known as the Ailing Spectre, Moonlight Gale. In the original narrative, he made his entrance as an examiner in the Chunin Exams. It appears that his deteriorating health led him to withdraw from the Umbu. Thus, the team comprises a formidable swordsman specializing in offense, a Hyuga adept in tracking and perception, and an oil user skilled in setting traps, while the last member is presumably a ninja proficient in ninjutsu. The composition of this squad is remarkably balanced and robust in terms of combat capability. As for the Root, Aoba finds himself at a loss. After all, the members of Root seldom reveal themselves, and Aoba lacks experience in collaborating with them, leaving him unfamiliar with their configurations and devoid of acquaintances among them. The mission is under the command of a captain from Root. With the personnel assembled, they embark on their mission. A party of 9 departs from Konoha, setting forth on the pursuit of Orochimaru. In the original work, there is scant information regarding Orochimaru during this period, and Aoba is unaware of his whereabouts. However, considering the timeline, he must be in the early stages of preparing for the establishment of the Sound Village. Given the chronology, it is evident that by the time of the Chunin Exams a few years hence, the Sound Village will have been established for some time. Establishing a ninja village is not a task that can be accomplished in just a day or two, so it is entirely plausible that he is beginning his preparations now. Aoyama harbored no hopes whatsoever for this mission. Firstly, in terms of combat capability, if the 9 of them united their efforts, they would undoubtedly possess the strength to confront Orochimaru. Furthermore, at least 2 swordsmen within the team were specifically prepared for this challenge. The cutting damage of their swordsmanship evidently counters Orochimaru's soft-body techniques and serpent-based ninjutsu to some extent. However, it is crucial to note that Orochimaru's repertoire extends far beyond these conventional techniques. At this juncture, it remains unclear whether he has completed the forbidden jutsu of Edo Tensei. Even in the absence of such a technique, he remains well-versed in an array of ninjutsu across various styles, with countless hidden cards up his sleeve. Should there be even a hint of discord within the team, they would find it impossible to gain the upper hand against him. However, this scenario is utterly improbable. Firstly, the members of the Root organization are unequivocally untrustworthy. At this moment, Orochimaru is likely in contact with Danzo, who possesses the Sharingan that Orochimaru presumably assisted in implanting. They are currently in a cooperative relationship, rendering the Root personnel utterly unreliable. Moreover, even in the absence of such an alliance, Aoyama would never place his trust in the Root organization, just as they would never extend their trust to him. Aoba easily surmised that the ostensible purpose of this operation was to apprehend Orochimaru. However, in reality, it appeared to be a test of his loyalty. Yet, the underlying covert mission was beyond his comprehension, as the Root had already obtained prior intelligence. Thus, the group journeyed through the night, encountering few obstacles along the way. Aoba, unfamiliar with the others, engaged in minimal conversation throughout the trek. In truth, the caliber of this team posed little threat to them within the entire Land of Fire. Upon exiting the borders of the Land of Fire, the Root led the group toward the direction of the Land of Waterfalls. Aoba reflected subtly. It seemed that Orochimaru had not yet ventured to the Land of Rice Fields to prepare for the establishment of the Sound Village. However, the Land of Waterfalls possessed its own ninja village, and it was the only nation outside the 5 great countries that housed a tailed beast. Compared to other smaller nations, this country maintained a certain level of strength. Orochimaru's base lay within the valley ahead, and it had been confirmed that he was indeed within the confines of his stronghold. "We shall rest here. Our operation will commence at midnight," commanded the captain of the Root, prompting the group to settle in for a brief respite. Qingyo found a grand tree, leaned against it, and closed her eyes. For a moment, everyone slipped into a silent state of repose. However, unbeknownst to them, a leaf above Qingye's head suddenly detached from its branch, floating gently into the sky before leisurely drifting over the hillside and descending into the valley. In the valley, Orochimaru was commanding his subordinates to seal various precious instruments in preparation for their transfer. "They have arrived. Chonwu, prepare the stage. Let those expendables perform their final act." Orochimaru instructed his minions with a sinister tone as he readied for the transition. Just then, his movements halted abruptly. To the southwest, an unfamiliar chakra disturbed the barrier. "Kimimaro, investigate," he commanded. "Understood." A pale-skinned, handsome youth rose and vanished from the room in an instant. Kimimaro moved with incredible speed. The valley was not particularly vast. Within moments, he reached the southwestern barrier. However, to his puzzlement, he found no intruders. The barrier remained intact, and the scene appeared entirely untroubled. Yet, there was something amiss. The only anomaly was a single leaf. As Kimimaro arrived, the leaf was gently descending from the air. Initially, he paid it little mind, but upon closer inspection, he noticed its falling trajectory was decidedly unusual. It swayed symmetrically, descending with a steady rhythm. In nature, leaves fall erratically, so this one was evidently peculiar. Kimimaro summoned a layer of bone armor for protection and reached out to catch the leaf. As anticipated, it bore inscriptions. A spark of realization ignited within him, prompting him to return and present the leaf to Orochimaru. Meanwhile, outside the valley, the team was making their final preparations. At this juncture, each member was required to disclose their areas of expertise for the captain to allocate combat tasks effectively. When it was Qingye's turn, she stated, "I specialize in swordsmanship, employing a combination of sword techniques and wind release in my ninjutsu. I excel in close to mid-range combat." As midnight approached, the ambush commenced. A Root ninja dismantled the surrounding barrier, allowing 9 operatives to enter in single file. Yet, in the next instant, countless shurikens and kunai flew towards them. Enemy attack. Someone shouted within the base. The ambush quickly devolved into a skirmish. Fire style, Great Fireball. An Umbu ninja unleashed a Great Fireball to clear a path. Though often deemed a technique of misfire, it proved effective for opening routes and blocking escapes. As Moonlight Gale and Qingye, the primary attackers, surged forward through the path created by the Great Fireball, they were accompanied by a Root ninja. From the outset, Chingya sensed that everyone on their side was holding back. They were no fools. After all, Orochimaru had eluded capture for so many years. How could they possibly succeed so easily? Moreover, Orochimaru holds a unique position. Although he is a rogue ninja, he is, in fact, a disciple of the third Hokage, and his ties to the root organization remain ambiguous. Such a convoluted background would give most individuals pause for thought, even if they managed to capture him. In truth, at the onset of the battle, it was only Aoyama, acting with the impetuousness of a novice, who boldly charged into the base. He was met with a horde of monstrosities, genuine aberrations with grotesquely contorted limbs and faces. Yet, these creatures moved with remarkable swiftness, many of their appendages transforming into lethal weapons. Each possessed the combat prowess of a genin. It appears that Orochimaru has begun his research on cursed seals, though it is likely that these seals are still in their nascent stages. These abominations are probably the failed products of his cursed seal experiments. Orochimaru is indeed a ruthless individual, as such experiments necessitate the presence of chakra within the subjects. The grotesque assembly before him consists of dozens of potential ninja. If they were in Konoha, they would constitute an entire class of new recruits. However, under Orochimaru's influence, they have all been reduced to mere test subjects. Aoyama's body exhibited no hesitation. With a swift lift of his right hand, a sword was firmly grasped. Just as the creature before him prepared to strike with a knife-hand attack, Aoyama vanished from sight in an instant. Turning to glance back, the adversary found him positioned directly behind. However, while his upper body had turned, his lower half remained fixed in place, resulting in a complete disjunction between the two halves. Such speed was a testament to his lingering will, his final thought. In a furious dash, Aoyama thrust his sword forward in a drawing motion. Beneath the moonlight, the blade traced a magnificent arc. Soon after, at the forefront of this arc, a wind blade, a fusion of wind nature chakra and air, materialized, transforming into a colossal semicircular gust that surged forward. This represented Aoyama's unique ninjutsu, a synthesis of wind techniques and swordsmanship, unleashing various mid-range assaults akin to sword chi. These attacks were characterized by their rapidity, simplicity, and lethality, proving formidable against conventional ninjas during this era. Yet, as times advanced into an age of towering mechs, such techniques would lose their prowess. The dozen or so creatures opposing him failed to react in time, only perceiving a chilling force sweep across their bodies. Subsequently, Aoyama breached their defenses, leaving behind a scene of severed limbs and anguished cries. Incredible! This exclamation came from the nearby Gale under the moonlight, who, though not well acquainted with Aoyama, recognized his reputation for swordsmanship. During this mission, a faint desire to compete had stirred within him. Yet witnessing the previous spectacle made him relinquish that thought entirely. It was not that he believed Aoyama superior, but rather he discerned that their paths diverged completely. The crescent moon dance of Konoha was a sword technique intricately intertwined with illusion, both splendid and deadly. In contrast, Aoyama's swordplay appeared strikingly straightforward, devoid of complex maneuvers. His attacking style seemed to draw inspiration from the samurai's aide, yet upon infusing it with chakra, the wind blade extended the reach of his strikes significantly. Coupled with his inherent speed, this ostensibly simple technique became extraordinarily lethal. It represented a blade that forsook all trivialities, pursuing only the act of killing. Standing in stark contrast to the crescent moon dance, Chingya surged forward like a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground, effortlessly breaching the defenses of the monstrous foes within mere breaths. The teammates behind him exchanged glances, each pondering the absurdity of his reckless bravery. Were they merely to feign courage while he risked his life? Yet, regardless of their reservations, Chingya pressed on, and it would be unreasonable for them to refrain from following suit. With a steely resolve, they steeled themselves and advanced. However, in the next moment, a colossal silhouette erupted into the night sky. The very edifices before them were swept away by an immense force. Amidst the countless fragments, the moonlight revealed the form of a gigantic serpent's tail. Accompanying this serpent's tail was Chingya, who was hurled several meters away upon impact, landing far from his companions. At that moment, Orochimaru stood atop the serpent, confronting the gathered team. It had previously been stated that this squad held the capability to contend with Orochimaru, albeit without the assistance of summoning beasts. In the shinobi world, summoning beasts typically served as auxiliary support in battle. For instance, the Uchiha clan, Kakashi with his canine companion, and Guy with his tortoise, all these summoned creatures possessed limited combat prowess, primarily aiding in communication and intelligence. However, elite ninjas often commanded far more formidable summoning beasts. Take, for instance, Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village, whose summoned beast was an enormous salamander. In its prime, it rendered the Leaf Village trio utterly defenseless, with half of the credit for this overwhelming power attributed to that gigantic creature. Similarly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's summoning beast, the Monkey King, not only possessed human-like intelligence, but could also transform into various forms to offer weaponry support or engage in direct combat, its strength rivaling that of a seasoned jonin. The pinnacle of summoning beasts belonged to the three Great Sage territories, characterized by their immense size and intelligence akin to that of humans. Moreover, these high-tier beings could wield various innate jutsu. In truth, merely their size would render 99 of shinobi incapable of countering them. The emergence of Orochimaru's serpent swiftly dismantled the defenses of this pursuit team. Such colossal summoning beasts necessitated the deployment of commensurate high-level ninjutsu for confrontation. However, one must not forget the formidable presence of Orochimaru himself. This combination posed a challenge that the shinobi world could face, but not this particular squad. Run quickly! Chingye shouted from a distance, awakening the paralyzed group. Even several root ninjas did not hesitate to flee. They were equally bewildered. What had initially seemed like a mere charade between the root and Orochimaru now appeared to be a serious confrontation. Wood style, the birth of the forest. The leading captain of the root unit unleashed a wood-style jutsu towards the serpent. Dozens of towering trees erupted from the ground, ensnaring both the serpent and Orochimaru within their grasp. Subsequently, the captain of the root organization made no delay and swiftly turned to flee. Not far away, Aoy witnessed this scene and instantly recognized the individual. It was none other than the future figure of Yamato. After all, the wood release technique was exceedingly conspicuous. However, in terms of the proficiency displayed, one might say that while Hashirama wielded wood release to conquer the world, Yamato's application was merely for reforestation, an observation that now seems remarkably apparent. In just a fleeting encounter, Orochimaru effortlessly dismantled the entire pursuit squad. Without pausing, he charged after the root team. Before long, the entire valley was enveloped in a profound silence. As dawn broke, the valley stirred once again. Aoy's silhouette traversed the ruins, deftly making his way to the deepest part of the valley. There, Orochimaru awaited him. Beside him stood two youths, whose appearances suggested they were Kimimaro and Jago. At this time, Suigetsu and Karin had yet to join him. Long time no see, Lord Orochimaru, Aoy greeted. Ah, Aoy-kun, it truly is you. You have exceeded my expectations, Orochimaru remarked, licking the blood from his face while casting a peculiar gaze upon Aoy. His feelings towards this former subordinate were quite complex. Aoy was one of the few who could match his thoughts and capabilities. Before departing, Orochimaru had even inquired if Aoy would accompany him. But Aoy chose to remain in Konoha, which left Orochimaru rather disappointed. Yet, he was even more intrigued by the fact that Aoy had managed to evade interrogation by the Torture and Investigation Division and was merely exiled. Aoy-kun, you mentioned in your letter that you possess information regarding Akatsuki and wish to negotiate with me? Indeed, if my information is accurate, Lord Orochimaru. You must have joined Akatsuki 2 years ago and subsequently departed from there, am I correct? This matter, shrouded in secrecy for the average person, was nevertheless known to many. At the very least, the higher-ups in Konoha were undoubtedly aware. It seems you truly possess some knowledge, Aoy-kun. I am now looking forward to our transaction. However, before we proceed, I must confirm one thing. Upon hearing these words from Orochimaru, Aoy began to discreetly gather chakra, mentally preparing himself for a negotiation with such a perilous individual, as it typically required demonstrating one's qualifications. In simpler terms, he needed to showcase his capability for an equitable exchange. To his astonishment, after scrutinizing him thoroughly, Orochimaru spoke. Do not be tense, Aoy-kun. For the sake of our past camaraderie, let us forego the test and begin directly. Tell me, what is it that you desire? Orochimaru possessed a wealth of valuable items, and Aoy was tempted to exclaim, I want them all. However, he understood the futility of such a desire. Transactions must be approached with gradual progression. That depends on what information you seek, Lord Orochimaru. According to my intelligence, your primary interest lies with Itachi Uchiha and the leader of Akatsuki, who wields the Rinnegan. Am I correct? It appears that Konoha Shino has a keen interest in the intelligence at hand. With that in mind, my foremost inquiry pertains to the intricate abilities possessed by Uchiha Itachi's Eternal Meijiki Sharingan. At this juncture, Orochimaru was utterly captivated by Itachi. The arrogant Orochimaru found himself instantaneously subdued by a mere glance from his counterpart. This experience only intensified his fascination with Uchiha Itachi, who had already piqued Orochimaru's interest in the Sharingan. However, due to their previous encounter, he refrained from making any moves against Itachi without absolute certainty of success. I am aware of this intelligence. In exchange, I require a Kusanagi sword. The world of Naruto boasts several Kusanagi swords, and Orochimaru possesses more than one. Chunin excels in the art of swordsmanship. However, due to his humble origins, he possesses no weapons forged from chakra-infused metal. Thus, he had long set his sights on acquiring the Kusanagi sword. Unfortunately, this prized possession largely resided in the hands of Orochimaru. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to procure a blade from Orochimaru himself. Orochimaru chuckled, then performed his signature gesture. With a swift motion, he opened his mouth, from which emerged a white serpent. The serpent, in turn, parted its jaws to reveal the Kusanagi sword, which gracefully descended before Chunin. Chunin gazed helplessly at the grass-cutting sword, glistening with a viscous substance. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a sealing scroll and ensconced the sword within it. You have acquired what you desired. Now, reveal to me what I seek. Chunin. Orochimaru's tone carried an ominous edge. Chunin had no doubt that should he dare to flee with the sword, his adversary would pursue him relentlessly. Of course, Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan was a marvel of dichotomy. His left eye, known as Amaterasu, possessed the ability to conjure black flames that consumed all in their path, impervious to conventional extinguishing methods. Should these flames touch the flesh, the only recourse would be to sever the afflicted part. If time permitted, one might employ the sealing fire technique to counteract it. The right eye wielded the power of Tsukuyami, a genjutsu that ensnared the victim's mind within a realm of illusion. In the world of Tsukuyami, both time and space fell under the control of the caster. Thus, in the fleeting moment of eye contact, one could find themselves ensconced in this mental domain for what felt like 3 days or more. Those ensnared could only endure the torment inflicted upon them, with the repercussions resonating at the psychological and spiritual levels. Even the mightiest would find it arduous to resist. Moreover, the Sharingan possessed a universal ability. It could summon an ethereal entity known as Susanoo. This technique wielded immense power, rendering conventional ninjutsu utterly ineffective against it. Its offensive and destructive capabilities rivaled those of tailed beasts, making it an exceedingly formidable foe. Upon reaching this point, Aoba paused, leaving Orochimaru with a lingering sense of anticipation. Such formidable abilities, attack, defense, and mental acuity, seemed flawless. Did he truly possess no weaknesses? Certainly, he did. However, that would be revealed in the second round of negotiations. Lord Orochimaru, I believe the aforementioned information suffices to warrant the exchange for a Kusanagi blade. In reality, the intelligence regarding Itachi Uchiha holds little value for the majority of ninjas. Although Itachi's character may be questionable, his tactical prowess is unparalleled. In this world, 99 of ninjas would find it impossible to compel him to unleash his full capabilities. Thus, this information is particularly advantageous for more powerful ninjas, and for Orochimaru, it is an urgently sought-after asset. Clearly, Orochimaru understood this principle as he chuckled softly before responding. That makes sense. State your demands. I require the blood of Danzo. This request momentarily stunned Orochimaru. He had anticipated various demands from Aoba, secret techniques, forbidden arts, but never expected such an eccentric one. Why would you assume I possess such a specimen? I am confident, Lord Orochimaru, that you indeed do. You have collaborated with Danzo on numerous occasions and have conducted human modifications for him. I believe it would be trivial for someone of your skill to retain a sample of Danzo's blood. At this, Orochimaru regarded Aoba with an even more peculiar gaze, one rife with unmasked avarice. Subsequently, he produced a sealed scroll, unfastened it, and extracted a carefully preserved vial. This is what you seek. After receiving the information, Aoyan did not conduct any checks, for it was impossible to do so. However, Orochimaru was quite adept in this regard, not one to be easily fooled by forgeries. It is evident that Uchiha Itachi possesses vulnerabilities. In fact, his most potent Sharingan, the Manjiki, is also his Achilles heel. The Manjiki Sharingan carries a fatal flaw. Its ocular power is finite and irreparable. This implies that the more he utilizes it, the greater the damage to his eyes, ultimately leading to total blindness. Itachi awakened his Manjiki at a prematurely early stage. The consumption of his current Manjiki should have already begun to impair his vision. Furthermore, there is a crucial point to note. Even if his Mangeki does not lead to blindness, his lifespan is severely limited. This statement evidently provoked Orochimaru, who is currently coveting Itachi's body with great desire. The activation of the Mangeki Sharingan is a monumental advantage for any Uchiha, yet it simultaneously imposes a tremendous burden. Itachi's early activation, prior to the full development of his body, has inflicted significant strain, manifesting in a severe blood ailment that will curtail his life expectancy. This information undeniably struck a nerve with Orochimaru, who fixed his gaze intently on Aoyin, seemingly attempting to discern the truth of his words. Aoyin, however, remained indifferent, for his statements were indeed truthful. To reiterate, the intelligence regarding Uchiha Itachi holds little value among lower-tier ninjas, as most would find themselves outmatched even without the use of the Mangeki. In reality, Aoyin had retained a considerable amount of information, such as the various forms of Susanoo, and the likelihood that Itachi had acquired the Totsuka no Tsurugi. It was not that he was unwilling to divulge more, rather, he was constrained to reveal only so much. He could sense Orochimaru's burgeoning interest in him. Despite possessing further intelligence and Orochimaru holding more coveted items, Aoyin understood that this transaction could proceed no further. He feared that should he say even a few more words, Orochimaru might lose his composure. Following a cacophony of harsh laughter, Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes bore down on Aoyin. Aoyin-kun, I am truly intrigued. What transpired during these 3 years? From where did you acquire such a wealth of information? I apologize, but that lies beyond the scope of our transaction. Lord Orochimaru, our dealings conclude here for today. Chingya had no intention of prolonging the conversation. He had acquired what he needed for the time being. The pressure exerted by Orochimaru was simply overwhelming. Chingya, have you considered returning to my side? You possess an abundance of intelligence, and I wield forbidden techniques beyond your imagination. Together, we could achieve remarkable feats. I apologize, Lord Orochimaru, but my response remains unchanged from 3 years ago. Farewell. As Chingya spoke, he took a step back, his gaze fixed intently on Orochimaru and his 2 companions. At that moment, noticing Chingya's retreat, Junmaro, who had remained silent beside him, advanced a step. Though Junmaro's strength at this time was not comparable to the formidable warrior he would become in the future, facing off against Lee and Gaara, his condition from the blood disease seemed less severe in the present. As a taijutsu-oriented ninja, his youth was inherently an advantage. Chingya found himself lacking absolute confidence in confronting Junmaro. Coupled with the presence of Orochimaru and Jugo, he perceived no feasible chance of victory. Nevertheless, his audacity to come here suggested that he possessed certain resources, albeit he was reluctant to employ them unless absolutely necessary. Very well, Junmaro, Chingya is our friend. I believe we shall engage in further dealings in the future, wouldn't you agree, Chingya? Indeed, I trust that Lord Orochimaru will be able to locate me. That is reassuring. In that case, let us part ways. Within the forest, Chingya moved swiftly atop the treetops, glancing back intermittently to ensure he was not being followed. He felt uneasy about Orochimaru, a capricious and inhumane individual. Once targeted by him, Chingya feared that restful nights would elude him. Surrounded by a swirling vortex of wind, he resembled an adept practitioner of the ancient Chinese art of lightness. With merely a gentle push of his feet against the leaves, he could soar several dozen meters. This was a stark contrast to the conventional ninjas who relied on chakra to leap through the trees. After running for dozens of miles and confirming he was not being pursued, Chingya finally felt the weight on his heart lift. He sought refuge in a concealed cave, where he established a series of alarms before sitting down heavily on the ground to recuperate. The entirety of his endeavors that night, from manipulating the wind to deliver a message to Orochimaru, to negotiating future meetings, and then leading the charge into battle, had left him utterly exhausted. Aoyin originally possessed chakra attributes of wind and lightning. He predominantly utilized wind techniques, reserving lightning as a hidden ace rarely employed. Up to now, he had only resorted to it once, in a confrontation with the Reikage, where he harnessed the principles of electromagnetic acceleration to launch a steel pellet. Regrettably, that technique was still in its infancy, and his execution was sluggish, granting the Reikage ample time to react. Ultimately, it merely resulted in the severing of a pinky finger, which had minimal impact on the formidable opponent. Nevertheless, this technique briefly intimidated the Reikage, affording Aoyin a chance to escape his clutches. However, against Orochimaru, that technique proved rather ineffective, primarily due to Orochimaru's insidious body-switching jutsu, which rendered him rather unyielding. In preparation for facing Orochimaru, Aoyin had intended to employ another trump card. but fortunately it remained unused as his chakra reserves were insufficient. In this world, lineage and heritage are paramount, and Aoyan, as a commoner ninja devoid of such advantages, inevitably bore the weaknesses inherent to all ordinary shinobi, namely, a meager chakra supply. His reliance on the sword and the development of wind-based physical techniques stemmed from this very limitation. He longed to unleash chakra with a mere clap of his hands, but alas, it was beyond his reach. His chakra was far too scant to execute even a few large-scale jutsu, leaving him to grapple in close combat with only his sword. This predicament is not without potential solutions. As a transmigrator, Aoyan is aware of various means to address his chakra deficiency. The first option is the tailed beasts. By becoming a Jinchuriki, he would naturally possess an abundance of chakra. However, his current combat prowess renders him ill-equipped to contend with such formidable entities, making this path temporarily impractical. The second avenue he is currently pursuing is Sage Mode, should he overcome the petrification issues associated with natural energy. He could absorb it in abundance, transitioning into Sage Mode. Natural energy would supplement his chakra, effectively increasing its volume. Furthermore, the infusion of natural energy significantly enhances the efficacy of various jutsu, making Sage Mode a comprehensive upgrade and Aoyan's primary focus at present. Additionally, there exists a backup plan, the transplantation of the first Hokage's cells. Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, was inherently a sage body. By assimilating his cells, Aoyan could potentially endow his body with certain sage traits, ensuring an ample supply of chakra while possibly gaining access to the wood-release Kekkei Genkai. Truly a twofold advantage. After all, it is seldom heard that the first Hokage suffered from a lack of chakra. Nevertheless, the risks associated with this method are exceedingly high among countless experimental subjects. Only Yamato survived. Aoyan does not consider himself fortunate enough to emerge unscathed. He is aware of strategies to mitigate risks and enhance success rates, yet these remain temporarily inaccessible. Thus, this option must remain a contingency plan, destined for future application. However, extensive preparation is required. Additionally, there are several feasible alternatives, yet they all currently fall short of the necessary criteria. Take Tsunade Essene Seal, for instance. Setting aside the question of whether Tsunade can even acquire it, mastering the Ine Seal demands not only an exceptional command of chakra, but also a profound mastery of sealing techniques. For an ordinary ninja like Aoyan, the art of sealing remains an elusive aspiration. Furthermore, Aoyan has contemplated the dragon vein of the land of Miko. He once mused that if he could seal the dragon vein within himself, perhaps he could attain chakra at the level of a tailed beast without the accompanying threat of rampage. Regrettably, achieving this would necessitate a higher level of sealing mastery, which he currently lacks hope of attaining in the near future. Moreover, if he could locate Kisame Hashigaki and seize the shark skin from him, it would mitigate his weaknesses. However, in the vast ninja world, finding Kisame is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Once Kisame joins the Akatsuki, he would indeed be easier to track. Yet his teammate would be Itachi Uchiha, making such a venture perilous. Thus, after much deliberation, Aoyan resolved to first master his Sage Mode, acquiring this formidable trump card before methodically pursuing other avenues. At present, he seeks to enhance his abilities through alternative means, such as the recently acquired Kusanagi sword. As a swordsman, obtaining a divine weapon like the Kusanagi has significantly augmented his combat prowess by 30 to 50%. This is primarily due to the sword's extraordinary durability and its remarkable chakra conduction properties. Most importantly, the version given to him by Orochimaru can be manipulated in length at will, making it the quintessential weapon of a swordsman's dreams. After consuming a soldier pill to restore some chakra, Aoyan had no intention of seeking out his comrades. After all, the current situation of mutual disconnection among them was deliberately orchestrated by him to allow for his unrestricted movement. Thus, after a brief period of rest, Aoyan commenced meditating to cultivate his Sage Mode. The following morning, well-rested, Aoyan exited the cave. However, instead of returning directly to the Land of Fire, he set off in another direction. The 5 great nations do not share direct borders. They are separated by various small countries and villages. For instance, the Land of Waterfall, which he visited previously, is a small nation at the juncture of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Such small nations abound along the borders of the great nations, including the Land of Rice, the Land of Hot Water, and the Land of Grass, to which Aoyan is currently heading. Ninjas are assassins, killers, and a specialized military force. Correspondingly, ninja villages operate as tangible institutions of violence. Given the vast disparities in ninja strength, the powerful naturally claim the more significant resources. In simpler terms, the entire world of Naruto remains entrenched in a law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong. This reality has resulted in exceedingly barbaric and primitive governance within the various ninja villages. One of the reasons why Aoba remains in Konoha is the atmosphere, which is, comparatively speaking, the closest to a normal world. Beyond the borders of Konoha, particularly in the smaller ninja villages, one is confronted with blatant savagery and cruelty. The village of Grass is one such example. As Chingye recently ventured into the vicinity of the hidden Grass village, he swiftly became aware of the presence of several chakra signatures nearby. After losing one eye, Aoyama experienced a profound impact on his perceptual abilities, particularly as a close combat ninja. The absence of an eye rendered him significantly vulnerable in battle. To compensate for this shortcoming, he devised an auxiliary combat perception system. By skillfully manipulating his wind release techniques, he expanded his chakra into the surrounding air, allowing it to flow gently within a certain radius. Thus, he could sense any person or object entering this realm. The closer they were, the clearer his perception became. In close-quarters combat, it even served as a unique form of 360-degree awareness. At that moment, Aoyama perceived 3 grass ninjas advancing in his right front. They appeared to be returning from a recently completed mission, one of them bearing an injury. Such a minor wound was of little consequence. Simply returning to bite that wretched individual would suffice. Indeed, he thought to himself, I must ensure I take several bites. That scoundrel had the audacity to complain last week, claiming I had deliberately hurt him. This time, I shall surely take a piece of her flesh. And that little girl of hers, her flesh is even more tender. I shall take several bites when the time comes. She treasures her daughter even more than herself. If I threaten that little girl, she will dare not utter a word. Upon hearing this, Aoyama could no longer endure. In an instant, he appeared before the 3 grass ninjas. Who goes there? They questioned, tensing in apprehension. However, upon seeing Aoyama's forehead protector, they relaxed immediately. It was a leaf ninja. Hey, this is our territory as grass ninjas. Why has a leaf ninja appeared here? Given that the leaf and grass ninjas were currently allied, and considering the leaf ninja's reputation for amicability, they harbored no fear of him, perhaps even exhibiting a hint of arrogance. Chingye gazed upon the faces of several individuals, a faint sigh escaping his lips. Many often lament the persistent existence of war in this world, questioning why ninjas must engage in such brutal conflicts with one another. The answer, however, is rather simple. There are far too many entities like you in this world. The 3 grass ninjas sensed something amiss. But it was already too late. Chingye swiftly drew his blade, his movements so rapid that the trio could scarcely react. The Kusanagi sword possesses unparalleled chakra conduction capabilities, allowing Chingye to execute his ninjutsu with effortless precision. Void slash. A visible crescent-shaped wind blade materialized in the air, slicing through the midsection of the 2 ninjas before him in an instant. The last one, due to the distance, managed to narrowly evade the full brunt of the attack. Yet one of his arms was utterly severed. Stop. We are grass ninjas, allies of Konoha. The grass ninja attempted to argue, but Chingye was already upon him. In that moment, the adversary resolved to fight back. However, with one arm incapacitated, he could not form hand seals with just one hand. Instead, he fumbled for a kunai, trying in vain to resist. In the next heartbeat, Chingye was behind him, the Kusanagi sword already sheathed. On the ground lay the 2 ninjas, bisected at the waist, still clinging to life, though it was merely a matter of time. Unless they were the reincarnation of Hashirama Senju, survival after such a grievous injury was utterly impossible. Chingye refrained from further striking down enemies and instead advanced past the 2, heading towards the direction of the grass ninjas. Behind him, the cries of the 2 grass ninjas grew fainter. The village of Grass was not insignificant in size, comparable to nearly half of the Leaf village. Within the broader context of the ninja world, it stood as one of the few prominent ninja villages outside the 5 great nations. However, the quality of its ninjas left much to be desired. The lack of management, education, and a training system was glaringly evident. Although they attempted to emulate the Leaf village by establishing their own ninja school, the instructors often treated the children as mere playthings, subjecting them to arbitrary torment. As a force second only to the 5 great ninja villages, they sent only a single team to participate in the subsequent Chunin exams, highlighting the inadequacy of their training mechanisms. Furthermore, their foundational resources were no match for those of the Leaf village. Even the protective barriers surrounding the village were insufficient to deter Chinya. That evening, he effortlessly infiltrated the village. Standing within the confines of the grass village, he released his chakra, which swiftly painted the surrounding environment in his mind. His ability to perceive using wind was not particularly effective within the village, as the presence of buildings significantly interfered with his senses. Additionally, a sudden gust of wind inside a structure could easily draw attention. Thus, he proceeded with caution. After a brief period, he finally located his objective. He hastened towards it. Inside a modest dwelling, a grass ninja, with a twisted expression, was mercilessly whipping a woman. In the corner of the room, a small girl cowered, trembling in fear. Useless, worthless wretch. After biting you so many times, you still haven't recovered. What good are you? He spat. You vermin of the Uzumaki clan. If we hadn't taken you in, you would have long since perished in some forgotten corner. How dare you show such ingratitude? How dare you look at me with those eyes? The grass ninja continued his tirade, lashing out in a frenzy. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. The woman's gaze was not fixed on him, but rather on something behind him. As a ninja, he possessed basic awareness, and he quickly grasped that something was wrong. He spun around only to find an unfamiliar ninja standing behind him. Most crucially, the forehead protector on the intruder's head bore the emblem of the leaf village, not that of grass. How could a leaf ninja be here? Panic surged within him. He could not allow a leaf ninja to witness the two women. That was the last thought that crossed his mind before a flash of cold steel appeared before him, and he was plunged into darkness. Aoyan supported the lifeless body of the fallen individual, ensuring that the sound of its collapse would not disturb others. Subsequently, he addressed the woman on the ground with a tone of regret. I apologize for subjecting your daughter to this scene. Allow me to pose a question. Do you wish to depart from this place? A flicker of light momentarily ignited in the eyes of the little girl. However, the woman, draped protectively around her, exhibited a palpable wariness in her gaze. Before them stood the survivors of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Karin and her mother. In the original narrative, Karin's mother had already met her demise by the time of her introduction. Yet, Aoyan had arrived several years earlier, and her mother still breathed. Unfortunately, years of torment at the hands of the grass shinobi had left her physically drained, on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, despite Aoyan having just dispatched her abusers, the woman still displayed a significant lack of trust. This, of course, could be attributed to the failings of Konoha. Frankly, Konoha bore an overwhelming burden of guilt. The myriad calamities plaguing the shinobi world could trace their roots back to them, with 7 or 8 out of 10 disasters directly linked to Konoha. It is worth noting that Nagato, who would later obliterate Konoha, was also an orphan of the Uzumaki clan and a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Presently, Karin and her mother too were heirs of the Uzumaki lineage, once a formidable clan that stood shoulder to shoulder with the Uchiha and Senju. The Uzumaki were renowned for their formidable ninja prowess. Their physical constitution was notably robust, often surpassing that of the Senju clan. Indeed, aside from Hashirama Senju, who possessed an innate sage body, the Senju as a whole could not compare to the Uzumaki. The vitality of this clan was remarkable, often giving rise to individuals like Karin and her mother, who could swiftly recover from injuries. A mere bite could release a surge of life force capable of healing others' wounds. An ability akin to a weakened sage body, yet present in far greater numbers than Hashirama alone. Moreover, the total chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan ranked among the highest in the shinobi world, even without the 9 tails within him. Naruto Uzumaki had no cause for concern regarding his chakra supply, not to mention their mastery of sealing techniques and the potential to awaken the powerful Kamisubi. A sensory ability rivaling the Byakugan enabled them to detect malice in others. Their comprehensive attributes were indeed unparalleled in the shinobi realm. Yet, such a formidable clan was extinguished in the blink of an eye. The envy directed at the Uzumaki clan was understandable, given their considerable inherent advantages. In truth, the Uzumaki had long anticipated such a day. They forged a bond with the Senju clan and allied with Konoha. With the wife of Hashirama Senju being a member of the Uzumaki clan, they had believed that aligning with the strongest shinobi village in the world would sufficiently safeguard their clan's future. However, what is truly unexpected is that as the enemy launched their assault, Konoha merely observed from the sidelines. In a previous life, Aoki had encountered numerous interpretations regarding the demise of the Uzumaki clan. A group of humorous netizens analyzed from various angles why the Uzumaki clan met its downfall. Some even suggested that the structure of the Uzumaki village, intertwined with clan affiliations, posed a threat to other ninja villages. Nonetheless, Aoki dismissively retorted that all these explanations were utterly nonsensical. Indeed, they were nothing but sheer folly. When viewed through the lens of reality, there exists but a singular answer. The original author was misguided. However, if one were to consider the world of Naruto itself, it could only be said that the leadership of Konoha was profoundly lacking in wisdom. To reiterate, the entire leadership of Konoha, from its inception with the first Hokage, was fundamentally foolish. The first Hokage was indeed a commendable person, an idealist at heart, yet he was not an effective leader. Frankly speaking, had Uchiha Madara been the Hokage, this world would not have encountered such myriad troubles in subsequent times. Although Madara was later deceived by Black Zetsu, this was merely a consequence of his limited access to information. In reality, had Madara ascended to the position of Hokage from the outset, he would undoubtedly have continued to wage war, joining forces with Hashirama to sweep across the entire ninja world, achieving complete unification. The so-called Susanoo and the Great Buddha. Together they could obliterate 4 nations. This is no exaggeration. Both possessed the capability to do so. Thereafter, the Uzumaki, Kagaya, and the Hozuki clans, all masters of bloodline techniques, would have fallen under his dominion. Provided he could effectively consolidate these resources, within just a few generations, the entire ninja world would have soared to unprecedented heights. Yet, this did not come to pass. Senju Hashirama, out of a sense of benevolence, made the decision to cease warfare. This is justifiable. Yet his anticipated eradication of conflict was nothing short of foolishness. Since his demise, war has never ceased. His successor, Senju Tobirama, could be considered a true genius in the realms of forbidden techniques and ninjutsu research, yet he too exhibited a lack of wisdom in leadership. To speak of the Uchiha as an evil clan, such words could emanate from the mouth of a Hokage, even if such a statement held a grain of truth. This Hokage ought not to have publicly declared it. The moral standing of the Uchiha has little bearing. They represent a crucial fighting force for Konoha, always at the forefront, shedding blood for the village. Consequently, with a single utterance, he effectively severed the strongest clan in Konoha from its mainstream. Moreover, this statement irrevocably influenced his own few foolish successors. At this juncture, it becomes rather intriguing. After the second Hokage uttered those words, he likely experienced regret. Perhaps he truly held such sentiments, yet he understood he should not voice them. Thus, he took Uchiha Kagami as his disciple to mend relations with the Uchiha clan. This maneuver was quite commendable, as it allowed for a member of the Uchiha to ascend within the ranks of Hokage. In time, Uchiha Kagami would succeed the position of Uchiha clan leader. The clan seamlessly re-established its presence at the heart of Konoha, achieving a dual purpose in the process. Ultimately, regardless of which of my disciples succeeded to the title of Hokage, they would share a fraternal bond with the leader of the Uchiha clan, fostering a sense of unity over time. Regrettably, however, after the demise of Kagami, the second Hokage was unable to select another Uchiha disciple before his own untimely death. In truth, the passing of Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, was marked by an irrationality that left Aoyan speechless, as he endeavored to embody the ideals he shared with his elder brother. In that pivotal moment, he truly represented the will of fire. Faced with the circumstances of the time, he chose to sacrifice himself for the sake of the younger generation, epitomizing the enduring spirit of Konoha's will of fire. The leaves that fall from lofty trees ignite and turn to ash, nourishing the roots and enabling the tree to grow taller. This philosophy, proposed by him and his brother Hashirama Senju, was one he practiced in earnest. Thus, despite Aoyan's disdain for Tobirama's leadership abilities, he still regarded both of them as qualified Hokage. As for the third Hokage, there was no way to defend him. The first and second Hokages handled their own affairs personally. During the first Hokage's era, when Uchiha Madara defected, he pursued him without hesitation. The second Hokage, upon returning from negotiations with the Cloud Village, encountered an assassination squad and selflessly chose to remain behind, allowing the younger generation to survive. They were true leaders who embodied the will of fire. In contrast, the third Hokage faced a shortage of personnel on the front lines and decided to hasten the graduation of fresh students to fill the ranks. Konoha's White Fang had garnered too much fame, posing a threat to his chosen successor. The solution was simple: tarnish his reputation. What? He committed suicide? So be it. After all, he was not one of their own. What of Orochimaru conducting human experiments within his own village and taking the lives of numerous villagers? What could be done? Of course, they let him go. A few civilians and ordinary ninjas lost their lives. What did that matter? Orochimaru was one of their own. That was incomparable. It seemed the Uchiha clan held grievances against the village. I can address that. The second Hokage once declared that the Uchiha were a malevolent clan. What? You say he also referred to them as a clan of love? Impossible. He must have only said the former. Indeed, the Uchiha were an evil clan. Thus, it would be simpler to eradicate them entirely. As for taking an Uchiha child as a disciple, that was out of the question. Such a child could potentially become Hokage in the future, and that was absolutely unacceptable. The Hokage must belong to my lineage. What? You claim this would severely weaken Konoha? That's easily remedied. There are countless children in the Ninja Academy. They can simply graduate early to fill the void. Disposable pawns who could rival Konoha in that regard. In summary, regarding the myriad of leadership decisions made by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shangchuan Qingye could only lament that this individual had absorbed none of the virtues, yet had fully embraced the vices. Indeed, it is far easier to learn the ways of wickedness than those of righteousness. When the Whirlpool clan met its demise, Uzumaki Mito was still alive. Regrettably, she had evidently lost her influence within Konoha by that time. Otherwise, it would have been inconceivable for her to stand idly by while her clan was utterly annihilated. Of course, the most audacious maneuver was executed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. What? You say the Whirlpool clan has been attacked? The Whirlpool clan is our ally? This is a question I can answer. An ally, indeed. Just send a few individuals over to witness their demise. Oh, and let us select a suitable one to bring back as a host for the tailed beast. The sheer absurdity of this tactic is beyond description. As Konoha's closest ally, their passive observation not only resulted in the loss of the Whirlpool clan, but also a complete forfeiture of their deterrent power within the ninja world. When your allies can be slaughtered with impunity and you remain silent, what message does that send? It portrays Konoha as a timid entity, inviting others to take advantage. Look at the subsequent arrogance of Kumogakure, boldly infiltrating Konoha to abduct Kushina, and during peace negotiations, storming into the Hyuga clan to kidnap Hinata. They taunted Konoha repeatedly, while Sarutobi Hiruzen remained utterly unresponsive. From the perspective of the common populace, there might be some justification for their reluctance to venture far to assist the Whirlpool clan in battle. Whether the Whirlpool clan ever aided Konoha in conflict is unknown to Qingye, but given the tumultuous warring states period, it is highly probable that they did. Moreover, from a political standpoint, even if Konoha was unwilling to engage in war on behalf of the Whirlpool clan against other ninja villages, they could have employed more sophisticated methods to address the situation. A minimal deployment of troops during the Whirlpool clan's time of need could have facilitated a rescue operation. Whatever the outcome, Konoha would have effortlessly acquired the bloodline of the Whirlpool clan, renowned for its exceptional attributes across the ninja world, significantly enhancing Konoha's overall strength. Crucially, the descendants of the Whirlpool clan, having endured the anguish of their clan's extermination and the subsequent rescue by Konoha, would undoubtedly develop unwavering loyalty to Konoha while harboring profound animosity towards other ninja villages, particularly Kumogakure and Kirigakure. Thus, should war arise, these members of the Whirlpool clan would prove to be formidable warriors, even as cannon fodder, far superior to those mere children who have yet to mature. Aoba finds it utterly incomprehensible to fathom the reasoning behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's thought process. Konoha requires merely one Jinchuriki, hence the decision to bring back only Kushina. However, to speak frankly, a Jinchuriki is a strategic asset of paramount importance. Is one Kushina truly sufficient? What if she encounters unforeseen circumstances during her development? The abundance of alternatives available was disregarded entirely. The concept of strategic reserves is conspicuously absent here. Is this a decision befitting a leader? Consider the aftermath of the downfall of the Uzumaki clan and the choices made by its surviving members. Karui's mother, for instance, preferred to take her to the modest village of Grass rather than the more renowned Konohagakure. The esteemed reputation of Konoha has consistently been a facade presented to its adversaries. At present, when a Konoha ninja appears and slays the Grass ninja who tormented her, Karui's mother does not react with joy. Instead, her instinct is one of caution. Aoki felt a profound sense of helplessness. It was all the misdeeds of those ancient, unyielding figures from Konoha. Regardless of the reasons behind the annihilation of the once mighty Uzumaki clan, the sight of orphans and widows being imprisoned and treated as mere vessels for blood by a horde of brutes shattered Aoki's moral compass. As you can see, I am a ninja of Konoha. However, today I stand not as a representative of the village, but as an individual in my own right. Upon finishing her statement, Aoi noticed a slight relaxation in the gaze of Xianglin's mother. It can only be said that reality is indeed somewhat absurd. The notion that the people of Konoha are wary, while individuals can garner more trust, reveals much about Konoha's standing in the eyes of its allies. Here we are in the village of Grass Ninja, a place from which escape is exceedingly difficult. If you truly wish to rescue us, then take my daughter away. Her name is Uzumaki Xianglin. Before she could complete her thought, Aoy interrupted her. Have you ever considered what Xianglin might endure if I were to take her away? Perhaps I could be a villain myself. My intention in taking her might merely be to use her as a blood donor, or even for human experimentation. Have you contemplated the possibility that if such events were to transpire, she might come to resent you? Moreover, without your companionship, how could she possibly thrive? Xianglin's mother paused momentarily. Then with great difficulty, she rose to her feet. Aoy could distinctly see the multitude of bite marks that marred her exposed skin. This body is already a patchwork of wounds. My body cannot withstand this much longer. I may become a burden to you. This indeed poses a dilemma. Thus, Aoy retrieved a length of rope and instructed Xianglin's mother to lie across his back. He then secured himself and her together with the rope, ensuring her safety. With his left arm, he lifted Xianglin, produced a kunai, and affixed an explosive tag to it. He then addressed Xianglin, asking if she was prepared for their departure. With a firm nod, Xianglin affirmed her readiness. A resounding explosion shattered the tranquility of the hidden grass village, drawing numerous ninjas to the scene as the blast originated from the administrative building. A kunai, seemingly having flown in from nowhere, detonated the roof, creating a gaping hole. The entire village was thrown into disarray as the area was swiftly cordoned off for investigation. As the night wore on, they abruptly realized a significant truth. This attack might merely be a diversion. The vital assets, 2 blood samples from the Uzumaki clan, had inexplicably vanished. Although they seldom acknowledged the importance of these samples, their absence highlighted their true value. Medical ninjas are invaluable assets in any ninja village, apart from Konoha, which has Tsunade's exceptional promotion of a medical ninja system. Other villages lack a structured approach to medical ninjutsu. Consequently, a multitude of grass ninjas surged from their village in pursuit of the missing blood samples. Damn it, when we capture them, I shall teach those 2 a lesson for daring to escape. One exclaimed. Silence, fool. Do you not see the corpse of the builder in the room? It was slain by a master swordsman. They did not flee. Someone took them. Be cautious. The builder did not send out a distress signal. Their captor may be a high-ranking ninja. As the grass ninjas conversed while tracking, their voices carried clearly to Aoy, even from hundreds of meters away. This small team was fortuitously following the right trail. Aoy, bearing 2 individuals and conserving chakra by not sprinting at full speed, did not move particularly quickly. By dawn, a group of grass ninjas that had correctly guessed the direction caught up, yet Aoy remained unperturbed. Primarily, he felt little trepidation regarding the hidden grass village. Compared to the diverse array of ninjas in Konoha, the foundational strength of these smaller villages was exceedingly thin. The presence of just a few secret technique ninjas represented a significant advantage. As they approached, Aoy could distinctly sense their chakra. The strongest among them was no more formidable than an average Chunin from Konoha. Even if Aoba's chakra is diminished, it still reaches the level of a jonin. Moreover, the combat experience of both parties is not even comparable. Chingya has been engaged in a fierce battle with the cloud-hidden ninja at the border for 3 long years. His experience and tactical prowess are on an entirely different level compared to the ninjas from smaller nations who rely on larger powers for survival. In fact, he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing his opponents to catch up. Upon their arrival, he halted, and one of the grass ninjas humorously commanded him to stop before charging straight at him. The 2 sides leaped through the trees in a relentless pursuit, causing a multitude of leaves to cascade down. However, as the 3 grass ninjas moved through the falling foliage, their expression suddenly changed. Unbeknownst to them, 3 explosive tags had been concealed among the leaves, and through some unknown means, these tags adhered to them as they passed by. In the next instant, a series of explosions echoed through the air, resulting in the swift demise of the 3 grass ninjas. In reality, they were members of the grass ninjas Umbu, possessing formidable skills to have pursued him this far. Yet, this is the nature of ninjas, high offense but low defense. Even the strongest, like Kakashi and Jiraiya, could fall prey to a single kunai if they let their guard down, let alone 3 ordinary Umbu ninjas. Following the explosions, Chingya accelerated and vanished from the scene. This time, he employed his wind-based ninjutsu, making himself light as a feather. Instead of treading upon the tree trunks, He glided effortlessly atop the leaves of the trees. To the tracking ninjas behind him, it appeared as though Qingye's footprints had suddenly vanished into thin air. In his arms, Xianglin gazed up at Qingye with wide, sparkling eyes filled with admiration. She had initially anticipated an intense battle, believing that the grass ninjas were formidable foes. She thought that even this older brother before her, no matter how powerful, would have to exert considerable effort to overcome them. Yet, to her astonishment, the three seemingly invincible grass ninjas had been obliterated before they could even reach him. Rather than feeling fear, Xianglin felt a surge of excitement. No one could fathom the experiences she had endured during her time with the grass ninjas. Deep within her heart, she had imagined countless times that if she ever gained power, she would eradicate all those who had bullied her and her mother. Now, she was witnessing the dawn of that power. Qingye seldom bestows names upon his skills. To date, he has officially named only his most frequently employed technique, the Slash of the Void. In essence, the Slash of the Void merely represents the foundational application of this ninjutsu. In the heat of battle, he can execute this move through a myriad of methods. In extreme circumstances, he might even employ the edge of his hand in lieu of a true blade to manifest the Slash of the Void. However, the three inept individuals preceding him were not even worthy of compelling him to draw his sword. This ninjutsu, which harnesses the power of the wind for gliding, Qingye ultimately designated as Wind Release, Pursuit of the Wind, a name that resonates perfectly with his moniker, the Wind Chaser. Nevertheless, Qingye rarely employs this technique in the presence of others, for the intelligence regarding a ninja's skills is of paramount importance. Much like how Orochimaru would exchange the Kusanagi sword for information about Uchiha Itachi, Aoyan harbors a desire to keep his trump card concealed from prying eyes. Thus, he resorts to this technique only when traversing alone and after successfully eliminating his pursuers. After employing the swift movement technique for a while, he descends back to the ground and begins to run steadily along the tree trunk, maintaining a specific rhythm to conserve chakra. The pursuit capabilities of the grass shinobi village are far less formidable than one might presume. In fact, it was not until he reached the borders of the land of grass that the second group of pursuers finally drew near to their position. He braces himself mentally, for the second wave of pursuers is imminent. Qingye's words caused some concern for Xianglin's mother on her back. However, the young Xianglin displayed no fear whatsoever. In fact, she felt a tinge of excitement. Aoyuki is well aware that this young girl would eventually survive under the influence of Orochimaru, even rising to command an entire base as a formidable figure. Aside from her slight obsession with appearances and her infatuation with Sasuke Uchiha, Kenshiro is undoubtedly an exceptional individual. This is precisely why Aoyuki made a special journey to the hidden grass village to rescue her. Beyond Kenshiro's unique ability to heal injuries, she is inherently a remarkably talented person. Aoba has numerous plans for the future, yet he finds himself unable to manage every aspect alone. Thus, he requires a cadre of exceptionally skilled assistants. Among them, Karin has been chosen as his target. This time, the pursuing squad from the grass village is more formidable, comprising 6 members. Their intentions are unmistakably clear, disregarding the diversionary tactics Aoba has employed. They pursue him relentlessly, likely aided by a sensory unit. It is evident that this time, serious measures must be taken. Karin responded emphatically from Aoba's embrace. A sharp whistling sound pierced the air, followed by a barrage of shuriken and kunai in various forms. Suddenly, Aoyan accelerated beneath his feet, evading the attack from behind. However, 3 grass ninjas had already crossed his position, forming a pincer formation with another team. Konoha ninjas? Why have you taken our people? Do you seek to incite war? Aoyan felt an absurdity in the opponent's query. How should he respond? The grass ninjas' words bore a clear implication. If you do not release them, we shall declare war. Yet, in reality, it was evident to those who understood the situation. The 5 villages of the grass ninja were no match for a single leaf ninja. Even during this historically weakened period, Konoha was not one that could be easily shaken by a mere grass ninja village. Therefore, anyone with a modicum of sense would realize that even if Aoyan had indeed taken their people, the grass ninjas would never dare to instigate war. At most, they would send an envoy to Konoha to lament their plight. In truth, the grass ninjas were quite adept at diplomacy. Their alliance with Konoha was a testament to their exceptional diplomatic skills. Essentially, they knew how to ingratiate themselves. War? Do you think you are worthy of such a notion? To be frank, I possess a perfectly legitimate and irrefutable reason to take those 2. However, in the face of your rabble, I can't even be bothered to articulate my rationale. Rest assured, as long as everyone who witnesses me is silenced, there will be no issue whatsoever. So, are you prepared to meet your demise? With that, Aoyan gently set Karin down on the ground, untying the ropes from his back to release her mother as well. Karin, take care of your mother. It will all be over soon. All right. Such a good girl. Aoyan tenderly ruffled Karin's hair before rising and drawing the Kusanagi sword from his back. This time, he refrained from employing the explosive tag traps he had used previously, as they had already raised the opponent's vigilance. Furthermore, it was likely that their team included a sensory ninja, making such crude traps difficult to deceive. Upon witnessing Aoyan draw his sword, several grass ninjas seemed to realize something. It's you, the Leaf Scale Sword, Aoki Kamikawa. Ah. My infamous title has even reached the ears of scum like you. How unfortunate. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Aoyan vanished from the sight of the grass ninjas. Despite the mockery, Aoyan never underestimated any opponent in actual combat. Thus, he unleashed his full strength from the onset. Coupling wind release with the body flicker technique, he surpassed the comprehension of the grass ninjas in an instant. In the next moment, the head of one of the trio before him soared into the air. Yet, the other two, possessing decent skills, managed to evade the subsequent slash. But that was the extent of their luck. The two quickly retreated, hands forming seals in an attempt to release a ninjutsu. However, before they could complete their seals, Aoyan had already appeared before one of them, the Kusanagi sword sweeping across to sever the opponent's throat. Wind release, great breakthrough. At last, the remaining grass ninja completed his ninjutsu. Yet, Aoyan didn't spare a glance, charging directly towards the technique. Meanwhile, a swirling vortex of chakra enveloped him. At the moment of collision with the formidable breakthrough, the two wind release techniques instantaneously negated each other, generating a chaotic airflow that dispersed in all directions. To the astonishment of his opponent, Aoyama deftly navigated through the turbulent winds, appearing directly before him. Wind release was Aoyama's most proficient ninjutsu. Unlike the ninjas from smaller villages who were enamored with various high-powered jutsu, he had devoted himself from the outset to mastering the essence of wind techniques. After refining his wind release to a significant degree, he had reached a level of control akin to that of cinematic wind-based abilities. With a mere thought, he could execute a variety of relatively simple wind techniques. While their power might not be overwhelming, their practicality far surpassed that of high-impact techniques requiring hand seals. After all, ninjas are agile assassins. Ninjutsu merely serves as assistance, and he could effortlessly wield his sword to deliver the final blow. At least during this current phase, such a strategy remained exceptionally sharp. Following the demise of the second ninja, another team finally reacted, preparing to engage. Their strategy was clear. They had no intention of confronting Aoyama head-on, but instead charged directly towards the mother and daughter duo, Karin and her child. Qingye's body shifted swiftly, darting towards Xianglin and her daughter. However, from a visual perspective, it was already too late. Another group of grass ninjas was much closer and had nearly reached the two of them. With a swift motion, Aoba launched two shuriken from his left hand. Yet his aim proved insufficient. The shuriken were easily evaded by the grass ninja, embedding themselves in the trunks of two trees before the mother and daughter. A fortunate turn of events for the grass ninja. He realized the formidable prowess of the leaf ninja before him, but he also discerned a vulnerability. The opponent was deeply concerned for the safety of the mother and daughter. If he could seize them, he might ensure his own survival this day. However, at that moment, an urgent shout erupted from his comrades behind him. Watch out! What was there to be wary of? The leaf ninja was still a considerable distance away, and the shuriken had not struck him. In his haste, the grass ninja could not halt his momentum and dashed towards the mother and daughter. He reached out, intending to seize the mother who stood protectively before her child. Yet, he suddenly sensed something amiss. His perspective felt disconcerting, and he found his gaze inexplicably drawn skyward. No, it wasn't a lack of control. His head had detached. He struggled to turn back, but it was futile. Instead, his severed head rolled upon the ground, revealing the true orchestrator of his demise. The tails of the shuriken were connected by an exceedingly thin wire. Just when he believed the opponent had misfired, the shuriken had cleverly set a simple trap between the trees. Such a rudimentary trap could easily be disowned even by children in a ninja academy. Yet, in that fleeting moment, driven by the desire to surpass the leaf ninja and capture the mother and daughter first, he fell victim to the opponent's cunning, who exploited his frantic mindset to orchestrate this fatal snare. The foremost grass ninja met his end, while those behind him narrowly dodged the peril. Though one sustained an injury to his hand, only the last of them, a perceptive ninja, successfully evaded the trap in its entirety. The recent maneuvers executed by Aoy are worthy of inclusion in the tactical compendium of traditional ninjas. In the briefest of moments, he adeptly exploited the enemy's desire for victory, swiftly turning the tide of battle. This fleeting hesitation granted him ample time to retreat. By the time the remaining two grass ninjas reformed their ranks, he had successfully fortified his position. In the blink of an eye, the roles of attack and defense shifted. After neutralizing the second wave of pursuers, Aoy quickly ushered the mother and daughter into the territory of the Land of Fire. However, to his surprise, another group of grass ninjas brazenly pursued him, crossing the border into the Land of Fire. This indicates that the formidable village hidden in the leaves seems to exert little deterrent effect over the grass ninjas. Fortunately, the pursuing grass ninjas did not dare to venture too far, as the border of the Land of Fire is patrolled by Konoha's sentries. While wandering through uninhabited areas may be inconsequential, being detected by the watchtower would classify their actions as illegal intrusion, potentially escalating to a crisis of war. It is not that foreign ninjas are prohibited from entering the Land of Fire. Rather, they must adhere to proper military protocols for entry. The few grass ninjas, unable to capture Aoy, ultimately retreated, unwilling to pursue further. At last, we are safe. Chingya laid down the two women. After a long journey, he had even vanquished 6 grass ninjas along the way. Chingya, indeed, felt quite fatigued. As always, his chakra was limited, whether in travel or combat. He had to manage his resources meticulously. In the wilderness, he discovered a cave, where he consumed a soldier's meal pill, restoring a significant portion of his chakra. Subsequently, he hunted a few pheasants and hares, roasting them for dinner. After indulging in a hearty meal, the weary Xianglin fell into a deep slumber in her mother's embrace. Upon witnessing this, Aoba retrieved a blanket from the ceiling scroll and presented it to Xianglin's mother. "Thank you," she said softly, gently laying Xianglin down before draping the blanket over her. Afterwards, Xianglin's mother rose and, with great solemnity, performed a deep bow to Aoba. "I am Uzumaki Yumi, and I am sincerely grateful for your assistance." Chingya rose to assist her. "There is no need for such gratitude. My rescue of you serves my own purposes. In the future, you may find yourselves in my service." Ayin did not conceal her intention of requiring 2 individuals to serve her. Xianglin's mother was, therefore, unsurprised. In this world, love does not exist without reason. The other party, taking such significant risks to rescue both of them from the grass ninja village, must have had a purpose. However, it appears that the other party's affection for Xianglin is genuine. Regardless, they are undoubtedly a master infinitely superior to the one from the grass ninja village. As long as the gentleman treats Xianglin well and ensures her a safe and fulfilling life, we are willing to serve him. Unfortunately, my body may not endure for much longer. Chingya gently lifted the sleeve of the other party, observing the myriad of scars etched upon it, and let out a sigh. "Your predicament is indeed grave. Those relentless grass ninjas have inflicted significant damage upon you. However, do not succumb to despair. I shall not treat you as they have. As long as you refrain from recklessly expending your vitality, you will undoubtedly endure far longer than you could ever imagine. The constitution of your Uzumaki clan is far more robust than you realize. Furthermore, I possess a method that could save you. However, it requires time to implement. Therefore, if you wish to prevent your daughter from becoming an orphan, and if you desire to accompany her as she grows, you must persevere. Trust me, I will save you. Who would willingly choose death when life remains? Especially with Yumi and Sakurako as your daughters. Thank you, sir. I shall strive to survive, for Sakurako, for you, and for myself," Chingya added. After a night of rest, Chingya set forth with the mother and daughter towards Konoha. Given the rare opportunity for freedom, he did not feel rushed. With the threat of pursuers no longer looming, they began their journey at a leisurely pace. However, he now faced a pressing dilemma, whether to return Sakurako and her mother to Konoha or to settle them outside its borders. If he chose to bring them back, should he conceal their identity as members of the Uzumaki clan? These were the questions he needed to confront, and he found himself in a quandary. After much contemplation, he concluded that leaving them outside Konoha was not feasible. At that moment, Konoha was beset by internal and external troubles, with other great nations stirring restlessly. Although the original plot had not erupted into full-scale war, various frictions were inevitable. Along the journey, he even heard reports that Kumogakure had begun to amass troops along the border. In such a precarious situation, countless spies and bounty hunters lurked around Konoha. This mother and daughter possessed little means of self-defense. Should they attract attention, Chingya would not be able to rescue them in time. Thus, bringing them back to Konoha became imperative. Yet, safety was not guaranteed even within its walls. Not to mention, if Danzo were to discover their abilities, the outcome would be dire. At present, Chingya found himself unable to contend with Danzo, who wielded control over the entire root organization. However, concealing their identity seemed nearly impossible. While hair color could be altered, sending Sakurako to school would inevitably reveal their lineage. Especially with the third Hokage, that old lecher, constantly employing his spying techniques. Danzo's route was rife with informants. While they might remain hidden temporarily, such concealment could not endure indefinitely. Chingya had initially hoped to let Yumi make the decision herself, but she expressed her ignorance regarding the internal dynamics of Konoha, rendering her incapable of making an informed judgment. Ultimately, Chingya resolved to bring them back and to disclose their identity openly. Given Danzo's nature, the more one attempted to conceal the truth, the more perilous the situation would become upon his discovery. Thus, he decided to present them as unfortunate descendants of the Uzumaki clan without pretense. In contrast, it is relatively safer. However, this assurance is not absolute. Aoyama still needs to take certain measures to enhance the security of the situation. Upon reaching the gates of Konoha, he calculated the time that had elapsed since he embarked on his mission over a month ago. At the entrance, utilizing his status as a genin, he vouched for the two individuals, successfully passing the scrutiny of the two gatekeepers. Yet, before he could reach home, he encountered a messenger from the Umbu. Aoyama, proceed immediately to the Hokage's office for your report. Understood, he replied, though he did not head directly to the Hokage's office. Instead, he first took the mother and daughter to his residence. Well, I live alone, so it's a bit messy here. Please bear with it for now. I'll tidy up when I return. Listen, Yumi, this is Konoha. For the most part, it is quite safe, but I cannot guarantee absolute security. Therefore, please refrain from wandering about and stay here until I come back. And don't forget our previously discussed strategy. Understood, sir. Yumi's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded in agreement. She then entered the house, cradling Karin, who had fallen asleep once more. The little girl likely struggled to sleep well in the grass village, constantly on edge. However, traveling with Aoyama, she seemed to sleep more soundly, often dozing off on his back during their journey. After making a simple arrangement for the two, Aoyama turned and made his way toward the Hokage building. Upon arrival, the Konoha F4 had been waiting for quite some time. Aside from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the other three members expressed clear dissatisfaction regarding Aoyama's tardiness. Nevertheless, Aoyama paid them little heed. In Konoha, one would lose at least a decade of life if they were overly concerned with the opinions of the Konoha F4. Thus, it was better to disregard them. Aoyama, why have you returned so late? Your teammates reported back 2 weeks ago. You have delayed your return by a fortnight. Surely you should provide an explanation for this? The two evergreens, the advisors, were the first to voice their grievances. Danzo, unusually, remained silent. In truth, Aoyama could sense Danzo's mild interest in him, albeit not significant. Upon reflection, it was clear that this stemmed from Aoyama's perceived lack of talent. Danzo favored individuals with exceptional abilities, such as those possessing unique bloodline traits or secret techniques. To him, Aoyama, who had ascended to his rank through sheer physical prowess, was regarded as inferior with limited potential. Hence, Danzo's scrutiny was not as pronounced as that of the other two advisors. It's quite simple. I was injured. The intelligence provided by Konoha regarding Orochimaru was severely flawed, failing to indicate that he possessed such formidable summoning beasts. During our assault on the base, we were scattered by these creatures. I sustained injuries while fleeing, and my escape route deviated. Consequently, it took me longer to return to Konoha. However, according to reports from Root, Orochimaru primarily targeted members of that organization. From where does your injury arise? This was also the source of Danzo's displeasure. This operation was, in fact, a premeditated agreement between him and Orochimaru. I would stage a token offensive, and he would relinquish the space. I promised to compensate for any losses incurred. In this manner, Orochimaru would not suffer any substantial detriment, while Danzo's roots could assert their presence. However, to my astonishment, Orochimaru seemed to have an unexpected lapse in judgment. Suddenly, he betrayed us, leaving Konoha's forces in disarray and devastation. Of the 4 from the roots, 3 perished. The sole survivor reported that he had been slain by Orochimaru himself. Indeed, I did not face Orochimaru's direct pursuit. Rather, it was one of his subordinates. If I am not mistaken, the adversary in question hails from the Hidden Mist Village. A member of the Kagaya clan, possessing the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit. That youth demonstrated formidable strength, and his bloodline limit posed a significant counter to my tactics. I was not his equal, and it took considerable effort for me to barely escape. As Chinya began to speak, Danzo immediately understood that he was referring to Kimimaro. Having collaborated with Orochimaru for many years, he was well aware of this adept subordinate. Hence, Chinya's words were entirely logical. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, "All right, Chinya. This is merely a routine briefing. We do not intend to hold you accountable. In truth, the mission's failure stemmed from a lack of intelligence. Principally, the responsibility does not rest upon you. However, I have heard that you brought back a mother and daughter from outside and even guaranteed their stay in Konoha. Indeed. I encountered them at the borders of the Fire Country, being pursued by bandits, and I rescued them. Little did I know, they have significant ties to Konoha. They are descendants of the Uzumaki clan. The girl's name is Uzumaki Karin, and her mother is Uzumaki Yumi. That explains it. Their distinctive red hair is indeed a hallmark of the Uzumaki clan. Once our allies, it is only natural for Konoha to provide refuge. However, even with your guarantee, some vetting procedures are necessary. After all, the Uzumaki clan possesses notable ninja talents. We must proceed with caution. That is only reasonable. I have no objections. Good to hear you understand. Since they are of the Uzumaki lineage, the village can allocate a monthly stipend for them. As for their living arrangements, well, they can reside with me. They have already consented to this. That is reassuring. With you looking after them, I feel at ease. The descendants of the Uzumaki clan are friends of Konoha. You must take good care of them. Now, let's conclude this meeting. You have just returned home. Go rest. Sarutobi Hiruzen once again assumed the role of the benevolent elder, bringing the inquiry to a close. This left the other two advisors somewhat dissatisfied. Hiruzen. He clearly has much to conceal. The loyalty of Kamikawa Chinya is questionable. I comprehend your sentiments. Do not forget. Anyone exiled to the border outpost for 3 years, with a J-Nin promotion report withheld for over a year, will undoubtedly harbor some grievances. Chinya must surely feel resentment towards Konoha. However, this is not a grave concern. I believe he still holds affection for the village. Moreover, he is no longer young. I have seen Uzumaki Yumi. Despite her travel-worn appearance, she possesses a notable beauty. This young man may have developed other intentions. I trust he will soon form strong bonds within Konoha. When that time comes, the rift between him and the village will naturally dissipate. You have also seen the reports from Shippuden. Chinya's combat prowess is undoubtedly at the elite J-Nin level. We require such talent. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Chinya let out a sigh of relief. This ordeal had been far less daunting than he had anticipated. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's intervention, the matter concerning Karin and her mother was no longer an issue. Danzo's disdain for his own mediocrity turned out to be a blessing. In the future, Konoha should enjoy a few years of tranquility. As Aoy made his way to the commercial street, he contemplated purchasing some meat and vegetables from the market. Although Shampo belonged to the Uzumaki clan, her physique was frail and emaciated, clearly indicative of malnutrition. It seemed she had never truly had her fill during her time in the Hidden Grass Village. If she were to realize her potential in the future, it was imperative to nurture her well from this point onward. Upon returning home, he was struck by an unfamiliar sensation as he opened the door. A closer inspection revealed that the entire courtyard had been meticulously cleaned, devoid of even a single fallen leaf. Entering the house, he found Yumi diligently polishing the tables and chairs. The kitchen had also been tidied up in advance. You're back, sir. Let me take that, Yumi said, reaching out to accept the vegetables from his hands. Shampo, sir has bought a plethora of vegetables. You are in for a treat this time. Chinya cannot be considered financially constrained. Primarily, during his time at the border, he had no avenues for expenditure. All his wages have been saved. And the spoils from the battle against Yuan blood have also yielded a considerable sum. With these funds, sustaining 2 mouths is hardly a challenge. However, when it comes to advancing his personal strength, the resources at his disposal are merely a drop in the bucket. In this regard, it seems the resolution lies with Orochimaru. In the days that followed, aside from undertaking missions, Chinya dedicated his time to nurturing Xianglin's health, while also imparting to her the fundamentals of ninja skills. Thus, over the course of more than a month, life continued. One day, Xianglin suddenly cried out in the courtyard, "There's a snake." For a ninja like Orochimaru, who has mastered the art of serpentine manipulation, Chingye could not help but admire his prowess. The white snake slithering on the ground was unmistakably a symbol of Orochimaru. He gestured for Yumi to escort Xianglin indoors while he took the white serpent into another room. Once alone, the white snake, seeing no one around, opened its mouth and expelled a scroll. Chingye unfurled the scroll, and amidst a cloud of white smoke, Orochimaru himself appeared before him. No, it could not possibly be the real Orochimaru. This individual, no matter how audacious, would never dare to enter so brazenly. This must be some form of special clone, utilizing the white snake to execute a prearranged reverse summoning technique to manifest before Chingye. Such a tactic is exceedingly sophisticated and convenient, yet not entirely without countermeasures. Should Konoha take notice, the barrier division could certainly seal off such reverse summoning. Lord Orochimaru, it has been quite some time, Chingye greeted. Ah, Chingye-kun, how I have missed you. I am eager to engage in our next transaction, Orochimaru replied with a chuckle. Such eagerness surprised Chingye. He had anticipated that Orochimaru would reach out in about 6 months. Yet, to his astonishment, it was only 3 months later that he made contact again, employing such a perilous method. This could only indicate one thing. Orochimaru had likely tested the information Chingye provided firsthand. Although Uchiha Itachi seemingly holds a decisive advantage over Orochimaru, the reality of ninja confrontations hinges heavily on intelligence. With Orochimaru's capabilities, if adequately prepared, Itachi might not emerge unscathed. Of course, this presupposes that neither party has fought to their utmost. Otherwise, with Itachi unleashing his full power, including the use of Tenkafubu, Orochimaru would have met his end. However, it is likely that Itachi, wishing to preserve his eyes for Sasuke, would refrain from engaging Orochimaru in a death struggle. Nonetheless, this indicates that Orochimaru must have validated the accuracy of Chingye's intelligence, which is why he is so keen to pursue further transactions. Chingye contemplated for a moment before speaking. Very well, what information does Lord Orochimaru seek? The Rinnegan. I desire intelligence regarding the Rinnegan. Frankly, this may be the most invaluable information currently within the entire ninja realm. While my knowledge is limited, its worth remains incalculable. Ah, Chingye, I must admit my curiosity towards you grows by the moment. These concealed secrets elude even my grasp, yet you possess knowledge of them. Rest assured, I understand your stipulation, a fair exchange. I am prepared on my end as well. Excellent, let us commence. To begin, the Rinnegan possesses a multitude of abilities. However, my understanding is confined to those exhibited by the leader of Akatsuki. Furthermore, I must clarify one point in advance. Lord Orochimaru, although I have never been affiliated with Akatsuki, I believe that the individual you encountered as their leader is not the true leader. What do you mean by that? This is one of the Rinnegan's capabilities. The figure you have seen is likely a special puppet created through the Rinnegan, a puppet far more advanced than conventional techniques. The leader of Akatsuki can perceive all that the puppet witnesses, as if he were present himself. Concurrently, the puppet is capable of utilizing the unique abilities of the Rinnegan. There are, in total, 6 such puppets. The final statement caused a subtle shift in Orochimaru's expression, although he had never directly engaged with the leader. He was acutely aware of the prowess of the members within Akatsuki. As far as he knew, the leader was the very individual they had encountered, with no other person ever having appeared. This implied that a mere puppet had subdued those formidable rogue ninjas. Remarkably, there existed 6 such puppets. The puppet you have encountered is known as Devapath. It can wield 2 abilities of the Rinnegan, Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin. Shinra Tensei is a repulsive force capable of repelling all objects, ninjutsu, and even energy. When unleashed, it manifests as the perfect blend of offense and defense in ninjutsu. Conversely, Bansho Tenin acts in opposition, drawing people, objects, or ninjutsu towards itself, representing absolute control and technique. Upon reaching this point, Aoy refrained from continuing. Despite his profound understanding of the abilities possessed by the other 5, divulging too much information all at once seemed rather absurd. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that if he revealed everything, Orochimaru would be unable to offer a commensurate exchange. It is worth noting that this intelligence had been earned at the cost of Jiraiya's life, rendering its value unmistakable. This constitutes the entirety of my knowledge regarding the powers of the Rinnegan. I am certain that the Rinnegan possesses even more abilities that have yet to be unveiled, primarily because, within the current ninja world, there may be no one deemed worthy enough to manifest those powers in their entirety. Ah, I see. I acknowledge this information. Aoy-kun, please articulate your request. What is it that you desire? Sealing techniques. I require comprehensive documentation on sealing techniques, from the fundamentals to the intricacies. Lord Orochimaru's expertise in sealing techniques is exceedingly high. I trust this will not pose a problem. Sealing techniques? One cannot help but note that Aoi's requests consistently take Orochimaru by surprise. Apart from the initial transaction, which involved acquiring a Kusanagi sword, and the second, which bewildered Orochimaru as Aoy requested a sample of Danzo's blood, this time he anticipated Aoy would ask for some forbidden technique under his command, or perhaps another Kusanagi sword. For swordsmen are typically not resistant to such enticements. Yet, Aoy astonishingly opted for documentation on sealing techniques. Very well. I shall compile a comprehensive dossier on sealing techniques for you shortly. Now, let us proceed. Clearly, the scant information provided earlier was far from sufficient to satiate Orochimaru's appetite. He yearned for more. Shinya pondered for a moment and realized that the previous information regarding the Rinnegan was indeed rather scant. Primarily, Orochimaru likely lacked the means to verify such details with Itachi. To put it bluntly, if Orochimaru were to recklessly seek trouble with Nagato at this juncture, he would probably find himself facing a curse mark reincarnation. Very well, Shinya acquiesced to the continuation of the transaction. What I wish to ascertain next is the origin of the Rinnegan. Orochimaru's inquiry was somewhat ambiguous, yet Shinya comprehended his intent. He simply had not anticipated that the other party would consider such a point. This inquiry is also one I have been pursuing. I can only divulge to you the portion of knowledge that I possess. Certainly, I trust that you, Shinya-kun, will not disappoint me. Aoba selectively divulged information. He needed to ensure that Orochimaru felt a substantial gain, while simultaneously preventing any avarice from taking root within him. Therefore, he had to carefully consider his responses. Regarding this matter, my current conclusion is that the Rinnegan likely evolved from the Sharingan. Conversely, Orochimaru himself is infatuated with the Sharingan, so it would be prudent to allow him to continue his obsession with it. When Aoba articulated this answer, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He was taken aback that the secret of the Rinnegan lay within his grasp. Surely, there must be some special conditions involved. For the Uchiha clan has not produced a pair of Rinnegan in all these years. Wait a moment, are you implying that the leader of the Akatsuki organization is an Uchiha? I cannot say for certain. I can only assert that, theoretically, this is a possibility. Fascinating. I am beginning to feel that the shinobi world is far more intriguing than I had anticipated. Aoba, I owe you a debt of gratitude for this information. Speak. What do you desire in exchange for this revelation? Shinya pondered for a moment before speaking. I require the original cells and a set of equipment, specifically, apparatus for human experimentation. The original cells could be regarded as an extraordinary asset in the world of shinobi, akin to a game-breaking advantage. However, few possess the fortitude to wield such power. After years of experimentation in Konoha, only Yamato succeeded. It is said that for Danzo to control it, he needed 10 Sharingan to suppress it. These facts underscore the extreme peril associated with the original cells. Orochimaru once harbored an obsession with them, only to realize he could not endure such a burden, ultimately turning to the Sharingan instead. Now, as Shinya spoke, it stirred many thoughts within him. Had Shinya discovered a method for the safe transplantation of the original cells? If that were the case, he would not need to broker a deal with Orochimaru. Konoha was similarly conducting such experiments. But do you understand what it means to transplant the original cells? Of course, Shinya replied. However, Lord Orochimaru, have you forgotten something? What? I am merely a civilian ninja. I lack the mentorship of a Hokage, the inheritance of clan secret arts, and the privilege of a bloodline limit. In this world, no matter how diligently I strive, my potential is inherently constrained. For years, I have devoted myself to training and chakra extraction, yet the totality of my chakra is less than 1/10 of yours, Lord Orochimaru. This is the lament of we civilian ninjas. By fortuitous chance, I have acquired this intelligence, and now I must transform it into my own strength. Ah, I see. Orochimaru mused. Shinya, you too seek power. I increasingly feel that you should come to me. This is the most suitable place for you to realize your potential. I am grateful for your recognition, Lord Orochimaru. I will give this choice serious consideration. That is commendable. I hold great expectations for you, Shinya. In that case, let this transaction conclude here, Lord Orochimaru. You cannot linger for long. There may be ANBU monitoring around my residence. Huh, the third remains as ever, I see. Very well. I shall send you what you need shortly. With that, Orochimaru transformed into a mass of mud, while the white snake dissipated into smoke and vanished. Xingye let out a slight sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Each transaction with Orochimaru felt like a mental duel. He understood that the moment he revealed even the slightest weakness, that cunning individual would strip him of everything. In every exchange, he divulged a wealth of authentic and valuable intelligence, yet it was invariably incomplete. This strategy was a safeguard against Orochimaru's deceitfulness, while simultaneously preserving the worth of his information. Orochimaru was acutely aware that Xingye was withholding certain truths, yet the substantial gains from each meeting compelled him to restrain himself from resorting to violence. However, such peaceful negotiations could not endure indefinitely. Xingye's demands were numerous, and Orochimaru's appetite would only grow. Eventually, there would come a day when Orochimaru would turn against him, seeking to extract every piece of knowledge stored within his mind in one fell swoop. Before that fateful day arrived, Xingye needed to ensure he could grow strong enough to engage in a civil discourse with Orochimaru, or even possess the capability to suppress him. To this end, he devised a series of plans, with the cultivation of sage arts taking precedence. His affinity for natural energy had reached a remarkably high level. Absorbing it no longer left him feeling stiff. At this pace, he believed that within 2 months, he would be ready to tentatively attempt to attain his sage mode. Once he mastered this transformation, his strength would ascend to an entirely new echelon, potentially elevating him to at least the rank of an elite jonin, if not closer to that of a Kage. Yet, the reason he could not attain Kage-level prowess lay in his limited chakra reserves. Sage mode does not solely rely on natural energy, at least in its initial stages. It requires a blend of natural energy, chakra, and mental strength. The infusion of natural energy enhances a portion of his chakra and bolsters the potency of his jutsu. However, with an insufficient chakra pool, this enhancement remains constrained, a classic illustration of the barrel theory, where the shortest plank limits the height of the entire barrel. As long as this issue remained unresolved, his potential would perpetually be restricted. Xingye contemplated a solution, the transplantation of cells from Hashirama. However, the execution of this plan would necessitate time and extensive experimentation. Additionally, Xingye harbored another vulnerability. As a ninja of common origins, his reserves in the realms of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu were woefully inadequate. He had traversed into this world during his time at the Ninja Academy. Yet, it was well known that Konoha's academy only taught the basic transformation techniques. Despite his relentless studying and outstanding performance in theoretical courses, it proved largely ineffectual. Aside from the transformation techniques, he had inherited merely one D-rank ninjutsu known as Wind Release, Wind Scythe from his deceased parents. Indeed, aside from the transformation techniques, that was the extent of his ninjutsu repertoire. Building upon this wind technique, he had developed a technique called Slash of the Void. Following 3 years of hard-fought skirmishes on the border against the Cloud Village, he gradually crafted additional complementary taijutsu techniques. Moreover, there exists the formidable electromagnetic cannon. However, that is the extent of it. He possesses a modicum of medical ninjutsu, acquired during his tenure as an experimental assistant under Orochimaru, including sage techniques. These constitute the entirety of his combat abilities. In stark contrast, the original Kakashi is knowledgeable in over 1,000 ninjutsu. Figures such as Jiraiya and Itachi Uchiha wield an array of curious and extraordinary techniques, alongside an abundance of divine weaponry. These elements form the foundation of a ninja, representing their utmost potential. Yet, these attributes are entirely lacking in Konoha. Thus, his primary objective is to enhance his chakra reserves. His secondary aim is to accumulate and fortify his foundational skills. After Orochimaru's departure, Konoha stepped out of the room, only to glimpse through the crack of the adjacent door, where Conan was peering curiously. "It's all right now. You need not worry. The serpent has departed." "Ah, that is such a relief. I have an aversion to snakes. They evoke a sense of revulsion within me." "Indeed, I too share that sentiment. It is, in truth, the unsettling nature of Orochimaru's serpentine jutsu that causes such discomfort." "All right, Conan, come here so I may examine your health." "Very well." Although Aoba is not a professional medical ninja, he acquired knowledge in this field while under the tutelage of Orochimaru. He had contemplated pursuing the path of medical ninjutsu, which seemed somewhat safer. However, he found the limitations of that path unsatisfactory, and being in this world, how could he not aspire for higher levels of power? Karin, though still young and having endured numerous bites, possesses a robust constitution. After a period of ample nourishment and care, her body has rapidly recuperated, and even the bite marks on her skin are beginning to fade. Your recovery is remarkable. At this pace, in another week, You will be perfectly fine. By then, you can attend school. School? I have to go to school? Aoba and I don't want to. Karin instinctively began to whine, but Aoba firmly refused her. School is essential. I often have missions and lack the time to instruct you. Education will provide you with a solid foundation in ninja knowledge. Most importantly, it will allow you to meet companions. Do not worry, the students in Konoha are quite decent compared to those in the grass village. Once you attend, you will make new friends, which will benefit your growth. In truth, Aoba harbored another reason for insisting on her schooling. Karin is a member of the Uzumaki clan, with a basic chakra response within her. If he did not permit her to attend school, it would raise suspicions. As he often reminded her, Konoha is not entirely safe. With Danzo lurking, he must remain vigilant. Allowing Karin to attend school openly would, in fact, dispel prying eyes. Yumi was aware of this reasoning, but Aoba typically refrained from explaining it to the young Karin. In contrast to Karin, Yumi's condition was far less optimistic. Despite her recent care, her body had ceased to deteriorate, but that was the extent of it, no further improvement. It is worth noting that Yumi is not significantly older than Aoba, being merely 24 or 25 years of age. Given the constitution of their Uzumaki lineage, she should have recovered swiftly. The inability to heal indicates that her life essence has been excessively depleted. The grass ninja treated her with disdain, deliberately inflicting bites that left her body nearly exhausted. Sir, you may be direct with me. How much longer can I expect to live? I've told you, just call me Aoba. Considering your current condition, you have approximately 2 to 3 years left. That is sufficient. At the very least, I can accompany Karin during these final moments. Do not be overly pessimistic. I mentioned that I possess a method to save you, though it requires time and entails certain risks. I trust you. When the time comes, inform me. No matter the risk, I am willing to try. I will. Yumi's situation is indeed quite complex. She is excessively depleted of life force, rather than being injured in the conventional sense. Therefore, the act of biting into fragrant phosphorus is utterly futile. Recently, Aoy has meticulously studied the unique physiology of the two individuals. Initially, he presumed that their ability to heal injuries stemmed from their blood. However, he later realized that this was not entirely the case. While their blood does harbor immense vitality, it alone could not account for the rapid recovery observed, as blood must be absorbed by the body to facilitate the transfer of its life force. The reality is that at the moment they are bitten, vitality flows from their bodies along with the blood, directly entering the assailant's system. This mechanism accounts for the swift healing effect. However, such restoration is limited to superficial wounds and does not replenish the essence of life within the recipient. Thus, the notion of having Yumi bite Shirori proves to be unfeasible. This presents a highly intricate dilemma. Even for Aoy, a professional in the field, unraveling the secrets of this phenomenon is not an immediate endeavor. He surmises that the act of biting may only allow for a superficial manipulation and absorption of vitality. To truly replenish Yumi's life essence, a deeper method must be employed, though the specifics of such an approach remain elusive for the time being. Aoyama has made a resolute decision, should this path prove unfeasible. She will forge her own way by transplanting the cells of Hashirama. If successful, this endeavor could undoubtedly replenish and even enhance her vitality. A week later, reluctantly, Karin was ushered to school by Aoyama. After completing several missions in succession, Aoyama finally managed to secure an extended leave. Subsequently, she commenced her research in the basement of her home. Orochimaru demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Within 3 days, the materials concerning sealing techniques and various experimental apparatuses were delivered. To be candid, Aoyama harbored a deep envy for Orochimaru's seemingly inexhaustible resources and wealth. Acquiring such items independently would have cost her tens of millions, if not over 100 million ryo, yet Orochimaru generously provided them without hesitation. Aoyama then transformed her basement into a laboratory, advancing her research endeavors. The Hashirama cells had arrived, yet another critical condition remained unmet, preventing any immediate action. Her current focus remained on Karin. The nature of Karin's constitution was undeniably practical. However, Aoyama was not the kind to exploit a young girl as a mere reservoir of life force. Nevertheless, she found herself coveting such an effect. Thus, Aoyama devised a plan to periodically extract a portion of Karin's vitality, storing it for emergencies without compromising the girl's health. The little girl's life force was exceptionally vigorous, although an entire village of grass shinobi could not serve as a sufficient reservoir. Drawing a syringe of blood weekly would have minimal impact on her well-being. However, This raised a pertinent issue, as previously mentioned. Karin's vitality resided not solely in her blood, but also overflowed beyond it. This overflow was the very essence that facilitated rapid recovery from injuries. Aoyama's objective was to discover a method to encapsulate this surplus vitality, crafting it into a restorative potion. Achieving this would necessitate the integration of medical techniques with sealing arts, which was precisely why she sought Orochimaru's expertise in sealing techniques. Much of her research aimed to delve deeper into this subject, making sealing arts indispensable. Karin approached her schooling with genuine happiness. Indeed, she was truly delighted. Remarkably, this was only her second week attending school. Perhaps the incompetence of the grass shinobi had left her yearning for a semblance of a normal childhood, as her experiences at the Konoha school provided her with a taste of such life. Karin's enrollment was hardly a momentous occasion. Moreover, Aoyama discerned that the upper echelons of Konoha had eased their scrutiny towards her, facilitating a smooth transition into school. However, due to Karin's rudimentary foundation, she did not ascend to the same level as Sasuke and Naruto, but rather found herself a tier below them. This outcome was, in fact, Aoyama's intention, as she preferred that Karin not become too entwined with the Konoha 12. Each of those children was either endowed with familial legacies or bore the burden of being Jinchuriki. The gaze of many upon her is overwhelming. In the future, Xianglin will undoubtedly engage in various experiments, accumulating numerous secrets along the way. Having too many observers is, in fact, not necessarily a boon. In this realm, Xianglin finds that there are not numerous scions of noble families. Rather, the ranks are filled with commoners, leading to a joyous existence during her school days. Unlike Naruto, though she may not possess the academic prowess of Sakura, her performance remains commendable. Perhaps it is the awareness of how hard-won her current life is that drives her to study diligently, solidifying her grasp of theoretical knowledge. After reviewing Xianglin's homework, Xingye felt a sense of satisfaction. Well then, that will be all for today. Those little rascals outside are your friends, aren't they? They've been waiting for quite some time. Go on and play, but remember to return for dinner this evening. I know. You're more talkative than Mom. Xianglin replied, waving her hand as she dashed out the door to join her companions. Behind Aoy, Yumi gazed at the silhouette of Karin, her eyes momentarily glistening with emotion. Aoy, I am truly grateful to you. There is no need for such formality. To witness a child's joyful and healthy growth is, in itself, a profound delight. Your perspective is truly uncharacteristic of a ninja. What exactly is a ninja? Who determines this definition? I have always believed that each person's heart holds its own answer, as long as one remains steadfast to their true self. That is the correct path. You are indeed different from the other ninjas I have encountered. Perhaps so. Well then, let us continue. You shall be my assistant. After every mission, Aoy would dive headfirst into the laboratory. His study of sealing techniques had already persisted for some time. His capacity for learning is remarkably strong, bolstered by his formidable mental prowess and the foundational abilities he acquired in his previous life. He quickly grasped the fundamentals of sealing techniques. In the world of Naruto, sealing techniques are utilized extensively. The most common form is the scrolls used for sealing materials. However, these scrolls do not require the user to perform the sealing techniques themselves. Rather, the techniques are pre-drawn on the scrolls. The user merely needs to infuse chakra to activate or deactivate them, making it a rather simplistic operation. Furthermore, these scrolls are quite costly to produce and are easily damaged, often rendered useless after just a few uses. After Xingye comprehended the fundamental logic of sealing techniques, he did not delve into the study of other advanced sealing arts. Instead, he sought a method that did not exist in this world. He aspired to encapsulate the life force that overflowed when extracting blood from Xianglin, sealing it along with the blood to create a potion that could be utilized at any moment. This endeavor necessitated a compact, yet intricately precise, sealing formula. Xingye referenced numerous sealing techniques and endeavored to develop a suitable one of his own. This was no trivial task. It surpassed the complexity of his previous work on ninja body techniques by more than a fold. Fortunately, Xingye possessed ample resources. Orochimaru, the esteemed Hokage, indeed had a wealth of remarkable materials at his disposal. It was likely that apart from the Shiki F gene, a sealing technique known only to the Hokage, he had nearly all the sealing technique records documented in Konoha. Xingye had previously encountered numerous failures. However, he had also amassed considerable experience. The intricate technique was now nearing completion, and he was poised to conduct the final tests. Before him lay a complex array of symbols. With a metallic cylinder the size of a syringe at its core, containing the blood of Xianglin. At this moment, the vital essence within the blood had been successfully preserved. Yet, the technique remained overly intricate and expansive, falling short of Qingye's aspirations. His objective was to condense the technique into a vessel no larger than a syringe. In doing so, whether for injection or direct consumption, it would offer greater convenience and ease of transport. Qingye placed her hands upon the circumference of the cylindrical object, infusing it with her chakra. After a brief moment, the intricate seals upon the table began to undulate slowly, akin to a living entity, gradually ascending the metallic form. The delicate and complex inscriptions manifested upon the surface of the cylinder. As Qingye manipulated the seals, she attentively sensed the changes occurring within the blood contained inside the cylinder. The entire process was not particularly complicated. However, it demanded a significant amount of chakra and an exceptional degree of chakra control. Soon, she felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet at that moment, the seals had only compressed to about halfway. Just then, Yumi promptly retrieved a soldier pill and placed it in Qingye's mouth. The energy restored by the pill enabled Qingye to persevere, allowing her to barely complete the initial compression of the sealing technique. Yumi then gently wiped the sweat from her forehead with a towel. Eagerly, Qingye grasped the metallic cylinder, carefully assessing it. It appeared to be a success, yet practical testing remained necessary. Qingye drew a blade across her own arm, creating a wound. She then picked up the blood beside her and consumed it. Mere moments later, she noticed the wound on her arm beginning to heal. Yet, what troubled Qingye was that the speed of recovery was not as swift as she had anticipated. The wound took approximately 30 seconds to fully mend. The outcome was entirely satisfactory, yet the pace fell short of her expectations. In her recollection, Xianglin's regenerative abilities should allow for penetrating injuries to heal within a mere 10 seconds. Contemplating the remaining blood, a possibility dawned upon her. It was the blood itself. This seal confined the life force, forcibly restricting it within the blood. Upon entering the human body, a release process occurred, which ultimately slowed the healing effect of the wound. Identifying the cause made the resolution of the issue significantly more feasible. Thus far, the development of this particular potion had essentially reached fruition, even if the final hurdle remained unaddressed. This substance, when presented to the world, would undoubtedly be regarded as an extraordinarily valuable restorative elixir. With no discernible side effects and the ability to hasten recovery, such a remarkable concoction would be highly sought after. Xianglin, accompanied by a group of companions, ventured to the riverbank to catch fish. They were not like Naruto, who fished out of necessity. Rather, they were merely a group of children indulging in playful antics by the water's edge, seizing the opportunity to catch fish. Having never fished before, or rather, having scarcely engaged in any activities typical of her peers, Xianglin held a profound fascination for all games. Each time she stepped outside, she was consumed by exuberance, leading Yum to lament that the young girl was hardly behaving like a proper lady. Aoy, however, remained unconcerned, understanding that Xianglin was compensating for her own deficiencies. This was, in fact, beneficial for her development. Today, a group of children once again flocked to the riverbank to play. Xianglin showcased her tree climbing skills to her peers. Naturally, she had long been acquainted with the rudimentary training of climbing trees and splashing in water. However, her playful nature lacked the relentless determination exhibited by Naruto and Sasuke. Aoy would not allow her to overexert herself. Consequently, it took her 2 weeks to complete her tree climbing training. At this moment, it was only fitting for her to proudly display her accomplishments before her friends. Aoy permitted such modest displays of pride. Yet he and Yumi firmly prohibited her from revealing any specifics about her unique physique, regardless of the circumstances. Even if a good friend were to be injured before her eyes, she must never allow them to bite her. Under no circumstances should she disclose this matter to anyone. The serious admonitions from Aoy and Yumi, combined with the hardship Shiho endured from a young age, rendered her particularly sensitive to this matter. Thus, even amidst playful antics, she was adept at discerning the gravity of situations. However, today, Shiho appeared somewhat distracted. Her companions soon noticed her unusual demeanor. "Shiho, what is wrong?" "I'm fine. Let us go play somewhere else. I'll teach you how to climb trees." "All right." A group of children, in a lively uproar, left the riverbank. With a troubled heart, Shiho bid farewell to her friends before nightfall and returned home, which surprised both Aoy and Yumi. Typically, this girl would never return before dusk. "What is the matter, Shiho? Did you have a quarrel with your friends?" "No, Shiho hesitated, her words hanging in the air. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, Aoy and I have a secret to share with you. What kind of secret? It's just that. I can see people even when I close my eyes. It's strange. The more I shut my eyes, the clearer everything becomes. I can see far away, even beyond walls and through the trees. Xingye revealed a smile. He was certainly aware of the situation. Xianglin must have awakened the Kagura Heart Eye. The Kagura Heart Eye is a unique ability exclusive to the Uzumaki clan. A remarkable bloodline limit. Once awakened, it grants an extraordinary level of perception. Within a certain range, no living being can elude the awareness of the Kagura Heart Eye, rivaling even the Byakugan, though it lacks the latter's extended range. There is no need for concern. You have awakened a power known as the Kagura Heart Eye. This is a fortuitous event, as it will bestow upon you formidable perceptual abilities. From this moment forward, no one can ambush or launch a surprise attack against you, for you will be able to sense any hidden adversaries around you at any given time. However, I feel somewhat uncomfortable. The discomfort arises because, with the awakening of the Kagura Heart Eye, the influx of information that the brain must process has suddenly increased, leading to a sense of unease. This is not a significant issue. With the passage of time, she will quickly acclimate. Is that so? Will I be able to see what lies beneath the ground? I am not entirely certain. Logically speaking, you should be able to. What is it that you see? I see something moving underground. No. It does not appear to be human. I cannot quite discern what it is, but it is alive and moving, and it looks quite terrifying. The expression on Aoba's face suddenly shifted. He was well aware of what that entity was. Most likely, it was several white Zetsu, dispatched by Obito to surveil Konoha. The white Zetsu possessed a unique ninjutsu known as the Mayfly technique. This technique allowed them to merge their physical forms with the earth and vegetation, enabling swift movement, an exclusive infiltration method of both white and black Zetsu. Their exterior resembled the husk of a carnivorous plant. Upon the execution of this technique, they could become one with the earth. They then traversed through the intricate network of organic materials, such as the roots of plants and subterranean water flows, allowing them to move rapidly to any location. During the activation of their ninjutsu, they severed all traces of their presence, rendering them undetectable to anyone. Even the Byakugan would struggle to track them without prior preparation. Only someone with Kagura's extraordinary perceptive ability could directly sense their life force, thereby accurately determining the whereabouts of these entities. Aoba crouched down, gazing intently at Karin. Can you see those things around our house? No, there are none near us, she replied. Typically, they can be found near the Hokage building and around the school. That's good, Karin. Listen carefully to what I am about to say. From this moment forth, do not seek to look at those entities proactively. Do you understand? Refrain from actively gazing at them. However, make sure to remember their locations, and then inform me. Do you comprehend? I understand. Is this a mission for a ninja? Indeed, it is a task I have assigned to you. The primary objective of this mission is to ensure your safety by remaining unnoticed by those entities. The secondary objective is to memorize their locations. The third objective is to alert me if you spot any of those entities that are close to the ground. Xingye had long been aware that Konoha was under the surveillance of the white Zetsu. Although these beings generally possessed low combat capabilities, their skills in concealment and evasion were unparalleled in the ninja world. At present, his strength and technical arsenal were insufficient to contend with such entities. The early awakening of Kagaya's Byakugan by Xianglin had resolved a crucial element of the situation. He was now able to ascertain the positions of the white Zetsu surrounding Konoha. However, having awakened too soon, he found himself unprepared for the task at hand. Given his current circumstances, capturing these beings remained exceedingly challenging. Most of the white Zetsu were concealed dozens of meters underground. At such depths, even if he were adept at earth-release techniques akin to Jiraiya, it would be arduous to seize them. The distance was too great. Before his ninjutsu could take effect, the opponent might have already burrowed hundreds of meters beneath the surface. Therefore, he instructed Xianglin to notify him if any approached the surface. Yet, even should they come close, it was far from a guarantee of success. Xingye recognized the necessity of further preparations. The white Zetsu were a pivotal component of his forthcoming plans, prompting him to suspend all other experiments to focus on their capture. The Mayfly technique was a unique ninjutsu exclusive to the Zetsu. It was challenging to categorize this technique within any specific elemental affinity as once activated. It allowed for seamless traversal through the earth, vegetation, and even subterranean rivers. It encompassed aspects of earth, wood, and water. Essentially, it represented a highly advanced infiltration technique. Moreover, the white Zetsu executed their abilities without a sound, devoid of the hand seals typical of ordinary ninjas. It was almost instinctual, akin to a bloodline limit. Consequently, countering this technique through elemental properties was virtually impossible. Surprise attacks were the only viable strategy. Yet, even achieving an element of surprise was no simple feat. One must acknowledge that while the combat prowess of most white Zetsu may be lacking, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Among the 100,000 white Zetsu, there were bound to be several formidable adversaries. Additionally, those tasked with monitoring Konoha were unlikely to be mere novices. Shinya speculated that they possessed at least the strength of elite Chunin. Furthermore, the white Zetsu exhibited a remarkable trait. Their resilience and vitality made them difficult to eliminate through conventional means. These entities were no longer truly human. Their essence was far closer to that of plants, which cannot be easily vanquished by a mere blade. Thus, to launch a successful ambush and swiftly subdue these beings, he needed to return to his current studies in sealing techniques. Shinya needs to develop a convenient sealing technique to immediately restrict all of white Zetsu's chakra and mobility. How should one articulate this challenge? It is indeed formidable. After several days of research, he found himself at an impasse. It is not that there aren't similar sealing techniques. Rather, these techniques are predominantly too slow, even slower than conventional ninjutsu. Typically, such seals are employed only after subduing an adversary, ensuring that they cannot recover their chakra to escape or retaliate. In summary, the ninja world currently lacks the type of sealing technique Shinya envisions, one that can instantaneously seal an enemy's chakra. If such a technique truly existed, it would surpass 99% of existing ninjutsu in potency. However, one day while dining with Kakashi, he casually mentioned this idea, only to receive an unexpected response from Kakashi. Are you referring to the shackles used in the interrogation unit? Shinya came to the realization that he had succumbed to an empirical error. In his prior studies on sealing life force, he had developed the technique from scratch, meticulously crafting it bit by bit. When it came to sealing chakra, he unconsciously sought to replicate that process, forgetting entirely that this was a world governed by chakra. The techniques for sealing chakra are virtually innumerable. Although employing these techniques directly may lack practicality, they can certainly be utilized in conjunction with various tools. The interrogation unit possesses more than one set of such specialized apparatuses. Once a prisoner is shackled, even the most formidable adversary is rendered incapable of harnessing a single fragment of chakra. Furthermore, those restrained may find themselves utterly weakened and immobilized, making it a tool specifically designed for combat against shinobi. In actual combat, however, this device proves to be somewhat ineffective, as one is ultimately contending with a human opponent. The time it takes to bind an adversary with shackles is often sufficient to deliver 3 fatal strikes. Moreover, the design of such tools is hardly conducive to battle. Yet, Shinya's forthcoming challenge involves confronting the white Zetsu, an entity notoriously difficult to eliminate. This creature epitomizes the notion that even 3 thrusts may not suffice to vanquish it. Rather, binding methods are imperative for control. Kakashi, are you familiar with Ibiki? Somewhat. We had frequent interactions during my time in the Umbu. Then I would ask a favor of you. Could you assist me in borrowing a set of shackles from the interrogation unit for my research? The specialized tools employed by the interrogation unit utilize sealing techniques that are conspicuously absent from the scant records of Orochimaru. It seems even the Snake Sage did not anticipate Shinya's rather peculiar request. In truth, utilizing Orochimaru's data should suffice to deduce similar techniques. However, given the availability of ready-made tools, Shinya opted for the more expedient route. There is an abundance of material to study, and time is of the essence. What do you need that for? I am currently developing a unique kunai that, upon striking, can restrict an enemy's chakra. Restricting chakra is evidently a laborious and thankless endeavor. If one seeks to enhance the lethality of kunai, the application of poison would be far more effective. The Oil Woman clan offers similar toxins for sale, and one could also procure snake venom from the jungle. Discussing such matters with a professional is invariably cumbersome. It is impossible to evade scrutiny. Shinya let out a sigh of resignation. Well, it actually pertains to a rather special research of mine. A very unique one, indeed. Kakashi immediately understood that it was the kind of matter unsuitable for public discussion. However, he refrained from pressing for further details. The restraints used by the interrogation unit were notoriously cumbersome and, as such, could indeed be quite troublesome. They were crafted from a rare chakra-infused metal, making them both costly and scarce. Yet, one could argue that they were not particularly bothersome, as even members of the interrogation unit seldom concerned themselves with their availability. This was primarily because such restraints were only employed on exceptionally powerful and valuable captives. Under normal circumstances, the members of the interrogation unit could incapacitate a ninja with merely conventional methods, rendering such expensive tools unnecessary. After contemplating for a moment, Kakashi spoke, "Chingya, I can assist you with this matter without inquiring further. However, I need your assurance that your research will not bring harm to Konoha." Chingya did not respond directly. Instead, she posed a question in return. "Kakashi, why do you believe that I would harm Konoha? I have never committed any transgression against the village." However, Kakashi could perceive her inner thoughts. "I can see that you harbor grievances regarding how Konoha marginalized you in the past. No, it is not merely resentment. You harbor a profound hatred for them." Aoba, in this moment of revelation, realized that it was not merely his own understanding of Kakashi, but rather that Kakashi possessed an equally profound insight into him. He had believed he had concealed his true self with great skill, yet Kakashi, one of the few friends he had in Konoha, managed to see through certain veils he had meticulously crafted, although not entirely accurate. For Aoba did not harbor resentment towards the higher-ups of Konoha, but rather a deep-seated disdain. His marginalization bore traces of his own deliberate actions. Yet his aversion to the leaders of Konoha was undeniably genuine. This concealed sentiment was interpreted by Kakashi as hatred towards Konoha. "I must commend you, Kakashi. Your seemingly indifferent facade often obscures the intricate depths of your soul. However, before I address your inquiry, I feel compelled to pose a question to you. Should you provide me with an answer, I shall reciprocate." "Very well, please proceed with your question." "Excellent, Kakashi. Tell me, what truly is Konoha?" After Chingya finished speaking, he did not wait for Kakashi's response, but instead rose directly to settle the bill and departed. Upon reflection, 2 days later, Kakashi sought out Chingya and handed him a scroll. However, he did not address the question that Chingya had previously posed, instead choosing to silently turn and leave. It appeared that he had grasped the profound implications of Chingya's inquiry. Thus, the question became all the more challenging to answer. Aoba remained unhurried, recognizing the necessity of assistance within the hidden leaf. Kakashi, while not the most dependable individual, was nonetheless a commendable choice when viewed holistically. In this realm, there exist myriad paths to strength. At least during this epoch, influence constitutes a component of power. The legendary Konoha White Fang possessed formidable prowess. Yet mere whispers sufficed to drive him to his demise. Beyond his psychological fortitude, a pivotal factor was his lack of influence. The two ineffectual advisors within the Konoha F4, once prominent figures in their early years, had since succumbed to the ravages of time, their physiques now unrecognizably inflated. Kakashi could likely contend with both of them. Nevertheless, their authority within Konoha remained substantial. A single command could compel Kakashi to risk his life. Such is the potency of influence. In an era yet to arrive where strength is quantified, influence too is a facet of power. As Aoba sought to enhance his own capabilities, he simultaneously endeavored to cultivate his influence. He held no desire for the position of Hokage, yet he recalled the adage, "I may forego it, but you cannot withhold it from me." He would never allow himself to descend into the same despair that befell the White Fang. The title of Hokage could be relinquished, yet one must retain the strength and influence to ascend to such a position at any moment. To be without a sword in hand is an entirely different circumstance than to wield one. Kakashi found himself troubled by Aoba's inquiries, returning home in a state of introspection. Meanwhile, Aoba began to diligently study the set of shackles that Kakashi had sent. The seals inscribed upon the shackles were considerably less complex than he had anticipated. The crux of the matter lay in the materials. These shackles were infused with costly chakra-conducting metals, enabling them to maximize the efficacy of the seals. However, Aoba possessed not a single gram of chakra metal. Thus, modifications were imperative. Chingya does not require such expensive shackles. His plan is to devise a disposable set instead. After all, when the moment arrives, there will only be a singular opportunity for action. If the strike fails, there will likely be no chance for a follow-up. Conversely, if successful, the effect need only endure for a brief interval, allowing him to directly eliminate Baichu. At that point, such contraptions will be rendered unnecessary. Once the expectations were lowered, the issue indeed became much simpler. Aoba acquired several ordinary shurikens and inscribed sealing techniques upon them. Subsequently, he infused them with chakra and cast them forth. He envisioned that upon striking the target, the technique would activate, remaining effective for approximately 30 seconds. However, the reality was that the shurikens shattered mid-flight. At this moment, Chingya finally comprehended the reason behind the exorbitant cost of chakra-infused metal. The wear and tear during the chakra conduction process on the metal was indeed profound. Left with no alternative, Shinya made his way to the ninja tool shop in Konoha. The shop was managed by a young girl with a bun hairstyle, who was none other than Tion. It seemed her family was renowned for their ninja tools in Konoha. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Upon noticing the forehead protector on Shinya's brow, Tion promptly greeted him with enthusiasm, for her pocket money depended on today's sales. Naturally, she was eager to attend to her customers. I am in need of some ninja tools. May I inquire if you have kunai or shuriken infused with chakra metal?" Tion paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback by Shinya's inquiry. This was a question well known to all ninjas. The answer was no. In truth, aside from the special flying thunder god kunai used by the 4th Hokage, hardly anyone would employ shuriken or kunai embedded with chakra metal. Both were primarily projectile weapons. While kunai could be utilized in close combat, their primary function remained as thrown weapons, although they could be retrieved. The opportunities to do so during actual combat were exceedingly rare. Moreover, any tools infused with chakra metal came with a hefty price tag. Even the wealthiest could not sustain such consumption. "I'm sorry, we do not carry such ninja tools." Shinya fell into a moment of silence. Although he had anticipated this outcome, hearing the response still left him feeling somewhat disheartened. However, it was not entirely bad news. Had such tools existed, his wallet would have suffered significantly. That, in itself, could not be regarded as good news. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired further. "What is the strongest shuriken and kunai you have here? I need a tool capable of withstanding chakra conduction. It should endure for at least a minute without breaking." Tion was genuinely astonished by the peculiar request presented before her. However, after a moment's thought, it seemed she recalled something. "Please hold on." She then dashed to the storeroom, rummaging around before reappearing with a box in her arms. "Sir, take a look at this." Opening the box revealed a row of kunai and a row of shuriken inside. Aoyan casually picked up a handful of leaves and immediately sensed a difference. These two most commonly used ninja tools are taught from the very beginning in ninja school. Aoba was uncertain of how many times he had wielded such an instrument. Yet he felt an undeniable difference upon grasping the kunai before him. It was remarkably comfortable. While its overall design bore resemblance to other kunai, it was in the subtleties where it diverged. Words alone could scarcely convey the essence of this weapon. In essence, the grip's texture, weight distribution, and balance were perfected to an extraordinary degree, allowing a seasoned practitioner like him to discern its uniqueness immediately. It is a super luxury edition of ninja tools that our store introduced in its early years. The entire set of ninja tools, in terms of both material and craftsmanship, is a masterful display of pure handwork, with meticulous attention to detail. Would anyone be interested in such tools? Although it lacks the addition of chakra metal, the considerable effort invested in this consumable naturally inflates the cost, and the anticipated price is likely to be quite astonishing. Unfortunately, this particular product was a failure upon its initial release, leading to no subsequent editions. This is the last remaining box. The materials used for these ninja tools are of the highest quality, second only to chakra metal, sufficiently capable of enduring a period of chakra conduction. However, I cannot specify the exact duration. Aoba glanced at the kunai in his hand and infused it with chakra. After approximately a minute and a half, the kunai shattered, exceeding his expectations significantly. A fleeting smile graced Aoba's face. However, he soon sensed that something was amiss. As anticipated, Tion observed the expression on his face and instantly recognized that a lucrative opportunity had arisen. Upon exiting Tion's weapon shop, Aoba felt as though his heart were bleeding, including the kunai he had damaged. He had spent a total of 15,000 ryo on 10 kunai and 10 shuriken, an exorbitant price, 5 to 10 times that of ordinary shuriken. The little girl, Tion, recognized Aoba's urgent need for these items and stubbornly refused to lower her prices. Ultimately, Aoba had no choice but to concede to her ruthless bargaining. The only consolation for him was that he had managed to exceed his original goal. Crafting ceiling kunai and shuriken was a straightforward task, however. The opportunity to employ them was not easily attainable. As the saying goes, in most instances, white Zetsu would be concealed several meters underground, making it nearly impossible to take action. Shinya can only carry the prepared ninja tools with her as she continues to advance her other research endeavors. The first step involves the cultivation of the first Hokage's cells. The samples provided by Orochimaru are merely a starting point. However, this poses no issue. For the first Hokage's cells possess an exceedingly robust proliferative capacity. As long as there is an ample supply of nutrient solution and chakra, it is possible to cultivate a greater number of cells. Chingye had anticipated that future experiments would extensively deplete this resource, thus he commenced preparations in advance. However, as time passed, he ultimately ceased all ongoing experiments. Through this period of diligent cultivation, he had become completely immune to the erosion of natural energy. In other words, he was now poised to embark on a sage mode journey. In the world of Naruto, 4 distinct sage modes have been introduced, with the 3 great sage lands each epitomizing one. The 4th belongs to Hashirama Senju, who clearly exists in an entirely different dimension. The modes from the 3 great sage lands share a common characteristic. Upon activation, one's body exhibits corresponding beast-like traits, and the process of entering sage mode is exceedingly intricate. Even someone of Jiraiya's caliber requires several minutes to attain sage mode. However, Hashirama Senju is an exception with a mere clap of his hands. He can effortlessly enter this state, and aside from the markings on his face, his form reveals no beastly characteristics. This can be regarded as an almost flawless sage mode. Now, the sage mode that Chingye is about to achieve is, in many respects, even more perfect than Hashirama's. After absorbing natural energy, he bears no markings on his face whatsoever. Thus, externally, there are no visible signs of transformation. Internally, however, the natural energy has fused with his chakra and mental strength, culminating in an entirely new form of sage chakra. The sole drawback lies in the fact that Chingye's foundation is significantly inferior to that of Hashirama Senju. His chakra is insufficient, and his physical prowess is not formidable enough to fully harness this sage mode. As copious amounts of natural energy flowed into Chingye's body, he acutely sensed the changes within himself. Firstly, his 5 senses were significantly heightened, and he developed an additional perceptive ability. This was a result of the natural energy surging into his being, forging a connection between his body and the external natural energy. In this state, Chingye could perceive the natural energy within a certain radius around him, and everything enveloped by natural energy fell within his awareness. Natural energy is omnipresent. Although some areas are dense while others are sparse, overall, it maintains a state of balance. Thus, upon entering sage mode, Chingye gains a perception akin to that of the Kagura Shingon. And this is merely the beginning. Chingye withdrew the Kusanagi sword, channeling his chakra, which surged forth and coalesced upon the blade. With a decisive swing, he unleashed a strike towards the expanse ahead. This strike employed merely 1/3 of the power he could muster in a normal state, yet in the next moment, a radiant blade of wind cleaved through the void. Dozens of trees, each exceeding 50 centimeters in diameter, were severed in half by this single blow. He sensed that if he were to unleash his full strength, this strike could potentially level the small grove before him. Such a degree of cutting force was sufficiently formidable to pose a threat to tailed beasts. However, this was not his ultimate technique. In his hand, a metallic sphere the size of a walnut materialized, crackling with blue electricity. He seldom resorted to lightning release, primarily due to its considerable chakra consumption. After all, lightning in the natural world is not a common phenomenon. The technique known as void / utilizes a minimal amount of chakra, blending with air to create a unique blade of wind. Conversely, natural lightning is not easily harnessed, and all such energy must be transformed through lightning release ninjutsu. Adhering to the principle of conserving chakra and regarding lightning release as a trump card, he rarely employed it, and his knowledge of lightning release techniques was quite limited. During his time at the border, he had dispatched numerous Cloud Village ninjas, yet truth be told, no ninja would carry ninjutsu scrolls on their person, not that he had ever witnessed. Ninjas, as practitioners of the assassin profession, are meticulous about what they carry. When undertaking missions, they refrain from bringing unnecessary items unless absolutely essential. Chingye had attempted to develop the lightning cutter technique, yet ultimately met with failure. The primary reason being that the lightning cutter is a lightning-based variant of the Chidori, a technique he does not possess. Fortunately, the education from his previous life proved beneficial. He dedicated considerable time to experimentation and eventually managed to grasp the effect of electromagnetic acceleration. This became his secret weapon in lightning release, the electromagnetic acceleration cannon. However, in the ninja world, such a name seemed somewhat out of place. Thus, he decided to name this technique lightning release, a flash. The rationale behind this nomenclature lies in the fact that, once unleashed, all the enemy would perceive is a fleeting flash of lightning. In Chingye's grasp, a fusion of mystical chakra and lightning coalesced into an acceleration sphere, at the center of which lay a metallic orb. As Chingye raised his hand and aimed forward, a surge of intent coursed through him. A fleeting crimson light streaked through the air, followed by a faint explosion resonating from a distant hillside. Although the force of the blast was modest, it did not signify a lack of potency. This technique primarily inflicted piercing damage on a physical level. In that fleeting moment, the metallic sphere traversed the entirety of the woodland, striking the hillside with precision. Xingye arrived at the hillside and conducted a meticulous examination. Ultimately, he concluded that this strike did not truly assess the final damage of this technique. The metallic sphere, during its high-speed trajectory and collision, had expended its mass entirely before its kinetic energy was fully dissipated. In simpler terms, the metallic sphere had completely depleted itself during its flight. Xingye estimated that if a larger or higher quality metal sphere were to be employed, it might indeed pierce through the small hill directly. Just as Xingye was poised to continue the experiment, a sharp cry of a falcon echoed overhead. It was the urgent assembly decree from Konoha. Among the 5 great nations, the ambitions of the hidden cloud were the most formidable, perpetually challenging Konoha's supremacy. Over the years, Konoha's repeated forbearance had led the opposing side to increasingly perceive its vulnerabilities. Following the Uchiha clan's massacre, the adversaries had been restlessly stirring, unabashedly amassing troops at the borders. In response, Konoha had mobilized a significant military force to reinforce the front lines. The two sides had been locked in a standoff for some time, with the hidden cloud likely weighing the strengths of both factions and contemplating whether to initiate hostilities. This entanglement at the border had persisted for several months, and ultimately, the hidden cloud began to exhibit unmistakable signs of impending warfare. Xingye was oblivious to the true nature of the impending battle. Perhaps his own butterfly effect played a part in the unfolding events. In the original narrative, this conflict did not escalate into a full-scale war among the ninja villages. However, the current circumstances suggest otherwise, as Konoha is undeniably in a state of fragility. The decision to engage in battle lies solely within the whims of the hidden cloud. Xingye, having engaged in numerous encounters with the ninja of the hidden cloud along the borders, has gained considerable experience. Consequently, he is appointed as the captain of the supply convoy, tasked with delivering a crucial shipment to the front lines. Understood, he accepted the mission without hesitation, though his mind was already racing with thoughts. Logistics play an essential role in any military operation, especially since ninjas are inherently agile. The threat of ambushes is a common occurrence. In the Third Great Ninja War, the 4th Hokage utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to divide and conquer, launching surprise attacks on the enemy's rear, ultimately leading to the downfall of both Iwagakure and Kumogakure, thus securing victory for Konoha. In a sense, the 4th Hokage was akin to a formidable cheat code for Konoha. Had he not perished? Even in the face of the Uchiha massacre, the hidden cloud would have thought twice before initiating hostilities. Just the presence of Minato Namikaze would have sufficed to instill fear across the entire ninja world. Military operations demand swiftness, and the supply team was promptly prepared. By nightfall, Xingye had led his team away from Konoha. The convoy comprised 30 individuals, equipped with a substantial number of sealing scrolls, an essential aspect of supply transport within the ninja realm. Utilizing conventional transportation methods would be excessively slow, and the sheer volume of their cargo would make it an enticing target, rendering them nearly defenseless against ambushes. Upon surveying his team, Xingye sensed something amiss. The composition of the group was alarmingly weak. Among them, he stood as the sole Genin, accompanied only by the special Genin, Akamichi. The rest were merely Chunin and Genin, all civilians without the backing of prominent clans such as the Inuzuka or Hyuga. This arrangement was blatantly apparent. They were undoubtedly a decoy. Hey Xingye, you've been back for a while, and you haven't even thought to gather with us. Have you forgotten your old friends after being away for so long? Akamichi said, carefree, munching on dango while engaging in conversation with Xingye. Before, Aoba and Akidu shared a cordial relationship. After all, Akidu was a disciple of Orochimaru, while Aoba served as Orochimaru's assistant. Their encounters were frequent. However, following Aoba's purging, their paths diverged completely. Although Akidu remained in the village, he too was relegated to the periphery. It would take years before he was appointed as an examiner for the Chunin exams. Yet, by that time, Konoha had already sensed something amiss. Appointing Akidu as an examiner could either signify a revival of his role or a scapegoat arrangement. Upon his return, Aoba refrained from re-establishing contact with Akidu, fully aware that Akidu was the vessel for Orochimaru's resurrection. Given the intricacies of Aoba's relationship with Orochimaru, he instinctively avoided proximity to Akidu. Unexpectedly, during this mission, the two were assigned together. Aoba had a nagging feeling that Konoha intended to kill two birds with one stone, utilizing them as bait to eliminate potential threats while also serving a purpose. Such tactics bore the unmistakable hallmark of Danzo's style. One could hardly argue against the appropriateness of the title Hokage in this context. Aoba initially believed he would no longer attract Danzo's attention, only to find himself hastily sent to his doom. Indeed, from Aoba's perspective, if they were to be used as bait, the likelihood of survival for their team was exceedingly slim. Kumogakure was not a second-rate village like Sunagakure. Their current strength was on par with Konoha, if not superior. Moreover, the reckless fighters from Kumogakure unleashed devastating attacks. If this team was indeed meant as bait, the chances for survival were nearly non-existent. AKA, do you not sense that our team composition is rather weak? Out of 30 individuals, only the 2 of us possess Jonin-level combat prowess. Is there an issue with this? This is still the land of fire. Could Kumogakure truly infiltrate and ambush us? AKA made a compelling argument. However, Aoba understood that, firstly, the so-called borders held no significance for the bandits of Kumogakure. In his previous life, many spoke of the unity within Kumogakure, suggesting it was an ideal refuge for defectors. Yet, upon residing in this world, one would uncover a disconcerting truth. Kumogakure was the most malevolent ninja village in existence. Throughout this continent, these marauders had always traversed wherever they pleased. Numerous small ninja villages and clans that once surrounded Kumogakure had been entirely consumed or eradicated. In recent years, these rogues had slaughtered countless small ninja villages and clans in their relentless pursuit to catch up to Konoha by gathering various forbidden techniques and bloodline limits. However, the majority of the shinobi world remained silent, fearing that a mere dissenting voice could invoke the wrath of the Reikage the following day. Before the Third Great Ninja War, they had the audacity to infiltrate Konoha and abduct Kushina. Konoha was no small village. At that time, it was among the 5 strongest. Yet, in their eyes, it was merely a destination to invade at will. Most alarmingly, Kumogakure's indoctrination tactics were even more severe than those of Konoha. Those who come to Konoha to undertake missions are utterly unscrupulous, resorting to any means necessary. Failure equates to death. They are determined to inflict a sense of disgust upon Konoha, even at the cost of their own lives. After the Third Great Ninja War, despite being a defeated nation, the envoy boldly stormed into the Hyuga clan, seizing the young Princess Hinata. Upon failure, they viciously retaliated. The entire ethos of Kumogakure exudes a palpable sense of militarism, reminiscent of a bygone era. This shinobi village serves as the very source of turmoil within the shinobi world. They require no justification, nor do they bother to seek an excuse. Their sole desire is to take your life if they can overpower you. Consequently, during that tumultuous period at the border, Aoy unleashed a veritable massacre. Anyone who fell into his hands from Kumogakure was left without a single survivor. This enmity between him and Kumogakure is steeped in a profound and bloody vendetta. One cannot help but acknowledge that Danzo's decision to use him as bait was, from a strategic standpoint, a stroke of genius. Yet, for Aoy, all he wishes to express now is, I purchased a watch last year. Aoba was almost certain that if Yunin were aware of his presence within the team, he would undoubtedly rush over without hesitation. The mission to destroy their supplies would pale in comparison to the desire to eliminate him. Furthermore, he had no doubt that Danzo might have disclosed his whereabouts to the enemy. Thus, from the moment he departed from Konoha, Aoba had entered a state of heightened vigilance. This left the nearby Akame quite perplexed. Aoba, you're being overly dramatic. We've only left Konoha for a day, no matter how formidable Yunin is. He cannot ambush us in the heart of the land of fire. Just relax a bit, will you? However, Akame failed to notice that Aoba's expression had begun to grow unusually grave. He turned to face her and produced a metal cylinder the size of a syringe. This is a restorative potion I devised. It swiftly heals external injuries and replenishes some stamina without any side effects. If you sustain severe injuries, remember to consume it immediately. That is impressive. I had no idea you possessed such a skill. Wait a moment. What do you mean by sustaining injuries? Literally, they have already arrived. Shinya spoke as he unsheathed the Kusanagi sword from his back. The mere sight of this blade caused a flicker of surprise in Hondo's eyes, for she was intimately familiar with it. It belonged to her master, Orochimaru. Yet, there was no time to ponder this matter further, as Hondo quickly sensed the looming danger in her surroundings. Stay alert, we are under attack, she cried out. In the next instant, countless shurikens and kunai came hurtling from all directions. Thanks to Hondo's timely warning, most of the Konoha ninjas managed to take defensive measures. Several earth release techniques successfully shielded them from the brunt of the assault. However, what followed was a surge of over 100 figures from the hidden cloud, with the foremost among them shimmering with brilliant lightning. These cloud ninjas were skilled in the exclusive secret arts of their village, the lightning release body refinement technique. This unique ninjutsu differed greatly from Chinye's wind release techniques. They harnessed lightning to augment their own physical capabilities, enhancing their speed, strength, and resilience to damage. This transformation rendered a cadre of agile assassins into formidable armored warriors, leaving many ninjas feeling utterly at a loss when confronted by them. Amidst the overwhelming onslaught, Chinye remained motionless, a whirlwind swirling around him, steadfast and unyielding. As the projectiles approached within a meter of him, they were deftly deflected by the cyclone, creating an eerie spectacle as if all attacks had circumvented him entirely. The assailants formed an attacking formation, directing their efforts towards the supply team. Among them, 3 ninjas radiating with the most pronounced lightning energy immediately locked their sights onto Chinye. Almost all of Aoba's conjectures have come to fruition. They are not merely bait, rather, they themselves constitute the most crucial lure. The pressing question now is when the reinforcements from Konoha will arrive. If they are indeed bait, then it stands to reason that assistance should follow. One can only hope that the reinforcements do not make their appearance only after their demise. The green leaf swung its blade in a horizontal slash, cutting through the air with a swift flash. Yet, to my astonishment, the ninja at the forefront raised his arm, effectively blocking the strike. Aoba noticed that his arm bore a distinctive metallic gauntlet, seemingly designed specifically to counter his technique. The void slash was thwarted, and in the next moment, 3 ninjas, propelled by lightning release, surged towards Aoba. Aoba could discern the triumphant expression of the foremost ninja at such a close range. Engaging in combat with the cloud ninjas empowered by lightning techniques presented an exceedingly disadvantageous scenario. The adversaries were utterly convinced of their superiority over him. The 3 incoming ninjas were, at the very least, of special jonin rank. With their combined efforts and the nature of close-quarters combat, even the elite ninjas of Konoha might struggle to withstand their assault. Aoi's body surged forward rather than retreating, as the Kusanagi sword lunged directly at his opponent's throat. With a resounding clang, the adversary surprisingly utilized the metallic gauntlet on his hand to seize the blade, halting its advance. Die! Roared the cloud ninja. His other hand crackled with lightning as it aimed straight for Aoi's chest. 2 additional cloud ninjas approached from different angles, effectively sealing Aoi's escape routes. Nevertheless, at that moment, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Aoi's mouth. The blade of the Kusanagi sword unexpectedly elongated and pierced through his opponent's throat. Following this, Aoi twisted the sword, shattering his foe's throat, and then advanced further, crashing into him. With a single strike, he eliminated one opponent, while simultaneously evading the encirclement of the other 2. The duo, undeterred by their initial failure, pressed forward with remarkable speed, eager to seize the initiative, for the threat posed by the Kusanagi sword in Aoi's hands was simply too formidable. Yet, Aoi was equally swift. The extended blade swung once more. The ninja on his right attempted to block with his bracer. However, to his astonishment, as he raised his hand, he felt no clash of steel. Instead, he witnessed Aoi's Kusanagi sword retract suddenly, evading his bracer, only to extend again, piercing through his throat with the same lethal precision. Subsequently, Aoi pivoted and severed the throat of the last cloud ninja, who failed to react as he was ensnared by a swarm of serpents. Chinye had previously caught a glimpse of Hongdo's support from the side, which emboldened him to confront the adversaries on his right without hesitation. The entire confrontation lasted merely around 10 seconds, during which 3 elite jonin from the Cloud Village met their demise at Chinye's hands. Such is the nature of skirmishes among ordinary ninjas. Life and death often hinge on a fleeting moment. However, after dispatching the 3 foes, Hongdo collapsed before Chinye, retrieving the potion he had provided her and consuming it without delay. It was at this moment that Chinye noticed the gaping wound on her abdomen. As if her belly had been obliterated by a powerful blow, her intestines nearly spilling forth. Remarkably, under the influence of the life-restoring potion, her grievous injury began to heal rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, the wound vanished without a trace. Hongdo herself was somewhat incredulous, gingerly touching her belly and exclaiming, "Chinye, this potion of yours is simply..." Before she could finish her sentence, they found themselves once again embroiled in a fierce battle. The number of enemies far exceeded their expectations, with at least 100 cloud ninjas participating in the assault, all of whom were elite, with the weakest among them being Chunin. Hongdo's expression darkened as she grappled with the overwhelming odds. How could this be? To encounter such a multitude of foes in this position. Chinye, our mission is likely doomed to fail. No, Chingye replied. In truth, we have accomplished our mission extraordinarily well. I even feel that we have surpassed expectations. Chingye never truly unleashed his full power. In fact, upon entering Sage Mode, he possessed the capability to obliterate the group of Cloud Ninja before him. In Sage Mode, the potency of each of his strikes was effectively doubled, rendering him far beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. He could be considered the nemesis of these brutish Cloud Ninja. However, in reality, he was gripped by hesitation. Just as he had confided to Hongo, their mission had not merely been to transport supplies, but rather to serve as a diversion. Through the perception granted by his wind-based techniques, Chingye was acutely aware of the presence of two adversaries lurking in the distant woods, who had yet to make their move. Among them, one was a familiar figure to Chingye, the fourth Reikage. The other, though his face remained obscured, was unmistakably identified from afar, owing to an imposing chakra signature as colossal as a volcano. This individual was the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. Compared to the leaders of other villages, the Reikage was notably the most inclined to engage in battle personally. His mastery of lightning release and body enhancement techniques had reached an extraordinary level, rendering him a fervent combat enthusiast. In stark contrast to the third Hokage of Konoha, the Reikage would never act recklessly unless confined within a cage. Chingye is no longer afraid of Reikage. This individual possesses formidable strength, and even in his Sage Mode, Chingye feels he may not be significantly weaker. Moreover, even if he cannot prevail, he is confident in his ability to escape from the opponent's grasp. What truly concerns him is the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, a perfect vessel capable of wielding the power of tailed beasts at will. The crux of the matter is that Chingye recalls that tailed beasts can sense natural energy. Unless absolutely necessary, he does not wish to reveal his trump card of Sage techniques. Hence, he has refrained from activating Sage Mode. He is waiting, anticipating the arrival of reinforcements from Konoha. The third Hokage, despite his many shortcomings, possesses a semblance of dignity at times, a trait starkly contrasting with Danzo, who is utterly devoid of shame. The resistance on Konoha's side is proving arduous, apart from Chingye and Akane, who are managing relatively well. The rest are mired in fierce combat. Within 5 minutes of the battle's commencement, nearly half of their 30-member team has suffered casualties. The remaining members huddle together, employing combined ninjutsu to tenuously withstand the onslaught from the Cloud Ninja. Yet, chakra is finite. In no more than 5 minutes, they will completely lose their capacity to resist. Akane has even begun to succumb to despair. How could this be? This is the heartland of the Land of Fire, the absolute dominion of Konoha. Why are we facing such an assault in this place? Because this is our mission. Chingye called out to Hongo in a single sentence, leaving her momentarily stunned. Soon after, she appeared to grasp something. If we are the bait, then the support from the Dark Department should have arrived by now. Aoyan turned to glance at the path he had traversed. He had already sensed the approach of numerous ninjas. However, they refrained from making any immediate moves, merely standing by in readiness. It appeared that Konoha still had many individuals eager to seize this opportunity to dismantle Orochimaru's network. Yet, at that moment, Aoyan suddenly felt a disturbance arise within the crowd behind him. His perception relied solely on the wind to detect chakra within a certain range, which paled in comparison to the Byakugan and the Sharingan. Therefore, he was unaware of the exact events unfolding behind him, only sensing that someone was mobilizing chakra and hastening towards him. In the distance, he spotted a striking white-haired ninja rushing to provide support. It was Kakashi. Aoyan smiled faintly. Given the circumstances, it seemed Kakashi had defied orders to come to their aid. The two of them cut through the blockade of the Cloud Ninjas and reunited. What is the situation? Is it just you? Kakashi inquired. No, things are quite dire. We anticipated an enemy ambush, but we did not foresee that their combat strength would exceed our capacity to respond. Thus, the decision was made to await reinforcements. So the reason for the lack of support is that the reinforcements are waiting for their own reinforcements? Pretty much. Chingye understood that the reinforcement troops from the Umbu had likely detected the presence of the Reikage. After all, it was reasonable to assume that the reinforcements would include sensory units capable of perceiving the enemy. This created an awkward situation. While they may have prepared a substantial number of elite ninjas as reinforcements, the Hokage would never personally intervene. Consequently, there was no one among the ranks who could contend with an entity of the Reikage's caliber. Thus, the commander issued the order to remain in position, which led to the grim outcome of witnessing Chingye and his comrades perish in battle. Was there truly anyone left in Konoha capable of opposing the Reikage? Were they merely awaiting the arrival of the Hokage? However, the Hokage would not be joining the fray. Nonetheless, Jiraiya had already arrived. Jiraiya. Now that was a different matter altogether. In the depths of Chinya's heart, there was no semblance of relaxation. Undeniably, Jiraiya was formidable, should he enter Sage Mode. Few in the current ninja world could surpass him. However, it was implausible for him to confront both the Reikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki simultaneously. At that moment, the Jinchuriki of Konoha had yet to develop into a formidable force. To speak plainly, should the conflict escalate, a direct assault from the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, unleashing a tailed beast bomb, could spell disaster for everyone involved. Generally, the major ninja villages regard tailed beasts as strategic weapons, seldom utilizing the tailed beast bomb due to its cataclysmic consequences. It is akin to nuclear weaponry. Once one is deployed, others are inevitably unleashed. A few tailed beast bombs could transform the 5 great ninja villages into mere basins. Yet, in the face of the Cloud Village, such considerations hold little weight. These frenzied warriors would not hesitate to employ their might if given the opportunity. Thus, Chinya harbored considerable skepticism regarding the current situation. Frankly, Konoha remained too vulnerable. There were too few elite shinobi capable of standing alone. Kakashi's arrival compelled the reinforcements to join the fray prematurely. At this juncture, the Reikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, who had remained concealed, finally revealed themselves. This so-called bait operation was, in truth, a dual scheme. Konoha intentionally disseminated the news that a team of shinobi was escorting vital supplies, which included Chinya, a sworn foe from the Cloud Village, enticing them to dispatch an elite force for a surprise attack. Concurrently, Konoha assembled a large contingent, poised to spring the trap and eliminate this elite force from the Cloud Village in one fell swoop. The outcome was that the bait was indeed taken. Yet the size of the catch proved too great, straining the line beyond its limits. Aoyama cast a fleeting glance at the reinforcements that had arrived, which included Kakashi, Might Guy, and a substantial number of elite members from both the Umbu and Root. Among those recognizable were characters such as Moonlight Breeze and others from the unfolding narrative. Upon seeing Might Guy, Aoyama felt a sense of relief. With his presence, the challenges of the day seemed significantly diminished. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered in his heart. Had Jiraiya not arrived in time, today might have marked the final act for Might Guy. Aoyama was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the Reikage. One of his eyes remained veiled, a testament to the power of his adversary. Furthermore, the Reikage was precisely the kind of opponent Aoyama loathed to confront. While most ninjas exhibit high attack and low defense, the Reikage defied this norm, boasting both high offense and defense, a veritable human tank, even wielding the Kusanagi sword. A legendary weapon, Aoyama could not guarantee inflicting a fatal blow upon him. The crux of the matter lay in the Reikage's superior speed, which offered an unparalleled advantage against ninjas, known for their agility. Additionally, the Reikage possessed a deadly capability that conventional taijutsu ninjas lacked, the ability to eliminate opponents in a single strike. Engaging with such a foe, even a momentary lapse in judgment could lead to a swift demise. Should Aoba enter Sage Mode, he would undoubtedly be able to match his opponent's power. However, in a protracted battle, he still falls short. His chakra reserves are vastly inferior to those of his adversary. The lightning release technique, known as Thunder Flash, would be impossible for the Reikage to evade. Yet, this technique does not manifest instantaneously. It requires a considerable amount of time to accumulate energy. This necessity is particularly fatal when confronting a ninja of the Reikage's caliber. In the past, he was able to disrupt the Reikage's finger movement because the latter had underestimated him, believing that Aoba's lightning ninjutsu posed no threat. This arrogance granted Aoba the crucial time to gather his strength. However, after that encounter, the Reikage would undoubtedly be on guard. This time, he would not easily allow Aoba the chance to charge up. Thus, in the realm of ninjutsu battles, intelligence is of paramount importance. Had Aoba not faced the Reikage a year prior and had the information regarding Thunder Flash remained undisclosed, he would have had at least a 70% chance today to permanently incapacitate the Reikage. Yet, reality does not entertain hypotheticals. Presently, with all his trump cards revealed, he possesses merely a 30 to 40% chance of victory. A sense of regret wells up within him. Had he successfully completed the transplantation of Hashirama's cells at this moment, rectifying his weaknesses, he would undoubtedly not find himself in such a predicament. The Reikage presence undeniably exerts immense pressure on the Hidden Leaf Village. The critical issue is that, in terms of both status and strength, there is no one on the Leaf's side who can match the opposing forces. At this juncture, an unexpected figure emerges, Shimura Danzo. Aoba never anticipated that this reinforcement team would be personally led by him. However, upon reflection, the prior covert operations were indeed characteristic of Kage's style. Reikage. This is the heart of the Land of Fire. Dare you venture here alone, seeking to ignite a full-scale war against us in Konoha? He scoffed. You are but a rat in the gutter, unworthy of my words. Where is Sarutobi Hiruzen? Has age rendered him incapable of confronting me? At this moment, it was likely that Sarutobi Hiruzen could not match the fourth Reikage in combat, given the toll of time. The third Hokage, a master of ninjutsu, had seen his chakra diminish significantly with age. Meanwhile, the Reikage was in his prime, brimming with vitality. His speed and damage potential were formidable, and a single lapse from the third could result in dire consequences. Even though the third possessed an arsenal of techniques, the Shiki Fuin might not suffice to capture the Reikage. Nevertheless, the current situation was exceedingly precarious. Konoha's forces outnumbered their adversaries by more than threefold. Yet their morale was suppressed by the opposing presence. As previously stated, there was not a single ninja of equal rank capable of directly contending with the Reikage, resulting in an inherent lack of momentum. Ninjas are super soldiers whose might is derived from their own prowess. The ninja village is a purely military organization. How the Konoha ninjas longed for their own leader to stand before them at this critical juncture. Reikage-sama, does your hand still ache? At this moment, Aoba stepped forward, fully aware of Shimura Danzo's intentions. If it was merely a matter of biding time, he was equally capable. In this scenario, anyone who stepped forward could garner prestige. Danzo sought to elevate his standing, yet was swiftly silenced by the Reikage's disdainful remark, labeling him a gutter rat. This was the greatest vulnerability of Danzo. For the Reikage's words rang true, he indeed was a rat in the gutter. The clandestine actions of Root were shrouded in secrecy. And while Danzo held a certain notoriety among the Jonin, his recognition within the broader ninja community was minimal at best. Aoba finds it utterly perplexing. It is astonishing that such a person would regard the position of Hokage as their aspiration. If one desires to dominate this village, one must at least be recognized by its inhabitants. We need not delve into the adage that those who win the people's hearts shall inherit the world. In a realm where great power is derived from one's own strength, this saying does not hold absolute truth. However, whether it is right or wrong is of little consequence. For in any case, Danzo lacks both. Upon the appearance of Aoba, both the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud and those of Konoha were stirred by a subtle wave of excitement. The reaction from the Hidden Cloud was one of exhilaration, which is entirely understandable, for dozens of ninjas have perished at Aoba's hands. What is particularly striking, however, is that this is not an era of war. In times past, countless lives were lost, and many of the deceased remained oblivious to the identities of their slayers. In recent years, Aoba has personally slain a group of Cloud Shinobi. Those fallen shinobi undoubtedly have relatives and friends within their village. Consequently, among the attacking Cloud ninjas, a significant portion harbors personal vendettas against Aoba. Not to mention the deep-seated animosity he shares with the Reikage, their history is quite profound. In fact, Aoba's escape from the clutches of the Reikage was marked by the notable achievement of breaking one of his fingers. This feat stands out remarkably within the entire shinobi world. Although it pales in comparison to the legendary Yellow Flash, who directly defeated the Reikage, it is nonetheless a commendable accomplishment. In the current shinobi realm, anyone capable of confronting the Reikage head-on, let alone inflicting injury upon him, holds a prominent status. Interestingly, Aoba has earned the title of the Sword of the Wind. However, this moniker is recognized only outside of Konohagakure. Within the village, few are aware of it. In truth, after 3 years, the number of those who recognize him in Konoha has dwindled significantly. Far from being celebrated as the Sword of the Wind, he exists almost as an invisible figure in the village. The origin of this suppression is evident. It is worth noting that Aoba bears some resemblance to the legendary Konoha White Fang of yore. Both wield swords and are adept at swift, lethal strikes. Shimura Danzo's fear of a second White Fang emerging from Konoha is palpable, as he has gone to great lengths to suppress Aoba's achievements. Aside from the records seen by the Hokage, only a select few, such as Kakashi and Might Guy, are privy to the enmity between Aoba and the Cloud Shinobi. Aoyama initially had no intention of making a name for himself. However, upon witnessing Danzo's humiliation, he abruptly altered his plans. Since no one else seemed inclined to garner this wave of prestige, he resolved to seize the opportunity for himself. Although reputation in Konoha is not particularly esteemed, especially for a civilian ninja, it can often serve as a harbinger of doom. Yet, Aoyama is not the same as the legendary White Fang of the past. The impact of Danzo's tactics against Aoyama pales in comparison to their effect on the White Fang. Moreover, Aoyama has always harbored aspirations to cultivate his own influence within Konoha. Thus, he seized this moment to make a bold start. Should circumstances become untenable, he has already resolved to enter Sage mode and confront the Reikage head-on. If one is to engage, it must be on a grand scale. He is Aoyama, the one rumored to be the most skilled swordsman after the esteemed White Fang of Konoha. What he implies is that the Reikage's little finger was severed by him. It seems. Additionally, his right eye is likely injured by the Reikage as well. Is this true? I know this fellow. He was once a Chunin, you know. That was 3 years ago. He has been stationed at the borders of the Land of Fire for 3 years and is said to have clashed with the Cloud Village on numerous occasions. His swordsmanship is formidable, and even when facing the Reikage, he sustained injuries, yet survived. Such a remarkable individual. Why is there no news about him within the village? I only just learned of him today. I am uncertain as well. I heard he has recently been promoted to Jonin. The Reikage's impression of Aoyama is vividly etched in his memory. He recalls the time he underestimated Aoyama, only to be ensnared by his peculiar jutsu, narrowly avoiding severe injury. Fortunately, his experience allowed him to evade most of the damage, but he still lost a small finger from his right hand. For him, the loss of a little finger is not a significant detriment. However, the Reikage understands that for a master of taijutsu, any physical imperfection inevitably has repercussions. Such repercussions may be exceedingly subtle and might not manifest in ordinary combat, but in a duel between top-tier masters, these minute flaws could become fatal weaknesses. Consequently, the Reikage harbors a deep-seated resentment towards Aoyama. Indeed, while it is true that Aoyama entered unlawfully and retaliated in self-defense, he also blinded Aoyama's right eye. Nevertheless, in the Reikage's heart, his animosity towards Aoyama is profound. I did trespass, I did slay Konoha ninjas, and I did blind your eye. Setting aside these facts, do you not bear any fault, Aoyama? You dare stand before me? As the Reikage gazes at Aoyama's face, he finds it increasingly difficult to contain himself. In contrast, Aoyama presents two distinct expressions. He appears remarkably at ease, even refraining from any defensive posture, casually standing before the Reikage. I recall the last time I stood before you in such a manner. The outcome was quite memorable. Aide gently adjusted the eye mask over his right eye. Unlike Kakashi, his eye bore no Sharingan. The absence of his right eye had resulted in vulnerabilities during combat. Thus, he had developed a technique to infuse chakra into the wind, allowing him to sense his surroundings, a means to compensate for the weakness of his missing eye. Is that so? Then this time, I shall remove your other eye and shove it into your mouth. Would that leave a deeper impression? He remarked, devoid of any dissent. However, Reikage planned to accomplish this task with merely a few fingers. Their exchange was sharp and confrontational, the tension palpable. In terms of physical injuries, Aya was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. A mere pinky could not possibly compare to an eye. Yet, the Konoha ninjas present were filled with fervor. For Aya, it was merely an inconspicuous J-nin from Konoha. The fact that a relatively unknown J-nin could inflict harm upon the legendary Reikage seemed to diminish the latter's formidable reputation. Though brash, Reikage was not foolish. At this juncture, he realized he had been ensnared in Aya's trap. In truth, with his status, he need not engage in trivial banter with Aya. In the realm of warfare, it was soldier against soldier, king against king. The only individual present from Konoha qualified to converse with him was Shimura Danzo. Yet, upon encountering Aya, Danzo could hardly contain his temper and directly exchanged barbs with him. This act effectively reduced his standing to that of Aya's equal. Most individuals failed to perceive these nuances. The Konoha Ninja Academy did not instruct on such matters. Nonetheless, this did not hinder the Konoha ninjas from reveling in Aya's boldness. Meanwhile, sensing the shift in dynamics, Reikage ceased wasting time on Aya. Lightning surged around him as he activated the lightning release chakra mode, arguably the most formidable physical technique in the ninja world during this era. Even in later battles, Reikage employed this technique to shatter Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, showcasing its terrifying potential. As Reikage initiated his assault, Shimura Danzo executed a body flicker technique, retreating into the crowd. Aya nearly laughed at this display. Konoha operated as a military organization, and its leader was not merely a strategist or a commander in the conventional sense. He had to embody the strongest combatant within the organization. In the face of overwhelming, unconventional forces, he ought to stand in front of his comrades, absorbing the pressure. A leader who fled to the rear as soon as conflict erupted could hardly be regarded as a true shadow. Rakich's intelligence was marginally superior to that of a simpleton. Yet he charged into battle without hesitation, his victories undeniable and his momentum relentless. Thus, his intellectual shortcomings were rendered irrelevant. For the brash warriors of the Cloud Village favored a leader who could lead them to triumph without the need for cunning schemes. When they sought the Nine Tails, they would simply dispatch individuals to Konoha to seize it. Desiring to exhibit disdain, one might resort to thievery at the Hyuga household. Should one be discovered, immediate demise would ensue. The entire scheme is marked by its bluntness, devoid of any finesse. Yet it manages to incite no ire from the third Hokage, who, in his advanced age, harbors a profound fear of such brash individuals. Although Danzo has retreated, Ao has not. On the contrary, he unsheathes the Kusanagi sword and charges forward. At the moment of drawing his weapon, he seamlessly enters Sage mode. Concurrently, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, experiences a shift in expression, hastily alerting the Raikage nearby. Be cautious. The Eight Tails has informed me that the lad exudes the essence of natural energy. Natural energy? The kind associated with the fourth Hokage's sage techniques? Uncertain. Typically, sage techniques manifest through physical transformation. However, this individual exhibits none. It may be a diluted version of sage techniques. There are multiple lineages of sage techniques in Konoha, so prudence is advisable. I understand. Despite his impulsive nature, the Raikage holds Killer Bee's counsel in high regard. His gaze towards Ao shifts from previous disdain to one of seriousness. This marks Ao's inaugural foray into sage mode amidst combat. The chakra imbued with sage energy exponentially enhances his prowess. Utilizing the acceleration effect of wind release body techniques, Ao astonishingly manages to keep pace with the Raikage. This realization casts a slight shadow over the Raikage's expression. During their last encounter, he had not exerted his full strength, and Ao had struggled to keep up. Yet this time, with earnest resolve, Ao has matched him, validating Killer Bee's concerns. Konoha seems to be favored by fate, likely giving rise to yet another prodigy akin to the fourth Hokage or the White Fang. Such a talent must not be permitted to leave this place alive. Within the forest, flashes of lightning dance, intermingled with swirling blades of wind. After 3 wars, a period of tranquility has ensued, causing many shinobi to forget the last time they witnessed such a high-caliber confrontation. Moreover, as both combatants excel in body techniques, their clash ignites from the outset. A spectacle of sparks and sheer force. Chingya may not possess an advantage in strength or speed, yet he manages to engage in a balanced exchange with the Raikage. This is attributable to his possession of the exceptional Kusanagi sword. In this realm, while there are multiple Kusanagi swords, each remains a veritable divine weapon. Even when the Raikage employs the lightning release chakra mode, he hesitates to confront the Kusanagi sword directly with his flesh and blood. Previously, Chingya's wind blades failed to harm him, as he was wielding ordinary ninja blades. Such blades are incapable of transmitting chakra, compelling him to release chakra solely from his hands, enveloping the blades externally and infusing them with wind elements to create his own wind release ninjutsu. At that time, his chakra was not amplified by the blades, rather, he had to expend a portion of it to protect them. Now, with the top-tier divine weapon Kusanagi, chakra flows directly through the blade, allowing his chakra to intertwine and enhance the sword, rendering it far more formidable in battle. Even the Raikage, with his formidable physique, dares not engage it lightly. How impressive it is that he can hold his ground against the Raikage. The surrounding Konoha ninjas are filled with fervor. Their earlier despondency, stemming from the presence of an enemy leader while lacking their own, now transformed into a surge of morale. Nearby, Killer Bee senses the gravity of the situation. At this juncture, the Raikage has effectively lost. It is imperative to recognize the disparity in their statuses. The Raikage should have displayed overwhelming dominance against Chingya. After all, the strongest force of a village should easily dispatch the regular combatants of a rival ninja village. Failing to eliminate the opponent would signify a complete loss in both morale and face. Should this battle ultimately result in victory, it would be acceptable. However, they are deep within the land of fire. The inability to swiftly gain an overwhelming advantage indicates a significant loss in the grand scheme. The Raikage perceives this reality. Yet he does not relent. Instead, he intensifies his assault. The more dire the situation becomes, the more determined he is to eliminate Chingya. They have awaited this moment of Konoha's vulnerability for too long. Should another individual of White Fang's caliber emerge, their opportunity would be irrevocably squandered. As the Raikage exerts himself, Chingya once again feels the pressure mounting. He has yet to unleash his full potential, constrained by his lesser chakra reserves compared to the Reikage. He can only rely on the enhancement of Sage Mode, coupled with the sharpness of the Kusanagi, to buy himself time. The confrontation between them transcends the conventional encounters of ninjas. It resembles two warriors battling to the death. Within a mere 5 minutes of engagement, Chingye begins to sense his chakra dwindling. His Sage Mode is remarkably perfected, with no limits yet tested, yet his chakra proves insufficient. Once his chakra is fully expended, the Sage Mode will also falter. Under such immense pressure, Chingye starts to contemplate a retreat, but at that moment, his gaze subtly flickers towards the distance. Subsequently, he summoned the last remnants of his chakra and engaged in a fierce contest with the Reikage. The Reikage unleashed his formidable technique, the Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Demonstrating unparalleled mastery, Aoy executed 3 successive slashes of the Void Cut, only to have them forcibly shattered by the Reikage. In that fleeting moment, as the momentum of his strike waned and new strength had yet to manifest, the Reikage's speed surged once more. His right hand transformed into a spear-like form. Thrusting directly towards his chest, Chingye swiftly countered with his blade. Yet, he was still a heartbeat too late. He felt a violent force strike his chest, sending him staggering back. In the next instant, he was propelled backward. However, what caused Reikage to furrow his brow was that, at the moment of impact, Chingye's left hand executed a whirlwind ninjutsu. This technique bore no lethal intent, merely stirring up a massive cloud of dust that enveloped the scene of their battle, rendering his lethal strike nearly invisible to the onlookers. Moments later, Chingye was sent flying, crashing into the crowd of Konoha ninjas behind him. He leaned on his Kusanagi sword, half kneeling on the ground with one hand pressed against his chest, remaining silent. Several medical ninjas rushed forward, prepared to attend to his injuries. Yet, as they approached, they witnessed Chingye slowly rising and releasing his grip from his chest. At that moment, the surrounding Konoha ninjas could clearly see that Chingye's clothing was utterly torn at the chest, revealing a faint red mark, seemingly a remnant of their earlier clash. Apart from that, he bore no other wounds. How fortunate indeed, Reikage-sama. It was a close call, as my chest was nearly pierced by your strike. Chingye took a few steps forward, continuing his verbal onslaught, while the Reikage opposite him wore a somewhat sullen expression. Others may not have discerned it, but he himself was acutely aware. His previous strike had undoubtedly struck Chingye's chest, although the opponent's Kusanagi sword had countered, preventing a complete penetration. He was certain that he had broken the bones in Chingye's chest. Even if Chingye were not dead, he would be rendered incapacitated. Yet now, to his astonishment, Chingye appeared unscathed. This extraordinary phenomenon left the Reikage in disbelief. He recognized that Chingye must have employed some form of trickery, and the swirling dust raised by the latter was simply a ruse to obscure his maneuvers. However, the Reikage had not been able to ascertain exactly what Chingye had done during his backward flight. Regardless of the nature of the action, it was undoubtedly a remarkable secret. The fact that Chingye even distrusted the Leaf Village and resorted to such tactics only deepened the Reikage's murderous intent, while simultaneously instilling a growing sense of caution within him. He glanced down at his right hand, which now bore only 3 fingers. The Reikage's previous thrust had successfully struck Chingye's chest, yet at that moment, Chingye's sword had also reached him. Had they continued in that manner, Chingye would have perished, but the Reikage's right hand would have been severed. Knowing he had the upper hand, he was not willing to exchange such a grievous injury for victory. As a renowned figure in ninjutsu, losing his right hand would be a devastating blow. Thus, he had chosen to strike and retreat, aiming for a victory without sustaining injuries. Based on their earlier exchanges, this decision seemed sound. Yet, unexpectedly, in that final moment, Chingye's sword had somehow quickened. Ultimately, the Reikage found himself losing yet another finger. Counting the previous instance where his pinky had been severed by that peculiar lightning technique, he had suffered the loss of 2 fingers in 2 encounters with Chingye. Such a record was a profound disgrace in his lifetime. Most critically, that young man had employed some method to restore his injuries. Consequently, to the outside world, it appeared that Chingye had merely torn his clothing at the chest, while the Reikage had lost a finger. Astonishingly, he had lost this duel. How remarkable, to have defeated the Reikage. However, it was merely the loss of a finger. The Reikage still retained fighting capability. Yet, Chingye too had emerged unscathed. Indeed, this outcome was already remarkable in itself. This was a direct one-on-one confrontation. Even the legendary Tobirama Senju might not have achieved such a feat. How formidable, indeed, the Leaf Village was. Awakening from such thoughts, Chingye subtly curled his lip. His consumption of 2 vials of life potions had proven worthwhile, and the effects of his battle preparations were evident. These individuals, however, remained unaware that Shinya's chakra reserves were nearly depleted. If Reikage wished to continue, he would undoubtedly turn and flee. However, at this juncture, it mattered little. For reinforcements had finally arrived, true reinforcements. Opposite them, the furious Reikage clearly intended to settle the score, while his companion, Killer Bee, began to emanate a terrifying aura. Once these two brothers united, the so-called reinforcement squad from Konoha would likely prove inadequate. Just as they prepared to strike, a colossal shadow descended from the heavens. With a thunderous crash, a gargantuan figure appeared between the Cloud Ninja and the Konoha shinobi. The lecherous sage Jiraiya had finally arrived. Reikage. To ambush our Konoha ninja on the territory of the Land of Fire is unbecoming of a leader, Jiraiya declared. Humph. In war, one must employ all manner of tactics. Your village, Konoha, has not been innocent of such stratagems in the past, Reikage retorted. Is that so? When we employed such tactics? It was during a time of war between our two villages. Has the Hidden Cloud formally declared war on Konoha now? Jiraiya's sharp tongue adeptly seized the initiative. Reikage was tempted to declare outright, and what if we have? Yet he understood the gravity of such a statement. As a leader, uttering those words would constitute a formal declaration of war, implying that Konoha would retaliate with unyielding ferocity, mirroring his own ruthless tactics. Upon reflection, the irony of the situation was palpable. Reikage's audacity to brazenly invade the Land of Fire to commit murder and arson stemmed from his belief that Konoha adhered to a code of honor. As long as he refrained from formally declaring war, Konoha would not sully its reputation by engaging him in mortal combat. This was a quintessential display of bullying the virtuous, launching an assault to seize advantage, only to flee at the first sign of resistance, asserting that any retaliation would amount to mutual combat. Should he discover during the skirmish that his opponent was too weak, he would resort to murder and arson to annihilate any lingering threats. This operation was initially intended to incapacitate Konoha's fighting forces, paving the way for an eventual declaration of war. Regrettably, this strategy had backfired. Not only had it failed to genuinely harm Konoha's active forces, but it had also placed Reikage's side at a disadvantage. It may be a harsh truth, but the 20 or so Konoha ninjas who had previously perished were, in terms of value, likely worth less than a single finger of Reikage's. Now, if he dared to declare war outright, this formidable Konoha Sannin before him would surely pursue him to the ends of the earth. Reikage, having endured the trials of the Third Great Ninja War, was acutely aware that Konoha's Sannin were no mere pretenders, they were indeed elite shinobi of the highest caliber. The outcome of a confrontation with them was uncertain, and compounded by the home field advantage, prolonged engagement would likely spell doom for his forces. Jiraiya made no move to hasten the confrontation, simply standing aloft and subtly exerting pressure upon the Cloud Ninja. As one of Konoha's few remaining high-tier combatants, he had long roamed the world in pursuit of the so-called Child of Prophecy. Many knew the reasons for Jiraiya's reluctance to return to Konoha, yet none dared to voice them. Nevertheless, when the moment of truth arrived, he would still honor the third Hokage. In the face of the impending threat posed by the Cloud Ninja, he returned just in time. Standing upon the back of the colossal toad, Gamabunta, Jiraiya's entrance was nothing short of spectacular, embodying his characteristic flamboyance. However, this particular arrival left a hint of discomfort in the heart of Aoyama. For Jiraiya's dramatic appearance overshadowed all of his prior accolades. The entire assembly of Konoha ninjas now erupted in fervent chants of Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary three. In essence, Aoyama's earlier emergence was merely a bid for attention, one aimed at irritating the upper echelons of Konoha, and the other serving as a prelude to his future schemes. Yet now, the fruits of his arduous battles had been drastically diminished by Jiraiya. It seemed that Jiraiya had sensed something amiss, casting a glance toward Aoyama, who was acutely aware of this recognition, as the last ninja of Konoha who comprehended Sage Mode, while others might remain oblivious. Jiraiya would undoubtedly perceive that Aoyama had recently harnessed natural energy. Though the duration was brief, the intensity was remarkably high. However, it was clear that the moment was not opportune for discussion. Jiraiya merely shot a glance and returned to his standoff against the Reikage and Killer Bee. In his prime, Jiraiya would have struggled to contend with these two formidable opponents alone. His Sage Mode was too slow, rendering it nearly ineffective against a speedster like the Reikage. Nevertheless, after his clash with Aoyama, the Reikage had not emerged unscathed. Coupled with the loss of a finger, his strength had significantly waned. Although Killer Bee remained as a support, he was not invincible either. Konoha possessed tailed beasts as well, although they were not yet at liberty to deploy them. The Cloud Ninjas, however, were blissfully unaware of this reality. The Reikage was reluctant to concede, but his bodyguards were already urging him to reconsider. Jiraiya's arrival signified that more Konoha ninjas would soon follow. They were in the Land of Fire, and their numbers were limited. Should they find themselves encircled by Konoha's forces, the elite team, led by the Reikage, could face total annihilation. Their previous strategy focused on concentrating their strength to inflict significant damage on Konoha before retreating. Yet now, that blitzkrieg tactic had faltered. It was time to withdraw. The Reikage was acutely aware of this truth. Yet he struggled to accept the dismal outcome of his meticulously crafted plan. He had suffered a thorough defeat, both strategically and personally. All thanks to the Konoha ninja named Aoyama. A fierce impulse surged within the Reikage, a desperate desire to eliminate Aoyama at all costs. He had an instinct that if Aoyama was not vanquished today, he would undoubtedly become a grave threat to the Cloud Village in the future. From the recent series of events, the Reikage discerned that Aoyama was entirely different from the other rule-abiding ninjas of Konoha. This individual was not only immensely powerful but also possessed a profound intellect, far surpassing the likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Contemplating this, the Reikage spoke. "We may retreat. But that boy Aoyama must be surrendered to us as compensation for the affront we have endured." Upon hearing these words, Aoyama felt a tumult of emotions. Despite being within the confines of Konoha, however, in the original world, he had encountered similar events throughout history. It is a phenomenon that appears utterly absurd. Yet in reality, it is even more outrageous. Nevertheless, such occurrences have undeniably manifested in every realm. As the epicenter of this event, Aoy found himself at a loss for words to describe his feelings. In this life, he had traversed into the body of a Konoha inhabitant, which could be considered his homeland. The fact that such an incident transpired in his hometown made it exceedingly difficult for him to identify with the village. The truly nauseating aspect of this situation does not lie in whether Konoha accepted the terms, but rather in the audacity of others to impose conditions upon Konoha, the nominal leader among the 5 great villages. Living in a world devoid of advanced media, one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue in the online realm of his previous life, where the servers of public opinion platforms would surely crash under the weight of outrage. Despite knowing that Jiraiya's agreement was unlikely, Aoy instinctively drew his sword and distanced himself from the other ninjas of Konoha. This action left onlookers momentarily stunned, for among the majority of civilian ninjas, such a response would be inconceivable. Thus, they failed to comprehend Aoy's motives. Yet, there were still those who remembered the infamous incident involving Hinata Hayashi. Some began to speculate whether that scene would replay itself. At that moment, a figure who had remained hidden for some time suddenly emerged, Shimura Danzo. This individual had been absent when Aoy was battling the Reikage, only to reappear now. "Fear not, Kawakazi Aoy. My roots shall protect you. Today, no one shall lay a hand on you." Upon hearing these words, Aoy immediately understood. Danzo's previous disinterest in him stemmed from Aoy's lack of lineage and heritage, which rendered him unworthy in Danzo's eyes. However, after Aoy had demonstrated his formidable combat prowess, Danzo's interest was piqued, and he wished to absorb him into the roots. Aoy was acutely aware that even if he were to defect, entering the roots was out of the question. In his mind, the roots bore no connection to Konoha. Had he not witnessed Pain's actions when he bore the burden of the rice? The roots remained hidden underground, motionless. The entire organization served only to further Danzo's ambitions. Chingya offered no response to Danzo, but instead raised his gaze towards Jiraiya, who stood above. He had surreptitiously consumed a soldier's pill earlier, and his chakra had partially replenished. However, this resurgence of chakra was not intended for combat. He had concentrated it solely in his legs, poised to flee at a moment's notice. At least Jiraiya exhibited more courage than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Beneath him, Bunta stepped forward, displaying an unwavering stance. Reikage furrowed his brow, feeling an unwillingness within. Yet, at that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from afar, signaling the arrival of more leaf ninjas. Reikage sighed inwardly, realizing he had undeniably lost this round. The original plan had been to severely weaken the elite forces of Konoha and then declare war on them directly. Now, it seemed that conflict would not materialize. "We shall depart," he declared. The assembled leaf ninjas turned their attention to Jiraiya, their thoughts mirroring those of Chingya. They yearned to seize the moment, overwhelmed by numbers, to vanquish Reikage and his cadre of elite warriors. In truth, from both a pragmatic and moral standpoint, Konoha's intentions bore no fault. You have illegally crossed borders and assaulted the military of this nation. Is there any issue with executing you on the spot? We're at a Wagakure. Inoki would have likely summoned thousands to crush Reikage here and now. However, Chingya surmised that Konoha would most likely refrain from such an action. As anticipated, Jiraiya hesitated slightly, ultimately retreating a step and adopting a conciliatory posture. After having slain over 20 leaf ninjas on their own territory, Reikage and his entourage prepared to depart with a sense of superiority. At that moment, Chingya suddenly stepped forward and spoke. May I inquire, Lord Jiraiya, is your decision to allow the release of these intruders a command from you, or an edict from the third Hokage? A wave of debate was ignited among the crowd by Chingya's remarks. Even Reikage and his entourage, who were preparing to depart, slowed their pace to observe the unfolding spectacle. Jiraiya abruptly turned around. The target of Chingya's inquiry was glaringly evident. Instinctively, Jiraiya wished to assert that this was his decision. However, he soon realized that Chingya had positioned himself beside Danzo without his notice. This left Jiraiya in a state of hesitation, as the matter at hand was undeniably delicate. While Jiraiya held a prominent status, he did not occupy an official role within Konoha. It was well known that he was a disciple of the third Hokage, typically embodying his will. Thus, he was often heeded in most circumstances. Unfortunately, on this occasion, the presence of Danzo, who, despite his dubious character, was a peer of Sarutobi Hiruzen and held a significant position as a high-ranking advisor and the leader of root, complicated matters. This meant that, officially, Danzo outranked Jiraiya. Moreover, Danzo was the commander of the reinforcements present. Should Jiraiya proclaim this as a command from the third Hokage, Danzo would likely refrain from objection, recognizing the authority of the third. However, such a declaration would starkly reveal the third's weakness to all the ninjas present. Although Jiraiya could provide extensive justifications for his decision, he could not elucidate the underlying reasons at that moment. Thus, this admission would undoubtedly tarnish the third's reputation. Conversely, if Jiraiya claimed this was his own decision, Danzo could readily counter with authority, enforcing a directive to encircle Reikage. Based on Jiraiya's understanding of Danzo, he was entirely capable of such an act. For the immense prestige associated with eliminating a village leader was not something Danzo's character would easily relinquish. However, this would inevitably lead to an all-out war, a prospect Jiraiya could not accept. Ultimately, Jiraiya spoke, declaring it to be the third Hokage's command. The surrounding Konoha ninjas fell silent. Yet Jiraiya keenly perceived the glimmers of disappointment in many eyes. Reikage's group displayed expressions of derision before departing with overt assurance. Observing their exit, Chingya casually beckoned Akane. With their departure, our task is complete. What are we still doing here? Are we to bid farewell to Lord Reikage? The conflict between Konoha and Kumogakure ultimately failed to escalate. Aoying remained oblivious to the historical conclusion of these events. However, this time, severing a finger of the Reikage undoubtedly constituted a pivotal factor. The Reikage would require time to adapt to the combat dynamics with only 3 fingers. Although Konoha appeared feeble, even a dying camel is larger than a horse, and thus, Yunin could not easily manipulate them. A month later, Yunin formally withdrew its troops from the borders, and Konoha welcomed the peace it so desired. Naturally, the most relieved party was the Land of Water, as they found themselves sandwiched between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. The assembly of Yunin troops at the border essentially meant they were stationed on the territory of the Land of Water, which also bore the burden of supplying military provisions. This was an unbearable strain, rendering them worse off than contemporary Korea. Nevertheless, that confrontation sparked considerable debate, with the most emblematic outcome being the rise of Aoying's reputation as the wind-chasing sword, which finally gained traction within Konoha. In direct confrontation, Aoying had not only held his ground against the Reikage, but had also managed to sever a finger, thereby achieving an advantage. In a fleeting moment, Aoying emerged as a pillar of the new generation of ninjas in Konoha, regarded as the second coming of the White Fang. Initially, Aoying's prominence had been overshadowed by Jiraiya and Danzo. However, Jiraiya's decision to let the Reikage escape allowed Aoying to reclaim the spotlight and forcibly enhance his presence. Consequently, his renown inevitably began to spread. Aoying's approach starkly contrasted with that of the White Fang, as he had engaged the Reikage head-on. From both a public sentiment and political correctness perspective, his actions were beyond reproach. Even Danzo could find no fault. Most crucially, following that battle, Danzo developed an appreciation for Aoying's talents and made several attempts to recruit him into the roots of the organization, all of which Aoying declined. Perhaps Aoying's displayed combat prowess was simply too formidable, Or perhaps he was clearly not the naive type like the White Fang. Danzo proceeded with caution, refraining from any immediate actions against Aoy. During this period, the third Hokage found himself in a rather uncomfortable position. Despite having provided an explanation for his earlier decision to let the Reikage go, citing the village's dire circumstances and a desire for peace to avoid the sacrifice of their ninjas, the aftermath of his actions resonated far more profoundly than any verbal justification could convey. Had it not been for his considerable reputation built over the years, he would have faced vehement backlash following the incident. Fortunately, after a period of cold treatment, the people of Konoha gradually began to forget the ordeal, as human memory tends to be fleeting. In the depths of the Aoying family's underground laboratory in Konoha, a plume of flames erupted from Aoba's mouth, incinerating the grotesque mass before him, an entity that was half flesh and half plant, writhing and proliferating in a disturbing manner, reducing it to ashes. The 79th experiment on the fusion of interstitial cells had met with failure. Nearby, Yumi diligently took notes. Are you truly intent on transplanting such a thing onto yourself? It appears exceedingly perilous. Previously, Aoba's endeavor involved the fusion of his own cells with those of Hashirama. However, it was evident that his cells would be swiftly engulfed. Gradually, the cells began to proliferate uncontrollably. He experimented with various methods to facilitate this fusion. Yet the outcomes were consistently similar. It has become apparent that relying solely on biological means to achieve such fusion is virtually unattainable. However, you too employed chakra as an auxiliary, yet you found no success. In truth, Aoba not only utilized chakra as support, but specifically employed yang-release chakra as a harmonizing agent. His initial belief was that, as a natural sage, Hashirama would resonate with yang attribute chakra. He thought that employing yang chakra might yield positive results. Yet, the outcome was that the infusion of yang chakra rendered Hashirama's cells even more active, transforming them into a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and plant. Aoy does not possess all attributes of chakra. However, in this world, the absence of a specific attribute does not preclude one from utilizing jutsu associated with that attribute. With diligent training, it is indeed possible to consciously transform one's chakra into a particular attribute, thereby enabling the execution of ninjutsu. Nonetheless, as ninjas are inherently agile practitioners, the necessity of transformation before application renders it impractical in combat scenarios. Therefore, lacking a certain attribute does not imply an absolute inability to wield that chakra. It merely indicates an incapacity to employ those particular jutsu effectively in actual combat. The young leaf does not possess the yang attribute of chakra. However, in the laboratory, similar experiments can still be conducted. To date, he has endeavored to stimulate all attributes of chakra, yet none have yielded the desired results. Chingya felt a sense of helplessness. The cellular structure of the Hashirama cells was the crux of this world. However, the efficacy of such a crutch depended on fortune and the machinations of certain individuals. Just as Chingya was about to conclude her experiments for the day, an intriguing new direction suddenly struck her. Beyond chakra, there existed another form of energy yet to be explored, natural energy. Thus, she prepared for her 80th experiment. Yumi had never opposed her decisions and immediately began to assist in the preparations. Although not a ninja herself, she had acquired a wealth of specialized knowledge under Chingya's tutelage, and she executed the various preparatory and supportive tasks with remarkable ease. Aoyan extracted a small sample of his own blood and subsequently reintroduced it to the cells of Hashirama. This time, Aoyan relinquished all biological neutralizers, for Hashirama's cells proved overwhelmingly potent. Most biological neutralizers would merely transform into nutrients for them. Thus, Aoyan directly infused natural energy and observed the outcome. Initially, Hashirama's cells displayed rapid activity, commencing the consumption of Aoyan's cells. However, this time, Aoyan's cells were imbued with natural energy, rendering the absorption process less seamless. Typically, ordinary cells exposed to natural energy would metamorphose into stone. Yet, as Hashirama himself was a sage, the cells inherently adapted to natural energy. Consequently, the entire process unfolded with considerably more tranquility than previous experiments. Regrettably, this state did not endure for long. As the natural energy waned, the previous frenzied proliferation re-emerged. Following the incineration of the experimental subject, Aoyan felt no despair. Rather, he was invigorated, for this experiment yielded something distinctly novel. Although natural energy did not assist in completing the experiment, its effects were undeniably evident. In the absence of Baiju's interference, this represented the best experimental result to date. After concluding the experiment, A voice rang out from above, calling for Xianglin. Mom, Mom. Where are you? I'm starving. All right, Xianglin is back. Let us ascend. Xianglin had increasingly adapted to life in Konoha. Her once timid demeanor, shaped by her upbringing in the grass village, had completely dissipated, transforming her into a boisterous and carefree girl. Yumi felt a twinge of concern, fearing that the young girl might struggle to find a partner in the future. Aoyan, however, remained unfazed. Rest assured, when the girl matures and encounters someone she cherishes, she will naturally evolve. Parents need not worry excessively. Typically, the more one intervenes, the more complications arise. Let us hope so. Yumi still felt a sense of unease. Mom, is dinner ready? I'm starving. After a chaotic afternoon, Xianglin clamored for food. Yumi wore a helpless expression but still indulged the request and went to prepare the meal. Meanwhile, Xianglin clung to Aoyan. Brother Aoyan, teach me some impressive ninjutsu, will you? I've already mastered the body replacement technique, and I can climb trees and walk on water. Is that so? Show me. In the original manga, Xianglin was predominantly depicted as infatuated with Sasuke, with scant attention given to her developmental journey. In later chapters, she followed Orochimaru, and given Orochimaru's disposition at that time, he was likely preoccupied with the pursuit of immortality, thus incapable of providing her with earnest instruction. Nevertheless, despite this, Xianglin has ascended to a position within the management of one of Orochimaru's bases. Thus, Chinya has known from the outset that this girl is a prodigy, a talent not previously showcased in the original narrative. Yet, Xianglin's performance still astonished her. It is noteworthy that she has only been attending school for approximately half a year. Even considering her foundational skills, the rapidity with which she has mastered the school curriculum is quite surprising. Indeed, under Chinya's watchful eye, Xianglin skillfully executed the three-body technique, as well as demonstrations of tree climbing and water walking. Truly impressive, she is ready to commence the next phase of her training. In reality, it is not merely these fundamental skills that stand out. The chakra within Xianglin has already surpassed the standard level of a mere genin from Konoha. The physique of the Uzumaki clan is indeed astonishingly powerful. In a comprehensive view, Chinya even feels that the Uzumaki clan is the closest to being akin to the Sage of Six Paths. The Senju clan, aside from Senju Hashirama, is rather mediocre in terms of physical prowess. With respect to Xianglin's forthcoming training, Chinya has long been prepared. Previously, she had assessed Xianglin's chakra attributes, which are earth and water. These two elements are not Chinya's forte. However, her vision for Xianglin's developmental trajectory is not limited to that of a conventional ninja. After all, the original narrative has indeed showcased that Xianglin possesses the most prominent characteristics of the Uzumaki clan. The Kanmuri's Byakugan has already awakened. Furthermore, in the latter stages of Naruto, Xianglin also awakened the King Kong sealing technique, a ninjutsu that requires innate talent to execute. Thus, it becomes evident that Xianglin's true path of development should lie in sealing techniques. In fact, in the world of Naruto, advanced sealing techniques, when wielded effectively, can be as formidable as pure ninjutsu. In terms of potential, they can even far exceed conventional elemental ninjutsu. After all, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan may even touch upon the realm of the Shinigami. Moreover, during Chinya's last transaction, she acquired a wealth of sealing technique knowledge from Orochimaru, which has prepared her for this aspect. In the future, encounters with tailed beasts are inevitable. Conventional ninjutsu is ineffective against the brute force of tailed beasts. However, the Uzumaki clan's King Kong sealing and Bagua sealing techniques are specifically designed to counter such formidable foes. At that time, Xianglin will serve as the trump card in her hand. Before long, Xianglin found herself regretting her decision. For in contrast to the physical training of tree climbing and water walking, the study of sealing techniques necessitates a vast amount of specialized knowledge. This implies that Xianglin must embark on a journey through extensive theoretical learning. Alas, the very subject she detests the most in school is precisely the theoretical coursework. She had envisioned returning home to learn impressive skills to flaunt among her peers, only to discover that she must delve into the theories she loathes. Furthermore, the complexity of those theories is as obscure and soporific as the will of fire taught in school. However, there is no recourse, having accepted Chinya's offer. It is now too late for her to retract her decision. Her sole means of resistance now lies in spending a little more time outdoors after school. For once she returns home, she is thrust into the relentless grind of her academic pursuits. Xianglin's studies have found their rhythm. while Chunin seizes every precious moment to enhance his skills. After achieving Sage Mode, his demand for conventional ninjutsu has significantly increased for under Sage Mode. Even the most basic techniques can become remarkably formidable. The avenues for common ninjas to acquire ninjutsu are quite limited, typically involving the completion of tasks to earn points, which can then be exchanged with the higher-ups in Konoha. Upon finishing advanced missions, one may also receive ninjutsu as a reward, along with spoils from battles. However, Chunin does not require either of these methods. He has his own means, Kakashi. As one of Konoha's esteemed elite jonin, Kakashi possesses a repertoire of ninjutsu that may rival, if not surpass, that of the third Hokage in sheer quantity. In order to conserve chakra, Aoba previously relied predominantly on taijutsu in combat. However, upon acquiring Sage Mode, the potency of his ninjutsu experienced a significant enhancement. Consequently, he sought out Kakashi to learn a plethora of ninjutsu, aiming to enrich his repertoire of combat techniques. Of course, Aoba was not merely taking advantage of Kakashi. He gifted Kakashi 2 life potions. These potions, when utilized effectively in real combat, could serve as a second chance at life. Notably without any side effects, their value equivalent to that of several conventional ninjutsu. Simultaneously, Aoba endeavored to master one of the most renowned ninjutsu in the series, the Rasengan. The original concept of the Rasengan is derived from the tailed beast bomb, which entails the extreme compression of chakra followed by its release. However, in reality, ninjas are incapable of achieving this feat, as humans cannot possibly possess the immense chakra of a tailed beast. Even if they did, achieving such a degree of compression is unattainable. The tailed beast bomb does not require any special technique, but rather an immense amount of chakra combined with extreme compressive force. Without sufficient compressive strength, a chakra sphere cannot inflict damage, for chakra dissipates rapidly once it leaves the human body. Thus, the emergence of ninjutsu was necessitated. Ninjutsu enables chakra to transform its form, manifesting as either matter or energy, allowing for remote release. Realizing this, Minato Namikaze altered his approach, attempting to make chakra rotate in his hand to maintain stability while achieving a compressive effect. This principle forms the foundation of the Rasengan. With an understanding of the fundamental concept, Aoba was determined not to overlook this technique. The practice of the Rasengan proved to be simpler than anticipated. Perhaps due to his inherent mastery over chakra manipulation, he completed the basic Rasengan training in just a few days. However, he began to feel pressure when attempting to incorporate the wind element into his technique. The wind release, Big Ball Rasengan, is a technique of sage-level caliber. Its destructive power unmatched by few within the ninja world. Yet, the difficulty of mastering this technique far exceeds that of the ordinary Rasengan. In essence, the Rasengan is already classified as an S-rank ninjutsu. Even if it becomes widely known, very few within Konoha can master it. Kakashi has a rudimentary understanding but struggles to utilize it effectively, preferring his own Raikiri instead. The most proficient users in Konoha are Jiraiya and, in the future, Naruto. The Big Ball Rasengan, however, represents a further advancement, with a difficulty level of at least 3S. Aoba aspires not only to incorporate the wind element S transformation but also to integrate Sage Chakra, culminating in a superlative ninjutsu capable of delivering a decisive blow. Ideally capable of flattening the Raikage. Engaged in secret experimentation and ninjutsu training, Aoba's days are remarkably fulfilling, leaving even Kakashi at times perplexed. Konoha has grown remarkably powerful, yet it still exudes an almost frenzied dedication. Do you truly aspire to become Hokage? Regardless of strength or popularity, I am undoubtedly qualified to contend for the position of Hokage in the forthcoming selection. However, observe your tone, Kakashi, deep within. You harbor an undeniable sense of impossibility regarding your own potential to become Hokage, do you not? At times, Kakashi finds Konoha rather insufferable, as he possesses an uncanny ability to pierce directly into one's innermost feelings with a mere phrase. It is as if he articulates what Kakashi himself yearns to express, but cannot find the words to convey. How could Aoyoshi ever aspire to become Hokage? He bears no connection whatsoever to the current Hokage's lineage. Based solely on this fact, he is utterly incapable of ascending to such a position. However you perceive it, I merely sense a divergence between your thoughts and those of the Hokage. No, Kakashi, my beliefs simply differ from those of the present Hokage. Yet, do not forget, if I were to become Hokage, then my thoughts would, by extension, become those of the Hokage. Nevertheless, I can now address your initial query. I have never entertained the notion of becoming Hokage. Kakashi gazed into Aoyoshi's eyes and nodded, then spoke with a tone reminiscent of either relief or disappointment. I believe in you. Is that so? I have answered your question. Now, are you able to respond to my earlier inquiry? Kakashi appeared somewhat awkward. Aoyoshi's previous question pertained to the true representation of Konoha. Kakashi, possessing a sharp intellect, understood the underlying implication of Aoyoshi's words. He was inquiring whether it is the Hokage who embodies Konoha or the common populace that does so. Yet, at that moment, he found himself unable to provide an answer as he struggled to comprehend. From the education he had received, he ought to assert without hesitation that it is the Hokage. However, on an emotional level, he felt inclined to say it is the common people. The two answers lingered in his mind. Yet he could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. It seems you have yet to clarify your thoughts. No matter, take your time to ponder. By the way, the new year is approaching. In 3 days, I have arranged to meet with Akai and the others for a gathering before the year ends. Don't forget to join us at the Akimichi family barbecue restaurant. All right. Upon returning home, Aoyoshi once again retreated into the laboratory. However, this time, he did not continue his previous research but instead began to tinker with a few small items. That day, while on the road, Aoyoshi encountered a familiar figure. The other party's eyes lit up upon seeing him, yet hesitated, unsure of how to greet him. Hello, Sasuke. Do you not recognize me? The young boy was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke was truly an innocent victim. In Aoyoshi's heart, he was merely a pitiable child. Yet, it is not without reason that Uchiha Sasuke would later be referred to as the second pillar. This boy, with his proud disposition, bore an overwhelming burden, leading to emotional turmoil at such a tender age. In Aoyoshi's view, the education system in Konoha was profoundly brainwashing, fundamentally flawed. It showed no regard for Sasuke's psychological struggles. It is no wonder the boy later sought out Orochimaru. The educational standards, or perhaps the upper echelon's arrangements, impeded his growth to a point of dissatisfaction. In truth, Uchiha Sasuke longed to see Aoyoshi again. Although they had only exchanged words once, the skills he learned from Aoyoshi, tree climbing and water walking, proved to be immensely practical. He may be proud, but he is not foolish. After numerous practices, he swiftly comprehended that this was an essential skill for a ninja. Having mastered these two techniques, he wished to continue learning from Aoba. However, being inherently proud, he was uncertain of how to approach him. Moreover, as a genin, Aoba frequently embarked on missions. Even upon returning to Konoha, he was often confined to the laboratory, engrossed in experiments, making it nearly impossible for him to orchestrate fortuitous encounters. Recently, as the year drew to a close, Aoba relaxed a little, allowing him the chance to meet Aoba on the street. As they strolled together, a conversation ensued. Why aren't you attending school? The school is on break, isn't it? I completely forgot about that. At your age, you should be spending more time playing with friends. I know, but I have no time. I need to grow stronger, I need to defeat that person, I understand. However, balancing work and rest is equally important. Besides, I recall you have another objective aside from defeating that person, correct? Indeed. I aim to restore the Uchiha clan. Hearing these words from the young Sasuke's lips, Aoba found no humor in them. Rather, he felt a tinge of sorrow. Konoha, Danzo, Itachi Uchiha, Obito Uchiha. These individuals collectively wrought that tragedy, leaving this child to bear the consequences. Aoba could hardly fathom how this child managed to fall asleep each night. Do you know how to restore the Uchiha clan? Well, as long as I become the strongest ninja, the Uchiha clan's reputation will naturally be restored. Is that so? Is that your notion of restoring the Uchiha clan? Isn't it? Ha ha ha. Very well, Sasuke. Allow me to present a scenario for your contemplation. Suppose you achieve your initial goal and become a formidable ninja. Then one day, you grow old and eventually pass away. What do you think will happen to the Uchiha name then? It will vanish. 2 days later, at the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi family, Aoba, Kakashi, Maikai, along with Anko, Asuma, and Karin gathered for a reunion. To be frank, the latter two were unexpected guests, having been invited by Kakashi. Little did he anticipate that they were already developing a connection at this juncture. It appeared their romantic involvement had indeed been lengthy, as even until Asuma's demise, they had never officially established their relationship. Chingye harbors a certain disdain for Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, he holds a favorable regard for Asuma. This young man often finds himself at odds with Sarutobi, making it difficult for Chingye not to appreciate him. As for Yuhi Kurinai, her standing in Konoha is quite commendable. Following the demise of the Uchiha clan, she has become one of the few ninja proficient in genjutsu within the village. Although her confrontation with Itachi may have showcased her genjutsu as lacking, it was merely a reflection of the masterful prowess exhibited by Uchiha Itachi. Augmented by the power of his Sharingan, Kusanagi herself attained the rank of Special Jonin through her mastery of genjutsu, a testament to her considerable skill. A group of individuals, having enjoyed a hearty meal, sat in the establishment engaged in conversation. At that moment, Chingya produced several items and placed them before his companions. During this time, I have delved into the study of sealing techniques and made some progress. I have prepared a few gifts for everyone. I hope they meet your expectations. Wow, Chingya. You prepared gifts. I am truly looking forward to this, Kai exclaimed with evident excitement. He often felt quite solitary within the village. Although his disposition is cheerful, holidays rarely bring him the joy of receiving gifts. In truth, most ninjas share a somewhat detached relationship with one another, primarily due to the nature of their profession, which starkly contrasts with ordinary civilian life. Especially when one's rank is typically Special Jonin, their missions often necessitate lethal force. Furthermore, each mission partner varies, which can foster a sense of emotional distance. One should not assume that ninjas are devoid of psychological issues. A glance at the peculiarities of Uchiha Itachi reveals otherwise. Many ninja in Konoha grapple with internal struggles, leading to predominantly cold interactions among them. It is precisely this reason that, in later times, Naruto's emergence transformed him into the village's beloved figure, radiating warmth and enthusiasm. In a world once characterized by emotional detachment, Naruto became a beacon of light, drawing everyone towards him. Kakashi, give this a try, Chingya said, presenting a smooth, circular metallic disc to Kakashi. Upon receiving it, Kakashi noted the intricately engraved seals upon its surface. What is this? He inquired. Place it against your forehead protector, covering the side of your Sharingan, and test its effects. Kakashi seemed to grasp the concept. He took the metallic disc and affixed it to his Sharingan, securing it with his forehead protector. Now, infuse it with a small amount of chakra. Just a little will suffice. The technique requires chakra to activate. As Kakashi followed the instructions, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. This effect, according to my design, it should temporarily place the Sharingan in a dormant state, not off, but rather in a low-energy mode, minimizing chakra expenditure. This should alleviate your chakra depletion concerns to some extent. In the original world, Kakashi's struggles with chakra became somewhat of a running joke. However, in reality, this issue is indeed quite critical. Kakashi's tactical acumen is remarkably high. Konoha believed that in terms of adaptability during battle, he was hardly inferior to Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, Kakashi possessed mastery over all 5 elemental affinities and was well-versed in thousands of ninjutsu techniques, rendering him theoretically devoid of significant weaknesses in actual combat. However, due to his limited chakra reserves, the tactical options available to him were severely constrained. Consequently, when confronted with Uchiha Itachi, he found himself nearly powerless to retaliate. After all, facing an opponent of comparable tactical acumen, who was unburdened by any chakra deficiencies and wielded the Sharingan to comprehensively dominate him, Kakashi could only resign himself to defeat. Aoba believes that the Sharingan has both elevated Kakashi and simultaneously constrained him. Therefore, he devises a means to alleviate this predicament, eager to observe the extent of Kakashi's potential. This gesture is truly considerate. Kakashi, in turn, is taken aback by Aoba's presentation of such a valuable gift. While this item may hold little worth for others, for him, it is a timely boon. As long as it proves effective, that is what matters. The creation of this item is rather intricate, and I genuinely fear that the final outcome may not meet expectations. No, it is exceptionally useful. Thank you, Aoba. Between friends, there is no need for excessive words. Guy, this is for you. Chingya opened the box before Kai. Inside lay 4 items resembling wrist guards. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that these guards were crafted from slender strips of metal, adorned with intricate and enigmatic symbols. Try them on, Chingya suggested. I shall not hesitate. Akai replied as he donned the wrist guards. After moving his wrists about, he found them to be a perfect fit. However, there must be some special efficacy associated with them, he mused. Indeed, let us infuse a bit of chakra and see. Is this how it works? Akai followed the instructions. Although he lacked the ability to perform ninjutsu, he could still manipulate chakra to a degree. After all, without such capability, tasks like climbing trees or walking on water would be impossible. This, After channeling chakra into the wrist guards, Akai felt them suddenly grow heavier, as if they had gained several times their weight. They were weighted wrist guards, designed solely for physical training. With just a small infusion of chakra, the guards would become exceedingly burdensome due to the effects of the inscriptions. While they were not suited for combat and possessed limited defensive capabilities, they would serve well for training purposes. This is truly wonderful. Chingya, you are exceedingly thoughtful. I have long been troubled by the issue of weight on my body and sought a compact and convenient weighted bag. These wrist guards have completely resolved my dilemma. As long as they serve their purpose, I'm content. In all of Konoha, it seems you are the only one who requires them. In truth, Chingya also possessed a pair of these guards, though he did not use them with the fervor that Akai did. Both the weight and the intensity of training were incomparable to Akai's efforts. Anko, this one is for you. For Anko, Chingya presented a small device resembling headphones, designed to be worn on the ears. When worn, it would enhance her sensory perception, particularly her auditory abilities, making it easier for her to detect subtle sounds. This item was tailor-made for Anko. Having previously fought alongside her, Chingya had noticed that her sensory acuity was rather average. As a special jonin, she frequently undertook missions, and possessing heightened awareness was crucial, especially in the field. After all, danger could strike at any moment in the wilderness, and being able to perceive it in advance would increase their chances of survival. This is also why the Hyuga clan has always been a prominent family in Konoha. No team ventures out without wishing for the companionship of a member from the esteemed Hyuga clan. Chingya prepared gifts for Asuma and Hong. Hong, take a look at this. Aoba presented a box of exquisite cigars, imported from the land of snow. These limited edition cigars, crafted from the ethereal ice lotus, not only satiate the craving for tobacco but also invigorate the mind and spirit. Most notably, they lack the unpleasant odor typically associated with ordinary tobacco. Instead, they leave a refreshing aroma in the mouth after smoking. Before Hong could respond, Aoba immediately addressed Asuma, saying, "This is for you. I am not particularly adept at illusion techniques, so I have been attempting to supplement my abilities with external objects. This bracelet is my third-generation prototype and has shown some effect. By infusing chakra into the two bracelets and allowing them to rub against each other, one can release a sound wave that induces dizziness or even nausea. Of course, the user will be exempt from this effect due to the sealing technique on the wristband. This represents my conceptualization of an illusion technique, utilizing the pervasive nature of sound to mount an illusionary assault. Perhaps you could consult an expert in illusions to see if this effect can be improved. While it may be categorized as entry-level, it has demonstrated absolute practical efficacy. Against ch-nin and lower-ranked ninjas, its effectiveness is markedly apparent. A moment's distraction can lead to disorientation. Although the duration is brief for a ninja who is inherently an assassin, such fleeting disorientation can often spell the difference between life and death. However, its effect diminishes against jonin and elite jonin, making it challenging to wield a decisive advantage in actual combat, serving only to create a degree of distraction. Nevertheless, its value remains considerable. Unlike the gifts from Kakashi and Guy, the two items from Kurinai and Anko possess a broader applicability. This is also Aoba's endeavor to launch a line of ninjutsu tools for commercial sale. Indeed, he is preparing to monetize his creations. Conducting experiments at home has proven to be excessively costly. His savings have dwindled significantly in a matter of months. By presenting these gifts, he also seeks to enlist the assistance of these individuals in promoting his products. The item Aoba gifted to Hong is a comprehensive version. The items available for public sale will not include the self-exemption feature. For those wishing to remain unaffected, they must purchase Anko-S headphones. However, that is a discussion for another time. The primary focus today is simply to enjoy the spectacle. The actions preceding Aoba are quite conspicuous. The cigar was clearly meant for Asuma, yet it was given to Hong. The bracelet intended for Hong was instead presented to Asuma. Aside from the slight impropriety of gifting Hong the bracelet in Asuma's presence, there was also an element of jest regarding the couple. Kakashi Guy and Anko all discerned Aoba's intentions, observing the pair with expressions akin to spectators at a performance. As Asuma turned to face Kurinai, he was about to utter something when his bracelet was abruptly snatched away in exchange for the cigar. Asuma did not seem to mind that his gift was different from the others. This fellow was unlike the rest. He was the son of the third Hokage. Although he often opposed his father, he was never lacking in money or equipment. Not to mention, his weaponry, those pair of shuriken blades, were crafted from chakra-infused metal, representing the pinnacle of weaponry. While they may not rival the legendary Kusanagi, they were not far off. Regrettably, this individual's usage of them was rather mediocre. The gathering, under Aoba's influence, was quite lively. Meanwhile, within the grand estate of the Uchiha clan, another extraordinary gathering was unfolding, hosted by Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke found this to be the most challenging day of his life. Learning the great fireball technique for the first time, mastering the Uchiha Shuriken throw, and even the first attempts at tree climbing and water walking paled in comparison. Hosting a gathering at home and inviting classmates was an endeavor that seemed entirely foreign to Sasuke. His naturally proud disposition made him infrequently engage in conversation with peers. The sudden invitation to his home was as daunting as asking him to confront Itachi Uchiha. Nevertheless, Sasuke was undertaking this task, driven by the promise that if he succeeded and persevered, he would be taught a technique potent enough to defeat Itachi. Trusting this assurance, he steeled himself for the occasion. In truth, the most anxious party was not Sasuke, but rather the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon learning of Sasuke's invitation to his classmates, immediately dispatched Anbu to monitor the situation. Sasuke Uchiha was an exceedingly significant figure, not due to his own importance, but because he was the thread tethering Itachi Uchiha. Should anything happen to Sasuke, Itachi's advantageous position would be irrevocably compromised. Thus, Konoha's scrutiny of Sasuke exceeded expectations, closely observing his every move while simultaneously constraining his growth. Indeed, Sasuke's abilities were under stringent control by Konoha. As for the reason behind it, some individuals were simply too apprehensive. However, more alarming than Sasuke's potential growth was his current endeavor. This child had begun to grasp the importance of establishing his own network of relationships. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, this was far more alarming than Uchiha Sasuke's sudden awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Consequently, the old man chose to remain at the crystal ball, fixated on the Uchiha estate throughout the night. Within the Uchiha mansion, the 12 young ninjas of Konoha had gathered. Although initially surprised by Sasuke's invitation, they all showed up after consulting their parents. Many of their guardians were quite considerate, sending along an assortment of snacks for the gathering. Organizing such an event was indeed a cumbersome task, and they anticipated that Sasuke, being a child, might not have thought through all the details. So they took the liberty of preparing in advance. Ultimately, it proved true that Sasuke was not particularly adept at such undertakings. "Hey Sasuke, I never imagined your home was this grand. Don't you feel scared living here all by yourself?" Naruto, as boisterous as ever, remarked. In this world, his relationship with Sasuke was markedly better than in the original narrative. Primarily, during Konoha's training sessions, he had observed from a distance. Later, with Konoha's permission, he trained alongside Naruto, which fostered their camaraderie and blossomed into friendship. Well, although Sasuke outwardly disagreed, his occasional gestures of sharing lunch indicated that he genuinely cherished his friendship with Naruto. He was simply the type of boy who would never concede verbally. What is there to fear? Though this place is teeming with restless spirits, they pose no threat to me. Sasuke's words sent a chill through the hall. Shikamaru, who had been somewhat languid, looked at Sasuke in astonishment. Tonight's display by Sasuke made him feel that his long-held perceptions of Sasuke had been utterly misguided. This orphan of the Uchiha clan exhibited intellect and execution far more formidable than he had anticipated. Yet, something still felt amiss. Shikamaru could hardly believe he had misjudged so drastically. Still, Sasuke's performance was truly astonishing, leading him to one conclusion: someone must be assisting him from the shadows, orchestrating this gathering. As the strategist of the 12 young ninjas, Shikamaru's insights differed significantly from those of the other children. From a political standpoint, tonight's banquet gathered the most prominent clans of Konoha, including the Uchiha, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Hyuga, and Inuzuka. Both he and Choji were likely candidates for future clan leadership. Hinata, the princess of the Hyuga clan, attended the banquet, accompanied by the former protector, Neji. Additionally, there was that blonde-haired boy, Naruto. While others might be unaware, Shikamaru was acutely aware that Naruto was Konoha's Jinchuriki, a strategic asset for the village. Thus, one could argue that the future of Konoha was indeed converging around the orphan of the Uchiha clan. Shikamaru could even imagine that many individuals in Konoha would find it difficult to sleep tonight. Nevertheless, he remained somewhat perplexed. Why did the old man allow himself to come? According to family tradition, they should stand by the Hokage's side. However, the remnants of the Uchiha clan are theoretically destined to be estranged from the Hokage, unless... Shikamaru shook his head, dismissing those perilous and intricate thoughts. It was too troublesome and dangerous. Even the mere contemplation was unbearable. Perhaps it would be better to indulge in some food first. Not to mention, Sasuke had truly gone all out tonight, ordering an array of luxurious and extravagant dishes from a hotel in Konoha. One could hardly miss the sight of Naruto and Choji, who were too engrossed in their meal to exchange a word. As for Ino and Sakura, they were vying for positions near Sasuke. Speaking of Sakura, she was the only exception in this gathering. She was the sole civilian ninja present, devoid of any lineage or secret techniques, an ordinary ninja in every sense. Yet, she was anything but ordinary. Shikamaru knew well that Sakura excelled academically. Her cultural achievements were so remarkable that he would struggle to surpass her even when he applied himself. Thus, Sakura was indeed a rare talent, a valuable asset in internal affairs. No, these thoughts were not conducive. Shikamaru quickly snatched a large piece of beef from Choji's plate and stuffed it into his mouth, completely oblivious to Choji's murderous glare. At the banquet, a group of children were either eating or sulking, creating a lively atmosphere. However, Sasuke seemed somewhat distracted, pondering what ninjutsu Aoyama would impart to him. Hey, Sasuke, what are you thinking about? Eat up. This moonfish is absolutely delectable. If you don't eat it, I'll finish it all. Naruto's boisterous voice jolted Sasuke back to reality. Looking at the dwindling delicacies before him, he ultimately joined the fray for food. A bunch of youngsters, in the prime of their appetites. Although Sasuke had prepared a decent amount, it was swiftly devoured by the ravenous crowd. Fortunately, Shikamaru's family had brought along plenty of snacks, allowing the group of boys and girls to munch on treats while chatting. Sasuke also noticed that the petite princess of the Hyuga clan had an astonishing appetite. The large pile of food near her had silently vanished into her stomach. Furthermore, the little girl was not just indulging in her meal but also stealing glances at Naruto. I can't believe that even someone like Naruto has girls liking him, Sasuke thought to himself, yet he mentally noted this detail. Indeed, that was one of Aoyama's conditions, to observe the interests and relationships among his classmates during mealtime. And then there was Nara Shikamaru. He had been specifically instructed by the Jonin Aoyama that if there were any questions, he could consult him. The Nara clan had served as advisors to Konoha for generations, with the clan leader often taking on the role of the head of the Jonin class, wielding considerable influence. Yet, for some reason, Shikamaru appeared anything but formidable. Clearly, he is a lethargic sluggard. While Sasuke internally scoffed, he made an effort to commit these thoughts to memory. As the night deepened, a group of children ultimately had to return home. Sasuke escorted each of his classmates to the door. However, when it came to Hinata Hyuga, he called out directly, "Naruto, please see Hinata home, then return to help me with the cleanup." He then addressed the blushing Hinata, who seemed on the verge of fainting, saying, "I apologize for my lack of hospitality." Neji Hyuga glanced at Sasuke with a hint of surprise. Sasuke had offered Hinata a very formal gesture, suggesting a formal exchange between their two clans. Unfortunately, Hinata, the young lady, was completely oblivious, her face flushed as she averted her gaze towards Naruto. This young lady is hopeless, was Niji's most candid thought. Hey, Sasuke, I can accompany Hinata, but why must I assist you with the cleaning? Everyone else has already left. Because it pertains to whether I will bring 2 lunches or just one in the future. Sasuke-kun, I can stay and help you clean as well. Sakura timidly raised her hand to indicate her willingness. However, Sasuke responded earnestly, "No, you should head home now. It is quite late, and your parents must be waiting for you. Frankly, you ought to cherish that anticipation." Sakura was momentarily at a loss for words. Sasuke was so gentle and kind. Why was fate so cruel to him? Observing Sakura, who had fallen into a peculiar state, Sasuke felt a twinge of helplessness. He couldn't help but recall his conversation with Kakashi that day. "You are the last of the Uchiha. If you perish, the Uchiha will cease to exist. Even if you become the strongest ninja, one person alone cannot uphold a clan. So what does this mean? Must I have many children in the future? With Sakura? Yet, she does not seem to possess the demeanor of someone who could bear many." Little did Sasuke know, his thoughts were spiraling into the cosmos. Sakura, with a love-struck expression, departed. Soon after, Naruto reluctantly returned to the living room of Sasuke's home. What is all this? So much trash and so many dishes. How long are we going to be cleaning? Naruto complained before even beginning the task. Sasuke, equally exasperated, replied, "Well, as long as you help me tidy this up. You may take half of the remaining drinks and snacks." Sasuke, let us get started right away." The new year in Konoha had arrived, and the village was suffused with a joyous atmosphere, especially since this year was once again marked by peace, free from war. Karui rarely had a holiday, so she began to frolic around with her friends. However, Aoi knew that while Karui claimed to be out enjoying herself, she often ran off to see Naruto. Deliver him some delectable treats. Perhaps it is because she has experienced the hardship of being displaced alongside her mother that Rin exhibits such profound concern for her kin in Konoha. She frequently devises various excuses to procure delightful morsels to share with him. In truth, even if she were to ask directly, Aoba and Yumi would never dream of refusing her. It seems the young girl perceives this act as a whimsical ninja game, often pilfering snacks for Naruto right beneath Aoba's nose. Aoba feigns ignorance, while Yumi, aware of this clandestine camaraderie, often turns a blind eye. Speaking of which, I once knew Kushina. However, she was the little princess of the Uzumaki clan, while I was merely a commoner. Our paths seldom crossed. In my memory, she was a remarkably cheerful and kind-hearted girl. Indeed, among all the villagers of Konoha, Kushina is remembered as an exceptionally good person. Alas, in this world, virtuous souls often find their kindness unreciprocated. How did Kushina meet her demise? Yumi suddenly posed this question, catching Aoba off guard. I am not a ninja. However, if given the chance, I would gladly contribute something for our Uzumaki clan. I have heard that the boy named Naruto does not lead a comfortable life in the village. Yet, I do not understand. Is he not the child of Kushina and the previous Hokage? Why is it so? This is a rather intricate issue, representing the darkest and most sordid aspects of Konoha, a stain that cannot be cleansed by any rationale. Is that so? Yumi fell silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring. What would happen if the fusion experiment involving the first Hokage cells were to succeed? It would grant me immense power, robust vitality, vast chakra reserves, and possibly even awaken the would-release Kekkei Genkai of the first Hokage. In other words, if successful, it would render you exceedingly powerful? Indeed. Then might I also attain such strength? Chingya finally comprehended Yumi's intentions. Do you wish to become a ninja? Indeed, although I may be somewhat older. However, if possible, I would aspire to become a ninja. Why is that? Aoi hesitated, for prior to this moment, Yumi had not exhibited such inclinations. She seemed content with her current life, appearing to require nothing more than to witness the healthy growth of Shanfeng. However, now, during my days in Konoha, I have observed much and contemplated even more. This world is fraught with peril, and Konoha is no exception. You have grown immensely powerful, yet you persist in your rigorous training and undertake such perilous experiments. Although you have not articulated your concerns, I can sense a lingering anxiety within you. Will we face a formidable danger in the future? Yumi's keen insight rendered Aoi momentarily speechless. After a moment of reflection, he chose not to conceal the truth. Indeed, we shall encounter significant dangers ahead. With my current strength, I am far from capable of ensuring my own safety, let alone that of others. Is this why you are so stringent in training Shanfeng? Precisely. Shanfeng possesses tremendous potential, and I need her to develop it swiftly. Only then do we stand a chance in the future. To be candid, even though Aoi is a time traveler, in this world, devoid of lineage or extraordinary abilities, he still grapples with anxiety regarding the future. The enemies lurking in the shadows, Obito Uchiha, Nagato, Madara Uchiha, and even Kagaya Otsutsuki, along with those beings on the moon, each one is an embodiment of overwhelming power. Obito wields the strongest Manjiki Sharingan in the entire narrative. While Nagato's heart is not malicious, he is an idealist, which, in its own right, can be more perilous than malevolence. As for Madara Uchiha, the most charismatic antagonist among the Hokage, the sense of oppression he exudes is formidable. Currently, Aoi can spar with the Reikage, and in the eyes of many, he is considered a remarkable expert. Yet, he is acutely aware that in the later stages, Madara single-handedly overpowered all 5 Kage. The sheer pressure of his unparalleled ninja abilities instills despair in all who confront him. The most alarming aspect is that at that time, he had not yet reclaimed his Rinnegan. The thought of him achieving the Sage of Six Paths form is one Aoi dare not entertain. As for Kagaya Otsutsuki, Aoi chooses not to dwell on the issues surrounding her clan for the time being. Reflecting on the future of this world, he can only conclude that he is still woefully inadequate, too far from the necessary strength. Allow me to assist you. Teach me to become a ninja, Yumi stated resolutely. Such a proposition is not impossible. However, it cannot be realized at present. Your body is severely strained. Extracting chakra would further deplete your physical condition. In that case, you would be left with nothing and could perish, Aoi cautioned. Then let me commence with those experiments. Did you not mention that the success rate would be higher for our Uzumaki clan? Indeed. According to my research, the Uzumaki clan is closely related to the Senju clan. The likelihood of your cells fusing is indeed quite high. Yet, as you have seen, the experiments have thus far been unsuccessful. For now, let us focus on your theoretical studies. In addition to combat, ninjas also encompass a distinct category known as medical ninjas. To attain the status of a medical ninja, one must possess a substantial reservoir of theoretical knowledge. After all, not all injuries and ailments can be remedied with chakra. Medical ninja, you say? I comprehend. Provide me with the materials, and I shall commence immediately. Yumi spoke with earnest determination, and naturally, Aoy could not refuse her request. However, he pondered for a moment before responding. Yumi, while I permit you to pursue this knowledge, I must ask you to promise me one thing. Never employ your unique constitution to save others. Truly, not even once. The human heart. I understand. It is indeed formidable. Once I open that door, there will be no turning back. I grasp your meaning, Aoy, yet I must decline. You, listen to me. I will not allow anyone else to harm my body, with the exception of you. Aoy, both I and Sakurako are willing to be your aides. Even if I cannot become a ninja, I still wish to assist you. Please do not refuse. This is one of the few things I can offer you. Mom. Sakurako's voice interrupted their conversation. What are you two doing? After returning home, Sakurako, having had her fill, surprisingly requested to study in the basement. This stirred something within Aoy. Subsequently, the pair descended into the basement, a space that Aoy had sealed off with various barriers. Neither the telescope technique nor the prying eyes of white Zetsu could penetrate this sanctuary. Aoy Onaikan, I have discovered something rather peculiar. A creature, as you described, has been lingering near our home recently. Near us? A subtle stir coursed through Chingye's heart as he came to realize a crucial oversight. Previously, he had not been concerned about the prying eyes of Baiju, for at that time, he was merely an inconspicuous pawn. The current active presence of Baiju was limited, rendering it improbable for him to expend energy on someone as insignificant as himself. However, with his recent victory over the Reikage, the reputation of the Juefeng sword had ascended to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Thus, it was only natural that he might attract the attention of Baiju. Fortunately, Chingye's significant experiments were conducted in an isolated laboratory, beyond the reach of Baiju's perception. Otherwise, the potential for unforeseen complications would have been immense. Where is it now? At present, I cannot see it. Yet, upon my recent return, it was lurking just beneath our home, a mere few meters away. Chingye's heart was filled with understanding. It was likely that Baiju had already taken notice of his clandestine laboratory. The sealed techniques obstructing visibility only served to pique Baiju's curiosity. Thus, it was now drawing perilously close to the surface. Eager to uncover the secrets of this rising ninja. Very well, Karin. Remember, do not fixate too much on this matter. Aside from confirming its location, do not devote excessive attention to that individual. Furthermore, inform me when it approaches beneath our floor. Understood, Karin replied, a hint of excitement in her voice. Children are often intrigued by the games of ninjas. Those yet to graduate frequently fantasize about becoming remarkable ninjas after completing their studies, gallivanting across battlefields. Yet, in reality, no ninja who has stepped onto the battlefield fails to reminisce about the days spent in school. The games of ninjas have never been mere child's play. They are a deadly contest woven with iron and blood. In the days leading up to the new year, Chingye recalled an unfulfilled promise. By the riverbank outside the village, Uchiha Sasuke was waiting impatiently, even entertaining the thought that he might have been deceived. A year prior, he had encountered Chingye, who made an exceedingly peculiar request to host a banquet at the Uchiha residence during the year's end, inviting classmates with whom he shared amicable ties. Sasuke had never encountered such an eccentric demand, feeling as though he were being deliberately put to the test, for the entire Konoha knew of his social awkwardness. Yet, this individual insisted upon him undertaking such a task. However, the allure of the technique capable of slaying Uchiha Itachi was simply too tempting to resist, though Sasuke was prideful. After a few practice sessions with Chingye, he became acutely aware of his own considerable weakness. At the current rate, he realized it would be impossible to defeat Uchiha Itachi. Driven by the tumult of vengeance and an indescribable emotion, he ultimately agreed to the gathering at the Uchiha estate. Throughout the event, Sasuke was riddled with discomfort and embarrassment. Yet upon reflection, he found an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Furthermore, he noticed that his relationships with his classmates had significantly improved during the new year. Many even brought gifts to his home. In summary, after the disappearance of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke found the new year pleasantly bearable. He also unearthed a rather terrifying truth. He did not seem to despise the sensation of gathering with others. Shaking his head, He dismissed those chaotic thoughts. What was he thinking? He was the last of the Uchiha, a man burdened by profound enmity. How could he indulge in such childish revelries? What are you thinking, Sasuke? Came a voice from behind, inquiring about the next gathering's timing. Sasuke instantly regretted his response. Whirling around, he found Chingye smiling at him. Oh, it appeared the previous gathering had yielded satisfactory results. Onward to greater endeavors. Enough, I have fulfilled your request. It is now time for you to honor your promise. Sasuke endeavored to maintain an aloof demeanor, yet to Aoy, this was merely the folly of a child. Very well, what I promised you shall not be retracted. Today, I am here to fulfill that promise. I recall you possess both lightning and fire attributes, correct? Indeed. Excellent. The technique I am about to demonstrate is a lightning release ninjutsu. Lightning release. A flicker of confusion crossed Sasuke's eyes, for in his intelligence reports, Aoy was identified as a wind release ninja, skilled in wind-based ninjutsu. He chuckled. We are ninjas, Sasuke. Always remember to keep a trump card for yourself, a card that can turn the tide in moments of life and death. That is the essence of a true ninja. A trump card? I see. Very well, let us commence. Before we embark on learning this technique, there is a prerequisite. You must master the transformation of lightning chakra. Chakra transformation? Such advanced knowledge is unimaginable in the Ninja Academy of Konoha. In truth, considering Sasuke's age, it is somewhat premature for him to be learning this. Had it been anyone else, Aoy would not have taught them in such a manner. However, Sasuke was an exception. As the reincarnation of Indra, he was one of the two most prominent figures in this world. Hence, a little extra pressure was inconsequential. Sasuke had always considered himself a prodigy. In the Ninja Academy, he excelled in all practical courses, consistently ranking first. To him, those tasks were exceedingly simple and comprehensible. Yet, upon commencing the study of Aoy's ninjutsu, he encountered his first true challenge, an unimaginable difficulty. For 3 consecutive days, he practiced relentlessly, yet he failed to complete even the so-called chakra attribute transformation. This meant he was not yet qualified to learn the technique, which left Sasuke feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, at the same time, he felt a measure of relief. For in his mind, the greater the difficulty of the technique, the higher the likelihood of defeating Itachi Uchiha. He now believed that Aoy had not deceived him. In truth, Aoy perceived Sasuke's progress as astonishing. The release of conventional ninjutsu requires the gathering of chakra followed by hand seals. The sealing process is, in essence, the transformation of chakra into ninjutsu. However, Aoy's ninjutsu is seal-less. In fact, all ninjutsu developed by Aoy are of the no-seal variety. The creation of seals is a perilous endeavor. Even if one can discern the effects brought about by each seal, combining them does not guarantee the desired outcome, and may even result in backlash. Thus, developing ninjutsu with seals is fraught with danger. One cannot help but mention the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. This individual unleashed a plethora of forbidden techniques without succumbing to death throughout the process, which is something Aoy finds perplexing. Nonetheless, he would never take such risks himself. Apart from established ninjutsu, any techniques he develops will remain seal-less whenever possible. In truth, Aoba's ultimate technique is characterized by a singular seal. Specifically, the ninjutsu he has developed allows for the formation of but one hand sign. Presently, he is imparting to Sasuke his trump card technique, the lightning release, lightning flash, which can be likened to an electromagnetic cannon within the realm of ninjas. The essence of this technique lies in harnessing lightning to create an electromagnetic acceleration track, subsequently launching a metallic sphere. It is well acknowledged that electromagnetic acceleration demands a substantial amount of energy. Hence, this technique is exceedingly taxing on chakra. Most critically, Aoba has realized that he is utterly incapable of utilizing the hand signs from the Hokage's repertoire to achieve both electromagnetic transformation and acceleration. Even if he could, he surmises that it would require no fewer than 20 seals. Such a convoluted ninjutsu would be utterly impractical in the heat of battle. Consequently, Aoba has opted for a more rudimentary yet profoundly effective approach, leveraging his exceptional chakra control to directly execute this series of transformations with his hands, culminating in the direct launch of a metallic sphere, accomplishing the transformation of lightning attribute chakra while simultaneously executing electromagnetic conversion and the launch sequence without any seals, is not merely a question of difficulty. It is an endeavor of staggering complexity. Chingye possesses an extraordinary mental fortitude, with chakra control that borders on the supernatural. It took him several months to barely master the entire process. The application in combat would not come until a year later. Even then, he felt it was progressing too slowly. He yearned for the day he could wield his techniques with the same effortless grace as the Canin's sister, which would signify true mastery. Moreover, this technique demands an immense amount of chakra. He could hardly utilize it more than a few times, relegating it to a secret weapon for emergencies. While Sasuke practiced, Chunin diligently honed his skills on the spiraling sphere. He was unafraid of the third Hokage observing him, even deliberately showcasing his efforts. The spiraling sphere is an S-rank ninjutsu, not due to its complexity, as its underlying principle is remarkably straightforward, far simpler than Chunya's instantaneous technique. The challenge lies in the mastery of chakra control. By comparison, Chunya's instantaneous technique is undoubtedly more difficult, perhaps more than double the challenge. Initially, the spiraling sphere lacked any transformation of chakra attributes, merely a highly compressed sphere of chakra. In contrast, Chunya's instantaneous technique requires a fundamental alteration of chakra attributes from the outset, presenting a formidable level of difficulty. However, once unleashed, the power of this technique is beyond imagination. A metal sphere can be accelerated to speeds exceeding Mach 10 in an incredibly brief moment, with its penetrating force defying description. The technique developed by Aoba was, in essence, designed to counter the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. After all, that entity is tantamount to absolute defense. Once activated, conventional ninjutsu cannot even leave a scratch. However, the Susanoo, being colossal in size, is relatively sluggish in movement, rendering it an ideal target for the electromagnetic cannon. In this regard, employing this technique against Uchiha Itachi proves to be exceedingly suitable, provided that one can compel him to unleash his Susanoo. Of course, this technique is equally effective against tailed beasts, as their enormous size makes them nearly incapable of evading such high-speed ninjutsu, thus ensuring commendable results. In truth, this technique possesses an alternative application, that of a sniper. The ninja world boasts numerous long-range ninjutsu. However, Aoba has yet to uncover any that fall into the category of ultra-long-distance sniping. The late Minato Namikaze bore some resemblance in this regard. Yet his approach essentially involved traversing the distance to ambush his opponent directly. Aoyama's technique, the electromagnetic cannon, possesses the remarkable capability to execute long-range strikes on targets several kilometers away. However, this presents a rather awkward dilemma. Long-range sniping necessitates visual assistance. Without it, precision becomes unattainable, and this is a limitation Aoyama cannot overcome. While telescopes exist in this world, they are fundamentally different from scopes. Moreover, Aoyama employs his own arms to perform this technique, rendering scopes ineffective. In the realm of ninjas, this issue can be elegantly resolved. The Byakugan serves as one of the most impeccable solutions. Imagine a Byakugan user detecting an enemy from several kilometers away, yet remaining stationary. With a single shot of the long-range electromagnetic cannon, they could obliterate an adversary hiding in a tree hollow. Such a scene would be exhilarating. However, the reality is that Aoyama lacks the Byakugan, and the Hyuga clan is notoriously insular. Approaching them to request the apprenticeship of a Hyuga clan member would be met with rejection due to the absence of prior relations. Furthermore, from another perspective, the lightning release technique is perilously dangerous. Should this technique fall into the hands of someone with ill intentions, Aoyama would find it difficult to sleep at night, making it unlikely that he would casually teach it to others. Sasuke, being the chosen one of fate in this world, might be an exception. However, Aoyama is unlikely to impart such knowledge to anyone else. Alright, Sasuke, let us conclude today's training here. But, Teacher Aoyama, I can still continue. Sasuke expressed his desire to train further, but Aoyama interrupted him. Sasuke, have you forgotten what I said? Haste makes waste. This technique cannot simply be mastered through sheer effort. During training, you must continually identify your shortcomings and adjust accordingly. You need to keenly perceive every subtle fluctuation of your chakra. In a state of extreme fatigue, such sensitivity is unattainable. Therefore, heed my words, return home and rest. We shall continue tomorrow. All right, Sasuke replied, somewhat dejected, yet his spirits remained relatively high. As long as Itachi Uchiha did not frequently provoke him, he was still a good child at heart. In the original narrative, both Itachi and Sasuke were excessively fixated on the Sharingan. Itachi would occasionally draw Sasuke into the Tsukuyomi realm, forcing him to relive the harrowing night of their clan's massacre for 3 continuous days and nights, which was rather absurd. In Aoyama's view, Activating the Sharingan too early is not particularly advantageous. While it does confer strength, it also signifies the extreme emotional volatility of the Uchiha clan. Alongside imposing a significant burden on the body, Shinya felt that Uchiha Itachi's body was in a poor state, which was undoubtedly related to his premature awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan, lacking the eternal Manjiki Sharingan or cells from Hashirama. The side effects of the Manjiki were indeed quite significant. As the new year concluded, Shinya, now a jonin in the village, resumed his mission assignments. However, following the recent incident in the Land of Clouds, it seemed that the entire ninja world had entered a period of relative peace. The only source of irritation for Shinya was the news brought back by Asuma and his team from outside. His bounty in the black market had skyrocketed to 30 million ryo. In dire need of funds, Shinya was momentarily tempted by the thought of selling himself for money. 30 million ryo was no trifling sum. And as a recently emerged ninja from Konoha, he found himself under a considerable amount of scrutiny from the outside world. During one of his missions, he even encountered Kakuzu, the mercenary obsessed with wealth. To be fair, Kakuzu was arguably one of the most formidable adversaries Shinya had faced in the ninja world, even more troublesome in his mind than the Reikage. This was not to imply that Kakuzu was necessarily stronger than the Reikage. In a direct confrontation, he would likely not stand a chance against the fourth Reikage. However, unlike the brutish Reikage, Kakuzu was a versatile ninja, possessing mastery over all 5 elemental natures. His chakra reserves were vast enough to utilize himself as a mobile artillery unit. This made him one of the enemies Shinya least favored to confront when battling the Reikage. Both were ninjas proficient in physical techniques, allowing each to showcase their strengths. In contrast, facing Kakuzu meant contending with an opponent who would maintain his distance and unleash a relentless barrage of long-range attacks. It was evident that Kakuzu had conducted thorough reconnaissance on Shinya, knowing well that he specialized in close to mid-range combat. Thus, he opened the distance from the outset, relying on overwhelming firepower, which left Shinya thoroughly vexed. The lightning technique of OU flashed with intensity, although it served as a formidable long-range offensive measure. His current chakra reserves permitted him to employ it only thrice. Compounding his frustration was the fact that Kakuzu possessed 5 lives. Were he facing another adversary? He might have awaited the depletion of their chakra. However, Kakuzu was a different matter altogether. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to a concealed trump card, successfully evading Kakuzu's relentless pursuit. Shinya possesses the remarkable ability to glide, or perhaps one might say, to soar. Indeed, he can harness the power of the wind to elevate his body into the heavens and traverse great distances at high speeds. However, during this entire process, he is unable to alter his trajectory, rendering it largely ineffective in combat situations. Nonetheless, this capability proves advantageous for escape. At that moment, he faced 2 choices. One was to enter Sage mode and engage in a fierce struggle against his adversary. Yet, confronting a creature with 5 lives seemed rather imprudent. Thus, he ultimately opted to withdraw from the battlefield. Nevertheless, the encounter remained etched in his memory. When he first encountered Jiaodu, the latter was already clad in the Akatsuki uniform, yet he was alone. It appeared he either lacked companions or had eliminated them to claim their bounty. However, the target that Shinya was most concerned about was not by his side. Haiden, the devoted follower of the Grim Reaper, possessed an even more outrageous immortality than Jiaodu, making him a crucial element in Shinya's plans. Long ago, Aoba had been discreetly gathering intelligence on that malevolent cult. However, the movements of the adversary proved to be even more elusive than anticipated. After all, it was a cult, particularly one that engaged in sacrificial rites. The 5 great ninja villages could never tolerate such beings. This sinister organization had always thrived in secrecy. At this juncture, Haiden had made his appearance. Yet he had not yet partnered with Kakuzu, which hindered Aoba from tracking his whereabouts. Kakuzu was renowned in the underworld, possessing formidable strength. Any target he set his sights on was destined to be ensnared. This individual enjoyed a status akin to a super VIP in the exchange of currency. Upon returning to the village, Aoba reported the encounter with the horned beast and subsequently received a few days of leave. Aoyama, naturally, would not squander his time. He acquired a shop on the bustling commercial street and commenced selling an array of ingenious trinkets he had developed through his mastery of sealing techniques. Among his flagship products were headphones designed to enhance perception, which could also be fashioned as earrings or ear studs. He also crafted bracelets capable of emitting a deafening noise to disrupt an opponent's balance. In addition to these, he devised various auxiliary combat gadgets, such as rings concealing venomous needles and wrist-mounted crossbows capable of rapid fire. While such items do exist within the world of Naruto, they have inexplicably failed to gain widespread popularity. Aoy has always believed that a ninja represents a profession akin to that of an assassin. These tools of the trade should ideally be quite fitting. However, it is unfortunate that perhaps due to the existence of chakra in this world, the pursuit of such minor implements has diminished, as ninjas can wield extraordinary powers. Nevertheless, in Aoy's perspective, these items remain exceptionally useful for lower-ranked ninjas. To be candid, even in a village like Konoha, which places great emphasis on education, the nurturing of ninjas tends to be rather self-serving. The vast majority of common ninjas will only master 1 or 2 jutsu beyond the basic transformation technique throughout their lives. Furthermore, their chakra is simply insufficient to support a broader array of jutsu. This is precisely why, during warfare, these Nin and Genin often find themselves relegated to the role of cannon fodder. In the face of formidable elite ninjas, they cannot even hope to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. In combat, most lower and middle-ranking ninjas resort to using shuriken and kunai, with perhaps a few explosive tags as their trump cards. Acquiring more than that is simply unfeasible, as explosive tags are exceedingly costly, far beyond the means of an average common ninja. Ironically, for truly elite Nin level ninjas, explosive tags lose their significance. The jutsu they unleash possess far greater power than that of explosive tags, with effects that are more intricate and varied, rendering the simple explosion of an explosive tag rather trivial in comparison. Thus, in the realm of ninjas, explosive tags and many other ninja tools find themselves in an awkward position. After the opening of Aoba's ninja tool shop, there was no shortage of customers. However, to his surprise, the headphones and noise-canceling bracelets he had high hopes for remained unsold. In contrast, the rings, bracelets, and hidden shuriken imbued with poisonous needles sold quite well. After a long day of effort, the ninja tool shop could only be considered to break even, as crafting those small gadgets required a considerable amount of energy and time. Xingye's initial venture in the realm of ninjas can scarcely be deemed a success. In truth, he possesses far superior offerings that remain unutilized. Were he to unveil the life potion, it would undoubtedly sell like wildfire, propelling him to the status of the wealthiest individual in Konoha. However, out of respect for Tsukuyumi and her daughter, he refrains from such actions. During his time off, he routinely ventures to the riverside to train alongside Sasuke. Over this period, he has nearly perfected his spiral sphere technique. What remains is the training focused on integrating chakra attribute changes, which carries a degree of risk. Xingye is poised to devise a new training regimen. Yet, on that fateful afternoon, just as he concluded his training, Tsukuyumi suddenly approached him, exclaiming, "Xingye, Mother is looking for you." A subtle change swept across Xingye's countenance. It was a signal she shared with Xianglin, indicating that Baiju was approaching the laboratory. This fellow, having endured in silence for so long, could he no longer restrain himself? "I sincerely apologize for the lack of updates recently. I have been beset by a severe cold, and can only manage 1 chapter for now. Once I recover tomorrow, I shall resume my regular posting." Xingye had long been prepared for Baiju's scrutiny. As his notoriety grew, it seemed that a particular Baiju had been assigned to keep a watchful eye on him. However, as a traveler from another world, Xingye had devised numerous countermeasures against Baiju. Yet, the latter remained exceedingly cautious, never drawing near. Xingye feigned ignorance until today, when it appeared that this Baiju could finally no longer contain its curiosity. After all, according to its surveillance, Xingye's movements were utterly mundane, resembling those of an ordinary genius civilian ninja. However, there was one aspect it could never penetrate: the laboratory beneath Xingye's home. That place was fortified with various sealing techniques, and Baiju dared not approach it lightly. Yet, this only indicated that Xingye surely harbored secrets, unbeknownst even to the higher-ups of Konoha. After observing for several days, Baiju finally identified a minuscule flaw in the surrounding defensive seals. Although exceedingly faint, the Baiju dispatched for surveillance were adept in various sealing arts, as their mission required them to approach such hidden locales. Upon confirming that the house was unoccupied, it began to stealthily unravel the defensive seals. After expending considerable effort, it ultimately succeeded in opening a passageway into the clandestine laboratory. Upon entry, it was indeed met with remarkable discoveries. First and foremost, there existed the cells of the first Hokage. Baiju was no stranger to these cells, for their current master, Uchiha Obito, had implanted them. They were abundant in their lair. Crucially, Within this laboratory, Baiju found that extensive research had been conducted on the first Hokage's cells, even presenting numerous auxiliary fusion schemes. Although Baiju did not fully comprehend these matters, it understood that this constituted highly valuable intelligence. Simultaneously, another item captured Baiju's attention, the life elixir. The laboratory housed a dozen pre-made vials of this elixir, brimming with immense and pure life force, leaving Baiju nearly incredulous. This represented an alternative super-healing method distinct from the cells of Hashirama, and its efficacy was evidently superior. The civilian ninja known as Shangchuan Qingye was certainly no ordinary commoner. While he outwardly presented himself as a mere practitioner of body technique ninjutsu, his clandestine capabilities far exceeded expectations. Baiju swiftly gathered all pertinent intelligence and prepared to depart silently. However, at that moment, it suddenly discovered a profoundly alarming issue. The flaw in the sealing technique it had exploited to enter had inexplicably been sealed. Unbeknownst to Baiju, there had never been any vulnerability in the defense techniques. This vulnerability was inherently prepared for it. After all, it had been lurking several meters underground all day, and Qingye truly had no means to counter it. However, the audacity to infiltrate the laboratory prompted Qingye to take action, as it would be remiss not to respond. In truth, Qingye had never anticipated such a scenario. His initial thoughts revolved around confronting white Zetsu in the external environment, on or near the surface. He envisioned a sudden strike, employing specially crafted sealing shurikens and kunai to restrict the flow of chakra, thereby capturing the opponent. Unexpectedly, the adversary demonstrated an interest in his laboratory, compelling him to devise a plan to lure it out. The weakness in the defensive technique was intentionally left as bait to attract it closer, perhaps emboldened by its prolonged concealment, confident in its stealth abilities. It brazenly entered the premises. Thus unfolded the current situation, akin to a hunter closing the door on its prey. The moment white Zetsu sensed something amiss, several kunai and shurikens were launched from the vicinity of the laboratory. Although white Zetsu attempted to evade, the confined space rendered escape impossible. The all-encompassing assault was beyond its capabilities, especially since it was not a combat-oriented variant. In the ensuing chaos, at least 4 kunai struck true. While the damage from the kunai was inconsequential to white Zetsu, as they lacked critical points, and it could still flee even if hit in the head, the next moment saw it attempting to forcibly breach the surrounding defensive technique to escape. After all, it had already gathered the intelligence, and any disturbance would be inconsequential. Yet, at that moment, it became aware that the kunai that had struck it were somewhat extraordinary. In an instant, it failed to successfully gather chakra. In that fleeting moment, a figure materialized behind it, a hand striking its back. Countless tadpole-like sealing runes flowed from Qingye's arm onto white Zetsu. The sealing was successful. The operation to capture white Zetsu had been in execution for nearly a year, and today, it had finally borne fruit, an actual living specimen of white Zetsu. This entity held significant importance for Qingye's plans, as he understood that white Zetsu cells could effectively neutralize the corrosive properties of Hashirama's cells, thereby enhancing the success rate of their transplantation. Qingye has conducted numerous experiments, yet he hesitates to test them on himself due to a critical factor he has yet to master. However, he has now assembled the final piece of the puzzle. Beginning today, his plan for the transplantation of Ch-Nin's cells is poised to enter a new phase. Having finally succeeded in capturing a white Zetsu, Qingye promptly concocts an excuse to take a leave of absence from home. Notably, the upper echelons of Konoha readily accept his explanation, or rather, they are quite pleased to see him indulging in leisure. Firstly, we are in an era of peace, and the high-level ninja missions are not as abundant as one might imagine. Secondly, the higher-ups in Konoha are not particularly fond of witnessing Qingye continuously garnering attention. Thus, his decision to remain indoors is met with their approval. Yet, Kakashi is well aware that Qingye is far from the serene figure he appears to be. There is an unsettling duality in his demeanor that manifests in Kakashi's presence, evoking a sense of danger. Nevertheless, Kakashi has never entertained thoughts of reporting him. This delicate balance between them surprises Kakashi himself. He cannot help but recall Qingye's earlier query, what truly constitutes Konoha? This question has plagued Kakashi for nearly a year, and he understands that deep within, he has already found an answer. Yet, he finds himself unable to articulate it just yet. Aoba has been resting at home for a month now. Even Kakashi, who is well acquainted with him, senses that something is amiss. Could it be that this fellow has encountered some issues in his training? After completing a mission, Kakashi decided to pay him a visit. The door was answered by Yumi. Kakashi had long been aware that Aoba was cohabiting with an enchanting young woman, so he felt no surprise. "Ah, you must be Kakashi. Please, come in." Aoba had just been lamenting that none of his friends had come to see him. Kakashi felt a bit awkward and handed the fruit he was holding to Yumi. "What on earth is going on with you?" he inquired. "Have you truly run into trouble with your training?" "Something like that," Aoba replied, glancing at Yumi, who effortlessly went to prepare tea for them. "So, you, the busy one, actually found time to visit me?" Kakashi hesitated for a moment before responding. "Do you remember the question you asked me before?" "What question? Did I ask too many?" "The question about what constitutes Konoha." "Oh, it seems you have found an answer." "Indeed, I have. However, before I share it, I would like to hear your answer first." Aoba gazed at Kakashi, their shared glance imbued with intrigue. Together, they possessed but a single pair of eyes. "My answer is quite simple. Konoha encompasses everyone, from the Hokage and the shinobi clans to the seasoned J-nin and the orphans on the streets. Each individual constitutes a vital part of Konoha." Kakashi regarded Aoba before solemnly articulating his thoughts. "I concur with your perspective. It appears we have tentatively reached a consensus." For reasons unknown, Aoba's words always evoked a peculiar sensation within Kakashi. He was aware of Aoba's clandestine endeavors, yet the specifics eluded him. "Aoba, what precisely are you intending to accomplish? I concede your strength surpasses that of anyone I have encountered, but you are still not capable of, Kakashi. If you wish to comprehend my intentions, you must align yourself with me wholly, both in thought and in body, just as you have surmised. I am engaged in something profoundly secretive and perilous. This secret is one I shall only divulge to my own. So, tell me, Kakashi, are you one of my own?" Kakashi was taken aback, sensing the gravity within Aoba's words. Aoba typically spoke with a casual demeanor, however. Kakashi had known him for many years and understood that when he adopted such a tone, it signified utmost seriousness. After a moment of contemplation, he posed a question he had long wished to ask. "Is your mentorship of Sasuke also a preparation for your plans?" "One could say that." "Will you bring harm to Konoha?" "I assure you, I will not. Rather, I will strive to enhance it." Aoyin responded with unwavering conviction. "This is a world rife with decay. Each of the 5 great ninja villages is more wretched than the last. The remaining 4 lack even the qualifications for change. Only Konoha holds a glimmer of hope. Thus, Aoyin has invested considerable effort into Konoha. I shall join you. Join your clandestine organization." "Very well, Kakashi. Although, as it stands, there is no such secret organization. Yet, I do possess certain secrets that must remain concealed from outsiders. Now, I am prepared to disclose them to you." At that moment, Yumi entered, carrying a tray of tea. "Yumi, let us proceed directly to the laboratory. This is Aoyin's laboratory, now welcoming its first visitor." In truth, the laboratory is not particularly large. After all, Aoyin is exceptionally talented and has spent over a year assisting Orochimaru, allowing him to bypass many obstacles with ease. Moreover, he possesses a clear objective, unlike the Root organization, which engages in aimless and extensive human experimentation. Nevertheless, Kakashi was left astounded by the scene before him. As a seasoned elite shinobi, he could immediately discern that this laboratory was dedicated to biological experimentation, strikingly similar to Orochimaru's previous facility. "Are you conducting human experiments here?" Kakashi exclaimed in shock. "To be precise, it is merely biological experimentation." "Well, there have indeed been human experiments, but only once." As Chinya spoke, he removed his upper garment. Kakashi was astonished to discover a muscle on Chinya's back that was subtly writhing. "What have you done?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Can't you guess?" Chinya replied. "I thought you would have figured it out at first glance, Kakashi. It's the cells of the first Hokage. You are conducting an experimental transplantation of the first Hokage's cells here." "Indeed," Chinya affirmed. "Have you succeeded?" Kakashi asked, incredulity evident in his tone. The transplantation experiments involving the first Hokage cells had been attempted countless times in Konoha, and Kakashi was well aware of this. However, to his knowledge, all such endeavors had ended in failure. Konoha had imposed a complete ban on this experiment. Yet, Konoha had never truly prohibited the transplantation of the first Hokage cells. To this day, the Root organization must still be engaged in experiments. The fact that they were still experimenting suggested their lack of success. "But you have succeeded?" Kakashi's tone carried an undeniable disbelief. He found it hard to accept that Chinya had accomplished what Konoha had failed to achieve for decades within this modest laboratory. And it seemed that the other party had not conducted extensive human trials. Kakashi was inclined to believe this revelation. He understood Shinya. Although his moral compass was not particularly stringent, he would not resort to human experimentation. Nonetheless, the entire situation was utterly baffling. Strictly speaking, I can only claim to have succeeded halfway, Shinya explained. As you can see, the fusion is not yet fully complete. At the current rate, I estimate I will need about 3 to 5 more months to achieve complete integration. Undergoing a transplantation procedure on oneself carries inherent risks. However, Shinya was aware that ensuring a 100% success rate when transplanting Hashirama's cells was simply unattainable. He had gathered 3 essential components: Hashirama S cells, white Zetsu S cells, and natural energy as a harmonizing agent. In his case, natural energy played a role akin to that of the Sharingan. Danzo possessed Hashirama's cells as well, but his attempt was ultimately deemed a failure. He had merely transplanted 10 Sharingan into his arm, which barely managed to suppress the Hashirama cells in his right hand. In Shinya's view, Danzo's approach was rather crude. The Hashirama cells represented the force of Yang, while the Sharingan represented Yin. The true essence of their existence should be the harmonious interplay of Yin and Yang, each nurturing and countering the other. However, Danzo's methods relied solely on brute force. Unable to withstand the Hashirama cells, he resorted to the oppressive power of the Sharingan, resulting in a situation where Yin and Yang merely clashed, devoid of mutual enrichment. Aoyama does not possess the Sharingan. However, he has the unique fusion agent known as white Zetsu, which can neutralize the erosion caused by Hashirama's cells. Furthermore, he has fortuitously discovered that natural energy can play a purifying role during the fusion process. This revelation is, in fact, the most significant gain from the entire experiment. For many years, Danzo remained oblivious to this fact due to the scarcity of individuals capable of harnessing natural energy in this world, perhaps none at all in the roots. In truth, Aoyama has derived numerous insights from this discovery. Orochimaru's increasingly bizarre human experiments in later stages are likely attributed to Yugo. Yugo is a naturally flawed sage body, yet it still pertains to natural energy. This could very well explain the remarkable success of Orochimaru's biological experiments. Natural energy seems to possess some unique properties, acting as an adhesive during the fusion of various biological systems. Aoyama has classified this finding among the highest level intelligence, as it aligns perfectly with a clandestine hypothesis he formulated long ago. However, at present, his technological prowess and strength remain insufficient to grasp those fundamental truths, compelling him to temporarily seal this knowledge until an opportunity arises to resume his research. Observing the undulating contours of Aoyama's back, Kakashi found it hard to believe. How on earth did you accomplish this? Well, it's rather complex. To simplify, you might understand it as me having mastered a method for transplanting the first cells, with a success rate of approximately 50%. This probability is applicable in the absence of natural energy. For now, Aoyama does not wish to reveal this secret. Moreover, lacking control over natural energy renders external assistance futile. Outsiders cannot precisely gauge the condition of the transplant recipient's body. Thus, to utilize natural energy for neutralization, one must first attain sage mode. If that is achieved, the success rate could rise to around 70 to 80%. However, Aoyama did not anticipate that the fusion process would unfold at such a sluggish pace. According to the narrative, both erosion and fusion occur at an astonishing speed. Yet, in his case, the fusion has proven to be exceedingly slow. Nevertheless, this is not necessarily a negative outcome. He recalls that even Uchiha Madara, upon directly fusing with Hashirama's cells, manifested Hashirama's face upon his chest. This indicates that such rapid fusion likely harbors vulnerabilities. In contrast, Aoyama's gradual fusion should signify a thorough absorption and assimilation of Hashirama's cells, amalgamating the strengths of both to reconstruct a wholly new body. This is also the reason why Aoyama has remained reclusive within his home. The process is not only slow, but throughout it, his chakra is nearly immobilized. Indeed, all of his chakra is engaged in this transformation of his physical form. This also implies that until the fusion is complete, he is unable to utilize ninjutsu. Of course, physical techniques remain feasible. In fact, he has already begun to sense enhancements in his physical capabilities, and engaging in high-intensity exercise proves beneficial to accelerate the fusion process. Thus, he has been fervently exercising these days. So, this is your secret. You independently accomplish the transplantation of the first Hokage S cells. What does this grant you? Would release? The reason for transplanting Hashirama S cells is, of course, would release. This was the rationale behind Konoha's initiation of human experimentation in the past. Heh, Kakashi. Whether you believe it or not, my yearning for would release is not as profound as you might think. What I truly aspire to is the formidable self-healing ability of the first, along with a chakra reserve that rivals that of the tailed beasts. These are the elements I find lacking. As for my combat techniques, I am confident that my methods are not inferior to any ninjutsu. So, you undertook such an experiment solely to augment your power? Is that all? Kakashi found it hard to believe that one would undergo experimentation with the first S cells merely for the sake of becoming stronger. Aoy does not seem to be the type to act hysterically. Indeed, the fundamental principle is to grow stronger. However, the reason behind this ambition is the crux of the matter. Kakashi felt a jolt. He sensed that the forthcoming dialogue would be pivotal. Who do you intend to confront? The third? Kakashi was aware of Aoy's disdain for the third. With all due respect, the third is unworthy of my schemes. I seek to confront an adversary tenfold, 100-fold more perilous than the third. Impossible. How could there exist such a formidable force in the ninja world? Even if the third is now aged, his strength remains undeniably formidable. How could it be? This only indicates that your understanding of this world is woefully inadequate, Kakashi. This ninja world is far more intricate and perilous than you can imagine. The adversaries I anticipate are far more terrifying than any so-called Kage. Aoy harbored a perplexity regarding the conspicuous absence of inquiries from the higher echelons of Konoha concerning the Sage Mode. This led him to surmise that only one possibility remained. Jiraiya had chosen not to report this matter. At the time, he was the sole individual present who could perceive the natural energy. His silence meant that outsiders remained oblivious. What bewildered Aoy further was his expectation that Jiraiya would privately approach him to discuss the matter. However, in reality, after the incident with the Cloud Shinobi, Jiraiya vanished without a trace. He did not return to the village, did not report on Aoy's Sage Mode, nor did he make any attempt to contact him. As if nothing had transpired. This was the source of Aoy's greatest confusion. Meanwhile, at one of the three Great Sage lands, Mount Mayaboku, Jiraiya sat before the Great Sage Toad, preparing to hear the sage's latest prophecy. Yet the words that emerged from the Great Sage's mouth were difficult for him to accept. The future has descended into chaos. I can no longer foresee what lies ahead. By the riverside, Sasuke once again concluded his training, breathless and fatigued. A sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him, as he had yet to achieve the instantaneous transformation of his chakra nature. Despite Aoy's emphasis that even many elite shinobi found it challenging to complete such training within a limited time frame, he could not shake his discontent. He felt an unrelenting conviction that if it were that person, success would surely follow. Indeed, despite Sasuke's profound hatred for Itachi, he could not deny that Uchiha Itachi was an exceptionally formidable adversary. Having followed his brother since childhood, he was acutely aware of the terrifying extent of Itachi's abilities. Reflecting upon it now, it became evident that Itachi had developed a well-rounded mastery of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu from a remarkably young age. With each discipline executed at an impeccable level, if only he could emulate such prowess, he would undoubtedly progress through this training with greater speed. Sasuke gazed at his trembling right hand, once again filled with self-loathing. He yearned desperately to master the jutsu known as the lightning release, body flicker technique. Chingya had once demonstrated the effects of that technique to him, an unparalleled speed coupled with remarkable piercing power. It was an impeccable and formidable ninjutsu. Once unleashed, he believed it nearly impossible to evade. The indescribable ultra-high-speed trajectory instilled within him the hope of vanquishing Uchiha Itachi. Yet, the complexity of this technique was daunting. He hadn't even managed to grasp the basics. Hey, Sasuke, are you still practicing here? Tomorrow is the weekend, and I've arranged to have grilled fish with Shikamaru and the others by the river. We'll catch the fish ourselves. Naruto's voice was forever brimming with vitality. In this timeline, Chingya had imparted some fundamental ninja skills to Naruto, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. Not to mention, Naruto possessed astonishing physical prowess. With chakra so abundant it could be measured in tons. If he could learn to harness even a fraction of that, it would be exceedingly difficult for those schoolyard children to defeat him in actual combat. However, a lackluster student remains just that. Naruto's theoretical understanding of ninjutsu was as dismal as ever. He still could not master the body flicker technique. The graduation exam for the Ninja Academy in Konoha revolved around this very technique, with a random selection of 3. Astoundingly, Naruto was unskilled in all 3. If this narrative were to unfold as anticipated, Chingya surmised that the scene at the beginning of the Hokage would inevitably remain unchanged. To be candid, Konoha's decision to teach Naruto the shadow clone technique was a stroke of genius. No one was better suited for this ninjutsu than Naruto. His abundant chakra allowed for more clones, and his carefree nature enabled him to endure greater mental feedback. Undoubtedly, the shadow clone technique was a result of Konoha's careful analysis, indicating their considerable interest in Naruto. This was also the reason why Chingya subsequently limited his interactions with Naruto. Engaging with Sasuke was still somewhat manageable, but associating with Naruto was exceedingly provocative for the elders. After a few tentative explorations, Chingya, who had no intention of severing ties with Konoha, ultimately chose to take a step back, focusing solely on nurturing Sasuke. Indeed, his initial objective was always Sasuke. After all, Naruto's style was entirely incompatible with his own, and there was no way Naruto could ever master his approach. The laboratory of the Aoyama family, 5 months after the transplantation of the interstitial cells. The 41st test commences. Aoba once again subjected himself to a thorough examination of his body. Ever since the transplantation of the Hashirama cells, the progress of fusion had been remarkably slow, prompting Aoba to remain vigilant. He conducted comprehensive assessments of his body at regular intervals. Fortunately, the feedback had consistently been positive. His physical condition was undergoing significant enhancement. Muscle strength, cellular vitality, chakra capacity, every attribute was rapidly improving. The Hashirama cells, as an official enhancement bestowed by the Hokage, indeed demonstrated immediate and remarkable effects. Under the meticulous scrutiny of Yumi and Kakashi, Aoba received the final results of his examination. Aoba, based on these findings, your body has completely fused with the Hashirama cells. Moreover, as it stands, there are no signs of adverse rejection, nor any abnormal mutations. This has been a flawless fusion process. How do you feel now? Absolutely splendid. Chingya extended his right hand, gathering a surge of lightning within it. This was a prerequisite for the release of a flash. According to his previous chakra levels, he could only utilize this technique consecutively 3 times. With a forceful exertion, he could manage it around 5 times. However, at present, he felt he could employ it approximately 100 times. This indicates that, in terms of chakra quantity, he has increased his capacity more than 20-fold. This was merely a preliminary test following his recent fusion. In truth, as he continues to train and extract, his total chakra will further enhance. It is estimated that it will ultimately stabilize around 40 to 50 times the original amount. In terms of chakra volume, he is now more than capable of handling conventional battles and even wars in the ninja world. Yet, for Chingya, this level is merely sufficient. Indeed, it is just barely adequate. He still falls short of the chakra level he desires, which is comparable to that of a tailed beast. Nonetheless, this marks only the first step of his plan, which can be considered a resounding success. Moreover, aside from chakra, the transformation of his physical body is even more substantial. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Chingya now possesses a physique akin to that of the Uzumaki clan. The reason for not mentioning the Senju is that, apart from Hashirama, the rest of the clan does not compare. He could sense that his sheer physical strength had increased by approximately 50%, while his endurance had more than tripled. This too can be regarded as a characteristic physique of the Uzumaki clan. The comprehensive enhancement of strength and chakra, combined with the acceleration effect of his wind release, has resulted in a remarkable increase in Chingya's speed. To put it plainly, if he were to encounter the Reikage at this moment, he would not need to enter Sage mode to keep pace with his speed. Furthermore, there would be no necessity to pursue a swift resolution as he did before. His abundant chakra and endurance allow him to engage the Reikage in prolonged combat. Under these circumstances, if he were to enter Sage mode, he would possess approximately a 70% chance of defeating, or even killing, the Reikage in a direct confrontation. Unquestionably, after this procedure, Chingya has truly ascended to the level of Shadow Class combat power. The only regret he harbors is that, despite successfully fusing with Hashirama's cells, he has yet to uncover the potential for wood release. Fortunately, he had no particular desire for wood release to begin with, so it did not weigh heavily on his mind. However, Kakashi appeared somewhat disappointed. As a native of Konoha, Kakashi's affinity for wood release is evidently greater than Chingya's. Nevertheless, Chingya soon discovered another transformation within himself, one that he deemed even more significant than wood release. He realized that, following the fusion of Hashirama's cells, the attributes of his new body had been essentially completed. Indeed, Chingya now possesses the 5 conventional elemental affinities of earth, fire, wind, water, and lightning, along with the young attribute. The only attribute yet to be completed is aide. While it is somewhat regrettable not to achieve completeness in one fell swoop, Chingye is actually prepared for aide attribute chakra. It may require a little more time. The data that the laboratory can detect is limited. To obtain more detailed information, one must continue to explore in real combat in the future. However, at this stage, it is already sufficient for Aoba. At least, Aoba has completely shed the weaknesses of a common ninja, such as insufficient chakra, endurance, and recovery. Now, with the Sage mode, Aoba has begun to possess the capability to engage with the elite forces of the ninja world. Yet, this level of power is far from adequate. Such strength may suffice for the next couple of years, but in a few years, it will become obsolete. In reality, these years have passed without confronting Nagato or Obito. Currently, no one in the ninja world can directly contend with Nagato's Rinnegan. Although Aoba is aware of Obito's intelligence, he cannot perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Even if he could, without the extraordinary mastery demonstrated by the fourth Hokage, he would not be able to handle Obito. The Akatsuki organization is still in a phase of accumulation and concealment, temporarily devoid of immediate confrontation risks. However, Obito is known to occasionally visit Konoha. Especially since Aoba has captured a white Zetsu, it is likely to attract his attention. Fortunately, Aoba has not noticed Obito's presence for several months, which has given him a bit of relief. It seems that Obito is still manipulating the Mizukage, tormenting the hidden mist village, a place that had caused Rin's demise and has, in the narrative, been nearly ruined by Obito. The success of Aoba seems to have ignited a spark within Yumi, prompting her to suggest more than once that she wishes to try it on herself. However, Aoba remains apprehensive. Yumi lacks the ability to harness the Sage mode, and should she undergo the transplantation of Hashirama cells, the risks are indeed considerable. Yet, if the transplantation does not occur, Yumi's time is regrettably limited. This matter is unknown to Karin, but both Yumi and Aoba are acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Aoba, in particular, possesses a clearer understanding than Yumi herself. Every 3 days, he conducts an examination on Yumi, revealing that she has approximately only 6 months of life remaining. Externally, this is imperceptible due to Aoba administering life-rejuvenating potions to her. However, these potions merely address the symptoms rather than the root cause of her affliction. They can mend external injuries but are powerless against the fundamental deterioration Yumi faces. Thus, the sole glimmer of hope lies in Hashirama's cells, which could fundamentally reconstruct Yumi's body. Should this endeavor succeed, it would naturally restore her vitality. Have you considered this, Yumi? This is not solely your affair. Karin has the right to be informed of this situation. This is also the reason for the hesitation shared between Yumi and Aoba. The truth is rather harsh for Karin. After all, she is merely a young girl who has just begun to adapt to a new life. She now has a home, a mother, and friends, and her life is filled with joy. To inform her that her blissful existence is nearing its end is indeed a cruel reality. Aoba refrained from further persuasion and entrusted the decision to Yumi. The following morning, Aoba noticed that Kasumi had not attended school. He realized that Yumi must have made a decision at the memorial hall. Have you made up your mind? Yes. I am quite certain now. I have told Kasumi everything. Now, I must face my fate. Very well. I will inform Kakashi and have him assist. Originally, Yumi was to be Aoba's surgical assistant, but now that she was the patient, Aoba could only summon Kakashi as a substitute. Are you truly going to transplant Hashirama cells into Uzumaki, Yumi? Kakashi's face was a mask of shock. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Those are the cells of the first Hokage. Do you realize? Kakashi's emotions were somewhat agitated. Aoba's decision to undergo the transplant himself was something Kakashi could at least grasp, for he understood Aoba's ambition to achieve great things. However, he could not comprehend Aoba's intent towards those close to him, especially since Aoba had previously informed him. Considering all factors, the success rate of the transplant stood at a mere 70%. Moreover, Uzumaki Yumi was not even a ninja. She had only just begun to harness her chakra. Thus, her chances of success were likely below 50%. What are you thinking? To create a would-release army and unify. Kakashi, Yumi is dying. Aoba's nonchalant statement left Kakashi momentarily speechless. What do you mean? It is precisely as it sounds. Both Yumi and Kasumi are members of the Uzumaki clan. Sometimes, this clan exhibits a peculiar constitution. When their bodies incur injuries, their life force leaks out. This means that if someone were to bite them while injured, they would rapidly heal. Kakashi was no novice. Having executed countless dark missions in the Umbu over the years, he had witnessed the shadowy facets of the ninja world. Immediately, he surmised the implications. Should this unique constitution be discovered by outsiders, it would spell disaster for Kasumi and her mother. Where did you find them? Kakashi had already pieced things together. In the Grass Village. A year prior, the Grass Village had engaged in negotiations with Konoha. Some of their ninjas had perished on the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass, requesting assistance from the Land of Fire for an investigation. However, the matter ultimately fell through. Calculating the timeline, Aoba had likely brought them back during that period. Thus, he had not rescued them from bandits, but had instead seized them from the Land of Grass. You were the one who killed those grass ninjas. Indeed, Kakashi had initially intended to argue that the grass ninjas were allies of Konoha, but after a moment's reflection, he chose to remain silent. He had visited the Grass Village and was well aware of the nature of those ninjas. Yumi's body is there. Indeed, both Yumi and Kasumi are. They are treated worse than dogs, nothing more than 2 pieces of rotting flesh, available for anyone to bite. Yumi's body has become utterly depleted due to excessive life force leakage. Over the past year, I have employed various means. Yet they have merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause. She appeared outwardly untroubled, yet in reality, she had scarcely 6 months to live. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly fathom that the innocent, lively, and somewhat mischievous young girl, Sharingan, had endured such a harrowing experience. Even more unfathomable was the plight of Yumi, who was older than her. What trials had she faced over the years? Did Sharingan possess this knowledge? Yumi had already confided in her. This was their shared choice. Yumi was fervently striving to survive. At this moment, Kakashi fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. When does the surgery commence? It begins once the assistant arrives. Very well, let us proceed. Sharingan expressed her desire to observe from the sidelines. A request that was undeniably cruel, for the transplantation process was far from visually appealing. Nevertheless, both Yumi and Sharingan insisted on this course of action. Sharingan, listen closely. Since arriving in Konoha, I have never uttered these words to you, for at that time, I was uncertain of your capabilities. However, now I can speak freely. If one day you become a sufficiently formidable ninja, remember all that we endured at the hands of the Grass Ninja. Remember our hatred. Remember our quest for vengeance. The transplantation procedure for Aoba cannot, of course, be as simple as pressing a piece of flesh from Hashirama onto his chest, as Uchiha Madara once did. To ensure a high success rate, the location and size of the transplant, various auxiliary medications, and the neutralizing agents derived from white Zetsu cells must all be meticulously controlled. Such meticulous tasks are far too daunting for a single individual to manage alone. While he could certainly employ shadow clones to form a team, the inclusion of Kakashi is imperative. His presence is not merely a matter of assistance, it primarily pertains to Kakashi himself. Aoba understands that Kakashi currently only partially acknowledges him, which is insufficient. He does not require Kakashi to become an unyielding subordinate that is neither necessary nor feasible. What he truly needs is Kakashi's trust. To inspire belief in someone, myriad methods exist, and Aoba has chosen the most straightforward approach, instilling a sense of recognition in Kakashi. I am sharing a secret with you. Does this not engender your trust in me? Yumi, due to the nature of the fusion process, will need to exert a degree of self-regulation over her mental fortitude. Thus, anesthetics cannot be administered. Consequently, she will face excruciating pain, a loss of bodily control, and even the brink of mental collapse. Any one of these challenges could lead to the complete failure of the surgery. I shall ask you one last time. Are you prepared? I am ready. Let us begin. Very well. The scalpel. On nearby, Sharingan sat in a chair, listening from a distance to her mother's anguished cries. Clenching her fists so tightly that her nails pierced her palms, she seemed oblivious to the pain. She bit her lip, determined not to let a sound escape. She feared that her sobs would disrupt the operation. It was only the night before that she had finally come to understand that her mother, who had always appeared healthy, was on the brink of death. The reason for her impending demise stemmed from the countless bites inflicted by the demons of the Grass Shinobi. Being still quite young, Sharingan initially struggled to grasp the concept of hatred. It was not until her mother explained that their feelings towards the Grass Shinobi were rooted in hate that she began to comprehend. And this hatred, she learned, would not dissipate unless one day they returned to confront it. At this moment, Yumi's body began to tremble, and localized distortions emerged. The erosive power of Hashirama's cells was indeed overwhelmingly potent. In the realm of physical prowess, Aoba, possessing the strength of an elite ninja, is capable of enduring great challenges. However, this does not imply that Yumi can achieve the same. In truth, Yumi possesses remarkable physical attributes. Had she not encountered the adversities posed by the grass ninjas, and had she undergone proper ninja training, her chances of success might surpass even those of Aoba. After all, the Uzumaki and Senju clans are renowned for their exceptional physical constitution. The likelihood of her successful integration should be exceedingly high. Regrettably, she has neither received ninja training nor preserved her fundamental essence, leaving her body riddled with wounds and utterly incapable of resisting the encroachment of Hashirama's cells. Just after the transplantation process concluded, signs of her impending collapse began to manifest. Irregular movements surfaced on her skin, reminiscent of some living entity poised to burst forth. This phenomenon was a manifestation of the cells in Hashirama's state of rampage, intertwined with a chaotic chakra, resulting in a tumultuous eruption. Shinya pondered for a moment, gathering a sphere of natural energy and cautiously attempted to infuse it into Yumi's body. At this juncture, her form had not yet undergone a true mutation. If the process could be suppressed at this stage, there remained a glimmer of hope. In a certain regard, natural energy posed an even greater peril than the Hashirama cells. Thus, Shinya proceeded with utmost caution. He endeavored to utilize the natural energy to subdue the rampaging Hashirama cells. However, this was indeed a perilous undertaking. A single misstep could lead to Yumi being petrified by the natural energy. Before long, Shinya discerned that there was some effect, albeit not as favorable as he had envisioned. Moreover, the side effects were glaringly apparent. His original strategy was to have the Hashirama cells bear the brunt of the natural energy, allowing them to engage in a struggle against it, thereby granting Yumi a momentary respite. Yet, he was unprepared for the Hashirama cells' rapid encroachment upon Yumi. This might have been due to her body's severe depletion. Within mere seconds, the connection between the two had become inextricable. The petrifying effects of the natural energy were simultaneously relayed back to both the Hashirama cells and Yumi's own corporeal form. Aoi promptly ceased her actions at this rate. She would be transformed into a statue within a mere minute. Subsequently, he administered a life serum to Yumi. However, the life serum was simultaneously absorbed by both Yumi and the intercellular matrix, with the latter absorbing an even greater quantity. An attempt was made to inject a larger volume of white blood cells. Initially, there was a slight effect, but it soon became ineffective. As if the body had developed an immunity to it, Shinya had begun to feel a sense of despair. There was little that external forces could do regarding this operation. He had done everything within his power. Now, it was solely dependent on Yumi's will to resist. Yumi, I am deeply sorry that I cannot do more. It is now up to you. Think of your hatred, think of Xianglin, think of your future together. You must believe in your ability to survive. Shinya could sense that Yumi was making a tremendous effort to resist. However, her struggle was feeble, as her body continued to deteriorate gradually. At that moment, even Kakashi realized that the surgery was on the brink of failure. Suddenly, an anomaly emerged, but it did not originate from Yumi. Rather, it came from behind. Shinya swiftly turned around, the Kusanagi sword already in hand. Yet, he saw no one else, only Xianglin rushing towards him. The peculiar fluctuation of chakra was emanating from within Xianglin herself. Shinya hesitated for a moment, refraining from stopping her. Xianglin then threw herself onto her mother. Mom, please. Don't die, don't leave me. Xianglin's suppressed emotions erupted uncontrollably as she collapsed onto her mother, weeping bitterly. Yumi's body, undergoing a grotesque transformation, seemed temporarily subdued by this overwhelming surge of emotion. However, soon after, it retaliated with even greater ferocity. Kakashi, sensing the dire situation, prepared to intervene and save Xianglin. For if Yumi truly transformed, her plant-like state would directly endanger Xianglin. At that moment, Shinya suddenly reached out to stop Kakashi. Wait. There seems to be a glimmer of hope. Under the watchful eyes of Shinya and Kakashi, a vast chakra surged within Xianglin. Then, a golden chain erupted from her abdomen, entwining her and Yumi together. What is that? Kakashi was taken aback by the scene before him. The golden chain struck a familiar chord in his memory. Reminiscent of the legendary King Kong seal, one of the most formidable sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, it now appeared to transcend mere sealing, approaching something akin to a secret art, or even a bloodline limit. The King Kong seal lived up to its name, forcibly suppressing the aberration in Yumi's body, establishing a forced equilibrium. Xianglin seemed to grasp this realization, desperately maintaining the golden chain to uphold this precarious balance. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, but eventually, Xianglin could no longer endure and fainted, causing the chain to vanish. Strangely, Yumi's body did not continue its transformation. Instead, signs of contraction emerged. Remarkably, it seemed she had begun to master her own body, indicating that the procedure had indeed succeeded. Kakashi opened his mouth, wishing to object, questioning if this could truly be deemed a success. Yet, considering Yumi's struggle at death's door, he ultimately found himself speechless, quietly agreeing with a simple, impressive. As Yumi's body gradually returned to normal, she finally opened her eyes. When she rose, Xianglin slipped from her. Instinctively, Yumi reached out, and from the ground, a small tree burst forth, cradling Xianglin in accordance with her gesture. This is. Yumi gazed at her hands in disbelief. Would release. Kakashi was genuinely astonished now. This was no ordinary would release. She had performed it without forming any hand seals. Indeed, it was true, yet the roots of Yamato had not yet been revealed. This meant that Kakashi remained unaware that Danzo's side had also achieved success. However, the notion that a legendary ninjutsu like would release could be executed without seals was somewhat surreal for Kakashi. Nevertheless, Chingya knew well that true would release, executed without seals, was the essence of the technique. After all, the legendary Hashirama Senju could summon anything with a mere clap of his hands. Chingya formulated a hypothesis regarding this situation. Perhaps it was due to Yumi's weakened state that such an occurrence transpired. Her entire body teetered on the brink of collapse. Thus, despite the presence of white blood cells to neutralize the threat, she remained incapable of merging with the intercellular entities. Her inherent frailty rendered her unqualified for any form of negotiation. Consequently, the majority of her cells were nearly consumed by the intercellular forces, making mutation almost inevitable. However, at this critical juncture, Xianglin's adamantine seal forcibly stifled this transformation. Moreover, it was not solely this external force. The sound of Xianglin's weeping undoubtedly summoned an unimaginable reservoir of spiritual strength. After all, one can scarcely fathom the extent of power a mother might unleash for the sake of her child. Thus, through a confluence of serendipity and the profound influence of maternal love, Yumi achieved this extraordinary fusion. This also signified that she might now be the individual whose constitution most closely resembled that of Senju Hashirama in the entire world. Consequently, the wood release came to her as if it were an instinctive ability. Chingya stepped forward and took the fragrant phosphorus. Do not worry. She is merely fatigued and will recover after a brief respite. You are well aware of Xianglin's constitution. She will undoubtedly be fine. Moreover, she has just awakened the Vajra sealing of the Whirlpool clan. Thus, this experience will serve her well, bringing only benefits and no detriments. But what of you, Yume? How do you feel now? I feel an indescribable power coursing through my body, as if Yume began, gently waving her hand. Chingya's heart tightened as a sudden realization struck her. No, but it was already too late. With Yume's movement, Chingya felt a tremor beneath her feet. Instantly, countless vines, roots, and trees surged forth. The rampaging trees wreaked havoc upon the ground and surrounding walls, triggering all defensive spells in a simultaneous response. An overwhelming inferno engulfed the entire laboratory. Aoba lifted Yumi into his arms, while Kakashi cradled Shiho, swiftly escaping the laboratory with a flicker of movement. Kakashi, water release. A loud shout from Aoyan instantly caught Kakashi's attention. He swiftly executed a water release technique, causing a torrent of water to envelop the ground, preventing the flames from burning excessively or leaping forth to incinerate the structures above. After a few minutes, tranquility returned to the scene. At that moment, several Umbu ninjas arrived around Aoyan's home. Upon recognizing Kakashi and Aoyan, the Umbu members visibly relaxed, knowing that these two were among the elite jonin of Konoha, indicating that the situation was likely under control. May I inquire what transpired here? One of them asked, having detected a significant fluctuation of chakra in the area. I sincerely apologize, Kakashi replied. I was engaged in a sparring match with Aoyan and may have inadvertently created a bit too much commotion. Recently detached from the Umbu, Kakashi was well acquainted with most of its members, and as an elite jonin, he commanded their respect. I see. As long as the villagers are not endangered, there is no cause for concern. However, given that both of you are jonin, I would recommend conducting your training outside the village. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Indeed, we shall be more mindful in the future. I apologize for the inconvenience. No need for formality. We shall return and report, the Umbu replied before departing. Once the Umbu left, Aoyin and Kakashi returned inside to attend to the mother and daughter. The events that had just unfolded left Aoyin's heart heavy with sorrow. He had painstakingly acquired the equipment from Orochimaru to establish this laboratory, only to see it reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. The sole silver lining was that he had preserved the cells of White Zetsu and Hashirama in sealed scrolls, carrying them with him. For they were far too sensitive to be left unguarded. Yet, the entire setup and the vast array of experimental data had been reduced to cinders, causing Aoyin immense grief. Aoyin, Yumi began to realize something. However, Aoyin would not hold her accountable for the mishap. As the orchestrator of the experiment, he understood that such risks were part of his responsibilities. No, you performed admirably, truly, Yumi. You must know, from this moment on, you can be counted among the very few in this world who can truly grasp their own destiny. Yumi's would release was so potent that Aoyin found himself unable to control it in the short term, which was understandable given her lack of sufficient ninja training and her limited understanding of ninjutsu. Mastering such a bloodline limit as would release was indeed a considerable challenge without proper guidance. Yet, privately, Aoyin felt a pang of envy. Although he outwardly claimed indifference towards wood release, he referred to the type practiced by Yamato, which focused on environmental growth. In contrast, Yumi's unintentional manifestations were comparable to Yamato's prowess. If she were to develop this ability further, who could say she might not reach the level of the first Hokage? However, it hardly seems to differ significantly. His denial of wanting such wood release techniques is but aide. Regrettably, he lacks the fortune to pursue it. The laboratory is lost, and there appears to be little hope for its swift reconstruction. Although Ao's lab may not occupy a vast space, the equipment within is of exquisite quality, all procured by Orochimaru. Should one attempt to acquire those experimental instruments from the market, it would require at least 200 to 300 million ryo. Presently, however, Ao's entire fortune amounts to less than 10 million ryo. Recently, his ninja tool shop has shown some promise, yet it would take a couple of years at the very least to rebuild the laboratory through this means. Thus, Ao must temporarily suppress his aspirations for reconstruction and divert his limited energy towards Yumi and Kin. Since Kin regained consciousness from her coma, there has been little change. Her chakra levels have once again increased, yet she remains unable to actively employ the adamantine sealing chains. Both Kakashi and Ao have invested considerable time in research regarding this issue, ultimately yielding no fruitful results. They can only surmise that her young age may be the reason. Utilizing the adamantine sealing chains could impose an excessive burden on her body. The last time she attempted to use merely one chain, she became exhausted and fainted for an entire day. Consequently, her body may have developed a protective instinct, hindering her from wielding such power at present. After this experience, it is anticipated that as she matures, she will naturally be able to employ the adamantine sealing chains. Then there is Yumi. Having acquired such formidable wood release techniques, Yumi naturally needs to master this power as swiftly as possible. However, this proves somewhat challenging due to the unique nature of wood release and Yumi's lack of control. Within the entirety of Konoha, no suitable training grounds can be found. The forests and riverbanks within the confines of the Konoha barrier lie under the watchful gaze of the third Hokage's telescope technique. Ao cannot risk allowing Yumi to train under their vigilant scrutiny. Should they venture outside, registration would be required. While this is feasible, frequent excursions might attract undue attention. After much discussion among the three, Kakashi ultimately proposed a suggestion. In truth, I believe your prior recommendation was quite astute. Medical ninjutsu. This is one of the rare techniques in Konoha that can be learned simply by desire. The most rudimentary forms of medical ninjutsu demand a high level of chakra control. Therefore, allowing Yumi to study medical ninjutsu would serve to enhance her chakra control. Over time, she will inevitably adapt to her own power. For the moment, it appears that there are no better alternatives. Wood release, especially of such caliber, would spell significant trouble if discovered by Konoha. Aoba had never contemplated the annihilation of Konoha, nor did he harbor any intention of defection at this moment. He still had unfinished business here, so it was prudent to exercise caution. However, the mere presence of medical personnel was insufficient to fully harness the capabilities of Yumi's newly acquired physique. The body she had obtained through this fusion was exponentially more powerful than Aoba's, surpassing it by an unfathomable margin. To draw a simple comparison, Aoba possessed a physique akin to that of an elite ninja from the Uzumaki clan, with chakra levels and physical resilience that ranked among the highest echelons of the ninja world. In contrast, Yumi's body could be likened to that of Hashirama Senju. At that time, the cells of Hashirama had proliferated wildly, nearly enveloping the majority of Yumi's own cells. Ultimately, it was her spirit and willpower that enabled her to command such power. Even though the cells produced through proliferation might not rival the original Hashirama cells. Aoba speculated that if Yumi were to fully unleash the power of her current body, she could potentially reach 70 to 80% of the original Hashirama's prowess. It is no exaggeration to assert that at 70% of Hashirama's strength, as long as Uchiha Madara does not resurrect, she could nearly level the current ninja world. Even Nagato with his Rinnegan would dare to confront her head-on. However, to elevate Yumi to such a level would require a significant investment of time in her training. The immediate goal was for her to gain a preliminary mastery over her wood release. Concurrently, Aoba commenced her foundational ninja training, encompassing activities such as tree climbing, water walking, and physical techniques. Yet, he refrained from allowing her to learn ninjutsu until she had grasped wood release, primarily out of fear that a misstep could result in a catastrophic wood release incident that might inundate Konoha. Once Yumi could initially control her powers, they would embark on genuine advanced training, where she would learn the fundamental wood release techniques of the first Hokage. Nonetheless, there remained a minor issue. Neither Aoba nor Kakashi possessed knowledge of wood release ninjutsu. The sealing book of Konoha should house all the techniques related to wood release, available for exchange with points. This proposal was not viable. It would be too conspicuous, and should they dare to choose it, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen would still maintain some semblance of dignity, but if Shimura Danzo were to discover it, Aoba would have no choice but to eliminate him. I was about to mention that Danzo also possessed information on wood release. However, you are correct, he is not to be trusted. We shall defer this matter for now. If all else fails, I may resort to negotiating with Orochimaru. The choice made by Aoy left Kakashi feeling perplexed. He realized that, in Aoy's perspective, Orochimaru held a higher priority than Shimura Danzo. Yet, it was Orochimaru who was the rogue ninja, the one who was wanted. How should one put it? Orochimaru is indeed a perilous individual, exceedingly dangerous. However, he is also remarkably genuine. He possesses his own aspirations and is willing to pay the price for them. Therefore, engaging in a transaction with him is feasible, provided one ensures they have the necessary capital for such an exchange, resulting in mutual satisfaction. In contrast, Shimura Danzo is quite different. This man desires everything but is unwilling to offer anything in return. The most prudent approach when dealing with such a person is to eliminate him when he reveals his chips and seize them for oneself. For he would undoubtedly do the same. Well, I cannot assist with this issue, Kakashi said, expressing his inability to help. Aoy would have to navigate this on his own. At that moment, Aoy recalled something. He had been promoted to Jonin for over a year and had completed numerous missions, accumulating a considerable number of points. Theoretically, these points could be exchanged for ninjutsu at the higher echelons of Konoha. However, Aoy had never utilized them. Kakashi, can the Flying Thunder God technique be exchanged with points? Kakashi cast Aoy a peculiar glance. You wish to learn the Flying Thunder God? Indeed. You need not exchange. I will teach you. You will? Aoy expressed skepticism. When did Kakashi learn the Flying Thunder God? Well, I cannot perform the Flying Thunder God, but I am aware of its training methods. After all, the fourth Hokage was once my teacher. As soon as he began, Aoy comprehended why no one in Konoha had managed to master the Flying Thunder God technique over the years. The requirements for this technique are exceedingly high for a ninja. From the most fundamental chakra to spatial perception talent, from nerve reaction speed to the adaptability of spatial travel, failing to meet any of these criteria renders the technique unattainable. The chakra of Valiant is undoubtedly sufficient. As a high-speed ninja renowned for his agility, he has always believed that his neural reflexes must be of the highest caliber. However, after witnessing the standards of the Flying Thunder God technique, he suddenly comprehended Jiraiya's praise for Minato Namikaze. In comparison to Minato, anyone else appears utterly mediocre. Although it seems in the narrative that Minato can conquer the world with a single Rasengan, this is merely a testament to the efficiency of that technique. In reality, Minato is well versed in various ninjutsu, and his mastery of sealing techniques is exceptionally high. The ability to execute the Reaper Death Seal at the last moment serves as the finest proof of his prowess. Had the fourth Hokage survived and lived to this day, it is difficult to fathom the extent of his growth. Moreover, if he were in power, Ayin would not need to be so cautious. After all, Minato is among the few individuals in Konoha whom one can truly trust, unlike the current inept leaders, from whom Aoyan is reluctant to disclose anything. The only source of solace for Aoyan lies in his spatial perception, which barely meets the threshold necessary for practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. Falling short of this benchmark effectively renders the endeavor futile. The subsequent adaptation to spatial traversal refers to the symptoms of dizziness and nausea that the user experiences after executing the Flying Thunder God technique. In combat, ninjas are inherently agile. One cannot simply teleport behind an opponent and then succumb to nausea or collapse in a daze. This phenomenon, akin to motion sickness, is contingent upon an individual's constitution. For instance, the fourth Hokage possesses complete immunity to such dizziness. No matter how he traverses space, he remains unaffected. As for Aoyan, prior to executing the technique for the first time, he was uncertain of his adaptability. Neural reflexes can indeed be gradually enhanced through training. Yet even if he meets the foundational requirements, whether he can master the technique remains uncertain. Nevertheless, having embarked on this journey, Aoyan is resolute in his determination not to relinquish it easily. His motivation for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique primarily stems from his desire to guard against Abido. The current ninja world is fraught with adversaries, including Nagato and his Akatsuki, the elusive Kaguya, and the resurrected Uchiha Madara, among others. Among these foes, Nagato poses the most immediate threat, while Uchiha Madara exerts the greatest pressure. The presence of Kaguya and the likes of Abido instills a sense of helplessness. Yet, Aoyan's foremost concern remains Abido, principally due to his utter lack of humanity. This individual has mercilessly slain countless innocents for the sake of Rin, including the fourth Hokage and his wife, whom he regarded as his own. He epitomizes the lowest form of scum. Most significantly, Abido is a fanatic. While Nagato and Uchiha Madara exhibit a certain degree of obsession, it is more akin to idealism. In contrast, Abido is a true zealot, impervious to reason. Once he discovers that Aoba might be in peril, he will undoubtedly infiltrate Konoha with the intent to eliminate Aoba directly. With his formidable abilities, Konoha's defenses would be rendered utterly ineffective. Regardless of the number of trump cards Aoba possesses, a mere phasing would render him immune to all, a truly despicable advantage. Once targeted by him, one would either perish or suffer grievous harm. Thus, Aoba is in urgent need of the Flying Thunder God technique. He requires a space-time ninjutsu to counter Abido's Kimui. Even if he cannot vanquish him, at the very least, he can ensure his own safety. Kakashi observes Aoba's relentless training and finds himself inspired to join in. Initially, the Flying Thunder God seemed beyond his grasp due to his insufficient chakra. However, after Aoba crafted that sealing tool for him, the chakra consumption of his Sharingan has been significantly reduced. With the diminished demand of the Sharingan, Kakashi finds that he can barely muster enough chakra to perform the Flying Thunder God. While he cannot traverse endlessly like the fourth Hokage, it should suffice for self-preservation. The two of them validate each other's progress, which can only be described as excruciatingly slow. In truth, there is little to validate since no one in Konoha comprehends the Flying Thunder God technique. It is said that a few members of the previous Hokage's guard could jointly execute the Flying Thunder God formation, but unfortunately, that technique offers little in terms of practical application, differing vastly from independent execution. Consequently, Aoba and Kakashi struggle immensely in their training. Yet, their efforts are not entirely fruitless. Aoba's years of practicing chakra control have allowed him to swiftly master the seals required for the Flying Thunder God. He can now imprint the seal on another person instantaneously with a mere slap of his palm. However, he still dares not attempt the true teleportation of the Flying Thunder God. Indeed, he is hesitant. At this stage of his training, Aoba has identified another significant challenge of the Flying Thunder God, the overwhelming sense of fear that precedes spatial traversal. In that fleeting moment of shifting, one's body departs from reality, entering a sort of interstitial space, only to emerge from a different spatial point. It is indeed a struggle to emerge. The Flying Thunder God does not function as a conventional teleportation portal. Rather, it involves the practitioner forcing themselves through the spatial fissure. This sensation of disorientation is a principal source of the technique's dizziness. However, Aoba finds himself plagued by a persistent fear before executing the technique. A psychological apprehension rooted in the possibility of becoming trapped within that spatial interstice. He recognizes this as a mental barrier, and perhaps due to his experiences with traversing dimensions, he has developed a psychological issue regarding spatial travel. This realization prompts Aoba to acknowledge his impatience and wisely decide to suspend his practice of the Flying Thunder God for a time. redirecting his focus to further explore the changes in his wind release Rasengan. With Kakashi's involvement, Aoba is now not lacking in ninjutsu. Nevertheless, he still feels the need to study the formidable Great Ball Rasengan, a technique capable of delivering a decisive blow. Shinya also attempted to have Kakashi practice sage techniques. Unfortunately, Kakashi lacked the aptitude for it. Even with Chinya's assistance, he nearly turned to stone, ultimately resigning himself to failure. As time passed, Kakashi no longer dwelled on Chinya's intentions, as Chinya seemed entirely absorbed in training and saving funds to reconstruct his laboratory, no longer resembling the ambitious individual he once was. On one particular day, Kakashi approached Chinya with news. "Might Guy wishes to treat us to dinner?" It appeared that he had taken on the role of a team leader this year and had found some promising students, wishing to celebrate their accomplishments. "Sounds good. We'll join you this evening." Upon receiving Might Guy's invitation, Chinya remembered that it was graduation season. However, it was not the cohort of the Konoha 12, but rather the class above them, comprising Tenten, Lee, and Niji. Among them, Niji had achieved the top rank, which explained Might Guy's enthusiasm. Since Niji's class was graduating this year, it implied that the Konoha 12 would graduate the following year. With ample time remaining, Chinya felt no urgency. He casually changed his attire in preparation for the dinner, only to be intercepted by Yomei. "This is quite rude, even if you are close friends. There are still Kai subordinates present, so you must pay attention to your appearance. Allow me to assist you." Like a puppet, Chinya was fussed over by Yomei for over half an hour. When he glanced in the mirror, he found himself looking considerably more spirited. It must be said that the art of dressing is indeed a woman's gift. Awkwardly avoiding Yomei's ardent gaze, he quickly stepped outside. The time for Jonin to spend in the village was not as abundant as one might imagine. This time, Asuma, Karinai, and others were no longer present. Only Kakashi and Chinya remained to celebrate with Might Guy. "Kakashi, Chinya, over here." They could hear Might Guy's booming voice from afar. Chinya slightly bowed his head to conceal his embarrassment, while Kakashi seemed unfazed, accustomed to the exuberance. Accompanying Guy were three young individuals, Niji, Lee, and Tenten. Niji and Lee had never formally met Chinya, but Tenten recognized him at once. "Ah, it's you. You're that peculiar guest, my apologies." Tenten had clearly identified Chinya as the unfortunate buyer of the surplus goods. However, upon speaking, she felt she had been rather rude. "Oh, so it's you. Your family deals in ninja tools, right?" "Yes, I see now that you are the esteemed Chinya, the good friend of teacher Guy," she continued. "Next time you visit, I shall offer you a discount." "That is a promise," Chinya replied. "You three must remember, these two are formidable ninjas." Chinya has faced the current Raikage in battle twice, even severing his fingers on both occasions. "I know, it's Lord Chinya of the wind-cutting blade," Niji interjected. It seems that Shaoli remains his own fan, proudly revealing his nickname. Even Niji, who stood nearby, was slightly moved. Clearly, Chinya's achievements in his two encounters with the Raikage carry significant weight. Kakashi, too, is a figure of great renown, a celebrated shinobi from Konoha. It is said that Mr. Kakashi possesses knowledge of over 1,000 ninjutsu techniques. Niji interjected, suggesting that it is not quite so exaggerated, as there are merely a few hundred techniques. Nonetheless, that is still an extraordinary feat. I, on the other hand, have yet to master even a single one. At this point, Shaoli felt a tinge of disappointment. Indeed, Shaoli graduated with a specialization in taijutsu. However, do not lose heart, Shaoli. Youth is a valuable asset. As long as we ardently devote ourselves to our passions, we shall undoubtedly become remarkable shinobi. "Yes, teacher Guy." The sound of Chinya placing a large platter of grilled meat on the table interrupted him. The forceful placement was intended to dispel the awkwardness that lingered between the master and his pupil. Hadn't they noticed the surrounding patrons frequently glancing in their direction? "Let us eat while we converse." All right, with the atmosphere finally returning to normal, Chinya breathed a sigh of relief. As he began grilling the meat, he also took out 3 boxes. "Pleased to meet you. This is a token of my appreciation for Kakashi. We have recently been conducting research on some potions, and these are some of our findings." Aoba was well aware that Kakashi's character would not lead him to prepare any gifts. Thus, he decided to include him, sparing Kakashi any potential embarrassment. During this period, Kakashi had indeed participated in several research endeavors alongside him. Niji and Lee each received a box containing 2 vials of potion. "My knowledge of the gentle fist technique is somewhat limited. However, I have collaborated on missions with the Hyuga clan's ninja on several occasions. To my understanding, The training of the gentle fist imposes significant stress on the wrists, and over the years, such training can lead to subtle injuries in that area. I possess some knowledge of medical ninjutsu as well as potion making. The concoction I have created specifically targets joint fatigue and promotes the circulation of energy. Only a few drops are required to be applied to the hands, and the effects can be felt almost immediately. You may wish to give it a try. With a hint of skepticism, Niji applied a drop to his wrist. Soon, he felt a refreshing sensation permeate through to his wrist. Though still young, he did not consider his subtle injuries to be severe, yet he could distinctly sense the potion nourishing the energy pathways in his wrist, allowing for a smoother flow of chakra. This was not merely a matter of healing injuries. It could even accelerate his training in the gentle fist technique. These seemingly inconspicuous potions held far greater value than one might imagine. Lee, lacking Niji's acute sensitivity, merely noticed that his bruises rapidly healed and found the cooling sensation exceedingly pleasant. "This is far too precious," he remarked. The Hyuga clan certainly possessed their own secret elixirs for training, but they were exceedingly expensive and typically reserved for the main family. Niji, being of the branch family, could hardly entertain such thoughts. However, Aoba had gifted both of them 2 substantial vials, which, when used judiciously, could last for an extended period. This would be an immense aid to both Niji and Lee. These potions were not entirely novel. They were a simplified version of a life potion. Aoba could not casually produce such life potions. However, he dedicated considerable time to diluting the life potion and reconstituting it, successfully infusing a portion of its vitality into the new concoction designed specifically to support physical training. With his current technical prowess, Aoba could produce 10 vials of this potion from a single life potion, yielding a satisfactory output. Nevertheless, Aoba had no intention of commercializing it. Rather, he aimed to cultivate his own small circle. Both Niji and Lee were exceptionally promising individuals, and even Tintin, in due course, would be treated as a protagonist destined to stumble upon divine artifacts. During this period, Aoba appears to have accomplished little. However, he has, in fact, undertaken numerous discreet endeavors. From Uchiha Sasuke to Uzumaki Naruto, and from Kakashi to Yugao, Asuma, and Karui, he has influenced many, including the current trio of young individuals. In the future, he will undoubtedly contribute to the next generation of Konoha's 12 elite. Shinya is gradually establishing a circle centered around herself. She has provided 2 young practitioners of martial arts with potions to assist in their training. However, Tion clearly does not align with the rugged approach of those 2 rough men. This young girl specializes in the art of throwing ninja tools. Indeed, Tion is the only ninja in the narrative who fully embraces the technique of weapon throwing. Yet, her methods lack refinement. As time progresses, she begins to rely heavily on firepower. Tion, this is for you. A scroll was presented to Tion by Chingye. Upon opening it, a look of astonishment graced her face. Is this the throwing tool of the Uchiha clan? Yet this. Chingye was acutely aware of Tiantian's concerns. The Uchiha clan's proficiency in weapon throwing was renowned throughout the shinobi world. However, the techniques were largely confined to family tradition, with few outsiders ever having the opportunity to learn them. Fear not, Kakashi has connections. We have already obtained permission. You can practice with peace of mind, Chingye reassured her. Kakashi, with a resigned roll of his eyes, chose not to contest the matter. Presently, only Sasuke Uchiha remained as the last scion of the Uchiha clan within the village, and he could be considered half a disciple of Chingye. There was little need for Kakashi's influence in this context. Nevertheless, he understood Chingye's intentions. One was to spare him any embarrassment, and the other was his possession of the Sharingan, which lent a certain credibility to the situation. I am truly grateful. I will devote myself to rigorous training, the young girl exclaimed, her heart swelling with emotion. For a ninja whose expertise lay in weapon throwing, this knowledge held value far exceeding that of mere medicinal potions. Chingye generously treated everyone to a delightful meal, and naturally, the atmosphere was filled with joy. Kai, a bachelor, rarely spent money aside from his training, thus finding himself quite affluent. He heartily encouraged everyone to indulge freely in the feast. Chingye and the others, unreservedly, feasted heartily, leaving Kai feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Since becoming the team leader, Kai's spare time had noticeably diminished. He not only had to guide the younger members through their missions, but also bear the responsibility of their training. After all, when the time came to venture out of the village for advanced missions, the combat prowess of his subordinates would be of utmost importance. Among the 3 younger individuals, Xiaoli and Kai were cut from the same cloth, both embodying the essence of pure physical martial arts. They were adept practitioners of the leaf steel fist technique, and Shaoli quickly became Kai's cherished apprentice. Meanwhile, Niji and Tintin honed their ancestral skills while also gleaning practical combat experience from Kai. Everyone was immersed in their training, and Sasuke was no exception. Today was particularly significant for him, as it marked his first attempt at executing the lightning release, body flicker technique. Indeed, after months of diligent practice, Sasuke felt he had mastered the entire process and was ready to independently unleash this technique. With his hands crackling with lightning, Sasuke focused intently, gradually establishing the electromagnetic acceleration track. At the center of this track, a metal sphere the size of a walnut shot forth, propelled by the effects of electromagnetic acceleration. Chingye was uncertain about the speed of electromagnetic acceleration in the real world, yet he sensed that it appeared remarkably swift within the ninja realm, lacking specialized instruments for measurement. The visual spectacle was already quite extraordinary. A flash of azure lightning was followed by a streak of crimson light that swiftly crossed his line of sight. The towering tree before Sasuke erupted into splinters, alongside a dozen or so trees behind it, each with a diameter exceeding 50 centimeters. The velocity was so staggering that, from a visual perspective, it seemed as though all the trees had simultaneously shattered in an instant. The scarlet glow pierced through the entire forest, striking the hillside beyond. With a series of thunderous booms, the massive trees began to topple, and Sasuke, panting heavily, sank to the ground. Yet, a satisfied smile graced his face. It was overwhelmingly powerful. This ninjutsu he had struggled to master for over half a year was indeed formidable. As the practitioner, Sasuke understood one crucial fact. The shattered trees before him were not the ultimate manifestation of this technique. That iron sphere should have ultimately embedded itself within the hillside. He sensed that, should his chakra be sufficiently abundant, this strike could have even penetrated the hill itself. Chingye has always felt that the electromagnetic cannon in this world is somewhat absurd. According to his understanding, its lethality should not reach such extremes. However, this issue cannot be substantiated. He can only surmise that chakra, this unique energy, amplifies the power of the electromagnetic cannon. Haha. Sasuke, the little brat, seems to have thought of something amusing as he sits on the ground, bursting into laughter, which makes Chingye feel quite awkward. He raises his right hand, and with a mere thought, a metal sphere is accelerated and shot out, the entire process taking merely a second. In contrast, Sasuke took a full 30 seconds from charging to execution. 30 seconds, a normal person could have killed him 3 times over in that span. Very well. You have thoroughly grasped the operational concept of this technique. The next step is to engage in relentless practice to shorten the casting time. If you can reduce it to under 3 seconds, it will possess considerable practical value. Should you manage to cut it down to 1 second, you could attempt to use this technique to eliminate Uchiha Itachi. The results are evident, as long as you can strike your opponent. There is no one in this world who can withstand its lethal force. Sasuke's recently ignited ambition has been significantly dampened by Chingye. After all, the difference between 30 seconds and 3 seconds is quite substantial. Nonetheless, there is hope. He can at least envision the possibility of defeating Uchiha Itachi. Do not rejoice too soon. Uchiha Itachi's strength lies not solely in ninjutsu. His taijutsu and jinjutsu, particularly the latter, are also among the best in the ninja world. While practicing this ninjutsu, do not neglect to comprehensively hone your taijutsu and jinjutsu skills. Can teacher Chingye continue to instruct me in taijutsu? I know you are renowned in Konoha for your mastery of it. Let me clarify. What I teach is not purely taijutsu, but rather a combination of swordsmanship and wind-release ninjutsu. You lack wind chakra, so this particular set may not suit you well. However, basic swordsmanship should be manageable. If you wish to learn, prepare a sword. The reaction of Konoha to Chingye instructing Uchiha Sasuke is rather subdued, allowing Chingye to continue his teachings without hindrance. As for Naruto Uzumaki, Chingye can only express that the timing is not yet right. After finishing training with Sasuke, Chingye returns home rather late. On the table, steaming dishes await him. He does not hesitate and sits down to eat. Once finished, he is about to clean the dishes when Yumi gently enters the kitchen and embraces him from behind. Xianglin, she is asleep. Yumi, listen to me. Xianglin calls me brother, and I, Shu. Do not mention Xianglin. This is a matter between the two of us. Yumi's hands gently slide down. Hee, Chingye. Are you responding to me? Chingye had long sensed Yumiko's feelings, yet he chose to remain silent. In his heart, he believed this sentiment stemmed from the debt of gratitude she felt for him, having saved both her and her mother. His rescue of Sakura was driven by a desire for her future assistance. He had never anticipated such a repayment from Yumiko. However, he soon discovered that her affections were becoming increasingly apparent, nearly noticed by Sakura. In the world of Naruto, individuals mature and marry early. And despite Yumiko's relatively tender age, merely 3 years older than Chingya, her ardor was undeniable. It would be disingenuous to claim that he was unaffected by her fervent emotions. Yet, throughout this time, Chingya had devoted all his energy to self-improvement, leaving him little capacity to reciprocate Yumiko's enthusiasm, until today. As the storm clouds parted, Yumiko nestled against Chingya, declaring, "I have now begun to grasp the basics of wood release. I can assist you. Regardless of your adversaries, I will stand by your side." He acknowledged her words but cautioned, "I must inform you that the path I tread is fraught with peril. You must steel yourself for what lies ahead. You once mentioned that this danger cannot merely be evaded, correct?" She inquired. "Indeed, it is futile to hide. Unless we can resolve the issue entirely, there is no escape." "Then rest assured, Sakura, and I will always stand by you," she affirmed. As they shared this intimate moment, Chingya sensed a disturbance in the courtyard. His expression shifted slightly. "Wait for me here." Stepping outside, he found, as expected, a white serpent. "It has been a while, Lord Orochimaru." "Ah, Chingya-kun, you seem somewhat different," he replied with a chuckle. Unlike before, Chingya no longer felt intimidated by Orochimaru. In fact, he now harbored a 70% assurance of victory should they confront each other directly. However, the prospect of killing Orochimaru remained a distant goal, given the notorious difficulty of defeating him. "Your progress is commendable," Chingya remarked succinctly. "Indeed, we have engaged in trade twice now, and from you, I've gleaned remarkable intelligence. During this time, I have conducted some verification, and your information is astonishingly accurate. This is precisely the sort of thing Orochimaru would undertake, after all. He is the foremost scientist in the Naruto world. If not for his excessive obsession with Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke, his achievements might have reached even greater heights. Alas, fate often outmatches skill. Sasuke is the destined child of this world, and he is fated to fail. Is that so? Is Lord Orochimaru here to propose a new transaction? I have been pondering where to acquire wood release techniques," Chingya mused, knowing full well that Orochimaru possessed valuable information regarding it, having been involved in the transplantation of Hashirama cells for an extended period. Given his character, it is certain that he has left behind a backup. "Indeed, Aoba, I am most eager to extract more secrets from your lips." Orochimaru's tone grew increasingly unsettling. Aoba narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, the Kusanagi sword was drawn, and he pivoted to deliver a swift upward slash. The sharp clang of metal resonated through the air. Unbeknownst to him, another Orochimaru had materialized behind Aoba. This fellow had indeed come in his true form, and was prepared to turn against Aoba. Chingya could not help but feel that he had greatly overestimated Orochimaru's principles. He had initially believed that he could safely negotiate at least one more time. However, to his surprise, upon their reunion after more than half a year, Orochimaru immediately resorted to violence. It seemed that the intelligence he had previously verified had provoked Orochimaru. Now convinced that Chingya harbored some monumental secret, a secret that drove Orochimaru nearly to the brink of madness, he ultimately decided to take decisive action. Witnessing Orochimaru's assault, Chingya felt neither anger nor fear. In all honesty, had Orochimaru arrived a month earlier, his first instinct would have been to signal for help. Yet, at this moment, he had fully mastered the abilities of his transplanted body and had integrated a new power. He was no longer intimidated by Orochimaru. The two engaged in a vigorous exchange of blows in the courtyard, unconcerned about being overheard. Ever since the last incident involving the Umbu, Chingya had fortified the area with additional defensive techniques. As long as their movements remained moderate, their sounds would not reach the outside. Neither party resorted to large-scale ninjutsu. They relied solely on physical techniques, along with minor ninjutsu such as body flicker and shadow clone, to engage in their fierce close-quarters combat. Aoba refrained from employing sage mode. Instead, he relied solely on his newfound physical prowess to decisively overpower Orochimaru in their physical confrontation. With a wellspring of chakra at his disposal, the courtyard became suffused with Aoba's wind blades, a cutting force that proved to be the nemesis of Orochimaru's soft body techniques. It was apparent that Orochimaru recognized this reality. Yet he remained unperturbed. Aoba felt a fleeting moment of confusion, which quickly dissipated into understanding. Orochimaru had truly miscalculated this time. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Kabuto, sporting glasses and a smug grin, stood before Yumi and Karin. "Young lady, you are favored by Lord Orochimaru. I have no intention of harming you. So might you persuade your mother to refrain from hostility? Get away, villain. Otherwise, my brother Aoba will kill you." I do not deny that Kawakawa Aoba is a formidable individual. However, it seems he lacks the energy to concern himself with your affairs at present. "Madam, I mean you no harm. You are Karin, I presume? Come with me, and I shall bestow upon you the power of vengeance. One day, you can reclaim everything that has transpired in the Hidden Grass Village. Yet here in Konoha, individuals like you are destined for mediocrity." Kabuto's hands glimmered with the faint light of chakra, a signature of his unique ability, Chakra Scalpel. "This will be quite unpleasant, so do not compel me to act." As Kabuto prepared to make a move, Yumi stepped forward, shielding Karin behind her. "Are you certain you wish to engage?" There was an eager anticipation in Yumi's tone, which instilled an inexplicable sense of unease in Kabuto. "No, that cannot be right. She is merely an ordinary woman, entirely untrained in the ways of a ninja. There is no conceivable threat." Outside, the clash between Orochimaru and Aoba had escalated to a fever pitch. In the narrative, Orochimaru had seldom displayed his swordsmanship. His swordplay was mostly limited to theatrical feats such as swallowing and expelling swords. However, during their exchange, Aoba discovered that Orochimaru's swordsmanship was indeed commendable and could be deemed top tier. Neither combatant had unleashed their full potential, instead waiting in tacit anticipation for something. Then a resounding crash echoed from within the room, and both of their lips curled into a smile. Kabuto's body was hurled through the door, impaled by a branch that suspended him in midair, rendering him unable to descend. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. The grin on Orochimaru's face vanished, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. Would release. Yumi's would release was on an entirely different level than Yamato's. A master of Orochimaru's caliber could effortlessly sense this. The woman standing at the door was now brimming with a chakra that evoked trepidation even in him. "Incredible. You have truly succeeded, Aoba-kun." At this moment, Orochimaru realized that the Hashirama cells Aoba had once requested were now coursing through this woman's veins. No, it was not just her. Orochimaru suddenly became acutely aware of the remarkable strength that Aoba had unexpectedly acquired. This thought ignited a fervent glimmer in his eyes. However, he soon recognized an even more pressing concern. He seemed to be in considerable danger that night. If it were Yamato's would-release technique, it would pose no threat to Orochimaru. He could effortlessly counter it. The true power did not lie in the would-release itself, but rather in the first Hokage. This technique could only manifest its full potential when wielded with the devastating force akin to that of the first Hokage. Otherwise, it merely remained an ordinary ninjutsu. Now, Orochimaru found himself confronted with such a threat. He possessed numerous escape strategies. Yet, if Aoba were to disregard everything and unleash the would-release, advent of the trees, all his plans would be rendered futile. It seemed that Aoba had long awaited this moment. Orochimaru instinctively believed it was a trap laid out for him. Initially, he felt assured of victory, having already gathered substantial intelligence on Aoba, including his stance towards Kaguya and her daughter. Thus, he had dispatched Kabuto in advance, intending to exploit Aoba's vulnerabilities. Such actions from Orochimaru were hardly surprising. He was known for his unscrupulous methods. In pursuit of his ambitions, he would stop at nothing. Whether one believed it or not, these were not intended to confront him. Aoba signaled for Yumi to toss Kabuto over, then promptly placed his foot upon him. The damage inflicted by the wood release was not merely physical. This technique also siphoned the opponent's chakra. Kabuto, once a top-tier medical ninja, should have been capable of self-rescue. However, having had his chakra drained, he was now completely unconscious. Yet, Aoba refrained from delivering the final blow. He understood that Kabuto was a crucial assistant to Orochimaru, and he still needed the renowned scientist of the ninja world to further refine techniques such as Edo Tensei, the eight-headed serpent technique, and the impure world reincarnation. The vigor of a single individual is inherently finite. All of Chinya's endeavors are concentrated on enhancing his own strength. Thus, these ancillary studies must be entrusted to Orochimaru for completion. In essence, the ninja world requires Orochimaru. Kabuto, as his aide, bears a semblance of destiny intertwined with his fate. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression subtly shifted several times before he lowered his hands. Chinya deduced that what he had just prepared was likely another external aid from the Naruto universe, Edo Tensei. Faced with Chinya and Yumi's formidable wood-release techniques, Orochimaru currently had no other means to counter them. However, Chingye had no intention of engaging Orochimaru in a full-scale battle here. Since Chingye had clarified that the earlier incident was merely a misunderstanding, might we now proceed with our transaction? Orochimaru truly seemed devoid of any sense of shame, readily prepared to continue the negotiation in light of his inability to prevail. Chingye, undisturbed, glanced back at Yumi and the others, ensuring they were unharmed, before readily acquiescing to Orochimaru's proposal. Now for my first request, I wonder if you could return Yakushi Kabuto to me, Chingye-kun. Aoba cast a glance at the incapacitated Kabuto beneath his feet. Pierced by the wood release, he was drained of chakra, teetering on the brink of death. At that moment, with but a slight exertion, Aoba could extinguish his life. Upon hearing Orochimaru's request, he neither acquiesced nor opposed. Instead, he turned to the figure of Yumi behind him. It was Yumi who had triumphed over him, and thus it was only fitting for her to make the decision. Yumi understood Aoba's intent, contemplated briefly, and then spoke. Aoba, you may take the lead. Aoba nodded in acknowledgement and turned back to face Orochimaru. Very well, we have reached a decision. We are open to negotiation. I wonder what Lord Orochimaru intends to offer in exchange for the life of your capable assistant. This proposition clearly caught Orochimaru off guard, prompting a moment of contemplation before he tossed another Kusanagi sword from his grasp. Aoba deftly seized the sword, then with a powerful kick, sent Kabuto tumbling before Orochimaru. The latter nonchalantly administered a soldier pill to Kabuto. As a medical ninja, Kabuto possessed the ability to heal himself, provided he had access to chakra. If he could not, it would merely reflect his own inadequacy. In truth, Aoba was somewhat astonished that Orochimaru would reclaim Kabuto, as he had expected the latter to be left to his own devices. It was pleasing to witness Aoba remaining steadfast in his integrity. Now, I require intelligence, Aoba. How did you successfully transplant Hashirama's cells? Aoyama firmly believes that Orochimaru is prepared with two strategies today. The first plan involves subduing Aoyama directly to extract all his secrets. The second plan entails capturing the mother and daughter of Kankuro to coerce Aoyama into submission. At this moment, it is evident that he has altered his approach. Upon witnessing the formidable wood release displayed by Yumi, he has shifted the terms of their transaction, now seeking the method to transplant Hashirama's cells. I possess certain techniques that could enhance the success rate of the transplant. However, the most crucial factor is something that Lord Orochimaru lacks. Even so, will Lord Orochimaru proceed with the transaction? Of course, Orochimaru replied without hesitation, continuing with the negotiation. Merely Aoyama's assertion that he could increase the success rate compelled Orochimaru to pursue this opportunity. It is worth noting that during his involvement in the transplantation experiments of Hashirama's cells, there was no such thing as a success rate. It was purely a matter of sacrificing lives through trial and error. Ultimately, they never succeeded in identifying the key factors. In other words, the foundational experiments have yet to yield any notion of a success rate. It is not a question of how high the success rate might be. It simply does not exist. They succeeded in creating one Yamato, yet they remain oblivious to the reasons behind that success. All research pertaining to Hashirama's cells remains a black box, devoid of any discernible patterns. The successful attempts are shrouded in mystery, as are the failures. However, now Aoyama boldly claims he can improve the success rate. Very well, I can directly reveal to you the answer. It is natural energy. Natural energy? This term is not unfamiliar to Orochimaru. As the summoner of the Dragon Cave, he has attempted the sage mode associated with it, though ultimately to no avail. Nevertheless, Orochimaru has not abandoned the pursuit of such power. In a village near the Dragon Cave, he encountered a youth named Jugo, who possesses an innate ability to communicate with natural energy, albeit in an unstable and perilously volatile manner. Through his studies of Jugo, Orochimaru developed the Cursed Seal technique. Indeed, the Cursed Seal indirectly utilizes natural energy to a certain extent, yet it falls short of the complete sage mode. Despite this, it is evident that Orochimaru's research talent is nearly extraordinary. Indeed, natural energy. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, comprehended sage mode and achieved an unprecedented level of near perfection in it. His body shares a profound affinity with natural energy. I cannot ascertain if this is the reason, but when the first cells go berserk, natural energy can effectively mitigate such a tumultuous reaction, allowing the recipient to endure for a longer duration. Whether this assistance can sustain them until the end remains uncertain. This merely serves as a supportive effect. The conclusion regarding natural energy has surpassed Orochimaru's expectations. After all, He himself cannot wield this power. Hence he had not considered it in this light. However, based on the experiences from the previous 2 transactions, he was certain that Aoba would not deceive him. I understand. So, Aoba-kun, what do you desire in return for this intelligence? The information on would-release techniques, Aoba replied without hesitation. I require all the data on would-release ninjutsu. Orochimaru paused for a moment, then comprehended the situation. After all, Aoba was merely a civilian ninja, and under normal circumstances, he would not have access to the information regarding would-release techniques. Haha, no problem. I will deliver it to you shortly. To be frank, Aoba, your talents are truly wasted in Konoha. You should join me. When I departed, I nearly gathered all the information from Konoha. Whatever Konoha possesses, I have it here. And it is entirely accessible to you. What do you say? Let us collaborate. Together, we have the power to transform the entire ninja world. Thank you for your esteemed regard, Lord Orochimaru. I will be mindful of your offer. Aoyama remains resolute in his stance, and Orochimaru recognizes this as Aoyama's refusal. He is genuinely intrigued as to why Aoyama insists on remaining in Konoha. Orochimaru cannot fathom that Aoyama harbors such unwavering loyalty to the village. He suspects that Aoyama's prolonged presence in Konoha must be driven by some ulterior motive, though he has yet to uncover it. I understand, he says. Now let us proceed to the second transaction. Although you have stated that the most critical condition is beyond my reach, I am still eager to learn what the prerequisites for this lady's success are. Are you certain, Lord Orochimaru, even if it requires you to pay a considerable price? Indeed. I am certain. Very well then, listen closely. The experiment at that time had indeed failed. Yumi's body began to undergo initial mutations. However, Kagaya saved her. The bond between mother and daughter, their shared bloodline, endowed Yumi with unimaginable strength and courage. While this may sound abstract, to clarify, it was Yumi's love and reluctance to part with her daughter that unleashed a formidable psychic force within her, forcibly suppressing her bodily transformations and finalizing the fusion. Therefore, the ultimate answer is love. It was love that facilitated her final metamorphosis. Orochimaru perceives Aoyama's words as a subtle mockery of his own lack of affection. Yet he cannot deny the validity of Aoyama's reasoning. He has indeed conducted research on psychic abilities, as his long-held desire for the Sharingan hinges upon the activation of such powers. Thus, Aoyama's assertions are logically sound. Moreover, he is correct. Orochimaru is incapable of experiencing such intense emotions, which is, in a sense, a rather melancholic truth. Oh, I see. Aoyama, I must now revise my assessment of you. What you possess is not merely covert intelligence. Your aptitude for research and exploration is equally remarkable. I feel we are becoming increasingly alike. Now, Aoyama, what do you require of me as part of this exchange? A pair of Sharingan. What? I require a complete set of 3 Tomo Sharingan, originating from the same individual. Aoyama, your request is quite challenging for me to fulfill. I do not possess any Sharingan. I am aware. However, Danzo does. There is no denying this well-known fact. He possesses a substantial number of Sharingan. Given your formidable abilities and your relationship with him, acquiring a pair of Sharingan should not pose too great a challenge, should it? Aoyama, I am curious. With so many bargaining chips at your disposal, why not negotiate directly with Danzo? Lord Orochimaru, you jest. You must be well aware of the nature of Shimura Danzo. If I were to seek him out, there would ultimately be but 2 outcomes. Either I would kill him, or he would kill me. Ha ha ha. Aoba-kun truly comprehends the essence of Danzo. Very well, I accept this condition. Excellent. Then, let this transaction conclude, Lord Orochimaru. Chingya adhered to the principle of minimizing actions to avoid mistakes. After 3 transactions, he promptly concluded the dealings. Orochimaru appeared somewhat reluctant to part ways. However, he was acutely aware that he no longer possessed the sufficient coercive power to threaten Chingya. Thus, with a lingering sense of dissatisfaction, he ultimately departed from Konoha. Chingya approached to examine the still, slumbering Xianglin. There were no significant issues. It was merely a technique from the Nirvana Sanctuary, an illusion that induces deep sleep. Let her rest. Given Xianglin's constitution, she would surely awaken by dawn. With this thought, Yumi felt a sense of relief and gently placed Xianglin back onto the bed. Subsequently, she and Chingya worked together to mend and conceal the traces of their earlier skirmish. To be honest, when utilized effectively, ninjutsu proves to be extraordinarily advantageous. Restoring the house. Walls and floor can be accomplished in less than a minute with proficient use of earth release, effortlessly reverting all damage. Yumi even employed wood release to rejuvenate several plants in the courtyard. Yumi, Your control over wood release has nearly reached its pinnacle. Once you obtain the advanced techniques, you should begin practicing them. In due course, we may find ourselves relying on your protection, she remarked. Yumi's response was to corner Qingye against the wall. Oh really? Then I suppose I must collect a portion of the protection fee in advance. The materials for wood release were promptly delivered by Orochimaru. However, he indicated that the information on the 3-tomo Sharingan would require additional time. Aoba is not in a hurry. She informs the other party that a little more time can be allowed. However, Yumi's training in wood release must proceed to the next phase. Yet, the same issue persists. Konoha is not an appropriate location for practicing wood release, particularly the more formidable techniques. Once unleashed, it could very well reduce the village to rubble. Aoba was acutely aware that he must venture beyond the village. Ordinarily, he could accept a mission that required him to leave. However, this time was different, as he had to accompany Yumi. Thus, he needed to concoct an alternative justification. He suggested that they should visit the ruins of the Whirlpool clan, which coincidentally aligned with his own desire to return. Yumi devised an impeccable rationale, and Aoba promptly submitted their proposal. Upon learning that Kaori would remain in the village to continue her studies, the authorities in Konoha swiftly approved Aoba's request, granting him a month-long leave of absence. Aoba was able to depart from Konoha village alongside Yumiko. In pursuit of mastering the wood release technique, the duo chose to traverse the less-traveled paths, delving into the depths of the mountains and the dense forests. Despite the era of peace, they encountered a myriad of bandits, thieves, and wandering ninjas along their journey. As numerous as the stars in the night sky, Qingye refrained from intervening, allowing Yumi to hone her skills. Initially, Yumi eradicated a group of mountain bandits using the technique known as the Tree Realm Descends. However, as her journey progressed, she began to acquire fundamental combat experience. Through these practical encounters, she came to a profound understanding of the power she wielded. Fueled by deep-seated enmity, Yumi showed no mercy in her slaughter of the bandits, claiming over 100 lives in less than 10 days. In terms of mindset and basic attributes, she had already become a successful ninja. Yet, her skills and experience still required refinement, necessitating more advanced confrontations to gradually cultivate her prowess. On this particular day, the duo passed through a small village, intending to replenish their supplies. However, upon entering, Qingye detected a pungent scent of blood. As they approached, they discovered that the village was devoid of life. Not only were there no survivors, but all the corpses were heaped together, and the ground was saturated with blood, crisscrossed in grotesque patterns. The bodies bore numerous wounds, suggesting they had endured brutal torment before their demise. The entire scene resembled the aftermath of a horrific cult ritual. "What is this?" Yumi exclaimed, taken aback by the gruesome sight. It appeared to be the work of a sinister cult, perhaps worshippers of some malevolent deity. They thrived on the slaughter of innocents, offering sacrifices to please their dark god. Could such a deity truly exist? Yumi found it hard to believe that anyone would venerate such a being. While she wished to dismiss the notion, it seemed there might indeed be a malevolent god in existence. As Aoba surveyed the scene, he drew the Kusanagi sword from his back. He had already deduced the identity of the perpetrator. In fact, this individual was an exceedingly crucial element in Aoba's plans. For a long time, Aoba had been clandestinely seeking information about him. However, this man was notoriously elusive, and Aoba lacked an extensive network of intelligence outside. Consequently, he had made little progress. Unexpectedly, the seeds sown with intention did not bloom, while those sown without thought flourished. On this occasion, accompanying Yumi on her training excursion, he unexpectedly encountered the very individual he had pursued for so long. The grass-cutting sword in Aoba's hand was enveloped by a swirling tempest. With a swift motion of the blade, a tornado erupted, tearing a nearby house to shreds. From the chaos, a grotesque figure leapt forth, wielding a colossal crescent scythe. Ignoring the myriad wounds inflicted by the slicing winds, he charged directly at Aoba. Yet, after only a few paces, the ground heaved violently, and countless trees surged upwards, ensnaring him within their midst. This intruder was none other than Haiden, a uniquely enigmatic entity within the narrative. As a devotee of the evil deity, he possessed a level of power akin to that of a chosen one. His abilities were deemed bizarre and inscrutable, had one been unaware of his capabilities beforehand. Even the most formidable of opponents could easily fall prey to him. Moreover, while Haiden had not employed ninjutsu within the storyline, he was endowed with chakra and could perform feats akin to those of a ninja, such as scaling trees and traversing water. The distinction lay in his reluctance or unwillingness to utilize ninjutsu. The crescent scythe he wielded was considered a relatively heavy weapon in the shinobi world, indicating that his physical strength was formidable, with martial prowess reaching the level of aide. As he swung his scythe to sever the branches before him in an attempt to break free, additional tendrils and vines ensnared him from all directions. At the same time, several branches, resembling spears, pierced his body. Unfortunately for him, as a taijutsu-oriented ninja, he was essentially outmatched when confronted with a vast array of wood-release techniques. The difficulty Kakashi faced against him and Kakuzu was primarily due to his lack of chakra, which hindered his ability to deploy expansive, large-scale ninjutsu assaults. In contrast, Yumi faced no such dilemma. Indeed, she often grappled with the excess of chakra, which resulted in her ninjutsu covering excessively wide areas. In the face of Haiden's sudden onslaught, she impulsively unleashed wood release, enveloping the entire village. Despite Haiden's desperate struggle, he barely managed to escape a few dozen meters before becoming impaled upon the branches. Upon witnessing the scene, Chingye swiftly advanced and severed Fade One's limbs with precision. Following this, he decapitated the wretch, utterly dismembering him. Even in such a state, Fade One continued to roar frantically on the ground, lamenting how they had defiled the dark god and proclaiming a desire to capture and torture them as offerings for the amusement of the dark god. Chingye, however, would not indulge this individual. With a swift motion, a kunai pierced through his jaw, effectively nailing his mouth and tongue shut. Why does this creature refuse to die? This was the first time Yumi encountered such an immortal monstrosity, and her expression reflected her unease. This young man is a devotee of a certain malevolent deity, endowed with an undying body. Conventional means of extermination are nearly futile against him. Yumi, this is merely the beginning. The ninja world is replete with peculiar beings. You shall encounter even stranger entities in the future. Yumi pursed her lips, indicating her lack of interest. After burying the tragically deceased villagers, the two departed from the village. However, shortly after their departure, a flurry of paper airplanes suddenly soared through the sky, descending to the ground and transforming into the visage of a girl with an icy demeanor. She surveyed her surroundings and soon beheld the gravestone erected in honor of the village. Standing before the monument, Xiaonan fell into silence for a moment before turning to leave. Fei Duan had vanished, based on the traces left at the scene. It seemed he had been taken away by someone. Do you know who it was? Uncertain. Then let it be. Let Kakuzu seek out new companions on his own. Why must you insist on bringing this individual along? Can't we find a place to bury him? Yumi expressed her confusion regarding Chingye's decision to take Fei Duan on their journey. This fellow possesses a rather unique ability. He holds significant value for me. If utilized correctly, he could become a formidable trump card in my possession. The ruins of the Uzumaki clan are situated on a small island nestled between the land of fire and the land of water. At this juncture, Chingye couldn't help but critique Konoha's decision to allow the downfall of the land of waves. It was utterly foolish. Given its location, the land of waves could have served as a frontline defense against the land of water. Its strategic value is comparable to that of Taiwan to China. Yet, Konoha made not a single move and simply abandoned it. Of course, the actions of the land of water and the allied forces were equally inept, as they did not attempt to seize control of the island but instead resorted to slaughter before departing. Upon reaching the border, the two rented a boat to set sail. However, within a day of embarking, the crew, having observed the two youthful individuals' generous demeanor, sought to engage in a profitable venture without risk. Primarily, in the presence of these ordinary folk, the duo did not reveal their identities as Konoha ninjas. Yumi appeared delicate and fragile, while Chingye resembled a typical pretty boy. In a fit of rage, Yumi transformed a group of crew members into skewered meat, hanging them at the ship's stern to feed the fish. Ultimately, neither of them knew how to navigate a vessel, leaving them aimlessly adrift at sea for several days. In a remarkable display of skill, Chingye employed water release to steer the vessel forward. What was initially a 2-day journey stretched into an arduous 9 days. Yet they finally arrived at the ruins of the land of whirlpools. This small island had once been chosen by the Uzumaki clan as the site for their nation, indicating that the environment and climate were undoubtedly conducive to habitation. Regrettably, after the fall of the land of whirlpools, the area had fallen into utter desolation. Upon setting foot on the island, Chingye and Yumiko discovered that the land of whirlpools had been overrun by a band of pirates. This revelation sent Yumiko into a fury, and in a moment of explosive wrath, she unleashed a swift technique, impaling the pirates upon the remnants of the land of whirlpools. Chinya did not intervene. After all, they were merely a band of pirates. Killing them would be inconsequential. In times of personal helplessness, sentiments of national grief and familial hatred only serve to exacerbate one's troubles. However, now, Yume possesses the power for vengeance. The emotions that were once suppressed have been completely unleashed. Aoba harbored no concerns. Rather, he welcomed this phenomenon with open arms. In this world, the concept of law scarcely exists. It is a realm governed solely by the relentless laws of the jungle. Were it not for the peculiar figure of Hashirama Senju, this world would have either succumbed to the ravages of civil war or achieved unification by now. The consequence of Hashirama's forceful cessation of hostilities has led to incessant warfare among the 5 great nations following his demise. The animosities between them have reached unprecedented heights. Countless grievances have been extinguished in the fleeting whims of the 5 nations. The hatred of the land of whirlpools is one of the few that still lingers in memory. As for those nations obscured by history, and the lives whose names have been forgotten, their resentments have, alas, dissipated into the winds. Aoba has always held the belief that vengeance is the most righteous act in this world. As a descendant of the land of whirlpools, Yumi is naturally entitled to seek retribution for the obliteration of her homeland. After exterminating the band of pirates, Yumi, guided by her memories, led Aoba to the remnants of the once glorious land of whirlpools. Most of the structures had been ravaged by the war and subsequently plundered by pirates, leaving them in a state of disrepair. After considerable effort, Yumi finally located the shrine of the land of whirlpools, one of the few remaining edifices that has retained a semblance of its original form. Upon entering, it was evident that the interior had long been stripped bare, save for a crude and grotesque mask that hung upon the wall. This mask was, indeed, Aoba's objective. This unassuming artifact was the sole item in the shrine that had not been destroyed or taken, and it held paramount significance. Once the mask was retrieved, their mission was essentially accomplished. All that remained was to accompany Yumi in reminiscing about her homeland. Regrettably, this small nation had been utterly annihilated. They traversed the entire island, but found scant traces of the land of whirlpools. Standing by the seaside, Yumi gazed out at the vast ocean, which lay in the direction of the land of water, the very force that had been instrumental in the downfall of her nation. Aoba, I wish to locate the remnants of our people and gather them in the hope of preserving the legacy of the Uzumaki clan. I support you. In his previous life as a Chinese, the notion of heritage was ingrained in his very being. Aoba had always felt a sense of loss regarding the extinction of the Uzumaki clan. If it were possible to resurrect this formidable lineage, he would gladly welcome it. Days later, Aoba realized that his month-long vacation was nearly at an end. Although he had never been overly concerned about the time, he was willing to maintain a semblance of decorum with the higher-ups in Konoha, as it was not yet time to sever ties. Their return journey was markedly swift. As the two made a beeline back to Konoha, upon their arrival, the timing was precisely 1 month. The third Hokage merely smiled at Aoba's punctuality, while Danzo's expression was somewhat peculiar. Once Aoba departed, Danzo spoke up. Hizashi, I have discovered a promising talent at the Ninja Academy. I require her to join Root. A promising talent? Indeed, the child named Uzumaki Karin. She is already exhibiting traits characteristic of the Uzumaki clan, with chakra levels 5 to 10 times higher than those of her peers. Moreover, her chakra control and ability to learn ninjutsu are exceptional. Such potential can only be maximized within Root. If Aoba had not just left, he would have confronted Danzo for even considering Karin. After all, he had been involved with Karin's mother and regarded Karin as akin to a daughter. The notion of Danzo setting his sights on her was intolerable. That's impossible, Danzo. Abandon that idea. The young girl, I have other plans. I shall not allow her to join the Foundation. Hiruzen. Such a promising talent would be wasted in a ninja academy. I have made my decision, Danzo, so it shall be. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Danzo. I am the Hokage. If Kakashi were present, I wonder if he would stifle a laugh upon hearing this classic exchange. However, upon returning home, he found little to smile about. Ino, you mentioned a masked individual following you? That must be from the Umbu. No, it's different. They are not like those who lingered around our home before. These individuals also wear masks, but they exude an aura of danger. The lightness on Aoba's face has vanished, replaced by a hint of solemnity. Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo can be regarded as the foremost figure on Aoba's list of nemesis. However, this individual is notoriously difficult to eliminate. Currently, Chinya possesses formidable combat prowess, capable of effortlessly defeating Danzo. However, the challenge lies in the fact that Danzo is not a solitary wolf like Haiden. He is the leader of Konoha's root. With a multitude of subordinates at his command, it is exceedingly difficult for Chinya to ascertain his whereabouts under normal circumstances. Even if he were to track Danzo, executing a decisive kill would require a significant amount of time, and Konoha would certainly not stand idly by while Danzo is slain. In such a scenario, the entire village would likely rise against him. Even if all these obstacles were surmounted and Chinya managed to find an opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation with Danzo, the latter would be nearly impossible to kill. While others may be unaware, Chinya knows well that Danzo's right hand, bound by bandages, conceals 10 Sharingan with 3 tomo each. Danzo is well versed in the use of his Izanagi. With 10 3-tomo Sharingan, he possesses 10 chances for resurrection. Moreover, Izanagi can be sustained for a considerable duration, granting Danzo approximately 30 minutes of invincibility. Additionally, Danzo wields a Manjiki Sharingan in his right eye, which contains the powerful Kodo Amatsuki, a technique that Chinya currently cannot counter. Thus, conventional methods for dealing with Danzo are temporarily out of the question. Fortunately, Chinya had long prepared for this eventuality. During his initial transaction with Orochimaru, he obtained a sample of Danzo's blood, specifically for this moment. Now that he has Haiden at his disposal, he can begin to contemplate eliminating Danzo. With Haiden's assistance, the task of killing Danzo is no longer a concern. However, Chinya desires more. He first needs to acquire the Manjiki Sharingan from Danzo's eye. Kodo Amatsuki is an exceedingly useful ability, and he also covets the 10 3-tomo Sharingan embedded in Danzo's arm. If that is the case, some minor issues must be resolved before taking action. Originally, Chinya intended to proceed gradually. However, upon discovering that Danzo had set his sights on Cheyenne, Chinya could no longer afford to wait. In the partially reconstructed underground laboratory, he placed Haiden's severed head on the table and extracted the kunai from his skull, allowing Haiden to speak. "You bastard, let me go, Lord Evil God," Haiden exclaimed as soon as he regained the ability to articulate. Chinya remained silent, simply observing him until Haiden became visibly uncomfortable under his gaze. "Are you done? If so, answer me a few questions," Chinya prompted. "You think you can just," Haiden retorted. Agitated, Chinya continued to watch him passively, enduring Haiden's tirade until the latter was left breathless and parched. "Are you finished?" Chinya inquired once more. "What do you want, you fiend?" Haiden shot back. "That seems sufficient. In that case, let us commence. Haiden, I wish to propose a deal. Utilize your power to assist me in eliminating someone. Once successful, you shall be granted your freedom. What do you think? Killing poses no issue at all. Inform me of whom to eliminate, and I shall attend to it immediately. Hiki, I have mentioned Fade Wan. What I require is your ability, the one known as the Death God's Blood." Fade Wan, whose innermost secret has been unveiled, fell into a moment of silence. Though he is mad, he is not foolish. It is evident that the other party has discerned his most significant trump card, and he finds himself at their mercy. This implies that his chances of turning the tables are exceedingly slim. Who is the target of your assassination? You need not concern yourself with his identity. Simply know that I have procured his blood. However, there are a few minor issues we must address. Approximately half an hour later, Aoy exited the laboratory. To eliminate Danzo while preserving the Sharingan, it is imperative to first ascertain a crucial question. Is Danzo's Izanagi activated voluntarily, or does it trigger automatically upon sustaining a fatal blow? The original narrative does not provide a clear description of this. Nonetheless, Aoy must prepare for every eventuality. In the original storyline, all 10 Sharingan were squandered by Danzo. Such waste is truly lamentable. Given the uncertainty, all considerations must align with the worst-case scenario. Aoy contemplates both possibilities, that Danzo can activate it willingly and that it may also activate passively in the event of a fatal attack. This aligns with Danzo's character, marked by caution and a fear of death. If this is indeed the case, then Fade Wan's Death God's blood must not be employed indiscriminately. Aoba seeks a means to preemptively constrain the use of Izanagi by his opponent. If they were indeed a true member of the Uchiha clan, this endeavor would likely prove exceedingly challenging. However, given that Danzo forcibly implanted the Sharingan to suppress the right hand's Hashirama cells, the 10 ocular orbs merely serve as vessels for resurrection. Thus, achieving this goal is not entirely out of reach. At this juncture, Orochimaru provided the pivotal offensive piece. Aoba has successfully acquired the coveted pair of 3-tomo Sharingan. Aoba aspired to create the Sharingan, initially as a preparatory step for transplanting Shirsue's Manjiki. However, the timing could not have been more opportune. This pair of Sharingan could be employed for targeted research. It remained a mystery what kind of bargain Orochimaru struck to procure this pair of 3 tomo from Danzo. Aoba surmised that the surplus Sharingan in Danzo's possession must be dwindling. The events of that fateful night saw Danzo's roots, Obito, and Itachi Uchiha all involved in acquiring them. Among them, Obito likely succeeded the most, followed by Danzo's roots. While it remained uncertain whether Itachi had a hand in the affair, nevertheless, Aoba speculated that several key Uchiha Sharingan might be in Obito's possession. Danzo's experiments must have consumed a considerable amount of energy, and to still possess a pair could be considered fortunate. Although this pair of Sharingan was unscathed, their condition was evidently subpar, likely a remnant of the experiments. The ocular power had been significantly depleted. Fortunately, Aoba's intention was not to exchange eyes but to utilize them for experimentation. Should Danzo's revival technique sustain critical damage and activate passively, Aoba would need to seal these revival techniques before executing his lethal move. He had conferred with Haydn, who indicated that once the ritual of death by blood was completed, all negative effects would revert to the practitioner. Thus, Aoba's task was to employ sealing techniques to thoroughly immobilize the activity of Danzo's right arm and right eye following the completion of the death ritual, and then swiftly eliminate him without affording any chance for retaliation. Numerous sealing techniques existed, yet to achieve the efficient results Aoba required, specific modifications were necessary. Consequently, he immersed himself in the training of flying Raijin, wind release, spiraling sphere, and sealing arts. As the year drew to a close, the peaceful atmosphere in Konoha turned lively and bustling once more. After dedicating approximately 2 months to refining the sealing techniques, Aoba had made significant progress. Technically speaking, it was not merely an enhancement but a targeted modification. The fundamental principle of any sealing technique is stability. Aside from specialized sealing techniques like the adamant sealing chains and the corpse demon seal, most sealing arts are impractical in combat. The primary reason being that, in pursuit of stability, the activation of these techniques is generally slow. The verdant leaves do not demand unwavering stability or prolonged duration. They merely require the breath of Danzo to be extinguished. Thus, he has indeed simplified these sealing techniques, aiming for instantaneous efficacy. In order to affect both the right hand and the right eye simultaneously, he inscribed this particular sealing technique onto 2 scrolls, facilitating their concurrent activation at the onset of his plan. All preparations are in place. Now, he awaits the final condition, an opportunity for Danzo to venture out alone or to lure him away. Only under such circumstances can he ensure the successful execution of Danzo's demise and subsequently claim the body. Otherwise, allowing Danzo to perish at the roots would render his own efforts futile, squandering the meticulous plans he has laid. Therefore, he must bide his time for a moment that allows him to both eliminate Danzo and seize the opportunity to examine the remains. This year's New Year's celebration bore a slight deviation from the norm, as an unexpected guest graced their home. "You must be Sasuke. I have heard about you from Aoy. Please, come in." As Yumi welcomed Sasuke into their abode, Aoy stood momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that Sasuke would pay a visit. It appears that his plan to reform Sasuke has yielded commendable results. Since last year, Aoy has posed a series of challenges to Sasuke, including, but not limited to, inviting friends over for gatherings and bestowing gifts upon them during the festive season. Each task was met with Sasuke's awkwardness, yet he persevered through them all. As a result, this young man has garnered greater popularity among the girls. The teachings of Konoha's green leaves to Sasuke encompass a multitude of meanings. At its core, it emphasizes the importance of following one's inner voice while aiding a child who has lost his entire family. Delving deeper, Sasuke embodies the reincarnation of Indra, a being destined to shape the fortunes of this world. Thus, sowing the seeds of connection is indeed a judicious endeavor. Then there is Itachi Uchiha, a formidable foe whose character may be questionable, yet his prowess is undeniably terrifying, marked by his astonishing array of tactics. In a direct confrontation, Itachi possesses virtually no weaknesses, save for his inability to engage in prolonged battles. To devise a strategy against this individual, Sasuke is an indispensable piece of the puzzle. "Sasuke, come join us for a meal," someone called out. "No, Sasuke replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. No matter how many times he faced such situations, he could never quite acclimate. Fortunately, through repeated experiences, he had developed a certain resilience, enough to prevent his cheeks from resembling a monkey's rear. Teacher Konoha, I am grateful for your guidance during this time. This is a token of my appreciation, he stated, placing a box on the table before swiftly turning and fleeing. Oh, that child, Yumi remarked with a hint of amusement as she observed Sasuke's hasty retreat, before turning her gaze back to Konoha. Aoy opened the box to reveal a set of kunai and shuriken, each comprising 5 pieces. Each weapon was connected by an exceedingly thin steel wire, with a ring-like attachment at the end, designed to be worn on the finger. Such peculiar ninja tools. What purpose do they serve? These are specialized ninja tools for the Uchiha clan shuriken throwing technique. Konoha has learned the art of Uchiha throwing techniques from Sasuke. However, it has primarily served to enhance his own skills, with limited practical application in real combat situations. Yet, the ninja tool before him is far from ordinary. Shinya picked up a shuriken and, after a brief inspection, discovered that these ninja tools were crafted from a special chakra-infused metal, possessing excellent chakra conductivity. On the market, they held considerable value. Yumi was no longer the novice she once was and understood the exorbitant worth of chakra-infused ninja tools. This child was quite generous. Generous indeed. Given the wealth of the Uchiha clan, such tools should hardly be deemed extravagant. Unfortunately, the village's actions were less than commendable. It seemed this child had thoroughly scoured her home to find such treasures. Yumi fell silent for a moment as the truth began to sink in. After the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, it was only natural for Sasuke, as the last of his lineage, to inherit the entirety of the Uchiha legacy. However, in reality, that fateful night, the entire clan was stripped bare. Aside from numerous vacant houses, there was little left for Sasuke. While he was well-fed and relatively affluent, the entire Uchiha inheritance sustaining a single Sasuke was utterly absurd. Moreover, aside from a handful of Sasuke's closest relatives, the vast majority of the Uchiha clan had not only been deprived of their sight but also denied a proper burial. To be frank, if this situation were to befall Shinya, one day he would undoubtedly expose the entire upper echelon of Konoha. Naruto's had always pursued this goal. Regrettably, the Sage of Six Paths clearly favored Ashura, leading to Sasuke being absurdly swayed by Naruto's words. It was truly outrageous, ridiculous to the extreme. After the new year, Shinya still had not found an opportunity to catch Danzo alone. However, this time, he was no longer impatient, for he had altered his plans. In the forest, Shinya focused his mind, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. In the basement, Shinya suddenly appeared, stumbling and landing abruptly on the ground. Having just utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, he was now experiencing the disorientation that follows spatial traversal. He had completed the preliminary training of the technique, achieving true instantaneous movement, yet the disorientation remained unavoidable. There was no other remedy for this. After all, Minato Namikaze had been exceptionally gifted, naturally immune to such effects. Shinya lacks such innate talent, thus he can only rely on relentless training day after day. The Flying Thunder God technique demands a significant amount of chakra, with the consumption increasing with distance. However, this is not particularly problematic. The current amount of chakra Shinya possesses is sufficient to support the continuous use of the Flying Thunder God technique. After enduring over half a year of adaptation and training, his total chakra has once again seen an enhancement, rendering the consumption of the technique trivial. Yet, the true challenge of the Flying Thunder God lies not in the long-distance teleportation. It is the ability to utilize the technique in a confined space with rapid, consecutive, and precise flashes, much like the esteemed Minato Namikaze, that presents the real difficulty. Employing the Flying Thunder God as a means of instantaneous movement in combat is the essence of its mastery. As for the more advanced version, the second stage of the Flying Thunder God, Shinya has no intention of pursuing it for the time being. Currently, even the ability to use the technique once in a short span is ample. Recently, Danzo has been in a foul mood. The root has long ceased to recruit promising new talents. It is not that Konoha lacks candidates, but rather that Hiruzen Sarutobi has been obstructing every effort. Among this graduating class, there are several promising individuals he has his eyes on, yet he is unable to act upon any of them. Most troubling of all is the little girl from the Uzumaki clan, whom he also cannot touch. This has only fueled Danzo's dissatisfaction with the third Hokage. However, he is powerless. After all, Hiruzen is the Hokage, and the strength of Root cannot currently rival that of the Umbu. Furthermore, his support within the village is wholly insufficient. Now is not the time for action. Danzo has contemplated employing the Kodo Amatsukami against Hiruzen on multiple occasions, yet he has ultimately restrained himself. No matter how formidable Koto Aoy may be, Hiruzen's stance and policy towards him are unmistakably clear. Any slight alteration on his part would attract attention. Moreover, the power of Koto Aoy is exceedingly precious, and Danzo wishes to reserve it for the most critical moment. However, soon Danzo found himself in an even graver state of discontent as troubles arose within Root. Within a month after the new year, for reasons unknown, Root's action teams faced a series of attacks from unidentified assailants. The enemy proved to be exceptionally strong, resulting in the complete annihilation of several of Root's squads. Despite dispatching personnel to investigate, they returned empty-handed. Attempts to set traps to ensnare the adversary were met with uncanny evasion. For consecutive teams were utterly decimated, which, while not crippling to Root, left Danzo feeling deeply frustrated. The most pressing issue is that, to this day, he remains oblivious to the identity of the enemy. He suspects it might be the third Hokage, but quickly dismisses this notion, though the third imposes numerous restrictions on him. Danzo knows that Hiruzen would never resort to such underhanded tactics. Days later, the fifth team inexplicably met its demise. Enraged, Danzo smashed his office in a fit of fury. A bunch of useless fools. The enemy is lurking around Konoha, watching us at any moment, and you fail to uncover a single clue? What purpose do I have in maintaining you? His subordinates dared not retort, for they too were perplexed. Unbeknownst to me, it is astonishing that some individuals can reach such a level of prowess. Although the presence of the individual feels palpable in the vicinity of the village, they remain elusive. Danzo-sama, I have a notion, spoke Yamashiro Wind, the right-hand man of Danzo and a senior figure within the intelligence division of Root. Speak. I harbor a suspicion that the perpetrator might be someone from within Konoha itself. The missing squads were all elite, capable of vanishing without a trace of information leaking out. There are few individuals in Konoha who possess such abilities. Whom do you suspect? As you have indicated, there are indeed very few capable of such feats: Kakashi Hitaki, Asuma Saratobi, Jiraiya, and Aoyama Kawakawa. Aoyama Kawakawa. This name piqued Danzo's interest, for he is an ordinary ninja devoid of remarkable talents. Initially, Danzo paid little attention to Kawakawa. But after he valiantly confronted the Raikage without defeat, Danzo recognized his potential. Several attempts to recruit him were met with refusal. At that time, Kawakawa's popularity was soaring, making it difficult for Danzo to act against him. Crucially, based on Root's analysis, Aoyama Kawakawa is entirely different from the White Fang of the past. Should they dare to employ the same tactics as before, Kawakawa would certainly defect in an instant. Danzo does not concern himself with the possibility of defection, however. The third Hokage places great importance on Kawakawa, as well as the mother-daughter duo of the Uzumaki clan. Thus, he refrains from employing underhanded schemes against Kawakawa, resulting in delays in addressing the situation. Do we have any grievances with Aoyama Kawakawa? Danzo does not consider himself to have any animosity towards Kawakawa. However, Yamashiro Wind recalled a detail: Uzumaki Karin. That girl has long been coveted by Danzo, who even dispatched Root to follow her. Aoyama Kawakawa, being immensely powerful, likely sensed this pursuit. According to our analysis, Kawakawa possesses a vindictive and obsessive nature, coupled with formidable strength, enabling him to annihilate even Root's elite squads. Thus, Aoyama Kawakawa emerges as a prime suspect. Another possibility is Kakashi Hitaki, a notion that requires no further elaboration. Danzo's countenance darkened, and he began to regret not having eliminated Kakashi, that bane, during the aftermath of the White Fang's demise. From this moment forth, he ordered comprehensive surveillance of these two individuals. Should they exhibit any unusual behavior, he would act decisively. Understood. In the Aoyama household, Brother Aoyama, the number of nefarious individuals around our home is increasing, Xianglin said with a furrowed brow. Her keen perception, akin to that of a divine spirit, allowed her to easily detect the hidden roots of the ninja. Do not worry, they dare not intrude. Just attend school as usual. Later, when Xianglin had fallen asleep, Yumi quietly slipped into Aoyama's room. How did you feel when Xianglin called you brother tonight? During their intimate moments, Yumi effortlessly grasped Aoyama's emotions. With just a few words, she ignited a fire within him, compelling him to press her beneath him. After a considerable period, Yumi nestled in Aoyama's embrace. Has your plan commenced? Indeed. It appears that Danzo has taken the bait. Are you confident? If not, allow me to intervene. Yumi was aware that Danzo held a high-ranking position in the village, and she feared that Aoyama's plan might encounter pitfalls. No, your wood-release technique is far too conspicuous. It is best not to use it if possible. Rest assured, I have completed the training for Flying Thunder God. While the plan is not infallible, I have positioned myself in a place of strength. That is reassuring. Aoyama, you need not go to such lengths to protect me. I can feel that my strength is formidable now. I am capable of safeguarding myself. And even protecting you and Xianglin. Aoy gently embraced Yumi. You are overthinking, my dear. The reason you cannot take action now is simply that the moment has yet to arrive. Soon, it will be your time to shine. It is inconceivable for Aoba to allow the formidable Yumi to remain at home, merely fulfilling the role of a dutiful wife and mother. In truth, he has already devised a plan regarding Yumi's future. With a little patience, he intends to astound the shinobi world with her prowess. Recently, Kakashi has sensed an unusual shift. As an elite jonin of Konoha, particularly relieved of the burdens of the Sharingan, he finds himself untroubled by chakra shortages. In a sense, the absence of the Meijiki Sharingan has liberated Kakashi's abilities, yet it has also become a constraint. Simultaneously, influenced by Aoba's relentless training, Kakashi feels an overwhelming obligation to train, lest he disappoint himself. Reluctantly, he finds himself training alongside Aoba, resulting in rapid advancements in his strength over the past year. Moreover, there is another transformation in Kakashi that has caused considerable anxiety among Root members, as he has taken up his father's sword once more. Kakashi's transformation leaves Aoba somewhat speechless, for he has noticed a reduction in the Root's presence around him. They have redirected their focus towards Kakashi, an amusing predicament for Aoba. Kakashi himself is equally perplexed by Root's peculiar behavior, which seems to overtly monitor his actions. Regarding this matter, Kakashi admits it is indeed his fault. What are you planning? Aoba? The plan is to eliminate Danzo, Aoba replies. Kakashi nearly chokes on his tea, exclaiming, You must be mad, Aoba. Danzo is a high-ranking official of Konoha, the leader of Root. You intend to kill him? Such an act would be tantamount to treason. And what of it? Lord White Fang was a frontline commander and a candidate for the 4th Hokage during the Third Great Ninja War. Did Danzo not also take action? Why is it that no one labeled him a traitor? My father committed suicide, Kakashi states with difficulty. Yet, Aoba does not indulge his sentiment this time. No, we both know well that White Fang was murdered by the village. Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and those advisors, along with the coerced citizens, this village was responsible for his death. Kakashi, a ninja of Lord White Fang's caliber, would not possess such fragility of spirit. The perils of the battlefield could not fell him, nor could malicious rumors truly wound him. Yet, he still perished by his own hand. Why do you think that is? The death of White Fang is a taboo subject for Kakashi. Having known each other for many years, Aoba has never broached this topic with him until today. Suddenly, Aoba broached the subject, leaving Kakashi momentarily at a loss. Do you wish to express your ignorance, or are you too timid to speak? Aoba pressed further, rendering Kakashi increasingly defenseless. You hesitate to voice it. Allow me to articulate it for you. What embodies the will of fire? It is the burning leaves that fall and nourish the roots, enabling new sprouts to flourish. This is the essence of the will of fire established by the first Hokage. When Uchiha Madara defected, the first Hokage pursued him personally, ultimately sustaining grave injuries and succumbing to despair. The second Hokage, besieged by the hidden cloud, chose to remain behind to ensure the survival of the new generation of Konoha. Both Hokages exemplified the will of fire through their actions. Yet, observe how Konoha conducted itself during the Third Great Ninja War. They sent ungraduated children to the front lines as mere cannon fodder, sacrificing the future of Konoha for the survival of a few aging elders atop the village's hierarchy. Kakashi, tell me, is this the will of fire? Lord White Fang undertook a highly classified mission, yet within a day, the entire village was aware of it. Is that still considered a covert operation? Such trivial matters stirred up a tempest, leading to public outcry throughout the village. And what of Orochimaru? Are you aware of how many civilians and ninjas from our village he experimented upon? Kakashi remained silent. He now realized that Aoba's words were not merely directed at him. They also served as a form of personal catharsis. It seemed he had been harboring discontent for quite some time. Am I mistaken? To this day, I remain unsure whether the villagers of Konoha are entitled to know the truth. Those who perished were their neighbors, yet they were oblivious. I, too, remain ignorant of how many lives were lost. But what was the outcome? Orochimaru committed numerous atrocities, and Sarutobi Hiruzen dared to release him. What do you attribute this to? Kakashi? Because Orochimaru is the third S disciple, he showed a moment of weakness. Indeed, because Orochimaru is the third S disciple, those deceased civilians and ninjas were not. Thus, they perished without reason. Kakashi, Do you believe this embodies the will of fire? Kakashi found himself utterly speechless. Yet, he grasped the essence of Aoba's sentiments. His father was not merely a victim of slander, he was not weak enough to succumb to pressure. The White Fang of Year recognized that Konoha had ceased to be the village he once cherished, leading to a shattering of faith and ultimately, self-destruction. Therefore, Aoba, your aim extends beyond merely eliminating Danzo. You seek to cleanse the upper echelons of Konoha entirely? Precisely. Danzo is merely the beginning. Even Konoha itself is just the beginning. In my heart, I believe the entire ninja world is on a misguided path. One day, I shall rectify this error with my own hands. Upon reaching this point, Aoba felt a surge of emotion. These absurd grievances had been bottled up for far too long, and he seized this opportunity to vent his frustrations. Moreover, his words, tinged with idealism, ring true. Konoha indeed requires transformation. However, he harbors little genuine interest in taking the reins personally. His true ambitions lie with figures such as Uchiha Obito, Nagato, Uchiha Madara, and even Kagaya Tsutsuki, the hidden masters behind the scenes. In the realm of shinobi, notions of paths and directions are mere illusions. It is strength that constitutes the ultimate currency. It was precisely because Senju Hashirama was invincible that he could forcefully bring an end to the wars plaguing the shinobi world. Aoyin shared a similar sentiment, envisioning a time when he would be unrivaled, and the ninja world would bend to his will. Kakashi hesitated for a considerable duration before finally speaking. What is your plan of action? It is not my method of execution, but rather that of Danzo. The strategy is remarkably straightforward. Once Danzo leaves the village, I shall eliminate him. Although Danzo's prowess may not quite match that of the Hokage, it is certainly formidable. Even with our combined strength, we would struggle to defeat him in a short span of time. Moreover, he remains the leader of Root, commanding a clandestine cadre. Kakashi, there is no need for your concern on this matter. As long as he departs, I am confident in my ability to terminate him. Yet, the operations of Root are shrouded in secrecy, generally, Danzo. Kakashi trailed off abruptly. You have already made your move, haven't you? This must be the reason Danzo is now targeting me. He believes I am the one behind it. Now you finally comprehend. Do you know why Danzo suspects you? Kakashi, far from dim-witted, was indeed quite astute. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped the situation. He unsheathed the short blade from his back, clutching it firmly. Is this the reason? Look, he has openly confessed to being the perpetrator, fearing retribution from you. Initially, Kakashi had not contemplated seeking vengeance against Danzo. However, the latter's maneuvers increasingly instilled within him a sense of obligation. Failing to avenge this grievance would be an affront to his father, to himself, and most importantly, to Lord Danzo. Since Danzo believes I am responsible, let us make it a reality. I shall act as bait to draw him out. Utilize any means necessary. Excellent. We shall join forces to eliminate Danzo. With Kakashi's involvement, the plan became significantly more straightforward. At first, Aoba intended to craft his own bait. However, he encountered an insurmountable issue. Danzo was not a lone wolf. He commanded a multitude of subordinates. It was highly likely that the adversary would not act independently but would instead dispatch his underlings to carry out the task. To mitigate this dilemma, Aoba took decisive action, eliminating 6 elite squads from the Root organization, aiming to weaken its power and compel Danzo into the open. Nevertheless, this strategy remained precarious, as the number of Root personnel was likely greater than he had observed. Yet, the involvement of Kakashi would significantly enhance their chances. Together, their collaboration would render it nearly impossible for Root to succeed without incurring substantial losses. Moreover, any overt actions would inevitably alert Konoha, despite Aoba's covert assassinations of Root members. Should Root attempt to strike against Aoba and Kakashi, they could not do so openly. Firstly, Root lacked direct evidence linking the assassinations to Aoba or Kakashi. Secondly, Root fundamentally held no enforcement authority within Konoha. Indeed, the organization occupied an awkward position, theoretically non-existent, serving merely as a department for Hiruzen Sarutobi's dirty work. Consequently, Root typically operated under the guise of the Umbu. Most of their missions occurred outside the village, resembling the CIA's operations within Konoha in later years. Without the Umbu's insignia, their actions would, in theory, be deemed legitimate. Generally, Danzo, relying on the third Hokage's favor, faced no obstacles. However, a brazen assault on 2 esteemed Konoha ninjas would compel Hiruzen to impose severe penalties on Danzo for the sake of the prominent clans. Thus, both parties engaged in their clandestine dealings with a tacit understanding. Aoba and Kakashi, however, became increasingly brazen. In one instance, while ambushing a root ninja, Aoba inadvertently revealed his signature Kusanagi sword, leading Danzo to directly target the two of them, preparing to act swiftly and decisively. He intended to capture them first, subject them to rigorous interrogation, gather irrefutable evidence, and render Hiruzen speechless. Given the formidable prowess of Kakashi and Aoba, Danzo finally resolved to lead a team himself, bringing along a considerable number of elite root operatives poised to apprehend these audacious rogue ninjas just outside Konoha. Danzo had already classified these two as rogue ninjas. Anyone daring to kill members of Root would not be allowed to live. Despite Kakashi and Aoba's illustrious accomplishments, Danzo felt no trepidation. He possessed numerous trump cards at his disposal. If necessary, he would personally intervene. With 10 resurrection coins and an extraordinary ability akin to Konoha Tsukumi, subduing these two would be a trivial matter. In the northern jungles of Konoha, Aoba and Kakashi once again ambushed a squad from Root. However, after the massacre, Aoba sensed something amiss. The enemies had been too weak. It was likely a trap. It appeared that Danzo could no longer contain himself. How are preparations on your end? Of course, we are always ready. As Aoy spoke, a shuriken in his hand abruptly vanished. He employed the flying thunder god technique to return a shuriken, informing the shadow clone at home that the plan with Yumi had commenced. In the next moment, a cacophony of footsteps and the sound of air being sliced filled the surroundings. Upon surveying the area, it was evident that at least 30 root ninjas had encircled the two. Kakashi, Aoy, you two possess an audacious spirit, Toby declared. How dare you assault my root ninjas? The evidence against you is irrefutable. You must accompany me back to the village for judgment. However, Aoy and Kakashi exchanged bewildered glances at Toby. Pray tell, what is the root? Does such a division exist in Konoha? Toby was nearly choked by Aoy's inquiry. The existence of the root was indeed shrouded in secrecy. Yet as Jonin, they should have been aware. His distress stemmed from Aoy's question, which undoubtedly struck a nerve. The root's lack of legitimacy had long been a source of anguish for Toby. Particularly in recent years, he had sought to recruit promising talents from the Ninja Academy, but Hiruzen's constant interference had thwarted his efforts. Furthermore, Aoy and Kakashi's relentless ambushes had inflicted substantial losses on the root. In a fit of rage, Toby contemplated utilizing the Konoha Tsukumi on Aoy to replenish the root's diminished combat capability. However, he ultimately restrained himself, as Aoy, despite his commendable strength, lacked any extraordinary talents that would warrant such an investment. A twinge of unease coursed through Aoba's heart. He had even braced himself to employ the flying thunder god technique. Should Danzo exhibit any intent to unravel his bandages, he would have swiftly seized Kakashi and vanished. Fortunately, Danzo ultimately restrained himself. The situation in Konoha requires a bit of time. Primarily, the activation of Haiden's death deity ritual necessitates a certain duration. Alongside the preparation of sealing scrolls and ensuring Haiden's betrayal, among various details that must be flawlessly executed before delivering a fatal blow. Hence, Konoha has not rushed into action but has continued to engage in conversation with the opponent. Kakashi, you little rascal, should have eradicated the threat back in the day. Upon hearing this from Danzo, Konoha almost burst into laughter. Danzo's words decisively instigated Kakashi's murderous intent. For the death of the White Fang was undeniably orchestrated by someone other than Danzo himself. Thus, the attribution of responsibility remains somewhat ambiguous. However, Danzo's statement unequivocally conveyed that he was the one who eliminated your father, and he presently laments not having finished you off back then. Kakashi, without uttering a word, unsheathed the short blade from his back. Shinya pondered for a moment and then sent a message indicating that they should refrain from taking action for the time being. Did Kakashi possess swordsmanship? The original narrative scarcely showcased this aspect. Primarily, in the later stages, the limitations of sword techniques were quite pronounced. Unless one wielded a sword while piloting a giant mech, it held little significance. However, during this period, swordsmanship remained an exceedingly practical skill. It was evident that Kakashi understood the art of the sword, but after the death of his father, he had seldom employed it. Now, having unraveled his inner turmoil, he took up his father's sword once more, transforming into a version of Kakashi that Shinya had never encountered before. Danzo had brought a considerable number of personnel, all of whom were elite. They were predominantly comprised of Jonin, special Jonin, and various specialized support ninjas. Furthermore, prior to the commencement of hostilities, they had employed barrier techniques to seal off the surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, this was precisely what Shinya desired. The objective of this operation was to eliminate Danzo. Yet Chingye had no intention of openly severing ties with Konoha at this juncture. Thus, this mission must remain concealed, at least on the surface. Aoyama's initial plan was to eliminate everyone. The operations initiated by Danzo around the vicinity perfectly aligned with Aoyama's scheme. Leave Danzo to you. I shall handle the others. Remember our plan, and do not strike too ruthlessly. Without the burden of the Sharingan, Aoyama was uncertain about Kakashi's true strength. However, coupled with Kakashi's inherited swordsmanship, Aoyama harbored genuine concerns that Kakashi might inadvertently slay Danzo, thus wasting a resurrection token. As Kakashi engaged in battle, Aoyama unsheathed his sword to confront the surrounding root ninjas. The moment he initiated his assault, he felt a sudden stiffness in his head, causing his movements to falter. In the next instant, a barrage of shurikens struck his body. With a resounding explosion, Aoyama's form disintegrated into a cloud of smoke. From a distance, Fuka's expression turned grave as he sensed the overwhelming mental prowess emanating from the enemy. Just moments ago, he had exerted himself to the fullest, yet the opponent had swiftly freed himself from the control of the mind transfer technique. This level of mental strength rivaled that of those who had mastered their clan's secret arts. Moreover, at the moment of his escape, the adversary had immediately employed the shadow clone technique as a diversion. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Chingye evaded the initial wave of assaults and swiftly executed a fire release technique akin to a bombardment. Every ninja harbors the aspiration to unleash such a formidable attack. For Chingye, this moment had been a long-cherished dream. With an abundance of chakra at his disposal, he reveled in the freedom to unleash expansive ninjutsu. This was the true essence of a ninja in his eyes. Water release, water wall formation. Unintentionally, Chingye replicated the iconic scene from Madara Uchiha's battle against the ninja coalition, albeit in a diminished scale. His current ninjutsu prowess, however, paled in comparison to that of Uchiha Madara. Yet, due to the barriers set by the foundation, the surrounding ninjas were unable to disperse and could only brace themselves for the impending strike. A dozen water walls surged upward, barely managing to withstand Chingye's fire release technique. However, in the next moment, Chingye formed hand seals once more. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song. Another powerful fire technique was unleashed, but this time, Chingye could not fully manifest its potential. Suddenly, a mass of black mist erupted from the ground, hurtling toward his body. Insects. Chingye's gaze sharpened slightly, swiftly locking onto an inconspicuous individual within the crowd. This was Yunf, one of Danzo's two most trusted aides, alongside Yamashiro. Together, they served as Danzo's right and left hands. Their approach diverged from that of traditional ninjas, employing the secret techniques of their clan. However, Chingye would never underestimate these practitioners of secret arts, particularly those from the Yunf clan. The bizarre insects they commanded made Chingye feel uneasy merely by sight, let alone the thought of them crawling upon him. His physical form was currently exceptionally robust, yet the nature of these insects was undeniably formidable. Lightning release, electrostatic field. Chingye, in a rare display, unleashed his lightning release. An invisible force field expanded around his body, causing faint sparks to flicker in the air. These were the images of insects in the jungle, struck by the electric field. At this moment, a colossal static electric field had formed around Chingye, and any living creature that ventured into this domain would suffer electric shocks. However, the actual harm inflicted by these shocks was negligible. They posed no lethal threat to humans, merely inducing a slight numbness. The electricity was wild and unrestrained. If a lethal current were employed, such a vast and stable static field could not be maintained. Moreover, this technique was not initially conceived for human targets. Chingye developed this move with Deidara in mind as a hypothetical adversary. Indeed, although he had yet to confront the Akatsuki directly, Chingye had already begun his preparations to deal with those individuals, with Deidara being of utmost priority in his considerations. Deidara possessed the ability to fly, and his clay bombs were particularly troublesome for Chingye. This static electric field was specifically designed to counter Deidara's explosive clay. Once activated, it rendered Deidara's bombs entirely ineffective. However, during the recent skirmish, Chingye discovered that this technique was also remarkably advantageous against the oil-wielding clan's insects. Even the specially bred insects could not possibly compete with human vitality, and the oil-wielding clan had never cultivated insects resistant to lightning. Thus, once the static field was deployed, the insects swirling in the sky fell like raindrops. The oil-wielding clan member, Chigan, was left utterly bewildered. Despite his extensive combat experience, he had never encountered a ninjutsu specifically developed to counter insects. His insects, specially bred for speed, could typically evade conventional ninjutsu, whether wind, fire, or water release, which always had inherent vulnerabilities. A mere handful of these venomous insects could render an opponent completely incapacitated. Yet, the static field, with its all-encompassing reach, was extraordinarily unkind to the insects. It was now too late to recall them. Chinya's chakra was abundant, and the entire barrier was enveloped in the static field. Chigen could already sense the pervasive tingling sensation. The static field had enveloped the area, leaving the insects with no escape. He even needed to channel chakra to seal his body, preventing the insects within him from being killed by the electric field. Meanwhile, the other root ninjas, having finally escaped the Dragon Flame Song technique, surged forward. Had this been before Chinya underwent the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, such a group attack would have thrown him into disarray due to insufficient chakra, forcing him to rely solely on swordsmanship for combat. In close-quarters battles, regardless of skill, an overwhelming number of enemies posed inevitable peril. However, the situation was now different. Having completed the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, in the present moment, Aoy has undeniably become a formidable force, akin to a veritable titan on the battlefield. Wielding the exquisite Kusanagi sword, he unleashes a devastating technique known as the void slash, a single stroke creating a wind blade that stretches visibly for several meters, sweeping across the entire arena. In times when chakra is in short supply, the void slash serves as his ultimate technique and a means of mid to long-range assault. Yet now, it has become almost as effortless for Aoy as a mere basic attack. He begins to grasp why, within the narrative, Uchiha Madara had the audacity to charge into the fray against an army of 10,000 shinobi. When one possesses an overwhelming advantage in chakra reserves, ninjutsu, and taijutsu, sheer numbers hardly compensate for the disparity, much like the current scenario as Aoy plunges into the throng. A casual execution of the void slash sends a dozen adversaries into a frenzy, desperately employing various ninjutsu to evade or counter his onslaught. Chinya required no additional means. With a mere 3 strikes, casualties began to emerge among the opposition. Earth release, the birth of the forest realm. From among the crowd, Yamato made his move. He could be considered one of Danzo's trump cards. A multitude of towering trees erupted from the ground, encircling Chinya. As he surveyed the expansive area of over 200 square meters enveloped by the forest realm, he nearly burst into laughter. Is this truly worthy of being called wood release? All things in nature, he intoned, as the surrounding trees began to twist and writhe, attempting to ensnare Chinya. A whirlwind manifested upon the blade held by Aoyin, rapidly expanding in ferocity. This tempestuous vortex engulfed the entire greenbelt, ensnaring the root ninjas lurking nearby, poised to ambush Aoyin. Within the swirling tempest, Aoyin's body soared skyward as the fierce winds scattered countless severed limbs. In one devastating strike, more than half of the root ninjas were reduced to mere pulp. In a moment of inspiration, Aoyin employed his wind release technique, executing the Gale Severance. Remarkably, the outcome proved exceptionally effective. This technique served as a formidable weapon against these foot soldiers. However, just as he descended, 3 bodies, imbued with a sinister shade of violet, hurtled toward him. Technique of the venomous jar, cried oil girl Toryun with a low growl. The 3 corpses simultaneously detonated. This technique was Toryun's unique secret art, designed to gather corpses and unleash venomous insects within, activating a barrier that rapidly proliferated the toxic creatures. The deathly cells released poisonous gas, which, amplified by the explosion, assailed any living being that came into contact with the toxic mist. As the explosion erupted, Aoyin swiftly completed his hand seals, invoking the water release, water prison technique. A massive torrent arose from the void, encasing the exploded corpses within a colossal water sphere, effectively sealing the lethal toxins inside. Following this, Aoyin unleashed the Hell's Marsh, submerging the water sphere deep underground, hundreds of meters down, thus preventing the dissemination of the poison. Secret technique, poison dust technique. Toryun launched another assault, spewing forth a vast cloud of toxins. His prowess was undeniably formidable. In conventional terms, ninjas would find themselves severely disadvantaged when confronted with his toxic arts. The venomous insects were restrained by Aoyin's actions, yet the poisonous mist stored within Toryun remained at his disposal. Had Aoyin faced this adversary in the past, he would have likely found himself repulsed and retreating. Yet now, he unleashed the fire release, Great Fireball, as a cataclysmic flame engulfed the arena once more. This opponent possessed an astonishing amount of chakra. From a distance, Yamashiro Kaze realized that today's battle had not gone as planned. Up until this moment, Aoyan had executed a series of large-scale jutsu, including the Great Fire Annihilation, Dragon Flame Song, and Electric Field, alongside the Gale Severance, all of which displayed extraordinary range. However, the opponent's chakra showed no signs of depletion, exhibiting a tiered superiority over the typical ninja in both stamina and chakra. Toryu narrowly evaded the initial wave of flames using his insect clone technique, but the barrier's limited scope forced him back to Yamashiro Kaze's side. No, Kaze cautioned. As a strategist and sensory ninja, he was not adept in direct confrontation, although he possessed Jounin-level combat prowess against ordinary ninjas. The Yamashiro clan struggled against such widespread elemental techniques. Fire Release, Head Skewer. In a moment of fervor, Aoba unleashed his Fire Release technique, seamlessly integrating it with the techniques of Oil Woman Suina and Yamashiro F. At this juncture, Danzo, locked in combat with Kakashi, could no longer contain himself. The loss of his other subordinates was inconsequential. However, these two were his right and left arms. Should they perish here, it would be a grievous blow to the root. In a critical moment, Danzo summoned the Dream Beast through a summoning technique, aiding Yamashiro F and Oil Woman Sina to block Aoba's Fire Release. Yet, in the next instant, the Dream Beast vanished, overwhelmed by its injuries. Danzo positioned himself protectively in front of his two subordinates, an action that momentarily stunned Aoba. He had not anticipated that Danzo would regard his subordinates as human beings. However, this was also due to Danzo's awareness that he still possessed undisclosed trump cards. Once these were exhausted, all of his subordinates would become mere fodder. Aoba, I must admit, I never expected that you concealed your true strength during your battle with the Reikage. I had thought you unworthy of my trump card. But your performance has certainly caught my attention, Danzo remarked, as he unwrapped the bandage from his right eye. The significance of this gesture was not lost on Aoba. It appeared that Aoba's earlier display had significantly enhanced his standing in Danzo's eyes. This man was indeed preparing to employ the Kodo Amatsukami against him. It could be said that Danzo's decision was entirely justifiable, for Aoba's demonstrated combat prowess had reached an undeniable level of strength. Utilizing Kodo Amatsukami to control a powerhouse of Aoba's caliber, while not Danzo's optimal choice, was still reluctantly acceptable. However, the moment Danzo raised his hand, Aoba sensed his intentions. Frankly speaking, had Danzo not revealed his trump card, the game could have continued, yet with the invocation of Kodo Amatsukami. Aoba dared not hesitate, and promptly commanded his shadow clone at home to commence. Although Danzo had never utilized Kodo Amatsukami before, he had conducted sufficient research on the Sharingan to activate it without issue. However, as he unwrapped the bandage, an inexplicable sense of obstruction suddenly emerged in his head and right hand. In the underground laboratory of the Aoba clan, Aoba's shadow clone was activating two pre-prepared scrolls, pressing them onto Danzo's right eye and right hand. In the next moment, countless runes forcibly integrated into Haiden's bloodline, resulting in excruciating agony that caused Haiden to scream in torment. Given that Haiden was the target of the technique, Aoba executed the process rather roughly, ensuring the sealing technique took effect, regarding the specifics as inconsequential. After all, Haiden was a wretch. Danzo, on the other hand, experienced sudden, intense pain in his right eye and hand, accompanied by an obstructive sensation that stifled his chakra flow. Initially, he believed it to be a balance issue within his body, a situation he had encountered before. He resolved to forcibly activate Kodo Amatsukami and then address the problem. However, Danzo was soon bewildered, realizing that he was utterly unable to activate Kodo Amatsukami. It is not that the technique cannot be activated. Rather, it necessitates the infusion of chakra. Even though the Sharingan possesses inherent ocular power, Danzo is not its rightful master. To invoke the Kodo Amatsukami, he still requires a substantial amount of chakra. At this moment, however, he feels that the chakra in his head and arms has been confined by an invisible force. This is not merely an imbalance of physical energy. It is a matter of a particular sealing technique. At some point, his adversary insidiously inscribed a sealing technique within his own body, simultaneously restricting his Kodo Amatsukami and the resurrection coin in his right hand. In that instant, Danzo's heart sank. He realized he had been outmaneuvered by his enemy from the very beginning. There must be a traitor within the root, or perhaps Orochimaru tampered with him during the surgery. Yet, there was no further contemplation. In a fleeting moment, a chaotic barrage of thoughts raced through Danzo's mind. But soon, he found himself in a stupor. For Aoyama's shadow clone had already pierced his skull with a blade. The sealing technique he had previously set in motion stirred momentarily, only to be abruptly halted. Neither Kodo Amatsukami nor the resurrection coin could be activated successfully. Danzo was dead. At the very moment when Danzo's mind was unraveling, Aoyama made his move. In a flash, he severed Danzo's right hand and then proceeded to extract his right eye. As Aoyama removed Danzo's eye, an immense surge of blood erupted from his body. This torrent of blood suspended in midair began to inscribe a sealing mark. "What is this?" Kakashi gasped in surprise. Aoyama comprehended immediately. It was the four-symbol seal. "Kakashi, draw near." The preordained sealing mechanism activated with astonishing swiftness. Yet Aoyama was swifter still, thanks to his flying thunder god technique. Just before the technique could fully manifest, Aoyama and Kakashi vanished from their location, leaving behind a few survivors of the root, who faced the impending four-symbol seal with despair. Upon returning to the laboratory, Aoyama swiftly preserved Shirsue's eye and then began to address the severed right hand. Having departed from Danzo's body, the hand, devoid of a stable flow of chakra, began to spiral out of control, a creation cultivated from Hashirama's cells, as Chinya employed a sealing technique to stabilize his rampaging right hand. He swiftly extracted the Sharingan from it. When Chinya finally removed the last Sharingan, the suppression it provided vanished, causing the right hand to completely succumb to chaos, transforming into a tangle of wildly growing vegetation. Kakashi, who was prepared nearby, incinerated it to ashes with a fiery jutsu. Chinya exhaled deeply. This endeavor can be regarded as the most rewarding experience since his arrival in this world. Not only did he acquire Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami, but he also obtained 10 additional Sharingan, each with 3 tomo. Including the pair gifted by Orochimaru, he now possesses 12 3-tomo Sharingan in total. Without considering other uses, this translates to 12 additional lives. After surviving in this world for so many years, he finally possesses the means to ensure his own safety. Is this truly your objective? Kakashi gazed into Shirsue's eye and finally comprehended why Chinya had been reluctant to replace his own eye over the years. Indeed, my right eye has been awaiting this moment. After Aoba's right eye was destroyed by Reikage, he remained in this state. This was partly due to the formation of his wind-based sensory ninjutsu, which compensated for the loss of one eye. Moreover, he was preparing for this day. He had coveted this eye for quite some time. In this world, the Sharingan is an insurmountable obstacle. As a complement to the sage body, the potential of the Sharingan is undeniably immense. When paired with the sage body, it nearly represents the pinnacle of this realm. After years of meticulous planning, Aoba has finally achieved his long-desired aspirations. However, a poignant regret lingers. His other eye now rests with Uchiha Itachi, a formidable opponent far beyond the reach of Danzo. This individual possesses an abundance of trump cards, and Aoba is currently reluctant to confront him directly. When do you intend to transplant this eye? In a few days, he replies, following Danzo's demise. A tumultuous upheaval is certain to ensue, inevitably affecting us. It would be prudent to wait until the chaos subsides before proceeding with the operation. As their discussion unfolds, Konoha is in a state of upheaval. The powerful upheaval caused by Danzo's demise, marked by the sealing technique of the 4 symbols, has disrupted the barriers previously established by Root, alerting the surrounding guards. A multitude of guards rushes to the scene, only to find it utterly deserted. The Umbu swiftly initiate an investigation, while Root becomes aware of their leader's predicament and hastens to inspect the area. However, the 4 symbols sealing technique is capable of completely enclosing all matter within a radius of several hundred meters. Upon their arrival, they find not a single trace. It is only when the sealing team arrives that they discern this is likely the result of the 4 symbol sealing technique. Simultaneously, news of Danzo's disappearance reaches the higher echelons of Konoha, plunging the village into a state of military preparedness. Although Danzo typically operated in the shadows, he is nonetheless the leader of Root and a cherished confidant of the 3rd Hokage. His sudden absence sends shockwaves through the 3rd Hokage's office, prompting immediate orders for a joint investigation by the Umbu and Root. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen is struck by a series of unsettling speculations. He summons a team of Umbu, issuing several directives. In the courtyard of Konoha, Aoba and Kakashi engage in a sparring session. With Kakashi once again wielding a sword, their duels have naturally increased. For proficient swordsmen are a rarity in the current landscape of Konoha. Chinya is undoubtedly one of the most renowned figures among them. Kakashi's ancestral swordsmanship, in fact, diverges significantly from Chinya's approach to the art of the blade. White Fang's technique leans more towards the lethal precision characteristic of an assassin. Although White Fang enjoys considerable fame, he adheres to the conventional ninja style, often engaging in stealth, assassination, and delivering fatal strikes. Chingye has not formally studied the Konoha style of swordsmanship. His technique is derived from the art of the samurai, characterized by a frontal assault combined with ninja body techniques, enabling him to charge into the fray and effortlessly mow down his adversaries. Each swordsmanship style possesses its own merits and drawbacks. In a confrontation against human opponents, Kakashi and Chingye are nearly evenly matched. However, as we enter the era of advanced technology, Kakashi's style will reveal its limitations. Chingye has cautioned Kakashi regarding this matter, noting that their opponents have begun to develop techniques that integrate lightning techniques with swordsmanship. The original White Fang sword technique is renowned for its speed. When paired with Kakashi's even swifter lightning techniques, Chingye finds himself eagerly anticipating the heights Kakashi may reach in the future. Yet, during their duel, Chingye's ears perked up slightly. He turned to glance at the courtyard wall, where 3 Umbu members had materialized around his home. In truth, the main gate was left ajar. They could have simply walked through it. Before the Umbu members could utter a word, Chingye bluntly remarked, nearly causing them to stumble back over the front wall. After a brief pause, they awkwardly stated, "Ichikawa Chingye, Ataki Kakashi, you are to proceed to the Hokage's office immediately." Aoyama exchanged a glance with Kakashi, and they both comprehended its significance. "Understood, we shall proceed at once." The 3 Umbu escorted the 2 to the Hokage's office. However, the leading captain did not depart immediately. Instead, he opened the door and entered first. "Hokage-sama, they have arrived." The Hokage turned to regard the Umbu, who subtly shook his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief. Their subtle gestures were clearly observed by Aoyama, who understood well what Sarutobi implied. Something had happened with Danzo, and it was evident that he had immediately cast suspicion upon the 2 of them. Reflecting on it, there was a certain irony, had it not been for Aoyama's intervention. Kakashi would likely never have contemplated seeking vengeance against them. Yet, whether Kakashi had considered it or not was irrelevant. The crux of the matter was that both the 3rd Hokage and Danzo felt a sense of trepidation in the presence of Kakashi. They were acutely aware that should their actions be exposed, it could very well provoke Kakashi's retribution. Thus, upon encountering Kakashi, Danzo resorted to self-destruction, while Sarutobi instinctively sought to investigate Kakashi following Danzo's incident. "Aoyama, Kakashi, you have arrived. I now assign you an urgent mission." Aoba had initially anticipated that the 3rd Hokage would assign him to investigate Danzo alongside Kakashi. However, to his surprise, the task bestowed upon them was to manage the situation within the roots. Aoyan pondered briefly, speculating whether Danzo might have left behind some form of contingency plan. After his demise in the outside world, Root would undoubtedly be aware of the situation immediately. Consequently, the 3rd Hokage confirmed Danzo's death. For him, the paramount concern was undoubtedly the stability of Root. It is crucial to recognize that, over the years, Danzo had clandestinely appropriated countless resources to fortify Root. Aside from the illicit experiments involving the cells of Hashirama, Root boasted its own training facilities. Children, gathered from orphanages or the Land of Fire, underwent rigorous training here, with only the survivors being inducted as members of Root. However, those children lacking talent typically ended up as mere fodder or subjects for experimentation. Root also possessed its own research and development department, renowned for the infamous technique of tongue destruction, which originated from this very place. Engaging in various human experiments in the development of secret arts, Root ventured further than even the Umbu. Furthermore, it comprised members from various prominent clans, including Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka. Danzo had not been entirely devoid of legitimate endeavors during these years. Root operated a sophisticated intelligence network that intersected with but remained relatively independent of the Umbu. Numerous spies were placed across the 5 great nations, continuously relaying a wealth of intelligence. Strictly speaking, this intelligence constituted Root's greatest asset. In his earlier years, Danzo had performed commendably, yet regrettably, he later became obsessed with the position of Hokage, neglecting his responsibilities. Such a vast array of resources had originally been under his singular control. However, with Danzo's demise, particularly the loss of his 2 aides, Yamanaka F and Yamanaka TRU, Root found itself leaderless. To avert turmoil within Root, the 3rd Hokage promptly dispatched a team from the Umbu to stabilize the situation. Nonetheless, due to the circumstances surrounding Danzo's death, a multitude of Umbu teams were deployed to investigate the matter. Recognizing the need for 2 high-caliber combatants to restore order en route, he swiftly sent 2 individuals to assume command there. When Chingye and Kakashi arrived at the route, signs of turmoil were already evident. Danzo's skill in brainwashing was rather impressive. Although the operations at Root were ruthless, many of his loyal followers remained within. The source of the unrest stemmed from certain diehard supporters who believed that Danzo's demise was orchestrated by the higher-ups of Konoha. This notion gained some traction within Root, prompting a number of individuals to stir restlessly. However, all of this came to a halt upon the entrance of Chingya and Kakashi. Both were well acquainted with the members of Root. Kakashi, a renowned elite genin with a long-standing reputation, commanded respect. There is no need to mention Aoba. When many Root ninjas accompanied Danzo for support, they witnessed Aoba's confrontation with the Reikage, knowing that he had decisively defeated the top-tier expert of Konoha. Although the members of Root are known for their madness, they are not fools. The intimidating presence of Aoba and Kakashi is indeed formidable. Upon their arrival, the chaos among the Root was swiftly subdued. Chingya extracted the mission scroll from the third Hokage. For some inexplicable reason, it evoked a sensation akin to unearthing a sacred edict. Indeed, in terms of authority, the words of the Hokage hold a significance in the village that is not dissimilar to that of a divine decree. Following the demise of his old comrade, Chingya initially assumed that the Third would appoint someone to take over the Root organization. However, the Third's first course of action was to disband Root entirely, amalgamating all its powers and resources into the Umbu. In doing so, the Hokage's authority reached unprecedented heights under the Third's governance. It is worth noting that the unification of these two departments was far from a straightforward endeavor. The clandestine activities of Root over the years were indeed manifold. Chingya and Kakashi were positioned as deterrent agents in this matter. Yet, when the time came to reclaim various resources, it was Nara Shikaku who held the true reins of power. This clearly indicates that within the village of Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen's utmost trust lies with the Inoshikacho trio. As Shikaku, his trusted advisor, adeptly navigated this intricate situation, he was unexpectedly confronted with the presence of two individuals who should not have been there upon entering Root's secret laboratories. Chingya and Kakashi appeared completely unfazed as they meticulously packed and sealed the laboratory's precious instruments and experimental data. Upon noticing Nara Shikaku, they exchanged a casual greeting. Shikaku stood in silence for a moment, confident in his memory. He was certain that he was the one in charge of this operation, and that neither Aoyama Chingya nor Hatake Kakashi was involved. Yet, there they were, standing in a place where they ought not to be. This realization caused a throbbing pain in his head. He promptly dismissed several of his assistants and stepped into the laboratory. "Must you two be so indiscreet?" Nara Shikaku remarked, exuding an air of resignation, though his tone bore no overt astonishment. How discreet can one be, akin to the experiments conducted at the Roots? As Aoba spoke, he tossed a stack of documents in front of Nara Shikaku. With a cursory glance, Nara Shikaku recognized the material as illicit research concerning human experimentation. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the test subjects were children from the Konoha orphanage. "You are the ones who killed Danzo," he asserted. Though framed as a question, his tone brooked no doubt. In that moment, Nara Shikaku was convinced that Danzo's demise was the doing of these two individuals. No. Perhaps it was not limited to just them. According to his intelligence, over 30 elite members of the Foundation had vanished alongside Danzo. Yet, alarmingly, not a whisper of news had escaped their lips. They perished silently less than 100 miles north of Konoha. Nara Shikaku was one of the few who truly understood Danzo's nature. He was aware of the numerous cards the shadowy figure held close to his chest. Thus, the fact that Aoba and Kakashi had managed to withhold any information whatsoever about Danzo's group indicated the immense power they wielded. Nara Shikaku dared not contemplate the depths of their strength. For years, he had been monitoring Kakashi, yet the latter had completely eluded his scrutiny. No. The crux of the matter was not Kakashi, but rather Kamikawa Aoba. Nara Shikaku regarded Kamikawa Aoba with a gaze laden with complexity. This rising civilian ninja was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. Why concern oneself with the trivial query of who had slain Danzo? Shouldn't the pressing issue for Lord Shikaku be how to explain to the populace the dark secrets of the Foundation? Consider these documents on human experimentation. And this, evidence of collaboration with Orochimaru, an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. Lord Shikaku would need to invest considerable effort into contemplating the implications. Shikaku longed to express that his intent was to ensure this information remained concealed from public knowledge. As long as he maintained the aide, the citizens outside would remain oblivious to the events transpiring within. He felt no need to provide explanations. Yet, that was no longer feasible. Shikaku was an astute individual, remarkably so. He had come to grasp the objectives of Kamikawa Aoba and Hatake Kakashi. They were awaiting his offer, or rather, they were anticipating his attempt to secure their allegiance. A fleeting thought crossed Shikaku's mind about summoning the Umbu to apprehend the two, but he swiftly dismissed it, not to mention the hidden strengths they possessed. Even in open combat, they were among the most elite shinobi in Konoha. In the beginning, Aoba defeated the Reikage, although it may have involved some cunning stratagem. One cannot overlook that the opponent is a top-tier master capable of matching the Reikage in a brief encounter. To discreetly eliminate these two individuals working in concert is a task that even the Hokage might not approach with complete assurance. With a sigh, Riku spoke with a hint of resignation. What is it that you seek? The laboratory of Aoba has been re-established, now larger, more comprehensive, and more luxurious than before. This, of course, is owed to the sponsorship of the late Danzo-sama. In the presence of Dujin, Chingye and Kakashi emptied a laboratory belonging to Danzo. Dujin, feeling helpless, spent half a day revising documents to erase any mention of this laboratory from the report. Once the reconstruction of the laboratory was completed, Chingye immediately embarked on research regarding the Sharingan. Although the transplantation of the Sharingan is relatively straightforward, Chingye wished to gain a deeper understanding of this power. Particularly since it was to be grafted onto himself, caution was imperative. The state of Shirsue's Mangeki Sharingan appeared to be in excellent condition. It seemed that Danzo held this Mangeki in high regard, as its overall status was very promising, making immediate transplantation feasible. However, Chingye felt disheartened by the 10 Sharingan implanted in his right arm, due to the transplantation to the arm and the presence of Hashirama's cells. The neural systems of these 10 Sharingan had undergone modifications and sustained damages during their struggle against the Hashirama cells. Moreover, the duration had rendered them irreparable. In essence, these Sharingan could no longer be transplanted into a human eye. They could only serve as consumables for activating Izanagi, much like Danzo's. Nevertheless, there was one pair that remained intact. The pair referred to as intact by you was the one sent by Orochimaru. This seemed to be the last pair of Mangeki in Danzo's possession, as neither Chingye nor Kakashi discovered any additional Sharingan during the Roots investigation. It was likely that they had all been squandered in experiments. Truly, Danzo was a wastrel. Chingye felt a sense of helplessness, lamenting Danzo's utter disregard for valuable resources. However, even though these Sharingan could no longer be transplanted into eyes, their ocular powers remained largely untapped. Aoi possesses a profound interest in the ocular abilities of the Sharingan, particularly the intriguing phenomenon of its power merging among blood relatives. Given that the current Sharingan cannot be transplanted, he is resolute in not merely regarding them as mere tokens for resurrection. Instead, he has resolved to embark on a novel research endeavor, delving deeply into the mysteries of the Sharingan's abilities. The transplant procedure, performed by Mei, is relatively straightforward. The essence of such a procedure holds significant importance. In later stages, Uchiha Madara's physique reaches a level akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths, rendering his eyes as easily accessible as a USB drive. Simply plug and play. Aoba has not yet reached that level. However, with the transplantation of the intercellular cells, his physique has become remarkably robust. The intercellular cells and the Sharingan inherently complement each other. It is indeed a wasteful endeavor for Danzo to suppress the intercellular cells with the Sharingan, as it is the intercellular cells that should ideally enhance the Sharingan. The reason Madara was able to awaken the Rinnegan was due to the fusion of Hashirama's flesh. This illustrates that the combination of Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan is a pathway leading to a higher echelon of existence. On the third day post-transplant, Aoba felt he could harness the powers of this kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Yet, he sensed that the fusion was not entirely perfect, prompting him to wait a little longer. During this period, the turmoil within Konoha showed no signs of abating. Firstly, there was the recovery and reckoning of the Root organization. Nara Shikaku's capabilities are indisputable. He handled the situation with near flawlessness. A significant influx of resources and personnel bolstered the Umbu, rendering them extraordinarily formidable. Simultaneously, the various illicit research endeavors conducted by the Root over the years yielded several remarkable findings, which Danzo had previously kept under wraps. Now, many of these have been made public. The sensory and sealing divisions have both reaped the benefits. It can be said that, apart from the underground machinations of Danzo, the majority of Konoha is pleased with the outcome. However, issues still persist. One major concern is the identity of Danzo's killer, which remains completely elusive. Sarutobi Hiruzen is increasingly anxious about this matter. He can scarcely believe that a figure of Danzo's caliber, alongside a highly elite team of over 30, was annihilated so close to Konoha. and yet they cannot uncover a single clue. This is partly due to the destruction of the scene caused by the sealing technique. Shiki-FN. The most optimistic scenario suggests that the enemy, along with the root operatives, perished within the confines of the Shiki-FN. However, to be candid, few believe this notion. The likelihood that an adversary could force Danzo into such a dire situation, only to succumb entirely to the sealing technique, is exceedingly low. Sarutobi harbors a terrifying suspicion, yet he dares not voice it. Currently, the village is in a state of peace and prosperity. To express that suspicion would mean to invalidate everything that exists now, even undermining all of his achievements. Sarutobi is loath to burst that bubble. In the Hokage's office, a high-level meeting is underway. The resource recovery efforts of the route have nearly reached completion, as detailed in my report. Please review it, Hokage-sama. Yes, Shikaku. I trust your work, came the reply. Additionally, Hokage-sama, regarding the assassination of Danzo, we must continue our investigation. However, in light of his passing, I believe it is essential to establish an advisory position to fill the void left by Danzo in our high-level meetings. Upon Shikaku's suggestion, Sarutobi's demeanor shifted noticeably. He cast a glance at Aoba before fixing his gaze on the other two advisors. Mito Gates Hayashi and Uchiha Kaharu are both astute individuals. Naturally, they would not wish to share their authority with another. Yet, such sentiments cannot be openly expressed. Otherwise, he would be tarnished with the reputation of clinging to power. The Hokage's intention was evidently to elicit statements from both of them. They exchanged glances and promptly declared, "We shall abide by the Hokage's arrangements," effortlessly returning the ball to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Indeed, it was evident that Danzo held a particular fondness for him. In the past, during similar circumstances, Danzo would have readily opposed any new additions to the upper echelons without needing to be prompted, for he was more averse than anyone else to the idea of newcomers infiltrating their ranks. Hiruzen had always retained Danzo for this very reason. His political stance aligned with Hiruzen's own interests. However, with Danzo now absent, the other two individuals clearly lacked his efficacy. Left with no other choice, Hiruzen had to speak up himself. "Kakashi, do you have any suitable candidates in mind?" In Aoba's laboratory, it marks the 7th day since he underwent the transplantation surgery. At last, Aoba has removed the eye patch, revealing his right eye adorned with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. How does it feel? Significantly better than anticipated. Although it cannot revert to its original state, I can consciously reduce it to the 3-tomo configuration. Compared to my current chakra levels, the consumption in this state is virtually negligible. Coupled with the specially designed lenses I created to minimize expenditure, the same ones provided to Kakashi, the consumption becomes almost inconsequential. That's good to hear. Yumi's concern was that Aoba's transplanted Sharingan might lead to a decline in his abilities, akin to Kakashi's experience. However, it appears that such issues are entirely absent. As the vessel of the most potent genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, the Sharingan's influence on Aoba extends far beyond merely granting him an additional use of the technique. Its most significant contribution is the rectification of his previous shortcomings in the realm of illusionary arts. Aoba has never been particularly adept at genjutsu. His apprehension towards Itachi Uchiha is partly rooted in this aspect. That individual's mastery of genjutsu transcends mere strength. At this stage, there are likely very few in the entire ninja world who can surpass Itachi in the art of illusion. Aoba had previously endeavored to develop tools that assist in the art of illusion, yet ultimately, the prospects appeared limited. Now, this kaleidoscopic eye has finally rectified that deficiency. The kaleidoscope is not merely a one-time use of the deity of deception. It is, in fact, a genuine artifact in the realms of conventional illusion and illusionary rebounding. Moreover, since Shursui had never employed it, the ocular power of this Sharingan remains remarkably abundant. After completing the fusion, Aoba was prepared to personally conduct a test. The cooldown period for the Kodo Amatsukami technique was exceedingly lengthy, rendering it a precious asset. This was also the reason why Danzo had kept it hidden and refrained from using it directly. However, Aoba was different. He had long since determined the intended recipient of Kodo Amatsukami. This technique was unlike conventional strategic weapons. Tailed beasts, for instance, are classified as strategic weapons, while everyone possesses them. They are not employed casually, serving merely as a deterrent. This is a standard operational procedure. Yet, Kodo Amatsukami is distinct, as it is exceedingly perilous. Once the effects of Kodo Amatsukami were to spread, there would be no deterrent. The higher-ups of Konoha would undoubtedly go to any lengths to eliminate Aoba and secure control over Kodo Amatsukami. Thus, it was destined to remain a hidden trump card. Given this, Aoba resolved to use it immediately. In a secluded chamber, Haiden's body had been reassembled and was now restored to its normal state. However, he remained bound by various ropes and sealing techniques, rendering him immobile. Upon seeing Aoba enter, Haiden began to roar once more. "You let me down at once. We had an agreement. I would kill for you, and you would grant me my freedom. If you fail to uphold your end of the bargain, I shall never kill for you again." "No, you misunderstand. In truth, I have come to honor our agreement. I am about to set you free." "Are you serious?" Aoyan remained silent, instead opting to convey her stance through action. With a single stroke, she severed the ropes binding Fade-Wan, simultaneously unraveling all the sealing techniques upon him. She even returned his 3-month scythe, as he felt his long-lost strength fully restored. Fade-Wan wasted no time in reverting to his true nature. "Fool, you dare to release Lord Fade-Wan?" he exclaimed. In response, Aoyan's right eye glimmered with an eerie red light, embodying the power of the heavenly demon. A few minutes later, in the laboratory, Aoyan and Fade-Wan sat face to face, engaged in conversation. "Tell me about this evil god," she prompted. "Well, to be honest, I don't truly understand what the evil god is or where it resides. I was raised by the cult of the evil god from a young age. Since I can remember, I have been able to sense its presence. However, the cult cannot genuinely communicate with the evil god. I alone can perceive its existence and fluctuations in emotion. It revels in slaughter? To be precise, it delights in death and fear. My penchant for tormenting my victims stems from this. The agony of their demise exhilarates the evil god. Is your power derived from this? Indeed, I am not invulnerable to death. If I fail to perform sacrifices for an extended period, my immortality wanes. Should I be completely confined in one place, I would eventually perish from starvation. However, as long as I can continuously complete the sacrificial rites, there are few methods that could truly bring about my end. And what if I were to incinerate you with fire techniques? Ah, that might indeed be feasible." Aoy nodded, harboring his own doubts about the malevolent deity's capabilities. "The chakra within you is formidable, yet it appears you seldom utilize it. Why is that?" "Ah, it is due to the blessing of the dark god. My physical form is exceedingly robust and, moreover, immortal. Hence, I have not pursued the study of ninjutsu or similar arts." Aoyuki comprehended instantly, suggesting a reluctance to engage in practice. However, those were matters of the past. To continue leading a languid existence in the future would be utterly impossible. Now, let us discuss your forthcoming arrangements. In the Hokage office, after approximately a week of deliberations, Nara Shikaku's proposal was ultimately approved. Hatake Kakashi has been appointed as the new Hokage advisor. According to Shikaku's reasoning, Kakashi's identity is the most fitting for this role. If one were to consider status alone, the clan heads of Hyuga Hayashi or Akimichi Chozo would seemingly be more qualified to assume the advisory position. Yet, Shikaku is acutely aware that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not acquiesce to such an arrangement. These prominent clans already possess ample resources within the village. Allowing them direct involvement in the highest echelons of Konoha's decision-making could pose a threat to the Hokage's position. Conversely, Hiruzen is also hesitant to appoint a mere civilian ninja. This is due to the fact that the Sarutobi clan is itself a major clan of Konoha. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen hails from a prestigious lineage, which renders him wary of other influential clans. However, should a civilian ninja ascend, the implications would be even more severe for him, as it would undermine the interests of their ninja clans. Moreover, currently in Konoha, the most representative figure among civilian ninjas is Kamikawa Aoyuki. Hiruzen harbors reservations towards Kamikawa Aoyuki. Despite appearing devoid of ambition, his strength and influence are formidable. The repercussions of his rise to power are unfathomable for Hiruzen. Shikaku did not articulate these concerns verbatim, yet the others grasped his intent. The selection for this new advisor must undoubtedly lie between the ninja clans and civilian ninjas. Thus, Kakashi emerged as the perfect candidate. The Hatake clan once gained renown through the legendary White Fang, but now, with his demise, only Kakashi remains as the last scion. Consequently, Kakashi embodies a figure who can simultaneously be regarded as both a ninja clan member and a civilian ninja, possessing adequate strength and renown. Ultimately, Kakashi ascended to the position with ease. 2 days later, Kakashi brought back news for Aoyuki. This had been premeditated. Shikaku wished to solicit your opinion. Chingya took a glance and was astonished to discover that it was the early graduation document for Xianglin. As Xianglin's guardian, Chingya's signature would render this document immediately effective. Chingya pondered for a moment before comprehending the situation. The higher-ups intended for Xianglin to join forces with Naruto Uzumaki? Indeed, I was originally designated as the team leader. However, if you agree, the role is yours. How intriguing. Is this the directive of Dujin or the third Hokage? It must be the result of their deliberations. Is there an issue? Not a significant one. I can only say that this maneuver is quite ingenious. The higher-ups would not be entirely at ease with me leading a Jinchuriki's team. Yet, if Xianglin is incorporated into the mix, I must exert my utmost efforts. Furthermore, both Xianglin and Naruto hail from the Uzumaki clan, which would facilitate the forging of bonds. And the final member is none other than Sasuke Uchiha? Indeed, Sasuke shares a good rapport with Naruto. Moreover, as a member of the Uchiha clan, once his Sharingan matures, he will possess the ability to counter tailed beasts. Including myself as Xianglin's guardian, the entire team would be fortified in terms of bonds and countermeasures. It seems the higher-ups of Konoha have truly outdone themselves. My apologies. I had forgotten that you are also one of Konoha's elite. Shinya offered an insincere apology, leaving Kakashi somewhat exasperated. He wasn't particularly interested in the so-called Hokage advisor. However, upon ascending to his position, he discovered that matters were not as burdensome as he had anticipated. There was ample time for leisure, and he decided to embrace it. By the way, who originally held Xianglin's position? It belonged to a girl named Sakura Haruno, a purely civilian ninja. Yet, similar to your past self, she excelled in theoretical classes, consistently achieving perfect scores. If Xianglin possessed even half of her capabilities, my concerns regarding her academic performance would not be so overwhelming. They are graduating next month, and I shall reserve this girl for myself to inquire if she is willing to become my disciple. That is perfectly fine. Kakashi has now begun to appreciate the advantages of being a Hokage advisor, or rather, the benefits of power. Such trivial matters need not undergo the scrutiny of Konoha's high-level meetings. With a mere word, Konoha's instructors are promptly assigned tasks with clarity. After discussing pertinent matters, the two descended to the basement, where Haiden was currently undergoing transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Aoba devised a series of plans for Haiden, with the transplantation of Hashirama's cells being merely the initial step. At this moment, Haiden's entire body was enveloped in bandages, a consequence of the previous transplantation failure. Aoba had directly excised all the distorted flesh, resulting in this state. Furthermore, the distortion persisted, rendering his wounds incapable of healing. To be frank, were this scenario to befall an ordinary individual, they would either succumb to death or madness. Yet, Haiden, as a chosen one of the evil deity, possessed an extraordinary resistance to pain. He even proclaimed that the Lord of Evil relished such suffering and that he could endure it for a while longer. However, in Haiden's heart, the evil deity could only hold the second position. The foremost was Aoba. As long as Aoba desired it, he could willingly sacrifice himself or even the evil deity to bring joy to Aoba. A mere trifle of pain was inconsequential to him. For Haiden, the transplantation of Hashirama cells was a failure, and not just once. Yet, the undying nature of his body bestowed upon him countless possibilities. Currently, his body had begun to merge with the Hashirama cells, a process that was exceedingly slow and typically unbearable for others, but not for him. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, realizing that he could never match Aoba's imaginative prowess in this regard. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that while Aoba's methods were cruel, should they succeed, he would acquire a subordinate imbued with immense chakra and immortal beings, and perhaps even a superlative master of would release, one who would be utterly loyal and willing to die for him. In Aoba's eyes, this was merely the first step. Once Haiden fully merged with the Hashirama cells, Aoba intended for him to commence training in ninjutsu. Haiden possessed an exceptional physique, exhibiting most characteristics of a ninja, with shortcomings only in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. The issue of ninjutsu could be remedied easily. With sufficient chakra, it was merely a matter of practicing hand seals. Haiden's combat experience was extensive, allowing him to intuitively grasp the timing of ninjutsu release. As for jinjutsu, Aoba had adequately prepared. Yet, Aoba was not content. He harbored another idea for Haiden to realize, specifically, the 8 gates of body technique. Imagine, if you will, an immortal being training in the 8 gates of body technique. What astounding results might that yield? Aoba eagerly anticipated that day. At that point, Haiden would become a flawless tool. As an advisor, Kakashi still had some responsibilities. But after a brief survey, he departed. Aoba continues his exploration into another domain of research, the Sharingan. He has acquired the Sharingan himself, although he has utilized the Kodo Amatsukami. It does not imply that this particular Manjiki has been rendered obsolete. Aoba remains capable of wielding this Sharingan, executing illusions and reflecting these actions. Furthermore, this Sharingan has addressed the final deficiency in Aoba's elemental attributes, in release. In essence, the current Aoki Kamikawa embodies the complete spectrum of yin, yang, and the 5 elemental properties. Theoretically, he is now poised to attempt the creation of the truth-seeking ball or to embark on the development of his own bloodline limit. However, Aoba is acutely aware that these aspirations currently reside in the realm of fantasy. Whether it be the truth-seeking ball or the bloodline limit, they are not within his reach at this moment. Hence, his focus remains steadfastly on the Sharingan. Nevertheless, Aoba's current research does not merely delve into the capabilities of the Sharingan. His investigation is far more profound. He seeks to unravel the essence of the ocular power contained within the Sharingan. Aoba has long been intrigued by this variant of yin release chakra. The Sharingan possesses numerous abilities: enhanced dynamic vision, augmented genjutsu, and the ability to reflect illusions. Upon activating the Manjiki, it unveils extraordinary ocular techniques that resonate with the mind's reflections. Given the multitude of abilities, the core energy required is the ocular power. This ocular power is a form of yin release chakra, yet it transcends mere chakra. It possesses a unique attribute. Its intensity can surge dramatically in response to fluctuations in mental state. This characteristic represents the conventional progression of the Sharingan. At least prior to the Manjiki, no alternative shortcuts exist. Based on this trait, Aoba deduces that the ocular power of the Sharingan is likely a product of the amalgamation of yin release chakra and mental energy. Akin to how Sage Chakra is a synthesis of natural energy and chakra itself. The objective of Aoyo is to reverse engineer this combination to uncover the synthesis formula, thereby discovering a method for the artificial creation of ocular power. In Aoyo's perspective, the Sharingan harbors an abundance of avenues for profound exploration. Beyond the surge of ocular power induced by mental fluctuations that trigger its manifestation, upon achieving the kaleidoscope Sharingan, a myriad of astonishing transformations emerges. Setting aside the ocular techniques derived from the reflection of the mind, there remain pertinent concerns regarding ocular power itself. The kaleidoscope cannot be employed frequently, as ocular power is finite and does not regenerate. Once depleted, it leads to blindness. This is a defining characteristic of the kaleidoscope. However, a perplexing question arises. Why does the transplantation of a blood relative's kaleidoscope result in an eternal kaleidoscope after blindness ensues? If the accumulation of ocular power precipitates a qualitative change, how can one account for the fact that the prior kaleidoscope's ocular power has been entirely expended? Even if it were not completely consumed, ocular power resides within the eye. Post-transplantation, there should be no occurrence of ocular power accumulation. Moreover, even if such accumulation were to occur, what of it? 1 + 1 = 2, not infinity. Why, then, does the kaleidoscope remain impervious to depletion? Regrettably, throughout the history of the Uchiha, the kaleidoscope remains exceedingly rare. The Uchiha clan itself seems to have yet to unravel the myriad secrets embedded within the Sharingan. Uchiha Madara wielded the Sharingan to its utmost potential. However, if deep research were to be pursued, it would starkly contrast with Madara's established style. All these inquiries regarding the Sharingan are what Aoyo yearns to elucidate. Yet, he possesses only one kaleidoscope, rendering certain experiments temporarily unfeasible. Thus, he devotes more of his energy to the artificial synthesis of ocular power. It is evident, however, that this is no simple endeavor. Aoyo anticipates that tangible results will be elusive in the short term. Therefore, while honing his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, he remains patient and delves deeper into his research. After Kakashi delivered arrangements concerning Ino, Aoyo realized that graduation season was imminent. This signifies that Naruto, Sasuke, and the illustrious Konoha 12 would soon depart from the academy to embark on their ninja careers. As the narrative officially commences, Aoyo finds himself devoid of any particularly profound feelings. Perhaps he has acclimatized to this world. While the storyline appears unchanged, many aspects have already transformed beyond recognition. Aoba has ceased to be overly confident in the narrative he once believed he understood. Instead, he is now engaged in the creation of an entirely new storyline. After conferring with Yum, the two reached a consensus to permit Karin's early graduation. Karin wholeheartedly supported this decision, raising both hands in agreement. Thanks to her formidable constitution and Aoba's guidance, her strength has already surpassed that of her peers. Although she has not faced many life and death battles, she could easily participate in the Chunin exams without any concerns. Remaining in school would merely be a form of torment for her. The prospect of early graduation filled her with such excitement that she found herself unable to sleep for several days. The research conducted by Chingde on the ocular abilities of the Sharingan has not been particularly smooth. If this endeavor were so straightforward, the Uchiha clan would not have found themselves in their current predicament. However, the progress of Haiden's fusion with Hashirama's cells has been quite remarkable. Initially met with complete rejection, it has gradually transitioned to partial acceptance, with Haiden relying solely on his immortal physique to persist through the challenges, painstakingly enduring the process. At this point, he has finally commenced genuine integration. Were it anyone else, they would have perished at least 30 times by now. This individual remains vibrantly alive, which can only be attributed to the sheer absurdity of his immortality. Once the fusion process begins, subsequent complications become minimal, though it will require additional time. Chingye estimates that Haiden will need approximately another month to fully complete the integration. His endeavor to merge with Hashirama's cells lacks any technical enhancement. He is merely persevering through sheer force of will, buoyed by his unyielding immortality. Aoba was also deeply intrigued by what Haiden would become after the fusion. However, there was little that could be done for the time being. He decided to leave a shadow clone behind to periodically administer nutrient solutions. The rest was merely a matter of waiting. Simultaneously, as Cheyenne was set to graduate early, Aoba seized the opportunity to conduct practical tests on her. During these exercises, Aoba's demeanor grew increasingly ruthless, often leaving Cheyenne battered and bruised. The sympathetic Yumi could hardly bear to watch, only able to seek retribution for Cheyenne later that night. Aoyama's physical capabilities have undergone remarkable enhancement, reaching astonishing heights. However, Yumi possesses the most extraordinary physique in the ninja world, closely resembling that of the sage of the six paths, Hashirama Senju. Consequently, Aoyama often finds himself leaning against walls for support. After a brief period of tranquility, the graduation season in Konoha has finally arrived. Traditionally, this season is marked by a comical episode where Naruto's shadow clone technique fails, preventing him from graduating. This scenario involves Mizuki, who incites Naruto to steal the Forbidden Scroll. However, due to Aoyama's timely intervention, Naruto's control over chakra has improved significantly, rendering the farcical event impossible. Thus, the higher-ups of Konoha decided to alter the narrative slightly. Mizuki, a rogue ninja, absconded with the forbidden technique, and Naruto was dispatched to pursue him. Mizuki, a nin of average skill, had once been under Orochimaru's tutelage. But the fact that Orochimaru did not take him along upon his departure and has had little contact with him over the years speaks volumes about his inadequacy. Although Naruto has just graduated, his extensive training with Sasuke, coupled with his prior practice of tree climbing and water walking, has exponentially enhanced his chakra control compared to the original storyline. After a fierce battle, he managed to exhaust Mizuki thoroughly. Subsequently, in recognition of his efforts in retrieving the Forbidden Scroll, Konoha's elite awarded Naruto the multiple shadow clone technique. Aoyama chose not to intervene in this decision, as the multiple shadow clone technique is not easily wielded. While he is capable of utilizing shadow clones and employs them as aides in various research endeavors, he typically limits himself to no more than 5. This caution stems from the fact that when a shadow clone is dispelled, its memories are instantaneously relayed to the original, potentially causing significant mental conflict in a very short span of time. This phenomenon is precisely why the technique is classified as forbidden. An excessive number of clones, particularly after complex experiences, could inundate the original with a torrent of memories, leading to severe mental strain or even idiocy. Even Aoyama, with his exceptionally robust mental fortitude, would not dare to risk such frequent and intense shocks. Thus, he generally utilizes only 2 or 3 clones. In all of Konoha, and indeed the entire ninja world, only Naruto, who is a Jinchuriki with immense chakra reserves, outstanding physical capabilities, and a rather carefree disposition, can afford to use the multiple shadow clone technique without restraint. Therefore, Aoyama does not oppose the higher-ups' decision. Although these old-timers may not engage in substantial matters often, they still possess occasional utility. However, with the onset of graduation season, Aoyama perceives their relevance diminishing increasingly. Aoi harbored a peculiar sentiment. Naruto's seemingly boundless ability to employ the shadow clone technique must undoubtedly be influenced by Ashura's essence. It resembled the narrative arc where Sasuke ultimately succeeded in devouring Orochimaru. These two fated children, in both spirit and soul, are under the protection of the Sage of Six Paths. This connection often placed Aoy in a state of conflict when interacting with Sasuke and Naruto, as he could not shake the feeling that the old sage might be observing him from the shadows. His interactions with Sasuke were more frequent, for he was acutely aware of the sage's evident favoritism towards Ashura, rendering Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra, somewhat of a pawn. Upon graduation, the graduates of the Ninja Academy faced the inevitable division into teams. Frankly, to Aoy, they still appeared to be a mere assembly of children. Yet, within Konoha, or any ninja village for that matter, they had officially become ninjas. And ninjas are tasked with missions ranging from the most elementary duties like cleaning rivers, to finding lost pets, escorting merchant caravans, eradicating bandits, and even confronting rogue ninjas or those from enemy nations. Death and violence would soon become commonplace in their lives. In the classroom, the graduates awaited the arrival of their team leader. Soon, Kurinai and Asuma, accompanied by their respective subordinates, departed. Ultimately, 4 individuals remained in the classroom: the early graduate, Karin, along with Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. The quartet exchanged puzzled glances. As the regulations stipulated that teams should consist of 3 members, what did it signify that they were left as a group of 4? Were some to be eliminated? As noon approached, Aoy ambled in leisurely, with no particular reason other than having risen late that morning. Karin had long anticipated that Aoy would be her team leader, and Sasuke, being somewhat of Aoy's disciple, was well acquainted with him. Naruto, too, was familiar with Aoy, but due to Konoha's restrictions, their previous interactions had been limited. However, the ban had since been lifted, and now Aoy stood as Naruto's team leader. Aoy couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of having influential connections. Kakashi and Iruka operated in tandem, one in the light and the other in the shadows, enabling simple proposals to be seamlessly approved, leaving the Konoha F3 oblivious to any discrepancies. "Ah, it's you, Brother Aoy. I must say, your tardiness of over 2 hours is quite unimpressive." A chorus of young voices chastised him, leaving Aoy feeling irked, particularly with Karin stirring up trouble among them. Chingya was tempted to exclaim that her tardiness was due to the circumstances bestowed upon her by his mother. However, considering the presence of minors around, she ultimately refrained from uttering such words. "You lot, follow me," she commanded. According to tradition, the leading jonin would typically assign a test task to their 3 new subordinates. Much like Kakashi's spell test, this would serve to evaluate their combat prowess, intelligence-gathering skills, and the bonds they shared. However, Chingya had no time to indulge in such games. Instead, she assigned Sasuke and the others a straightforward task of clearing the riverbank, thus sending the children on their way. At this moment, only Haruno, Sakura, and Chingya remained on the scene. Sakura had come to the realization that she was the one eliminated, though it seemed she was not entirely cast aside. She was acquainted with Chingya, or rather, it was rare for a citizen ninja of Konoha not to recognize her. Coming from humble beginnings, Chingya had honed her swordsmanship to the point of remaining undefeated against the Reikage in 2 battles, becoming an idol among the civilian ninjas of Konoha. Yet, Chingya typically maintained a low profile, and few shared a close bond with her. Sakura, however, was perplexed by the reason for Chingya's decision to keep her behind. "Sakura, is it? According to my records, you achieved full marks on most of the theoretical exams during your time at the Ninja Academy?" "Yes," she replied. The theoretical classes had initially been a source of pride for Sakura. However, after spending time with Sasuke and Naruto, she soon recognized the vast disparity in combat abilities between herself and them. Once, she had dreamed of becoming a powerful ninja like Lady Tsunade. But the reality of her shortcomings, especially in comparison to Sasuke and Naruto, left her feeling despondent. Her theoretical achievements paled in significance when faced with the rigors of actual combat. "Have you practiced tree climbing and water walking?" "Yes, I have." These techniques had been taught to her by Sasuke and Naruto. She had made commendable progress. Yet her limitations in chakra and physical endurance rendered her combat abilities significantly inferior to those of her 2 exceptional peers. Aoyan extended his right hand, and a sphere of chakra began to gather within it. With his deft control, the sphere gradually morphed into the delicate shape of a small bird. While this display appeared impressive, it was merely a trivial parlor trick, vastly different from the true essence of the Rasengan. Although the Rasengan also involves the concentration of chakra within the hand, its capacity to inflict immense damage lies in the highly compressed and rotating nature of the chakra. The essence of Aoba's technique is merely the most rudimentary form of condensation, devoid of the rotational compression process, thus lacking any lethal force. What is required is simply a precision and control. Let us see if you can achieve this. Well, Haruno Sakura began to grasp the intentions of this legendary jonin. She immediately focused her mind, attempting to execute the operation. Alas, despite her fervent efforts, she could not complete the final step of enabling the little bird to spread its wings. Soon, the young girl was breathless from exertion. That's enough. You have performed admirably. In reality, Aoba's expectations were modest. As long as she could manage a simple transformation of the chakra sphere, that would suffice. However, Sakura's control proved to be more adept than anticipated, as she was able to accomplish the intricate transformation into a bird. The final task of enabling the bird to move was, indeed, a genuinely advanced operation, entirely distinct from the preceding simple transformation. Sakura Haruno. May I inquire if you would consider becoming my disciple? But, Lord Aoba, may I ask why it is me? I do not possess exceptional qualities. Both Sasuke and Naruto, as well as the prematurely graduated Karin, are far superior to me. They are different, at least they are not akin to us. We? Sakura was perplexed as to why someone of Aoba's stature would categorize them as belonging to the same class. Ah, you have not noticed? Those three are extraordinary. Sasuke hails from Konoha's foremost clan, the Uchiha, with the innate Sharingan bloodline limit. He possesses immense advantages in Genjutsu and dynamic vision. Naruto and Karin, as members of the Uzumaki clan, inherently possess an unparalleled reserve of chakra. Their vitality and physical prowess far exceed that of ordinary individuals. Do you comprehend my meaning? Are you suggesting that we are common ninjas? Precisely, we are both common ninjas devoid of lineage or bloodline limits. Yet, we share an even more significant commonality. You know, during my academic years, I also achieved perfect scores in theoretical classes. Even Sasuke Uchiha has never been formally accepted as Aoba's disciple, despite their practical teacher-student relationship remaining unratified in name. The same applies to Karin and Naruto. However, Sakura stands apart. Aoba's decision to accept Sakura as his disciple is not merely a nod to her status as the protagonist of the original work, but more significantly, it acknowledges her identity as a common ninja and her academic prowess. In the future, Aoba requires an assistant to aid him in conducting various in-depth studies. However, when he observes the latest generation of ninjas, apart from those from established clans, only Sasuke and Karin stand out. Yet, Sasuke is consumed by his quest for vengeance, while Karin is merely an uninspired student. It would be unwise to involve either of them in the research endeavors, as presenting them with a report would be futile. They would not comprehend it. Aoba is capable of employing shadow clones to assist with various tasks. However, the consciousness of these clones mirrors his own, rendering them mere facilitators rather than true aides. Although Yumi possesses formidable strength, she has never received a formal education, which necessitates Aoba to meticulously cultivate a genuinely competent assistant from scratch. Haruno Sakura, hailing from a humble background with a solid foundation in theoretical knowledge, has been chosen for this role. This young girl, in the later stages of the narrative, finds herself somewhat outdated. Despite the author's attempts to propel the plot, she cannot possibly be compared to the two exceptionally gifted individuals. Her inability to keep pace with them is not indicative of a lack of talent. Rather, it stems from the absence of extraordinary advantages. In the original storyline, the overwhelming charisma of Sasuke and Naruto overshadows much of the narrative, leading most to overlook the fact that, without any enhancements, Sakura is truly a prodigy among prodigies. Consider Naruto's developmental trajectory. From the moment he graduated, he was endowed with multiple shadow clones tailored by the higher echelons of Konoha. Subsequently, he received teachings from Jiraiya, possessed the nine tails within him, and even had the lingering spirits of his parents in his mental realm as a final safeguard. In the later phases, he was further aided by the direct intervention of the Sage of Six Paths, beyond the unparalleled technique of the Rasen Shuriken. Naruto's ninja prowess pales in comparison to that of Haruno Sakura. Shinya is acutely aware of the unique qualities possessed by this girl. Thus, in this lifetime, he is determined to pave a different path for her. The role of a leading instructor is, in fact, rather tedious. As a newly graduated genin, he is relegated to menial D-rank missions, which typically involve tasks such as clearing waterways or collecting litter in the woods. Occasionally, he must assist elderly women with their farming endeavors. The absurdity lies in the fact that, theoretically, Shinya is also expected to participate in these tasks. Resolutely, he opts for idleness, delegating responsibilities to a few young trainees while he retreats home to conduct his own experiments. His practice of the Flying Thunder God technique occurs daily. The results are evident, yet limited. Relying solely on physical training to eliminate certain adverse bodily reactions is not impossible, but it undoubtedly demands ample time and countless repetitions. In truth, Xingye has already honed his mastery of the Flying Thunder God to a precise degree, enabling him to execute accurate, close-range teleportations in rapid succession. Regrettably, the aftermath of such teleportations includes bouts of dizziness and nausea. In actual combat scenarios, this would undoubtedly lead to a swift demise. Consequently, for the time being, the Flying Thunder God is merely a means of travel or a last-minute escape. Having awakened the Sharingan, Xingye has elevated his research into this ocular technique to the utmost priority. He has stumbled upon a promising phenomenon. His Manjiki Sharingan's ocular power is gradually recuperating. Although the recovery is exceedingly slow, far from the carefree activation exhibited by Obito, this should be attributed to his lack of Uchiha bloodline. Nevertheless, the cells of Hashirama are proving effective. Remarkably, his Manjiki's ocular power is indeed regaining strength. Based on the current rate of recovery, Xingye estimates that within a decade, or more precisely, in about 2 years, the cooldown period for the Kokoa Aoy will be complete. 2 years is unimaginably slow for any ocular technique. Yet in the case of Kokoa Aoy, Xingye finds himself exceedingly content. This is vastly superior to the anticipated 10-year cooldown. Many of Xingye's plans can consequently be adjusted accordingly. This phenomenon has also made him acutely aware of the myriad secrets inherent within the Sharingan that remain beyond his grasp. His analysis of the ocular power has been prioritized repeatedly, now reaching the highest level of research. Originally, Xingye intended to perform a transplant of Hashirama cells for Kakashi as well. However, Kakashi declined, seemingly hindered by some psychological barrier. Furthermore, given his current position as an advisor to the Hokage, engaging in such sensitive procedures would be ill-advised. The phenomenon of Hashirama's cells gradually restoring Sharingan ocular power has also prompted Xingye to reconsider his previous assumptions. He had once believed that the ocular power of the Sharingan was a product of the fusion between in-release chakra and mental strength. However, it now appears that this hypothesis may be somewhat superficial, as Hashirama cells are ultimately unrelated to mental prowess. Clearly, the ocular power of the Sharingan harbors even more complex secrets waiting to be uncovered. Xingye remains unperturbed, which is already a sign of progress. His current strength is sufficient to navigate the crises of this period. There is still time, and matters of research cannot be rushed. However, while he remains calm, others are not as composed. The 3 youngsters under his tutelage have begun to feel the pressure. Within less than a week, they have been overwhelmed by various D-rank missions, nearly pushed to the brink of despair. This starkly contrasts with their preconceived notions of a ninja's life, particularly for Uchiha Sasuke. Weeding an elderly lady's garden does little to aid him in avenging his brother, Uchiha Itachi. He is in dire need of strength, genuine strength. The guidance provided by Konoha's Aoba starkly contrasts with the extreme pressure exerted by Itachi Uchiha. The latter, belonging to the Uchiha clan, placed all his chips on the power of the Sharingan. Itachi persistently provoked Sasuke, aiming to awaken his eyes. In contrast, Aoba aspires for Sasuke to progress steadily and groundedly. While the Sharingan is undeniably potent, one must not forget that Itachi is, after all, a frail individual. Awakening the eyes too prematurely could pose significant risks to one's health. Moreover, excessive provocation may transform a once promising child into one consumed by radical tendencies. In truth, Itachi anticipated this outcome. He even embedded a subtle suggestion within Shirsue's other Manjiki, intending to have Sasuke return to protect Konoha once he awakened his eyes. Frankly, when Aoba first learned of this maneuver, he was utterly astounded by Itachi's ingenuity. He surmised that Itachi would likely be the first subjected to Kokoa Aoy. The complexity of Itachi's thought process is simply unfathomable, collaborating with the village to annihilate his entire family, leaving Sasuke to bear the burden of anguish and continuously provoking his younger brother to awaken his eyes. What follows this? For Sasuke to return and protect the village? Is this not tantamount to sending him back to safeguard the very foes responsible for his family's demise? It goes without saying that Danzo orchestrated this, and the 3rd Hokage was undoubtedly aware. As the Hokage, how could he remain oblivious to the eradication of the village's most prominent clan? For an ordinary citizen, the Uchiha massacre might be of little consequence, but for the Hokage, failing to intervene equates to direct complicity. This convoluted strategy leaves Aoba perplexed. He cannot discern whether Itachi harbors love, or hatred for his brother. Regardless, Aoba feels that he could never conceive such a perverse method of tormenting someone in his wildest dreams. The root cause of Sasuke's later coldness and radicalism lies in the incessant provocations from this eccentric brother. Chingya may not be deemed an exceptional teacher, yet he possesses the fundamental moral compass of an average individual. Under his guidance, he would not permit Sasuke to descend into the ruthless and merciless character he was in the original narrative. Look here. Do not say I do not care for you all. Our newly formed team is theoretically unable to undertake missions outside the village. I had to leverage connections to secure these few tasks for you. Just take a look. Upon hearing that there was a mission outside the village, Naruto immediately rushed forward, exclaiming, "Let me see, let me see." Sasuke and Sakura also perked up with interest. After a brief rummage, their faces fell in disappointment. What is this? These are merely neighboring villages of Konoha, places we have already visited. Is there not a mission that ventures further afield? Hee, Chingya chuckled lightly, retrieving the last remaining mission scroll from his pocket. This is the only one left. Is there an issue with this task? Sasuke, ever cautious, inquired as he observed Chingya take it out individually. On the surface, the task appeared unproblematic. However, the remuneration was meager. In fact, it could be regarded as a sponsorship initiative from Konoha. Whether to accept it, you may deliberate amongst yourselves, he offered. It was a C-rank escort mission concerning the Land of Waves. Are you familiar with this place? Among the three, only Sakura had heard of it, having learned about it from a story Chingya once told. The other two had scant knowledge, their academic performance being rather dismal, leaving them with little recollection. It is a small, distant nation, reputed to be impoverished. No wonder the reward is so little. Rewards are of little consequence. What is vital is that we can finally embark on a genuine mission outside the village. I have made my decision. I shall take it, Naruto declared first. Sasuke pondered more deeply. He recognized that Chingya's choice of this task indicated a strategic plan of his own, and thus he concurred. As for Sakura, her mother had long advised her to heed Chingya's guidance while outside. With a majority in agreement, they resolved to accept the mission. Prepare yourselves, we shall depart tomorrow. Danzo was quite exhilarated. His journey to Konoha to issue this task stemmed from the relatively favorable reputation of its ninjas. When employing moral persuasion, success was most likely. Yet, even so, he approached this endeavor with a sense of trial and uncertainty, never anticipating that he would ultimately succeed. A team reputed to be formidable had accepted his commission. The following day, Danzo encountered the team. He felt a twinge of disappointment, for only one among them resembled a competent ninja, while the remaining three appeared to be mere children. What is this? Was it not said to be a formidable team? Why are they merely a bunch of kids? The old man had a share of flaws, yet Chingya remained unfazed. It was not the time to confront him. However, upon realizing he was being underestimated, Naruto could scarcely restrain himself, nearly ready to teach the old man a lesson. Teaching him a lesson is one thing, but I must caution you. This old fellow is an ordinary man over 50 years of age. A single punch could nearly extinguish his life. Therefore, exercise restraint while striking. Dying in the village would lead to considerable complications. Naruto. Tazuna. In truth, you all appear rather formidable. I misjudged you, ha ha ha. Thus, the mutated version of Team 7 embarked on their inaugural C-rank mission. However, shortly after departing from Konoha, they fell victim to an ambush. The Ghost Brothers. A pair of ninjas possess skills comparable to that of a Chunin. Their combined efforts may reach the level of a Chunin, but that is the extent of their capabilities. Chingya's keen perception detected the presence of these two figures lurking in the shadows long ago. Moreover, Xianglin, a member of the team, possessed an even clearer awareness of the situation. Enemies are near. What? Enemies? Where? This was Naruto speaking. With a kunai in hand, he positioned himself protectively behind Danzo, while Sasuke remained vigilant. Once again, it must be said that Naruto's ninja abilities seem to be the result of the author's indulgence, judging by his recent performance. If Naruto were to face the demon brothers alone, Danzo would have perished countless times by now. However, Naruto is not without his merits. His capacity for learning and practical combat far exceeds expectations, often devising peculiar and unconventional tactics. It is not without reason that he is hailed as the most unpredictable ninja. Nonetheless, it is precisely because he is Naruto that he enjoys such a multitude of opportunities for trial and error. In the life of a ninja, however, one misstep is often enough to prove fatal. Suddenly, a puddle of water erupted, and two figures sprang forth, with Chingya as their primary target. Aoy curled his lip, remaining motionless in place as a whirlwind materialized around him. As a ninja, he had always aspired to emulate the first Hokage, striving to perform various ninjutsu without the need for hand signs whenever possible. However, such feats were indeed challenging, currently. Only a few techniques he had developed in wind and lightning styles could achieve this. The whirlwind effortlessly deflected the attacks, though it inflicted no harm. As this technique was not intended for injury. The fire release, great fireball technique. Aoyue, not far away, stood in astonishment, witnessing an epic scene unfold before him. The great fireball technique struck true, engulfing one of the demon brothers midair. The other, sensing defeat, turned to flee, only to be struck in the leg by several shurikens. Tumbling to the ground helplessly, Karin, having undergone rigorous training under Aoyue's guidance, had significantly enhanced her combat abilities. Possessing remarkable talent, coupled with Aoyue's meticulous instruction, she emerged as the strongest among the trio, provided Naruto refrained from utilizing the Nine Tails power. The entire confrontation transpired in less than 5 seconds. The scheming demon brothers faced one dead and one injured, sprawled on the ground. The only discontent stemmed from Naruto, who lamented his lack of opportunity to engage, clamoring to release the surviving brother for a one-on-one duel. However, he was swiftly subdued by a single punch from Karin. Among the trio, while Sasuke and Naruto shared a tumultuous rivalry, it was evident that Karin held a distinct advantage over Naruto. This young woman was quite enamored with appearances and treated Sasuke with considerably more favor. Nevertheless, Aoyue had his own intentions and had yet to succumb to infatuation. Ignoring the bound enemy ninja, Aoyue turned to face Tazuna. Mr. Tazuna, you may begin your explanation now. Tazuna opened his mouth, initially intending to play the victim as per the original narrative, hoping to invoke moral obligation. Yet, upon meeting Aoyue's gaze, he realized that this leading jonin was not easily swayed. I'm sorry, I truly don't know. No, you do know. If you deny it, we can return to Konoha right now and employ Jinjutsu to extract the truth. What do you suppose the outcome would be? Tazuna felt a wave of regret wash over him. Wasn't it said that Konoha's ninjas were benevolent and easily deceived? Why did the one he encountered give him the impression that he might be killed for a mere disagreement? Chingya is utterly indifferent to Tazuna's fate. A single bridge cannot save a nation. Tazuna, this old man, is certainly not the benevolent figure depicted in the original narrative. Aoyama is primarily concerned with the rewards that this mission may yield. Ultimately, the team continues its journey. Sasuke and his companions remain unaware of the agreement Aoyama has struck with Dazna. They only know that the mission proceeds. The road ahead was uneventful for several days. However, Aoyama understands that the appearance of the demon brothers signifies that Zabuza, much like in the original narrative, has set his sights on him. Presently, Aoyama harbors no fear of Zabuza. Rather, he finds this exceedingly traditional ninja quite intriguing. Zabuza's weapon, the beheading sword, deviates from the typical ninja style. Observing his actions in the storyline, Zabuza initiates with the hidden mist technique, followed by various water clones to mislead his opponents, and subsequently performs hand seals to unleash ninjutsu. In Aoyama's view, while many in his past life have described Kisame as honest, Zabuza is similarly straightforward. Both embody the essence of a quintessential ninja. As they traversed a grove, Xianglin's expression suddenly turned tense. Aoyama-sensei there? Before she could complete her thought, a whistling sound echoed from above. Get down, Aoyama shouted, employing the body flicker technique to advance and, with a single hand, catch the incoming beheading sword. The immense force propelled him backward several meters. Yet he ultimately secured the sword firmly in his grasp. In the distance, Zabuza observed silently. Chingya casually plunged his beheading sword into the ground before raising his gaze towards the imposing figure perched upon the tree branch. Zabuza, with his towering and robust physique, coupled with the massive cleaver strapped to his back, appeared more like a warrior than a mere ninja. The intensity of his chakra was formidable, markedly superior to that of the previous two adversaries. Xianglin's keen insight discerned Zabuza's formidable strength, far beyond the capabilities of the two earlier incompetents. 7th Squad. Brace yourselves for confrontation. All right, watch me. Chingya's words had scarcely left his lips when Naruto, eager to prove himself, charged ahead. Fool, Sasuke retorted angrily, compelled to follow suit. His combat experience was considerable, enabling him to quickly recognize the peril posed by Zabuza. Yet, it was only Naruto, the rash novice, who recklessly surged forward. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto unleashed his signature technique, catching Zabuza off guard momentarily. This kid has so much chakra? However, Naruto soon revealed his shortcomings. His taijutsu was respectable among his peers. Yet against a master like Zabuza, it was akin to delivering a meal. Even without his beheading sword, Zabuza dispatched Naruto's shadow clones with effortless precision. Nearly a aide. Sasuke launched 6 shurikens from the side. Zabuza deftly evaded, only to notice that the shurikens were entwined with fine steel wire. The Uchiha's throwing technique. It has been quite some time. The Uchiha clan of Ur had been strategically deployed against the hidden mist. The ninjas of the mist were well acquainted with the Uchiha's signature throwing style. Manipulating the shurikens, Sasuke ensnared Zabuza's movements from all directions before converging in the center. "Got you," he exclaimed triumphantly, only to witness Zabuza dissolve into a puddle. "Water clone. This is bad, Mr. Tazuna." Zabuza, now armed with a kunai, materialized directly in front of Tazuna. Mission accomplished. He displayed no inclination to engage with Naruto or Sasuke, instead opting to bypass them entirely, intent on beheading Tazuna. Earth-style, decapitation technique. Suddenly, a hand erupted from the ground, seizing Zabuza's leg and dragging him downward. Xianglin had intervened at the critical moment, her timing impeccable. Yet, Xingye could not help but shake his head in slight disappointment. Despite Zabuza being a traditional hand-sealing ninja, his speed in executing techniques eclipsed that of the 3 youngsters by a wide margin. Just before Xianglin could secure her grip, Zabuza had already utilized the water clone again to evade capture. How intriguing! This team led by the Leaf's Windblade is formidable indeed. It seems I must take this seriously. With that, a thick fog rapidly enveloped the entire forest, obscuring Zabuza's figure within its depths. "Damn it, I can't see. Come out and face me." Naruto continued to shout recklessly. Xianglin could no longer endure the situation. "You two fools, as long as we protect Mr. Dazna, he will inevitably reveal himself. Come back to me." The hidden mist technique is not an ordinary fog. A typical wind release technique cannot penetrate it. Thus, Xianglin's tactical choice was theoretically sound. However, the coordination among the 3 was utterly lacking, and they possessed an incorrect understanding of Zabuza's prowess. The trio swiftly formed a defensive formation, encircling Dazna in the center. Yet, ninjas are capable of unleashing ninjutsu, especially when 4 individuals are huddled together. Water release, great waterfall technique. Contrary to expectations, Zabuza did not resort to assassination within the thick mist. Observing the 4 gathered closely, he unleashed an area of effect attack that engulfed them all. Earth release, earth wall. Xianglin frantically channeled chakra, conjuring a wall of earth to counter the onslaught of the waterfall. However, the torrent still thoroughly submerged them. The 3 were able to tread water, barely keeping Dazna afloat amidst the raging currents. At this moment, Xingye realized that the trio had already succumbed to defeat. In the chaos of the earlier assault, Zabuza had stealthily navigated through the water and infiltrated beneath them. Xianglin, preoccupied with maintaining the earth wall, could not utilize her Kagai's eye to perceive the situation, resulting in their loss of initiative. Faced with an elite jonin like Zabuza, the underlings had no recourse but to await their demise. A tremendous howling sound resonated once more as Zabuza's massive executioner's blade suddenly emerged, slashing towards the feet of the 3. They gasped in shock, realizing that Zabuza had approached them without their notice. With a resounding splash, the water erupted as Zabuza surged forth, yet he could not inflict harm upon the 4, for the executioner's blade had already been redirected towards his own face. With a clang, Zabuza barely managed to block the blade, but in the next instant, Xingye's figure had already materialized before him. So fast. This thought flickered through Zabuza's mind. But he was entirely unprepared to respond. Aoyin pushed forward with his right hand, pressing against Zabujan's chest. A surge of compressed air erupted from his palm. With a resounding thud, Zabujan felt as though he had been struck by a colossal hammer upon his chest. A mouthful of blood gushed forth as he was propelled several dozen meters away, crashing heavily against a tree. Ugh, cough. Following that devastating blow, Zabujan clutched his chest, struggling to remain upright. The disparity in strength was staggering. Truly, he was a formidable opponent capable of matching the rakeage. This man, it seemed, was not inferior to the legendary Konoha White Fang of Ur. Yet, Zabujan could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. After all these years, he had achieved nothing. He was a traditional ninja at heart. His assassination attempts in the past were driven by a desire to save the hidden mist. Throughout the years, he had borne the title of a rogue ninja, seeking to amass strength in hopes of one day returning to his homeland. Yet, it appeared that all of this was destined to culminate today. With a flourish, he unleashed the secret technique, 1,000 kills water surge. Countless droplets of water morphed into tiny icy needles, enveloping Aoyin in a chilling embrace. A whirlwind erupted around him, deflecting all of the ice shards. At that moment, a wall of ice rose behind Zaibujan. Magic mirror ice crystal. A hand emerged from the mirror-like surface of the ice wall, dragging Zaibujan into its depths. Aoyin vanished in an instant, drawing his sword. He cleaved through the ice wall with a single stroke. However, hundreds of meters away, the reflection of another ice wall shimmered, revealing Zaibujan's silhouette. How intriguing! The magic mirror ice crystal could be utilized in such a manner. Xingye gazed from a distance as Bai utilized the magic mirror's ice crystal, effortlessly weaving through the air with Zaibujan, vanishing from sight within mere breaths. He chose not to pursue but instead turned to inspect the small companions. Fortunately, apart from being drenched, they had sustained little harm. The day was drawing to a close. It was time to find a secure spot to set up camp and rest. Now, you three, let us reflect on today's battle. The group distanced themselves from the forest where the conflict had transpired and settled down. The little ones began to deliberate on the reasons for their defeat. This failure was merely due to my momentary carelessness. If that guy dares to show his face again, he will see. For Naruto, the task of analyzing the battle felt somewhat beyond his grasp. As soon as he sat down, he started boasting, only to receive a sharp punch on the head from Xianglin. Be quiet. We could have held out much longer, but in reality, within 3 minutes, we were cornered. This should not have happened. The tactical arrangements were flawed. To be precise, we failed to devise any strategy at all from the outset. Naruto charged ahead recklessly. How was I to coordinate with that? What nonsense! You're blaming me when it was clearly your sluggishness, Sasuke. Observing the heated argument among the children, Xingye refrained from intervening as a shadow clone remained behind while his true self silently departed the campsite. Xianglin, with her keen perception, glanced at Xingye but chose to remain silent, returning her focus to the squabbling duo. Meanwhile, Dazna, soaked and catching a chill, huddled next to the fire, trembling. The earlier battle had truly unsettled him. It was nothing like the clashes he had envisioned. The moment that waterfall surged forth, he had nearly soiled himself. Yet, to his astonishment, these seemingly inconspicuous children managed to withstand it. He had never witnessed such power back in Kado. At that moment, several dozen miles away, within a cave, Zaibujan lay on the ground, coughing up blood. Cough, cough. Mr. Zaibujan, hold on a little longer. The medicine will soon take effect. Cough, cough, Bai. Help me up. Mr. Zaibujan, you need to rest now. No, I must rise. He is almost here. Who? Xingye from the Windsword. He should be arriving shortly. Mr. Zaibujan, we have already evaded him. No, you are too naive, Bai. During the fight today, he was holding back. Had he struck with full force, I would be dead by now. He deliberately spared my life, even refraining from pursuing you. This indicates that we are already within his grasp. No sooner had he finished speaking than footsteps echoed outside. It seems this is the place. Who goes there? Bai drew a kunai, guarding the cave entrance, his heart racing with apprehension. The traps he had meticulously set around him proved utterly ineffective, allowing the adversary to encroach upon his proximity without hindrance. From the entrance emerged two figures, illuminated by the flickering flames. Bai discerned that they were clad in identical red cloud-patterned uniforms, unmistakably hailing from the same organization. Initially, Bai had assumed that Zaibujan's assessment was correct, believing that Kokoa Aoy had pursued him. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that neither of the individuals was Kokoa Aoy. One was a tall man, veiled and adorned with the emblem of a rogue ninja from the Longning clan, while the other was a youthful woman, her delicate features framed by lavender hair, into which a paper flower was artfully inserted. The stark contrast in their appearances made it difficult for Bai to accept that they were companions, had it not been for their matching uniforms. The imposing man stepped forward, casting his gaze upon the prostrate Zaibujan. Is this the fellow? Reduced to such a state by an opponent, what a waste. Is this the caliber of my teammate? Zaibujan, though formidable, had encountered Kokoa Aoy, a master capable of holding his own against the rakeage. Humph, I've faced Kokoa Aoy before. I sent him fleeing in disarray. Has the Yagura fallen to such depths? Remain vigilant, Kakazu. According to our intelligence, Kokoa Aoy may be concealing his true combat capabilities. His actual strength could far exceed what he has displayed. Zaibujan was bewildered. He had anticipated Kokoa Aoy's arrival, as the latter had intentionally allowed him to escape, clearly with ulterior motives. Yet, he was taken aback by the appearance of these two unrelated oddities, who appeared to be there to recruit him. Despite his injuries, Zaibujan's keen perception was not to be underestimated. The power of these two individuals was undoubtedly formidable. I alone would struggle to withstand them, let alone both. Who are you? Kakuzu scrutinized by, a flicker of intrigue crossing his countenance. This boy's heart seems quite promising. I must add it to my collection. Though I was perplexed by their identities, he grasped the implication behind Kakuzu's words regarding the desire to collect his heart. Damn it. Secret technique, 1,000 kilowatt search. Recognizing the malevolent intent of his visitors, I preemptively launched his attack. Fire release, head hardening. Kakuzu acted with swiftness, unleashing a powerful fire technique that enveloped the entire cavern. Zaibujan, unwilling to evade, braced himself for the onslaught. At that moment, he realized that he was vastly outmatched compared to Kakuzu. In terms of both experience and chakra, Kakuzu's true strength surpassed that of Zaibujan, who was an elite jonin, whereas Kakuzu had crossed into the threshold of a Kage. Though not among the strongest of Kage, he was far beyond Bai's current capabilities. Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. Bai summoned 6 magical mirror ice crystals before him in rapid succession. However, they remained unable to thwart Kakuzu's fire release. Water release, water wall formation. Zabuza, forcing himself to rise and casting his technique with great difficulty, managed to join forces with Haku to counter this fiery assault. Enough, Kakuzu. We are here to recruit members, not to engage in murder. TCH, just barely, Kakuzu retorted dismissively. Clearly looking down on Zabuza, Conan stepped forward. As you can see, this is a recruitment mission. We belong to an organization known as Akatsuki, which specializes in enlisting elite ninjas. Just as Conan began to solicit Zabuza and Haku, a voice echoed from outside the cave. I apologize, but I have already reserved these two. The voice was familiar, especially to Kakuzu. The last encounter had left that individual fleeing in disgrace. Akatsuki Aoyama, 30 million ryo. Worth my effort. Upon seeing Aoyama, Kakuzu immediately recalled the bountiful reward of 30 million ryo. Meanwhile, Zabuza and Haku inside the cave were utterly bewildered. They could not comprehend why they, as renegade ninjas, had suddenly become so sought after, attracting the attention of 2 formidable factions simultaneously. In their minds, Aoyama represented the hidden leaf, while the organization known as Akatsuki exuded an equally unfathomable strength. Zabuza sensed that even if he were uninjured, he might not triumph over the earlier ninja who had wielded fire release. Moreover, there was that woman flanking him, whose status appeared to surpass that of the man beside her. Zabuza, typically proud, was now compelled to acknowledge that he could not afford to offend either side. Aoba's attention is predominantly focused on Conan. In truth, among the trio, it is Conan who embodies the most tragic fate. Yahiko, an idealist, perished due to the machinations of powerful nations. Subsequently, Nagato succumbed to darkness, inheriting Yahiko's will in a distorted and obsessive manner. Only Conan has consistently offered her unwavering support throughout their journey. From Aoba's perspective, Nagato, as the antagonist, is exceptionally well-crafted, a fervent idealist. His disillusionment stems from the death of a dear friend and the betrayal of allies, leading him to lose faith in the world and aspire to reshape its order. Although somewhat juvenile, his ideals possess a semblance of reason. Conversely, Conan, as the understated member of the trio, silently bolsters her friend's ambitions from behind the scenes. To Aoba, Conan is the soul of the trio. Without her, Nagato might have spiraled into chaos long ago. Furthermore, throughout the narrative, Conan remains convinced until her demise that Nagato's Rinnegan is a manifestation of her own awakening, believing him to be the one destined to alter the world. This adds a poignant layer of tragedy to a character who is not often in the spotlight. In the early days of watching Naruto, Aoyama was simply captivated by the myriad of extraordinary ninjutsu and the dazzling battles. However, as he matured, revisiting the series revealed a growing sense of dissonance. Throughout Naruto, characters such as Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, Shursui Uchiha, Jiraiya, Conan, and Niji, all virtuous souls with little fault, met tragic ends. Conversely, the deranged individuals like Itachi Uchiha, Obito Uchiha, and Orochimaru were inexplicably redeemed by the author, which left Aoyama profoundly unsettled. Upon arriving in this world, he harbored intentions to alter these tragedies. As he stood before me, he dared to lose focus. Kakuzu, perceiving Aoyama's distraction, erupted in fury. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu, he exclaimed. Yet, Aoyama was far from truly distracted in the face of Kakuzu. With a swift motion, he drew the Kusanagi sword, unleashing a slicing wind that cleaved through the dense flames. Kakuzu narrowly evaded the wind blade, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. Chinya's signature ninjutsu has been witnessed by many. However, Kakuzu distinctly felt that this strike was on an entirely different level from the previous Zansen he had encountered. Both its speed and power had escalated significantly. As reported by Conan, Kawakawa, Chinya had concealed her true strength. Although Kakuzu appeared to be arrogant, he was, in fact, a seasoned strategist, adopting a rather cautious fighting style. Otherwise, he would not have thrown a shuriken from 800 miles away only to turn and flee. Suddenly, his body began to writhe, and two blobs of viscous black liquid emerged, transforming into two humanoid monstrosities, Kakuzu's signature doppelgangers. Each avatar represented a distinct elemental attribute and could autonomously unleash ninjutsu in battle. The reason Kakuzu was initially wary of Chinya was precisely due to this technique. One doppelganger wielded fire release, while the other commanded lightning release. As they manifested, a barrage of elemental assaults commenced. With fire release, the great fireball and wind release, great breakthrough were unleashed. Kakuzu's main body and the fire doppelganger simultaneously performed hand seals to execute a vast array of combined ninjutsu. Having crossed blades with Chinya before, Kakuzu was well aware of her formidable ninjutsu prowess. Acknowledging that he could not gain the upper hand in close combat, he opted for wide-ranging ninjutsu to suppress Chinya's advantages to the fullest extent. Amidst the raging flames, Chinya's voice resonated, sage art, water release, great waterfall technique. Kakuzu's amalgamated magic, regardless of its scope and destructive capacity, left Zabuza and Haku in awe. Even Zabuza required his utmost effort to fend off such a formidable attack. Moreover, the opponent still had another doppelganger yet to make its move. However, Chinya's response was nothing short of overwhelming. Empowered by sage art, her water release, combined with her chakra flow, obliterated the entire forest in a torrent of raging water. Kakuzu's combined ninjutsu resembled a torch cast into a river, struggling momentarily before succumbing into silence. The lightning release, false darkness, from the other lightning doppelganger urgently sprang into action, attempting to divert attention. Yet, Kakuzu's prideful chakra and large-scale ninjutsu were swiftly overwhelmed by Chinya's full-force assault, bolstered by sage chakra. A rustling sound reminiscent of fluttering paper filled the air as hundreds of sheets transformed into paper airplanes, hurtling towards Chingre. Although Conan had limited on-screen appearances, according to the narrative, she had decisively defeated Sasori and recruited his existence, indicating her strength should not be underestimated. Furthermore, she possessed a significant advantage against most ninjas. She could fly. Technique, dance of paper. More paper shuriken rained down from the sky. A whirlwind enveloped Aoba, dispersing the paper shurikens. After 2 rounds of combat, Kakuzu finally seized a moment to breathe. He had successfully broken free from the great waterfall technique. However, his fire clone had been utterly obliterated by the earlier onslaught. Had it been an ordinary water release, he could have withstood it, but under the enhancement of sage techniques, his fire clone was completely overmatched. With a single blow, it was annihilated. At this point, Kakuzu no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. Having lost one of his 5 lives, he felt a genuine inclination to retreat. However, upon witnessing Conan's intervention, he recognized the formidable strength of this angel and ultimately resolved to ally with her. The swift strike of Aoyan's void slash severed Conan's form, which subsequently erupted into a myriad of paper fragments. Countless sheets of white paper scattered violently. Aoyan sensed impending danger as the air around him compressed abruptly before exploding outward. A multitude of papers was thrust aside, and in that fleeting moment, those white sheets astonishingly transformed into heaps of explosive tags, Conan's unique secret technique. The paper jutsu of the god of paper. In the narrative, to eliminate Abido, Conan had ingeniously camouflaged 600 billion explosive tags to resemble the waters surrounding the land of rain, a feat undeniably outrageous. Amidst the explosion, Aoyan's figure flickered and vanished, reappearing directly in front of Zabuza and Haku. His disappearance was a manifestation of a space-time ninjutsu. Experienced as he was, Kakuzu quickly discerned Aoyan's actions. Conan gradually descended but refrained from voicing her thoughts immediately. Moments ago, she had retracted the paper airplane she had sent forth, only to be astonished to find a message inscribed upon one of the sheets. Though few in words, the revelation carried immense significance. Startled, Conan felt her resolve to recruit additional allies weighing. "Let us depart," she declared. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away, Aoyan, accompanied by Zabuza and Haku, materialized at the site of the earlier confrontation. Xingye casually retrieved a vial of potion, holding it within his grasp. Now, we may engage in conversation. Half an hour later, Xingye departed, leaving behind only Zai Bujan and Bai, both lost in contemplation. Within the team, apart from Xianglin, none were aware that Xingye had departed the previous night. The remainder of their journey progressed remarkably smoothly. Zai Bujan did not reappear, and they encountered a few mountain bandits along the way, swiftly dispatched by the trio of young ones. Approximately half a month later, they successfully arrived in the Land of Waves. Very well, Mr. Dazuna, in accordance with our contract. Our escort mission has been accomplished. It is time for us to part ways. Dazuna opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Indeed. As per the agreement, he had merely hired ninjas to escort him back to the Land of Waves, without any stipulation for their protection in completing the bridge. In truth, Dazuna had initially believed that through his efforts, he could persuade these Konoha ninjas to continue providing their services free of charge for the Land of Waves. However, each time he attempted to steer the conversation in that direction, Xingye's indifferent gaze deterred him from proceeding. This Jonin was clearly on an entirely different level compared to those three naive children. Dazuna even felt that should he dare to utter more, that fellow might very well bury him somewhere along the road without a second thought. Meanwhile, in the Land of Waves at Kato's residence, Kato stared in horror at the suddenly unhinged ninja. At that moment, his dwelling was nearly devoid of any living souls. The substantial sum he had spent to hire those ninja warriors proved futile against the rogue from the mist. You cannot breach the contract. How could a ninja harm their employer? Do you not understand what a rogue ninja is? Zai Bujan's words rendered Kato speechless. He had indeed researched the background of this ninja, and the actions undertaken by him were, in comparison to traditional ninjas, undeniably treacherous. Expecting anything less from such a rogue seemed overly ambitious. Please do not kill me. I have wealth, more than enough to offer you right now. Mr. Kato, you may have misunderstood my intentions. I am not here to kill you. On the contrary, I have come to apply for a new position. From this day forth, I shall be your sole protector. What say you? Kato stood there, utterly dumbfounded. As a merchant, he naturally understood the implications of Zai Bujan's words. The most unfortunate aspect was that his pride in his financial resources was rendered entirely useless in such a predicament. No problem, I shall offer you the highest salary. Excellent. However, I must say, Mr. Kato, that your business strategy appears flawed. Why must you obstruct the construction of the bridge in the Land of Waves? Xingye had felt a sense of exasperation upon reading the mission details concerning the Land of Waves. He could not comprehend why Kato feared the establishment of a bridge. At that time, Kato held a formidable military advantage over the populace of the Land of Waves. Thus, one must ponder why he would impede the construction of a bridge. If Aoy were in Kato's position, he would patiently allow the people of the Land of Waves to erect the bridge, only to seize it thereafter. Blocking a bridge is far less advantageous than obstructing maritime routes. Moreover, by granting the people of the Land of Waves greater opportunities for trade, he would essentially be fattening his own livestock for slaughter. What purpose does it serve to constantly squeeze the impoverished for their meager resources? The ultimate goal, of course, is to nurture them before the inevitable slaughter. Soon, the citizens of the Land of Waves discovered a startling fact. Kato's men ceased their interference with the bridge's construction. The project progressed at an astonishing pace. However, the crowdfunding initiative soon faced financial constraints, as it relied solely on the meager contributions of the lower classes. At this juncture, Kato reemerged, but not as a violent saboteur. Instead, he presented himself as a collaborator with the Land of Waves. Indeed, Kato had effectively rehabilitated his image, albeit nominally. To their dismay, the citizens of the Land of Waves realized that Kato had somehow forged an agreement with the local lord. He had officially become an investor in the Grand Bridge project. This left the citizens in a state of confusion. Should they accept or reject this unexpected offer? Acceptance was complicated by the haunting memories of Kato's previous transgressions. Yet, rejecting his proposal was nearly impossible. The very next day after the announcement, Kato injected a substantial sum of money into the project, along with additional equipment, higher wages, and improved benefits. This influx of resources proved to be a tremendous relief for the already struggling populace of the Land of Waves. Before long, the first worker to join Kato's construction company appeared, followed by a second, then a third. In just a few days, the once crowd-funded group of bridge builders transformed into employees of Kato's firm. This turn of events incited an intense fury in Daz, who subsequently joined the company as an engineer. He had no choice. His family was on the brink of starvation, and if he failed to earn income, his young grandson would face dire consequences. The Land of Waves may be a small nation, but being recognized as a country implies some degree of resourcefulness. Currently, the nation's maritime and terrestrial transport was entirely under Kato's control. Although he had invested a considerable amount of money, it was evident that he would soon recoup his investments manifold. Kato felt as though he had unlocked the doors to a new realm. The only dilemma was that he now found himself merely a puppet master wielding dark influence. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Aoy rightfully commenced his vacation while simultaneously expanding his laboratory. With the financial backing of the Kato Group, Aoy could finally unleash his full potential. He procured an array of sophisticated instruments in one fell swoop, enlarging his laboratory's footprint to 3 times its original size. Concurrently, Sakura's training began to take precedence. It is worth noting that Tsunade is Konoha's foremost medical ninja, possessing unparalleled combat prowess. The synergy of medical ninjutsu combined with sealing techniques yields a power that rivals any other form of ninjutsu. The reason so few individuals traverse this path is that it demands a unique set of talents, exceptional chakra control, and formidable theoretical learning ability. Among these, medical ninjutsu requires precise chakra manipulation, while sealing techniques are underpinned by extensive and intricate theoretical knowledge. You, my dear, are one of the rare few in Konoha who possess both of these attributes simultaneously. The realm of sealing techniques is vast. Conventional seals include the 5-element seal, the 8-trigram seal, and the evil sealing method. However, there exist unreasonable forbidden techniques such as the adamantine sealing and the corpse demon technique, which are theoretically also forms of sealing. Simultaneously, techniques like the caged bird and the root of tongue destruction are various derivatives that stem from sealing arts. To speak of the 5-element seal, it necessitates the utilization of 5 distinct chakra natures, harmonizing and countering one another to disrupt the target's chakra. The requirements for executing this technique are exceedingly high, with ninja capable of wielding all 5 elemental chakras being exceedingly rare in the ninja world. Advancing to the 8-trigram seal represents an even greater challenge, as most individuals cannot even comprehend the theoretical underpinnings. These discussions merely scratch the surface of chakra-related transformations. The caged bird and root of tongue destruction techniques, while requiring less chakra, delve into the intricate relationship between chakra and the physical body, thus increasing their complexity significantly. As for Tsunade's Ein sealing and the 100 healings technique, they have integrated unique personal nuances, establishing their own lineage. Sakura Haruno. It is imperative that you remember this. We are civilian ninjas, devoid of secret techniques or bloodline limits. For ninjas such as ourselves to achieve greatness, we must exert greater effort. Mastering either medical ninjutsu or sealing techniques is already a formidable undertaking, yet I still expect you to pursue both simultaneously. You may not understand now, but one day you will. As a class remained unfinished, Aoy suddenly turned to gaze outside. He left a shadow clone to continue the lesson while he himself vanished from the laboratory. In the woods beyond the village, Aoy encountered Orochimaru once more. Long time no see, Aoy-kun. You exude an increasingly distinct aura. It seems your recent training has borne fruit. Truly remarkable. You are indeed the most extraordinary ninja I have ever encountered. At times, I yearn for a deeper exchange with you to unravel the mysteries of your astonishing intelligence. Is that so? I have no objections, really. The words of Aoba caused Orochimaru to narrow his eyes slightly. He felt a twinge of regret for not having spared no effort to retain Aoba during their first transaction. However, it was Aoba who had proactively sought the exchange, indicating that he likely possessed some means of escape. In subsequent dealings, Aoba initially exhibited a strong sense of wariness towards him. Yet, following their last encounter, there was a notable shift in Aoba's demeanor. He no longer seemed concerned about the threats posed by Orochimaru. Orochimaru was compelled to ascertain the extent of Aoba's hidden cards. Nevertheless, he ultimately refrained from taking action, as this was not his purpose for the day. He pondered Aoba's perspective on Konoha and the third Hokage. This query made Aoba instantly aware of Orochimaru's intentions. This man was preparing to initiate his plan for the downfall of Konoha. Yet, aware of Aoba's capabilities, he sought to probe the waters. As for my sentiments regarding Konoha, I would describe it as a fade of gold and jade, concealing decay within. Ha ha ha. What a splendid description of Konoha's superficial splendor masking its inner rot. Aoba, your words hardly sound like those of a Konoha ninja. Is that so? The actions of Lord Orochimaru are hardly befitting of a disciple of the Hokage, are they? Ha ha ha. You speak the truth, Aoba. In light of this, I have a proposition that I believe will pique your interest. Having discerned Aoba's stance, Orochimaru surprisingly sought to recruit him. However, Aoba unhesitatingly declined, leaving Orochimaru momentarily taken aback. Why, Aoba? Do you not wish to change this decay in Konoha? The state of decay within Konoha bears no relevance to my pursuits, Lord Orochimaru. I believe I can surmise your intentions. Allow me to clarify. You may do as you please, as long as it does not interfere with me. I have no interest in your endeavors. Orochimaru licked his lips, comprehending Aoba's implication. Do as you wish, but do not impede my path. Although this dismissal stung, he was not one to be swayed by emotions. Very well, Aoba. With your attitude, I am reassured. I suspect we shall meet again soon. Orochimaru gazed deeply at Aoba before vanishing in an instant. Aoba couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation towards Konoha's barrier team. After all these years, they had made no progress. Orochimaru could come and go at will, and yet they remained oblivious to his presence, quite absurd, indeed. A few days after Orochimaru's departure, Aoba received news that this year, Konoha would host a joint Chunin exam, inviting ninjas from various villages to participate, as well as noblemen and dignitaries to witness the event. The joint Chunin exams served as a platform to showcase one's abilities, and typically, only the 5 great villages held the privilege of hosting such an event, while the smaller nations generally paid their respects. However, the 5 great ninja villages of equal standing may not be so fortunate. Take the recent joint Chunin exams hosted by Konoha, for instance. The participating villages included only Sunagakure, Amigakure, Kusagakure, Takigakure, and Otogakure, with a total of 153 candidates reported from all villages combined. This number can be considered quite ordinary, as Konoha's influence over the years has undeniably waned compared to its former glory. Nevertheless, it has managed to maintain a semblance of its past splendor. Upon the issuance of this decree, Konoha immediately commenced preparations for the Chunin exams. The examination for ninjas is far more complex than merely sitting in a classroom to complete written tests. The second round, which involves practical combat, necessitates an expansive outdoor venue. Furthermore, meticulous arrangements for logistics, medical support, and even live streaming must be thoroughly organized. It is essential to recognize that the final arena will attract a multitude of nobles from various ranks. Consequently, every aspect of the setup must be meticulously refined. Given the diverse personnel involved in the Chunin exams, security concerns are particularly pressing. Therefore, from the moment the announcement was made, the barrier and sealing teams began tirelessly traversing Konoha, repairing and enhancing the protective barriers surrounding the village. To Aoy, this entire process seemed quite fascinating, as the entirety of Konoha engaged in extensive maintenance and restoration of its infrastructure. There was even a concerted effort to improve street sanitation, reminiscent of urban health campaigns from a bygone era. In Konoha, Aoy naturally submitted the names of her 3 prot-gs for participation. Although these 3 young ones had only recently graduated, their abilities were already sufficient to qualify them for the competition. In half a month's time, candidates from various villages began to arrive sequentially in Konoha. Chingya has also been involved in various tasks, including the cleaning of the examination venue for the second round and the apprehension of several spies from the Rock Village. Among the 5 great villages, on paper, Konoha and the Cloud Village possess the strongest capabilities, while the Sand Village ranks the weakest. The Mist Village remains secluded, while the Rock Village is merely a source of chaos. Presently, the outstanding newcomers from various ninja villages are being rewarded in the black market, with over half of the bounties instigated by the Rock Ninjas. The Rock Village seldom initiates a full-scale war, yet whenever an opportunity arises, they will eagerly take a bite. The Cloud Ninjas have grown increasingly arrogant over the years, yet they remain hesitant to engage in an all-out war, knowing that should they confront Konoha, the Rock Village will undoubtedly stab them in the back. That old fox, Inoki, knows well that as long as he can gain an advantage, matters of face are inconsequential. In this Chunin exam, the Rock Village did not participate, but the number of spies they sent surpassed the candidates from all the major ninja villages. Crucially, their intentions were not solely to gather intelligence. They even contemplated poisoning the candidates from various villages, aiming to eliminate a few to tarnish Konoha's reputation and incite discord between Konoha and the other villages. The nature of their meddling has reached its zenith. Fortunately, Konoha was well prepared, thus averting a major disaster. In preparation for the Chunin exam, Chingya conducted targeted practical training for the trio of youngsters. Each child possesses remarkable talent. Their brief encounter with Zabuza made them acutely aware of their shortcomings. In the days that followed, they have been diligently practicing various tactical formations. However, the Chunin exam cannot be passed through coordination alone. By the third round, during the one-on-one matches, possessing one's own trump card is essential to achieve a commendable score. Among the trio, Naruto's approach is the simplest. His trump card lies in his inexhaustible chakra and extraordinary physical stamina. Upon returning from the mission in the Land of Waves, Konoha began to teach Naruto the Rasengan. However, the complexity of this technique proved to be quite formidable, rendering Naruto unable to employ it in actual combat for the time being. Nevertheless, under Konoha's tutelage, Naruto made remarkable strides in his taijutsu, gradually developing his own distinctive style. This young man, Naruto, possesses a unique approach that diverges from conventional training methods. He is inherently a combat-oriented ninja. This is precisely why Konoha previously remarked on his seemingly extraordinary abilities. To illustrate, during the Chunin exams in the storyline, his confrontation with Neji was particularly telling. Despite Neji landing numerous blows, had he wielded even a single kunai with intent, Naruto would have met his demise long ago. The original narrative presents this as quite absurd. Opponents who faced Naruto consistently relied on their fists or feet, never utilizing sharp weapons to strike at his vital points, which is indeed a point of contention. Reality, unlike manga, does not afford such leniency, and Konoha would never take such reckless risks. Engaging in practice with Naruto meant enduring a considerable degree of punishment. Having thoroughly tested the limits of Naruto's resilience. In the storyline, Naruto's training often consisted of having his shadow clones engage in combat, a method that perfectly aligns with his innate characteristics. Through relentless and rigorous training each day, Naruto's combat capabilities have surpassed those depicted in the original narrative by a significant margin. Aoba does not favor the exhilarating yet precarious thrill of a dramatic comeback. If given the choice, he would prefer each battle to be a resounding victory, minimizing uncertainties to the utmost. Sasuke's style differs significantly from Naruto's. His approach is marked by a greater aggressiveness and ferocity. In light of Sasuke's characteristics, Aoba has directed him to assist in honing his swordsmanship. While he may not master Aoba's wind-style ninjutsu, he adeptly manipulates lightning chakra. This skill, when applied to his swordplay, manifests as a diminished version of the Raikiri or Raijin no Tachi. However, both techniques necessitate an extreme compression of high-energy lightning. Sasuke possesses the capability but has yet to achieve full proficiency. His practical execution still requires refinement. As for Karin, her connection with Yumi allows Aoba to regard her as if she were his own. Her elemental affinities lie in earth and water, with a talent reminiscent of Naruto's, boasting an astonishing reserve of chakra. Therefore, Aoba has tailored her developmental trajectory towards becoming a ninjutsu-centric artillery-style ninja. Her specialized training focuses on the rapid deployment of these two elemental ninjutsu, while also experimenting with combined offensive and defensive maneuvers. Meanwhile, her ability to manipulate the Vortex Clan's Diamond Seal has reached a preliminary level, serving as her ultimate trump card. Sakura, lacking a team, did not enroll in the Chunin exam. She has only just concluded the initial phase of theoretical study, with practical application still far from satisfactory. For Sakura, this Chunin exam poses both a danger and a waste of time. Advancement for a ninja is not solely contingent upon passing exams, as long as her abilities improve. Aoba possesses numerous means to facilitate her promotion. In truth, Sakura harbors a lingering uncertainty within her heart. Teacher Aoba, despite being a mere civilian ninja like myself, possesses materials and an array of invaluable equipment from his laboratory that far exceed the limitations of an ordinary ninja. It appears that my esteemed mentor harbors some monumental secret. Aoba was acutely aware of Sakura's perplexity, yet he refrained from offering any clarifications. Some matters were perhaps best left for her to discover on her own. During this time, Aoba's laboratory had reached a significant milestone, as another breakthrough had finally been accomplished. With Sakura's involvement, he established a small auxiliary lab to accommodate Haiden. At long last, Haiden had successfully completed the fusion of the primary cells. Originally an immortal being, Haiden's physical form had now transcended description following the completion of the cell amalgamation. His chakra levels surged dramatically, and he successfully awakened the wood release. Once limited to taijutsu, Haiden had now remedied his deficiencies in ninjutsu. Unlike Yumi, who had never undergone any ninjutsu training, Haydn possessed extensive combat experience, enabling him to adapt to his new body and would release far more swiftly. Under Aoba's command, Haydn diligently engaged in the study of various wood-release techniques. The effects of the divine tree were nothing short of astonishing. While Haydn's capacity for learning may not be exceptional, once Aoba issued a directive, he treated it as divine decree. Fueled by his immortal nature and the regenerative prowess of the Hashirama cells, he relentlessly pursued knowledge day and night. Aoba occasionally contemplates that perhaps this is the true utilization of the otherworldly deity. Once invoked, it can artificially cultivate a diligent genius. In his previous life, had he possessed such a studious attitude as that of Haydn, he would not have ended up in such a dismal state. However, Aoba's expectations for Haydn are far from fulfilled. While they have already supplemented his physical prowess and ninjutsu, Aoba aims to equip Haydn with the final piece of his training, Jinjutsu. As for how to accomplish this, Aoba has long been prepared. The singular, intact Sharingan in his possession is specifically intended for Haydn. With the arrival of the Wind Shadow, the Chunin exams are finally set to commence. As an elite Jonin, Aoyan was assigned the task of maintaining public order. This assignment was, of course, procured through a backdoor arrangement with Kakashi. Over the past year, the security situation in Konoha has exhibited a distinct downward trend. This decline can be traced back to the demise of the Uchiha clan. Although the Konoha Guard has made attempts at reconstruction, these efforts have yielded only partial results. In terms of both manpower and resources, their capacity is a far cry from when the Uchiha clan was at the helm. To be frank, for a village with a population of several tens of thousands, the issue of public safety is of paramount importance. Moreover, this world still harbors the presence of ninjas, an unpredictable and unconventional element. The existence of the Guard holds significant weight in safeguarding the community. It is evident that the Uchiha clan, once unpopular, faced a concerted smear campaign orchestrated by unseen forces. Their stringent enforcement of law and order was, in Aoyan's view, a commendable endeavor. At least in the eyes of the common folk, harboring resentment towards the Uchiha seems unjustified. When a drunken miscreant wreaks havoc on the streets and is apprehended by the Uchiha for a few days, it is understandable that the intoxicated individual and his family would harbor animosity. However, shouldn't the neighbors be relieved? If Aoyan were one of those villagers, he would certainly feel grateful for the punishment meted out to wrongdoers, especially when it comes to the reckless behavior of ninjas within the village. For ordinary citizens, encountering such individuals can be perilous. In this context, a robust and disciplined law enforcement agency plays a vital role in ensuring the safety of the populace. There exists a prevailing notion that the absence of the Guard equates to newfound freedom, joy, and even a semblance of privilege. In reality, without the Guard, they merely serve as benchmarks for the capriciousness of lowly ninjas. Aoyan can only lament the dire state of ignorance that plagues the villagers of Konoha, who largely lack the ability for independent thought. This is, of course, influenced by the upper echelons of Konoha's policies, as the capacity for indoctrination among the leadership is a hallmark of their governance. Currently, the security issues in Konoha have begun to surface more prominently. Not to mention, the educational curriculum in Konoha is predominantly centered around the will of fire. These children are destined to become agents of violence. However, moral and ethical education is conspicuously absent from their cultural instruction. Within the vast ninja populace, individuals of low caliber are regrettably abundant. The previous Uchiha Guard possessed overwhelming strength that could deter lower-tier ninjas. Yet, the current iteration of the Guard, following the Uchiha's downfall, lacks such suppressive power. Incidents of brawling and conflict within the village have markedly increased. Most critically, any conflict involving Chunin or higher ranks is often beyond the Guard's capacity to manage. In light of this, Konoha has decided to implement a security sweep in preparation for the upcoming Chunin selection exams. In simpler terms, a rigorous crackdown is in order, aimed at showcasing the village's finest demeanor to foreign dignitaries. Shinya accepted this task primarily because it allowed him to remain within the village without the need for extensive travel. With his current strength, a mere shadow clone sufficed to resolve the majority of issues, enabling him to leisurely pass the time. By the time the examination officially commenced, his efforts had already yielded considerable results. Moreover, Shinya's enforcement was comparably stringent to that of the Uchiha clan in its earlier days. However, his reputation did not suffer the same tarnish as that of the Uchiha. The fundamental reason for this disparity was his preemptive elimination of Danzo. With Danzo's demise, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself preoccupied with assimilating the remnants of Root. Following that, The Chunin Selection Exam further occupied his time with a relentless series of responsibilities, leaving the old man utterly swamped. Additionally, within the ranks of the Hokage's advisors, there was also a trusted ally, Kakashi. Shinya naturally does not enjoy the same malicious publicity that the Uchiha clan once faced. A portion of the ninjas, having been reprimanded, harbor significant grievances against Shinya. Yet, in the hearts of many citizens, the reputation of Shangchuan Shinya continues to ascend. The first round of the Chunin selection examination unfolded without suspense. Shinya attended the event briefly and caught sight of Yakushi Kabuto, who was ostentatiously exhibiting his bravado. This individual mingled among a group of genin, thus enjoying a considerable psychological advantage, perpetually wearing a smug grin. He even attempted to promote his data card to Naruto and others. However, upon noticing Shinya standing at the entrance, he was rendered speechless. Yakushi Kabuto's combat prowess far exceeds his displayed abilities. As a medical ninja, his techniques lack the radiant effects of conventional elemental ninjutsu, yet his actual combat strength is undeniably formidable, at least at the level of an elite genin. Consequently, during his espionage within Konoha, he often felt a sense of invincibility, given that few could see through his schemes or subdue him. Nevertheless, he was not entirely fearless. The last time he teamed up with Orochimaru to confront Shinya, he suffered a humiliating defeat. Yumi's jutsu, which required no hand seals, bewildered him entirely. As a medical ninja, Yakushi Kabuto possesses techniques that allow for rapid bodily recovery. When he was impaled by a branch, he initially believed he still had a chance. However, he soon discovered that the true would release technique absorbed his chakra, leaving him breathless and nearly lifeless in Shinya's courtyard. It was only through Orochimaru's desperate use of the Kusanagi sword that he narrowly escaped with his life. Throughout his career, Yakushi Kabuto had never experienced such a sense of powerlessness, which instilled a profound unease towards Shinya and Yumi. Fortunately, Shinya had made an agreement with Orochimaru not to interfere in each other's plans, thus ultimately disregarding him. He merely offered a few words of advice to the trio before returning to continue his modification project for Haiden. The transplantation of the Sharingan is not particularly difficult, especially when grafted onto an immortal body, making it even simpler. Yumi effortlessly completed the surgery. Haiden's Sharingan is of the 3-tomo variety. Although it does not make him a master of illusions, the inherent enhancements and rebounds of the 3-tomo Sharingan are sufficient for him to handle most genjutsu. Moreover, Haiden's chakra levels are exceptionally high, rendering the consumption of the 3-tomo negligible. Now, your task is to fully acclimate to your body and your eyes. Soon, you shall be ready to venture out. At that point, I hope you do not reveal any vulnerabilities. Shinya had long since devised Haiden's future plans. He merely awaited the opportune moment. The research on Haiden has reached a certain threshold, and further plans will only proceed once Shinya's reverse analysis of the Sharingan's ocular power yields results. Unfortunately, the progress of this research is quite difficult to articulate. Aoba has come to realize that his relentless pursuit of this issue has become somewhat of a futile endeavor. Thus, he has preemptively elevated another topic onto his agenda. The primordial cells stand as one of the most significant entities within this world, and their presence in the narrative is exceedingly pronounced. Nevertheless, Aoba feels that there remain numerous aspects of these cells yet to be thoroughly explored. One of their most remarkable characteristics is the ability of the Senju cells to proliferate at an astonishing rate, coupled with the inherent property of chakra, which has inspired Aoba with an entirely new perspective. This world is indeed home to biological weapons, with white Zetsu serving as a quintessential example. Additionally, the shark skin could also be classified as such. It is, after all, a living entity. Aoba's contemplation centers around whether Senju cells could be crafted into such living weapons. In the absence of integration within a host body or sufficient nutrient solutions, Senju cells can maintain their vitality, yet they do not undergo rampant proliferation. Shinya thus realized that the proliferation of Hashirama cells should be controllable. By regulating the infusion of chakra and nutrients, along with the application of sealing techniques, it should be feasible to artificially establish the proliferation process and even the morphology of Hashirama cells. Another distinctive characteristic of these cells is their capacity to accommodate vast amounts of chakra. The amalgamation of these two traits gives rise to Shinya's initial concept. Can he create a unique chakra battery? This topic has yet to be explored even in the foundational realms. The stability of this world is fleeting, and the accumulation of various technological issues remains insufficient. The notion of living biological weapons has been confined to their application on human bodies. However, Chingye now intends to harness the formidable vitality and proliferative nature of Hashirama cells, extracting them entirely. In due course, it may be possible to utilize Hashirama's flesh to fabricate a weapon akin to a turret, capable of directly launching compressed chakra spheres. Moreover, by integrating various pre-established techniques, it could even initiate an array of fully formed ninjutsu. These imaginative concepts represent an advanced iteration. The foundation of all this lies in the ongoing project of a living chakra battery that Chingye is currently undertaking. Chingye was so engrossed in her research that she failed to notice the conclusion of the first examination. What a pity. I had hoped that teacher Chingye would treat us to a barbecue. Yet, that individual didn't even show up. Naruto lamented helplessly. Despite Chingye's assistance, his financial situation had improved significantly compared to the original storyline, but indulging in a barbecue remained insufficient. Karin surmised the reason for Chingye's absence, likely lost in her peculiar experiments. However, there was no opportunity to confront her at the moment, as the second round of examinations was about to commence. This time, the competition was entirely different. It would involve real combat. The trio had witnessed bloodshed before, having dealt with numerous mountain bandits during the mission in the Land of Waves. Nevertheless, engaging in a fierce battle with peers of their own age would be a first for them. My apologies, I was delayed. Chingye apologized as she hurried in. How disappointing. All the other teachers have arrived, but you, teacher Chingye, seem to have forgotten us. No way, after this, you must treat us to barbecue. Naruto seized the opportunity to pressure Chingye into hosting. Chingye graciously agreed. Very well, if you three can successfully pass the second round of examinations, I shall treat you to an all-you-can-eat barbecue. With her finances in good standing, a feast was certainly within reach. However, caution was still required for this examination. The reason she rushed over was to give the trio some important advice. Now, listen closely to what I have to say. Your current strength is not insignificant for this examination. As long as luck does not betray you, passing should not pose a significant challenge. Yet, remember this. The objective of this examination is to swiftly gather 2 types of scrolls and reach the designated location. It is not a license for unrestricted combat. Keep this in mind. You are not the strongest among all the candidates. Do you see that team from Sunagakure over there? If you encounter them, do not engage in a deep confrontation. Chingye is genuinely concerned that, due to the butterfly effect, the trio might encounter Gaara's group. It is worth noting that the current trio is exponentially stronger than the 7th squad depicted in the original narrative. Should they cross paths with Gaara's team, there is a likelihood of genuine conflict erupting. If Shikaku were to make an early appearance, the ensuing chaos would be considerable. The examination venue is not far from Konogakure, and one cannot overlook the potential for Shikaku to whimsically unleash a tailed beast bomb upon the village. All of Chingye's efforts over the years would then be rendered futile. Furthermore, regarding those few grass ninjas, Chingye observed them from a distance. Yakumo had already taken notice of the opposing side and had begun to openly display her animosity. Aoba initially intended to keep the 3 little ones away from Grass Ninja, as the original plot involved Orochimaru replacing one of them and infiltrating their ranks. However, after some contemplation, he ultimately abandoned this notion. Orochimaru had made a pact with him that he would not harm Karui. Yet, the feelings he harbored for Sasuke were nearly impossible to relinquish. Chingye initially intended to thwart Orochimaru's intentions towards Sasuke. However, he ultimately relinquished this resolve, as an alternative notion began to take shape in his mind. The celestial technique of Aoy is one of his greatest trump cards. It is characterized by minimal restrictions and comprehensive enhancements, far surpassing the other celestial techniques depicted in the narrative. However, this ability possesses a unique limitation. It cannot be bequeathed. In other words, Aoy is unable to impart this celestial art to another. Orochimaru's curse seal is a remarkably intricate technique that utilizes natural energy. Although Orochimaru himself is incapable of practicing celestial techniques, Jago has mutated as a result of natural energy contamination. Capitalizing on this trait, he devised the Cursed Seal, which is essentially a degraded version of celestial magic. Upon its application by Sasuke, his body undergoes a transformation, unmistakably indicative of celestial characteristics. Aoy harbors considerable interest in this phenomenon. Moreover, Sasuke is no ordinary individual. He is the reincarnation of Indra. This implies that, regardless of the circumstances, Orochimaru could never hope to devour Sasuke, especially with the Sage of 6 Paths observing from a distance. In the laboratory, Aoy is meticulously observing a spherical mass of flesh. This mass consists of Hashirama cells, currently undergoing frantic proliferation after being infused with a nutrient solution. However, the sealing techniques surrounding it restrict this proliferation, confining the flesh into a fist-sized sphere. After approximately 5 minutes of writhing, the Hashirama cells cease their movements, stabilizing into a fleshy orb. Remarkably, this orb is alive, representing a form of conscious existence devoid of awareness. Excellent, the morphology of the Hashirama cells has stabilized. Now, it is time to infuse chakra and ascertain how much chakra this mass can accommodate. Yum, standing nearby, promptly begins the operation. As the ninja closest to the sage body of Hashirama, her chakra is most compatible with the Hashirama cells. However, in reality, Aoi's concerns are unwarranted, as the Hashirama cells exhibit remarkable inclusivity, capable of directly absorbing chakra of various attributes. After about 2 minutes, Yum halts the infusion. It has reached its limit. Very well. How much chakra did you infuse? Approximately 1/50th? For Yum, the ninja closest to the sage body, 1/50th of her chakra is indeed formidable, equivalent to the chakra of over 5 Kakashi from the storyline. This chakra is already substantial, surpassing that of most elite jonin. Nevertheless, Aoy remains unsatisfied. He attempts to compress it further to test the limits of this entity. In the venue of the Chunin exams, 3 grass ninjas are frantically fleeing. Behind them, Karui follows leisurely, unfazed. Damn it, what has that leaf ninja gone mad for? Why does she persistently pursue us? We've already relinquished our scrolls. Don't you think that female ninja's face looks somewhat familiar? Familiar? This is our first visit to the leaf. How could it be familiar? No, it does indeed seem somewhat familiar. Do you recall the blood packs from the village of Ur? No sooner had the words left her lips than the 3 grass ninjas fell into silence. It was she. So it was the people of Konoha who rescued him back then? Damn, we must lodge a complaint against Konoha regarding this matter. Silence, you fool. Have you not yet realized that we have no opportunity to lodge a complaint? Because we are, quite frankly, doomed. They will undoubtedly perish. It is essential to understand that during the initial stage of the exam, Karin had already taken note of the grass ninjas. She has undergone a significant transformation, and those ninjas do not recognize her. However, Karin can easily identify them. Among the grass ninjas who approached, more than half had bitten her mother or even herself. In her early years, Karin struggled to survive amidst fear, devoid of the concept of revenge, as she could not grasp such an idea at that time. Yet, after years of careful guidance from Aoy, Karin has developed a perspective that aligns with that of a normal person. Revenge is one of the few truly just causes in the realm of humanity. Moreover, what Karin seeks is vengeance for both herself and her mother. In this Chunin exam, 5 squads from the grass village, totaling 15 individuals, have arrived. Prior to this, Karin had already eliminated 6 of them. After all, the resources of the grass village cannot be compared to those of Konoha. Karin possesses ample chakra, effortlessly utilizing earth and water release techniques. Coupled with her continuous training with Aoy, her combat prowess and experience utterly overwhelm her opponents. The grass ninjas have no chance against her. The only issue arises when Karin encounters a few grass ninjas, as she cannot contain her thirst for revenge and charges forward. Behind her, Sasuke and Naruto contemplate following her, only to be interrupted by an unusual individual. This person is also a grass ninja, yet markedly different from the others. He is far more powerful, instilling in Sasuke and Naruto a sense of helplessness akin to that they feel when facing Aoy. Of course, they remain oblivious to the enormous pressure they are experiencing, which stems from Orochimaru's serious intentions. This is not an exaggeration. Orochimaru aims to create an overwhelming atmosphere. However, Sasuke and Naruto's combat abilities exceed expectations, compelling him to employ only a fraction of his true power, as he wishes to instill a sense of reverence in Sasuke. After acquiring intelligence from Konoha, Orochimaru had orchestrated an operation targeting Itachi Uchiha. With precise intelligence supporting his efforts, he nearly succeeded. Yet, Itachi ultimately turned the tide with his Susanoo, almost managing to retaliate against Orochimaru. Rather than disheartening him, this incident deepened Orochimaru's obsession with the Sharingan. Unable to subdue Itachi Uchiha, his gaze naturally shifted towards Sasuke Uchiha. The results of his tests left him exceedingly pleased. Sasuke's displayed potential aligned perfectly with Orochimaru's expectations. This prompted Orochimaru to unreservedly bestow upon Sasuke the latest research achievement, the Heaven's Curse Mark. Sasuke, come to me. Only here can you acquire the power to defeat that person. Is that so? Can you truly defeat him? With a single phrase, Sasuke nearly breached Orochimaru's defenses. He found himself unable to confess to Sasuke that he was no match for him. After being vanquished once, and despite his thorough preparations, he still could not prevail the second time. Amusingly, if you wish to uncover the truth, come seek me out. Ultimately, Orochimaru could only depart in a rather awkward manner. Meanwhile, Sasuke gazed at the cursed seal adorning his neck, his expression revealing a peculiar blend of emotions. At this moment, the effects of the seal had already begun to manifest. According to the original narrative, Sasuke would succumb to unconsciousness due to the seal's activation. Yet, in this instance, Sasuke exhibited no sign of panic. Calmly, he retrieved a scroll from within his robes. With deliberate care, he unfurled the scroll and infused it with chakra to activate the incantation inscribed upon it. The seal of evil suppression. Shinya had long anticipated that Orochimaru would harbor ulterior motives towards Sasuke. Naturally, she could not be caught unprepared. Thus, she promptly provided Sasuke with a scroll containing a sealing technique to prevent his loss of combat capability during the examination. Meanwhile, Kankuro had already hung 3 grass shinobi from a tree, slowly draining their blood. This act was witnessed by the higher-ups of Konoha, who suddenly perceived that this seemingly cheerful young girl harbored a rather dark disposition. At this moment, the third Hokage was all too aware that Shinya had rescued Kankuro and his mother from the grass shinobi, not mere bandits. Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, even disregarding Kankuro's status as a member of Team 7, for the sake of Shinya's reputation, this matter could not be acknowledged. Fortunately, the diplomatic policies of the grass shinobi would never lead to accountability. Thus, allowing the issue to fade into obscurity was the most prudent course of action. The bloodshed in the second round of exams escalated dramatically. Kankuro's vengeful actions seemed to set a grim precedent, leading to increasingly brutal confrontations. By the time Team 7 arrived at their destination, 4 other teams were already awaiting them, those led by Asuma, Hinata, and Kiba. This examination was, in fact, a moment of glory for Asuma, who utilized insects to craft traps, successfully countering an ambush by a team of water shinobi and collecting their scrolls. With the aid of Hinata and Kiba, both sensory ninjas, they deftly evaded all potential dangers and reached their objective by the evening of the first day. While Gaara's team had yet to arrive. At this juncture, the advantages of the Byakugan bloodline limit in actual combat became evident. Unlike the Sharingan, which directly enhances combat prowess, the Byakugan, while primarily supportive in nature, proved to be superior in team battles. Apart from Hinata and Gaara's teams, the other 2 groups consisted of Niji, Tenten, and Lee, alongside another team of sound shinobi. This scenario was quite intriguing, as Orochimaru's original plan involved sending the sound shinobi to provoke Sasuke. However, the Uchiha Sasuke utilized the sealing technique to counteract the effects of the cursed seal, prompting Orochimaru to heighten his vigilance towards Shinya. He doubted that Sasuke could have prepared such a scroll on his own. The sealing technique was no ordinary art, requiring exceptional mastery to inscribe onto a scroll. Sasuke was unlikely to accomplish this feat without Shinya's prior assistance. Interesting, Orochimaru mused, finding no surprise in Shinya's awareness of his intentions. He had grown accustomed to her knack for gathering intelligence. What piqued his interest was the fact that, despite knowing he might target Sasuke, Shinya did not intervene but merely equipped him with a scroll as a precaution. Did she possess such confidence in Sasuke, or perhaps in herself? Orochimaru was well aware of the formidable nature of the cursed seal, which was born from the unrefined essence of sage techniques. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this is the culmination of years of research. He is steadfast in his belief that Aoyoshi could not easily unravel it. Shinya is indeed indifferent to Orochimaru's actions, as he is currently engaged in extreme testing of the second version of the chakra battery. He continues to infuse it with chakra. After approximately 1 minute, the sealing technique surrounding the flesh ball completely collapses, and the flesh itself begins to proliferate wildly. A fire release from Shinya reduced this object to ashes. Now, let us make a record. After the compression of chakra and the combination of sealing techniques, the maximum capacity is approximately 1/3 of yours, correct? Indeed. Excellent. That should suffice. Do not underestimate the fact that Yumiko possesses only 1/3 of the chakra. Her benchmark is the sage body of Hashirama Senju. Throughout the battles of Senju Hashirama, has there ever been a moment when chakra was lacking? Aoyama felt an uncanny resemblance to the innate masters depicted in martial arts novels. The chakra flowed ceaselessly, almost boundlessly. Even though she could not compare to the likes of Senju Hashirama, her mere 1/3 was equivalent to over 10 cards of chakra. This was sufficient to handle the vast majority of situations. Excellent. Now let us proceed to the second step, shaping this substance. Chingye could not possibly allow someone to venture out alone with a fleshy orb. Setting aside other considerations, does the visual aesthetic not appear somewhat peculiar? Moreover, the orb itself is not particularly convenient. It is approximately the size of a child's fist and must be kept close to the body during use. While it is not excessively large, carrying it in such a manner would not be comfortable. Additionally, its size is rather conspicuous. Do you have any alternative thoughts? There are many, yet they too are fraught with challenges. The most favorable idea would be to fashion it into a garment, allowing it to be worn directly. This way, the issue of conspicuity would be mitigated. However, such an approach would entail a larger surface area, rendering it susceptible to attacks during combat. Should it sustain damage, the battery could potentially go haywire, correct? Indeed, this risk is rather substantial. We need to enhance the sealing technique that constrains the battery, rendering it more stable. It must not detonate with a mere touch. In truth, the flesh does not truly explode. Rather, it proliferates rapidly and may inadvertently engulf the user as well. This risk is undeniably considerable. Once out of the laboratory, it is nearly impractical for real combat. Thus, further improvements in the next version are essential. Nevertheless, Chingye is not disheartened, for he has come to recognize the formidable nature of sealing techniques in this world. No wonder the major ninja villages held such strong opinions regarding the Uzumaki clan in the past. The deeper one delves into sealing techniques, the more one comprehends the astonishing nature of this power. While the 5 great ninja villages were still mastering their elemental ninjutsu, the Uzumaki clan had already begun to contemplate the art of death itself. This progress is indeed somewhat beyond the expected scope. Yet, the simultaneous coordinated assault by multiple ninja villages raises suspicions. Chingye had previously sensed this, yet chose not to pursue it further. One reason is the lack of time. Another is his vague intuition that dangerous information may lie hidden beneath the surface. Thus, he has opted to refrain from probing deeper. Chakra batteries, enhancement of sealing techniques. First experiment failed. Record data, prepare for the second trial. The experiment conducted by Aoba continues, yet it is interrupted by the cacophony of voices from above. It is Naruto's boisterous voice. Sakura, what brings you here? It's Aoba-sensei. She instructed me to study here. I completely forgot. You're also one of Aoba-sensei's disciples. Shall we go together for some grilled meat? But, no buts. Just charge it to Aoba-sensei's account when the time comes. That guy promised to treat us to barbecue. Yet now he is nowhere to be found. This time, I shall feast until he goes bankrupt. A group of young children chattered excitedly as they dashed away. Aoba shook his head and resumed his experiment. Sakura, why didn't you participate in the Chunin exams? Well, I lack suitable teammates. Moreover, Aoba-sensei mentioned that I need not partake in the Chunin exams and can pursue alternative paths, such as becoming a medical ninja. Sasuke, hailing from a prominent clan, is more knowledgeable than Naruto and Ino, who are somewhat inexperienced. Indeed, medical ninjas can bypass the Chunin exams. As long as they master specific medical jutsu and accumulate sufficient practical experience, they can advance directly, correct? Precisely. What? Why are you exempt from the exams? Naruto suddenly felt a sense of injustice. Fool, medical ninjas exist to save lives, while ninjas are meant to take lives. Therefore, our evaluations revolve around combat, while Sakura's assessments naturally concern saving lives. This statement, made by Ino, although somewhat biased, strikes at the heart of the matter, regardless of how one may disguise it. Being a ninja is unequivocally a profession centered around killing. Just moments ago, a group of children, their average age barely 14, had endured a brutal skirmish in the forest, an undeniable testament to this reality. The 4 children indulged in a hearty meal without a care in the world. At this juncture, 2 other teams entered. Shikamaru-S group, led by Asuma, and Hinata-S group, directed by Karin. Hey, CHG, Shikamaru, over here. Naruto bellowed again. Fortunately, Shikamaru and the others had grown accustomed to Naruto's exuberant nature and paid little heed to it. If they were to dwell on such matters daily, they would have long been driven to frustration by Naruto. The groups gathered together at one table. Where's your supervising teacher? Asuma casually inquired. Who knows? Aoba-sensei seems to be preoccupied with something lately. She had promised to join us for barbecue, yet she is nowhere to be found. In truth, Sakura had an inkling about this. Or rather, she had guessed. To this day, Aoba had yet to allow her into her laboratory. However, Sakura had been studying at Aoba's residence daily. She had long suspected that Aoba's home contained a vast underground chamber, perhaps even a secret laboratory, although she had not entered. Her teacher had not concealed this from her. Thus, Sakura Haruno was aware that one day she would inevitably enter that realm. However, the others remained oblivious, and she understood that such matters should not be casually divulged. Consequently, she restrained her desire for expression. On the other side, Ino nudged Naruto aside and seated herself next to Sasuke. Based on past experiences, Sakura would typically have squeezed in on the opposite side of Sasuke. Strangely, this time, she made no such move and appeared to be deep in thought. What could be occupying her mind? It seemed as though she was lost in contemplation. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely pondering how to simultaneously apply healing palm technique to two distinct wounds using both hands while ensuring maximum efficiency in chakra conservation. Sakura was oblivious to the fact that her statement had rendered the entire dining table silent. She continued to elaborate. I can indeed execute the healing palm technique with both hands concurrently. However, if the wounds differ, it necessitates a varying distribution of chakra between the two hands. The healing palm technique demands precise control of chakra, which poses a considerable challenge, far more difficult than drawing a circle with one hand and a square with the other. The table remained enveloped in silence. Only then did Sakura finally recognize that the atmosphere had grown somewhat peculiar. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned that. Let us return to our meal. Sakura, is this assignment from Aoy? Kurinai Yuhi inquired cautiously after a moment's hesitation. Yes, the instructor has very high expectations regarding chakra control. It took me quite a while to master the ability to perform the healing palm technique with both hands simultaneously. Afterward, the instructor introduced this new challenge. I am still unable to accomplish it and require further practice. Kurinai fell into a contemplative silence. She was aware that Aoy had taken Sakura as his disciple and had some acquaintance with him and Kakashi. If I recall correctly, you've been his student for just over 2 months, right? Is achieving such a feat within that time frame considered significant? Kurinai's inquiry reflected the curiosity of everyone present. All were ninjas, familiar with the healing palm technique. Yet, the technique involved gathering chakra in the hands after performing it, then applying both hands to the wounds to release its effects. How could one employ 2 healing palm techniques simultaneously? Moreover, it entailed healing different wounds while also considering chakra conservation. Was this truly a task for a genin? It felt more like a challenge befitting Lady Tsunade. Wait a moment. Let me think this through. Why would you believe such a thing is feasible? Doesn't the healing palm technique require hand signs? After executing one healing palm technique, how could you possibly continue forming hand signs to perform a second? Asuma had sensed something amiss from the outset, and now the flaw had finally dawned on him. Ninjutsu requires hand signs. It is impossible to perform a continuous ninjutsu while simultaneously executing a second technique. Because you cannot perform hand seals, he remarked. However, upon hearing this, Sakura displayed an unusual expression. Does the palm sage technique require hand seals? Are you jesting? Do you really believe that all ninjutsu, like the body technique of Kawakami Aoy, can be executed without hand seals? The palm sage technique demands an exceedingly precise control of chakra and the transformation of yang chakra. How could it possibly? Asuma's slightly agitated rant was abruptly halted, for he was taken aback. Sakura's hands were glowing with a soft green light. What is this? Shikamaru, who had been silent until now, perked up. As the heir of the Nara clan, despite his seemingly laid-back demeanor, his understanding was undoubtedly exceptional. While the palm sage technique was not particularly remarkable, with over half of the medical ninjas in the hospital capable of executing it, the fact that Sakura was performing different variations of the technique with both hands was indeed extraordinary. Asuma's question, do ninjutsu not require hand seals, struck a chord within him. Yet, Sakura's retort, does the palm sage technique require hand seals, left everyone in the room in stunned silence. The most astonishing part was that she proceeded to demonstrate her technique, effectively silencing any potential objections from those around her. Nearby, Naruto nudged Sasuke and whispered, "Hey, Sasuke. Is Sakura really that impressive? She doesn't seem that remarkable to me. My Rasengan is certainly superior and doesn't require hand seals either." "Idiot," Sasuke replied with a look of disdain, shifting away slightly. Asuma and Kurinai understood the intricacies involved. They recognized the immense difficulty behind Sakura's seemingly modest display. I now understand why Aoy chose her among so many others. The atmosphere at the barbecue became somewhat awkward. Sakura later sensed that she had inadvertently dampened everyone's spirits and decided to steer the conversation towards the upcoming Chunin exams. Unfortunately, the majority of the group had lost their enthusiasm. Even Asuma and Karinai were rendered speechless by Sakura's question about hand seals. Among them, one person bore even more complicated feelings, Ino Yamanaka. Initially, she had thought that after passing the Chunin exams, she would be one step closer to Sasuke, especially since Sakura had not even participated. However, her emotions were now in turmoil. It felt jarring to her that something she had fiercely competed with her best friend for was suddenly relinquished by Sakura, who had chosen to enhance herself and pursue endeavors she had never considered before, striving to become even more exceptional. In that moment, Ino felt inadequate. Even if she had passed the second round of the Chunin exams, Sakura had silently moved far ahead. Sakura felt a pang of regret for having disrupted the group's excitement. However, she remains uncertain about how to offer comfort. Furthermore, she has come to realize that the teachings imparted by teacher Aoba are perhaps more profound than she had initially imagined. In truth, when Ino occupied Sasuke's side, Sakura was entirely oblivious, as her mind was consumed with the myriad of challenges presented by Aoba. Chinye's approach to dealing with these adolescent girls is rather straightforward. The notion of romance is merely a distraction from the fact that they are not burdened with enough homework. Take Haruno Sakura, for instance. She is assigned a little extra work each day while still contemplating love, and even in her dreams, she must memorize formulas. Unbeknownst to her, the allure that Sasuke once held has waned over time. Yet, the undeniable truth is that she has become engrossed in the complexities of her studies, which are often incomprehensible to the average individual, and she revels in the journey of learning and personal growth. In a previous life, teachers always advised students against passive learning, urging them to find joy in the process. Chinye had long believed himself to be inadequate, only to realize upon maturation that such sentiments were mere fabrications. In this world, only a select few are capable of deriving pleasure from learning, and it is evident that Haruno Sakura belongs to that rare group. Regarding his oversight of not joining the students for a barbecue, Chinye expresses his sincere apologies. Upon learning that Naruto had placed the bill under his name, Chinye muses that the homework assigned to those troublesome youths remains insufficient, perhaps as a consequence of certain butterfly effects. The intensity of the second examination far exceeds that of the original narrative. Consequently, once the participant count is confirmed, there will be no need for preliminary selections. A mere month of rest will precede the finals of the Chunin exams. The rationale behind this extended delay is twofold: to allow the lower-ranked ninjas to recuperate from their injuries and to accommodate the arrival of the daime of the Land of Fire, who will not be able to arrive for another month. Chinye understood that this month-long void was the period during which Orochimaru meticulously orchestrated his plans. Having infiltrated Konoha, his prowess and profound knowledge of the village rendered any internal machinations exceedingly effortless. The Chunin exams, as delineated in the original narrative, represent one of the most crucial turning points. From this juncture onward, the saga of the Hokage gradually veers away from a light-hearted and spirited tone, plunging into a realm of gravity and, at times, darkness. This descent into darkness intensifies as the story progresses. The original author's craftsmanship is commendable, particularly in the intricate development of Naruto and the myriad of characters, which effectively mitigates the overarching somber tone, preserving a measure of the spirited essence characteristic of Shonen manga. In truth, Aoba possesses the capability to thwart Orochimaru's ambitions. However, he ultimately opts for inaction, a decision reached after much contemplation. The motivations behind this choice are manifold, yet the most significant is his desire to evade certain moral constraints. Chinye aspires to transform Konoha, yet such an endeavor proves to be quite challenging. Although Konoha, or rather the entire shinobi world, may not boast a lengthy history, its myriad of absurd ideologies and entrenched hierarchical systems are undeniably deep-rooted. To effectuate change in Konoha, it is imperative to dismantle certain structures. While it may not necessitate the complete obliteration of Konoha, it certainly requires the dismantling of its existing framework. Chinye can accomplish the task with his own hands. Given a little time, he is entirely capable of achieving it. However, such an endeavor poses substantial challenges in maintaining complete confidentiality, which could jeopardize long-term plans. Fortunately, Orochimaru's scheme to dismantle the Hidden Leaf Village aligns perfectly with Chinye's intentions. All the misdeeds rest solely on Orochimaru's shoulders. He attains his goals without bearing any blame. A rare fortune indeed. After assigning ample tasks to the three young ones, Chinye returns to the laboratory. It is not particularly difficult to shape the cells of Hashirama. The real challenge lies in ensuring that this creation remains stable enough to withstand damage without succumbing to chaos. Aoba has successfully crafted his inaugural chakra battery. Taking the form of a shirt, after much contemplation, he deemed that perfect camouflage, which would not hinder movement, could be achieved by disguising it as clothing. The sole concern lies in the psychological barrier, as this creation is, after all, composed of flesh and blood. Biological augmentation is a concept rooted in the realms of science fiction from a past life, and in this incarnation, Aoba never anticipated that he would bring such a creation to fruition. This device merely requires contact with the skin to effortlessly extract chakra from within, providing an exceptionally seamless experience with almost no sense of obstruction. Strictly speaking, this invention is already functional and has shown no issues in the laboratory. Nonetheless, Aoba aspires for more. He seeks greater stability, a version that would not go berserk under duress. He experimented with the incorporation of white Zetsu cells and natural energy, achieving some results, yet it remains insufficient. At this juncture, Yumi, who was nearby, proposed an intriguing idea. "Have you considered trying the cells of Haiden?" Aoba responded. "I have tried that, but how should I put it? Haiden's cells are exceedingly unique. Once even a small sample is detached from his body, it rapidly loses its extraordinary vitality. The characteristics of his body diverge entirely from our conventional understanding of self-healing capabilities. Currently, there are no compatible methodologies." Yumi pouted, acknowledging her limited expertise in this domain. Her role is primarily to assist Aoba and provide chakra. Let us not dwell on it for now. Take a break while I prepare dinner. Set this poor little thing down and step outside for some fresh air. With that, Yumi reached out and took the chakra battery from Aoba's hands. Chingya remarked with a hint of amusement. Although, in theory, this entity is alive, it cannot truly be classified as life. It is merely a collection of living cells. Thus, there is nothing to pity. Is it not so? If I were to twist a piece of flesh from your body into a different form, would you find it comfortable? This is not the same. Wait a moment. Dinner has ultimately gone cold. This is because Chingya had felt a fleeting thought pass through his mind, but he was unable to grasp it in that moment. Consequently, he sat alone in the laboratory, pondering deeply for the better part of the evening. At last, he discovered the spark of inspiration that had eluded him. Why did the chakra battery go out of control? In essence, a piece of flesh from Hashirama, when chopped into bits, would not explode. Yet, a battery would. This is due to the fact that a battery is bound. To achieve the desired form, Chingya employed a nutrient solution, guided by chakra, and utilized sealing techniques as a framework. He forcibly constrained these pieces of flesh into the shapes he envisioned. After all, he could not allow a ninja to carry a piece of pork into battle. The absurdity of such a scenario might elicit laughter from both foes and allies alike. However, these bound pieces of flesh resemble a balloon. An uninflated balloon poses no danger. Tearing it apart is inconsequential. Yet, if the balloon is filled with water or air, a mere pinprick can cause it to burst. The battery is in such a precarious state. Its entire system is taut. Thus, any slight provocation could lead to an explosion. Therefore, the breakthrough in this dilemma does not lie in reinforcing the constraints of the sealing technique, but rather in discovering a method to allow the Hashirama cells to naturally conform to his will. While this may sound far-fetched, it is not impossible. At the very least, Chingya has conceived a potential solution. Meanwhile, Naruto is still grappling with the Rasengan. Perhaps a deviation in thought has occurred. This time he did not consider employing shadow clones to assist in executing the technique. Or perhaps he did think of it, but chose not to use it. This version of Naruto is significantly stronger than in the original storyline. Chingya appears to be relaxed with them, yet he assigns a substantial amount of homework daily. Sasuke practices the transformation of chakra into lightning attributes every day. Although he has managed to enhance the lightning style, one flash to approximately 5 seconds, it is still barely sufficient for practical combat. The principle behind one flash is difficult for Sasuke to articulate. Thus, Chingya's assignment for him is a rather rudimentary one: practice. He must repeatedly engage in the practical application of this technique, from the transformation of chakra attributes to the electromagnetic acceleration trajectory, culminating in the firing of metal projectiles. Each step must be repeated endlessly until proficiency is attained. In contrast to Sasuke's exhaustive approach, Naruto's focus is on striking. This fellow is somewhat lacking in the simplicity of practice. He is not the type of ninja who relies solely on arduous training. Rather, he excels in practical combat. As the foremost ninja of unexpected prowess, Naruto's advancement in real battles constitutes the essence of his ninja talent. Thus, every day, Konoha sends out 2 shadow clones solely to engage in combat with Naruto unarmed, with weapons, through ninjutsu and genjutsu, rotating through various forms of assault. This strategy enables Naruto to glean insights through direct experience in combat. As for Ino, her situation is somewhat more intricate. She possesses exceptionally outstanding potential. Both her chakra capacity and physical constitution are remarkable. With dual affinity for earth and water, she is poised to become a mobile artillery-style ninjutsu practitioner. However, one must not overlook the adamantine ceiling within her, which suggests that she too has immense latent potential that can be tapped into through her bloodline. This duality creates a divergence in her path. While her foundational abilities are commendable, her aptitude for learning postnatally does not match that of Sakura Haruno. When faced with the complex techniques of sealing arts, she often succumbs to drowsiness. Yet, she fortuitously possesses the talent for the adamantine sealing technique, a premier sealing art. This presents a dilemma for Konoha. Should they prioritize the development of her conventional ninjutsu abilities or focus on unlocking her bloodline potential? After conferring with Yumi, Konoha opted for a thorough examination of Ino. Ultimately, they decided to postpone the development of her bloodline capabilities. Despite the absence of similar cases within the Uzumaki clan, Konoha harbored concerns about the premature activation of her bloodline abilities leading to ailments akin to those suffered by Uchiha Itachi. Presently, she does not require the adamantine sealing as a trump card. Such techniques are typically reserved for confronting tailed beasts or large summoning creatures, which are not necessary at this juncture. In collaboration with Naruto and Sasuke, her focus should be on fulfilling her role as an artillery support. The development of her bloodline abilities can wait until her body matures further. During the month of respite following the Chunin exams, another individual experienced a transformation. In the training grounds, Shikamaru and Choji lay exhausted on the ground. Ino, what on earth has gotten into you? Even if we train relentlessly, we could never surpass those monsters. Why push ourselves so hard? Choji lamented, nearly in tears. Isn't it better to lounge in the sun with chips? You too, get up. Look at yourselves. We are the new generation of the Ino Shikicho trio, one of the strongest combinations in Konoha. Each iteration of Ino Shikicho has been the pinnacle of power beneath the Hokage. Do you think your current state is worthy of the name? After being subjected to Ino's fervent admonitions, Shikamaru felt a sense of resignation. Deep down, he understood the motivation behind Ino's fervor. It stemmed from the day she was provoked by Sakura. Shikamaru, being astute, recognized this correlation, and thus, he often contemplates matters with a deeper perspective. Having been classmates for several years, he believed he understood the distinct characteristics of all his peers. However, being stirred by the Uchiha family's banquet 2 years prior, and then again provoked by Sakura this year, had left a significant impression on him. At first, he merely thought he had misread the situation. However, he soon became aware of a troubling realization. Perhaps the issue did not lie with himself, but rather with another individual. Kokoa Aoy was someone Nara Shikamaru had never scrutinized with such intensity before. Yet, he found himself unable to decipher the enigma that was this person. Remarkably, Aoy had risen to prominence in just over 2 years. His status was quite delicate, marked by an impressive record of undefeated encounters against the Reikage. Such accomplishments led Shikamaru to believe that Aoy was nearly on par with the Hokage. In truth, whispers circulated within the village, suggesting that Kokoa Aoy might be the strongest among the younger generation of Konoha. Conversely, the individual's position and popularity appeared discordant with the title of the foremost expert. Aside from a select few who had interacted with him, Aoy was surprisingly not well known among the ninja populace of Konoha. To Shikamaru, this was decidedly peculiar. As the heir of the Nara clan, he was acutely aware of the village's true dynamics. Logically, with the emergence of such a formidable talent, Konoha should have actively promoted and cultivated Aoy, even if they did not trumpet it widely, especially given the current transitional phase of the village. Yet, there was a conspicuous coldness towards Aoy, who seemed largely indifferent to this treatment. Shikamaru struggled to comprehend the situation and had even sought counsel from his father, who had cryptically replied, "You will soon understand." A month swiftly passed. During this time, the trio of youngsters had been thoroughly tested by Aoy, teetering on the brink of ecstasy and agony. Yet, their prowess had undeniably surged. Targeted training had propelled their abilities far beyond the conventional standards of Genin. In fact, most nin would likely find themselves outmatched by the trio. Sasuke's lightning chakra had reached a new zenith, allowing him to channel it seamlessly, empowering both his barehanded combat and weaponry. Naruto, having endured a month of rigorous training under Aoi's shadow clones, retained little of the knowledge in his mind. But his muscle memory had developed to an exceptional degree, transforming various combat techniques into instinctual reactions. As for Karin, her mere presence invoked envy among Konoha civilian ninjas, as she effortlessly unleashed a barrage of area of effect jutsu. Unless faced with an overwhelming force, opponents could only hope to match her. Failure would result in immediate defeat. Nonetheless, among the current contestants, with the exception of Gaara, no one could rival Karin's chakra. As the finals approached, it was imperative for Aoy to make his presence known. Therefore, early that morning, he proceeded to the venue with Yumi, securing a central seat to await the commencement of the match. What was this? While other instructors were busy advising their teams, Aoy had the audacity to occupy the observation platform. Naruto could only scoff at the absurdity. Yet Sasuke and Karin understood Aoy's intent. This signifies that the teacher believes the opponents on the field pose no real threat to them, except for that individual. Sasuke fixated his gaze on Gaara in the distance. With the enhancement of his abilities, he could now sense the peril emanating from Gaara. That individual is formidable, entirely unlike a mere genin. Indeed, the chakra within him is subtle, yet it is immensely powerful, beyond imagination. It must be concealed through some means. Kakashi-sensei specifically cautioned us to exercise caution in the presence of that individual, and we merely need to remain vigilant. Konoha's green leaves did not pay heed to Gaara. Instead, he was surveying the surroundings of the viewing platform. As anticipated, numerous members of the Umbu were already stationed there, on high alert. This time, Kakashi was absent from the viewing platform, having taken his place on the dais, where he now serves as an advisor to the Hokage, seated alongside the esteemed Sarutobi Hiruzen, truly a figure of high authority within the village. As Chunin glanced over, he too was observing the observation platform. Orochimaru's actions were not particularly discreet, and the Umbu of Konoha were far from inept. They had sensed something amiss. However, they had yet to pinpoint the source of the threat. Orochimaru, audacious as he was, sat brazenly beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, and no one seemed able to discern his true nature. The technique known as the dissolution of appearance, a seemingly inconspicuous ninjutsu, held an unexpectedly high priority. It was also plausible that being in the presence of the third Hokage rendered the sensory unit hesitant to conduct a thorough investigation. One could say that Orochimaru had perfected the art of operating undetected beneath the very light that illuminated him. Before long, Chunin spotted Yakushi Kabuto amidst the crowd. This individual, donning an Umbu mask, was seated among the throng. It was uncertain whether the teammates beside him were fellow sound shinobi or under his control, for most Umbu ninjas would likely struggle against Yakushi Kabuto's prowess. Following several lackluster matches, it was time for the next bout, featuring Ino Yamanaka, who was set to contend against the sound shinobi TS. As Ino had graduated early and remained in Team 7, she enjoyed a good rapport with the 12 ninja guardians. Upon her entrance, cheers erupted from the audience. In stark contrast, TS was in dire straits. Although the trio of sound shinobi had not faced the brunt of Sasuke's wrath in the second match, they encountered numerous formidable opponents due to deviations in the storyline, necessitating considerable effort to escape their predicament. Ino, ever mindful of Chunin's teachings, understood the importance of striking first to avoid calamity. Without hesitation, she initiated her attack with the water release, water surge technique. Within the confines of the arena, TS exerted himself to evade the blow. But Ino swiftly followed up with the water release, heavenly weeping technique, seamlessly transitioning into the water bullets technique. Before the audience could comprehend the unfolding events, TS found himself submerged beneath the water's surface. Had Ino intended to kill, a follow-up with a water wave or a thrown shuriken would likely have been fatal. Though brief, Ino's display of ninjutsu captivated the spectators, as the vibrant spectacle created a thrilling crescendo reminiscent of a climactic finale. Following this, Naruto faced off against Neji. Chunin found this matchup particularly intriguing, sensing that it was deliberately orchestrated by Konoha's higher-ups. Neji was a cynical genius, constrained by the limitations imposed by his family's branch system. Unable to attain freedom in either body or spirit, this resentment manifested towards his sister Hinata, though in reality, it stemmed from a deeper fear of her failing to rise above her circumstances, mirroring his own. Neji's pride masked a vulnerability. Beneath it lay a brotherly affection for his sister, who struggled against the weight of expectations, especially in contrast to their exceptionally talented cousin, Hanabi. This suggested that Hinata's position as the heiress was far from secure. Hinata's plight evokes deep sympathy. Among the 12 young ninjas, her affection for Naruto is a well-known fact. Yet Naruto remains blissfully unaware of it. This ignorance stirs a profound disdain within Neji towards Naruto. How could this simpleton not appreciate the feelings of my sister? Such a remarkable young woman? As her elder brother, it is my duty to impart a lesson. According to the original storyline, Neji's prowess could easily overwhelm Naruto. Had he possessed a shuriken, Naruto would have met his demise at least 5 times. However, as the destined child, Naruto's resilience is truly extraordinary. Despite enduring relentless assaults, he remains unyielding, ultimately turning the tide against his opponent. In the present reality, Naruto is no longer the same as before, lacking proficiency in other long-range jutsu, and thus primarily relies on close combat. Over the past month, he has faced relentless training sessions at the hands of Konoha, significantly sharpening his combat awareness. Frankly, if it were anyone else, Konoha would not dare to train them so rigorously for fear of breaking them. Yet, Naruto is different, both mentally and physically. He demonstrates remarkable tenacity. He welcomes the challenges and grows ever stronger. As the battle commenced, Neji sensed something was amiss. Although their skill levels differed, he did not know Naruto well, only recognizing him as the underperformer in class. However, upon engaging in combat, he discovered that Naruto's taijutsu and experience were of the highest caliber. Moreover, his chakra reserves were astonishing, enabling him to create dozens of shadow clones in an instant. While his Rasengan was still in an embryonic stage, Naruto's ability to summon 30 clones at once was formidable, leading to a powerful strike that knocked his opponent senseless. Following Naruto, Sasuke entered the fray. Konoha noticed that not far away, Kabuto's chakra was gathering in a concealed manner, indicating that this was the moment they had been waiting for. In the original timeline, Sasuke had studied Chidori with Kakashi for a month, managing to use it to injure Gaara. However, in this timeline, Sasuke had begun his training in lightning techniques over a year ago. Shinya even encouraged him to attempt the chakra body refinement technique, a skill he acquired during his encounters with the Hidden Cloud Village, albeit only the most rudimentary aspects. Nevertheless, even this elementary form represented a significant enhancement for Sasuke in his current state. With a mere flicker of intent, Sasuke was enveloped in a dazzling display of lightning, vanishing from Gaara's sight in an instant. How swift was the collective sentiment echoed by all present. Even Kakashi cast a surprised glance at Shinya, having initially intended to impart the Chidori technique to Sasuke. However, witnessing Sasuke's ability to summon lightning chakra without hand seals just moments prior had quelled that notion. In retrospect, he recognized that his decision had been astutely made. Sasuke no longer required the Chidori. Shinya's mastery of lightning release surpassed his own. Gaara bore a striking resemblance to Karin, being a ninjutsu-focused ninja. Yet, he harbored a significant vulnerability. His physical combat skills were abysmal. This deficiency stemmed from the protective sand shield he possessed, which rendered physical techniques nearly obsolete against him. Consequently, he seldom engaged in physical training, and since 99 of his opponents lacked the capacity to counter his ninjutsu, the cultivation of his physical prowess had inevitably been neglected. When Shinya trained Sasuke, he certainly would not have made such mistakes. Sasuke has now evolved into a well-rounded ninja, excelling in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. It is not that Shinya has excessively high expectations. Rather, in this world, one must be versatile to thrive in the later stages of combat. As the child of destiny, Sasuke's potential warrants elevated expectations befitting his status. With thunder flashing behind him, Sasuke's blade has already breached Gaara's sandy defenses. Had he not been clad in his sand armor, this strike would have inflicted significant injury. The sand surrounding Gaara surged forward in an attempt to ensnare Sasuke, but it could not grasp his fleeting shadow. He was too swift. Gaara could not keep pace. Nearby, Kankuro and Temari sensed an ominous turn of events. Is this truly the strength of a mere genin? The prowess of Konoha seems rather exaggerated. At this moment, Shinya could also perceive the increasingly agitated chakra within Gaara. The bond between a Jinchuriki and their tailed beast is profoundly intricate. The tailed beast can disrupt the Jinchuriki, just as the Jinchuriki can influence the beast. In this instance, Gaara's inability to counter Sasuke's rapid assaults was igniting his inner turmoil, causing Shikaka's chakra to become unstable. Moreover, Shinya noted that Gaara's emotional fluctuations were occurring at an alarming rate. A glance at Orochimaru in the VIP section led Chingye to suspect that he had employed some form of manipulation on Gaara, hastening his descent into chaos. Due to Chingye's butterfly effect, this Chunin Exam, while resembling the original plot, diverged significantly in many details. For instance, Moonlight Gale did not uncover the conspiracy between Kabuto and Maki, thus evading death. However, the vigilance of the Umbu was notably diminished compared to the original timeline. Furthermore, in the original narrative, although Orochimaru frequently spoke of the plan to topple Konoha, it was evident to astute observers that his true intention was merely to eliminate Hiruzen Sarutobi. The collapse of Konoha was, upon reflection, an impossible endeavor, especially with the death of the Kazekage. Orochimaru, alongside the sand, lacked the requisite strength to overthrow Konoha, even with the element of surprise on their side. Deep down, Orochimaru understood that the sand merely served as a tool to buy time. The chaos created by the sand would provide him the opportunity to personally slay his former mentor. This was the crux of the so-called plan to dismantle Konoha. However, this time, Chingye sensed a distinct difference, particularly concerning Gaara's role. In the original plot, Orochimaru had completely disregarded Gaara, adopting a laissez-faire attitude as he was merely a pawn. Although Gaara appeared unstable, he had managed to hold on for quite some time, enduring the rampages of both Lee and Sasuke, without succumbing to his own chaos. Yet now, barely 3 minutes into the battle, Gaara seemed on the verge of losing control. The audience remained oblivious to the impending danger. But Chingye had already observed that the sensory team had issued a warning signal. The individuals from the Dark faction have taken a vigilant stance. The third Hokage in the stands has also begun to harbor suspicions. The scene appears tranquil, yet it is, in reality, a powder keg. A mere spark could ignite a catastrophic explosion. On the field, Sasuke has toyed with Gaara for several rounds. However, Gaara has begun to acclimate to this rhythm. In truth, Sasuke has discerned that Gaara is the perfect target for his lightning release technique. The opponent's taijutsu is lacking, and his speed is insufficient, favoring a stationary offensive. Should Sasuke employ the lightning release technique now, he could potentially eliminate Gaara in an instant. Yet, his practice remains insufficiently refined. Within 3 to 5 seconds, Gaara would still be capable of reacting. Moreover, Gaara's formidable sand technique poses a significant challenge. Sasuke begins to formulate a new strategy in his mind. At this moment, however, an unseen transformation is occurring within Gaara. Why has this boy's spirit suddenly weakened? It appears he has fallen under a genjutsu. What a useless fool, to be so easily ensnared. Should I awaken him? No, I mustn't. Not yet, at least. I ought to wait until I have my turn to play. Shikako has sensed the weakness in Gaara's mental state. If he were a perfect Jinchuriki, he could effortlessly draw upon Shikaku's power to dispel the mental illusion. However, the bond between Shikaku and Gaara is mediocre, lacking the harmonious synergy of a perfect host. Upon detecting the vulnerability, Shikaku's first impulse is to revel in the chaos. As Gaara's chakra begins to surge violently, Aoy turns her gaze towards the stands, where Kabuto is, as anticipated, forming hand seals. Countless white feathers drift down from the sky. Nirvana's abode technique. Aoy remains seated, motionless. This genjutsu is of a high caliber, classified as A rank, primarily due to its extensive range, enveloping the entire arena. Numerous spectators and lower-ranking ninjas collapse, rendered unconscious. Nevertheless, such a level of genjutsu has little effect on Aoy, for the resistance of the Sharingan is formidable. Even without the use of the Kodoeme Tsukumi, her right eye is sufficiently powerful to withstand this degree of illusion. Simultaneously, Gaara's eyes become vacant, and a torrent of chakra surges forth, completely enveloping him. Subsequently, a colossal entity manifests in the center of the arena. On the dais, for crimson barriers arise. The 4 purple flames formation ensnares the wind shadow, the fire shadow, and their respective guardians within its confines. The 4 purple flames formation is notoriously formidable, with conventional methods deemed nearly ineffective against it. Aoy is intrigued to test her ability to breach it. However, upon observing Orochimaru and the third Hokage within, she ultimately decides to afford them the opportunity to resolve their grievances. Just as Shikaki materializes, a dazzling signal flare ignites the sky. Outside the city, a well-prepared battalion commenced the execution of summoning techniques. Mere seconds later, a colossal summoning beast, rivaling the size of a serpent, materialized beyond the walls of Konoha. Countless sand ninja emerged around the village, collaborating to unleash a myriad of formidable ninjutsu, targeting the vulnerabilities of the prearranged Konoha defensive barrier. All assaults unfolded simultaneously, and in Aoi's perception, this sequence of attacks was far more concentrated and potent than in the original narrative. Moreover, it was not solely the peripheral Sand Ninja. Due to the ongoing Chunin exams, a significant number of Sand Ninja had infiltrated Konoha in advance. At this moment, a sudden internal strike ensued, plunging the entirety of Konoha into a state of turmoil both from within and without. However, the most perilous threat at present was the one-tailed Shikaku. This entity had just been released and was currently in a state of exhilaration. Aoba was genuinely apprehensive that this fellow might become overly exhilarated and unleash a tailed beast bomb directly upon Konoha. Therefore, he promptly took action, teleporting beside Shikaku and placing his right hand firmly upon him. He then exerted all his strength to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. It was his first experience attempting to transport such a colossal creature, and he found it to be quite arduous. Fortunately, with an ample supply of chakra, he ultimately succeeded. Reflecting on the Fourth Great Ninja War, when the Fourth Hokage was capable of using the Flying Thunder God to transport tailed beast bombs, Aoba couldn't help but feel that his own execution of the technique was still lacking. After casting the one tail away, Aoba swiftly returned to Konoha, where chaos reigned within the village. Numerous Sand Ninja had already engaged in fierce combat with the Leaf Ninja. However, Sasuke, Karin, and a few other youngsters stood cautiously by the arena, somewhat bewildered by the unfolding situation. Aoba kicked the seemingly lifeless Shikamaru awake, and then issued commands to the group of young ninjas before him. Now, as you can all see, the situation has escalated. War has commenced. From this moment forth, regardless of your identities or ages, you share a singular identity, that of a ninja from Konoha. We are in a state of warfare. As A.J. Nin of the Leaf, I am temporarily assuming command of you all. The method employed by Aoba is impeccable. At the onset of the battle, Kai became preoccupied with several skilled Sand Ninja. Asuma and Karinai, on the other hand, were at a loss regarding their rendezvous point. Present at the scene was only Aoba, the highest-ranking Jonin. According to the regulations of warfare established by Konoha, Aoba was entitled to command all the Chunin and Genin present. Understood, several of the younger ninjas visibly expressed their excitement. However, this enthusiasm was not universal. At least among the Ino Shikacho trio, only Ino displayed a slight degree of eagerness. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, your targets are Temari and Kankuro. They are part of Gaara's team and are likely privy to critical intelligence. Hence, strive to capture them alive. If that proves impossible, Shikamaru, you know what must be done. Remember, this is war. War can claim lives. Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Shino. Your immediate task is to return to Konoha Academy, assisting those students yet to graduate in their evacuation and escorting them to the shelters. Understood. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Karui, Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee, and Tintin, your two teams shall pursue that individual. Shinye casually gestured towards a young man standing outside the Four Purple Flames formation. This individual, known as Fonging or Orochimaru, was the only guard who had not entered the formation. Shinye was quite familiar with him. He was Kimimaro, a character who had not appeared in the original narrative. In the original storyline, Orochimaru did not bring Kimimaro into this battle, as at this point, the latter's body was nearing its limits. Orochimaru intended to preserve his final combat power for a critical moment. However, due to Shinye's presence, Orochimaru may have felt apprehensive about the entire plan. After all, given Shinye's strength, as long as he had Uzumaki Yamato by his side, the success of his scheme was highly questionable. Thus, Orochimaru sought to gauge Shinye's stance in advance. He was aware that Shinye did not hold much regard for Konoha, as evidenced by his reckless continuation of the first Hokage's cell experiments. Orochimaru merely wished to ascertain Shinye's bottom line. After receiving Shinra's assurance that he would not intervene, Orochimaru likewise promised that he would not harm Karin. As for Sasuke and Naruto, the two tacitly chose not to mention them, clearly indicating that they would rely on their own means. Nevertheless, Orochimaru remained uneasy, which is why he had brought Kimimaro this time. He did not expect Kimimaro to defeat Shinye and Uzumaki Yamato, but he believed that as long as Kimimaro exerted his full strength, he could at least buy enough time. Aoba comprehended Orochimaru's intentions. However, he had no desire to engage in combat with Kimimaro. Instead, he promptly organized the two most formidable teams from the lower ninja ranks to join forces against Kimimaro. As for Kakashi, at the onset of battle, he fixated on Kabuto, distancing himself from the main battlefield. Aoba exhibited a similar approach. After assigning tasks to several young ninjas, he vanished from the scene, making his way directly to the exuberant Shikaku, the One-Tail. At that moment, Gaara was ensnared in a certain illusion, succumbing to a deep slumber, akin to the effects of the false sleep technique. Upon Aoba's arrival, Shikaku immediately recognized the ninja who had cast him aside for miles. "You little brat dare to toy with me? Prepare to meet your end." The tailed beast's jutsu was indeed formidable, presenting a challenge that was difficult to confront directly. Its massive form, coupled with an immense reservoir of chakra, rendered Shikaku's casual techniques capable of unleashing A-rank and even S-rank area jutsu across the ninja world. Earth release, quaking earth. Aoyan pressed his right hand against the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The ground beneath Showa's left foot suddenly rose, throwing its body off balance. The Renkong projectile in its mouth soared into the sky. The technique of earth release, earth flow great river, awakened the earth under Showa's feet, causing it to sink, verging on submersion. With the technique of sand release, sand shuriken, what was termed shuriken was, in fact, a composite of various sands fashioned into a ninja tool. Tailed beasts typically enact their jutsu without the need for hand seals. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming barrage of ninjutsu surged towards Aoyan. The earth release, earth flow wall. A dozen or so earth flow walls barely managed to withstand this onslaught. As Qingye's thoughts stirred, he seamlessly transitioned into sage mode. After all, facing the tailed beasts in a conventional manner was simply untenable. With the enhancement of sage techniques, the earth release, yellow spring swamp merged with the torrents of earth, further ensnaring the already sluggish Shikaku. Over half of its form was completely submerged beneath the ground. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, Orochimaru finally unveiled his mask, revealing his true visage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazing at the unfamiliar Orochimaru, came to a profound realization. He had been gravely mistaken in the past. He should never have permitted Orochimaru to depart. Surveying the chaotic Konoha, he removed his Hokage robe. "Orochimaru, as you wish, let us settle this today." The battle commenced within the four purple flames formation, while the skirmishes outside continued unabated. Confronting Kimimaro. Both the previous generation's prime Hyuga and this generation's foremost Uchiha Sasuke felt unprecedented pressure. Sasuke even experienced a sensation akin to facing Qingye. The opponent's speed, strength, and technique were impeccable, although only his taijutsu had been displayed thus far. The eerie bloodline limit that allowed him to effortlessly launch bones was profoundly unsettling for the young shinobi. This was undoubtedly the bloodline limit of the Kagaya clan from Kirigakure, which was believed to have been eradicated. Niji recognized Kimimaro's lineage, yet it bore little significance. His Byakugan could discern the flow of chakra, but Kimimaro employed no extravagant techniques. He relied solely on speed, precision, and ferocity. Niji and Lee, renowned prodigies of Konoha's taijutsu, found themselves unable to approach Kimimaro even when united. Tenten and Ino provide long-range support. Lee and I will engage in close combat. Sasuke and Naruto act as the situation dictates. Niji swiftly strategized. If the two finest teams of Konoha could not subdue this peculiar youth, he would find it utterly unacceptable. Lee dispelled his restraints, maximizing his combat potential, while Tenten unfurled 4 ninja tool scrolls, ready to showcase a lavish fighting style to Kimimaro. Ino had already taken action, using Earth Release, Earth Prison, encasing Kimimaro within earthen walls to restrain his movements. Sasuke and Ino coordinated their efforts, unleashing Fire Release, Great Fireball technique. Their combined assault struck Kimimaro directly. Yet, his voice seemed impervious to harm as tin bone projectiles pierced through the flames, hurtling toward the group. After dodging, they were astonished to witness Kimimaro's transformation. His entire body was now enveloped in a white, skeletal form, morphing him into a grotesque, beast-like creature. In his grasp lay a long sword crafted from bone. The earlier fireball technique had failed to leave even a trace of injury upon him. Behold, the shadow clone technique. Dozens of Narutos emerged from behind Junmaru. Amidst the flurry of attacks, this young man had not remained idle. He had deftly maneuvered behind, and with a dozen shadow clones, he charged forth with incomplete spiraling spheres. Dance of the Willow. Junmaru's movements were executed with an exquisite precision and simplicity, embodying a beauty akin to dance. It is no wonder that all his techniques bore names inspired by various forms of dance. Naruto did not even have time to react before all the clones were obliterated in an instant. Throughout the entire exchange, He had not even managed to land a single hit on Junmaru. Such formidable taijutsu, even the Byakugan could not reveal a single flaw. No, even if it could, we would be utterly incapable of matching his speed. No, I can, Lee suddenly declared with unwavering resolve. Fire style, great fire destruction. Sasuke also recognized the futility of engaging in close combat. Junmaru was the most formidable master of taijutsu he had ever encountered. Thus, he opted for a ninjutsu assault instead. The fire style techniques taught by the Aoy clan were scarce, for the Uchiha clan's fire techniques surpassed those possessed by Aoy. This is not mere rhetoric. Ninjutsu varies significantly depending on the practitioner. Take Zabuza's water dragon technique, which employs 44 hand seals, while the second Hokage required only 4. Similarly, although the name of the Uchiha clan's fire techniques remained unchanged, many aspects had been refined by its members. Despite the majority of the Uchiha clan's resources being appropriated by the village, Hiruzen had nonetheless reserved some for Sasuke. His collection of conventional fire ninjutsu scrolls was exceedingly comprehensive. Noticing Junmaru's extraordinary speed, conventional ninjutsu simply would not connect. Like Karin, Sasuke unleashed an extensive area of effect ninjutsu. However, in the next moment, the flames were forcefully breached. Junmaru, encased in bone armor, charged through the fire like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, barreling toward the group. Earth-style, sand-binding coffin. Multiple shadow clones. Karin and Naruto struck simultaneously. Dance of the Camellia. Junmaru sprouted countless bone spikes and spun at high velocity, shattering the quicksand that sought to ensnare him while effortlessly weaving through the numerous shadow clones of Naruto. Yet, upon landing, he sensed something amiss. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that his feet had become entangled in several fine steel wires unbeknownst to him. Tintin, with both hands in motion, unleashed dozens of shuriken linked by the steel wires, sending them flying outward. Astonishingly, these shuriken collided and intertwined mid-air. As a result, the wires became ensnared in a complex and chaotic web, binding Junmaru within. This display was Tintin's advanced demonstration of the Uchiha clan's throwing techniques, showcasing her skill in the art of weaponry. The steel wires tightened abruptly, momentarily slowing Junmaru's movements. However, such a degree of wire could not possibly restrain him. With a mere exertion of his own strength, he could effortlessly break free. Yet, he was not fighting alone. 2 shurikens did not strike any object. Instead, they were caught by Sasuke standing nearby. In that instant of catching, Sasuke's hands sparked with lightning, and 2 currents surged along the wire, reaching Junmaru. Ugh! Even for Junmaru, known for his resilience, this jolt was significant. Unlike flames, electricity disregards outer defenses and permeates the body directly. Paralyzed, Junmaru knelt on one leg. At this moment, Neji suddenly approached, delivering the gentle fist technique to Junmaru's body. This was no easy feat, as the armor adorning Junmaru rendered conventional physical methods ineffective. Fortunately, the essence of the gentle fist lies in the chakra emitted from the fingertips, which directly assaults the opponent's chakra points. Yet, he did not anticipate that after merely 3 jabs, Junmaru would regain his mobility. Sensing the imminent danger, Neji quickly adopted a defensive stance. Reversal. Junmaru's body was deflected by the technique. In midair, a green figure suddenly emerged. The 8 gates technique was unleashed. Opening the 4th gate, Lee gained immense power for a brief period. Following a rapid movement, he unleashed tremendous force, sending Junmaru flying over 100 meters away. The bone armor on Junmaru's chest was even punctured, causing him to spit blood midair. The younger fighters had gained some experience. They did not presume this would be sufficient to defeat Junmaru. In fact, Kenshiki, from a distance, launched a clay technique. Just as Junmaru had risen from the ground, he was enveloped in clay, his body feeling as though it were ensnared in glue, becoming heavy and sluggish. Fire release, dragon flame jutsu. Sasuke immediately complemented this with a fire technique. These 2 techniques were, in essence, a combined ninjutsu. The high temperature, combined with the clay, would incinerate the enemy into mere sludge. Junmaru twisted his body, attempting to break free from the clay's grip. However, he soon found that the chakra flowing through his right arm had become momentarily stagnant. Neji's gentle fist had indeed had an effect. With all his might, Neji had temporarily sealed the flow of chakra in Junmaru's right hand, preventing him from gathering greater strength. Junmaru's techniques were not purely ninjutsu but akin to physical ninjutsu, similar to that of the Leaf Village. The astonishing destructive power he wielded required chakra to function, including self-healing, bone mutation, and rapid movement and destruction. Thus, The impediment in his chakra flow caused a delay in his actions, rendering him susceptible to Sasuke and Kenshiki's combined ninjutsu. However, in the next moment, a more terrifying aura surged from Junmaro. Niji, observing from a distance, realized the gravity of the situation. Do not approach, quickly retreat. Niji had no time to elaborate, but the warnings from his Byakugan were understood by all. Everyone immediately scattered to the sides. The flames and clay were thoroughly dispersed by an even more ferocious force. Junmaro's figure reappeared, but this time, his body had mutated into an even more terrifying form. He exhibited a pronounced beastly transformation, with a long tail sprouting from his back. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Sasuke displayed a peculiar expression. He was intimately familiar with this kind of power, for it resided within him as well. It was the power known as the Cursed Seal. Orochimaru's decision to unleash Junmaro perhaps concealed this intent, to allow Sasuke to witness the formidable might of Junmaro's Cursed Seal firsthand. Sasuke acknowledged the undeniable strength. It was so overwhelming that after Junmaro entered this state, the combined might of his two teams proved utterly inadequate. However, Sasuke felt no envy. In fact, he regarded the beastly transformation with a hint of disdain. His perspective was shaped by Konoha's explanations of the Cursed Seal's principles. This is a degraded version of sage arts. Orochimaru lacks the innate talent for sage techniques, yet he seems to have discovered a weaker variant. This ability enhances a portion of your strength, but not significantly, certainly not enough to defeat Itachi Uchiha. The most critical aspect is that this power conceals many of Orochimaru's ulterior motives. It remains uncertain whether this strength truly belongs to you or to him. In the original narrative, Sasuke resolutely defected from Konoha for various reasons. Primarily, he felt his growth in strength was insufficiently rapid. During his time in the academy, he harbored no such thoughts. He was the top student, surrounded by those he considered weak, which did not provoke any feelings of inadequacy. The mission to the Land of Waves served as his first awakening. Zabuza's formidable presence compelled him to reassess his abilities. However, after Zabuza was ultimately defeated by his own team, the psychological impact naturally diminished. The subsequent Chunin exams provided another profound stimulus. First, he was overwhelmed by Orochimaru. Then he learned Raijin's technique, which gave him a renewed sense of capability. Yet, he soon encountered Gaara. In the pursuit of Shikaku, he witnessed Gaara's apocalyptic power. The pivotal moment arrived when Gaara was defeated by Naruto, the very underdog he had never regarded as a threat. Following that, Naruto mastered summoning techniques and the Rasengan, his combat prowess eclipsing Sasuke's entirely. These events culminated as the final straw that led to Sasuke's defection. However, in this lifetime, Konoha had long been wary of Orochimaru. He had previously demonstrated the complete form of sage technique to Sasuke. Without any adverse effects, this potent sage technique allowed Sasuke to witness what true power entailed. Although the current state of Kimimaro appeared formidable, Sasuke remained unimpressed, having encountered greater strength before. Nonetheless, despite his dismissiveness, the combat prowess displayed by Kimimaro was indeed astonishing. Even with 6 individuals joining forces, they could scarcely hold their own against him. Unbeknownst to them, Kimimaro was even more pressed, as he felt his body beginning to falter. Orochimaru's command was clear: no one must interfere with his confrontation against the Hokage. Kimimaro was determined to fulfill this directive at the cost of his own life. However, the fighting capabilities of these Konoha Nin were unexpectedly formidable. Shortly after the battle commenced, he was compelled to employ the power of cursed seals, which only exacerbated the burden on his body. He could not sustain this for much longer. In contrast, Orochimaru paid no heed to the battle outside, focusing all his attention on his fight with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even though this esteemed teacher had aged and weakened, his spirit remained undiminished. After all, he was once hailed as the legendary Sannin, a top-tier ninja and a master of ninjutsu. Both titles warranted Orochimaru's utmost seriousness. Utilizing the reanimation jutsu, he summoned the first and second Hokage to join him in a relentless assault against Hiruzen. At this juncture, Hiruzen finally showcased some of the power befitting a Hokage. He summoned the mighty toad boss, Gamabunta, to even the odds against his 3 opponents. Hiruzen exhibited remarkable tactical acumen, countering Orochimaru's lethal strikes and successfully obliterating the first and second Hokage into mere fragments. Regrettably, the reanimated ninjas, under the reanimation jutsu, were truly immortal in the conventional sense, rendering them impervious to standard means of defeat. Hiruzen became acutely aware of this predicament. As Hokage, He was well informed about the reanimation jutsu and even possessed a comprehensive understanding of its countermeasures. However, employing such a counter would carry significant consequences. At this moment, the outer defenses of Konoha were also in peril. A massive summoned serpent had breached the village's barrier and walls, rampaging within. A team led by Tsukumo Hitaki and Uchiha Shursui engaged the invading forces. Yet, in the face of the great serpent and numerous sand ninjas, their defense grew increasingly precarious. This situation starkly illustrated the disparity between ordinary J-nin and elite ninjas, without supersized ninjutsu or corresponding summoned beasts. Ordinary ninjas were ill-equipped to contend with such colossal summoned creatures. Fortunately, at that moment, a colossal toad descended from the skies. Ever since his last encounter in the sacred land of Myaboku, where he heard the great sage toad lament about his inability to foresee the future, Jiraiya had experienced a period of uncertainty. Nevertheless, he ultimately managed to rediscover his purpose. Upon receiving news from the Konoha Anbu, they hastily made their way and managed to arrive just in the nick of time. The formidable Fukasaku, the Elder Toad, made his entrance and swiftly vanquished the rather dim-witted serpent. This display sent shockwaves through the ranks of Konoha's ninja. In stark contrast, the Sand Shinobi exhibited little resistance when faced with Jiraiya. According to their strategy, Jiraiya was supposed to confront their ultimate weapon, the tailed beast. However, for reasons unbeknownst to them, although the tailed beast had indeed appeared, it was nowhere to be found upon their arrival in Konoha. Was this not a cruel twist of fate? Jiraiya effortlessly resolved the crisis at hand and proceeded to the next location. His foremost concern remained the old man. Having partnered with Orochimaru for many years, Jiraiya knew him well enough to surmise the latter's intentions upon his return. Thus, he was eager to reach the arena without delay. Unbeknownst to him, in a nondescript courtyard in Konoha, the figure of Yumi watched him intently. Yumi had not engaged in battle. Instead, she and Sakura had established a temporary medical station. A significant number of injured ninja and civilians were being transported to the vicinity of the Aoy family. Here, Yumi and Sakura constructed a makeshift sanctuary. Meanwhile, Konoha Hospital was already overwhelmed with patients, having been targeted as a primary assault point at the onset of the conflict, resulting in substantial damage. The medical system had been severely compromised, rendering Yumi and Sakura an optimal choice for the urgent needs of the wounded. Initially, many of the ninja were skeptical of the two young female shinobi. However, once Haruno Sakura demonstrated her adeptness in healing techniques, all doubts dissipated. Most of the casualties suffered external injuries, for which the healing arts she practiced were most effective. Strangely, the two appeared tireless, their chakra seemingly boundless. After treating over 100 individuals, they showed no signs of fatigue. Yumi caught sight of Jiraiya as he made his way to the arena and rose to enter the building. Inside, Haydn awaited with eager anticipation. "Have you memorized all the details?" "I have." "Excellent. This is always command. Now, let us commence." "Understood." A fervent expression spread across Haydn's face as he vanished within the confines of the room using a body flicker technique. Jiraiya's progress was not swift, primarily due to the multitude of battlefields he traversed. Although Konoha possessed formidable strength, years of peace had rendered them unprepared for an unexpected assault. Numerous locations had fallen, and the Konoha defense forces were struggling in their efforts. This predicament was compounded by the absence of Konoha's elite forces. To speak of White Fang, the legendary Three Nin, the fourth Hokage, or even the Uchiha clan, each possessed the power to turn the tide of battle. Yet now, only Jiraiya remained, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Conversely, Haydn harbored no such concerns, as his mission was not to save Konoha. He swiftly approached the arena. His objective was to intercept Jiraiya. However, he did not anticipate that Jiraiya would be considerably slower than expected. Consequently, upon his arrival, Haydn found himself devoid of Jiraiya's presence, yet he encountered two other secondary targets. Outside the village, the battle between Konoha and Shikaku had escalated to a fever pitch. Among the nine-tailed beasts, Shikaku's strength was neither the most formidable nor the weakest. It could be classified as average. Aoba, while ensnaring his opponent in the Yellow Spring Swamp, found himself contemplating the potential of employing the lightning release technique, which could have severely injured or even slain Shikaku. However, he ultimately refrained from such a strategy. The existence of tailed beasts, which straddle the line between energy and matter, complicates the task of completely annihilating them, particularly given their colossal size. Moreover, eliminating one now would merely result in its resurrection years later, creating a future predicament. Additionally, Aoba's intent was not to eradicate the tailed beast. Enraged by his entrapment in the swamp, Shikaka manifested a tail beast ball. A formidable attack that Aoba dared not confront directly. Even in Sage mode, the danger posed by such an attack was exceedingly high. In fact, Aoba recalled that only the legendary Hashirama Senju had been capable of receiving a tailed beast ball head-on, utilizing his wood clone technique. When the Nine Tails had resembled little more than a mere rabbit before the wooden construct, as the yellow spring swamp absorbed a significant amount of chakra. Shikaka's body began to sink rapidly. Its head tilted precariously, launching the recently charged tail beast ball at an angle towards the opposing mountain. The ensuing explosion obliterated the entire peak. Aoba broke into a cold sweat, had Shikaka aimed directly at the ground before him. His only recourse would have been to escape using the flying Raijin technique, which was far beyond his current capabilities, evading the tail beast ball. Aoba seized the opportunity to leap onto Shikaka's head. In his hands, he produced 2 scrolls, which unfurled into a cross formation atop the beast's head. Shikaka, sensing the disturbance, shook its head furiously in an attempt to dislodge Aoba. Yet, Aoba maintained his footing, pressing his right hand firmly at the intersection of the 2 scrolls. Energy absorption seal. He intoned, invoking a unique sealing technique originally designed to absorb and seal away another's chakra. Due to its limited practical application, it had fallen out of favor. Nevertheless, Aoba had enhanced this technique, even preparing scrolls in advance, allowing him to maximize its potential through the infusion of his own chakra. His aim was to siphon Shikaka's chakra. While tailed beasts possess an abundance of chakra, and Aoba could feel the energy radiating from Shikaka, he was not interested in this superficial essence. What he sought was the true core of the tailed beast, the very chakra that had been divided from the 10 tails by the Sage of 6 Paths long ago. The sage had sealed the corporeal form of the 10 tails upon the moon, partitioning its chakra into 9 segments that evolved into the current 9-tailed beasts. This was also the reason why the Akatsuki sought to capture the tailed beasts, not merely to revive the 10 tails, but because the 9-tailed beasts were inherently fragments of its being. What Qingyu desires is the essence concealed within the bodies of the tailed beasts. The primordial 10 tails chakra that constitutes their unique, immortal forms. This chakra is something that the tailed beasts can effortlessly amass in quantities surpassing those attainable by 100 ninjas. Yet, this is merely chakra. Aoi's current actions are akin to carving a piece of flesh from Shikaka, specifically from its heart. In the world of Naruto, there exists a form of combat prowess known as the perfect Jinchuriki, which signifies the seamless synergy between the tailed beast and its host, enabling them to unleash their combined might. However, the perfect Jinchuriki cannot engage in battle indefinitely. After a certain threshold, the tailed beast must retreat to reconstitute its chakra. This distinction lies between the original chakra, which represents their essence, and the chakra utilized in combat, akin to a person striking another with their own severed flesh. The tailed beasts are unique entities capable of gathering chakra, much like ninjas, but they require a period of recovery once their reserves are depleted. Highlighting the differences between the 2 types of chakra. From dozens of kilometers away, the battling ninjas could hear Shikaku's furious and tormented roars. Outside the village of Konoha, Shikamaru's team was in pursuit of Temari and Kankuro. He was reluctant to undertake this mission, primarily because the 2 adversaries appeared formidable. Nevertheless, Shikamaru understood that while he could afford to be lazy at times, this moment demanded action. Those 2 were allied with Gaara and surely possessed crucial intelligence, compelling him to lead the chase. Temari and Kankuro were not particularly fearful of their pursuers, yet they continued to flee, as their plan was awry. They were supposed to collaborate with the tailed beast for a direct assault on the village, but where was the tailed beast? Where was Gaara? Without Gaara, engaging in battle within Konoha would be tantamount to courting death. Kankuro, unable to endure the relentless pursuit, suggested they eliminate their pursuers. However, it was not that simple. Did he not heed the previous intelligence? These 3 youngsters were the new generation of Konoha's Inoshikacho. Individually, they might not be formidable, but together, they were exceedingly dangerous. What they needed now was to locate Gaara or Master Maki to ascertain the true nature of the situation. At that moment, Shikamaru recognized that they could no longer afford to delay, as Ino, spurred on by Sakura's encouragement, had been diligently training for some time. And the trio's innate talents had evidently improved. Ino, make your move. The mind-body switch technique, while executed at high speed, rendered it nearly impossible to control an opponent. However, Shikamaru did not expect Ino to achieve complete success. He merely required her to create a distraction. The instant Ino made her move, Temari felt a brief moment of dizziness wash over her, though it was swiftly dispelled. Nonetheless, that fleeting instant caused her to lose her balance, almost sending her tumbling from the tree. Temari. Kankuro turned back to catch her. This exchange slowed their escape by a fraction of a second, and at that moment, a shadow swiftly surged up from the ground. This is bad. At a critical moment, Kanjiro seized Han's arm and forcefully pushed her away. However, he found himself ensnared by shadows. No, this was not his true form. The instant the shadows ensnared his opponent, Shikamaru discerned that this was not Kanjiro's authentic self. At that moment, the puppet on Kanjiro's back suddenly split apart, revealing his true self emerging from within. The strings of the puppet he held connected to the mechanism, which activated various traps, preparing for a counterattack. Yet, at that juncture, a loud shout echoed. "Meet Egg Battle Car." Kanjiro found it difficult to articulate his feelings in that instant. How to describe it? The battle of a puppeteer is a delicate art. Everyone hides their true selves while using puppets to probe and attack one another, much like a robotic competition in an arena. The true body stands off the stage. His strategy was indeed quite effective against Shikamaru. However, CHG's Meet Egg Battle Car made Kanjiro feel as if, while engaged in a well-fought robotic contest, the opponent suddenly unveiled a bulldozer, crushing both the robots and the arena itself. Was this truly the way of a ninja? The power of CHG's Meet Egg Battle Car was formidable. At least within the narrative, none had chosen to confront it directly, apart from Kakuzu, who had faced it once. Everyone else fled upon sight. Kanjiro watched helplessly as his puppets were dismantled like toys torn apart by mischievous children, parts scattering in all directions. He himself was knocked aside and sent flying. Wind release. Dust Devil. Hand unfurled her 7-star fan, unleashing a gust of wind that forced back CHG and Shikamaru. Then attempted to help Kanjiro up. But suddenly, Ino's voice rang out from behind her. Mind transfer jutsu. Hand's movements froze in place. No. Kanjiro realized the dire situation. He never anticipated their defeat would come so swiftly. It could only be said that the Ino Shikicho trio of Konoha, when serious, was beyond their capacity to resist. Shikamaru linked with Ino's mind transfer jutsu, completely immobilizing both of them. Subsequently, Ino and CHG bound the two, marking the successful completion of their mission. They were the first team to finish their task. Meanwhile, Naruto and Niji's team were still engaged with Kimimaro. Had his speed diminished? What was happening? His chakra seemed unchanged. Could it be? Niji noticed something amiss with Kimimaro, suspecting a potential issue with his body. Everyone spread out, avoiding a direct confrontation. Realizing this, both teams quickly distanced themselves. At that moment, Kimimaro sensed he was nearing his limit. He glanced up at the VIP seats, where Orochimaru's battle was still ongoing. A resolute expression crossed his face. At this point, the clash between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen had entered its final moments. Unlike in the original narrative, where Orochimaru hardly engaged, merely posturing from the sidelines, this time his frequency of attacks was significantly heightened. 10,000 snakes formation. A vast sea of serpents enveloped the entire arena. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was panting heavily. Having engaged in prolonged combat with both the first and second Hokage, he found himself drained in the face of the relentless assault from Orochimaru. The pressure was mounting, and he was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Could Sarutobi endure any longer? The Sage King of the Monkeys sensed Hiruzen's fatigue. What perplexed him most was that despite Hiruzen having battled Orochimaru for numerous rounds, no one had come to his aid. It was not that there were no allies. Several Umbu guards had managed to evade the 4 Purple Flames formation. Yet they were merely of special Jonin rank and could not breach the barrier. Moreover, none of the elite ninjas from Konoha were present, not even those who might have attempted a rescue. Hiruzen pondered, what was happening? Why was there no support? This question rendered Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily speechless. Indeed, why was there no assistance? Not a single soul had arrived. Deep within, Hiruzen had an inkling of the truth. He recalled that his aide, Kakashi, had been by his side, but at the moment Orochimaru had made his move, Kakashi had departed to pursue another objective. He also noticed Shikamaru, who had cast a significant glance in this direction before turning away at the onset of the chaos. The Hyuga clan had not sent anyone to his aid, nor had the Uchiha clan, which was now a relic of the past. He did not even see Nara Shikaku, his most trusted subordinate, who was conspicuously absent. All those he had trusted, and even those he had not, seemed to be lurking in the shadows, observing everything unfold. They appeared to be waiting for his demise. Hiruzen was bewildered as to when the situation had deteriorated to this point. He was the Hokage, the very leader who had guided Konoha to victory in the Third Great Ninja War. How had it come to this? When had the tide turned? Perhaps it had begun with the Uchiha massacre? No, it had to be even earlier, perhaps with the death of Minato. Had he lived, today's calamities might never have unfolded. Minato. Oh, he was so exceptional. He would have made a splendid Hokage. And Kushina, Naruto. Reflecting on it now, perhaps Konoha was unworthy of such a family. It might even trace back to the death of the White Fang. He had been a pure ninja, so loyal and untainted. And then, Orochimaru's betrayal. He had committed numerous transgressions, and yet, why had he allowed him to escape? Ultimately, all that transpired today had been set in motion by his own hands. Moreover, with the Uchiha, there were surely better solutions that could have been pursued. How foolish he had been to opt for the worst course of action. And Danzo, he had done so many wrongs, yet Hiruzen had consistently chosen to turn a blind eye. In retrospect, it seemed Danzo must have been slain by them. Kakashi, Kamikawa Aoba, and perhaps others, including the Uzumaki clan and Hayashi Hyuga, flitted through Sarutobi Hiruzen's fleeting thoughts, leading him to a profound sigh. It dawned on him that throughout his life, he had committed numerous mistakes. The presence of Orochimaru, his former student, sensed this transformation in his teacher. The once magnificent Sarutobi Hiruzen, renowned for his exceptional skills, seemed to have lost the aura of the legendary shinobi he once embodied. Yet, amidst this brief pause, a stirring sensation surged within him. The illustrious shinobi of yore appeared to resurface. O King of the Monkeys, I beseech you to assist me in bringing this to a conclusive end, he implored. Just as Orochimaru was about to respond, an overwhelming surge of chakra emanated from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru, I have committed many errors in my life, most of which are irreparable. However, today, I have the opportunity to rectify at least this one mistake. Behold, I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha. Today, I shall cleanse the village. With hands forming seals, for shadow clones appeared at his sides, prompting Orochimaru's eyelids to twitch in alarm. Stop him. The reanimated bodies of the first and second Hokage surged forward. Wood release, advent of the tree world. Water release, great waterfall technique. Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hiruzen completed his own technique. Ninjutsu, 5 elements, great multiple shuriken jutsu. How could it be? At such a critical moment, he was still capable of executing such a high-level jutsu. Orochimaru felt a chill creep into his heart. Most of his teacher's techniques did not intimidate him, but this one truly unsettled him. They were still encircled by the 4 purple flames formation, rendering escape impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen, just as he himself was unable to withdraw freely. Ninjutsu, triple Rashomon. Orochimaru formed hand seals, and 3 massive Rashomon gates rose before him. Subsequently, a violent explosion shook the entire 4 purple flames formation. Not far away, Jiraiya, having dispatched a squad of sand shinobi, witnessed the tremendous explosion from the podium. That old man is risking it all. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Jiraiya dared not hesitate, swiftly bypassing various battlefields as he raced toward the podium. Suddenly, an unfamiliar figure materialized before him. Ha! The stranger cackled maniacally, scrutinizing Jiraiya from head to toe. You, a leaf ninja, shall perish. The rambling of the deranged individual was secondary. What astonished Jiraiya most was the pair of Sharingan eyes glaring back at him. A 3-tomo Sharingan? Could this individual be from the Uchiha clan? Impossible. The Uchiha were supposed to be extinct. This person was certainly not Itachi Uchiha. Jiraiya, astonished, felt an unsettling surge of chakra emanating from the stranger, who ominously held 2 severed heads in his hands. At the outset, Jiraiya paid little heed to the chaos around him. War inevitably claims lives, and corpses littered the ground. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the figures in the hands of his adversary were none other than Konan and Mito, 2 prominent advisors of the Hokage, wielding significant authority within Konoha. To think that these esteemed elders could be so silently dispatched was disconcerting. Jiraiya, despite his personal disdain for these 2 old fellows, could not bear to witness the demise of his predecessors before his very eyes. You are utterly unforgivable. With a swift incantation, he unleashed the technique known as the Wild Lioness Mane. His hair surged forth, ensnaring the approaching Haiden. Would release, tree world barrier. The defensive technique of would release thwarted the Wild Lioness Mane, yet Jiraiya's mastery over ninjutsu was nothing short of exceptional. His hair deftly maneuvered around the would release, capturing Haiden from behind. As the strands contracted, they mercilessly sliced Haydn into fragmented pieces. He employs would release. It cannot be this simple. Jiraiya, despite sensing he had indeed struck the real body, could hardly believe that the confrontation would conclude so effortlessly. After all, although the two advisors had been inactive for years, their combat prowess was that of a seasoned jonin that could not be vanquished by someone of such modest strength. Behind you, Jiraiya pivoted sharply. Fire release, great fireball technique. A torrent of scorching flames erupted from his mouth, colliding with Haydn's would release, exploding wood gun. The two techniques clashed mid-air, prompting Jiraiya to retreat swiftly, hands forming seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. At that moment, Haydn had just evaded the flames, brandishing his weapon towards Jiraiya. Yet, a surge of fire erupted from beneath him. This was the effect of the Phoenix fire technique. Humph. Wood release, giant wood pillar technique. Countless wooden pillars erupted from the ground, dragging Haydn away from the flames. However, Jiraiya had already deployed another technique. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Only when faced with Jiraiya did one truly comprehend the brilliance of this toad sage in the application of ninjutsu, with impeccable timing and virtually no openings. Nonetheless, Haydn possessed his own advantages. Wood release, tree world descent. Inexperience was countered by sheer strength, exemplifying the principle that raw power can overcome skill. Such a level of wood release. Jiraiya felt a jolt of shock within. He was aware that Konoha had long been conducting covert wood release experiments, which was one of the reasons he was reluctant to return. If this level of wood release had indeed been perfected, how could Konoha have remained silent all these years? And then there were the Sharingan. This opponent wielded both the Sharingan and wood release, with an astonishing chakra reserve and formidable taijutsu. Overall, as a ninja, his potential seemed nearly flawless. Yet, it was clear that he harbored malicious intentions towards Konoha. In that moment, Jiraiya's mind conjured countless scenarios. However, Haydn would not hold back against Jiraiya. Would release, thorned kill. Deep within the clutches of the divine tree, Jiraiya found himself surrounded by writhing trees, their countless thorns growing wildly, leaving him with no escape. Bunta, help me, Jiraiya shouted, unwilling to take any chances. In the distance, Bunta, who was assisting the Leaf Village ninjas, leaped into the air. Short blade slash. Bunta's massive form forcefully opened a gap in the divine tree's grasp, granting Jiraiya a moment to maneuver. What is happening? Such formidable wood release. Who is this kid? I don't know. But he has already slain two elders of the leaf. He must not escape today. I will do my best. Wood release is no trifling matter. Let's get serious. Fire release. Toad oil flame bullet. Jiraiya, in conjunction with Bunta, unleashed an enormous fire release technique that violently shattered the divine tree's confinement. However, Faden remained unfazed. Wood release, wooden man technique. This technique was the pinnacle of Faden's mastery over wood release. Mastering such abilities is not a trivial endeavor, even with the right aptitude. The legendary jutsu of the first Hokage are beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Not to mention, techniques like wood dragon, true thousand hands, or the Buddha transformation are still unattainable for Faden. Nevertheless, the wooden man technique was already impressive enough. Upon its emergence, it captured the entire Leaf Village's attention. A colossal figure akin to a small mountain silenced the battlefield momentarily. Is that a ninjutsu? It appears to be wood release. Indeed, it is wood release, but former root ninjas had witnessed wood release techniques before, yet the scale of this was truly absurd. The wooden man technique required no elaborate offensive maneuvers. Every gesture unleashed A-rank or even S-rank jutsu damage. Jiraiya, I fear we cannot contend with this. I need some time. Are you going to use Sage Art? Exactly. Then I will do my utmost. Bunta, already immense, seemed like a child compared to the wooden man. If this was Faden's wood release, the comparison to Hashirama of Yer would be akin to that of a mouse to an adult. Just as Jiraiya prepared to risk it all, a flash of red streaked across the sky. Faden, standing atop the wooden man, was struck without any reaction. What was that? Too fast, I can't see clearly. Suspended in midair, Faden directed the wooden man to smash down upon the Leaf Village. Should this strike land, it would obliterate an entire 10 streets. Sage Art, Wind Release, Gale Absolute Severing Slash. The silhouette of Aoyin descended from the heavens, a colossal tornado engulfing the entirety of the wooden figure. This marked Aoyin's inaugural full-powered output of Sage Technique Chakra. He yearned to ascertain the extent of his ultimate strike. The furious tornado ascended to the skies and descended to the earth, enveloping the wooden figure within its chaotic embrace. The wooden figure extended its hand in an attempt to retaliate, yet in that fleeting moment, it was mercilessly sliced by countless wind blades. Empowered by the sage technique chakra, the entirety of the wooden figure's arm was reduced to mere splinters. Such formidable power. Who could it be? It is the technique of Lord Aoyan. Truly, he is the one who once vanquished the Reikage. This level of ninjutsu is unparalleled. Not only other ninjas, but even Jiraiya was taken aback by Aoyan's strike. While he himself could inflict such destruction, it would necessitate entering Sage mode, a transformation that required a considerable amount of time to achieve. However, Aoyan radiated an overwhelming wave of Sage technique chakra, yet his form exhibited no signs of transformation. His mastery of Sage mode was so refined that it was nearly beyond Jiraiya's comprehension. Long ago, Jiraiya had realized that Aoyan possessed an understanding of Sage mode. But during his confrontation with the Reikage, Aoyan's chakra had been insufficient to fully unveil the might of Sage mode. The Aoyan before him now, however, showcased a power that exceeded Jiraiya's wildest imaginings. Reflecting on what the great Sage Toad had foretold, that he could no longer envision the future, Jiraiya couldn't help but ponder if this could indeed be Aoyan. Haiden screamed as he plummeted from the fray, though his body had nearly healed by the time he reached the ground. The wood release, tree roots burial technique ensued, prompting Aoyan and Jiraiya to pivot in defense while Haiden hastily retreated. Yet, as he turned, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing Kakashi, who had mysteriously appeared behind Haiden. With a blade crackling with lightning, he pierced through Haiden's heart. Well done, Kakashi. Jiraiya couldn't help but commend Kakashi for his flawless timing. A swift appearance followed by a decisive strike, reminiscent of the legendary White Fang. Lord Jiraiya, the battlefield requires your presence. The barrier on the eastern side of the village has been breached and needs reinforcement. Additionally, the refuge is under attack and also requires support. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Jiraiya hesitated briefly. I shall leave those two locations to you, Aoyan and Kakashi. You both are capable shinobi of Konoha. Go and resolve those threats. As for me, the old man requires my assistance. Meanwhile, the fierce battle on the arena's grandstand raged on. The supposedly impregnable four purple flames formation had been shattered. With Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashing his full might, the five-nature transformation great bullet technique forcibly breached the formidable ceiling barrier, simultaneously inflicting severe damage upon Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru quickly employed his unique shedding technique, restoring all his injuries. However, this technique is not without its limitations. The chakra consumption is astonishing. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also at the end of his strength. Yet, he understands that if he cannot defeat Orochimaru today, this individual may inflict even greater harm on Konoha in the future. Of the four shadow clones, only two remain, while the two reanimated Hokage have once again restored themselves. If he cannot completely eliminate these two, it is utterly impossible for him to slay Orochimaru today. Nevertheless, the immortality of the reanimated bodies presents a formidable challenge. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen is left with one final choice. Not far away, Jiraiya witnesses this scene and is about to step forward to assist. However, at that moment, Aoyuki and Kakashi simultaneously advance, positioning themselves resolutely in front of him. Silently, yet with unwavering determination, they stand their ground. You too. Jiraiya is taken aback, staring incredulously at the two young Konoha ninjas before him. What are you doing? Do you not see that the Hokage is in danger? In truth, we do see it, Lord Jiraiya. However, one might argue that the Hokage should be among the strongest ninjas in the village. His very existence is to protect the village, is it not? If the Hokage is under threat and requires protection, then who shall safeguard the countless villagers of Konoha who are also in peril? Jiraiya opens his mouth, only to find himself momentarily at a loss to counter this fallacy. Have you two betrayed Konoha? Betrayed Konoha? From beginning to end, we have fought for Konoha. Where do you see betrayal in our actions? Your Hokage is under attack right there, yet you stand idly by and watch. Is that not a betrayal of Konoha? No, it is not. At most, it can only be said that we have betrayed the Hokage, but we cannot be accused of betraying Konoha. After all, the Hokage is merely the guardian of Konoha and does not represent the entirety of it. Would you not agree, Lord Jiraiya? Jiraiya did not anticipate Aoyuki's eloquence to be so formidable, despite his own proficiency in such debates. However, upon witnessing his teacher's precarious situation, he could not help but feel a surge of frustration. Behind you stands the third Hokage of Konoha, my mentor. I shall repeat myself. Step aside, both of you. I absolutely cannot watch my teacher perish before my eyes. Jiraiya begins to gather chakra, preparing to take action. The two ninjas before him are exceedingly troublesome, and he is ready to resort to serious measures, even if it means taking a life. Yet, Aoyuki seems oblivious to Jiraiya's murderous intent, merely standing there, speaking to himself. Why is that not permissible? Is it so difficult for you to watch your teacher die? Look beside you at Kakashi. He witnessed his father die when he was only 10. On the very first day of Naruto Uzumaki's life, he watched his parents perish before him. At the age of 8, Sasuke Uchiha witnessed the slaughter of his entire clan. Neji Hyuga saw his father die at the tender age of 7. What has become of these young individuals, these children, who are able to endure such circumstances? The illustrious Jiraiya, renowned as the legendary sage, cannot accept the death of his mentor before his very eyes. The voice of Kawakawa Aoba pierced through Jiraiya's heart like a needle. He opened his mouth, ultimately managing to utter but a single word. You. Jiraiya was filled with indignation, yet found himself unable to refute. In that moment, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Why was there not a single ally in proximity to the Hokage? The closest companions, the Inoshikacho trio, were absent, as were the Hyuga clan, Kakashi, and those elite jonin. The Uchiha had already perished. Even the Umbu agents were woefully insufficient in number. All of this unveiled an exceptionally harsh reality. The entire Konoha village appeared to be waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to meet his demise. Jiraiya, who had spent years away from the village, was bewildered by how matters had deteriorated to this extent. However, he could not contest the examples presented by Aoba. The deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife might not be the fault of Sarutobi, yet he had also heard of Naruto's tragic childhood. Such actions were unbecoming of a Hokage. Moreover, considering the likes of White Fang, Hiruzen, and the Uchiha, it dawned upon him that the old man had committed numerous grave errors within Konoha. In that instant, Jiraiya found it difficult to believe that Sarutobi had once been his mentor. He could not fathom when things had transformed to the point where he no longer recognized him. Aoba, Kakashi, I am powerless to defend against the accusations you raise. However, I must apologize. He is my teacher. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot stand idly by and watch. I am sorry. With that, Jiraiya raised his hand, poised to strike. Yet, at that moment, Aoba suddenly gestured, tossing him a document. Before you act, Lord Jiraiya, perhaps you should take a look at this. Jiraiya accepted the document and upon glancing at it, was taken aback by the conspicuous seal of the root and the Hokage. What is this? With trembling hands, he opened the file. Inside lay a horrifying array of inhumane human experiments, with the subjects being children from the Konoha orphanage. There were even a significant number of the village's own ninjas among them. As Jiraiya rapidly flipped through the pages, he discovered that over the years, various ninja clans had been coerced into surrendering some of their young members to Danzo. Most of them had quietly vanished without a trace. Lastly, there was the Uchiha. The document contained signatures from the Hokage and several advisors regarding a plan targeting the Uchiha clan. The content of the plan stated that if circumstances became dire, extreme measures could be employed to strike the Uchiha with ruthless force. This was merely a fraction of the horrors contained within. Jiraiya even came across data regarding Orochimaru's initial human experiments. Staring at the thick pile of documents in his hands, Jiraiya felt darkness enveloping him. If this information were to leak, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation would be utterly destroyed. What exactly do you intend to accomplish? Jiraiya relinquished his intent to attack. The opponent had prepared too thoroughly, leaving him nearly devoid of the will to resist. It is not about what I desire. Lord Jiraiya, this is a moment of choice. You now possess the power to decide the fate of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He may serve as Hokage, a valiant ninja, and perish on the battlefield. Or I could unveil all of this, stripping him of everything in his twilight years. Jiraiya found it challenging to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. Given his current prowess, there were few places in the shinobi world that remained beyond his reach, and even fewer who could claim the right to challenge him. Yet, when confronted by Kokoa Aoy, he felt an unsettling lack of courage to strike. He raised his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen in the distance, who had also sensed the unfolding situation. Witnessing Kokoa Aoy and Kakashi impede Jiraiya's advance, Hiruzen grasped the gravity of the moment. It was time for atonement. From afar, he gently shook his head at Jiraiya before turning resolutely away. Orochimaru, do not presume that your profane techniques, which desecrate the dead, grant you unbridled power. Today, I shall convey the essence of the Hokage's existence. The final chakra divided into three. Two shadow clones emerged, seizing the two reanimated corpses and devoured their souls, consigning them to the belly of the Shinigami. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen charged towards Orochimaru, a kunai piercing his chest. However, as a consequence, Hiruzen grasped Orochimaru's hands firmly. This strike utterly unsettled Orochimaru, severing the connection of the reanimation. Moreover, he found himself immobilized. How is this possible? What technique is this? Do not think that you alone comprehend forbidden jutsu, Orochimaru. Witness now the true forbidden art, the final radiance of the Hokage, the Shiki F gene. In this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's combat prowess seemed to surpass that of the original narrative. Most critically, Orochimaru was bereft of the Kusanagi sword, rendering him incapable of wielding it to strike at Hiruzen's back as in the original tale. Although the kunai found its mark, it did not strike true to his heart. In the throes of his fervor, Hiruzen, seemingly impervious to his injuries, fervently channeled chakra to summon the spirit of the Shinigami. Upon glimpsing the Shinigami, Orochimaru was taken aback. Once ensnared by the Shiki F gene, he was rendered utterly immobile, realizing that this technique targeted the soul and could not be remedied by a substitution jutsu. Orochimaru. My transgressions have birthed this present calamity. Now, we possess infinite time to engage in eternal combat within the belly of the Shinigami. The Shinigami has withdrawn the blade from his mouth. With a single stroke, the world shall be rid of Orochimaru. Yet, at that moment, a voice echoed from a distance. Dance of the Bracken Fern. Aoyan tilted her head to gaze at the distant Kinmaru. The once near-lifeless Kinmaru unexpectedly exerted the final deadly technique of the corpse bone pulse. Countless bones erupted from the ground, transforming the entire arena into a forest of bones. Multiple skeletal fragments pierced through Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Old man, Jiraiya shouted, rushing forward without hesitation. This time, Aoyan and Kakashi did not intervene. The Grim Reaper's strike faltered momentarily, yet the blade still descended. At that moment, a bone behind Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly sprouted a figure. This was the essence of Kinmaru's grass fern dance, where man and bone became one, allowing emergence from any fragment. Kinmaru's entire arm transformed into a colossal, conical bone spike, directly impaling Sarutobi Hiruzen from behind. The force of this strike was overwhelming, shattering Hiruzen's chest and dispersing his final breath entirely. The Grim Reaper's blade fell, but it veered from its intended target, merely grazing Orochimaru's hands. Jiraiya rushed to lift the lifeless Kinmaru, steadying Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Orochimaru staggered backward, staring blankly at his own hands. No matter how hard he tried, he felt nothing. Even after employing the shedding skin technique, the sensation remained absent. Recalling the recent corpse sealing technique, he finally comprehended the truth. His hands were not merely injured. Rather, a part of his soul was missing. Following such a devastating blow, Orochimaru completely lost his composure, turning and fleeing without a second thought. After casting a distant glance at Aoyan, ensuring she had no intention to strike, he vanished from the scene with an earth technique. Kakashi exchanged a glance with Aoyan, who understood his implication. There was no need to pursue. He still held value. In truth, whether Orochimaru was injured or slain today was already factored into Aoyan's plans. Let us not forget, Aoyan had obtained the Grim Reaper's mask long ago. If Orochimaru were to perish under the corpse sealing technique, it would effectively fall into her hands. Conversely, if he merely sustained injuries, it would lead to the next transaction. Orochimaru possessed numerous valuable items, including an improved version of the Impure World reincarnation, and potentially the White Snake technique, the Eight-Headed Serpent technique, among others. His techniques of the Impure Reincarnation and the Shedding Skin were rare treasures within the ninja world. The verdant leaves may gradually extract the essence of the sheep, until every last drop is meticulously gathered, before confronting Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes fluttered open slightly, revealing Jiraiya before him. His lips quivered as if he wished to utter something, yet ultimately, he remained silent, having completely succumbed to the embrace of death. Chingya casually set ablaze the documents discarded by Jiraiya, then approached him with the group of children in tow. The Hokage is dead, Naruto uttered in a tone of disbelief. Indeed, he has passed away, Sasuke responded, his voice tinged with an unusual quality, neither triumph nor sorrow. The expressions of the remaining young ninjas varied, yet the majority wore faces of profound grief. At this juncture, the offensive from Sunagakure had begun to wane noticeably. After all, with the return of Jiraiya, Chingya, and Kakashi, many of the Sand Shinobi had been dealt with, allowing a significant number of Konoha ninjas to redirect their efforts to assist others. This created a virtuous cycle. Many battlefields had started to show signs of recovery. Conversely, the forces from Sunagakure and Otogakure, having lost Orochimaru and the support of the tailed beasts, were gradually crumbling. Numerous ninjas were slain or captured. At this moment, Shikamaru's Ino Shikicho team returned, bringing with them the captured Temari and Kankuro. They quickly spotted their companions at the scene. CHG attempted to greet them, but Shikamaru halted him. With his keen intellect, he discerned the expressions of the group and the implications of their surroundings. Swiftly grasping the gravity of the situation, as they approached, they saw the Hokage lying on the ground. "Hokage-sama," Ino gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. While even CHG set down his snacks, Shikamaru gazed upon the deceased Hokage, a phrase from his father echoing in his mind. "You will understand soon enough." Is this the outcome? A fleeting thought of his father's recent state of unease crossed Shikamaru's mind. It seemed his father had sensed the impending calamity earlier. As the heir of the Nara clan, Shikamaru naturally contemplated these matters more deeply. However, the present moment was clearly not the time for such discussions. Though Sunagakure and Otogakure had begun a full retreat, the situation had yet to improve significantly. War does not conclude merely with the defeat of the enemy. The destruction it brings endures for a considerable duration. Remarkably, less than a day had passed, yet half of Konoha lay in ruins. Thousands of injured had no place to go, and countless had been rendered homeless. Additionally, the toll of fallen ninjas remained unaccounted for. It could be said that the coming days would constitute the most arduous period for Konoha. Although the Sand Shinobi had not achieved their goals, they had undeniably inflicted severe damage upon Konoha, even resulting in the death of its Hokage. This presents an exceedingly perilous omen, signifying that Konoha was now leaderless and unprecedentedly vulnerable. The 5 great ninja villages are not peaceful entities. Aside from Konoha, the other villages have long coveted its downfall. Given the opportunity, they would not hesitate to seize it. Aoba was even certain that the ninjas from Awagakure and Kumogakure were already en route. This time, it was not merely a test, it was an overt display of hostility. Given the slightest opportunity, they would undoubtedly pounce to seize a piece of Konoha. As night fell, the hostilities ceased completely, yet the ensuing matters were overwhelmingly complex. Even Aoba felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The first priority was the retrieval of the deceased and the care of the injured. Konoha Hospital, having been attacked, could accommodate less than half its usual capacity. Despite the rapid establishment of numerous makeshift medical facilities in the vicinity, thousands of wounded individuals remained without timely assistance. The entire street of the Aoyama family has transformed into a temporary medical facility. In a single day, Sakura and Yumi have treated over 700 individuals. A staggering feat for a medical ninja. With Sakura's chakra reserves and Yumi's stamina, they are undeterred by physical exhaustion. However, the mental fatigue is profoundly taxing. Mastering medical ninjutsu demands an exceptional level of mental concentration, far more than the exertion required for offensive techniques. This complexity is a significant reason why medical ninjas are so challenging to cultivate. Although Sakura has graduated, she remains but a child, and eventually, she succumbs to exhaustion and falls into a deep slumber. Even Yumi feels her eyelids growing heavy. At that moment, Aoyama appears behind Yumi. "All right, take a rest. I will handle the rest." Yumi, weary, glances at Aoyama before obediently retreating to rest. Chingya is indeed capable of tenuously wielding the art of healing techniques, a skill he deliberately acquired to enhance his chakra control. After Sakura and Yumi succumbed to slumber, Chingya commenced his healing duties. Many recognized him, having witnessed his remarkable prowess during the day, where he valiantly vanquished that would release ninja with his gale blade. Kawakawa Chingya. "Thank you immensely, Lord Chingya," they expressed. Regardless of his current lack of an official position, Kawakawa Chingya is already regarded as a prominent figure within the ranks of Konoha, with the majority of ninjas having elevated him to a status akin to that of the village's upper echelons. Aoba is responsible for the care of the wounded, while Kakashi finds himself beset with far more pressing concerns, with the Hokage fallen in battle and the 2 advisors similarly slain. The highest-ranking officials in Konoha are now he and Nara Shikaku, one a remaining advisor to the Hokage, the other the leader of the Jonin class. The 2 sit resignedly in the Hokage's office, laboring through the night to address the aftermath of the conflict. Reports from the Umbu indicate that the enigmatic Sharingan wielder, a would-release ninja, has escaped. Allegedly, he revived unexpectedly while the Umbu were handling his remains and seized the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. As Shikaka speaks, he observes Kakashi's expression, which remains stoic, merely responding with indifference. He instructs the Umbu to document the incident for future resolution. speculating that the escapee likely emerged from some clandestine root laboratory. Once this ordeal concludes, a thorough accounting of the village will be imperative. However, they face more pressing matters at hand. Shikaka nods thoughtfully, acknowledging the urgency of ensuring the accommodation of the injured within the village. He has summoned all available Earth-released ninjas to commence repairs on Konoha's hospitals and residential areas. At the current pace, by dawn, all injured and villagers should be adequately settled. Yet, a grave issue looms. The medical ninjas are woefully insufficient in number. Aoba and his disciple, Haruno Sakura, have already stepped in. But the shortage of medical ninjas is a significant hindrance. There is little more they can do. I've heard, Kakashi interjects, that the young girl managed to treat over 300 wounded ninjas in just one day. Yes, that's Aoba's secret technique, which provides Sakura with additional chakra. Shikaku elaborates, though he admits his lack of deeper understanding. Impressive, Aoba is indeed an enigmatic ninja, always possessing hidden cards up his sleeve. Kakashi silently agrees, contemplating the odd assortment of experiments in Aoba's basement and pondering what peculiarities the ninja has concocted. Very well. We can enlist some volunteers to administer basic treatment through medication and bandaging for those with minor injuries. That should suffice, though barely. It's a reluctant solution, Kakashi concedes. The true expert in medical ninjutsu is Tsunade. We can only do our utmost. He then broaches the matter of accounting for the deceased, emphasizing the need for expedience. There are far too many bodies. They cannot be left unattended for long. I understand, Shikaki replies, but this task should typically fall to the Konoha police force, as they possess all the villagers' information. However, they are currently understaffed due to. At this juncture, both men fall silent, sharing an unspoken agreement to refrain from further discussion, lest they show disrespect to the deceased. After a pause, Kakashi, uncertain of the way forward, turns to Shikaku for guidance. Yet, Shikaku's expression reflects his own frustrations, for some challenges in this world cannot be resolved by mere intellect, much like the complexities of population statistics and management. In the real world, such responsibilities are generally entrusted to the Public Security Bureau and local police stations. Within the context of Konoha, the Umbu serves a similar function. Most villagers of Konoha perceive the Umbu as an entity that enforces the law with a harsh and unyielding demeanor. However, in reality, the Umbu is tasked not only with routine law enforcement within the village, but also with the complex and extensive management of residents' registration information. As members of the Umbu, when encountering a suspicious individual on the street, one must first possess accurate identification information for comparison. In the early days, the Umbu conducted thorough population registries, continuously updating them. Lacking the conveniences of modern internet, they categorized information by streets to facilitate quick access for the responsible district patrols. Due to the absence of advanced internet technology, these tasks required a considerable workforce for manual maintenance and updates. This workforce constitutes a lesser-known segment of the Umbu. It is precisely due to their existence that the Umbu can effectively and promptly enforce public order throughout Konoha. Thus, the Umbu is far more than merely a group of arrogant Uchiha ninjas in the eyes of outsiders. It is a substantial and intricate organization, in alignment with real-world duties. It is essentially a hybrid of a public security bureau and a local police station, with additional responsibilities akin to those of governmental services. All these duties are highly integrated within the Uchiha Umbu. As Kakashi and Shikamaru delved deeper into their research, Kakashi felt an unsettling urge to defile the deceased. Kakashi reflected that it was no wonder that after the war ended, Aoba vanished. He preferred to expend effort healing the wounded rather than dealing with bureaucratic matters in the office. It seems he had long anticipated that this was far from a desirable task. The responsibility for casualty statistics ultimately fell upon Shikamaru, with the order being issued directly by his father. In that moment, Shikamaru questioned whether he was truly his father's son. Faced with dozens of boxes of paper files extracted from the Umbu archives, he nearly succumbed to despair. Yet, there was no choice. The manpower was insufficient. This task involved not only tallying casualties, but also necessitated a thorough personnel vetting process. Prior to the Great War, various hidden dangers already lurked within Konoha. Due to the vulnerabilities in the household registration system, many merchants who entered Konoha could easily blend in after spending a brief period and mingling with the locals. Had it been the previous Umbu, cross-referencing the information would have revealed that these individuals were not truly Konoha residents. However, following the Umbu's downfall, this tedious work had yet to be resumed. The household registration data in Konoha had not been genuinely updated for an entire year. During the war, Konoha suffered significant sabotage from numerous spies, with the hospital being attacked by a group of infiltrators. This has consequently led to a grave shortage of medical resources. Kakashi and Shikaku engaged in discussions regarding the opportunity presented by the casualty statistics to thoroughly update the household registration records of Konoha, preparing for the impending reconstruction of the security forces. Shikamaru, with a look of utter despondency, gathered a group of companions to commence their work. To be fair, despite his laziness, he proves to be remarkably dependable in critical moments. Following the treatment and assessment of the wounded, a multitude of issues still loomed large. Foremost among them was the severe vulnerability of Konoha in the aftermath of the war, leaving it open to incursions from other villages. Without a doubt, they had already begun their maneuvers. Therefore, it was imperative to immediately deploy elite ninjas to maintain vigilance around Konoha. At that moment, the walls and barriers surrounding Konoha had suffered considerable damage, with the barrier unit estimating that a complete restoration would require at least a month. During this period, Konoha would be defenseless, making it crucial to prevent enemies from approaching the village. All prying eyes must be obstructed from the periphery. The primary threats originated from the northwest, Iwagakure, and the northeast, Kumogakure. Particularly concerning was Iwagakure, where the dense forest created a complex environment that warranted heightened attention. It now appeared that Aoy had been well prepared. While stationed at the border with Kumogakure, he had nearly decimated the surrounding forests, rendering it nearly impossible for the enemy to conceal their movements. This was a faint silver lining amidst the turmoil. Kakashi and Shikaku pored over the map for an extended period, quickly returning to the initial concern, manpower. The task of patrolling the borders necessitated a genuine elite ninja team, comprised of seasoned veterans. The previous conflict had depleted their ranks considerably, leaving few capable of shouldering such responsibilities. If necessary, they could draw from the Umbu. Since the former route had merged with the Umbu, their numbers should still be adequate. They were already in the process of recalling operatives from external missions to prioritize the village's safety. However, assembling them would require a significant amount of time. Kakashi, having been a high-ranking member of the Umbu in his earlier years, was acutely aware of the time required for such mobilization. Moreover, there was another approach. During this war, several special Jonin and Chunin had demonstrated exceptional performance. I believe it is crucial to promote a new batch of Jonin and entrust them with significant responsibilities. Additionally, within the village, the clans of shinobi must rise to the occasion during this critical juncture for Konoha. Shikaka cast a glance at Kakashi, feeling a slight sigh escape him. Ultimately, the burden had extended to the shinobi clans as well. Yet, he could not refute Kakashi, for the latter's reasoning and the current circumstances were indisputable. How had he not realized before just how formidable Kakashi could be? Or was it simply the influence of Aoy? No worries, our Nara clan has always stood by Konoha. After I return, I can mobilize some retired shinobi and the younger members of our clan to rejoin the mission. In truth, Shikaku understood Kakashi's intentions quite well. What Konoha presently requires are the various ninja clans, particularly those whose members remain unregistered. Indeed, each prominent clan harbors a cadre of ninjas who are not listed. These individuals do not attend Konoha's academies. Instead, they undergo clandestine training within their families. Upon reaching adulthood, they do not engage in official village missions but rather serve solely the interests of their clans. This phenomenon is one of the most significant hallmarks of a ninja clan. Regardless of the casualties sustained by external ninja forces, they are perpetually able to ensure the continuity of their lineage. However, an obstacle persists. On what grounds can we mobilize other clans? Shikaka possesses a broader vision and understands the necessity of adapting to the times. Yet not all clans share this insight. In truth, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for clans to deploy private forces to assist the village. However, this necessitates an exchange of resources. Simply put, to enlist these powers, the Hokage must offer certain assurances. At present, the village lacks a Hokage. While the Hokage's advisor holds a position of considerable stature akin to that of a Jonin leader, he ultimately does not embody the true Hokage. Are you suggesting that we require a Hokage? Indeed, whether in regard to immediate tasks or overarching strategies, we must expedite the appointment of a new Hokage. The ascension of a new Hokage would stabilize internal sentiments and externally convey the message that Konoha has returned to normalcy. As Shikaka spoke, his gaze was fixed intently on Kakashi. In reality, given the current circumstances, if Kakashi were inclined to ascend, he could readily accept the position. However, should Aoy be considered, he would need to deliberate further, for that young man is evidently more formidable than Kakashi. What surprised him, however, was Kakashi's outright rejection of such a possibility. Neither I nor Aoy have ever contemplated becoming Hokage. Nonetheless, Aoy has indeed pondered this matter. Given the present situation, if Lady Tsunade were to return, it would undoubtedly be the optimal choice for Konoha. Tsunade. Shikaku fully comprehended the implications of her return. As the last princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade possesses both the status and strength requisite to assume the role of Hokage. Furthermore, as the finest medical ninja in the shinobi world, she enjoys an unimaginable level of prestige among Konoha's ninja populace. It can be asserted that nearly every ninja who participated in the Third Great Ninja War has, to some degree, benefited from Tsunade's expertise. This foundation of acclaim renders her path to leadership virtually unobstructed, at least from external hindrances. I am in favor of Lady Tsunade becoming Hokage. However, to my knowledge, she does not harbor much interest in the position. It is not merely a lack of interest. At this juncture, Tsunade is profoundly disillusioned with Konoha and has no desire to return. This is a concern we need not fret over, as Aoy has assured us he will manage it. Like most individuals, Jiraiya had a sleepless night. For the majority of the inhabitants of Konoha, the most pressing issue yesterday was the demise of a Hokage. However, for Jiraiya, the loss extended beyond merely a Hokage. It was that of a mentor, an elder, and a family member. What tormented Jiraiya the most was the realization that, in the entirety of Konoha, he seemed to be the only one grieving the Hokage's passing. The Hokage should embody the pinnacle of strength and respect within a hidden village, yet at some point, the third Hokage had lost that esteemed aura. He had transformed into someone unrecognizable, and under his permissive governance, Konoha had succumbed to countless errors. All these missteps ultimately culminated in the current predicament. For the first time, Jiraiya began to regret that he had been away from the village for far too long. The sound of footsteps approached from behind. Without turning, Jiraiya sensed it was Aoki Kamikawa. Was he so eager to settle accounts with the Hokage's lineage? Jiraiya remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Logically, one could find no fault in Aoyuki's actions, yet emotionally, he was one of the perpetrators responsible for his mentor's demise. Naturally, Jiraiya could not muster a favorable demeanor towards him. Aoba's attitude towards Jiraiya is rather indifferent. The complexity of a person's character is intricate, especially in the case of the third Hokage, who possesses a duality of nature. To individuals like Aoba, Kakashi, and the Uchiha clan, the third is despised. However, to Jiraiya and the Sarutobi clan, he is regarded as a virtuous man and an admirable Hokage. Regrettably, it seems that they have become a minority over time. I have come here with a specific mission that only Lord Jiraiya can fulfill. He is the only one capable of completing this task. I wonder what identity you are currently assuming while conversing with me, Hokage? Not at present. However, if this task remains unaccomplished, that may indeed change. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment before speaking. You wish for me to find Tsunade and return her to become Hokage? Precisely. But it is not merely that. You have witnessed the battle between the Hokage and Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru escaped, he sustained severe injuries. Under normal circumstances, he would seek Tsunade for treatment. Tsunade cannot possibly attend to him. After all, he has just slain her mentor. How could she? Jiraiya was skeptical that Tsunade would provide medical aid to the man who murdered Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, Aoba was acutely aware that Orochimaru held far too many cards in his hand. Regarding this matter, we can engage in a brief discussion. First and foremost, as a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, what has Tsunade inherited from him? Shinya did not directly articulate the rationale behind the reanimation technique, but instead posed a question to Jiraiya from an unexpected perspective, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Upon further reflection, Jiraiya realized that this inquiry rendered him somewhat speechless. The fact that Tsunade's renowned abilities bore no trace of the teachings of Hiruzen Sarutobi struck him as significant. Unlike Jiraiya, who had cultivated his own unique system, both he and Tsunade were fundamentally adept in all 5 elemental natures. In their early days of fame, they had carved their paths through the mastery of elemental ninjutsu. Even now, Jiraiya's prowess in elemental techniques, particularly against Orochimaru, was unparalleled, a legacy surely inherited from Hiruzen, who was famed for his mastery of the 5 elemental jutsu. Hiruzen's formidable technique, the 5 elements unleashed, had once dominated the ninja world. However, Tsunade's rise to prominence rested upon her medical ninjutsu and extraordinary strength, neither of which Hiruzen possessed. Jiraiya vaguely sensed the implications of Hiruzen's unspoken thoughts, but was reluctant to address the matter directly. What are you truly trying to convey? I wish to express that I imparted the art of lightning release and swordsmanship to Uchiha Sasuke because he shares my affinity for lightning and possesses commendable talent to inherit my techniques. I taught Naruto the Rasengan as it inherently belonged to him. His daily practice with shadow clone stems from his need for experiential growth as a ninja. I accepted Haruno Sakura as my disciple due to her extensive theoretical knowledge and exceptional chakra control, which enables her to carry on my research. You see, the bond between master and disciple fundamentally hinges upon a clear rationale: inheritance. What does Hiruzen wish Tsunade to inherit from him? It is essential to recognize that in terms of combat style and governance philosophy, they share no common ground whatsoever. Jiraiya found himself increasingly reluctant to engage in conversation with Kawakawa Chingye, as this individual consistently managed to breach his defenses with just a few words, leaving him unable to counter. The meaning behind Aoi's words is evidently clear. Sarutobi Hiruzen taking Tsunade as his disciple carries ulterior motives. Jiraiya is reluctant to acknowledge this, perhaps out of a desire to not tarnish the memory of his deceased mentor. Yet, he finds himself unable to counter Aoi's assertions. The crux of the matter lies in Tsunade's attitude towards Hiruzen, which seems to hint at deeper truths. Jiraiya hesitates to pursue this line of thought, as he fears the implications of the answer he might uncover. In truth, Aoi is uncertain if his conjecture holds any validity, but it matters little. Hiruzen has already passed, and his only objective now is to convince Jiraiya. Considering the original storyline, during the first Hokage's reign, Tsunade was already engaged in gambling with him. Following the first Hokage's demise, the second Hokage governed for at least an additional 8 to 10 years. Thus, when the second Hokage passed, Tsunade would have been around 15 years old. However, there exists a significant inconsistency within this timeline. According to certain recollections, Tsunade became the third Hokage's disciple at the tender age of 4 or 5. Yet, based on the aforementioned timeline, she should not have been a disciple until at least 14 or 15, after Tobirama's death. This clearly poses a logical discrepancy as long as Tobirama remained alive. Hiruzen could not have taken on a disciple. Theoretically, it would have been impossible for him to do so. Moreover, given Tobirama's character and talent, he would never have allowed the princess of the Senju clan to become a disciple under one of his own students. According to the traditional Eastern concept of mentorship, Tsunade should rightly be considered the junior disciple of the third Hokage. Yet, the abundance of inconsistencies within the Naruto series renders a thorough examination nearly impossible. Nevertheless, this provides the author with greater creative latitude. Once again, Jiraiya finds himself unsettled by Aoi's nonsense. Despite his usual eloquence, Jiraiya struggles to find a point of rebuttal. It is clear that Aoi is slandering the memory of his late teacher, yet Jiraiya cannot seem to counter this. What exactly are you trying to convey? There is nothing particularly profound. I merely wish to demonstrate that Orochimaru's act of killing the third Hokage may not adversely affect his relationship with Tsunade. Aoyama did not mention Orochimaru's Edo Tensei card. In his view, while Orochimaru may present this card as a trump card, it may ultimately prove ineffective. It could even backfire, akin to a leopard being vanquished by an overwhelming force. For many years, Tsunade, despite her longing, has likely come to terms with the deaths of both Shinji and Dan. Should Orochimaru dare to use this as a bargaining chip, it would likely only incite Tsunade's wrath. Therefore, the mission is not merely to bring Tsunade back, but to protect her and escort her safely. Capturing Orochimaru will require a separate strategy. Persuading her may prove challenging. I have already provided you with ample reasons to convince her. After all, if she chooses not to return, I will assume the role of Hokage. Surely, you would not wish to witness such a scenario, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya departed in silence, perhaps feeling more powerless than ever since his rise to fame. Nevertheless, his loyalty to Konoha remained steadfast. Yet, this process left Aoyama with an unsettling sense of being the villain. Within the Konoha building, Kakashi and Irika had commenced preparations for the next phase. The elite shinobi, Konoha's own Kakashi, Irika, Tsukuke's Shurden, Mitarashi Anko, Nara Shikaku, Senju Aoi, and Azukatsum, and Yui Kurinai were all to be promoted to Jonin immediately. From this day forth, each would lead a team to patrol the outskirts of Konoha. Remember, while Sunagakure and Otogakure have retreated, Konoha remains in a state of war. The recent conflicts have left Konoha's walls and barriers severely damaged. To the surrounding shinobi villages, Konoha now appears as an enticing prize, a delectable cake that all wish to take a bite from. Thus, during this surveillance mission, all teams will enter a heightened state of alert. Any non-village shinobi approaching Konoha without official clearance will be dealt with mercilessly. Asuma Sarutobi and Guy. Your teams will also be included in this operation. Understood. All present stepped forward to receive their mission scrolls. Additionally, Senior Marahoshi Keisuke, given Konoha's perilous circumstances, we require your leadership to guide the younger shinobi. Devotion to Konoha is our solemn duty. Very well, Senior. You are free to assemble your team and partake in the aforementioned mission. Once all teams had received their scrolls, Kakashi and Irika remained in the office, burdened by their concerns. Konoha could endure for now, but the recent recall of too many stationed shinobi has left the Fire Country's borders vulnerable. We must bolster our defenses. Otherwise, if the citizens of the Fire Country suffer excessive plundering, it will tarnish the daimyo's perception of us. We urgently require the daimyo's funding. This matter had been a topic of confidential discussion between Kakashi and Irika. In light of insufficient manpower, the private forces of the various shinobi clans would need to be mobilized. I have managed to persuade the majority of the clans. During such times, Konoha's shinobi will not lag behind. However, as per tradition, we will need to offer some form of exchange. Kakashi sighed deeply. Once matters pertain to the Uchiha clan, they become significantly more intricate. Let us postpone this for now, and once the next Hokage takes office, we shall allow them to address it. At present, we must expedite the resolution of another pressing issue, the Hokage's funeral. In the end, Aoba chose not to disclose the information. This signifies that the third Hokage perished in the line of duty, and thus, a funeral for the Hokage is indispensable. Moreover, such matters should be addressed promptly. After all, delaying them is not advisable. Perhaps in 2 days, preparations must commence. That will suffice for now. Additionally, should the negotiations with Tsunagakure be brought to the forefront? There is no need. We shall refrain from taking any action regarding this matter. Kakashi outright rejected Riku's suggestion. The current situation places Konoha in a position of absolute superiority over the Sand Shinobi, both morally and in terms of strength, not to mention leverage. Both sides have lost their leaders, yet Konoha still possesses a considerable number of capable individuals. In contrast, Tsunagakure has only a few aging figures who lack influence. Furthermore, the vital hostages, Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara, are all in Konoha's custody. Alongside this, Konoha has captured a significant number of Sand Shinobi. With such advantageous cards in hand, Konoha can afford to wait, while Tsunagakure cannot. To say nothing of the fact that as long as the Jinchuriki remains absent, Tsunagakure is deprived of its most crucial strategic asset. Thus, there is no necessity for Konoha to act. Tsunagakure will inevitably grow restless. In Konoha's makeshift hospital, after resting for half a day, Sakura, Haruno, and Yumi continued to tend to the injured. Meanwhile, Aoba returned alone to the underground laboratory. His laboratory, fortified by multiple protective barriers, sustained minimal damage during the recent conflict. Aoba returned to the laboratory and retrieved a scroll. Within it lay the sealed essence of the primordial chakra extracted from the tailed beasts. Logically, this should constitute a fragment of the chakra belonging to the 10 tails. However, it appeared that the Sage of Six Paths had employed some form of manipulation while partitioning the chakra. Only when the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts converges can it coalesce into the true chakra of the 10 tails. Nonetheless, Aoba had long been mentally prepared for this outcome and felt no disappointment. Instead, he directly unsealed a portion of the chakra and endeavored to absorb it into his being. The chakra of the tailed beasts was far more tempestuous and perilous than that of humans. In essence, it was more primal. After careful comparison, Aoba discerned a unique characteristic of human chakra. It appears to have undergone a process of domestication. This is likely the handiwork of the Sage of Six Paths. When he transmitted the power of chakra, it seems he made certain modifications tailored to the physical attributes of humanity. In contrast, the chakra of tailed beasts represents a more primordial state, which, upon further analysis, reveals a closer affinity to natural energy. This force known as chakra did not originally exist in this world. It was only after Kaguya consumed the fruit of the divine tree that it was first acquired. However, it is crucial to remember that the energy of the chakra fruit is essentially the primordial power of this world, which the divine tree transformed into chakra. Following this line of reasoning, both chakra and natural energy are fundamentally one and the same. Chakra has merely been altered by the divine tree into the form of tailed beast chakra. Subsequently, the tailed beast chakra underwent further transformation by the Sage of Six Paths, evolving into the chakra utilized by ninjas today. Based on this inference, Aoba conducted a series of experiments and discovered an intriguing phenomenon. The chakra of tailed beasts is indeed more closely aligned with natural energy. Xingye was uncertain whether the celestial tree's growth had absorbed the energy of the planets as a form of natural energy. However, it seemed remarkably close. Thus, the chakra that had not been transformed by the Sage of Six Paths was inherently more akin to natural energy. This phenomenon sparked a thought in Xingye's mind. Why is it that natural energy, being the primordial force of this world, is beyond the grasp of the majority? This question had long plagued Xingye. Others may remain oblivious, but he understood that chakra was a byproduct of extraterrestrial intervention, while natural energy represented the very essence of the world itself. The paradox lay in the fact that most individuals could adapt to chakra, yet struggled with natural energy. This incongruity was rather perplexing. However, upon deeper reflection, it became evident that the fault lay with the Sage of Six Paths. He traversed the world, imparting the methods of chakra cultivation, leading humanity over millennia to adapt to his modified chakra, thereby rendering them incapable of embracing the planet's inherent power. Moreover, one might conjecture that the primal energy of the planet harbors a disdain for chakra. In conventional terms, the sage mode necessitates a precise amalgamation of chakra, natural energy, and mental strength. Yet, this blending process proves exceedingly arduous, with success being a rarity among countless attempts. This further substantiates Xingye's hypothesis that natural energy possesses an inherent repulsion toward chakra. Only a select few with unique constitutions, or those favored by the Sage of Six Paths, could harness such power. The spirit beasts of the three sacred lands wield a certain authority, yet they pale in comparison to the Sage of Six Paths, managing to yield but a few suitable candidates. Xingye is one of the very few individuals capable of harnessing natural energy, yet the reason behind his ability is quite unique. He is neither endowed with the extraordinary gifts of the Sage of Six Paths nor does he benefit from the support of the three great sacred lands. He senses that his tenuous acceptance of natural energy stems from the demise of his original soul. His mental prowess is akin to that of a newborn in the eyes of this world, thus allowing him to gradually be embraced by the natural energy. However, within him resides chakra that repels natural energy, rendering the initial stages of this journey exceedingly arduous. This also elucidates a profound truth. The Sage of Six Paths is indeed a formidable entity. He must have completely mastered both chakra and natural energy, capable of manipulating and altering them at will. The extent of the vigilance that this entails is beyond Xingye's current comprehension. Even a mere fraction of the sage's power could elevate a ninja in the shinobi world to a godlike status. The true essence of the Sage of Six Paths is unfathomably terrifying. Fortunately, the good news is that his interference in the human realm is not as extensive as one might presume. Xingye cannot decipher the sage's current state, but it is evident that he is not in his complete form. Otherwise, he would not resort to the convoluted methods of reincarnating Ashura and Indra to address Kagaya's predicament. This provides Xingye with ample time for growth. After absorbing the chakra of the One Tail, he perceives notable changes within his body. Both his chakra and physical form exhibit significant transformations. His physique has become more robust, and the potency of his chakra has intensified. However, this also renders it increasingly challenging to control. Nonetheless, this is not a cause for concern. With a bit of time, he will readjust to this newfound chakra. Xingye now contemplates whether, if he were to gather the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts within himself, he might transform into a diminutive ten tails. In this scenario, he would not merely be a Jinchuriki of the ten tails, but rather the ten tails itself. What kind of existence would he ultimately embody? A humanoid supertailed beast? He records this hypothesis, yet the complete validation of such a conjecture remains unattainable for the time being. Therefore, after absorbing the chakra of the One Tail, Xingye diverts his focus back to the study of the ocular powers of the Sharingan. Presently, he possesses the Sharingan, albeit infrequently utilized, nonetheless. This ability is crucial to his future plans, making it the project to which he dedicates the most effort. The power of the Sharingan is regarded as one of the most extraordinary forces in this world. Not to mention, the capability to materialize the innermost thoughts of individuals is rather extraordinary. However, thus far, Xingye has been unable to fully decipher this power. While he was documenting the data from this latest failure, a creature known as a ninja suddenly appeared on his desk. The ninja is a summoning beast of the Uchiha clan. Given Xingye's relationship with Sasuke, forming a contract with it was a relatively simple endeavor. Additionally, the ninja clan is among the few summoning beasts endowed with high intelligence. They not only serve the Uchiha clan, but also engage in the trade of ninja tools and intelligence. The ninja before him is a summoning beast employed by Xingye from the ninja clan, specifically tasked with delivering messages. Its primary function is to facilitate communication with Zabuza and to relay funds for various operations. This time, the ninja brings news that Konan has sought him out for a conversation. Zabuza is currently working for Qingya, having taken control of Kato's conglomerate, which provides a continuous influx of resources and funding to Qingya's laboratory. Simultaneously, he has begun to subtly seize control of the economic lifeblood of the Land of Waves. Although his actions remain clandestine, it would not be difficult for the Akatsuki to uncover his activities. During their last encounter, Aoba had left a message for Konan, fully aware that she would seek him out. However, he had not anticipated the delay. 2 days later, in the northern woods of Konoha, Aoba stood alone atop a tree, patiently awaiting her arrival. As a large bird soared through the sky, it became evident upon closer inspection that it was crafted from paper. Konan and Kakuzu leaped down, positioning themselves before Aoba. Among the Akatsuki, it seemed that Konan placed her utmost trust in Kakuzu. This was hardly surprising, considering the peculiarities of the organization, filled with either shadowy figures, spies, or artistic souls. Kakuzu appeared to be the most rational among them, while Kisame was also somewhat reasonable. He unfortunately succumbed to Itachi's overwhelming prowess, incessantly referring to him as Mr. Itachi, to the point where he almost mirrored the Uchiha's persona. It has been a while. Aoba greeted with practiced ease. Konan felt a whirlwind of emotions upon encountering him again, as she found him enigmatic. He was a Konoha ninja, yet his actions were evidently self-serving. The information he had inexplicably provided during their last confrontation left her restless, leading her to contemplate whether it was genuine. If Aoba's claims were indeed true, she would need to devise a strategic response. Aoba, what is it that you desire? Why did you say such things? You provided me with vital intelligence last time. I seek to ascertain its authenticity. Of course, I never jest regarding such matters, he replied. In that case, the Akatsuki owes you a favor. Tell me what you wish for. Uncertain of Aoba's intentions, Konan was reluctant to owe him anything. I would like to convey that this intelligence comes free of charge. However, since you've broached the subject, it seems I must make a request to ease your mind. You are aware of the individual who recently defected from Konoha, correct? You mean the one who wields would release and possesses the Sharingan? Kakuzu interjected, sounding as though he had already encountered the rogue, albeit without recognizing him. Primarily, Aoba had not allowed him to employ his signature scythe, instead providing Haiden with another weapon, the Kusanagi, the Sword of the Sky, rendering Haiden a completely transformed ninja. Indeed, it appears you have met him. What manner of person is he? Kakuzu's expression darkened, clearly having experienced a setback. In truth, Haiden had become formidable. Few in the ninja world could surpass him now, excelling in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu, all while possessing immortality and the devastating would release. His combat prowess was undoubtedly at the level of a Kage, leaving Kakuzu, a mere Kage-level fighter, at a disadvantage. His name is Haiden, a product of Konoha's would release experiments. However, he is now under my command. My request is for him to join the Akatsuki. You wish for me to accept one of your spies? Konan's tone was tinged with disbelief. Well, to speak frankly, within the Akatsuki, there is nothing worthy of my inquiry. I possess a deeper understanding of the organization's intelligence than you do. I have dispatched Haiden for ulterior motives. Konan yearned to retort, yet recalling the information provided by Aoy, she was inevitably disheartened. Very well, I acquiesce. Furthermore, is the masked man truly not Uchiha Obito? This question is rather intricate. He is not Uchiha Obito, yet he is intricately connected to him. You may perceive him as a pawn of Uchiha Obito. And what of Nagato? The same. Upon hearing Aoy's affirmative response, the last flicker of hope within Konan extinguished. In recent days, she had clandestinely conducted extensive investigations. Although she had failed to substantiate her findings, her imagination could not be restrained. However, for Konan, the most agonizing aspect was not the internal perils of the Akatsuki, but her inability to persuade Nagato. Naturally, Aoy had anticipated this long ago. Nagato is the most well-crafted antagonist in the Naruto saga. From his origins to his experiences, aims, and execution, he embodies perfection. Although Uchiha Obito later exudes a more formidable presence, he lacks the intricate depth found in Nagato. Nevertheless, it remains true that Nagato is an idealist. The death of his dear friend Yahiko plunged him into a state of guilt, anguish, fury, and even madness. He yearns for a more thorough revenge. Even the annihilation of this world, yet Yahiko's ideals are indelibly etched in his mind. The clash of these two philosophies renders Nagato's existence profoundly tormenting. While his Rinnegan inflicts unbearable physical suffering, One could argue that both his mind and body endure pressures unimaginable to an ordinary person. Were he not of the Uzumaki lineage, he would have likely crumbled long ago. In such circumstances, it is perhaps his identity as the child of destiny that sustains him. Awakened Rinnegan grants him the fateful role of altering this world. This conviction now fuels Nagato's determination. In the original narrative, Konan believed until her demise that the Rinnegan belonged solely to Nagato. Yet in this lifetime, Aoy has peeled back this veil, allowing Konan to recognize that the entire Akatsuki is ensnared in a vast conspiracy. Shinya has revealed little more. As a time traveler, he arrived in this world with the intention of altering the narrative. However, such changes cannot be made indiscriminately. What he seeks is for the timeline to unfold according to his own will, ensuring that the so-called plot remains firmly within his grasp. Thus far, he has made numerous alterations to the original storyline, yet the overarching direction remains under his control. Nonetheless, Shinya is acutely aware that this control is not everlasting. With each modification he enacts, the narrative will inevitably spiral beyond his grasp one day. His objective is to enhance his own capabilities as much as possible, acquiring overwhelming power before that day arrives. Furthermore, he has begun to cultivate his own personnel, ensuring that both strength and influence are impeccably executed. Sharingan wished to inquire further, but hesitated and ultimately refrained from speaking. On the other hand, Kakuzu exhibited a keen interest in Shinya. This ancient individual, having survived since the First Shinobi War, holds considerable value for Shinya. However, the time for recruiting Kakuzu has not yet come. After Sharingan departed with Kakuzu, Shinya swiftly returned to Konoha, primarily because a significant event was taking place that day, a funeral. Konoha had not hosted such an event in an age. The entire village was enveloped in a somber atmosphere. This sorrow was not solely due to the death of the third Hokage. Rather, it was amplified by the recent war, which had claimed far too many lives. In a village where everyone is either related or acquainted, almost every individual had lost a family member or friend. Thus, this funeral was not merely a farewell to the Hokage, but a collective mourning for countless fallen souls. This concept was proposed by Shinya the previous night and was urgently adopted by the village. Although Shinya currently holds no official position, his words still carry the weight of authority in Konoha. A gentle drizzle fell from the sky, adding an extra layer of melancholy to the solemn occasion. In the midst of the crowd, Shinya felt akin to a villain, for he realized he could have averted all of this, yet ultimately chose to remain passive. He discovered he had miscalculated a crucial aspect. With the aid of Orochimaru, cleansing Konoha was fundamentally an endeavor to evade his own moral dilemmas. However, in truth, morality and conscience are inherently gifts. They either exist or they do not. One cannot awaken a person devoid of conscience, and often, they are unworthy of such awakening. Yet, it is also impossible to extinguish the lingering guilt within a person who possesses a conscience, for it remains indelible, burdened by this faint sense of guilt. Shinya placed the flower he held before the memorial stone. Above, a piercing cry of an eagle interrupted the solemnity of the funeral. To the northeast of Konoha, patrolling ninjas encountered a large contingent of cloud ninjas and sent out a distress signal. Very well. Aoba turned to Kakashi and gave him a subtle nod before vanishing into the throng of people. The Cloud Ninja, the faction Aoba detested most within the entire shinobi world, epitomized barbarism, violence, and greed. Their insatiable avarice and blatant disregard for rules rendered them the embodiment of every negative descriptor imaginable. Since the establishment of Kumogakure, they had mercilessly assimilated or annihilated over 20 small clans and ninja villages, all for the sake of acquiring potential forbidden techniques or bloodline limits. In the original narrative, the presence of the Cloud Ninja was characterized by their abduction of women and children, treachery, and malicious framing, truly a malignant tumor in the shinobi realm. The day after Konoha was attacked, Kakashi hastily assembled a patrol team alongside Irika, primarily to guard against the threats posed by the forces of Kumogakure and Iwagakure. It was evident that Kumogakure was growing increasingly impatient, launching a direct assault on Konoha. The Konoha teams confronting the Cloud Ninja comprised Inuzuka Kiba, Narashikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino, among others. Initially, it was Inuzuka Kiba's team, with Shikamaru and Ino providing reinforcements. However, as their numbers swelled, it became apparent that the Cloud Ninja outnumbered them significantly. With over 100 elite shinobi, all of Nin rank or higher, this was not mere reconnaissance, it was an outright invasion. Did Kumogakure intend to wage full-scale war against Konoha? After years of Konoha's dominance and control over the finest resources, it seemed the time had come for a change. The leading Cloud Ninja showed no restraint in their intentions towards Konoha. On the side of Moonlight Gale, 3 recently promoted Chunin, though competent, stood little chance against the overwhelming assault of hundreds of Cloud Ninja. We cannot engage head-on. The signal has already been sent. We must retreat. The 3 teams quickly withdrew, pursued relentlessly by the Cloud Ninja. Due to their proficiency in body techniques, the Cloud Ninja held a distinct advantage in speed. With their superior numbers, Moonlight Gale quickly found themselves faltering. Damn it, we can't continue running like this. The Cloud Ninja are deliberately draining our chakra. If we keep this up, we'll be finished. We need to fight and buy some time. Head southwest. The morning patrol is in that direction. Understood. Let us move. At this moment, Aoba had arrived near the battlefield. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, reaching the site posed no challenge. In fact, each team bore a secret mark of the Flying Thunder God that Aoba had strategically placed beforehand. However, unless absolutely necessary, Aoba refrained from teleporting to their location without visual confirmation. He was still grappling with the disorientation that accompanied his recent traversal. Should he appear amidst a battle in a dazed state, it would be tantamount to delivering himself to the enemy. Thus, he had previously scattered numerous Flying Thunder God marks within the patrol zones surrounding the village, each team's patrol range being inherently limited. Upon receiving a message from a certain squad, Aoba promptly chose to teleport to the nearest Flying Thunder God mark. Not long after Tsukikage and his companions had fled, Aoba stealthily followed their trail. However, he refrained from making a direct move, opting instead to trail them in hopes of ensnaring a more significant catch. Observing as Tsukikage and his allies altered their course, Aoba quickly deduced their tactical maneuver. They were encroaching upon the patrol area of the Morning Cloud Squad. Known for its few sword-wielding ninjas, particularly one renowned for his vacuum blade technique. Nonetheless, a single individual could not alter the tide of battle, yet. Among his ranks was a rather intriguing special J-nin named Tajuno. As a J-nin, Tajuno possessed keen sensory abilities and soon detected the approach of Tsukikage and his companions from a distance. The signals from Konoha indicate that our forces are in pursuit. Tajuno, prepare yourself, he commanded. Understood, Tajuno replied, clutching a large bundle of exceedingly fine steel wire. Unlike the precise techniques employed by the Uchiha clan with their wire-guided shurikens, this individual took a more comprehensive approach. He swiftly set up a net of steel wire around him. This wire was exceptionally thin and had been camouflaged through some technique, making it difficult to notice without close examination. Additionally, concealed within the grass beneath this web were several more discreet wires adorned with an abundance of explosive tags. Indeed, he was adept at utilizing explosive tags, ingeniously integrating them with the wire traps to forge a unique tactical stratagem. The reason Tsukikage and his team fled in this direction was their awareness that Tajuno's patrol area would undoubtedly be fraught with such traps, thus ensuring their advantage against a greater number of foes. Meanwhile, the patience of the pursuing Cloud Ninjas was wearing thin. Observing their movements, it seemed likely that other Konoha ninjas awaited them ahead, a perfect opportunity to annihilate these outer sentinels and subsequently strike at the heart of Konoha. The plan was set in motion. This distance is sufficient. She lead the squad to eliminate these Konoha ninjas. The rest of you, prepare to welcome Lord Recuperation, commanded the leader. Welcome the Recuperation? In the distance, Aoba, through his perception of the vibrations in the wind, overheard this remark. However, a realization struck him. Apart from Konoha's Flying Thunder God technique, the Cloud Village also possessed a long-distance teleportation technique known as the Heavenly Sending Technique. This technique, however, was primarily utilized for transporting supplies, as the average individual could scarcely endure the pressure of such a transfer. Yet, for the Recuperation, this pressure was of no consequence. The lightning release chakra mode granted him formidable physical defenses, making him one of the few ninjas capable of withstanding such stress. At that moment, the Cloud Ninjas and their Konoha counterparts had entered a state of combat. As they stepped into the grassy patch, the foremost Cloud Ninja sensed something amiss. Be cautious. There are traps. Yet, it was already too late. The foremost dozen Cloud Ninjas had charged ahead. Having plunged into a wire trap, one found themselves ensnared, akin to a fly caught in a spider's web dangling from the steel threads. As a shinobi of the Cloud Hidden Village, these wires were not immediately lethal. However, the skilled Hanjui had invested considerable effort to ascend to the rank of Special Jonin. From a distance, he manipulated the wires deftly. The concealed wires in the grass trembled slightly, and most crucially, The explosive tags affixed to them began to move along the wire like living entities. The Cloud Ninja in the forefront severed the wires binding him and had just regained his freedom when an explosive tag drifted into his line of sight. Grass. A series of detonations erupted, hurling several Cloud Ninjas into the air and momentarily halting their assault. Well done, came the acknowledgement. Yet, they could not afford to be complacent. The enemy vastly outnumbered them. More Cloud Shinobi converged upon their position. At that moment, however, the Cloud Shinobi before them ceased their offensive. Moonlight, Swift Wind, and the others sensed impending danger. Before they could react, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, accompanied by a towering figure, a dark-skinned giant. Reikage. This is bad. Panic surged within the group as they confronted the Reikage, feeling woefully inadequate against such formidable opposition. In Shinya's recollection, following the collapse plan of Konoha, it was Iwagakure that first took action. However, this time, Kumogakure displayed an apparent impatience, arriving on the third day. Unlike Iwagakure, where the formidable Yama, despite his tempestuous temperament, pursued a policy of stability, seizing opportunities without recklessly gambling everything, Kumogakure's Reikage was a brash character, inherently thievish, desiring everything without restraint, thus seizing any chance. He personally stepped forth, intent on claiming a significant prize from Konoha. Jifeng, your abilities lend themselves to an escape. You must depart first, we will buy you time. It is imperative to warn the village of Reikage's impending assault, ensuring they are prepared. A small squad attacking Konoha requires a warning signal to seek reinforcements and eliminate them midway. This is what we term combat. However, should Reikage personally engage, it transcends combat and becomes war, a conflict beyond the capacity of mere squads to manage. At this moment, with Konoha's defenses crumbled, the sudden arrival of Reikage could catch them off guard. In the early hours, amidst the clouds, Nara Shikamaru and several others braved their fears and charged ahead. Concurrently, the trap master, Jakuno, unveiled his most treasured weapon, a steel wire adorned with hundreds of explosive tags, encircling him. No one shall pass here before I fall, he declared, as everyone steeled themselves for a fight to the death. Yet, Reikage merely smirked, and then his figure vanished. Too swift. This is bad, Jifeng. Moonlight Jifeng. Activate the transparent shield and sprint for your life. Yet the next moment, Reikage's towering form materialized before him. With a resounding thud, Jifeng's body seemed to collide with Reikage as he was seized by the throat, suspended in midair. Reikage, in his prime, wielded the lightning release chakra with unparalleled mastery, rendering him a devastating force against ordinary ninjas. His attacks, swift and potent, would annihilate most adversaries in an instant, reminiscent of the fourth Hokage of yore. Is Konoha truly devoid of capable defenders? You dispatch these inept individuals to guard the borders. Perfect. I have long coveted your sealing scroll, Reikage mused. Oblivious to the silence enveloping his subordinates, the Kumogakure squad. Just as he prepared to crush Jifeng's throat, a sudden realization struck him. He turned to see his most trusted aide, she, similarly held aloft by a familiar figure in a matching stance. In truth, had it been any other Konoha ninja, Reikage would have swiftly eliminated Moonlight Jifeng before negotiating, knowing Konoha's shinobi typically lacked decisiveness. However, facing Aoki, he understood that any aggression on his part would provoke a reaction from that formidable individual. Killing Jifeng would merely eliminate a pawn, while she was his most vital subordinate. In the realm of Cloud Hidden, where the mastery of illusion, healing, and ninjutsu converge, one must not perish lightly in this place. Oyamakiyo, do you dare to stand before me once more? The Reikage tossed aside the moonlight gale with a stern voice. Why should I not? If memory serves me right, in our last confrontation, it was you, esteemed Reikage, who faced defeat. Perhaps others are unaware. But do you truly believe in your heart that employing a few cunning tricks equates to a genuine victory? So the Reikage harbors resentment. Kiyo casually discarded Hoshi to the ground. Despite the presence of over 100 Cloud-hidden ninjas behind him, Kiyo remained unfazed, turning to face the Reikage resolutely. If that is the case, then let us engage in battle once more today. That suits me perfectly. As the words fell, both figures vanished from the spectator's sight in an instant. So swift, their movements were nearly imperceptible. Brilliant flashes of lightning erupted in the air, accompanied by the resounding clash of metal. Aoba observed that Reikage wore a pair of wrist guards. The material was unknown, yet they remarkably withstood the strike of Aoba's Kusanagi sword without being severed. His right hand bore 4 fingers, the little finger still absent, a casualty from Aoba's earlier strike that had reduced it to mere pulp. Reikage's physique was unlike that of others. Each finger was forged through relentless trials. Replacing any of them with an ordinary finger would not only fail to serve a functional purpose but would also become a hindrance. Thus, he ultimately reattached only the unnamed finger, which had been severed by Aoba during their second encounter. Despite the absence of the little finger, Rekige's combat prowess remained largely unscathed, evidently a result of targeted training. Chingye faced the Rekige with unwavering resolve. At the moment of battle's inception, he seamlessly entered Sage mode. Armed with the Kusanagi sword, he engaged in equal measure with the Rekige, who is regarded as the second most formidable close-combat ninja of his time. Unless one were to employ the eighth gate-like guy, no one could rival the Rekige in the realm of physical prowess. Yet this time, Chingye astonishingly matched him blow for blow, evoking a sense of foreboding within the Rekige. In their previous encounter, although it appeared that Chingye held the upper hand, the Rekige was acutely aware that his opponent was merely enduring the fight, his true strength far less formidable than it seemed. However, this time was different. Chingye, relying solely on his physical techniques, had managed to hold his own against the Rekige's decades of honed lightning release chakra. This remarkable advancement was simply astounding. The Rekige unleashed his signature technique, Void Slash, a rapid succession of strikes infused with Sage chakra. After integrating the cells of Hashirama, Chingye, now brimming with chakra, finally achieved the maneuvers he had long aspired to perform, employing skills in a fluid, effortless manner. Countless wind blades surged towards the Rekige. His body, akin to a tank, charged forward recklessly yet soon found itself impeded. While he could withstand conventional wind blades, those imbued with Sage chakra soon proved to be a different matter. After enduring a few strikes, he sensed the danger and resorted to high-speed movement to evade them. At this juncture, Chingye grew weary of close combat. It was never his preference. His previous engagement in melee was born of necessity. In truth, Chingye favored the art of ninjutsu. Wind release, gale palm. The howling winds swept through the battlefield, yet they could not genuinely disturb the Rekige's form. Such expansive ninjutsu required no evasion. The Rekige could absorb it directly. However, as he dashed forward, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him give way, plummeting over a meter. During the execution of his wind release technique, Chingye had surreptitiously added an earth release. Not good. The Rekige realized the peril he was in. The ground's collapse rendered him unable to utilize chakra to adhere to it, leaving him to counter the wind solely with his weight. Though this moment was fleeting, it was enough for the wind assault to lift him off his feet. To counter a high-speed moving taijutsu ninja, the best tactic is to deny them a point of leverage. Without a stable foundation, they could not execute their swift maneuvers. Being airborne stripped the Rekige of any control over his body. In this state of disarray, he was swept up into the tempest, surrounded by a multitude of wind blades that enveloped him like a meat grinder. Despite pushing his lightning-release chakra to its utmost limits, he could not fully thwart the relentless onslaught of damage. Protect Lord Rekige. The citizens of Kumogakure, witnessing the Rekige's precarious situation, swiftly abandoned their previous duel between two Kage and united in their assault against Chingye, unleashing the technique, lightning release, lightning strike. Hundreds of cloud shinobi simultaneously unleashed a torrential downpour of lightning, showcasing an impressive display of power. Remarkably, the Rekige, ensnared by the wind release, managed to harness the very lightning itself to enhance his abilities. The lightning release, a tempest of fury, forcefully tore asunder the gale of Leaf's silent execution. The Rekige descended from the sky with immense force, crashing heavily onto the ground. Aoyuki had no intention of allowing him any time to react. Suddenly, the Kusanagi sword in her hand elongated, piercing directly into Rekige's chest. After just experiencing a surge of power, Rekige's defenses had significantly diminished, rendering him incapable of withstanding the assault of the Kusanagi. At that moment, however, three cloud-hidden ninjas boldly charged forward, activating their lightning-release chakra mode. Positioning themselves in front of Rekige, their bodies slightly slowed the extension speed of the Kusanagi, affording Rekige a narrow escape. An expression of disbelief crossed Rekige's face. This time, he had undeniably lost. Aoyuki had triumphed over him without resorting to any underhanded tactics. Protect Lord Rekige. A throng of cloud ninjas surged forth, interposing themselves between Rekige and Aoyuki. What's this, Lord Rekige? Are we preparing to engage together? Aoyuki stood with her sword, tauntingly inquiring. She had approached with the intention of eliminating Rekige, thus she had shown no restraint in her assault. In her sage mode, she could now overpower Rekige completely. This implied that she was presently among the elite tier of the 5 great ninja villages. Aside from Naka's dust release, no conventional ninja from the 5 great villages could pose a direct threat to her. Humph, naive child. This is war, not a game. Eliminate him. At Reiku's command, hundreds of cloud ninjas launched their assault simultaneously, unleashing lightning release techniques. A blinding light erupted, akin to the sun, rendering Aoyuki unable to see ahead. She then sensed a massive surge of lightning release chakra gathering before her. The army-like formation of ninjas was indeed formidable, employing bright jutsu to disrupt Aoyuki's vision. The brilliance imbued with an illusory effect. In the instant the dazzling light dazzled her, Reikuj appeared before Aoyuki with astonishing speed, propelled by his lightning release chakra mode. Lightning release, thunderous dance of Chio. Reikuj transformed his palm into a blade, striking directly at Aoyuki's throat. With a resounding crash, Aoyuki's form disintegrated into a cloud of air. Shadow clone. A hand emerged from the ground, seizing Reikuj's calf and dragging him downward. However, the earth erupted as both Reikuj and Aoyuki simultaneously leaped from the ground. Lightning release, lightning blade. At the moment Aoyuki reappeared, a flurry of blades descended upon her from behind. Unlike the advantage of the cloud ninjutsu, Aoyuki had ordered the retreat of the other leaf ninjas as soon as she arrived. She could leave at any moment, but if the cloud ninjas commenced their assault, they would find themselves in perilous danger. Chingya let out a cold snort, and a fierce whirlwind enveloped her, lifting both herself and the bodies of over a dozen cloud ninja into the sky. In the next moment, blood and severed limbs rained down. And when Chingya touched the ground, the once formidable group of cloud shinobi had been reduced to mere fragments scattered across the landscape. You shall pay for this, roared the Reikuj, fiercely protective of his comrades, as he charged once more at Chingya. This time, he was prepared, his chakra surged throughout his body, allowing him to adhere to the ground and execute rapid movements to evade being swept away by Chingya's wind techniques. Senjutsu, wind release, great breakthrough. Chingya formed a single-handed seal, unleashing a grand-scale wind release technique of sage art. This maneuver was not intended to slay the Reikuj, but rather to impede his speed while simultaneously clearing the minor adversaries. While the Reikuj could withstand this assault, it did not imply that the accompanying cloud shinobi could do the same. Melding with sage chakra augmented the potency of the ninjutsu significantly. The dozen or so cloud shinobi who faced it head-on were utterly torn to shreds by the wind techniques. Had the Reikuj not intervened at that moment, this strike would have surely decimated their ranks by at least 30%. For Book's piercing hand. Transforming his palm into a spear, the Reikuj thrust his hand forward, aiming directly at Chingya's chest. Chingya clasped her hands together, a sphere of highly concentrated wind chakra forming before her chest. Reikuj felt as if his right hand had plunged into a viscous and heavy substance. His palm, propelled forward at high speed, was forcefully hindered. Drink, Reikuj bellowed, and his chakra surged once more, violently penetrating the defense before Chingya and piercing directly into her chest. He distinctly felt his right hand strike her heart. Yet, in that moment, the body struck by Reikuj erupted violently. Simultaneously, the ground behind him exploded, and another Chingya leaped from beneath the earth, wielding the Kusanagi sword, aiming a lethal blow at Reikuj's neck from behind. Behind you. Reikuj reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly turning around and striking with his hand like a blade, targeting the chest of the shadowy figure. The sound of an explosion echoed, and to his astonishment, this figure also detonated. Shadow clone. This is bad. Reikuj pivoted once more. But amidst the swirling smoke of the previous explosion, Chingya's voice emerged. Lightning release, flicker. In their first encounter, Reikuj had fallen victim to this very technique. Throughout this time, he had engaged in targeted training to counter Chingya's move. However, after extensive deduction and analysis, Reikuj ultimately concluded that there was no other means to counter Chingya's technique. There was only one word: speed. Only by evading this attack with sufficient swiftness could one avoid injury or even death. Once Chingya unleashed her technique, any known defensive ninjutsu would fail to activate in time. One could only rely on unmatched speed to evade. Reikuj had undergone considerable training and was confident in his ability to dodge Chingya's earlier strike. Regrettably, his training had been calibrated against Chingya's strength from a year prior. Now, Chingya's prowess had ascended to unprecedented heights. The proficiency and power of Flicker far surpassed its former self. In that fleeting moment, Reikuj felt he was dodging with unprecedented speed. Yet that flash of red light struck him with an unreasonable swiftness, severing his left arm completely at 3/4 of its length. Chingye initially aimed for the heart of the Reikage. However, in the final moment, a cloud ninja behind the Reikage disrupted his balance with a certain earth release technique, causing the strike to veer off course. After the explosion of his left arm, the Reikage did not pause for even a moment, vanishing from sight in an instant. Chingye did not hesitate to strike again. In a flash, he released a shot aimed at the back of the Reikage. However, just as he raised his hand, a dozen cloud shinobi surged forward, positioning themselves in front of him. The fleeting brilliance of Aoba has yet to reach the pinnacle of perfection. Whether it be the lift of his hand or the accumulation of power, a certain preparatory motion is still requisite. Even though he has managed to compress this time frame to under a second for the cloud ninjas, who excel in rapid movement, this is more than sufficient for many ninjas to respond. The reason Aoba refrained from employing his swift attack initially, instead opting to weave a web of intricate misdirection during the confrontation, was to procure that fleeting moment of time, less than a second. The swift strike rent asunder the bodies of numerous cloud shinobi. However, due to their obfuscation, the Reikage had already vanished from sight. How amusing. I had anticipated he would linger, engaging me in a fierce duel, thereby affording you the opportunity to escape. After all, isn't that precisely how your third Reikage operated? The scorn of Aoba directly shattered the resolve of the remaining dozens of cloud shinobi. The memory of the third Reikage, who valiantly held the rear alone, remains indelibly imprinted in the hearts of every ninja in the Cloud Village. This is also the reason why the fourth Reikage ascended to power so smoothly and garnered unwavering support. His father had paved the way for him with his very life. The group of cloud shinobi before him are fervent devotees of the Reikage. During Aoba's previous lethal strikes, these individuals had risked their lives to shield their leader. It could be said that without these cloud shinobi, the Reikage would have perished thrice over. Each and every one of them stood ready to sacrifice their lives for the Reikage. However, the sight of him turning to flee was undeniably disheartening. At the very least, one would expect a leader to inspire his subordinates or paint an enticing vision before making an exit. Chingye truly comprehended the thoughts swirling within Reikage's mind. Following the severance of his left arm, his physical equilibrium had been irrevocably shattered. He could no longer achieve the same velocity of movement as before. Under these dire circumstances, should Chingye once again employ the secret technique known as flash, there would be no escape for him. He could not afford to linger. For Chingye's execution of that technique had become significantly swifter. Even a mere second of hesitation could spell death. Thus, he turned and fled without a backward glance, thereby seizing a slender thread of hope. The price for this escape, however, was that the cloud shinobi left behind were entirely exposed before Chingye. Chingye beckoned with his finger, summoning the Kusanagi sword from a short distance into his grasp. A tinge of regret lingered, for he had not succeeded in slaying that old scoundrel here. Thus, he would have to vent his wrath upon you instead. Approximately an hour later, over 100 members of the Konoha reinforcement forces arrived at the scene. However, by this time, the battle had already concluded. They were met only with the sight of countless corpses, severed limbs, and indescribable remnants of flesh and blood. Aoy casually thrust the Kusanagi's sword into the underbrush, retrieving a severed arm, specifically that of the Reikage. He instructed the research department to analyze it upon their return, in hopes of reverse engineering the lightning release chakra pattern. An ANBU ninja, flustered, took the arm with trembling hands, his gaze towards Aoy now brimming with admiration. According to the intelligence they had received, Aoy was supposed to confront the Reikage along with over 100 Cloud Village ninjas alone. Yet, astonishingly, Aoy bore almost no visible injuries, while the ground was littered with no fewer than 100 corpses of Cloud ninjas alongside the Reikage's arm. This could only signify one thing. Lord Aoba single-handedly vanquished the army of the Cloud Village and inflicted grave wounds upon the Reikage. Such an achievement is sufficient to instill fear throughout the entire shinobi world. Examine their corpses and gather as much intelligence as possible, Kakashi instructed before approaching Aoba. How do you feel? Not much pressure, Aoba replied. Kakashi regarded him with astonishment. Your strength has advanced more rapidly than I had anticipated. Currently, there is likely no ninja in the open shinobi world capable of defeating you. It is of little consequence. Those lurking in the shadows remain a formidable challenge, Aoba countered. Whether it be Obito or Nagato, Aoba harbored little confidence against them. Moreover, the looming threat of Uchiha Madara added to his concerns. Furthermore, many overlooked a pivotal figure, Black Zetsu. This entity, rarely depicted in direct combat within the original narrative, is a product of yin-yang release and possesses an inherently elevated status. The fact that Six Paths Madara was obliterated by him in a single strike serves as ample proof of his menace. Aoba maintained a profound vigilance regarding this being. Regardless of Black Zetsu's combat prowess, the ability to deliver a lethal blow necessitated Aoba's caution. 2 days hence, news spread throughout the shinobi world of the Reiku's retreat from Konoha, having suffered the loss of an arm at the hands of Aoba from the Windsword. Initially, intelligence had indicated a gathering of Awagakure ninjas in the northwest. However, Konoha ultimately did not face an assault from Awagakure, encountering only a few reconnaissance teams instead. Subsequently, tranquility returned to the vicinity of Konoha. Within the confines of Konoha's prison, in a special chamber, Aoba sat poised on a chair opposite Gaara, who had been captured during the collapse of Konoha's plans. Stripped of his original chakra by Aoba, Shikaku had succumbed to a state of weakness, leaving Gaara often in a lethargic slumber within his mental realm. This, however, afforded Gaara ample time for rest, and he surprisingly found himself in a much improved mental state. Curiously, Shikaku's influence had notably diminished, even lending chakra on several occasions in a bid to assist him in escaping the prison. Unfortunately, Konoha's prison proved more secure than anticipated. After a brief attempt, Gaara realized escape was impossible and thus opted to await quietly within his cell. Sunagakure would not abandon him, and all he needed to do was bide his time. As Aoba entered, Gaara could not help but feel a surge of anxiety, sensing that the once dormant Shikaku within him was now gripped by fear. Indeed, Shikaku was afraid. The tailed beasts are, by nature, immortal, even if slain. They can resurrect within a few years at some location in the world. However, the situation with Aoba was different. He had extracted a portion of Shikaku's primordial power, the very essence that allows for its rebirth. This realization meant that Aoba possessed the capacity to eliminate it entirely, rendering it unable to reincarnate. A thought that filled Shikaku with dread. I assure you, I have no intention of truly killing the entity within you. What I have done previously is more than sufficient, Aoba conveyed. Gaara paused momentarily, then attempted to communicate with Shikaku. Since the moment I was subjected to torment by Aoba, Showa's demeanor towards Gaara underwent a profound transformation. The synergy between tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki allows for an unprecedented enhancement of combat prowess. After a while, Gaara spoke in a rather peculiar manner, prompting me to inquire. What is it that you truly desire? For many years, the entire ninja world has been entrenched in a grave misconception. They perceive tailed beasts as mere beasts or instruments of war, opting to capture and seal them as strategic weapons. In Aoba's perspective, this approach is exceedingly simplistic and misguided. Perhaps the first Hokage was too formidable in his hands. Tailed beasts were akin to pets, easily distributed without a second thought. However, this Navi individual failed to consider a critical issue. His descendants did not inherit his extraordinary power. As time progressed, the strength of the ninja world waned significantly. Subsequent generations of ninja lacked the capability to regard tailed beasts as mere companions. They yearned for their power while simultaneously fearing it. Thus, the interactions with tailed beasts became exceedingly awkward, particularly pronounced between Sunagakure and Konohagakure. They aspire to utilize tailed beasts as strategic assets while simultaneously subjecting their Jinchuriki to relentless torment, rendering Aoba speechless in disbelief. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. In Aoba's eyes, there remains an untapped value within the tailed beasts, that of intelligence. It is essential to recognize that tailed beasts were created by the Sage of Six Paths. They are among the few remaining entities in the world that have had contact with the Sage. Many seemingly inconspicuous memories they possess may hold the secrets long lost to the current ninja world. Unfortunately, very few within the ninja realm have paid heed to this fact. Even Uchiha Madara merely regarded tailed beasts as pets or weapons. Let it come forth. I wish to engage in direct dialogue with it. The words of Aoba rendered Gaara once more into silence. Aoba was aware that he was communicating with Shikaku and did not rush him, instead choosing to wait in tranquil patience. After approximately 5 minutes, a cluster of sand appeared upon Gaara's shoulder. Gradually, the sand morphed, taking on the form of a miniature Shikaku. What would you like to inquire? Shikaku spoke. Aoy scrutinized Shikaku with a peculiar gaze, rendering the latter distinctly uncomfortable. After a moment, Aoy spoke. First, tell me, what memories do you possess of the Sage of Six Paths? Shikaku displayed an expression of knowing acknowledgement before responding. It has been too long. My recollections are not profound. I was with him for only a few years. Did you witness his prowess in battle? Aoy inquired. Battle? No. There was no battle. At that time, no one in this world posed a threat to him, hence there were no conflicts. Is that so? Do you recall the process of his creation of you? Shikaku's expression reflected a realization of the question's significance. Over the years, you are the first human to pursue this inquiry. However, it is not merely my concern to the present ninja world. The Sage of Six Paths has become a semi-mythical legend. Few endeavor to chase such an elusive concept. But you are different. I can see the fire in your eyes. Young man, you are formidable. Yet I must caution you. What you pursue is far more perilous than you may imagine. From where does this danger arise? From you. The Sage of Six Paths, the Ten Tails, or that being on the moon. To Gaara's astonishment, Shikaku's form suddenly erupted. As if an overwhelming emotional surge had caused this chakra-formed temporary body to burst apart. How could you know such things? In the current ninja world, no one should be privy to this knowledge. In truth, Shikaku was genuinely surprised, for Aoi's revelations exceeded its own understanding. It was aware of the Sage of Six Paths and the Ten Tails, as one had created it while the other was its predecessor. However, the reference to the being on the moon was beyond its comprehension. As it had stated, its time with the sage was brief, and its knowledge was limited. Perhaps Kurama possessed greater insight, yet their relationship was merely average, tinged with hostility. How do you know of the Ten Tails? There should be no records of it within the ninja world, Shikaku pressed. I know more than you can imagine. In fact, I'm aware that someone is secretly working to resurrect the Ten Tails. This time, Shikaku was genuinely taken aback. To fully resurrect the Ten Tails, one would need to gather all nine-tailed beasts once more, or more directly, annihilate the nine-tailed beasts to allow the chakra of the Ten Tails to reassemble. Thus, the resurrection of the Ten Tails would signify the demise of the nine-tailed beasts. This is impossible, Shikaku protested, unwilling to accept such news. There is nothing impossible. I can assert with certainty that this is the truth. Shikaku fell silent, while Gaara beside it was engulfed in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend the discourse between the two. After a considerable pause, Shikaku spoke again, assuming what you say is true. Resurrecting the Ten Tails would mean opposing the entire ninja world. In reality, it would be beyond challenging to confront the 5 great ninja villages. I believe that at present, there exists no one within the entire shinobi world who could surpass you. However, I must assert with certainty that there are at least 2 individuals whom I cannot genuinely defeat. One of them possesses an absolute power that can overpower me directly. That is impossible. On the day you vanquished me, you must have harnessed natural energy. Although I do not fully comprehend this force, I have heard the foul fox mention it. Your sage mode is nearly flawless. How could anyone possibly triumph over you? That individual possesses the Rinnegan. A single statement from Chinya rendered Shoha speechless. It was well aware of what the Rinnegan entailed. Those were the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. After a prolonged silence, Shoha finally managed to articulate, given the current levels of power within the ninja world, it is impossible to conceive the Rinnegan. Shoha's assertion held considerable truth. The present era of the ninja world, when compared to the time of Hashirama and Madara, had indeed regressed significantly. Moreover, this assertion is substantiated by reality. The current age has not witnessed the emergence of the Rinnegan. It was Madara Uchiha of the previous era who achieved that feat. Chinya refrained from divulging everything, instead opting to provide fragmented clues that prompted Shoha to engage in speculation. Such high-value information could not be revealed all at once. Both Shoha and Gaara were targets of his recruitment. However, their worth did not justify complete transparency on his part. The undeniable truth was that the Rinnegan had indeed manifested. And more than one individual within the ninja world was already privy to this news. All right, even if I believe everything you say, what role do you play in this? Shoha inquired with a tone tinged with mystery. Chinya's response was equally enigmatic. Haven't you already deduced what I desire? For me, this is a competition. Temari and Kankuro were currently dining at a barbecue restaurant. Although they were captives, they enjoyed a semblance of freedom within Konoha, even partaking in meals outside, albeit under the constant watch of the Inoshikacho trio. Shikamaru wore an expression of resignation. He could not comprehend why the higher-ups were so lenient with these two. He had anticipated that they would be sent to the interrogation room and subjected to harsh treatment. While Temari and Kankuro appeared calm, they were internally fraught with anxiety. Over the past few days, they had privately discussed the implications of Konoha's actions. Kankuro had an unsettling feeling that they were being prepared for an imminent fate. Temari, on the other hand, contemplated more deeply, sensing that Konoha was showcasing its strength, more precisely, flaunting it. Look around. Just a few days have passed since the Great Battle, and Konoha has already resumed normal economic operations. If it were Sunagakure, we would not be able to do the same. Kankuro begrudgingly acknowledged this, despite his dissatisfaction. Konoha's foundation was undeniably robust. Even after the alliance between Sunagakure and the Sound, which had led to the demise of Konoha's Hokage, the outcome of the war had been a resounding defeat for them. The most crucial point was that, as the aggrieved party, Konoha had begun to restore normalcy, while Sunagakure remained embroiled in disputes over accountability, though they had not returned. Their upbringing in Sunagakure left them intimately familiar with its current state, likely still embroiled in arguments over who should take responsibility. Kankuro was left speechless, resorting to consuming grilled meat as if it might somehow diminish Konoha's resources. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a change in Temari's expression. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Behind us," she replied succinctly. Kankuro turned to see Gaara. "Wait, why am I seeing Gaara?" It was understandable for the two of them to enjoy a degree of freedom, as Konoha was filled with formidable individuals who would not be easily threatened. However, Gaara was a Jinchuriki. How could Konoha allow him to roam freely? Yet, no matter how he looked at it, the person before him was indeed Gaara. The most outrageous part was that Gaara approached their table and took a seat beside them. "Please give me a set of utensils," he requested, and it was not only Temari and Kankuro who were taken aback. Shikamaru wore a look of utter astonishment. Although the three of them had not directly confronted Gaara, they had witnessed him transform into a monster on the day of the Great Battle. As heirs of a prominent clan, they were well aware of Gaara's identity. How could such a significant criminal roam freely? As Gaara nonchalantly began to indulge in barbecue, the other five at the table maintained a tacit silence. Among them, Temari and Kankuro appeared particularly incredulous. Gaara dining with them? Were they ensnared in an illusion? Furthermore, Gaara's demeanor seemed atypical. He bore an expression that lacked his previous indifference. Though still inscrutable, he appeared considerably softer. "Gaara, you." Temari ventured cautiously after a prolonged silence. "Do not worry," Gaara replied between bites. Internally, he grappled with a multitude of complex emotions. The dialogue between Aoba and Shikaku had been devoid of any attempts to shield him, yet Gaara had comprehended little of it. Nevertheless, one truth was abundantly clear. The shinobi world harbored formidable foes, and Konoha, or rather, Aoba, was clandestinely preparing to confront them. The disclosure of this information seemed aimed at persuading him to join their cause. Gaara remained uncertain of its veracity, yet Shikaku's demeanor suggested a high likelihood of truth. The situation had thus become rather intricate. Shikamaru reclined in his chair, his expression contemplative. He was beginning to grasp the village's intentions. Granting these three crucial captives their freedom could only imply one possibility. Konoha sought to forge an alliance with Sunagakure. No, it was not an alliance in the traditional sense. Given Sunagakure's current state of affairs, it was more accurate to say that Konoha intended to subjugate them. From a strategic perspective, this was indeed a judicious decision. Following the Great War, both Konoha and Sunagakure had suffered severe losses. In such turbulent times, with Kumogakure and Iwagakure poised to act, an alliance between the two was the optimal choice for countering the other two factions. The only aspect perplexing Shikamaru was that, according to the information he had received, Aoba had recently achieved a decisive victory over the Reikage, instilling fear throughout the shinobi world. Under such circumstances, Konoha seemingly had no need for this subordinate. Meanwhile, in Konoha's administrative building, the Sunagakure delegation anxiously awaited their turn. Leading the group was Maki, one of the few who had managed to escape Konoha's clutches unscathed. Though not by merit, Aoba had granted him clemency. He had even been allowed to return with a contingent of Sunagakure ninja to bolster their presence. Releasing Maki was a calculated move, as Aoba understood that Sunagakure was in dire straits. Maki represented one of the few remaining pillars of strength. Despite the original narrative portraying him as an elite J-nin who had fought to a standstill against the esteemed Kurinai Yuhi, he retained considerable popularity and standing within Sunagakure. Furthermore, he was the instructor of the legendary Sand siblings, rendering him the most suitable candidate to lead this diplomatic mission. If Maki failed to return, Sunagakure would be compelled to send forth two of their elder statesmen. But how to proceed? Amidst the grievances spawned by the Third Great Ninja War, the elder representatives of Sunagakure have arrived, and the prospects for negotiation appear bleak. However, Upon the arrival of Maki, Konoha has conspicuously left them in limbo, consistently employing various excuses to evade a meeting. Maki, possessing a more mature perspective, has subtly deduced Konoha's intentions. Presumably, they are awaiting the inauguration of the new Hokage before engaging in formal discussions with us. Why must it be so convoluted? This is not merely a question of inconvenience. Rather, it reflects a more sophisticated political strategy. Konoha is indeed brimming with talent, while we in Sunagakure find ourselves at a considerable disadvantage. What Maki perceives as a mature political consideration is, in Aoi's mind, merely a straightforward political maneuver. They have entrusted this vital negotiation to the newly appointed Hokage, confident in the knowledge that the battle has already been won. The remaining task is to secure advantages for Konoha. As long as they are not akin to the third Hokage, who, despite securing victory, ended up incurring reparations, this will be a case of effortless success. With the new Hokage's ascension, a significant achievement awaits, as they will be able to procure substantial benefits for Konoha. This strategy not only serves to swiftly stabilize the new Hokage's position, but also uplifts the morale and confidence of the villagers, yielding multifaceted benefits. The other members of the delegation are perplexed, and Maki lacks the inclination to elucidate. His foremost concern now is the safety of his 3 disciples, unaware of the tribulations they endure in Konoha. Yet, there is little to be done, such as the price of defeat, although they claim to have retreated. All ninjas who participated in the conflict are acutely aware of the reality of their failure. Konoha had already commenced a counteroffensive, and without retreat, Sunagakure would have faced total annihilation. As Sunagakure grapples with its predicament, Jiraiya finds himself in a similar quandary. He has located Tsunade, which is not an arduous task for a ninja of his caliber. However, persuading her to return proves to be a more formidable challenge. At the time Jiraiya seeks her out, she is reveling in triumph at a casino, exhibiting remarkable prowess. Tsunade's reaction to the third Hokage's demise is notably apathetic. She has long since lost faith in the village and harbors little affection for him. For Jiraiya, the crux of the matter lies in his inability to repay her debts. Konoha's Shizune wholeheartedly supports the notion of Tsunade returning to the role of Hokage, yet her voice carries little weight. After Tsunade has thoroughly exhausted Jiraiya's wallet, she sits contentedly in a tavern, indulging in drink. Jiraiya takes a seat across from her once more. What? You still haven't given up? Resign yourself. I will not return with you. Is that so? I merely wish to convey a few truths. Tsunade, Aoi Uchiha, is a perilous individual. Should he seize control of Konoha, I shudder to think of the consequences. He may instigate the 4th Great Ninja War. Then let him. From what you say, he seems to be a formidable figure. Perhaps he could unify the ninja world. Tsunade, do you not yet comprehend? Once the ninja world war commences, countless innocents will perish in its wake. Our duty should be to ensure peace, not to incite conflict. Jiraiya, you truly are a fool. Even now, you fail to grasp why Aoki Konoha has tasked me with the role of Hokage. With just a few words, he has provoked you into undertaking this mission. Yet you remain oblivious to the true essence of the task. Much like the original narrative, where the talents of Ino and Sakura were scarcely portrayed, the political acumen of Tsunade has also been inadequately showcased. The reality is that Tsunade, who has discerned the true nature of Konoha and departed, possesses political insight that far surpasses yours, Jiraiya. You, who have been troubled by a prophecy from a mere frog for much of your life, cannot even begin to compare with Tsunade in this regard. What do you mean? It means that Konoha is in dire need of revitalization. Whoever assumes the role of Hokage at this juncture must confront a multitude of daunting challenges. Once this Hokage resolves all matters, the next leader will inherit a stable Konoha with greater ease. To put it bluntly, the expectation for me to return is merely to deal with the aftermath. You imbecile. Do you really think you can persuade me with reason? Jiraiya, it is no wonder you cannot contend with Aoki Konoha. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya suddenly felt the weight of his own foolishness. Yet, the most disheartening aspect was that even with the understanding of Aoki Konoha's true intentions, he still yearned for Tsunade's return, not solely for Konoha, but also for his own selfish desires. One might say that Aoki's strategy was a masterful play of overt manipulation. Regardless of whether he perceives it or not, he must continue down this path. Tsunade, just as Jiraiya was about to speak, he abruptly glanced towards the entrance. Simultaneously, Tsunade turned her gaze in the same direction. Unbeknownst to them, 2 figures had appeared at the door, Orochimaru and Kabuto. Jiraiya instinctively braced himself for confrontation. However, Tsunade displayed no inclination to engage, instead pouring a glass of sake and pushing it towards Orochimaru. Her feelings towards him were complex. Logically, she should harbor hatred for the one who killed the third Hokage. Yet, that was not the case. Tsunade felt no desire for vengeance against him. Let us share a drink. It has been ages since the three of us gathered. Tsunade, you. Jiraiya was taken aback by her demeanor. He was the one who had taken their teacher's life. How could she? Have you ever calculated how many times we have saved each other throughout our ninja careers? Orochimaru disregarded Jiraiya's accusatory stare and simply seated himself beside Tsunade. Though he did not reach for the offered glass, Tsunade, keenly observant, caught a glimpse of his hands. Injured? The old man still has some skills. It is a technique called Shiki F-Jin. I have never encountered it, and no matter what methods I employ, I cannot heal my hands. Tsunade, if there exists a person in this world capable of healing me, it would undoubtedly be you. Orochimaru may be considered a top-tier expert in his peculiar research endeavors. Yet when it comes to medical ninjutsu, he must concede that Tsunade is unparalleled in this era. The Reaper Death Seal? Do not harbor any illusions. It is beyond healing. Such matters transcend the realm of medical ninjutsu. With a mere utterance, Tsunade effectively extinguished any possibility for Orochimaru, causing his body to tremble slightly as he struggled to rein in his emotions. Why? Is there truly no possibility even for you? Tsunade, your sealing techniques are as refined as your medical ninjutsu. If you cannot achieve it, who can? Huh? Do you know, Orochimaru? Originally, there was someone in this world who could have saved you, but that is no longer the case. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before inquiring. The Uzumaki clan? Indeed. The Uzumaki clan. The Reaper Death Seal itself is one of the pinnacle achievements of their sealing techniques. The underlying concepts are known to us, yet their comprehension eludes us. Thus, although individuals in Konoha can wield this jutsu, none have succeeded in deciphering it, let alone breaking it. The old man employed this technique at the cost of his own life. If it could be easily unraveled, it would not be classified as one of Konoha's most forbidden arts. Orochimaru's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that Tsunade would also be rendered powerless in this regard. He did not believe that Tsunade would deceive him. Orochimaru understood her well. While she may not harbor fondness for him, she would not lie about her expertise. How unfortunate that is. After making his statement, Orochimaru stood to depart, but at that moment, Jiraiya obstructed his path. Tsunade's restraint did not imply that Jiraiya would be so forgiving. Stop right there. Faced with Jiraiya's wrath, Orochimaru's face regained that familiar sardonic smile. Jiraiya, are you truly intent on avenging the old man by killing me? Orochimaru, your betrayal of the village and the murder of your own teacher are unforgivable crimes. You will return to Konoha with me immediately to face judgment. Jiraiya glared at Orochimaru, his demeanor suggesting that he was ready to engage in battle at any moment. However, Orochimaru had no desire to fight. Under normal circumstances, he would not fear Jiraiya. Yet presently, he was without his hands, incapable of performing any jutsu. Although he could have Kabuto substitute for him in executing most techniques, their coordination, both in terms of speed and synergy, could not compare to the original Orochimaru. Moreover, Kabuto was ultimately not Orochimaru himself. There was a significant disparity in chakra reserves. Should a confrontation with Jiraiya occur, it would not be an easy matter to extricate himself. In truth, Jiraiya also did not wish to engage in combat. He was a ninja with a strong inclination towards heroism. Otherwise, he would not tirelessly pursue the so-called child of destiny. This was a small town, and if a battle were to ensue with Orochimaru here, the consequences would be dire given their levels of combat prowess. The entire town must be laid to waste. At this moment, Tsunade rose and walked directly between the two of them. If a fight is to ensue, let it take place elsewhere. I still need to rest here tonight. Shizun, let us depart. Shizun hurriedly picked up Taunton and followed closely behind, frequently glancing back at Jiraiya and Orochimaru, fearing that the two might truly come to blows. Meanwhile, Tsunade appeared utterly indifferent. Tsunade-sama, those two it is none of your concern. We must go. Shizun dared not speak further and quickened her pace to keep up. However, upon returning to the inn, they discovered a figure seated within the room. Who goes there? Shizun reacted swiftly, positioning herself protectively in front of Tsunade, only to be brushed aside by Tsunade's hand. Akagawa Aoba? Though they had never met, Tsunade immediately deduced Aoba's identity. A Konoha Jonin, Akagawa Aoba, uninvited. I hope for your understanding. What if I do not grant it? I just returned from the gambling den, helping Tsunade-sama settle a debt of 10 million ryo. Consider yourself forgiven. Tsunade's expression shifted in an instant, and she nudged Shizun to prepare tea. Shizun pouted, clearly displeased, and exited. Speak. Aside from requesting my return to Hokage, I am open to discussing anything else. Tsunade's words interrupted whatever Aoba had intended to say. However, since Aoba had come here, he must have been prepared for something. Given the 10 million Ryo, might Tsunade-sama explain why you are so reluctant to return to Konoha? That place was once your home. It was once. But it is no longer. The foundation of Senju and Uchiha, the very essence of Konoha, has completely vanished. How can it still be considered my home? Thus, Tsunade-sama's unwillingness to return stems from Konoha no longer being the Konoha of the past. In that case, shouldn't your goal be to restore Konoha to its former glory? Why must you evade this? You little brat, do not presume that a clever mind grants you the right to lecture me. You know nothing. In truth, I know a bit. Tsunade-sama's reluctance to return to Konoha is partly due to what we just discussed. Konoha is not what it once was. There are also other reasons, such as Kato-dan and Shinjutsu. Am I correct? With a crash, the coffee table shattered under the strain. Tsunade leaned forward, fixedly glaring at Aoba. Kid, considering the 10 million Ryo, I shall refrain from striking you today. However, should you dare to utter those two names in my presence again, I shall shatter your jaw. Ignoring Tsunade's threats, Chinya spoke for himself. Witnessing the death of one's beloved is one of the greatest sorrows in this world. While I cannot fully comprehend your feelings, Lady Tsunade, I can grasp the essence of that regret, the inability to confide in, confess to, or bid farewell to a cherished one. Such regrets have transformed into your inner demons. You fear blood, not because it poses a danger to you, but because it evokes those haunting memories. Am I correct, Lady Tsunade? In response, Tsunade offered only her fist. Aoba sat motionless on the couch, as Tsunade's fist hovered before his forehead. The force of her punch rustled his hair, yet it ultimately failed to inflict any real harm upon him. Why don't you evade? Tsunade queried coldly. Why should I? Aoba retorted with equal defiance. Tsunade, in a moment of resignation, lowered her fist and settled back onto the couch. You may leave. As you have stated, you comprehend that sense of regret. Regret exists precisely because we cannot reclaim what has been lost. Therefore, I shall not accompany you. No, he replied, who says that parting words are irretrievable. The words of Konoha's green leaf caused Tsunade to abruptly lift her head. At that moment, the sounds of fierce combat echoed from outside the city, indicating that Jiraiya and Orochimaru were indeed engaged in a fierce battle. This time, Jiraiya appeared to be in a much better state than in the original narrative. Unimpeded by any drugs, his murderous intent was palpable, as he genuinely sought to eliminate Orochimaru. In a brief exchange, both combatants summoned their formidable summoning beasts, Gamabunta and Manda. The emergence of these colossal creatures shook the very earth, instilling fear in onlookers who dared not approach such a titanic clash. By the time Tsunade and the Green Leaf arrived, Jiraiya had already gained the upper hand. A stark contrast to the original storyline, where he was initially hindered by drug effects and later refrained from lethal force. However, this time, his bloodlust was overwhelming. Orochimaru, having lost both hands, found himself in a precarious position alongside Kabuto, struggling to withstand the onslaught, although escape remained within his capabilities. Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru were adept in all elemental techniques, wielding their jutsu with remarkable proficiency. Jiraiya, in particular, was the most adept among the three. Following his body modification, Orochimaru leaned heavily on his unique snake techniques, but his abilities were significantly curtailed after losing his hands. Compounding his predicament was the fact that the two Kusanagi swords, his favored weapons, had been traded to the Green Leaf. Thus, the seamless interplay of serpent and sword had become considerably hindered. In this diminished state, Orochimaru was arguably at his weakest. Manda, ensnared by the Earth Release, Hell Swamp technique, found itself at a disadvantage. Orochimaru, however, coordinated with Kabuto to execute the Manda formation, unleashing a wide-ranging technique that devastated the surrounding forest. Gamabunta, encountering his old adversary, was invigorated and brandished his short blade with fervor. Suddenly, a figure appeared between Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Tsunade, with her long legs, struck the ground with tremendous force. The resounding impact created a chasm that effectively separated Jiraiya from Orochimaru. The appearance of Tsunade startled both combatants, though Orochimaru's attention was primarily drawn to the Green Leaf, who followed in Tsunade's wake. Ah, Green Leaf. I did not expect to encounter you here. Are you also here to apprehend me? Orochimaru inquired in his characteristic slick tone. Orochimaru, the bounty on your head from Konoha has never been rescinded. In a sense, every Konoha ninja bears the responsibility to capture you, and I am no exception. However, rest assured, I have more pressing matters to attend to, Tsunade replied. Orochimaru, let us propose a trade. For the first time, Aoba proactively proposed a transaction with Orochimaru. The appearance of Kokoa Aoba rendered the battlefield eerily silent. Even Jiraiya momentarily ceased his actions, cautiously observing Aoba, who had long been a figure of suspicion and wariness in his eyes, perceived as a perilous individual. It appeared that Aoba had established connections with Orochimaru long ago. Moreover, the death of the third Hokage was intricately linked to Aoba. The most vexing aspect was that Aoba seemed utterly disdainful of concealing this fact. Yet, Jiraiya found himself powerless against him. Furthermore, Aoba's presence signified that his movements were perpetually under the other's scrutiny, instilling in Jiraiya a profound sense of being manipulated. The simultaneous appearance of Tsunade and Aoba heightened Jiraiya's vigilance. Kakashi had transformed completely after a brief interaction with Aoba, and now Aoba was beginning to engage with Tsunade. Jiraiya could hardly fathom what Tsunade might become. Orochimaru, displaying deference towards Aoba, remarked, Aoba-kun, it is indeed rare for you to seek me out for a transaction. I am not the sage of six paths, and there are certainly things beyond my capability. I am aware that Lord Orochimaru has completed the research on the impure world reincarnation. I require Lord Orochimaru to summon 2 individuals, and I believe he is prepared to do so. Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade beside him and immediately understood whom Aoba wished to summon. In return, Aoba was about to reveal his bargaining chip when Orochimaru abruptly interjected, I decline this transaction. Aoba was momentarily taken aback. Orochimaru's stance made him feel for the first time that he had lost control of the situation. Why? I possess what Lord Orochimaru desires most. I trust you would not refuse. Not only Aoba, but Tsunade stepped forward, exuding an air that suggested a willingness to resort to violence at any moment. However, at that moment, Orochimaru executed his signature tongue flick, then spoke leisurely. I know what you seek, Tsunade. Originally, this bargaining chip was intended for your treatment. Yet now, I have conceived a new idea. Kabuto looked at Orochimaru in surprise, then retrieved a scroll from which he extracted several materials. Following this, he formed hand seals. Impure world reincarnation. 2 coffins erupted from the ground, and upon their opening, Tsunade's expression instantly spiraled into chaos. Shinye gazed at Orochimaru with a complex expression, utterly unable to fathom that he was capable of such actions. Indeed, Orochimaru had performed an act imbued with profound humanity. This was quite astonishing, for since his introduction, Orochimaru had consistently embodied a persona of gloom, indifference, and even madness. He exhibited no emotional investment in anything beyond his own schemes. However, his demeanor towards Jiraiya and Tsunade was markedly different. Particularly now, he had summoned the spirit of Dan Kato without any cost, which truly exceeded Shinge's understanding. It seemed that in Shinge's eyes, he was perceived as a heartless and ungrateful individual. At that moment, both the spirit of Dan and the rope tree sensed the discord in the atmosphere. They realized they had been summoned through a forbidden jutsu, but were not overly concerned. Instead, their attention was captured by the complicated relationship between Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. The tension among these 3 close companions was palpably unsettling. Dan, Tsunade rushed forward, embracing Kato Dan tightly. Shinye cast a glance at Jiraiya, only to find his expression devoid of emotion. Frustration welled within Shinye for having missed the spectacle. As he had heard in various tales, Kato Dan was indeed a remarkably gentle and handsome individual. Even in his reanimated form, his noble demeanor was unmistakable. The rope tree appeared youthful, and upon seeing Tsunade, his emotions were even more fervent than hers. The 3 of them held each other closely, rendering Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who were poised for conflict, silent. No one dared to break the spell of this poignant scene. Simultaneously, Jiraiya and Orochimaru grasped Shinye's purpose. He intended to resolve Tsunade's emotional turmoil in this manner, thereby alleviating her hemophobia. Hemophobia is a psychological affliction rooted in regret and irreparable sorrow. For many, the regrets of childhood remain unhealed throughout their lives. Yet, this was the ninja world, where powers transcending life and death were within reach. The deaths of the rope tree and Dan were a lingering agony in Tsunade's life. And the most cruel aspect was that she had never been able to bid them farewell. Dan, rope tree, do not leave me, do not leave me. The ninjas of Konoha could scarcely imagine that the illustrious Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, harbored such vulnerability. Yet, in Shinye's view, this fragility was the very foundation of Tsunade's strength. A closer examination of the stories surrounding the Hokage and the Sannin reveals that their narratives are richly detailed, each with a unique growth trajectory. Among them, Jiraiya's ninja way was shaped by the prophecy of the great sage of the Toads. He dedicated a significant portion of his life to finding the child of prophecy and guiding his development. In truth, Jiraiya's entire existence revolved around this prophetic figure. Conversely, Orochimaru represented an entirely different extreme, having forsaken the majority of his humanity. All of his remaining desires were entirely extended towards the pursuit of immortality. Thus, it can be said that Orochimaru lives purely for himself. In contrast, Tsunade stands as the one among the trio who is closest to universal values. She possesses love, familial bonds, and friendships. She embodies and fulfills her responsibilities and obligations. Each of the legendary Sannin harbors the potential to transform the ninja world. However, at least within this time frame, Tsunade is the sole individual who has indeed altered the course of the ninja realm. The medical system she established in Konoha was pivotal in securing victory during the Third Great Ninja War, allowing Konoha to maintain its dominance in the ninja world. This is the fundamental reason why Aoyama does not concern himself with whether Jiraiya or Orochimaru returns, yet insists on Tsunade's return. Regardless of Jiraiya's mastery of ninjutsu or Orochimaru's knowledge of forbidden techniques, in his heart, Tsunade's value far surpasses that of the other two on a macro level. Neither Aoyama, Orochimaru, nor Jiraiya interfered with Tsunade's reunion with SH Tree and Dan. After a long while, SH Tree and Dan turned to ash in Tsunade's embrace, disappearing into the wind, leaving her alone, kneeling in silence. After some time, she rose and approached Aoyama. If you wish for me to return to clean up the mess, I have one condition. Do tell, Aoyama replied cautiously, refraining from an immediate agreement. I want you to be my Hokage assistant. You enjoy digging numerous pits and watching others fill them for you, don't you? That one you work with me. You may be clever, but through Jiraiya, I've come to know that you are quite adept at shirking responsibilities. If you want me back as Hokage, you absolutely cannot run away. Very well. I accept your terms. Excellent. Then we shall return at once. With her acceptance of the Hokage role, Tsunade immediately resumed her decisive demeanor, planning to return that very night. There was no issue with that. However, she requested a moment to handle a few matters. As Aoyama spoke, he approached Orochimaru. The latter's performance that evening had somewhat altered Aoyama's perception of him, though a complete transformation seemed improbable. For now, Orochimaru still held some utility, and thus Aoyama refrained from taking immediate action. Lord Orochimaru, I possess a method to heal your hands. Might you be interested? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. He was well aware of Aoyama's reputation. This individual was trustworthy, yet never one to suffer losses. To gain something from him, one must inevitably offer something in return. What, then, must I offer? At that moment, Jiraiya, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward to intervene, only to be halted by Tsunade beside him. Do not move. Let him finish. But Orochimaru is the one who killed our teacher. Is he? Yet, why do I not feel anger or sorrow? Tsunade's words struck Jiraiya with such force that he felt as though he had been vanquished. He now pondered whether he was indeed too much of an outsider. Why? Within his own heart, did he see the third Hokage as merely flawed, while in the eyes of others, he was deemed utterly contemptible? The dialogue between Aoy and Orochimaru continues, marked by a distinct shift in their transaction. Lord Orochimaru, I am uncertain of the precise steps to undertake. I merely know that such a method exists. The specifics, however, must be uncovered by you, Lord Orochimaru. The essence of their exchange lies in the agreement that once this method is discovered, Aoy requires sharing of the knowledge. Very well, share with me the clues you possess. Orochimaru responded without hesitation. The healing of his hands remains his foremost ambition, rendering all else secondary. Seek the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, particularly the highest level of research from the lineage of the clan's former leader. I can assure you that the Uzumaki clan had indeed developed a solution for the Shiki-FN. However, this method demands a tremendous sacrifice, akin to the forbidden technique of the Shiki-FN itself, rendering it nearly inaccessible to the average person. Yet, you, Lord Orochimaru, stand as an exception. You are among the rare few capable of wielding this ninjutsu. Orochimaru harbored no doubts regarding Aoi's assertions. Her reputation in this regard was impeccable. I understand about the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. That said, Jiraiya, has your disdain for the old man deepened further? With a taunt, Orochimaru promptly departed with Kabuto, leaving Jiraiya in a state of disarray. Very well, Lady Tsunade, or should I say, Hokage, it is time for us to take our leave. Shinya stepped forward, beckoning Tsunade to prepare for their departure. He paid no heed to Jiraiya. Although, according to the original narrative, Jiraiya was an invaluable asset to Konoha, he no longer represented an irreplaceable force in Shinya's eyes. The crux of the matter lay in Jiraiya's inherent idealism. He had been profoundly influenced by prophecy, resulting in a significant detachment from ordinary perspectives. It was inconceivable for him to remain in Konoha merely as a combatant, and he might even pose a potential risk. Thus, it would be best to allow him to wander freely. However, Shinya was taken aback when, just as they were about to depart, Jiraiya suddenly addressed him. Shinya, what kind of person do you truly believe I am in your hearts? Aoba and Tsunade both paused slightly at Jiraiya's inquiry. Aoba comprehended Jiraiya's sentiments. The series of setbacks had led him to question his own worth. To be candid, Jiraiya himself bears little blemish. Even his obsession with prophecy is merely a personal choice, one that invites no reproach from others. However, the words of the third Hokage merit a different consideration. I can somewhat grasp your perspective, Jiraiya. In your eyes, your mentor is a competent Hokage, a revered figure among the denizens of Konoha. At worst, he has merely erred in minor ways. Yet, it is vital for you to recognize a fundamental truth. Individuals are not created equal. What constitutes a minor error? When I was a child, peering through the neighbor's garden, that was a minor error. As a ninja, I once cut corners while clearing a river. That was also a minor error. I even engaged in the black market for medical supplies during wartime, profiting from the disparity in prices. Strictly speaking, that is a grave offense. However, you must understand that during the Third Great Ninja War, every clan partook in such dealings. In comparison to their actions, mine can only be deemed a minor error. Why is that? Because I was merely a child, an ordinary ninja. Yet, Hiruzen Sarutobi is not of the same ilk. He is the Hokage. While Hokages are not infallible, when they err, they must face commensurate consequences. The demise of the Uzumaki clan may appear to him a minor error, yet for each individual of that clan, it is an utter catastrophe. The loss of White Fang is a minor error in his eyes, but for Kakashi, it is the source of profound anguish. The lives lost in Danzo's laboratory may seem trivial, yet for those children, the ninjas, and their families, every minor error contributes to a tragic narrative. This delineates the chasm between an ordinary person and the Hokage. Our mistakes are minor because they inflict only slight harm. However, each minor error committed by the Hokage narrates a tale of tragedy, even calamity. The identity of the Hokage offers a shield, yet this protection is not eternal. One day, the backlash from these minor errors may eclipse the strength of that shield, marking the end of his reign. From the onset of the Uzumaki clan's plight, Hiruzen Sarutobi's governance strategy has encountered flaws, or rather, he has lacked a clear political direction. Each shift in Konoha has been a reaction to circumstances, rather than a proactive measure. From a ninja's perspective, this is understandable. However, for a leader, it is inadequate. As a leader, the pursuit of power is inevitable. Even a sign of maturity, for a leader must ensure that their position remains stable. Yet, this pursuit must be contained within appropriate bounds. The bottom line is that one must not trade the village's interests for personal gain. When an individual engages in such actions, they forfeit their right to lead. Teacher Sarutobi has always prioritized Konoha's welfare. The Uzumaki clan, White Fang, Uchiha, Shinya uttered those three names. However, Jiraiya was evidently unconvinced. At that time, the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan was not solely the doing of the Hidden Cloud, but rather a coalition of various ninja villages. Konoha was unable to engage in direct conflict with the other villages. Just listen to what you're saying, Jiraiya. Konoha cannot declare war on other ninja villages? If my memory serves me correctly, the Uzumaki and Konoha were military allies, were they not? Lord Jiraiya, would you be so kind as to elucidate what a military alliance entails? Jiraiya fell silent. Shinya once again rendered him speechless. For, in that situation, it was not Konoha that declared war on the other ninja villages, but rather the other villages that declared war on Konoha. This is the very essence of a military alliance. Chingya did not even finish his words. For instance, Konoha could have entirely avoided direct confrontation, rescuing a group of Uzumaki clansmen, taking away their heritage, and then integrating them into Konoha. Such a move would yield multiple benefits and enhance Konoha's foundation. However, the Umbu ultimately saved only one individual, one by one. In truth, it was after the fall of the Uzumaki that Konoha's dominant status began to face frequent provocations. I have eliminated your allies, and you remain silent. Naturally, this would prompt further testing. Perhaps if I strike at you, you may not dare to retaliate? At that time, the ninja villages of Kumogakure and Iwagakure undoubtedly harbored such thoughts, particularly Kumogakure. As the defeated party, they had discerned Konoha's essence, boldly mocking them. Hiruzen Sarutobi endured it all. This could also be seen as a testament to his bond with Jiraiya, for Jiraiya once remarked that a ninja is one who can endure what others cannot. In this light, Hiruzen Sarutobi truly exemplified endurance. And what of the Uchiha? They were preparing for rebellion. Jiraiya was aware of the unjust actions taken against White Fang. The common folk remained oblivious, but as a member of the upper echelon, Jiraiya was acutely aware of the truth behind White Fang's demise. He found it intolerable. Shall I remind you, Lord Jiraiya, that Konoha's emblem is the union of Senju and Uchiha, not Sarutobi, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Aburame, or Inuzuka. The Uchiha are unsuitable for the role of Hokage. As Jiraiya reached this point, he abruptly halted, for he did not entirely concur with the following statement. If he were to continue and utter the long-held belief that the Uchiha are a malevolent clan, that would indeed be correct. Regardless, they should not have rebelled. Jiraiya attempted to divert the topic. Then, Lord Jiraiya, would you care to explain why the Uchiha chose to rebel? This question once again left Jiraiya momentarily speechless. He initially intended to articulate his thoughts, but upon reflection, he sensed something was lacking. Yet, he could not pinpoint precisely what was missing. Allow me to provide the answer. He continued, for the Uchiha have long desired one of their own to assume the role of Hokage, yet Konoha has consistently refused. Why the refusal? Because the Uchiha are deemed a wicked clan. See, the issue has returned to its origin. Let me confirm, Lord Jiraiya. Are you certain that the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, held such an opinion of the Uchiha? Jiraiya remained silent, having abandoned the debate with Kawakawa Chingya. Yet deep within, he was curious, first, about how Kawakawa Chingya had come to know so many of Konoha's secrets, and second, how he would explain this matter. If you are unaware, allow me to elucidate. The second Hokage's complete assessment of the Uchiha is that they are a clan bound by their own emotions. They appear cold, unfeeling, and even malevolent. However, once the members of the Uchiha clan comprehend the essence of love, the emotions that have long been confined will be liberated. As the love within their hearts is unleashed, they will awaken a power that surpasses that of the Senju clan. Yet, an overwhelming love can also bear certain repercussions. The power awakened may spiral out of control due to this intense affection. Uchiha members who understand love, upon losing that cherished sentiment, may find their profound love transmuted into an even more potent hatred. This transformation will drastically alter their demeanor. During this process, a unique chakra will manifest in the brains of the Uchiha, stimulating their eyes to undergo a transformation, resulting in the evolution of the Sharingan. This is the reason the Sharingan is referred to as the eye that reflects the soul. As the hatred within the Uchiha intensifies, their power will concurrently escalate. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan is predominantly characterized by their intricate emotions. Thus, once they awaken this power, they become vulnerable to being consumed by darkness, ultimately transforming into a malevolent clan. The words spoken by Aoba rendered both Jiraiya and Tsunade speechless. Although Tsunade is the princess of the Senju clan, her understanding of the Uchiha clan is rather limited. This is the first time she has encountered such a detailed and specific analysis of the Uchiha clan, including the powers of the Sharingan. Now, even Tsunade gazes at Aoba with a peculiar expression, pondering how this individual possesses such extensive knowledge. Why then did the second Hokage decide to relocate the Uchiha clan to the outskirts of Konoha, isolating them? Senju Tobirama was indeed a competent Hokage, and this situation reflects the power struggles I previously mentioned. Do not forget that he took Uchiha Kagami as his disciple. Although the second Hokage maintained a vigilant stance towards the Uchiha, he never contemplated their annihilation. He was acutely aware of their significance as a vital military force for the village. Isolation was permissible, yet excessive coercion was not an option. The delicate balance of this approach exemplifies the true capacity of a Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen diligently endeavored to emulate his mentor, yet unfortunately, he only managed to grasp the surface of such profound complexities. Aoba refrained from further provoking Jiraiya and, upon reaching this point, departed with Tsunade. After a whirlwind of sensations, Tsunade was astonished to discover that she had returned to Konoha. Was this the Flying Thunder God technique? Indeed, Kakashi had comprehended the method of its practice, and I had invested some time to manage a rudimentary replication. To teleport across hundreds of kilometers in one go, this could hardly be deemed a mere rudimentary imitation. Shizen was particularly incensed by Aoba's remarks. Long-distance teleportation is no trivial feat. The true strength of the Flying Thunder God lies in its ability to execute instantaneous jumps during combat, even redirecting enemy ninjutsu attacks. At present, I have yet to master this capability, and I still experience a disorienting sensation during the teleportation process, all of which are indicative of my incomplete grasp of the Flying Thunder God technique. Shinya distinctly recalls that later, after being resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, Minato Namikaze was capable of employing the Flying Thunder God technique to effortlessly transport tailed beast balls, and even the truth-seeking balls, collaborating with the second Hokage, and manipulating the infinite Tsukuyomi, which indeed borders on the preposterous. Tsunade maintained her composure, directly leading the way into the Hokage's office. Inside, Kakashi and Jiraiya were grappling with the arduous task of rebuilding Konoha. The moment Tsunade entered, both of them were momentarily taken aback. "Tsunade-sama, you have returned." Jiraiya exhaled a sigh of relief. He was not particularly keen on Shinya becoming Hokage. The immense pressure he felt from Shinya was overwhelming. In terms of personal strength and political ideology, Shinya surpassed all previous Hokage, and he feared he could not measure up. "Thank you for your hard work during my absence. Both of you. I have returned to run for the position of the 5th Hokage. Time is of the essence. Let us commence without delay." A day later, a significant announcement reverberated throughout Konoha. The village was set to elect a new Hokage. The first candidate had emerged, none other than the legendary princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade. Preliminary investigations revealed that within less than a day of the announcement, her approval rating had already surpassed 50%. In truth, the necessity of an election had become questionable. However, to ensure Tsunade's ascension was impeccable, the requisite procedures still needed to be observed. The elite shinobi of Konoha proceeded with the voting, ultimately confirming Tsunade's position as Hokage. At the moment of her inauguration, Tsunade appointed Shinya as her Hokage advisor to assist in addressing the issues facing Konoha. What is the most pressing matter at hand? It pertains to the negotiations with Sunagakure. Their envoy has been awaiting our response for several days, yet we have been delaying the proceedings. After all, this task is best accomplished by you. You always have so many ideas. Very well, prepare for the negotiations with Sunagakure tomorrow. Not a problem. However, we ought to alter the terminology. Sunagakure is unworthy of negotiating with us at present. At Konoha's official guest house, Gaara and his companions were engaged in discussions. Handing over his leadership to Gaara, Temari and Kankuro had gradually acclimated to his transformation. Gaara was no longer the volatile and sensitive individual he once was. Instead, he had become composed and even exhibited an unusual sense of maturity. The conversation between Konoha and Shikaku had a profound impact on Gaara. However, the transformation of Gaara into his current state primarily stemmed from the reconciliation he reached with Shikaku. This implies that with a bit of practice, Gaara is poised to become a flawless Jinchuriki. Nevertheless, the crux lies in Shikaku's ability to utilize his extensive life experiences to compensate for Gaara's shortcomings, thus molding him into the mature individual he is today. This reality is rather cruel to Gaara, as it effectively strips away a portion of his youthful years. Yet, it also signifies the fortunate fate of Sunagakure, for at this juncture, Gaara is more than capable of fulfilling the role of Kazekage. With Konoha having already appointed the 5th Hokage, it is likely that our time in Konoha is limited. Temari and Kankuro have become somewhat accustomed to this rational demeanor of Gaara. Would Konoha allow us to leave so easily? Undoubtedly not. Regardless of belief, the current Konoha does not require us as hostages. The issue, however, is that as the defeated party, we are obliged to concede something. Are you referring to war reparations? Given Sunagakure's economic situation, we are hardly able to afford such costs. Gaara's remark rendered Temari and Kankuro momentarily speechless. Indeed, Sunagakure is in dire financial straits. During the reign of Raza's, we could at least utilize magnetism to extract gold. However, since Raza's demise, Even that meager source of wealth has vanished. Although Sunagakure remains one of the 5 great shinobi villages, its internal economic conditions are on the brink of collapse. This dire situation is a significant reason why many within Sunagakure advocate for war. Using conflict to divert internal strife is hardly a novel tactic. The only issue is that they lost. In the Hokage's office, prior to formal negotiations, we shall conduct a rehearsal for our discussions. Lady Tsunade, what conditions do you believe we should propose to Sunagakure? What else could there be? Reparations, supplies, even forbidden techniques, and those hostages could also be considered. A traditional approach. Kakuza-senpai, what is your perspective? Given our overwhelming advantage, we are in a position to dominate these negotiations. Therefore, I feel we can delve deeper. For a long time, Konoha has been coveted by other shinobi villages. Throughout several shinobi world wars, we have often fought alone. Perhaps we could seize this opportunity to gain an ally. Of course, ally is the official term. In my understanding, Sunagakure is gravely weakened, while Konoha has also sustained losses. We now possess the top-tier combat strength of Konoha and the return of Lady Tsunade, resulting in an overall increase in our strength. Thus, I believe we can play a more audacious game. Under the guise of forming an alliance, we could directly make Sunagakure our vassal. Kakashi and Tsunade were taken aback by Kakuzu's words. Transforming another of the 5 villages into a vassal has never been part of Konoha's foreign policy. However, those present were not of the same temperament as the 3rd Hokage. Especially Tsunade, though she is a woman, possesses a resolute character, truly embodying the essence of an eagle. The statement made by Nara Shikaka surprisingly resonates with her preferences. Please elaborate on your plans. The negotiations with Sunagakure are of paramount importance to Konohagakure. However, Aoba has not been directly involved in this matter. He has already indicated the general direction, leaving the particulars to Shikaku. In truth, he does not excel in such affairs himself. His ability to provide overarching guidance stems from a basic education received in a previous life. Yet, engaging in the intricate details would be somewhat unreasonable. Such matters demand a high level of expertise and substantial data support, areas in which Aoba is lacking. Nara Shikaku, on the other hand, possesses the requisite capabilities. Previously, he served as an aide to the 3rd Hokage, and his administrative skills were largely underutilized during Konohagakure's most formidable era. Now, with the support of Aoba, Kakashi, and Tsunade, Shikaka can, in a sense, truly begin to demonstrate his prowess as the foremost strategist of Konohagakure. Sunagakure is quite unique among the 5 great shinobi villages, as it possesses the weakest overall strength. However, the other major villages harbor little desire for Sunagakure, primarily because it lacks resources. The landscape is dominated by deserts, leading to scarcity of materials and economic hardship. In such a barren region, conquest seems futile. Consider the persistent interest of Kumogakure and Iwagakure in Konohagakure. Their fixation stems from the Fire Country's possession of the most fertile lands, abundant resources, and a large population. Capturing this territory could lead to unprecedented dominance in the shinobi world. Nevertheless, amidst such desolation, Sunagakure has managed to maintain its position as one of the 5 great villages. A feat that Aoba greatly admires. Leaving aside other considerations, had the 3rd Hokage governed Sunagakure, it would have been utterly depleted within 20 years. In contrast, after over 30 years of leadership, Konohagakure remains at the forefront, showcasing the profound foundations it has established. Despite being one of the 5 great villages for many years, Sunagakure still possesses certain legacies. It remains to be seen how much ground Shikaka can gain during the negotiations. In the laboratory, Aoba, assisted by various instruments, is confronted by a pair of Sharingan. This pair is one of the 10 Sharingan, originating from the same individual. Aoba refrained from implanting them into his own body as resurrection coins, feeling it would be a waste. Instead, he hopes to unravel the secrets behind the Sharingan's ocular power through these eyes. However, after extensive experimentation and analysis, he has realized that relying solely on biological measurements or even chakra-level research cannot fully penetrate the essence of ocular power. The most critical aspect of this power lies in its mental stimulation, which currently cannot be directly studied, at least until the secret techniques of the Yamanka clan are acquired. There is no possibility for in-depth exploration. Yet, Aoba has conceived another avenue of inquiry. At this moment, the Sharingan he is examining is being activated, revealing one of the most extraordinary qualities of the Sharingan. Even when detached from the physical form, it can still be successfully activated. In the narrative, Uchiha Itachi had previously transplanted Shirsui's eye onto a crow. Now, Aoyan's approach is even more thorough. He directly employs a device to connect the Sharingan with chakra, subsequently activating it while in an independent state. Aoyan then seals his own Manjiki Sharingan, engaging in eye contact with this particular Sharingan using his ordinary eyes. This operation is remarkably unfathomable, as Aoyan's method essentially entails using the Sharingan to attack himself. He had previously attempted to establish a mental connection with the Sharingan through psychic force, but to no avail. In fact, he is currently unable to achieve a complete mental link even with his own right eye Sharingan. This inability is the true reason why the transplanter of the Sharingan cannot fully manipulate it. It is not the original. A certain spiritual barrier always persists. Aoyan has exerted considerable effort to breach this barrier, yet to no effect. He even suspects that the secret techniques of the Yamanka clan might yield little result, as these techniques target the opponent's brain. Aoyan cannot fathom what it would be like to release the mind transfer technique on a pair of eyes submerged in nutrient solution. However, after countless experiments and having acquired a Sharingan himself, Aoyan astonishingly discovered a method to establish a mental link with these Sharingan. That method is to be attacked by the opponent. Indeed, when the Sharingan employs Genjutsu to assault an enemy, it engenders a certain degree of spiritual interference and connection. Before, Aoy was unaware and mistakenly believed that the Genjutsu of the Sharingan was merely a manifestation of pure in-release chakra. It was not until he became adept at wielding the Sharingan that he discerned its subtle intricacies. The primary issue lay in the fact that the Sharingan was not his own. Regardless of manipulation or perception, a slight barrier remained, even with the assistance of Hashirama's cells. This barrier could not be entirely eradicated. However, when subjected to an assault from the Sharingan, a mental connection would manifest, which is fundamentally what renders the Genjutsu so formidable. Genjutsu inherently utilizes chakra to conjure illusions in auditory and visual realms. Delving deeper, it disrupts the opponent's psyche, ensnaring them in hallucinations or slumber. The Genjutsu of the Sharingan operates on a higher echelon. Kakashi once employed the technique known as Naraka Path, which targeted the opponent's mind, eliciting profound fears from within. In contrast, Uchiha Itachi's Genjutsu not only assaults the opponent's psyche, but also fabricates a mental realm, ensnaring them within. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect is that he possesses the ability to manipulate this world at will. This level of Genjutsu involves a persistent interference with the mental plane. Other Genjutsu typically involve a singular, unexpected disruption, whereas the Genjutsu of the Sharingan allows for continuous interference. Aoyan has conducted the current experiment based on this principle. He harnessed his own chakra, in conjunction with the laboratory's instruments, to activate the Sharingan before him. Subsequently, he unleashed a continuous Genjutsu upon himself. Naturally, the Sharingan lacks consciousness. However, within the ocular power of the Sharingan lies a unique form of spiritual energy. Thus, Aoyan's mental strength intertwined with the ocular prowess of the Sharingan. According to the procedures of the Genjutsu, the next step should involve the user of the Sharingan ravaging Aoyan within the mental realm. Yet, it must be reiterated, while the Sharingan possesses mental power, it lacks a complete governing consciousness. Therefore, although Aoyan was drawn into the mental world, the true sovereign of this realm is Aoyan himself. Consequently, Aoyan is able to delve deeper than ever before into the spiritual energy of the Sharingan, extending into the realm that encompasses its ocular prowess. The form of Aoyan manifested within a peculiar realm, a space conjured by the Sharingan's illusion. It bore no comparison to Itachi's mastery. This realm was exceedingly rudimentary, and Aoyan lacked the ability to manipulate time and space. However, in contrast, this space was not as perilous as Tsukuyami. Most significantly, the illusion of the Sharingan was activated by Aoyan's chakra, thus allowing him to exert a degree of influence over this domain. Chingye's current endeavor is to reverse invade the spiritual realm of the Sharingan through this illusory space. Certainly, a mere pair of three Tomo eyes cannot be deemed a true spiritual world. However, the power it harbors is undeniably profound and has already been successfully activated. This significantly simplifies Chingye's pursuit of the fundamental source of the Sharingan's ocular abilities. Yet, the process of invasion is far from effortless. From the outset, Chingye encounters obstacles in the form of a unique spiritual force that impedes his intrusion, an instinctual power of sorts. Chingye understood that this was the original master of the Sharingan, the residual spiritual energy lingering within it. Upon shattering this force, Chingye entered a peculiar perspective. The spiritual realm itself diverges from reality, embodying a more idealistic essence, and is even absurdly surreal. Chingye found it exceedingly difficult to articulate the scene before him. If he were to make an attempt at description, it would be akin to portraying a puzzle that he had encountered. Dun chakra, mental energy, and a certain more abstract force intertwined to form a cohesive tapestry. Aoba comprehended that this must be an analysis of the ocular abilities of the Sharingan. However, within the realm of the mind, it manifested in an exceedingly abstract manner. Aoba is capable of comprehending this abstraction. The only aspect that eludes his understanding is that the puzzle remains incomplete. The power of the third abstraction possesses a conspicuous gap, rendering the entire puzzle unfinished. Chingye realized that he was nearing the profound secrets of the Sharingan. The Sharingan is immensely powerful, yet it harbors significant flaws. Once the Manjiki Sharingan is awakened, its strength is undeniable, but the inevitable blindness that accompanies it is truly unbearable. The kaleidoscope of the azure leaves is indeed captivating. Although the celestial deity has expended a considerable amount of ocular power, he remains capable of wielding the techniques of the kaleidoscope level. However, he is reluctant to employ them indiscriminately. While the cells of Hashirama can gradually restore ocular power, the process is excruciatingly slow. As for the operation of the single-eyed Susanoo, he has not even dared to attempt it, for his Sharingan is far too precious. The prospect of blinding it would be, quite frankly, an unworthy gamble. Yet, after a profound exploration of the ocular power of the Sharingan, Chingye has garnered a novel understanding of the issue regarding the potential blindness from excessive use of the kaleidoscope. The amalgamation of released chakra and mental energy constitutes the fundamental ocular power. Members of the Uchiha clan, due to their bloodline, can innately perform this operation within their eyes. However, this only permits the awakening of a maximum of 3 Tomo Sharingan. To advance further, a third force must be introduced. Chingye designates this force as the power of the mind, which corresponds to the term spiritual reflection associated with the Sharingan. It must be said that although the second Hokage is not of the Uchiha lineage, his research into the Uchiha clan is remarkably profound, and this description can be regarded as exceedingly accurate. Through Chingye's observations, the final force is the catalyst that triggers a qualitative transformation of the ocular power, ultimately evolving into the kaleidoscope and bestowing a myriad of extraordinary abilities. This power is even more abstract than the ethereal mental energy. It is a projection of one's subconscious desires. The released chakra, combined with mental energy, forms the ocular power. While this projection of the mind allows for the sublimation of ocular power, manifesting the deepest longings of one's heart into reality. Thus, diverse kaleidoscope Sharingan are formed. However, this projection of the mind possesses certain inherent flaws. Aoba was perplexed by the situation. He speculated that it might be due to the Uchiha clan being descendants of Indra, resulting in a bloodline that lacked purity, which inherently possessed a certain flaw, whether in spirit or physique. This very deficiency rendered the power of the Manjiki Sharingan formidable, yet it imposed an immense burden on the body. To illustrate, the desired effect of mental projection was to create a world. Yet the ocular power could merely conjure an isolated space. The missing elements would translate into strain on the physical form. It must be understood that whether it be chakra, mental energy, or ultimately ocular prowess, all must ultimately be manifested through the corporeal vessel. From this perspective, had Obito not possessed cells from Hashirama, he likely would have been unable to utilize his Kamui more than a few times. Thus, it becomes apparent that although the Uchiha are indeed gifted, the cells of Hashirama serve as the true official enhancement. Regardless, this experiment held immense significance for Aoba. Having grasped these insights, he envisioned multiple avenues for further research, albeit all requiring a considerable amount of time. For the moment, however, he needed to attend to various trifles. The negotiations with Tsunagakure had already persisted for a week, a rather typical duration for discussions between the two of the 5 great shinobi villages. In truth, Aoba felt it was progressing rather swiftly, as he had anticipated that results would take at least half a month to materialize. However, despite being a woman, Tsunade possessed a fiery temperament and acted with decisiveness, evidently unwilling to prolong the discussions any further. Tsunagakure was obliged to pay a significant price, while they lacked funds for war reparations. They had expended numerous secret techniques and jutsu, resulting in an almost doubling of Konoha's sealbook. This was accompanied by the opening of trade, relinquishing a substantial share of mission quotas, sharing intelligence, and most critically, establishing a military alliance with Konoha. The contract stipulated that Tsunagakure must provide military support whenever Konoha required it, yet it made no mention of Konoha's obligations to bolster Tsunagakure in times of need. In essence, this constituted a covertly subservient agreement. Since the signing of the contract, Tsunagakure had, to a certain extent, become a subordinate of Konoha. Tsunade's assertiveness was a stark contrast to the amiable nature of the third Hokage. In the absence of Chiyo, the team led by Maki stood no chance against Narashikaku. After the contract was signed, Maki felt completely disoriented, even experiencing a sensation akin to wanting to take his own life, as this agreement had nearly stripped Tsunagakure of its autonomy. Naturally, Tsunade, having achieved a resounding victory, was in high spirits. After indulging in a couple of drinks, she made her way directly to Aoba's residence. "Are you Haruno Sakura?" "Yes, Hokage-sama. My teacher is not at home." Sakura, upon encountering the Hokage, hurriedly bowed in respect. "Enough. You are a disciple of Kamikawa Aoba. I cannot recall that fellow ever showing me respect. Moreover, I am not here to find him. I have come to seek you." "To seek me?" "Not long ago, during a fierce battle, I heard that you single-handedly employed the healing palm technique for an entire day and night, treating over 300 wounded individuals." Haruno Sakura was, in fact, unaware of her burgeoning fame. Her extraordinary feat during the Konoha collapse plan had elevated her to the status of the most esteemed medical ninja among the younger generation. The most intriguing revelation was that, after an examination at the Konoha hospital, it was discovered that Sakura was not even a registered medical ninja in Konoha. In recent days, the gates of the Aoy family had been visited countless times by representatives from Konoha Hospital, all eager to recruit Sakura. However, she was currently overwhelmed with her studies under Aoy, oblivious to her newfound renown, and had little inclination to accept a position at Konoha Hospital. Though the healing palm technique may not be deemed a pinnacle of medical ninjutsu, its execution requires the conversion of yang-release chakra, and the infusion into the wounded body incurs a considerable expenditure. Thus, the consumption of this technique is not negligible, and employing it hundreds of times consecutively exceeds the capacity of a conventional ninja. Could you enlighten me on how you achieved such a feat? Of course, if this pertains to your unique secret technique, you may decline to answer. Tsunade was not in the best of spirits, for she sensed a vast reservoir of chakra emanating from Sakura, a chakra that felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of the legendary Hashirama Senju. This instinctively led Tsunade to contemplate the human experiments involving Hashirama's cells, suspecting that Sakura might be one of the test subjects, or that Aoy was clandestinely conducting transplant experiments with Hashirama's cells. In truth, her suspicions were not unfounded. Aoy was indeed engaged in such endeavors, albeit without the human experimentation component. Tsunade had never supported the experimentation with Hashirama's cells. No one relishes the thought of witnessing their grandfather's body subjected to experimentation. Her decision to distance herself from Konoha was partly influenced by this very reason. "Ah, Hokage-sama, you say this." Sakura hesitated, leading Tsunade to misinterpret her silence as reluctance to share. "No, it's not that. At that moment, Aoy's voice resonated from the entrance. She had yet to partake in such profound experiments, making it challenging for her to articulate the answers you seek." Tsunade turned to Aoy. "Aoy, today I require an explanation." Tsunade held Aoy in high regard, recognizing her potential as a capable assistant, provided she was not a second Orochimaru or Danzo Shimura. "No need for explanations. I can unequivocally inform you of the results of the Hashirama cell experiments. However, the process may differ from your expectations. Follow me, and Sakura, you shall accompany us as well. Your studies have been commendable. It is time to delve deeper." Chinya spoke as she led the two individuals into her subterranean laboratory. Undoubtedly, this laboratory had undergone a remarkable transformation. To say the least, its area was now more than 5 times that of its original size. The verdant leaves delineate multiple distinct regions. The only entrance to these areas is the outermost laboratory. I trust you are aware that Konoha has never ceased its research into the cells of the first Hokage. This matter is likely quite discomforting for Lady Tsunade. However, it is imperative for me to elucidate a fact. The cells of the first Hokage symbolize the dawn of a new era. At this moment, Tsunade is taken aback by the sight of the laboratory before her. The atmosphere is somewhat chilling, as numerous jars and containers are submerged with grotesque, flesh-like creations. Many of these take the form of distorted, misshapen masses, presenting a visually striking spectacle. It is evident that Sakura's steps have faltered momentarily. These are remnants of failed cultivations. Nonetheless, some still possess utility, hence their retention. Observe here. This is where the crux lies. Aoyuki pointed to several peculiar garments, remarking on their unusual design. Upon seeing the vests, Sakura's expression morphed into one of bewilderment, for she herself donned a similar attire. This very garment enabled her to execute hundreds of palm techniques, continuously supplying her with chakra. Yet, she had never fathomed that such clothing was crafted in this very place. Tsunade's discerning eye was far beyond Sakura's comprehension. Approaching the garments, she gently caressed the fabric and instantly discerned their origin. Is this cultivated from your grandfather's cells? Indeed. It is an external chakra manifestation developed from the cells of the first Hokage. At this revelation, Sakura felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She now realized that the very clothing she wore was derived from the cells of the first Hokage. No wonder it felt so peculiar to her touch. In hindsight, she was essentially draped in a human skin vest. Moreover, this vest possessed vitality. The mere thought unsettled her. Anyone would feel uneasy knowing they wore human skin. However, neither Tsunade nor Aoyuki acknowledged the young girl's distress at that moment. Tsunade had come to a significant realization. You did not perform a cellular transplant. Instead, you attempted to develop a supportive chakra tool using your grandfather's cells. Not attempted. I have produced a finished product. To be honest, it was no simple feat. The cell proliferation ability of the first Hokage's cells is exceedingly potent. One misstep could lead to utter chaos. Shaping it into a desired form proved quite challenging. I invested considerable time before discovering a relatively effective method. Directed cultivation? Tsunade's sudden interjection left Aoyuki momentarily speechless, for she had hit upon the truth. It was indeed directed cultivation. Allowing the cells of Hashirama to grow unrestrained would result in chaotic, amorphous masses. Thus, to mold this material and retain control, directed cultivation was essential. The chakra garment adorning Sakura was not merely a product of Hashirama's cells. It was a fusion of her own cells with those of Hashirama. After numerous failed attempts, success was finally achieved once. The failures predominantly arose from the overwhelming strength of Hashirama's cells juxtaposed with the fragility of Sakura's, making balance elusive. Additionally, the lack of initial operational experience contributed to the setbacks. After extensive trials utilizing the cells of Sakura, Kakashi, and herself, Aoyuki had nearly mastered this technique. Regrettably, this method bore a significant flaw. Not all cells could be manipulated in such a manner. In fact, following the success of his experiments, Aoyuki promptly collected a plethora of biological samples to broaden the scope of his research. However, the outcomes ultimately yielded a conclusion that left him profoundly unsettled. Thus, the majority of civilian ninja cells are incapable of achieving this cultivation. In contrast, the ninjas from the prominent clans possess a success rate exceeding that of their civilian counterparts by more than tenfold. Consequently, Aoyama chose to conceal this technique. This technology has the potential to revolutionize the entire ninja realm. As the foremost ninja, Tsunade immediately recognized the inherent value within it. However, Aoyama's response left her utterly speechless. I will not, for I have no intention of making this technique public. To be precise, I will not permit outsiders to utilize it. Tsunade disapproved of the cell experiments involving Hashirama's cells, primarily because such experiments necessitate the sacrifice of countless human lives. Utilizing her grandfather's cells to benefit ninjas, without harming the innocent, is something she could somewhat accept. Yet, she never anticipated that Aoyama would take an alternative approach, avoiding direct harm to individuals. Instead, he devised a relatively independent biological weapon. Indeed, in Tsunade's eyes, this creation is undeniably a weapon, an exceedingly perilous biological weapon. An item capable of amplifying the chakra of an ordinary ninja by several dozen times cannot be classified as anything less than a weapon. It is well known that any ninja ranked CH Nin or above typically possesses at least one or two elemental jutsu. An ordinary ninja's chakra reserves are usually sufficient to perform a couple of fireball jutsu, but with this item, they could unleash 50 to 60 attacks. Is this not tantamount to a cannon? In the event of a large-scale battle, there would be no need for direct confrontation. Hundreds of CH Nin could stand at a distance, collectively employing the fireball jutsu against the enemy forces, potentially executing a 3-stage bombardment with 50 rounds of concentrated fire. Apart from elite J-Nin, the rest would be utterly decimated. If this weapon were to fall into the hands of a J-Nin, the implications would be staggering. Every J-Nin has mastered at least one chakra nature transformation and undoubtedly possesses one or two decisive techniques. For instance, if Kakashi could unleash Raikiri with a simple attack, his combat prowess would ascend to an entirely new level. Should a few ninjas proficient in large-scale elemental jutsu position themselves and unleash 20 waterfall techniques upon the opposing forces, no matter who the adversary is, they would likely be overwhelmed. Even if Aoyama claims that the success rate is low, the resources of Konoha are certainly not insufficient to support such endeavors. Yet, Aoyama now insists that he will not allow others to utilize it, which leaves Tsunade perplexed. It is important to note that this creation is not merely a secret technique or an original technological innovation. It is derived from her grandfather's cells. This implies that Konoha, or more specifically Tsunade, inherently possesses at least half of the copyright to the chakra exterior. Therefore, Aoyama's refusal is somewhat incomprehensible to Tsunade. In her mind, Aoyama is not a person of such singular disposition. From the moment he accepted Haruno Sakura, a commoner, as his disciple and directly entrusted her with such highly confidential experimental products, it becomes evident that he is not the kind of person one might presume. Can you elucidate the reasoning behind this? The explanation is both straightforward and intricate. Aoba, in a rare moment, provided a vague response, indicating that the present moment is not suitable for such inquiries. It is still too premature. His accumulation of knowledge and resources remains insufficient. Setting aside distant matters, even the threats posed by this world are far from adequate, not to mention the perils lurking in the cosmos. However, Tsunade plays a crucial role in Aoba's plans. Thus, after contemplation, he added, "The reason is that the time has yet to arrive. When the opportune moment presents itself, I shall unveil more sophisticated technologies to vanquish certain adversities." Throughout the vast narrative of the Naruto universe, disregarding the absurd political machinations and various redemptions, the most glaring flaw lies in the narrative's foundation, which is firmly rooted in a doctrine of bloodline superiority. This issue is one that Naruto can never absolve itself from, and it remains a source of great discontent for Aoba in his previous life. Initially, Naruto and Sasuke's character arcs were nothing short of exemplary. Two youths with completely divergent destinies, yet facing somewhat similar circumstances, became each other's anchors. Such a classic trope of a spirited adventure. But what transpired later? They were not merely striving to save the world. They were destined to do so as reincarnations of saviors. In truth, had the Sage of Six Paths not intervened personally, they would have been unable to fulfill the so-called legacy. This alone shatters the story's foundation. Moreover, upon deeper reflection, there are unsettling details to consider. The entire process of Ashura and Indra's salvation unfolded under the sage's control, which Chinya halted his wandering thoughts. Now was not the time for such distractions. Presently, he was confronted with the mundane challenges of life. After listening to Chinya's response, Tsunade regarded him with a peculiar gaze, her eyes reflecting a sense of incredulity. Chinya understood that she had discerned something. After a prolonged silence, Tsunade finally spoke. "I comprehend now. Although I am uncertain where your confidence stems from, I must admit I am somewhat eager for that day to arrive." Once Tsunade departed, Chinya turned to face Haruno Sakura, who stood behind him. "All right, Sakura. Our previous conversation was entirely transparent to you. Now what are your thoughts?" Sakura appeared bewildered, expressing her inability to grasp the essence of their discussion. What insights could I possibly offer? Nevertheless, she held great respect for her teacher. As her studies deepened, she became increasingly aware that the knowledge she was acquiring was profound and remarkable, knowledge that her former self could never have attained. Chinya, her mentor, was shrouded in countless enigmas. His strength was formidable, his research capabilities unparalleled, and his grasp of various esoteric subjects was remarkable. Even his companion, though lacking formal recognition, was someone Sakura understood to be formidable, especially given Chinya's relationship with Yumi. She surmised that this woman's prowess likely exceeded her imagination. Yet she had not even registered as a ninja in Konoha. The laboratory before her surpassed all her expectations. Listening to her teacher was intended to immerse her in these mysteries, a result Sakura had long dreamed of achieving. It could be said that since aligning herself with Chinya, her scholarly potential had been fully awakened. Each day, she reveled in the joy of learning, a phenomenon not attributable to mere luck but to reality. Ordinary individuals often do not experience the joy of learning because they progress too slowly. They exert effort yet receive scant rewards. However, if one could absorb vast amounts of knowledge effortlessly, with only minimal effort required to attain mastery, and continuously feel the thrill of advancement, then one could indeed savor the pleasure of learning. The question remains, how many can achieve such a feat? In 2 lifetimes, Aoy possesses a mental acuity that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. coupled with an intricate understanding of the narrative, allowing her to maintain her persona with relative ease. Sakura, lacking such advantages, must exert considerably greater effort. Teacher Aoy, I am willing to heed your guidance. Excellent. From today onward, your studies will intensify. Following the alliance between Tsunagakure and Konoha, the entire ninja world has descended into a state of heightened vigilance, particularly for Tsunagakure and Kumogakure, whose treacherous thoughts render them most anxious. According to their intelligence, although the recent conflict inflicted significant damage upon Konoha, it did not reach the point of crippling injury. Moreover, in the aftermath, Tsunagakure provided substantial reparations and both parties entered into a military assistance treaty, further heightening the tension for the other two villages. They have even suspended their petty schemes against each other, fully bracing for a potential retaliation from Konoha. They are acutely aware of a critical truth. Tsunade is not like Sarutobi Hiruzen. This woman possesses a fiery temperament and ambitions that far exceed those of Hiruzen. Her ascendancy bodes ill for the surrounding ninja villages. However, the previous defeat of the Reikage has rendered Kumogakure and Iwagakure hesitant to act recklessly. Currently, Aoy from Konoha has a bounty of 200 million ryo on her head in the exchange office, yet no one has dared to claim it, with very few even willing to attempt it. It is well known that the last encounter with the Reikage resulted not only in the loss of an arm, but also in the demise of over 100 elite warriors. Reports suggest that even her trusted subordinate, she, perished in that battle. Following that clash, Konoha made a decision that left the entire ninja world in disbelief. They collected the corpses of all Kumogakure ninjas and exchanged those with bounties for money. This action completely overturned the image of Konoha as the benevolent entity it had been during Hiruzen's reign, presenting instead a brazen and domineering demeanor. Though Konoha had long held the position of a dominant force, it had not always been tyrannical. However, in the latter years of Hiruzen's governance, Konoha had adopted a thoroughly benevolent stance. This recent maneuver, however, has instilled fear in all the surrounding forces that were previously contemplating action. While Konoha may have waned compared to its former glory, it remains the strongest force in the ninja world today. The most significant response to this incident is that Kumogakure has adopted a good guy facade, refraining from any provocation against Konoha. The Reikage is acutely aware of this reality. This time, Aoy did not resort to cunning. Rather, she decisively defeated him, exerting absolute tactical and martial dominance. The severance of his left arm has left him severely wounded. Had it not been for the presence of two Jinchuriki and Kumogakure, Inoki might have considered invading to seize the opportunity. Though the Reikage is reckless, he is not foolish. He understands that Konoha is not a foe to be trifled with at present. Furthermore, it is not merely a matter of being unable to contend. Tsunade's rise to power has undeniably ushered in a significant transformation in Konoha's governance style. He must now remain vigilant against potential retaliatory actions from Konoha. This sentiment is not his alone. Noki shares the same concern. Both ninja villages are on high alert. Yet, ultimately, no actions materialized, neither retaliation nor any diplomatic initiatives. Under Tsunade's leadership, Konoha's approach has dramatically transformed, yet it exhibits no inclination towards expansion. On the contrary, Konoha has entered a phase of focused development and construction. The Konoha Research Institute is a newly established department in recent months. Aoyama Aoy, one of the Hokage's assistants, serves as the deputy director, with the Hokage herself officially designated as the director. In truth, the concept of scientific research is foreign to the majority within the ninja world, with most ninjas unable to engage in such endeavors. This is largely due to the profound deficiencies in cultural education prevalent in the ninja realm. Consider their Chunin Exam, where the cultural component assesses methods of cheating. For a ninja, this is hardly surprising, as it serves as a means of intelligence gathering. However, within this educational system, it is impossible to cultivate the researchers Aoy envisions. In this batch, only Haruno Sakura emerges as qualified, while the rest have been trained merely as instruments of war. In reality, only a select few from prestigious clans have access to substantial cultural education. Common ninjas find the curriculum at ninja academies exceedingly challenging. Had Orochimaru not been a disciple of the third Hokage, he would not have achieved his current stature. In this era, it is impossible to conceive various forbidden techniques from thin air. Even the legendary Senju Tobirama did not create his myriad of jutsu out of nothingness. We must not forget that they experienced the Warring States period, during which the Senju clan annihilated countless ninja villages and clans, amassing a wealth of diverse jutsu knowledge. Tobirama was able to compensate for his shortcomings and develop his unique forbidden techniques by integrating countless pieces of varied information. Such resources are entirely inaccessible to the common folk. Orochimaru, too, only gained access to more data and completed his foundational knowledge after becoming a Hokage's disciple, laying the groundwork for his later development of forbidden techniques. Similar resources exist among those prestigious clans. However, for common ninjas wishing to learn elemental jutsu, they must exchange task points for access. Such information is utterly beyond their reach. Thus, with Tsunade's support, Aoy undertook significant reforms within Konoha. Reform is never a straightforward endeavor, yet Aoy encountered less resistance than anticipated. Firstly, Konoha is quite affluent. The Land of Fire possesses the finest lands on the continent, and Konoha is situated at a critical transportation nexus. Various mission commissions and resources controlled by Konoha provide a continuous influx of cash flow. With financial resources at hand, many obstacles cease to be obstacles. Secondly, Aoy is exceptionally capable, being the foremost expert in Konoha. Indeed, the majority of ninjas in Konoha have come to regard Kamikawa Aoy as the mightiest among them. Even Tsunade, the Hokage, might not be his equal. Nevertheless, Tsunade's position within Konoha remains unassailable. As the most formidable medical ninja in the village, she has cultivated an extensive network during previous wars, and her esteemed status further solidifies her role as Hokage. This steadfast Hokage is a supporter of Aoy, facilitating the advancement of his various initiatives. In reality, the first new institution established by Aoy was not the Konoha Research Institute, but rather a school dedicated to imparting cultural education. Not every individual possesses the aptitude to become a ninja. Indeed, only a select few can attain that status. The majority of people in this world are destined to remain ordinary. In theory, ordinary individuals lack access to educational opportunities. These children represent Aoy's potential students. Moreover, Konoha annually witnesses a considerable number of students unable to graduate. Most of these students return to school to repeat their studies. Yet many with particularly poor qualifications opt to leave the educational system altogether, as attending school can be a burden for families of ordinary means. Aoy has organized a group of children unable to become ninjas and has arranged a series of assessments. It is important to note that he does not adopt a one-size-fits-all approach. Rather, he implemented a selection process from the outset. This is an unfortunate reality. The cultural education school operates on a free system. Although Konoha is affluent, it cannot subsidize free education for all children. Aoyama's ultimate aspiration is universal education. However, this remains a long-term objective. Currently, the political, economic, and cultural milieu of the entire ninja world does not support such an initiative. Thus, he must implement a preliminary selection process, choosing the most exceptional children to enter the academic institutions. In the short term, these children may not yield immediate results. Yet they are the cornerstone upon which Aoyama intends to transform this world. The progress of the Konoha Research Institute is far from smooth. Engaging in scientific research necessitates highly specialized knowledge. Even the routine task of recording data daily requires the creation of conspicuous spreadsheets for various cross-comparisons. However, a staggering 99% of the populace in Konoha is incapable of fulfilling such responsibilities. The few who are competent have already secured positions across various departments in Konoha. This scarcity of talent is precisely why Aoyama finds it imperative to establish academic institutions. The cultural school is merely the initial step. Aoyama's subsequent endeavor is to create an advanced ninja academy, akin to a university for ninjas. Indeed, Aoyama aims to provide elevated education to those who have already graduated as Nin and Genin. It is noteworthy that Konoha boasts only one educational institution. After graduation, most ninjas lose the opportunity for systematic learning, relegating themselves to self-study amidst the relentless cycle of battle or exchanging hard-earned merits for new jutsu as their trump cards. However, acquiring jutsu necessitates a substantial amount of mission points, and for the majority of civilian ninjas, a lifetime may yield no more than 2 or 3 techniques. Such is the harsh reality. In truth, Aoyama himself was once part of this very struggle. His parents were both Nin, hailing from a lineage of ninjas. Yet, prior to aligning with Orochimaru, Aoyama possessed only 2 wind-style techniques. This constituted the entirety of his family's legacy. During his time with Orochimaru, he did not acquire much in the way of elemental techniques, but he did gain considerable specialized knowledge essential for research. It was only after persuading Kakashi to join him that he obtained a sufficient array of elemental jutsu. This, combined with sage techniques, finally allowed him to forge a semblance of a jutsu arsenal. Even within the seemingly peaceful and amiable Konoha, social stratification is omnipresent. The inability of most civilian ninjas to rise above their station is not due to a lack of talent among them, but rather the disparity in resources they receive compared to those from prominent clans. The purpose behind the establishment of the Advanced Ninja School by Aoba is fundamentally to transform the existing paradigm. Of course, such a declaration cannot be made overtly. It is merely presented as a welfare initiative for the lower-ranking ninjas following Tsunade's ascension. Any Chunin or Genin, upon the payment of a requisite fee, may enroll and partake in their studies, in addition to the invaluable experience imparted by elite Jonin and even special Jonin. The most distinguishing feature of the Advanced Ninja School lies in the opportunity for each enrolled ninja to submit their own ninjutsu in exchange for a newly acquired jutsu of the same rank from the institution. When Aoba proposed this policy, he could distinctly sense that Nara Shikaku was on the verge of leaping up in protest. However, as the foremost strategist of Konoha, he discerned from the expressions of Aoba, Kakashi, and Tsunade that this was not merely a suggestion, but rather an announcement. Aoyan's maneuver is, in essence, the initial excavation of the foundations of the ninja clans. The immediate effects may not be overtly apparent. However, with the intelligence of Rikuju, it is effortlessly deducible that this is merely the beginning, with more significant actions to follow. This policy is unequivocally designed to enhance the overall strength of the common ninjas. Every nin and even genin possess at least one ninjutsu. Aoyan is indifferent to whether the techniques are redundant, as long as one is willing to submit. A new ninjutsu can be acquired. To paraphrase a well-known adage, you possess an idea, I possess an idea. Through exchange, we cultivate a multitude of ideas. This strategy effectively doubles the hidden cards held by nearly all common ninjas. While it cannot be claimed that this directly leads to a substantial increase in combat prowess, after all, a ninja's effectiveness is not solely determined by a single jutsu. The overall enhancement is undoubtedly perceptible. Having an additional ninjutsu as a trump card provides greater flexibility during battles, a fact that no ninja can afford to overlook. However, for the ninja clans, this policy bears little significance, particularly for those possessing secret techniques. The conventional elemental ninjutsu holds minimal value for them, and they are unlikely to exchange their family secrets for other techniques. At least, no ninja clan has shown such willingness thus far. The proposals for research institutes, cultural schools, and advanced ninja academies presented by Aoyan have all been approved, all pertaining to education. In terms of reform, Aoyan does not claim to possess profound understanding. After all, he was not a prominent figure in his previous life. Yet, the ninja world is undeniably a realm of utter decay. Even the scant knowledge retained in his mind proves to be of considerable advantage in this world. For a faction to rise, certain measures must be undertaken. Konoha lacks neither resources nor provisions. Thus, the focus must be on education. This is a truth understood by anyone who has attended school in China. Education must be prioritized to ensure the continuity of the nation, to guarantee that each generation surpasses the last, and to facilitate the genuine revival of a country. Konoha is beginning to show signs of this resurgence. Naturally, the fruits of such labor will not be visible for many years to come. However, it is precisely for this reason that Aoyan has chosen to commence these efforts now. A century of education is not a trivial endeavor. It is an undertaking that demands both time and effort. Konoha's actions are not shrouded in secrecy. Both Kumogakure and Tsunagakure have received corresponding intelligence. Yet, this information leaves the higher-ups of these two ninja villages perplexed. Konoha currently appears devoid of any intentions for retaliation or expansion, instead focusing intently on education and construction. This approach is difficult for both Reikage and Tsuchikage to comprehend. In reality, although Konoha's system may be flawed in Aoyan's eyes, other ninja villages greatly admire Konoha's well-established systems of education and healthcare, often seeking to emulate them. However, with Konoha's recent substantial advancements in education, the desire to imitate has waned among several ninja villages, primarily due to their insufficient resources. To put it simply, it lacks the wealth and provisions that Konoha possesses. Furthermore, these policies offer no assistance to the military strength of the ninja villages. Rather, they deplete vast resources. In the eyes of the Reikage and the Tsuchikage, Konoha seems to be solely engrossed in education, lost in its own ideals. Instead of expending such resources, would it not be more prudent to nurture a few prodigious successors to enhance the village's combat capabilities? Alas, these questions shall remain unanswered. After Chinya settled into a routine at school, she returned to the Research Institute to continue her studies. The current institute is comprised of members from the root organization. Indeed, after much searching, it became apparent that only the former members of Root within the entirety of Konoha could assemble a competent research team. Aoyan unceremoniously crossed over to the research institute, and Tsunade did not intervene, tacitly allowing Aoyan's actions within the facility. Since successfully deciphering the powers of the Sharingan, Aoyan had engaged in several months of rigorous testing and was now prepared to enter the next phase. The primary focus of the Institute's current research remains the development of biological cloaks derived from Hashirama cells. Once these cloaks are bestowed upon a ninja, they result in a remarkable enhancement of combat prowess, potentially elevating elite ninjas to a level comparable to that of a Kage. However, due to this immense potential, Aoyan has strictly prohibited the dissemination of this technology, confining its refinement to the laboratory. Presently, within the entire Hidden Leaf Village, only Aoyan, Kakashi, Sakura, and Tsunade have successfully cultivated their own chakra cloaks. Even someone as prominent as Uchiha Sasuke does not share this privilege. Beyond the chakra cloaks, Aoyan's research delves into the powers of the Sharingan. Regrettably, this investigation is solitary in nature. He must navigate the complexities on his own. Following the successful analysis of the Sharingan's abilities, Aoyan's next endeavor is to isolate and purify these powers. The complete power of the Sharingan is composed of three elements: in-release chakra, mental strength, and spiritual force. Among these, in-release chakra and mental strength form the foundational powers of the Sharingan, akin to those consumed by the 1 to 3 Tomo Sharingan prior to the Meijiki. As these powers accumulate, they will reach a critical threshold, and upon surpassing this limit, a qualitative transformation occurs through the projection of spiritual force, giving rise to various astonishing effects that manifest as the myriad abilities associated with the Meijiki Sharingan. Chinya's current endeavor is to strip away the power of the mind, seeking only the purest ocular strength. After months of rigorous testing and analysis, he ultimately arrived at a conclusion, or perhaps a hypothesis, lacking a definitive answer for comparison. All his insights stem from personal exploration. He posits that the diversity of the Sharingan arises from the unique spiritual energies possessed by each individual. Thus, the manifestations of the kaleidoscope differ remarkably. Simultaneously, the Uchiha clan appears to have vulnerabilities in their spiritual energies for some unknown reason, resulting in the Sharingan's inherent flaw of potential blindness from excessive use. The original ocular strength is indistinguishable and theoretically capable of amalgamation. However, the inherent power of spiritual projection varies among individuals. This explains why the Sharingan's ocular abilities cannot be casually combined. In contrast, the kaleidoscopic ocular strength of close blood relatives can indeed merge. This remains a point of uncertainty for Chingye, who has nonetheless formulated a tentative conjecture. It likely pertains to the physical body, as spiritual power cannot exist in isolation. In other words, all these forces must rely on the corporeal form. The connection between the physical and the spiritual is undoubtedly profound. The flaws in the spiritual energy he previously observed may very well stem from defects at the genetic or bloodline level. The reason the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of close kin can merge lies in the existence of a subtle complementarity at the bloodline or genetic level during this process, which rectifies deficiencies in both the physical and mental realms. Thus, the eternal kaleidoscope emerges. Chingye now seeks to extract the spiritual power contained within the pair of Sharingan before him, leaving only the pure ocular prowess. The process itself is not intricate. The challenge lies in discovering a means to interfere with the spiritual energy. Chingye spent several months within the realm of illusions, barely managing to awaken his mental prowess to suppress the psychic power emanating from the Sharingan. Once he accomplished this feat, the entire process became remarkably straightforward. For the opponent was merely a pair of eyes, not a complete being. From this point, Aoba successfully isolated pure ocular power. He retrieved a sealing scroll and encapsulated the ocular energy within it, marking the conclusion of this particular experiment. Aoba's imperative to extract pure ocular power was driven by his aspirations for the next phase of his journey. He harbored a notion that bloodline limits were not solely dictated by hereditary factors. Theoretically, bloodline limits could be synthesized, much like how wood release can be formed from the combination of water and earth chakra. However, the execution of such a feat is exceedingly arduous, rendering it nearly impossible for most to achieve. The philosophy of Aoyan is that, theoretically, since bloodline limits can be synthesized, could the ocular power of the Sharingan also be combined? In theory, it should be a fusion of mental energy and in-release chakra. He had previously attempted this, yet to no avail. Upon further analysis, he discovered that it contained the unique spiritual strength of the Uchiha clan, an element that evidently could not be synthesized. Therefore, he opted to strip away this spiritual strength, leaving only the pure essence of ocular power, and then reanalyzed it in an attempt to achieve the synthesis. However, Aoyan soon realized that he was incapable of this feat even after extracting the spiritual strength and precisely determining the ratio of mental energy to in-release chakra. He still could not perform the synthesis of ocular power. Simply put, in his hands, in-release chakra and mental energy were fundamentally unable to merge. This was not a fusion of two types of chakra, but rather two distinct forms of energy. Upon attempting the operation, he found that there was no possibility of integration whatsoever, if he could not even synthesize basic ocular power. The prospect of achieving the more advanced Manjiki Sharingan was utterly beyond reach for the time being. The research of Aoba has once again come to a standstill. However, this time he is not filled with impatience. He even harbors a sensation that he is perilously close to the answer. What he lacks now is merely a moment of inspiration. Pausing his research, Aoba stepped out of the laboratory to catch his breath. Sakura has now begun to engage in some of the work at the Research Institute. Notably, she has already attained the rank of Chunin. Despite not having participated in the examination, her remarkable achievement of healing hundreds of wounded individuals has led to her successful promotion. In the realm of ninjas, advancement is not merely determined by examination results, but rather by the abilities exhibited during the process. Given Sakura's exceptional talents, her ascension to Chunin was a straightforward affair. Of course, others are unaware that this is the effect of her chakra-enhanced abilities. In truth, even those holding the rank of Jonin would struggle to utilize healing techniques hundreds of times in a single night. Based on her accomplishments, she could have been directly promoted to Special Jonin. Nevertheless, due to her age and experience, Tsunade ultimately decided to take a more cautious approach. How is the progress? Chinya approached Sakura and inquired. Teacher, the progress is not yet distinctly evident. The potency of the chakra cloak is exceedingly strong, significantly interfering with the sealing techniques. At present, it remains unfeasible to utilize the sealing arts to alter the properties of the chakra within. The chakra cloak, imbued with special attributes, is the focal point of Sakura's current research. It is important to note that not everyone, or rather, the vast majority, is incapable of mastering all 5 elemental natures. For instance, Sakura possesses only the water attribute. The yang release chakra can only be adeptly manipulated through diligent training and the incorporation of Hashirama cells within the chakra cloak. Medical ninjutsu does not necessitate instantaneous release. Hence, it poses minimal issues. However, when it comes to combat ninjutsu, the disparities are far too significant. Aoba contemplated the possibility of employing sealing techniques to impose a certain interference upon the chakra cloak, enabling it to inherently embody a transformation of attributes. In the dead of night, within the confines of the research facility, a solitary figure stealthily infiltrated the premises from the ceiling. This institution boasted formidable security measures, and it took him over a month to identify a minuscule vulnerability in its defenses, ultimately allowing him to conceal himself within. As a spy, he had frequently observed the new generation of Hokage entering and exiting the Research Institute, leading him to suspect the existence of a significant secret within. Therefore, upon finding an opportunity, he eagerly slipped inside. However, upon his entry, he froze in place, for he was confronted by a masked individual, equally vigilant. Observing him with an unusual gaze, it appeared that his counterpart was also a fellow operative, though the village of origin remained unknown. In such a precarious situation, neither could afford to engage in direct confrontation. After a few tense seconds of mutual scrutiny, they silently pivoted and commenced their respective searches for valuable information. Both professionals moved with remarkable stealth, scarcely making a sound. They soon discerned that they were within a biological laboratory, where an array of strange and grotesque flesh and blood creations floated in various nutrient solutions, likely the outcome of some biological experimentation. An instinctual thought crossed their minds. Were these the results of human experimentation? They assumed that while Konoha publicly denied such practices, clandestine operations continued unabated. Yet, the peculiar nature of these specimens left both spies bewildered. At this stage, the paramount objective was to locate the experimental data and return it to their village, where it would undoubtedly be examined by experts. Just as the two were cautiously rummaging through the lab, the door to the room swung open, revealing a third operative emerging from within. The three spies momentarily froze before resuming their silent search, though the atmosphere had grown palpably tense. Each individual feared that the others might be allies, potentially leading to their swift and silent subjugation. Thus, while scouring the area, they remained vigilant of one another. They uncovered numerous documents, soon realizing that they had stumbled upon the research facility dedicated to Hashirama's cells. This revelation sent waves of exhilaration through the trio. The renown of Senju Hashirama had once instilled trepidation throughout the shinobi world, with every major ninja village striving to uncover his secrets. However, Konoha had maintained a stringent guard against such inquiries, leaving them with little actionable intelligence. Now, they had fortuitously discovered such pivotal information. While delight filled their hearts, an intensified wariness took hold. Each aspired to claim the data for themselves, ideally eliminating the other two in the process. Yet, although spies in the shinobi world were not primarily renowned for their combat prowess, they were all competent ninjas in their own right. Once engaged, it would inevitably attract the attention of Konoha. The three individuals, wary of one another for an extended period, ultimately chose to retreat. However, just as they turned to leave, the laboratory's lights suddenly blazed to life. After waiting all night, they managed to catch three. Had they known, they would have lingered a bit longer. The expressions of the trio shifted dramatically as they simultaneously formed hand seals, preparing for a final act of defiance. Yet, in the blink of an eye, several beams of sword light flashed through the air, severing their hands at the wrists. Ah! A chorus of anguished cries erupted. More figures emerged, swiftly employing sealing techniques to completely confine the trio's chakra. Two of them bit down on the poison capsules in their mouths, intending to take their own lives. However, the guards paid them no heed, directly administering an unknown serum. Instantly, both felt invigorated, as if they could not even die if they wished to. The third, relying on a self-destruct technique embedded within his body, found himself unable to activate it after his chakra was sealed and promptly fainted from the pain. Kakashi and Aoyuki stepped out from the shadows. In his current capacity, Kakashi not only served as an advisor to the Hokage, but also held the position of head of the Umbu. The one who had just acted was not Aoyuki, but rather a genin named Bayinzaojian. He had risen to this rank following the collapse of Konoha's plan and was now the captain of the Research Institute's defense team, also regarded as Aoyuki's half-disciple. This designation of half stemmed from the fact that he was a student at Konoha's Advanced Ninja Academy and was proficient with a sword. Aoyuki had provided him with a bit of special instruction, thus earning him that title. In his earlier years, Bayinzaojian had garnered some renown. Known by the moniker Vacuum Sword, somewhat akin to Aoyuki's wind-chasing blade, both embodying techniques of the wind nature. Shinya had been paying attention to him for some time. In his early years, he gained renown for his swordsmanship, a skill that he certainly could not forsake. After observing Bayinzaojian for a period, Shinya decided to impart his sword techniques to him. It is worth noting that Shinya is now the visage of Konoha, its foremost expert and a master of the sword path. Zaojian was overjoyed at Shinya's teachings and readily accepted his invitation to serve as the captain of the Research Institute's defense team. As Shinya's signature technique, he has refined his wind-style ninjutsu to an impressive degree over the years. After learning Shinya's techniques, Bayinzaojian began to combine them with his own original skills, gradually discovering his own path. He has now reached a tangible level of a genin. Once he merges the two sword styles and carves out his unique approach, he could easily attain the rank of elite genin, perhaps even producing a character akin to White Fang. Of course, another significant reason for Shinya's interest in Zaojian is that he is one of the rare self-taught civilian ninjas. Aoba intends to cultivate him as the second emblematic figure of Konoha. The fate of the three spies is, of course, destined for the interrogation department of Konoha. Samui is already prepared for this eventuality, awaiting them with an array of inhumane tortures. At this moment, in the land of rain, Deidara is in a standoff with a youth possessing the legendary three-tomo Sharingan. You dare to insult my art once more, and I shall reduce you to mere fragments. Deidara's threat is genuine. Ever since this individual named Shin joined Akatsuki, his offensive remarks have provoked Deidara on multiple occasions. Previously, Deidara refrained from confronting him directly due to the latter's mastery of the fabled wood release. In an earlier altercation, Deidara, unable to bear the taunts, engaged in battle, only to narrowly escape being annihilated by wood release. While he admits to having been overconfident, he acknowledges the respect that wood release commands. However, with Shin's increasing arrogance, Deidara can no longer tolerate his provocations. Even against wood release, he resolves to obliterate this individual today. Just as they stand poised for conflict, Conan intervenes. Shin, The leader requires your presence. TCH, consider yourself fortunate, Deidara concedes, withdrawing his aggressive posture. His disdain is reserved for Shin, while he holds a deep respect for the leader, who possesses the Eye of God. What perplexes him is the leader's apparent trust in this newcomer, as the foremost organization in the ninja world. Akatsuki boasts an astonishingly formidable lineup. Each member is essentially of a strength comparable to that of a Kage. In the original narrative, the immortal duo was considered the weakest link. However, with Heiden's transformation into Shin, he not only retains his immortality but also wields the Sharingan and would release, firmly placing his strength at the Kage level. Additionally, Itachi, the formidable beast, and the honest Kisame form a duo that undoubtedly represents true Kage-level power. The artistic duo may be slightly weaker but have certainly crossed the threshold into Kage status. Moreover, Nagato, Konan, and Tobi, who masquerades as Madara, are all undeniably Kage-level threats. This collective strength could, without question, devastate Tsunagakure in a single strike. Nevertheless, Nagato is an idealist, aspiring to transform the entire ninja world, thus remaining in a state of dormancy. During this period, with the Three Tails yet to be resurrected, Akatsuki's activities primarily involve gathering intelligence and securing funding in preparation for the future capture of tailed beasts, refraining from any significant actions. Consequently, the various ninja villages are not overly concerned with this organization for the time being. Presently, Akatsuki presents an intriguing picture. While Nagato and Konan are the founders, Kisame, known as the most honest man in the ninja world, is unwaveringly loyal to Akatsuki. Although Kakuzu is driven by greed for money, however, the tasks of the Akatsuki organization have never been delayed. As for the remaining members, while Uchiha Itachi may be a significant brute, he is, in essence, one of Konoha's own. Orochimaru has defected, and the artistic duo is wholly absorbed in their craft. Obito lurks as the mastermind behind the scenes. Thus, it appears that the only individuals genuinely devoted to the Akatsuki are Kisame and Kakuzu. The others are mere traitors. Initially, Nagato did not concern himself with the members' subtle motivations. As long as they fulfilled their missions, he deemed everything else inconsequential. He was confident that his absolute power could subdue these members. However, during this period, influenced by Konan's counsel, his strategy has undergone some modifications. While it was challenging for Konan to alter Nagato's core beliefs, she still held sway over the operational aspects of the organization. In fact, the day-to-day affairs of the Akatsuki have largely been managed by Konan. Haiden, also known as Faith, is affiliated with the Amagakure's elite. Both Nagato and Konan are acutely aware of this. Ironically, it is precisely because of Haiden's transparent identity that, at times, he is deemed more trustworthy than those who operate in secrecy. Consequently, Konan enjoys assigning Haiden to execute more significant tasks, as his combat prowess suffices for nearly all missions. Haiden's arrival not only bolstered the Akatsuki's strength, but also brought with him a wealth of intelligence from Amagakure, including the true identities and unique characteristics of the Akatsuki members. At the very least, Konan is now aware that Itachi is a spy, that Uchiha Madara is, in fact, Uchiha Obito, and she even possesses comprehensive knowledge of Obito's Kamui abilities. This invaluable information has granted Konan an unprecedented level of control over the Akatsuki. As Haiden stepped into Konan's office, his identity within Amagakure was far from a secret. He served as Nagato's spokesperson and was among the upper echelons of Amagakure. Lady Angel, he greeted. Haiden's demeanor is typically eccentric, yet under the influence of the Kenjutsu, even his character has undergone a certain transformation. He holds a profound respect for Konan. As per Amagakure's directives, Haiden's persona stems from the root organization of Konoha, where he was a product of human experimentation. During the chaos of the plan to annihilate Konoha, he seized the opportunity to escape, even eliminating 2 of Konoha's top advisors. This declaration of loyalty is substantial, leaving no room for doubt regarding his identity. Upon witnessing Haiden's entrance, Konan rose and guided him into a concealed laboratory. Initially, Amagakure lacked a large-scale research institution. The smaller nations were caught in the crossfire of larger powers, leaving little time or resources for research endeavors. Nagato had never been inclined towards such pursuits, believing that his strength could overcome all obstacles. However, as the burden of the Rinnegan increasingly weighed upon him, along with Konan's subtle prompts, he ultimately consented to establish Amagakure's own research facility. Presently, this institution has just been founded, with a leader named Hiriko at the helm. Without a doubt, this is yet another defector from the Hidden Leaf. Bairuhu belongs to the same generation as Tsunade, having trained alongside her in Jiraiya. Unfortunately, his ninja aptitude is exceedingly mediocre, and he gradually fell behind the pace set by the legendary Sannin. In an attempt to compensate for his lack of innate talent, he clandestinely researched and developed the forbidden technique known as the Oni Roa, only to be ultimately discovered by the Sannin. After his defection, Bairuhu wandered through the ninja world for many years. The Oni Roa technique aims to fuse different bloodline limits within oneself, a goal that cannot be achieved solely through talent. It demands substantial resources. Lacking such resources, Bairuhu spent years merely completing theoretical projections without any practical application. After all, those wielding powerful bloodline limits are formidable masters, and he could not hope to contend with them. Had he possessed that level of strength, he would not have resorted to researching a forbidden technique like Oni Roa. He dared not venture into large nations, and instead roamed various small ninja villages, gathering the resources necessary for his experiments. However, shortly after entering the Rain Village, he was detected by the Rain Tiger Freedom technique. It was none other than Shin who apprehended him and brought him back. Nagato showed little interest in the so-called Oni Roa, for no technique could rival the power of his Rinnegan. Yet, under Konin's insistence, he granted Bairuhu an opportunity. Bairuhu was exceedingly eager for Shin's blood. Not only did Shin possess the Sharingan, but he also wielded would release, which made Bairuhu wish to study his blood and cells. Initially, Konin intended to persuade Shin against this, but to her surprise, Shin willingly provided his cells for Bairuhu's research. However, Bairuhu quickly discovered that Shin's cells were far more complex than he had anticipated. It was evident that Konoha had conducted numerous experiments on him to achieve his current state. These experiments had rendered Shin's physical form remarkably unique, incompatible with Bairuhu's Oni Roa technique. After several experiments, Bairuhu ultimately abandoned the use of Shin's cells. He resolved to return to his original concept and sought to experiment with the primitive bloodline limits. According to the information I have gathered, I have pinpointed the locations of 4 bloodline limits: Swift Release, Steel Release, Storm Release, and Nether Release. I require assistance in capturing these individuals. Konoha and Aoy soon received intelligence regarding Shin. Bairuhu? This character does not appear in the main storyline. He is a figure from the film adaptations. However, his talent and abilities are exceptionally remarkable. In the narrative, he successfully fused 4 bloodline limits and wielded them with great agility. Ultimately, he was defeated by Naruto due to the inability of Nether Release to absorb Sage Chakra. Nevertheless, the effects of the Oni Roa technique are undeniably terrifying. Aoy subsequently communicated with Shin, requesting his assistance in completing the Oni Roa technique while also sending back relevant data. Shin's identity as a spy is known to both Konin and Nagato. Such subtle maneuvers are often met with a knowing eye turned blind. Aside from the intelligence provided by the Akatsuki's spies, Zabuza also delivers information on a monthly basis. As a former boss-level figure, Zabuza's primary role now revolves around assisting Aoy in amassing wealth. Following his control over Kato, and in accordance with Aoy's developmental strategies, Kato has now secured over 90% of the economic lifeline of the Land of Rice. Simultaneously, his shipping company has rapidly expanded, dominating more than half of the maritime territories surrounding the Land of Rice. However, substantial further expansion remains unattainable, as both the Land of Thunder and the Land of Earth possess their own shipping enterprises, not to mention the Land of Water. These great nations monopolize the major trade routes, leaving merchants like Kato to scrape by on the remnants. To achieve a breakthrough, he must seek alliances with the powerful, and Konoha undoubtedly represents one of the most formidable pillars of support. Thus, under Aoy's directive, Kato has begun signaling his desire for collaboration with Konoha. It is crucial to note that Kato is appealing to Konoha, not the Land of Fire, marking a significant step. This action differs fundamentally from merely hiring ninjas from Konoha to safeguard his business. Rather, he intends to engage as a partner, establishing a cooperative relationship with the Hidden Leaf Village. In truth, Konoha has historically refrained from engaging in shipping ventures, functioning more as a mercenary organization that profits from commissions rather than conducting business themselves. The daimyos have monopolized trade operations. However, Aoy is now attempting to disrupt this norm. Kato's approach circumvents the daimyos, inviting Konoha to engage in direct commerce. To be candid, the meager commissions earned from missions do not amount to much. Even Konoha, as a leading shinobi village, appears wealthy but is not immune to financial strain. Aoy's projects have already begun to stretch resources thin, compelling him to initiate economic reforms prematurely. Kato's proposal marks the beginning of this endeavor. This maneuver is fraught with peril. While Konoha wields significant military power within the Land of Fire, this does not imply that the daimyos lack their own armed forces. Each daimyo commands a personal militia, albeit less formidable than the shinobi, but still possessing considerable strength. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The real challenge lies in winning the hearts and minds of the people. The daimyos maintain a legitimate claim to governance both legally and in the court of public opinion. While physically dismantling such authority may seem straightforward, Aoy seeks a profound transformation of public sentiment, a far more intricate undertaking. Kato's collaboration serves as a preliminary test, gauging the reactions of the daimyos as well as the citizens of Konoha and the Land of Fire. Ultimately, Kato is but a shadowy figure, disposable at a moment's notice should the need arise. Shinya possesses limited understanding of politics. However, long ago, he encountered a saying, "The masses cannot be persuaded. They can only be bought." This statement conceals a profoundly significant political philosophy. It implies that to earn the approval of the populace for your ideas, mere rhetoric is insufficient. One must offer them tangible benefits. The present situation in Konoha is one where Aoy is providing benefits to the populace, albeit temporarily confined to the village of ninjas. As the village engages in commerce and generates revenue, it will naturally invest in local infrastructure. Eventually, this will lead to reductions in tuition fees and the establishment of various public facilities. Such gradual progress will accustom the citizens of Konoha to these privileges. However, what consequences might arise when, one day, the daimyo becomes displeased and forbids Konoha from conducting business? The unexpected visit from Kato left Tsunade somewhat astonished, as she was familiar with this individual from Aoy's mission records in earlier years. Nevertheless, the prospect of a direct collaboration was somewhat beyond her expectations. Being a native of the ninja world, her thinking was inevitably constrained. She was still preoccupied with how to request funding from the daimyo, never having considered the prospect of managing a business herself. Instinctively, Tsunade sensed that something was amiss. Yet, as she listened to Kato outline the financial prospects, she found it difficult to outright refuse. Consequently, she convened a meeting with the higher-ups of Konoha. Upon hearing of Kato's proposal, Narashikaku immediately cast his gaze toward Aoy. Observing Aoy's impassive demeanor, he pondered for a moment before responding. "Lord Hokage, first and foremost, I need to ascertain whether our collaboration with Kato can remain confidential. Complete secrecy is unattainable. However, based on Kato's description, we could dispatch a small team in the form of a mission to partake in his enterprise. This endeavor, however, diverges significantly from previous missions, as he aims to delve into large-scale maritime trade. Thus, the opposition we face will not solely stem from pirates or rogue ninjas, but also from the merchant fleets of other daimyo. Simply put, he wishes to utilize Konoha to align his commercial fleet with the name of the Land of Fire. Such an operation cannot remain hidden from the daimyo for long. Once they discover it, it could yield severe repercussions, potentially resulting in the loss of the daimyo's funding. I find this plan inadvisable." Shikaka glanced at Aoy once more before voicing his dissent. Kakashi, on the other hand, was not well versed in such matters, as his primary focus lay on the training at Konoha's Advanced Ninja Academy, where he served as vice principal, a position Aoy had arranged for him. Kakashi was being groomed as the next Hokage, and this role represented the optimal means for him to build connections. Indeed, this was also the crux of our discussion today. This year, the funding from the Land of Fire to Konoha totals 20 billion ryo, which includes an additional 5 billion ryo due to the substantial losses incurred from the prior Sunagakure invasion. According to Kato's account, should we collaborate with him and ensure the security of his business operations, we could receive dividends amounting to 30 billion ryo annually. The meeting room fell into a profound silence. Although Narashikaku was astute, he remained a traditional ninja, struggling to comprehend why a merchant he had never regarded with any seriousness would so cavalierly treat money. The atmosphere was undeniably awkward. However, Narashikaku swiftly adjusted his phrasing. "In my opinion, there remains room for negotiation regarding this matter. The rapidly developing Konoha has welcomed 2 distinguished guests. Is this your hometown, Itachi? It feels quite remarkable. Far superior to the Land of Rain," Kisame remarked, gazing at the bustling Konoha with a sense of nostalgia. Not merely the Land of Rain, but in his eyes, it had surpassed even his former homeland, the Land of Water, by leaps and bounds. There has indeed been some transformation, Itachi reflected. The Konoha before him had undergone a significant metamorphosis. Construction was underway everywhere, and the faces of pedestrians radiated with confident smiles, a stark contrast to the time he left, when the village was in a dire state. "Let us proceed," According to our intelligence, Uzumaki Naruto's residence should be in this direction. The two walked nonchalantly down the streets of Konoha. As they passed a dango shop, Uchiha Itachi struggled to suppress his desire to indulge in that long-lost delicacy. After traversing the food street, they arrived at Naruto's doorstep. Unfortunately, Naruto was not home. How unfortunate, Kisame remarked with a hint of irritation. No matter. We can simply inquire with someone. Itachi casually approached several ninjas on the street, seeking leads on Naruto's whereabouts. Upon questioning the fourth individual, he finally received the desired information. Naruto was at training ground number 4. It must be said that Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu was nothing short of masterful. With his 3-tomo Sharingan, not a single soul on the bustling street recognized that he had consecutively hypnotized 4 ninjas, all while extracting the information he sought. Let us go and fulfill our mission, Itachi stated as he and Kisame made their way towards the training ground. After all, this was Konoha, and Itachi was well acquainted with the location of the training facilities. Indeed, Naruto and Sasuke were practicing at the training ground, a standard routine for the two. Konoha had tailored specific training programs to suit their unique characteristics. In the original narrative, Naruto possessed an extraordinary talent, yet his combat relied heavily on his special abilities. As a ninja, relying solely on a singular approach would theoretically render one unable to survive in the ninja world. To ensure Naruto could endure until the end, all adversaries were compelled to engage him solely with fists and feet, prohibiting the use of blades. This tactic provided him with opportunities for comebacks. As for Sasuke, he embodied a more traditional ninja, excelling in taijutsu and ninjutsu, though his genjutsu skills left something to be desired. Aoba understood that Sasuke's Sharingan was of the straight type, leaning towards the physical aspect, thus rendering its illusionary prowess rather limited. Nevertheless, even with such limitations, it was still formidable compared to an ordinary ninja. Therefore, he charted a path for Sasuke that encompassed a comprehensive development of physical skills and illusions. In contrast, he prescribed for Naruto the notion of great strength yielding miraculous results. As the Jinchuriki, Naruto had commenced the preliminary stages of mastering the control of the Nine-Tails chakra within him. However, this endeavor was far from trivial. The chakra of tailed beasts was not something to be commanded with ease. The crux of the matter lay in the necessity for extensive targeted training to fully harness the characteristics of a Jinchuriki. Illusions were beyond his grasp. Yet in terms of physical techniques and chakra control, persistent specialized training was imperative. In reality, if Naruto could completely manipulate the chakra of the Nine-Tails within him, he would embody a true ninja artillery. Regrettably, aside from the Rasengan, he had yet to master any other techniques. Itachi, Uchiha, and Kisame strode directly into the training ground. There, Sasuke and Naruto were engaged in an intense sparring session, momentarily pausing in surprise. Subsequently, Sasuke's emotions spiraled into turmoil. What did he behold? It was Itachi Uchiha, appearing before him as if summoned. How dare he return? How dare he show himself before me? Sasuke cast aside Naruto and charged towards Itachi. In this world, the only thing that could compel him to abandon Naruto was the blood feud with his entire clan. Lightning release, lightning spear, Sasuke shouted, as the lightning in his hand coalesced into a long spear aimed directly at Itachi. Sasuke, you. Naruto initially failed to comprehend the situation, but as he observed Sasuke's demeanor, realization struck him. That individual was none other than Itachi Uchiha? Then, the person beside him must also be a villain. Without a second thought, Naruto dashed forward to shield Sasuke from Kisame. Of course, Kisame had no intention of intervening. He held a deep respect for Itachi and did not wish to interfere in their brotherly conflict. Sasuke's lightning spear momentarily surprised Itachi. The adept transformation of lightning chakra into ninjutsu was undoubtedly a significant threat. However, for Itachi at this moment, it was still too feeble. Sasuke didn't even perceive Itachi's movement. As the lightning spear struck Itachi's form, it transformed into a flock of crows, scattering in all directions. Behind you, Itachi remarked. The lightning in Sasuke's hand did not dissipate. Instead, it was retracted and coalesced into a blade of lightning, which he then swept horizontally. This transformation of lightning chakra was something he had only recently achieved, marking its debut in actual combat. Unfortunately, despite feeling that he was swift enough, Itachi was swifter still. At this juncture, Itachi was not yet at his limit. His physical condition remained resilient, and his capabilities in ninjutsu, physical prowess, and illusions were at their zenith. With a swift motion, he extended his right hand and seized Sasuke's wrist, leaving the lightning blade merely 10 centimeters from Itachi. However, progress was halted. Too slow. Itachi Uchiha remarked softly with a hint of derision. He then delivered a powerful blow with his left fist, striking Sasuke in the abdomen. Cough. Sasuke was sent reeling, akin to an overcooked shrimp. Yet, Itachi's expression shifted slightly, for the Sasuke he had struck suddenly erupted in a burst of energy. Accompanying this explosion was a chaotic surge of lightning, a result of Sasuke's shadow clone merging with the lightning element, transforming into a unique explosive device. In that critical moment, Itachi even had the presence of mind to analyze the principles behind Sasuke's technique. He vanished just before the lightning could harm him. In their brief skirmish, Sasuke found himself at a disadvantage, yet he had not gained the upper hand. This left Itachi somewhat pleased with Sasuke's performance. The only flaw was that throughout the encounter, Sasuke relied solely on lightning-release ninjutsu, rendering the power of his Sharingan utterly ineffective. A case of misplaced priorities, Itachi mused, sharing the unfounded confidence many Uchiha possessed regarding the Sharingan. Furthermore, he was privy to the secrets of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Thus, he continually provoked Sasuke, hoping to awaken his eyes and ultimately bestow his own upon him, allowing Sasuke to achieve the eternal kaleidoscope. In such a scenario, Sasuke would possess a means of self-preservation in this world. However, it seemed that Sasuke's development of the Sharingan was lagging behind. Reflecting on this, Itachi's eyes surged with chakra as he transitioned into the Mangeki mode and reappeared before Sasuke. Yet, Sasuke's reaction was beyond expectation. He swiftly pulled down his forehead protector to shield his eyes. He was desperately recalling the training he had undergone. Kakashi had once warned him that Itachi's Sharingan was superior to his own. Therefore, when facing Itachi, he should avoid directly meeting his gaze. Regrettably, while elite taijutsu masters like Guy could read an opponent's movements by observing their lower body, Sasuke was still far from that level. Even with prior preparation, his raw strength was insufficient. Within mere moments, Itachi seized upon a flaw and uncovered Sasuke's forehead protector. In that instant, Sasuke finally comprehended the assessment that Kakashi had given him about Itachi. His opponent was a ninja whose prowess in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu was formidable, possessing virtually no weaknesses. Should one exhibit any vulnerability, it would be impossible to defeat him. Currently, he found himself in such a predicament, his eyes uncontrollably locking onto Itachi's Mangeki. Tsukuyami. The scream belonged to Sasuke, but it transpired solely within the realm of Tsukuyami. Itachi once more presented the harrowing images of the night of the massacre. Replaying them over and over again. Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed, witnessing Sasuke being ensnared. In a moment of distraction, he was struck by Kisame's Samahata, sending him flying several meters away. Sasuke. However, in the next moment, Naruto charged forward once more, leaving Kisame momentarily stunned. This Jinchuriki appeared to be of average skill, relying merely on a shadow clone and the Rasengan, a rather simplistic approach that Kisame could easily counter. Yet, perhaps it was an illusion, but after Sasuke fell under Itachi's control, Naruto's presence seemed to have intensified significantly. Despite wielding the Samahata, Kisame felt an inexplicable sense of futility as he struggled against Naruto's relentless assault. Countless Narutos surged toward him, overwhelming in number. Kisame scoffed and unleashed the water release, Great Waterfall technique, a ferocious water-based jutsu that engulfed the entire training ground. In less than 3 seconds, all of Naruto's shadow clones were obliterated. Yet, amidst the torrent, a crimson beastly figure tore through the waterfall technique. Let Sasuke go, Naruto bellowed, demanding Itachi release his beloved friend. Itachi, his expression devoid of emotion, turned to glance at Naruto. In a fit of rage, Naruto plummeted from midair. Simultaneously, the nine tails within him was thoroughly awakened. That insufferable Uchiha brat, his Sharingan was a bane to tailed beasts, especially for a master of Genjutsu like Itachi, who could easily dominate most of them. If not for the limitations of his own body, he could single-handedly confront all tailed beasts. As he fell, Itachi's eyes shed a single drop of blood. The continuous use of Tsukuyami had taken a toll on him. Meanwhile, Kisame found himself at leisure, stepping forward to seize Naruto. However, at that moment, Itachi unexpectedly released his grip on Sasuke. A flash of cold light streaked between them. Had he let go any sooner, his arm would have been severed. Concurrently, Kisame was forced back by another ray of light. Yukike's and Kakashi faced off against Itachi and Kisame. Itachi momentarily hesitated, while Yukike's Kusanagi sword clashed with Itachi's kunai, each strike ringing out in rapid succession. So fast was Yukike's immediate reaction. The speed here was all-encompassing. after employing a wind blade to compel Uchiha Itachi to release his grip. The latter had executed both the shadow clone and body flicker techniques in the blink of an eye. Before Chinya's arrival, the right-eye Sharingan had already been activated. Under this enhancement, it became apparent that Uchiha Itachi was indeed performing hand seals, albeit at a speed so rapid that it was nearly imperceptible to the average observer. In the original narrative, during the confrontation between Kakashi, Asuma, Kurinai, and Guy against Itachi and Kisame, they experienced a similar phenomenon. Itachi's casting speed was so swift that it was beyond sight. Kakashi, in his prime condition, could barely exchange a few moves with him. But once Itachi unleashed his Meijiki Sharingan, Kakashi was swiftly incapacitated. At the moment when Chinya made his move, Itachi had already utilized the Meijiki Sharingan multiple times and was in a state of exhaustion from the cooldown, while he certainly had the capacity to force its use. Chinya understood that he would refrain from doing so, as he intended to reserve his strength for his final confrontation with Sasuke. With a resounding clash, Itachi's kunai was rendered ineffective against Chinya's Kusanagi sword, being effortlessly severed. The blade of Aoba's Kusanagi effortlessly severed the head of Itachi. Yet, without even a glance, Aoba discerned that Itachi had already evaded in an instant. He had merely struck a mere clone. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Came the incantation from Itachi's voice behind him. A flurry of fireballs surged forth from various angles, hurtling towards Aoba. Amidst the series of explosions, the silhouettes of the two intertwined several times, ultimately culminating in a tense standoff. Chinya perceived Uchiha Itachi's intention to retreat. His arrival alongside Kakashi made it clear to both Itachi and Kisame that their mission had, indeed, failed. The Konoha of this moment stood in stark contrast to its former self. In the original narrative, the two could traverse Konoha with ease, and even Jiraiya's intervention failed to impede them. However, the present situation was markedly different, with Kakashi having undergone a profound transformation and Chinya, a formidable expert, by his side. Should they linger any longer, the Umbu, the sealing team, and the sensory unit would soon arrive, rendering their escape impossible. Kisame, we must depart, Chinya urged. Indeed, Kisame replied, sensing the mounting pressure. Initially, he held little regard for Kakashi, as his intelligence suggested that although Kakashi possessed a Sharingan, his utilization of it was subpar, almost a burden, leading to a mismatch between his overall strength and reputation. Yet, upon engaging in combat, he realized something was amiss. Kakashi's taijutsu and ninjutsu were on par with his own. Crucially, throughout their confrontation, Kakashi had yet to employ the so-called Sharingan, which contradicted the intelligence he had received. In truth, the information he possessed was merely superficial. Although Kakashi had not transplanted with release cells, he was enveloped in a chakra cloak. Should a genuine confrontation ensue, Kisame would discover that Kakashi's chakra was as boundless as his own. Moreover, Kakashi's ninja aptitude was grossly underestimated. The mere fact that he could hold his ground against Uchiha Itachi attests to this. In terms of conventional ninja talent, he was nearly equal to Itachi, lacking only in the mastery of the Sharingan. This was the reason he could contend evenly with his opponents, regardless of the adversary. He could swiftly discern their tactics and pinpoint vulnerabilities to exploit. His tactical acumen was undeniably of the highest caliber. After Chinya completed the enhancement of his chakra weaknesses, his combat prowess underwent a significant transformation, placing him firmly at the threshold of shadow-level strength. Itachi gazed at the figure of Shanchuan Chinya before him, his expression tinged with a hint of solemnity. In their previous encounter, he had sensed a considerable degree of pressure. Although he had refrained from employing his Meijiki Sharingan, he was acutely aware that his opponent had not exerted his full capabilities either, as intelligence indicated that Shanchuan Chinya possessed an understanding of sage techniques. Kir. It is time for us to depart, Itachi remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the incapacitated Sasuke on the ground. With an expression devoid of emotion, he began to withdraw. Kakashi attempted to pursue them, but was halted by Chinya. There is no need to chase, let them go. It was then that Kakashi noticed, with some surprise, that a miniature scroll had mysteriously appeared in Chinya's hand. Chinya unfurled the scroll in his hands. Within it lay detailed profiles of each member of the Akatsuki organization. It appears that over the years, Itachi has not been idle. Chinya recalled that in the original narrative, Itachi, though a member of Konoha, had contributed little to the village aside from his brother Sasuke. His return to Konoha was primarily motivated by a desire to check on Sasuke's well-being and to caution the village's higher-ups against taking action against him. However, this time, His actions diverged significantly. He provided substantial intelligence, which, although of little consequence to Chingye, held immense value for Konoha. It seems that Tsunade's ascension and Chingye's reforms have altered Itachi's mindset. He was uncertain about the new generation of Konoha's leadership and their stance towards Sasuke, especially considering that both Tsunade and Chingye were formidable figures. Concerned that Sasuke might face unjust treatment, Itachi returned to offer a glimpse of reassurance, bringing along a letter of allegiance. With this document in hand, it was only natural for Chingye to grant him freedom. Even Tsunade could not object. After all, Itachi's intelligence revealed that the Akatsuki organization was exceedingly perilous. Jiraiya had previously provided some information about this organization, but not as comprehensively as Itachi's insights, which were indeed invaluable. Nevertheless, his past transgressions could not be overlooked. Konoha could only engage in limited cooperation without placing genuine trust in him. Understood. Tsunade's orders were both rational and justified. Normal leadership would find it impossible to trust Itachi after his past actions. Even with the letter of allegiance, his crimes remained unforgivable. By the way, how are Sasuke and Naruto faring? Naruto is fine. That boy is tough and will recover with some rest. Sasuke's condition, however, is more serious. He is still in a coma. Was he ensnared by Itachi's genjutsu? Indeed, it seems he was shown some brutally harsh visions. Upon hearing Chingre's reply, Tsunade fell silent. Was it for the sake of the Sharingan? It must be so. In any case, this ordeal is far too cruel for that child. You must pay extra attention to guide Sasuke's mental well-being. Bearing such a heavy burden, coupled with this trauma, I fear he may stray down a dark path. I understand. In fact, I had already made some preparations prior to this. However, ultimately, it will depend on Sasuke himself. After leaving the Hokage's office, Chingye arrived at Konoha Hospital. In the hospital, Kankuro, Sakura, Ino, and several classmates were visiting Sasuke. Upon seeing Chingye approach, the group quickly parted ways. Given Chingye's elevated status and power within Konoha, the freshly graduated students felt somewhat intimidated in his presence, with only Kankuro and Sakura managing to maintain their composure. Teacher Chingye, will Sasuke be all right? Ino inquired. Her voice tinged with concern, despite the competitive atmosphere instigated by Sakura. The romantic entanglements among this group of young children have significantly diminished. Nevertheless, the camaraderie between classmates remains intact. The concerns of these children are almost palpable. You are all ninjas now, and thus, I shall not deceive you. Sasuke has suffered severe injuries, specifically of a psychological nature, rendering the situation temporarily uncertain. However, that individual merely cast a glance at him. How could such a fleeting moment result in something so grave? Naruto finds it hard to believe. He had fought alongside Sasuke against their adversary. Although they were defeated, it is evident that their opponent is indeed formidable. Yet to him, it seems that Sasuke was merely captured for a few seconds without sustaining any harm. How could it be so dire? As a Jinchuriki devoid of any talent for genjutsu, Naruto simply cannot fathom the level of Itachi Uchiha's illusionary arts. It transcends ordinary genjutsu. To articulate it in simpler terms, what may appear to us as merely a few seconds could have felt like an eternity for Sasuke within the realm of his mind. As Aoba spoke, her gaze sharpened slightly, for on the sickbed, Sasuke's aura had shifted. You three, leave immediately. Sakura, assist me. Shikamaru, fetch Lord Hokage. Understood. The children hesitated for a moment before obediently exiting the infirmary. As they departed, an ominous and malevolent chakra began to emanate from Sasuke's form. Teacher, what is happening? It is the cursed seal. Orochimaru's mark on Sasuke has broken through its seal. The intense fluctuations within his mental realm have triggered the power of the cursed seal, culminating in the disruption of the sealing technique. You must prepare to reapply the sealing technique. Yes, Sasuke remained in a deep coma. Yet Aoba could sense the rising concentration of chakra within him, unmistakably bearing the traces of sage chakra. This degraded form of sage chakra was a manifestation of Orochimaru's cursed seal. It was uncertain what Sasuke, in his unconscious state, had encountered in his mental realm. The effects of Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu seemed to linger, leaving his psyche in a state of utter chaos and agitation, a significant factor contributing to the seal's uncontrollable nature. Aoba reached out and lifted Sasuke's eyelid. Unsurprisingly, Sasuke's eyes had transformed into a pair of three-tomo Sharingan. Clearly, the chakra within him was in a state of intense turmoil. Aoyen lifted the forehead protector that concealed her eyes, revealing her right eye adorned with the Sharingan. At the moment their gazes met, time seemed to stand still. The form of Chingye materialized in a place both familiar and foreign. It was familiar in that Chingye recognized it as the domain of the Uchiha clan. Yet, it was foreign, for it bore some differences from the reality she knew. Most of the structures appeared remarkably new, evidently still inhabited, starkly contrasting with her recollections of desolation. Even more unsettling was the fact that the entire Uchiha estate was shrouded in death and blood. This was the very night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Perhaps it was due to the merciless actions of Itachi Uchiha that had brought forth such devastation. Meanwhile, the unconscious Sasuke remained ensnared in this nightmare. Unable to extricate himself from its grasp, Aoba entered the territory of the Uchiha clan. The streets, doorways, and courtyards were strewn with lifeless bodies. Shinobi adorned with forehead protectors. Women clad in casual attire, and underage children lay scattered throughout the clan grounds, either reclining or sprawled in a haunting tableau. Chingye could hardly fathom the kind of imbecile who would inflict such harm upon their own kin. Even more unfathomable was the emotional turmoil that Sasuke must have experienced in the face of such horrors. Traversing the pools of blood and the remnants of life, Chingye approached the grandest dwelling of the Uchiha clan. Upon entering the courtyard, she beheld a young Sasuke weeping over the lifeless bodies of his parents. Meanwhile, an older version of Sasuke, slightly more mature, sat helplessly curled in a corner, his eyes devoid of light. Aoying approached Sasuke, silently leaning against him before taking a seat by his side. Sasuke gazed at Aoying in astonishment, puzzled by the unexpected presence of his teacher. A combination of the Sharingan, Genjutsu, and mental prowess. You may interpret it as me employing a Genjutsu to enter your mental realm. Silence enveloped them once more as they observed the unfolding events. They were powerless to alter the occurrences before them, only able to bear witness. They watched the youthful Sasuke confront Itachi Uchiha, who coldly asserted that he was testing his own fortitude. They beheld the young Sasuke succumb to the Genjutsu, collapsing unconscious upon the ground. Then, before their eyes, everything vanished. And the young Sasuke charged in once more through the door, and the cycle began anew. Even for someone like Aoying, a time traveler, this scene stirred a profound anger within. To liken Itachi Uchiha to a beast would be to insult the very concept of a beast. The malevolence displayed here surpassed any mere animalistic cruelty. Why am I so weak? Teacher Aoying, I have been diligently training, yet I still fall so far behind him. Sasuke's sudden outburst startled Aoying. This world is invariably harsh. Good individuals are not necessarily strong, and the wicked may possess untold talents. Do you recall what I once told you? Itachi Uchiha is nearly the epitome of a ninja, a flawless amalgamation of body, illusion, and spirit, with no discernible weaknesses. He is a demon, yet simultaneously a genius. This is the reality you must come to accept. But how can I possibly defeat him? He has grown so formidable that I cannot fathom catching up. It was then that Chingye comprehended why Sasuke was ensnared within his mental realm, unable to extricate himself. It was due to his burgeoning self-doubt, doubting his own abilities and talents, convinced that he could never surpass Uchiha Itachi. But why was he unable to triumph? Do you truly believe your innate gifts are inferior to those of Uchiha Itachi? Chingye-sensei, you need not offer me solace. I have witnessed the chasm between us. My talents pale in comparison to his. No, Sasuke, you are merely observing the surface. However, given the gravity of the situation, I can no longer conceal the truth. Do you understand why Uchiha Itachi resorts to such means to inflict harm upon you? For the Sharingan? Indeed, within our Uchiha clan, the ocular prowess of the Sharingan is heightened following mental stimuli. He covets my eyes. Precisely, that is the motive. He seeks to provoke you, to awaken your Manjiki Sharingan. In doing so, the worth of your eyes would multiply exponentially. Yet, there exists another concealed reason. Are you aware that the Manjiki Sharingan possessed by your clan harbors a significant flaw? What flaw? Sasuke's attention was captivated by Chingye's words. Overuse of the Manjiki will lead to blindness. So, are you implying that Uchiha Itachi? Indeed, he activated his Manjiki at a remarkably early age. Thus, his vision must have already suffered deterioration. Is that why he desires my eyes? Absolutely, there is a secret regarding the Uchiha clan's Manjiki. When the Manjiki of blood relatives intertwine, it can evolve into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, thereby completely averting the peril of blindness. I see now. He wishes to amalgamate my eyes to attain the eternal Manjiki? Precisely, that is likely his intention. Yet, even so, this knowledge does not aid me in vanquishing him. How can I defeat him with such information? Should I wait for his blindness before seeking revenge? No, I wish for him to witness my demise. I want him to behold my act of killing him. I understand your sentiments. However, have you ever pondered why, despite enduring such immense stimuli, you have not awakened your Manjiki? This question rendered Sasuke silent. I, too, am perplexed. I have endured such anguish and fury, yet I cannot take that step forward. I cannot fathom the reason behind it. Do not doubt yourself, Sasuke. I have formulated a hypothesis. I believe your body is instinctively protecting you. What do you mean? What I mean is, awakening the Manjiki too early could impose a tremendous strain on your body. When I confronted Uchiha Itachi previously, I discerned something. Though he concealed it nearly flawlessly, I still perceived subtle issues. Uchiha Itachi's body is compromised. Compromised? Are you suggesting he is ill? Indeed. I suspect he may be afflicted by a hereditary ailment. Do not forget, I am the deputy director of the Konoha Research Institute. In this regard, I am a professional. Furthermore, as you are aware, I possess the Sharingan myself. My research into the Sharingan has been extensive. Both Kakashi and I, after transplanting the Sharingan, have had to endure the immense strain it imposes. I invested considerable effort to resolve this issue. Initially, I believed it stemmed from the fact that we are not of the Uchiha clan. However, I later discovered that this was not the sole reason. The inherent complexity of the Sharingan undoubtedly places a tremendous burden on the body, a burden that reaches its zenith upon activating the Manjiki Sharingan. Itachi Uchiha awakened his Manjiki at an exceptionally early age. Regardless of his remarkable talent, his physical capabilities were not fully developed, making it impossible for him to withstand the pressures of the Manjiki perfectly. Are you suggesting that Itachi Uchiha contracted a blood disease due to the strain of the Manjiki on his body? Indeed, while this remains a hypothesis. Based on my research and previous encounters, I am quite confident in its validity. Does this have any bearing on my own talent? Sasuke still failed to grasp the essence of Chinye's message. His understanding of this matter is rather rudimentary. He is purely a martial combatant. Do you not comprehend, Sasuke? From a biological perspective, as humans, we are a remarkably evolved species. Each organ within us serves a purpose beneficial to our survival, as no organism would evolve to possess harmful organs. According to this theory, does not the Manjiki Sharingan contradict biological principles? Observing Sasuke's bewildered expression, Chinye sighed. Engaging in discourse with an underachiever is indeed taxing. My point is that, theoretically, the Manjiki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan should have a unique self-protective mechanism upon activation. This mechanism would ensure that the Manjiki is awakened only when one's physical development is complete, the body's endurance is fully established, and the mental fortitude sufficiently accumulated. Thus, the Manjiki Sharingan could then harmonize entirely with the physical form. However, for some reason, you have lost this self-protective mechanism. The theory posited by Aoba is not merely a fabrication intended to deceive Sasuke. Rather, it reflects his genuine thoughts. As he articulates, the process of biological evolution aims to render oneself stronger and more perfect, rather than inflicting harm upon oneself. He has consistently believed that the Uchiha clan's approach of forcibly stimulating mental fluctuations to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan is fundamentally flawed. The immense psychological stress that accompanies this process leads to a significant enhancement of ocular power, ultimately resulting in a forced breach of the self-protective mechanisms inherent within the eyes. For anyone, such overwhelming mental stimulation is detrimental, and this holds true for the Uchiha as well. Although this method bestows them with fleeting strength, it simultaneously engenders substantial risks, extending beyond mere physical vulnerabilities. Most Uchiha who awaken their eyes do so under these circumstances, which has misguided their understanding of the Manjiki Sharingan. They assume that this is the requisite means of awakening it, neglecting the fundamental essence of the Manjiki itself, thus perpetuating a cycle of degeneration through generations. Furthermore, a pragmatic factor exacerbates this situation. The persistent warfare within the shinobi world has resulted in a prevalence of young ninjas, many of whom engage in combat while still in their adolescence. This harsh reality also constrains the Uchiha's evolution. Sasuke, though somewhat bewildered, grasps the overarching implication that the manner in which the Uchiha awaken the Manjiki is erroneous. Aoba continues, Sasuke, the reason I assert that your innate talent surpasses that of Itachi Uchiha lies in your self-protective mechanisms. Your body possesses a more comprehensive and balanced self-defense, which is a significant reason you have yet to awaken the Manjiki. Your physique recognizes that you cannot bear the strain of the Manjiki, thus triggering this mechanism. But did you not mention that the Uchiha self-protective mechanisms have weakened? Indeed, this is precisely what sets you apart. I hypothesize that your Uchiha lineage may exhibit a form of ancestral reversion, suggesting that your bloodline is purer, more potent, and more refined. After absorbing Aoba's insights, Sasuke fell into contemplative silence. After a moment, he inquired, "Are these merely Aoba-sensei's hypotheses?" "Some are conjectures, but I have also achieved certain experimental results," Aoba replied. "May I partake in your experiments? I need to ascertain the veracity of these claims." "Certainly. That is indeed my next course of action. As I mentioned, I have garnered some results. However, I am not an Uchiha myself. With your participation, I should be able to fully comprehend the secrets of the Sharingan. Additionally, I will substantiate my assertions. When shall we commence?" Sasuke, having embraced Aoba's revelations, promptly reverted to his impatient demeanor. "Patience is essential. We presently face a minor issue that requires resolution. During your period of unconsciousness, the cursed seal within you has erupted." "The cursed seal? What purpose does it serve? Is it not merely a degraded form of sage art?" Having witnessed the perfection of Chinye's sage arts, Sasuke harbored no interest in the inferior version known as the cursed seal. Yet, it would be an oversight to dismiss it entirely. This technique represents the culmination of Orochimaru's years of research and indeed possesses certain value. The chakra bestowed by the cursed seal embodies the essence of sage arts. In my view, should you master this chakra, it may enhance your physical constitution, allowing you to gradually acclimate to sage chakra and ultimately attain the true mastery of sage arts. The assertion put forth by Aoba seems almost inconceivable to others. However, for Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra, it is indeed plausible. Being a descendant of the sage, Sasuke has inherited the sage's eyes. Yet he lacks the advantages that Naruto possesses in mastering sage techniques. Nevertheless, it is certainly not devoid of possibility. So, how might I harness this chakra? Mastering it is quite simple for your current self. Once you awaken and acclimate, you will be able to achieve it. The true peril of the cursed seal lies in the fact that it may harbor the soul chakra of Orochimaru. Therefore, to wield this power, the first hurdle to overcome is addressing this issue. When Aoba opened his eyes, Sasuke remained in a state of unconsciousness. However, this state of oblivion was purely a protective measure. Noticing that Sakura had already prepared the sealing technique, Aoba waved his hand dismissively. "No need for the seal," he decided. "This chakra is exceedingly perilous. Are you certain this lad can endure it?" The voice belonged to Tsunade. Aoba had summoned Shikamaru for assistance. Aware that when it came to pure rescue operations, Tsunade was undoubtedly the foremost medical ninja in the world of shinobi. Should he falter even at this juncture, he would abandon any thoughts of vengeance for the future. In his unconscious state, Sasuke seemed to have heard Aoba's words. As the chilling chakra emanating from him began to recede, he was making an effort to gain control. This process might require some time. Aoba instructed the medical team to monitor his physical condition. The remainder would depend on Sasuke himself. The group departed from the infirmary. Tsunade, occupied with numerous responsibilities, did not linger and hurried back to attend to her duties. The younger members of the team each had their own tasks to fulfill. Only Sakura remained, unburdened by any obligations. Sakura Haruno now held a unique position. As the apprentice of Konoha's advisor, Aoba Shimizu, her status was undoubtedly elevated. Although her official designation in the Konoha registry was that of a medical ninja, in reality, she did not work at the Konoha hospital nor participate in mobile medical teams. Instead, she had been diligently studying and working at the Konoha Research Institute. Chinye also noticed this discord. He contemplated the addition of a research ninja position once the institute expanded in the future. However, with the current modest size of the research facility, such a role was not yet necessary. Once Sasuke awakens, he would undoubtedly contribute to the experiments surrounding the Sharingan, which would be immensely beneficial to Chinye. For a long time, many experiments had relied solely on his imagination and tentative exploration. This was largely due to the absence of an Uchiha member to collaborate in the experiments. Previously, Chinye had hesitated to make such a request of Uchiha Sasuke, as it could easily be misconstrued as a human experiment, even though it bore a close resemblance. Yet, this time, Sasuke himself brought it up, thereby resolving the issue effortlessly. Chinye had even begun to envision a steady advancement in the research of the Sharingan. After a long day at the hospital, the evening had drawn near. Chinye returned home to share dinner with Yumika and Phosphor before departing alone. As a Konoha advisor, and having participated in the maintenance and upgrading of Konoha's barriers, Chinye now enjoyed the privilege of moving freely in and out of Konoha without arousing suspicion. Upon reaching the outskirts of the village, he awaited the arrival of a familiar figure. "Itachi Uchiha, you are late." Itachi did not respond to the remark about his tardiness, and Chinye did not press the matter further, as he understood that Itachi had likely surveyed the surroundings to ensure there were no ambushes before making his appearance. Aoba's perception of Uchiha Itachi is brutally candid. He regards him as a thoroughly despicable being. However, he concedes that Itachi possesses some value concerning Sasuke and the village's affairs. Aoba Shikawa, you summoned me for a purpose, Itachi remarked, harboring a palpable wariness towards Aoba. This trepidation stemmed not only from their previous encounter, which revealed Aoba's formidable strength, but also from the fact that Aoba is Sasuke's mentor, a fact that leaves Itachi feeling profoundly unsettled. I require something from you, Uchiha Itachi. Naturally, I shall offer an equivalent exchange, Aoba stated. Itachi furrowed his brow slightly, reluctant to engage further with Aoba, fully aware of the perilous nature of the individual before him, dangerous both in ideology and in combat prowess. Yet, for reasons unknown, Aoba emanated an air of assured dominance over him. Apologies, but I am not interested, Itachi declared, turning to leave. At that moment, Aoba interjected once more. Do you not care even when it concerns Uchiha Sasuke? Do not doubt me, Uchiha Itachi. I was the one who personally eliminated Danzo. And I also orchestrated the downfall of the Foundation. I am privy to Danzo's secrets, and I know yours as well. Therefore, you may leave now. Itachi's right hand tightened into a fist beneath his expansive Akatsuki robe. Aoba's words signified that he had completely forfeited the initiative. The most prudent course of action would be to silently subdue Aoba right then and there, perhaps even eliminate him. Yet, he found himself incapable of doing so, not merely due to Aoba's formidable capabilities, but primarily because the figure before him was merely a clone. The true Aoba Shikawa was likely lurking nearby, observing the unfolding situation. Aoba had discerned Itachi's greatest vulnerability, rendering any attempt at an escape impossible. If it were Kakashi, he would have turned and departed, confident that Kakashi would not truly harm Sasuke. But Aoba Shikawa was a gamble Itachi dared not take. What do you desire? Itachi inquired. The Sharingan. I seek the Sharingan that resides within you. Aoy did not directly mention Shirsue's eyes, for he suspected that Itachi Uchiha might possess more Sharingan. Suddenly, Itachi lifted his gaze, fixated intently on Aoy. You are not of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan holds no significance for you. Yet, in the next moment, Aoy removed the forehead protector from his head, revealing his Manjiki Sharingan. Itachi Uchiha, your mastery of the Manjiki is indeed among the elite of the Uchiha clan. However, I must assert that your understanding of the Sharingan remains superficial, confined merely to its application. You have never truly comprehended the essence of the Sharingan. So what? Itachi retorted. The Uchiha clan has been annihilated. You must be aware that all the eyes have been. Aoy interrupted. Itachi, I have personally slain Danzo, dismantled Root, and acquired their intelligence. I am aware that Root only obtained a fraction of the Sharingan. The majority were taken by your other accomplice. Yet, combined, that is still not all. Your parents' Sharingan are not among them. Moreover, this eye of mine originates from Danzo's right eye. You should understand what this implies. I can sense that another eye resides within you. A look of struggle crossed Itachi's face. As a top-tier ninja, he found himself facing Aoy with a peculiar sense of helplessness. Although his opponent was formidable, he should not be beyond his capacity to resist. Yet, this individual knew every vulnerability lurking deep within him, exuding an oppressive force even greater than that of the Akatsuki leader's Rinnegan. After a moment of silence, Itachi retrieved a sealing scroll and unsealed it, extracting a Sharingan encased within a vial. Upon the removal of that eye, Aoy felt a unique resonance emanating from his right eye. It was Shirsuke Uchiha's left eye. Itachi held the Sharingan in his hand, but did not immediately offer it to Aoy. I can give you Shirsue's Sharingan, but I must know what you intend to do with Sasuke. Indeed, Itachi's primary concern remained his younger brother. For the sake of Sasuke, he could readily accept relinquishing Shirsue's eye. His fear lay in the possibility that Aoy might genuinely harm Sasuke. Itachi Uchiha, the blood feud against your clan will ultimately be settled by Sasuke. Until then, I will not intervene. Therefore, as long as you do not jeopardize Konoha, Sasuke will always remain my disciple. Not only will I refrain from causing him harm, but I will also strive to guide him. The research outcomes regarding the Sharingan will be applied to him. I understand that you continuously provoke him to awaken the Manjiki. Yet you must realize that this method of awakening could pose grave risks to his body. I have discovered a far safer means of awakening, which will be employed with Sasuke. Itachi did not inquire further about this new method. Upon hearing this, he tossed the Sharingan to Aoy. Your acceptance has exceeded my expectations. Aoba had not anticipated that Itachi Uchiha would so readily place his trust in him. I have witnessed all that you have done for the village, and I believe you are genuinely devoted to Konoha. Aoba, please take care of Sasuke. Furthermore, my parents' Sharingan were not left behind. They destroyed their own eyes before their demise. Upon hearing this, Aoba felt a twinge of regret, yet he did not doubt Itachi's sincerity. However, he was already quite content to have successfully acquired Shirsue's left eye. With both of Shirsue's eyes in his possession, he no longer had to fear the intimidation of Kodo Amatsukami. It is evident that Itachi's concern for Sasuke transcends all boundaries. Originally, Itachi could have departed at this moment, but after a moment's contemplation, he turned back to retrieve another vial. This time, it contained a pair of Sharingan. Here, take this as well. He casually tossed the vial to Aoba. What is this? The Uchiha clan had a tradition of collecting the eyes of their fallen kin, which were typically stored in a designated repository. On the day of the clan's annihilation, a certain individual had infiltrated the repository and stolen all the Sharingan amassed by the Uchiha clan. However, this pair was different. It had been preserved in his father's study. According to his father, these belonged to Uchiha Kagami. A rare expression of astonishment flickered across Aoba's face. This pair held immense significance for him. His Sharingan lacked a blood-related Manjiki, preventing him from directly advancing to the eternal Manjiki. Yet Shirsue was a descendant of Kagami, making this pair invaluable. What do you desire in return? Logically, Itachi should not have been in a position to negotiate. Yet Aoba felt inclined to show some courtesy in light of the unexpected offering. Sasuke has endured far too much that he should not have. This is my fault. Aoba, please help me look after him. After being unconscious for a day and a night, Sasuke finally awoke fully. Upon regaining consciousness, the power of the cursed seal on him receded. How do you feel? It's a rather unique chakra. Mastering it completely may take some time. It is already far better than I anticipated. Such matters cannot be rushed. I understand, but I am currently unable to sense the fragments of Orochimaru's soul. That matter is even more pressing. I have stated that the heavenly curse seal is the culmination of all of Orochimaru's research. If it were so easily unraveled, it would be a grave underestimation of him. I have devised a plan regarding this issue, but it requires time to implement. For now, our primary task is to complete the analysis of the Sharingan's ocular power. Before your arrival, I had already separated the ocular power into spiritual energy, in-release chakra, and mental force. I then attempted to replicate the original Sharingan's ocular power based on the proportions derived from this separation, but I failed. All the procedures were correct, yet success eluded me. I have a theory. Perhaps the synthesis of ocular power is still lacking a crucial element, the Uchiha clan's bloodline? This time, Sasuke has indeed displayed remarkable intellect by discerning the intentions of Konoha. Indeed, the Sharingan is a bloodline limit, intrinsically tied to one's lineage. Ultimately, it cannot be synthesized solely through external forces. However, with your involvement, this conundrum should no longer pose a significant challenge. Although the concept is alluring, its practical execution remains exceedingly arduous. The most critical issue lies in Sasuke's inability to actively harness his mental energy and integrate it with the shadow release chakra he has manifested. Within the ninja world, numerous techniques involve the application of mental prowess, yet most do so indirectly. Even the secret arts of the Yamashiro clan fundamentally manipulate mental energy through the indirect use of shadow release chakra. The ability of Aoba to manipulate is indeed a boon for him as a traveler. For the original inhabitants of the ninja world, directly harnessing primal spiritual energy proves to be more challenging than even S-rank ninjutsu. This certainly poses a problem, yet it is not insurmountable. Look into my eyes, and do not resist. Chingye unveiled his Sharingan and cast an illusion upon Sasuke, subsequently entering his mental realm once more. Do not resist. I am now in control of your body. Attempt to replicate the actions from before, with Chingye's will and actions harmonizing with the physical form of Uchiha Sasuke. He deftly circumvented all obstacles. He commenced the genuine endeavor to synthesize the primal ocular power of the Sharingan. However, during this endeavor, he encountered a rather intriguing dilemma. The ocular power within Sasuke was exceedingly formidable, yet the majority resided not within the Sharingan itself, but rather was sealed within his brain. Such an immense reservoir of ocular power, if it were to surge into his eyes, coupled with the numerous intense fluctuations of his psyche, should have enabled him to unlock the Manjiki. Yet, this was not the case. The vast ocular energy remained ensconced within his mind, eluding his conscious command. Aoba speculated that this must be the self-preservation mechanism of the Uchiha clan he had previously deduced. His body instinctively recognized its inability to withstand the awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan, thus preventing the surge of that particular ocular power. This protective mechanism should be inherent to all Uchihas, yet Sasuke's is remarkably refined. As the protagonist and the reincarnation of Indra, the concentration of his bloodline within him is likely far superior to that of other Uchihas, arguably on par with that of Uchiha Madara. It is even conceivable that this protective mechanism was influenced by the Sage of Six Paths. After all, had Sasuke awakened too early, much like Uchiha Itachi, he might have succumbed to the bloodline disease and perished before the final battle. Wouldn't that render the Sage of Six Paths' grand design a mere jest? Aoba, with utmost caution, refrained from disturbing the sealed ocular powers within Sasuke's mind. Instead, he meticulously utilized his body, embarking on the endeavor of artificially synthesizing the primordial ocular abilities. This process was not inherently complicated. However, it posed a significant challenge due to the synthesis occurring within the eyes, which are remarkably intricate organs. And even more so in the case of the Sharingan. Chingya meticulously experimented step by step, dedicating an entire half-day to finally complete his first test. Success. It is essential to acknowledge one point. He successfully harnessed Sasuke's body to synthesize the original ocular power within his Sharingan, thereby enhancing Sasuke's ocular prowess. However, during the synthesis process, Chingya also discerned a critical truth. His hypothesis was indeed correct. The original ocular power possesses the capability to autonomously synthesize, but only within the confines of a Uchiha's body. Furthermore, this original ocular power cannot be transmitted, seemingly due to its incomplete nature. When synthesized within a Uchiha, this power seamlessly integrates into their Sharingan, rendering it incapable of independent operation. In essence, this technique is exclusively wielded by the Uchiha clan, leaving Chingya unable to utilize it himself. This revelation left Chingya somewhat vexed. However, he had mentally prepared himself for such an outcome, allowing him to begrudgingly accept it. The current situation is rather intriguing. Chingya is capable of completing the synthesis process, yet he cannot perform it on himself, while Sasuke can execute it on himself. But he is incapable of doing so. Truly ironic. Nevertheless, this process is immensely beneficial for Sasuke, as he has undergone an immersive experience in synthesizing the original ocular power. Consequently, the advantages for him in mastering this operation independently are significant. It will not take long for him to genuinely learn this technique. Sasuke reaps considerable rewards, while Chingya finds himself somewhat disgruntled. After expending half a day's effort, all the results have ultimately benefited Sasuke. Though he is indeed his disciple, this still irks him. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that if he cannot autonomously synthesize ocular power, the 10-3-tomo Sharingan he possesses will lose much of their value. The reason Chingya embarked on this research project was his desire to attempt the synthesis of ocular power, subsequently infusing it into the Sharingan in his possession, aiming to elevate its capabilities to their utmost limits. He envisioned injecting his own mental energy to instigate a transformation in the ocular power, thereby artificially creating a kaleidoscope of abilities. Alas, this ambitious notion has now been rendered nearly futile. Let us not forget that these Sharingan have suffered severe torment at the hands of Danzo, resulting in irreversible damage to their neural systems, rendering them unsuitable for transplantation into one's eyes. Consequently, it implies that the prospect of Sasuke adopting these eyes through artificial means is untenable. In his despair, Chingya was compelled to activate his contingency plan. Mental energy, chakra, and the more ethereal essence of spiritual force, its intricacies are far more convoluted than Chingya had anticipated. The failure of this experiment stemmed from Chingya's oversight of a critical issue. He had previously held a steadfast belief that the inability of Sharingan powers to be transferred among individuals was due to the essence of spiritual energy. After all, the projection of spiritual energy embodies the deep-seated desires within one's soul, thus inherently differing from person to person. This divergence is what precludes the amalgamation of ocular powers. The apparent compatibility of kaleidoscopes among blood relatives is merely superficial. In truth, the emergence of an eternal kaleidoscope is not solely a matter of ocular power accumulation, but rather a fulfillment at a spiritual level. Earlier, Chingya discovered that the spiritual energy contained within each Sharingan is fundamentally incomplete, and this incompleteness is the root of the kaleidoscope's adverse effects. Diffusion among blood relatives essentially addresses this incompleteness, constituting a process of restoration that begins at a genetic level and transcends to the spiritual realm. It appears that this concept is not flawed, however. Chingya has neglected another crucial aspect. While it is true that each individual's spiritual projection is unique, the essence of mental energy is similarly distinct. He has long been ensnared in a misconception, perceiving mental energy as an attribute-less force akin to chakra. In reality, this notion is only partially correct. Mental energy is indeed a form of energy, yet it possesses inherent attributes, personal traits that are invisible yet significant. This attribute is the fundamental reason why primal ocular power cannot be transferred or merged. As a ninja capable of actively manipulating mental energy, Chingya has the ability to erase these personal attributes from the ocular powers. However, the personal attributes themselves constitute a portion of the ocular power. Once eradicated, the power dissipates swiftly. The synthesized ocular power within Sasuke inherently bears his spiritual imprint, thus circumventing this issue. Consequently, once Chingya initiates his contingency plan, there is no turning back. He directly channels his mental energy, forcibly entering those Sharingan to erase the residual personal spiritual imprints. Then, before the ocular powers dissipate entirely, he extracts and integrates them into the last pair of Sharingan. This operation can only be performed on these unclaimed Sharingan. Employing such a method against Sasuke's ocular power would likely result in his demise. Moreover, the entire process has incurred a significant depletion of ocular strength. Nevertheless, despite this, the potency of 10 Sharingan has been concentrated into the final 2, elevating their power to its utmost limit. However, these eyes have not directly awakened into the Manjiki Sharingan. They remain stymied at the final threshold. This obstruction is intentional, orchestrated by Konoha. As the Eye of Reflection, what is now required is a formidable force of spiritual energy to merge and guide this ocular power, projecting it into reality to manifest a singular Manjiki prowess. Alas, Konoha's forceful amalgamation of the other 4 pairs of Sharingan has resulted in a certain disarray within this ocular projection. Each pair of eyes retains remnants of their original owner's spiritual energy, albeit in scant measure, yet it persists. These conflicting spiritual energies hinder the completion of the final step. What Aoba must do is wait until all these spiritual energies clash and dissipate completely, allowing him to undertake this final step on his own. Aoba's plan ultimately bore fruit. In the near future, he would successfully create a brand new pair of kaleidoscopes, custom-tailored for himself. The only deviation from his original intention was that he had envisioned the possibility of producing 5 pairs, yet he could only manage to fabricate one. Indeed, one must not be overly greedy. Immersed in the significant progress of his experiments, Aoba was oblivious to the external changes occurring in Konoha, which had not only caught the attention of the 5 great ninja villages but also alerted another individual. In the dead of night, within the cemetery of Konoha, a figure adorned with a swirling mask gradually materialized from the air. Uchiha Obito had been aware of the transformations in Konoha during the time Aoba had been instigating change. However, he had chosen to disregard them as he was preoccupied with his own machinations involving the village hidden in the mist. In his eyes, no matter how Konoha evolved, it remained under his control. Yet, as the reports regarding Konoha's changes multiplied, Obito eventually sensed that something was amiss. Coupled with the earlier disappearance of a white Zetsu in the vicinity, he resolved to investigate personally. In contrast to Uchiha Itachi, Obito was a far colder and more ruthless individual. While Itachi, despite his flaws, harbored genuine feelings for his brother Sasuke, the village of Konoha, and even his parents. Obito was devoid of such emotional vulnerabilities save for a singular bond with Rin Noara. Her death had effectively stripped him of any emotional weaknesses. Although Kakashi had some connection to him, it was utterly insufficient. It was easy to forget that Obito had callously slain his own teacher, the 4th Hokage, and his wife. While Uchiha Itachi would confront the entire world for the sake of Sasuke, Obito was prepared to annihilate the world itself. The power of Kamui was indeed formidable. No one in Konoha detected Obito's presence as he lingered in the cemetery, noting the subtle shifts in the village's dynamics. Subsequently, he set his sights on the direction of the Konoha Research Institute and made his way inside. Sakura and Sasuke remain at the research facility. Ever since Sasuke discovered a method to enhance his ocular prowess, he has been diligently practicing, virtually immersing himself in the laboratory. Today, Karin is also present, as she intends to urge Sakura to return home for dinner. As Chingya glanced at the sky, he realized it was getting late. He tidied up his current tasks, preparing to leave for the day. However, at that moment, his movements faltered slightly. He then reached out and pulled Sasuke and Karin behind him. In the laboratory, an enigmatic figure adorned with a swirling mask had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. When had this individual entered? The education imparted by Aoba has indeed proven effective. At the very least, this time Sasuke refrained from recklessly charging forward. Instead, he began to analyze the intentions and strength of the adversary. The silent emergence within the laboratory alerted him to the ominous nature of the newcomer. Sasuke, Karin, step back a little. In Aoba's tone, there emerged a rare gravity. Uchiha Obito had been wary of this individual since the very first day he set forth his reforms in Konoha. The outcome was a prolonged silence. Just when Aoba presumed that Obito held no interest in the changes occurring here, this individual unexpectedly materialized. Konoha did not allow Sasuke to depart with Karin first, primarily due to Obito's formidable abilities, which he currently finds nearly impossible to restrain. Should this individual forsake the principles of combat and directly pursue the two youngsters, he would be unable to intervene. Furthermore, based on Obito's past conduct, he is undoubtedly capable of such actions. Therefore, he opted to keep the two children by his side, ensuring that should a confrontation arise, he could at least tend to their needs. Aoba harbors no fear in confronting Obito directly. However, should he fail to overcome this individual's kamui, it would be nearly impossible to defeat him. Aoyama had indeed prepared his means to confront Obito. Recently, he had acquired Shirsue's right eye from Uchiha Itachi. Utilizing Kodo Amatsukami against Obito was presently Aoyama's most effective strategy. In truth, for Obito, this method was not guaranteed to succeed. Kodo Amatsukami is, by design, the most formidable genjutsu. However, it inherently remains within the realm of illusion. Yet, one cannot assess Obito through conventional logic. He possesses too many contingencies from Uchiha Madara and Kagai's Black Zetsu. Particularly, Black Zetsu, as a creation of the Yin-Yang release, exists beyond Aoyama's current comprehension. He is uncertain whether it will prove effective. The reason for this contemplation is that Aoyama is seeking justification for his regret. He wishes he had replaced his left eye sooner. Primarily, he is unable to master the Sharingan fully at present. Once transplanted, both eyes would be Sharingan, unable to be deactivated, rendering him conspicuous. Moreover, he would struggle to adapt swiftly. Unexpectedly, in a fleeting moment of indecision, Obito appeared before him. "Ah, so you are Aoyama," he declared. "You are the enigmatic figure who emerged during the downfall of the Uchiha clan?" Obito did not respond but instead continued, "Your actions in Konoha have displeased me. Therefore, to preserve the status quo, to allow this village to continue its decay, you should perish." No sooner had he spoken than Obito vanished from sight. In that instant, Aoyama entered sage mode. He would not underestimate Obito. Even though Obito's former self possessed meager talent and tactical acumen, one must not forget that he had been meticulously trained by Uchiha Madara. Additionally, Obito was adorned with the power of the Kamui Sharingan, coupled with Hashirama cells, allowing for nearly limitless usage, along with the aide of wood release. Whether in offense or defense, he was virtually maximized. Their figures intertwined, silent and swift. Aoyama's Kusanagi sword sliced through the air. Well aware of Obito's abilities, Aoyama recognized that this was due to Obito entering his intangibility state. As the Kusanagi struck, he swiftly retracted his blade. Simultaneously, Obito was returning to physical form, poised to counterattack. With a clang, Aoyama's Kusanagi clashed momentarily with the black wooden spike sprouting from Obito's palm. In the next instant, Obito's figure vanished once more. Engaging in combat with Obito rendered any large-scale ninjutsu effectively futile. No matter how destructive, it could not harm him. Only high-speed taijutsu was the optimal choice. Naturally, the best option would be space-time ninjutsu. A dark chain emerged around Aoyama, coiling towards him. The body of Alien erupted with a resounding blast, scattering countless sparks. The shadow clone infused with lightning chakra detonated, yet it failed to inflict even the slightest harm on Obito. His intangibility proved to be an insurmountable challenge in this encounter. Once more, Obito's figure materialized before Alien, who found himself astonished. Despite having been forewarned by White Zetsu about Alien's formidable prowess and his extensive knowledge of hidden intelligence, Obito had not anticipated that Aoyan would possess such insight into his abilities. Their brief skirmish had clearly indicated that Aoyan was strategically countering Obito's intangibility. From the sudden counterattack at the onset to the shadow clone trap moments ago, it was evident. While a sense of caution stirred within Obito, he remained unfazed. Regardless of how much Aoyan comprehended, the fact remained that he was destined to perish tonight, and the reasons behind that fate mattered little to him. Chingye Shun stepped back, placing his hands upon the two eager children. The encounter between Chingye and Daitu left the two children perplexed, evoking a sense of insignificance, particularly Zeus. who was eager to engage. You two, retreat to the corner. Remain silent and still. The atmosphere surrounding Aoba was unusually grave, rendering the two children hesitant to speak. As he lifted his forehead protector, Aoba revealed his right eye, the Sharingan. Although Obito seldom employed genjutsu, the fact that he could manipulate the perfect Jinchuri and Mizukage at will was a testament to his profound mastery of illusions. To err on the side of caution, Aoba activated his Sharingan. While it lacked the prowess of the Koten Zanchuan, it was still a Meijiki Sharingan, proficient in genjutsu, ensuring that he would not succumb to Obito's illusions. Upon witnessing Aoba's Meijiki, Obito's interest was piqued. How intriguing! It seemed the knight held potential for unexpected gains. With a swift motion of his right hand, Obito unleashed the wood release insertion technique, sending forth a flurry of wooden spikes. Aoyama is acutely aware of the formidable nature of this weapon. With a swift motion of the Kusanagi sword in his hand, a small tornado materializes before him, sweeping away a dozen wooden spikes. Both combatants tacitly confine their struggle within the laboratory, as Obito wishes to keep his actions hidden from prying eyes. While Aoyama understands that the arrival of the research facility's guards and members of the Umbu would be a mere death sentence against Obito. Thus, both choose to remain silent as they engage in a perilous duel within the cramped confines of the laboratory. Obito, possessing an ethereal invincibility, faces Aoyama, who has entered Sage Mode, experiencing a comprehensive enhancement of his attributes and an extraordinary elevation of his sensory perception. In terms of combat prowess, Aoyama manages to suppress Obito momentarily. For a time, neither can gain the upper hand over the other. Obito's tactical acumen aligns closely with Aoyama's expectations. He is undoubtedly elite, though not on par with Uchiha Itachi or Kakashi. Yet, it must be noted that Obito is equipped with numerous abilities. Kimui, Hashirama's cells, would release. He possesses them all, albeit in a defensive capacity. Should he reclaim Kakashi's right eye and thus acquire dual Kamui, Aoyama would have no choice but to flee at once. In truth, Aoyama does not harbor a genuine desire to kill Obito. His aim is solely to inflict injury. If he can draw even a single drop of blood from Obito, victory in this battle will be assured. Achieving this necessitates merely a singular opportunity. At this moment, Aoyama has nearly pushed Sage Mode to its utmost limits. He had not accessed such power even during his confrontation with the Reikage. Under the constraints of maximum Sage Mode, his speed, perception, and all other facets have reached their zenith. Concurrently, Aoyama's hand grasps several special shuriken, a hidden trump card, the Flying Thunder God technique. He had refrained from using it to transport Kaguya and Sasuke in order to outwit his opponent. Within the confined space, Aoyama and Obito's figures weave past one another. The Kusanagi, sword in Aoyama's grasp, cuts through the void. In midair, both combatants pivot almost simultaneously. Obito unleashes two wooden spikes, while Aoyama counters with a shuriken. As anticipated, the shuriken pierces through Obito's phantasmal form. Now is the moment. After a prolonged period of anticipation, Chingye awaited the opportune moment. In the next instant, Chingye's form vanished, reappearing along the trajectory of the kunai. This technique, known as the second stage of the Flying Thunder God, was the very same used by the fourth Hokage to triumph over Obito in days long past. Chingye had been maneuvering around Obito for quite some time, awaiting this precise moment. However, rather than employing the Rasengan, he brandished the Kusanagi sword and aimed a direct strike at Obito's neck. Had circumstances permitted, he would not have hesitated to end Obito's life right then and there. In a flash of motion, their bodies once again intertwined, and they both landed awkwardly on the ground. Obito's pallor was grim, for he had not anticipated that Chingye would master the Flying Thunder God technique, even executing the second phase of the fourth Hokage's variant, narrowly escaping a fatal blow. Conversely, Chingye's expression was one of dismay, for he had failed. The meticulously planned maneuver not only failed to eliminate Obito, but did not inflict any significant harm upon him either. The reasons for his failure were twofold. Firstly, his proficiency with the Flying Thunder God technique was still lacking. After such an extended period of preparation, he had barely managed to overcome the disorientation that followed the technique's teleportation. However, he could only limit himself to 3 uses anymore, and he would be unable to avoid the disorientation entirely. This was the very reason he had been reluctant to employ it casually. Although he had surmounted the dizziness, coordinating the high-speed flight of the kunai while simultaneously executing the Flying Thunder God technique proved to be exceedingly advanced. The neural response capability of Aoba has already reached the pinnacle of excellence. However, she still struggles to execute this technique flawlessly, resulting in a slight delay in her timing. Meanwhile, after being defeated by the fourth Hokage using this very move, Obito seems to have undergone specialized training, exhibiting a response speed that far exceeds expectations. Aoba even extended the Kusanagi sword, yet ultimately it merely grazed Tobi's clothing. Upon landing, neither of them uttered a word. Instead, they fixed their gaze intensely upon one another. Chingye realized that Obito likely harbored intentions of retreat. The current Obito was a seasoned veteran, resolutely unwilling to risk his life against Chingye before his plans came to fruition. There were few threats capable of endangering Obito at present, one being the Flying Thunder God technique. As anticipated, upon recognizing his inability to easily subdue Chingye, Obito indeed considered withdrawal. However, at that moment, Chingye slightly tilted his head, casting a glance outside. In Sage mode, he could perceive the presence of numerous Umbu members, alongside a squad from the barrier division, rapidly establishing a sealing barrier outside, preparing to ensnare him. Truth be told, the Umbu's response and execution were commendable. Few in the entire shinobi world could escape such an arrangement, not even the Raikage. Yet, for Uchiha Obito, it was utterly inconsequential. When Kakashi, accompanied by a multitude of ninjas, stormed into the laboratory, he was met only with a scene of chaos. The incredulity on Kakashi's face was palpable. He was all too aware of Chingye's prowess and even discerned that Chingye remained in Sage mode. Yet, despite this, he had somehow failed to apprehend the adversary. This was not the wilderness. This was Konoha. The enemy had infiltrated the most confidential laboratory of Konoha, engaged in combat with its strongest ninja, and then retreated unscathed. When did the shinobi world witness such formidable individuals? It was a complex situation. I could only surmise that he possessed a unique space-time ninjutsu, enabling him to vanish at will, impervious to any attempts to harm or confine him. Numerous Umbu members were present, yet Chingye refrained from divulging the full truth. It was not until Chingye, accompanied by two children, left the laboratory with Kakashi and arrived at the Hokage's office that he was about to speak when a voice emerged from behind. It was a space-time technique. The speaker possessed a Sharingan. It was Sasuke, who had observed the earlier battle in its entirety and witnessed the kaleidoscope of Uchiha Obito firsthand. Aoy turned to glance at him, nodding slightly. He spoke the truth. Moreover, if my intuition serves me right, he is the enigmatic Uchiha who emerged during the QB disturbance. Additionally, based on fragments of information left by the roots, he was also present on the day of the Uchiha's demise. In that moment, astonishment swept over everyone in the office. Rika's expression instantly darkened. With his intelligence, he quickly connected the dots to various intricate conspiracies. This meant that this individual was an adversary of Konoha and had been targeting the village for many years. Indeed, during the QB disturbance in the fall of the Uchiha, each of his interventions inflicted severe damage upon Konoha. Had I not been present this time, all the achievements of the Research Institute might have ended in failure. Chingye was also filled with a sense of dread. During this period, his vigilance toward Obito had somewhat waned. Had he not been working late this evening, the research facility might have already been reduced to rubble. Chingye, do you believe there are other hidden truths behind the demise of the Uchiha clan? Tsunade spoke candidly, without shying away from mentioning Sasuke. This question evidently struck a nerve with Sasuke, who gazed at Chingye with palpable agitation. I cannot say for certain if there are hidden truths. However, I am unequivocally certain of one thing. On the night of the Uchiha massacre, Itachi Uchiha undoubtedly had an accomplice. If my conjectures hold true, this individual is the one in question. Are you suggesting that the perpetrator responsible for the annihilation of my entire clan also had a hand in this? Indeed, it seems to be the case. Sasuke, there are some harsh realities I have refrained from disclosing to you. According to the intelligence we gathered from the Foundation, they were, to some extent, involved in the extermination of the Uchiha. Their objective was the Sharingan. Yet, in the end, the Foundation did not acquire many Sharingan, and Itachi did not have the time to undertake such a task. At that moment, I realized that Itachi had a partner that night, someone who extracted the majority of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. I have long been uncertain of this person's identity, but it appears this mysterious figure is the answer. Sasuke was momentarily dazed by the weight of this revelation. Fortuitously, having endured Itachi's torment, his nerves had become considerably more resilient, allowing him to regain his composure swiftly. So, I now have two adversaries? At present, that seems to be the case. Additionally, Hokage-sama, should we inform Naruto? Inform Naruto? Indeed, for according to our current intelligence, This enigmatic individual is likely the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails incident. This implies that he is the one responsible for the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Sasuke initially failed to grasp the connection between the killer of the fourth Hokage and Naruto. It took several moments for realization to dawn upon him. Shinya-sensei, are you implying that Naruto? Precisely, Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage. Surprising, isn't it? But how could this be? If he truly is the fourth Hokage's son, why do the villagers harbor such disdain for him? Why has the village not protected him? Silence engulfed the room. Neither Tsunade, nor Kakashi, nor Irika could provide a satisfactory answer to this dilemma. Tsunade opened her mouth, initially intending to preserve the village's dignity. However, after a moment's reflection, she realized that such attempts would be futile. Therefore, she spoke candidly. This stems from a grave error made by the previous leadership of Konoha. On the day of Naruto's birth, the Nine-Tails was sealed within him. At that time, the village was reeling from the chaos wrought by the Nine-Tails, and the villagers, in their turmoil, sought a means to vent their frustrations. Thus, so, you shifted the burden onto an innocent child who knew nothing of the matter? Silence once again fell over the office. Tsunade had already prepared herself to dig up the grave of the third Hokage. What should she do? It was a matter of life and death. Old man, do you not wish to explain yourself? Allow me to amend my earlier statement. This is not merely a misguided decision, but rather a selfish, foolish, and even utterly senseless one. At this juncture, Tsunade was beginning to adopt a somewhat resigned attitude. Her demeanor made Sasuke feel embarrassed to continue pressing the matter. He could only sulk in silence. After all, his beloved had suffered such great injustice. And he certainly felt compelled to share in her sorrow. Let me handle this. I will reveal the truth to him. This is what I should have done from the very beginning. The speaker was Kakashi. Throughout the narrative, Kakashi's greatest failing was perhaps his negligence in caring for Naruto during his childhood. This point merits some explanation. He was a jonin, burdened with the demands of his duties. Yet, ultimately, this cannot entirely absolve him. It must be said that during that period, Kakashi was a rather indifferent individual. Very well, then, you shall undertake this task. To be honest, I do not wish for you at your age to bear such a heavy burden of hatred. However, many matters in this world will not bend to our will. The enemy has declared war upon us. We have no choice but to confront them. Sasuke, whether it be you or Naruto, I need you to understand one thing. Regardless of Konoha's past, I am now the Hokage. Present-day Konoha stands as your support. Your hatred is a shared blood feud of Konoha. Do you understand? Konoha's interests align with yours. Tsunade's words caused Aoy to regard her with newfound respect. Obito's sudden appearance provided Aoy with an opportunity to clarify the entangled grievances surrounding Sasuke and Naruto. This left Tsunade in an extremely passive position. Yet it also afforded her a unique chance to articulate her stance clearly. As Hokage, she asserted that Konoha would back Sasuke and Naruto in their quest for vengeance, thereby transforming passivity into assertiveness. The maneuver was not particularly exquisite, but when compared to the clumsy tactics of the third Hokage and Danzo, it was infinitely more skillful. To say nothing of other factors, as long as she refrained from killing Naruto in front of Sasuke or vice versa, both of these children would remain loyal to Konoha. In truth, Sasuke's initial defection was rather absurd, as he found no hope within these walls. Why was there no hope? Aoy felt a certain emptiness while observing the original storyline. Sasuke was profoundly isolated in the village. Apart from himself, no one was interested in his hatred, nor did anyone wish to assist him in his quest for revenge. During the third Hokage's tenure, there existed some unspoken agreement with Itachi Uchiha, which is why Konoha never truly pursued him. After Tsunade assumed leadership, the village was in disarray and had little time to address Sasuke's inner torment and hatred. Sakura was lost in infatuation, and Naruto could only shout and bellow. And what about Sasuke? No one had ever paid attention to what he desired, or even acknowledged that he had desires at all. However, this has been deliberately overlooked. Ultimately, the responsibility lies with the original author. After all, the entire narrative of Naruto is saturated with a tendency for forgiveness. Naruto, as the unequivocal protagonist, embodies various acts of forgiveness throughout the story. In stark contrast, Sasuke harbors no intention of forgiving. He is consumed by thoughts of vengeance in the pursuit of power. Kakashi is well aware of this. He provides Sasuke with specialized training and imparts the technique of Chidori, demonstrating his earnest commitment. Yet, one crucial aspect remains overlooked by everyone. Sasuke requires support, not only in terms of strength but also on an emotional level. Everyone acknowledges the deep-seated enmity that Sasuke carries, yet this matter is consistently avoided in conversation. Even Kakashi, who teaches him the Chidori, refrains from mentioning it in Sasuke's presence. They believe that this approach assists Sasuke, but in reality, it does not. Sasuke does not shy away from his hatred. He has publicly declared on multiple occasions his intent to kill that person. In such a state, what else does Sasuke need besides power? He longs for someone to affirm, "Pursue your vengeance. I will steadfastly support you." In fact, there has always been a notion among the villagers of Konoha. On the day Sasuke defected from the original storyline, had even one person spoken those words to him, there was a significant chance, 7 or 8 out of 10, that he would have remained. Yet, no one uttered such sentiments. Not a single soul did. Instead, they admonished him, declaring his actions as treachery and urging him not to leave, reminding him of the bonds with his comrades. No one considered a critical point. For Sasuke, the lives of hundreds of his clan members far outweigh the significance of friends or comrades. Indeed, when one reflects upon the overarching narrative of Naruto, even Naruto himself, in Sasuke's eyes, holds little weight compared to his quest for revenge. Perhaps, deep within, Sasuke's sole demand from the village was a simple plea: support my vengeance. Be my steadfast ally. Yet, this was never granted. Thus, when Orochimaru appeared, he resolutely chose to defect, for within the village, he saw no glimmer of hope. Chingya was acutely aware that this represented a profound obstacle within Sasuke's heart. For a child inclined to overthink, overcoming such a hurdle was no trivial feat thus. Seizing the opportunity, he pierced through the veils of misunderstanding. Tsunade, living up to expectations, successfully took the baton, effectively turning a new page in Sasuke's perception of Konoha. By resolving matters with Sasuke, they had effectively resolved their own predicament. Naruto's attitude was carefree and indifferent, willing to endure any hardship as long as Sasuke remained unharmed. Nothing else seemed to matter. It wasn't until the later hours of the night that Chingya managed to wrap up all his affairs and return home for some much-needed rest. However, upon arriving, he discovered a white snake patiently waiting in his courtyard. It had been some time since his last encounter with Orochimaru, and given Orochimaru's propensity for action, it was not surprising to find results manifesting. As soon as Chingya stepped inside, the white snake unfurled a scroll before vanishing into the yard. This time, Orochimaru did not come in person, primarily due to Chingya's recent oversight of the restoration and enhancement of Konoha's surrounding defensive barriers, rectifying the vulnerabilities previously left by Orochimaru. Currently, it was considerably more challenging for him to breach the defenses than it had been before. The most crucial factor was that with Chingya's vigilant presence and Kakashi's remarkable transformation, the threat level for Orochimaru had escalated significantly. Upon unrolling the scroll, it revealed an address, indicating an imminent meeting. A sigh escaped Aoba's lips as he cast a glance at the irate Yumi, gesturing helplessly. Angered, Yumi turned and retreated into the house, ignoring him entirely. It was in that familiar grove that Aoba encountered Orochimaru, accompanied by Kabuto. Due to the loss of his hands, Orochimaru now relied on Kabuto's assistance to perform ninjutsu, rendering them nearly inseparable. "Aoba-kun, you certainly know how to keep me waiting," Orochimaru remarked. His curiosity piqued by Aoba's tardiness rather than irritation. In his eyes, Aoba bore a resemblance to himself, indifferent to certain matters yet meticulous when it came to important affairs. "I had no choice, Lord Orochimaru. There are intruders in Konoha tonight. I spent some time addressing the issue." Intruders? Ones capable of holding you at bay without causing a stir? Such a feat is not easily accomplished, Orochimaru mused. For he was not far from Konoha and would have sensed a large-scale conflict should it arise. Indeed, they are quite a formidable adversary. Furthermore, I believe you are already familiar with this individual, the mysterious figure responsible for the Kyuubi incident many years ago. Or rather, the enigmatic Uchiha. Aoba did not shy away from mentioning Orochimaru. Instead, he directly divulged information regarding Obito, piquing Orochimaru's interest in the latter. This could be seen as a subtle attempt to placate the insistent pressure. Is that person? Although not everyone was privy to the details of the Nine-Tails incident, an individual of Orochimaru's stature would undoubtedly be aware. In the past, Orochimaru had harbored considerable curiosity about that individual, yet regrettably, he was unable to uncover further clues. Years have passed, and Orochimaru's intrigue had waned. However, to his surprise, he encountered news of that person once more today. According to our current intelligence, on the fateful night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, that individual was also involved. It appears he is a seeker of vengeance. How fascinating that such pivotal information was so readily shared by Aoba. This is not merely a transaction. My intention is to inform Lord Orochimaru that within the shinobi world, An exceedingly dangerous and uncontrollable individual lurks in the shadows, orchestrating certain machinations. Moreover, this person possesses a Manjiki Sharingan and wields an unprecedented space-time ocular technique. The defenses of Konoha, or rather the entire shinobi realm, are utterly ineffectual against him. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru could discern Shinya's intentions. This individual was clearly attempting to spark his interest in that person, hoping to incite trouble for him. Nevertheless, Orochimaru could not deny that Shinya's information had indeed piqued his curiosity. Should an opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly take action against that individual. I understand now. Very well. Let us dispense with idle chatter and commence with the matter at hand. Shinya, I have gathered the research materials of the Uzumaki clan pertaining to the Shinigami. And from them, I have discovered a technique that could aid in restoring my hands. However, the execution of this technique comes with exceptionally stringent conditions and necessitates the use of a special ninja tool. I wonder, could that item possibly be in your possession? Shinya did not conceal his intentions in the slightest. He directly produced the Mask of Death. Indeed, the mask is in my possession. Very well, Shinya-kun, state your demands. I require the information collected by Lord Orochimaru, as well as all data regarding the impure world reincarnation technique. This is excessive. Lord Orochimaru, this is unjust. The voice belonged to Kabuto, who felt that Shinya's exchange of a mere mask for two invaluable pieces of information was rather outrageous. Unable to restrain himself, he interjected. However, neither Orochimaru nor Shinya paid him any heed. Deal. Orochimaru, prepared in advance, promptly tossed 2 scrolls. Both Shinya and Orochimaru were acutely aware of one fundamental truth. Their transactions were never about the notion of fairness but rather about mutual benefit. Thus, the question of equity was irrelevant. What mattered was that they both acquired what they sought. In Shinya's view, the impure world reincarnation technique harbored significant issues. He had the opportunity to obtain this technique long ago but refrained from doing so. However, with the emergence of Abido, Shinya recognized the necessity of early preparations. Let us not forget that Abido is not alone. This individual possesses a reservoir of 100,000 Zetsu. Moreover, not all of the Zetsu are the inexperienced scouts he had previously captured. Many possess formidable combat prowess. Additionally, there is Kagaya lurking beside Abido. And although Uchiha Madara is deceased, his influence remains pervasive. These opposing forces compelled Shinya to hasten his own plans. Eager to regain his hands, Orochimaru was not inclined to continue the negotiation. Shinya contemplated offering a word of caution, yet after a moment's reflection, he chose to remain silent. Orochimaru's hands now resided within the belly of death, yet it was not merely his hands that were ensconced there. The souls of the 4th Hokage were also sealed within the depths of the grim entity. Shinya originally intended to caution Orochimaru against recklessly meddling with those souls, for the moment was not yet ripe. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the more he admonished him, the greater Orochimaru's curiosity might grow. Presently, Orochimaru was singularly focused on reclaiming his hands. Thus, remaining silent would render him indifferent to such matters. To retrieve the sealed souls from the belly of the Shinigami, one must allow the Shinigami to inhabit their body briefly in the realm of the living, before subsequently slicing open their own abdomen to liberate the trapped souls. Therefore, the means of unsealing were akin to the corpse sealing technique, both requiring a life as the price of exchange. Currently, only 2 individuals within the entire ninja world possess the capability to wield this technique: Orochimaru, who could utilize the impure world reincarnation to evade death, and Haiden, a member of the Akatsuki who was inherently immortal. Shinya had contemplated this possibility when he subdued Haiden years ago. Yet, it was not the time to release the souls of the 4 Hokage. For Shinya, he did not seek the 4 Hokage themselves, but rather 4 capable aides. What? I am the son of the 4th Hokage. Am I not a descendant of heroes? Wow, 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 I am a hero's offspring, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Kakashi, observing from the sidelines, could only look on in resigned disbelief. All the preparations he had made proved to be in vain. He had initially wished to elucidate that Naruto's plight was a result of decisions made by the previous generation, but Naruto, in his Naved, failed to consider such matters, becoming wholly absorbed in his newfound identity. On the training grounds, Shinya was engaged in practice with Bayun Zhaochan and Moonlight Shifeng. The impending arrival of Abido had instilled a sense of urgency within Shinya, prompting him to take a more proactive stance in advancing his plans. The first step was to cultivate his own strength. Shinya had already gained considerable influence within Konoha, enjoying a measure of trust from Tsunade. despite her not particularly favoring him. He wielded significant power, yet it remained insufficient. Chingye aspired to fully integrate the resources of Konoha, a monumental undertaking that might be overwhelming for several deceased Hokage to accept. His decision to install Tsunade as Hokage rather than assuming the role himself was strategic. He required time for a transition, allowing the villagers of Konoha to adapt to a new era. Bayun Zhaochen and Moonlight Shifeng were among the few swordsmen in Konoha, and Chingye imparted to them all his insights on swordsmanship accumulated over the years. Additionally, he personally sparred with them periodically, both to aid in their development and to assess their progress. Cultivating his own foundation was no simple task. Chingye sought not only combat prowess, but also loyalty and execution capability. After several exchanges, Chingye gained a clear understanding of their strengths. Very well, we shall conclude for today. You both have other duties. Do not deplete too much chakra. By my standards, you have both achieved the combat strength of seasoned jonin. However, there remains a noticeable disparity when compared to the elite jonin. Both of them possess a modicum of talent, yet they do not embody the pinnacle of strength. Those who attain the rank of elite jonin are invariably exceptional individuals, blessed with prodigious gifts in at least one domain. Ascending to the level of a Kage demands even greater standards of talent, diligence, and lineage. One of the paramount objectives of the Aoy Leaf Reform is to dismantle the dominance of the great ninja clans over the resources of ninjas. The initiative aims to cultivate a greater number of civilian ninjas, thereby enriching the ranks of Konoha's ninja forces. The Ninja Academy has already achieved commendable results, elevating the overall proficiency of the lower-ranking ninjas in Konoha to a new standard. However, this progress remains insufficient. Such superficial advancements are merely a nascent beginning. For a substantial number of civilian ninjas, merely acquiring a few elemental jutsu is far from adequate to challenge the monopolistic status of the ninja clans. The initial step for Chingye involves the integration of existing resources to promote a ninja system devoid of lineage requirements, accessible to all, yet possessing sufficient limitations. An exemplary case in this regard is Might Guy's 8 Gates. This technique is fundamentally akin to what Chingye seeks. Regrettably, however, the 8 Gates impose excessively high standards for aptitude. One should not assume that a ninja like Rock Lee, who lacks ninjutsu, can master it solely through diligence. This exemplifies that it does not rely on innate talent, but rather on effort. In reality, the aptitude required to practice the 8 Gates surpasses that needed to manipulate the Sharingan. One need only look at Kakashi to understand this. As one of Konoha's rare prodigies, he eventually attained the ability to wield the Mangekyou Sharingan. Yet, in contrast, he could only skim the surface of the 8 Gates. Thus, it is not that the 8 Gates are devoid of talent requirements. Rather, they necessitate a unique and elevated form of aptitude. Currently, within the entirety of Konoha, only Might Guy and Rock Lee possess such a gift. Chingye has also attempted to harness the powers of a pseudo-immortal body. However, he has only managed to unlock up to the 4th gate of the 8 Gates of Duanjia. It is not that he cannot open the remaining 4 gates, but rather that the journey to achieve such mastery requires an extensive period of rigorous training, potentially spanning over a decade. Unfortunately, he does not possess such time, nor do the vast majority of ninjas in the ninja world. Thus, Chingye ultimately opted for the path of swordsmanship, a discipline accessible to all ninjas. However, attaining the rank of elite Jonin in swordplay is no simple feat currently. In Konoha, the finest swordsmen aside from Chingye are Bayun and the swift Moonlight Breeze. Yet, their techniques fail to meet Chingye's expectations, particularly the Tsuki no Mai, Dance of the Crescent Moon, employed by Moonlight Breeze, which, while exceptionally suited for ninjas, presents a formidable challenge in terms of training complexity. Chingye has synthesized the swordsmanship of 3 individuals, thereby devising a novel technique. At present, it remains in its rudimentary form, necessitating continual refinement. Nonetheless, he has commenced its free dissemination within the school. Concurrently, the training methodology for chakra attribute alteration has begun to be promoted in advanced ninja academies. The actions of Aoba have not gone unnoticed. However, his current identity and strength are not something that an ordinary clan of shinobi can easily manipulate. More critically, the Hokage lineage stands firmly on Aoba's side, at least Tsunade does. Although Kakuzu hails from a ninja clan, his vision far exceeds that of an ordinary shinobi. He understands that the only way to thwart Aoba now is through a singular, drastic measure to eliminate him. This would necessitate the removal of Kakashi and even Tsunade, as she evidently shows immense interest in Aoba's plans and has provided him substantial support. Yet, Such actions would be tantamount to cutting off one's own branch. Consequently, Kakuzu opts for a more astute strategy, making early investments so that when the time of change arrives, his family will still hold the initiative. With Kakuzu's approach, the Inuzuka clan poses no threat. Nevertheless, Konoha still houses numerous shinobi clans. After Aoba concluded today as training and returned home, he encountered an envoy from the Hyuga clan. Lord Aoba, I beg your pardon for the intrusion. Our clan head has prepared a banquet and hopes that you will grace us with your presence this evening. The envoy from the Hyuga displayed a sincere demeanor, and Aoba, naturally, would not dismiss such an invitation. I understand. I shall arrive punctually. With that, the envoy from the Hyuga clan took his leave, leaving Aoba contemplative, holding the invitation in hand. He had not anticipated that, apart from the Inuzuka clan, the first to extend a gesture of goodwill towards him would be the esteemed Hyuga clan, renowned as Konoha's foremost noble family. Known for their rather proud demeanor in dealings with outsiders, Aoba initially presumed that either the Sarutobi or the Nara clan would be the first to arrive. He had meticulously devised plans to address both families. However, to his surprise, it was the Hyuga clan that knocked at his door. This, in fact, bodes well, for the influence of the Hyuga clan far surpasses that of the Sarutobi and Nara families. Securing an alliance with the Hyuga clan would undoubtedly facilitate the success of his endeavors. As night fell, Yumi attentively prepared a new outfit for Aoba, smoothing out every crease in the fabric with care. Aoba initially thought it unnecessary to take such a serious approach, as he found himself in a position of advantage during this negotiation. There was no need for meticulous preparations. However, during such moments, he typically relished the attentive care provided by Yumi, so he offered no resistance and allowed her to tidy him up repeatedly. The Hyuga family had prepared a family banquet, waiting solely for Aoba's arrival. Apologies for the wait, Lord Hizashi, Aoba said, presenting a bottle of exquisite sake that Yumi had prepared for him. This gesture deepened the smile on Hizashi's face. Ayakawa Aoba was the subject of many rumors within the village. He was quite renowned, yet few truly understood him. Most people's impressions of him were that he was formidable yet reclusive. Indeed, despite having numerous friends, those outside his circle perceived him as solitary. As he engaged in little social activity beyond a select few, Aoba devoted all his time to rigorous training and research, delving into various arts such as senjutsu, the flying thunder god technique, the fusion and manipulation of tailed beast chakra, the cells of Hashirama, the Sharingan, sealing techniques, and even the impure world reincarnation. These pursuits consumed the majority of his energy, rendering him nearly invisible to the young ninjas who idolized him. The Hyuga clan initially viewed him as someone difficult and arrogant. Yet during this formal meeting, they discovered that Aoba's manners were exceedingly considerate, far removed from those of a commoner. "You are too kind, Lord Aoba," they remarked, addressing him with a title that underscored his higher status in Konoha, despite lacking a specific position there. Naturally, as the head of the Hyuga clan, Hizashi's designation elevated Aoba's stature further. The Hyuga matriarch arranged a simple yet elegant spread for the two, then discreetly withdrew, allowing Hinata to attend to them. Hinata was acquainted with Aoba, given that her teacher, Karin Yuhi, shared a good rapport with him. However, each time she encountered Aoba, her attention was primarily drawn to his disciple, Naruto, leaving her with a limited understanding of Aoba himself. It was rare for her father to extend such formal hospitality towards a common ninja, yet considering Aoba's remarkable achievements, her father's actions became entirely comprehensible. The dinner was uncomplicated yet exquisite, and Aoba found it quite satisfying. A connoisseur of food, he rated the evening's offerings an impressive 80 out of 100. Despite the main dish not being his favorite, Hinata set the tea service for the two, marking the true commencement of the evening's banquet. As the strongest ninja of Konoha's younger generation, Aoba, you now stand as the right hand of the Hokage. I've heard that the Hokage intends to balance the relationship between the clans and the common ninjas. Is there any truth to this? Although Hizashi's words were delicately phrased, they struck Aoba as quite direct, almost bordering on an inquiry about whether the Hokage was planning to take action against the clans. It was evident that Hizashi was aware of Aoba's insights. Behind this policy lies the shadow of Aoyama. How shall I articulate this? I can only assert that the rumors are misguided. The forthcoming policies of Konoha do not pertain to his so-called balance between the clans of ninjas and the civilian ninjas. In truth, what we presently witness is merely the prelude to a grand transformation. The genuine metamorphosis is yet to commence. A true transformation? Yet it seems to me that Konoha has already undergone substantial changes. The Advanced Ninja Academy has afforded countless civilian ninjas greater opportunities for advancement. The orphanage in Konoha has significantly improved the welfare of war orphans. The Research Institute has already yielded remarkable outcomes. Is such monumental change merely the beginning? Hinata Hisashi does not disguise his interest in the Research Institute. In fact, it is nearly impossible for anything to escape the notice of the Hyuga clan within Konoha. Aoyama has not made any deliberate attempts to conceal this either. Nonetheless, Hisashi's intuition has left him somewhat astonished. It appears that this leader of the Hyuga clan is more astute than anticipated. While he is only beginning to grasp the situation, the other party has already sensed a looming crisis. In the eyes of the Hyuga clan leader, is this what constitutes change? Look around you, what have we altered? Civilian ninjas remain civilians, and clan ninjas remain clan ninjas. The Hokage still embodies the traditional lineage of Hokage. Even the turnover rate of shops in the commercial district is less than 10%. Observe this environment. We have not changed anything. Is it truly a change that the children in the orphanage can have their fill, and that war orphans are entirely exempt from tuition and meal fees? No. These are simply obligations that Konoha ought to fulfill. Therefore, these do not qualify as a transformation. A subtle change flickered across Hinata Hisashi's face upon hearing Aoba's words. Nevertheless, he maintained the dignified demeanor befitting the patriarch of the foremost clan. Aoba, what does your vision of reform entail? Or rather, what do you hope Konoha will become? As for me, it's a rather intricate question, Aoba replied. I have pondered this privately. I believe that my reform will be deemed successful when every child born in Konoha has the potential to become Hokage. At that moment, the sound of the teacup shattering in Hisashi's hand echoed through the air. When Aoba uttered those words, Hisashi could no longer contain himself. Although Hisashi's role in the original narrative was relatively minor, Aoba had observed that this head of the Hyuga clan was far stronger than he appeared in the storyline, not in terms of physical prowess, but in his insight and political acumen, which far surpassed that of an ordinary shinobi. There was a reason why the Hyuga clan steadfastly held its position as Konoha's leading clan. Hisashi's tone grew somber. Do you comprehend the challenges that such actions may invite? Must I truly be aware of them? Aoi's retort momentarily halted Hinata Hisashi. He had not anticipated Aoi's assertive demeanor, which exuded an air of indifference towards the obstacles at hand. Indeed, Aoy harbored such sentiments, especially following the recent direct confrontation with Ibido. Chingyo distinctly felt that time was rather insufficient. Thus, he opted to quicken his pace. The shinobi clan stood as an impediment on his path to transformation. However, when juxtaposed with the adversaries he would ultimately confront in the future, even the so-called foremost noble house of Konoha resembled nothing more than a mere infant, capable only of wailing. They might prove to be a nuisance, yet they ultimately posed no substantial threat. A prolonged silence enveloped Chingye and Rizu, the atmosphere becoming so tense that Hinata nearby nearly forgot to breathe. Ultimately, Rizu broke the silence between them. After careful consideration, he tentatively inquired, I am curious, Mr. Chingye, how many banquets have you attended? With a chuckle, Chingye replied, You are the first. In the land of rain. Bairuhu was engaged in his first practical training session following the application of the Demon Realm technique. His sparring partner was Shin, who had now unlocked the second gate of the 8 gates, resulting in a significant increase in speed. Yet, he still struggled to match Bairuhu's movements. However, with the dynamic vision provided by his Sharingan, coupled with formidable physical prowess and recovery capabilities, he could potentially outlast Bairuhu. If Bairuhu were to employ would release without any reservations, his current speed would be insufficient to evade Shin. As the name suggests, swift evasion is a technique characterized by rapid movement. This was the first sample of a bloodline limit that Bairuhu himself requested. Although Bairuhu's talent was considered mediocre, this mediocrity was only in comparison to legendary figures such as Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. In truth, Bairuhu possessed the strength of a Jonin. Otherwise, he would not have evaded capture for so many years. Unlike Orochimaru, who had influential connections, the Umbu tasked with tracking him would not show mercy. His ability to elude Konoha's pursuit for such an extended period undoubtedly indicated a degree of skill. Nonetheless, his ambition was excessively lofty, constantly measuring himself against figures like Orochimaru. The path of a ninja is one that demands extraordinary talent. While it is possible to succeed through sheer effort, the difficulty escalates dramatically. Moreover, it requires a considerable degree of opportunity and unorthodox methods. Many individuals are naturally endowed with only 1 or 2 chakra affinities. And while affinity transformation can be cultivated over time, few ninjas in the entire ninja world possess mastery over all 5 elements. In reality, apart from a select few ninjas from Konoha, most ninjas from other villages excel in only 1 or 2 elemental affinities. This holds true for the Kage of each village. It would be unwise to expect otherwise from lesser ninjas. However, in Konoha, the third Hokage, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Kakashi all exemplify ninjas with mastery over all 5 elemental affinities. Although not explicitly stated, it is reasonable to assume that the second Hokage possessed similar capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have been able to engage in such complex research. Before mastering both the yang release and the transformation of yin release chakra, Aoba found it exceedingly challenging to conduct research on the Senja cells. Achieving a comprehensive understanding of the 5 elemental properties of chakra and being able to wield them with dexterity undoubtedly positions one at the level of a Kage. This path, while theoretically attainable by anyone, is practically nearly impossible to follow. The cultivation of a ninja necessitates both time and financial resources. However, the majority of ninjas find themselves devoid of such luxuries. Tasks, battles, rest, and family commitments siphon away all the energy of an ordinary ninja. Most individuals lack the time and stamina to engage in such intricate training. Ultimately, success relies heavily on innate talent. The world has never been equitable. Some individuals can effortlessly grasp and further develop their skills, forging their unique paths. A notable example is the third Hokage. While his governance may be deemed flawed, his journey as a Hokage, devoid of bloodline limits or secret techniques, embodies the aspirations of an ordinary ninja. Regrettably, most common ninjas remain oblivious to this fact. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi appears to lack secret arts and bloodline limits, he is far from an ordinary individual. The Sarutobi clan is one of the foremost clans in Konoha. During his tenure, he intentionally controlled the dissemination of information regarding the Sarutobi clan, resulting in the perception that they are merely a minor ninja clan. The Sarutobi family has maintained a notably low profile, with the registered ninjas constituting only a moderate number typical of a standard ninja clan. Nevertheless, Aoba is well aware of the Sarutobi clan's profound heritage. While lacking secret techniques and bloodline limits, Hiruzen, as Hokage, naturally had unfettered access to various ninjutsu resources. In reality, the current Sarutobi clan has evolved into a substantial ninja clan, predominantly focused on fire release techniques, with the actual number of ninjas far surpassing that of traditional elite clans such as the Hyuga and Inuzuka. Such an immense power, concealed within a single family, represents a considerable misallocation of resources. The crucial point remains: this clan has flourished on the very blood of Konoha. Shouldn't it be a given that they contribute to the village? Aoba had long since formulated a plan against the Sarutobi clan. However, Tsunade held her back, harboring some reservations. After all, having just ascended to her position, taking action against the family of her predecessor, the fourth Hokage, could inevitably tarnish her reputation. Aoba also consented to a brief postponement. However, it was not long before Tsunade herself brought up the matter. Upon receiving the news about the meeting, Aoba wore a bewildered expression. "I thought you would wait a while longer." Theoretically, that should have been the case. However, the current manpower in Konoha is insufficient. I require additional hands. Insufficient? Are there so many tasks in the village lately? Aoba was taken aback, realizing he had not noticed the volume of missions that had accumulated in Konoha. As the Hokage's assistant, he should have been aware of such a situation. It's not merely a matter of tasks. It concerns the maritime business we are collaborating on with Kaido, which yielded its first revenue 3 days ago. Is it substantial? Aoba began to grasp the implications. Indeed, it amounts to a staggering 20 million ryo. For Aoba, this sum was not particularly significant. After all, the Kaido group was under his indirect control, even if he had not intervened directly. Yet, with Zabuza keeping a watchful eye, and with his own kaleidoscope Sharingan at his disposal, Aoba had a comprehensive understanding of the numerous high-ranking officials within Kaido's multitude of companies. Thus, the overall scale of the Kaido group was quite clear to him. For the current Kaido group, a business worth 20 million ryo was not considered substantial. He had originally estimated it would exceed 40 million ryo. It seemed that Tsunade had been rather conservative in her projections. Therefore, the Hokage wishes to strengthen our collaboration? Precisely. The village is in dire need of funds. The devastation from the previous war, along with the introduction of various new policies and welfare programs, necessitates considerable expenditure. Relying solely on the daimyo's allocations is utterly insufficient. We require additional income. However, The manpower needed on Kaido's end is quite extensive. If I divert a significant number of personnel to assist him, it would adversely affect the missions here, thereby tarnishing Konoha's reputation. Hence, I must strike a balance between both sides, which demands a considerable number of capable individuals. This issue is manageable. Each major ninja clan possesses their own personnel. Currently, more than one clan is inclined to ally with us. With a small incentive, we can secure their support, so the manpower concern is not insurmountable. However, the Sarutobi clan has always maintained a low profile. I suspect they will remain silent. I am aware of that. Nevertheless, how shall I put it? The Sarutobi clan's low profile is merely superficial. Recently, I have gathered some intelligence on them. Take a look, Tsunade remarked, handing Aoba a stack of documents. Aoi perused the information with a fleeting glance, her face betraying a look of astonishment. The Sarutobi clan is notably discreet. How discreet, you may wonder. Within their lineage, there exists a considerable number of unregistered ninjas, yet the number of those actively undertaking missions is scant. Furthermore, they possess few visible enterprises in the marketplace. However, this is the realm of ninjas, where the cultivation of a single ninja demands substantial resources. Konoha, being the wealthiest among the 5 great ninja villages, still finds that even a civilian family can typically support no more than one ninja. The prospects for that ninja's career are often limited to the rank of Chunin. To embark on the path of a ninja, one must first be adequately nourished and developed from a young age. In the case of Naruto, were it not for the 9 tails sealed within him and his Uzumaki lineage, it would have been exceedingly challenging for him to become a ninja. Moreover, enrollment in the academy requires tuition fees. While the institution provides some training equipment, further advancement necessitates self-directed training, which demands a continuous investment in ninja tools. These tools inevitably suffer wear and tear, leading to ongoing expenses. In addition, the costs of rigorous training, nutrition, various supplementary medications, and medical expenses can be exorbitant. Should one manage to graduate and become a ninja, initial earnings are meager, often relegated to performing numerous low-ranking tasks that yield pitiful rewards. Genin receive no subsidies, and the path to becoming a Chunin entails participation in the Chunin exams. However, the academy only teaches basic techniques, rendering participation in the exams akin to being a mere offering to the competition. This brings us to the most significant expenditure for a ninja, ninjutsu. A civilian ninja may earn points through missions, which can then be exchanged within the village for ninjutsu training. Yet, the catch is that initial missions are predominantly D-rank, making it nearly impossible to accumulate sufficient points, thus rendering the acquisition of ninjutsu a distant dream. The alternative is to purchase it outright, a possibility that exists. Most elemental ninjutsu can indeed be acquired through monetary means, but this financial burden can drain an ordinary family's resources, often compelling them to incur debt. All of this underscores a singular reality. Nurturing a ninja is an expensive endeavor. The costs associated with raising a large number of ninjas who are not engaged in missions are staggering. Clans such as the Hyuga or the former Uchiha possessed abundant resources to sustain themselves. Presently, the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans manage to maintain their livelihoods through various enterprises like pharmacies and barbecue establishments. In stark contrast, the Sarutobi clan appears to possess nothing. They do not engage in agriculture, undertake missions, or operate businesses. Yet, they have the financial means to cultivate and sustain a private collective of ninjas. Upon closer examination, this reality is quite astonishing. However, in the face of Tsunade's authority as Hokage, the power she wields far exceeds what a single ninja clan can withstand. Tsunade swiftly uncovered the secrets of the Sarutobi clan. They have not resorted to misappropriating public funds or similar misconduct. Since Tsunade assumed her position, there have been no significant changes. However, they possess numerous clandestine enterprises. In Konoha, the Sarutobi clan employs various indirect methods to dominate several lucrative industries. Strictly speaking, the Sarutobi clan is the foremost aristocracy of Konoha. Perhaps out of a desire to avoid drawing excessive attention, Hiruzen Sarutobi has chosen to keep the entire clan's activities discreet. Tsunade's intention is to involve the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan in the village's missions, leveraging her direct lineage to engage in the maritime trade led by the formidable Kato. The reality is that Kato's business has grown immensely, making the large-scale shipping industry a source of envy for many. It is not a venture that can be managed by just 1 or 2 ninjas. Once Tsunade has tasted the fruits of this enterprise, she will undoubtedly be unwilling to relinquish it. Thus, she is preparing to maneuver within the realm of Konoha's ninja community. After a moment of contemplation, Aoba proposed a slightly divergent perspective. Taking action against the shinobi clans was indeed necessary. However, directly targeting the Sarutobi clan seemed rather inappropriate. Therefore, it was prudent to hold back for the time being, allowing the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans to set an example alongside the Hyuga clan. 3 days later, a piece of news captivated the attention of all the onlookers in Konoha. For reasons unknown, various ninja villages within the village began to summon numerous retired ninjas, reinstating them into service for the community. In light of this, Tsunade delivered a speech emphasizing that the village was currently in a precarious situation. The recent invasion by Abido had been slightly modified in its portrayal, being publicly declared as a serious incursion. To aid the village during this challenging time, the major clans took the initiative by dispatching a significant number of retired ninjas to resume accepting missions. Throughout this process, the Hokage and the 4 major clans appeared to support one another, presenting an image of harmony. However, for other ninja clans in Konoha, the situation was far from idyllic. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had long been representatives of Konoha's ninja community, with the Inuzuka clan traditionally allied with the Hokage, while the Hyuga clan leaned towards neutrality. Although not outright adversarial, there had always been divergences in their stances on various issues. Yet this time, both factions surprisingly united in silence, responding to the Hokage's call. This signal was undeniably perilous. The Hokage's faction was relatively secure, given their natural inclination towards the Hokage. However, the neutrality faction was at a loss. Their primary objective had always been to prioritize the rights of their own clans before considering the village as a whole. Now, the leading clan, the Hyuga, had dispatched its private forces to align with the Hokage. Everyone understood that there were no actual retired ninjas being sent. These were merely the private armies of each clan. It is worth noting that even the Inuzuka, the closest to the Hokage, had private forces they rarely deployed, let alone publicly aligning with the Hokage's faction. This development essentially signified that the Hyuga had completely sided with the Hokage, which was undoubtedly a staggering blow to the other neutral factions, particularly as they remained unaware of the underlying reasons for this shift. For the commoners of Konoha, this was a spectacle to behold. The more naive were touched by the unity displayed, while the shrewd among them recognized that the new 5th Hokage was no ordinary individual. In just a few days since taking office, she had successfully secured the allegiance of Konoha's 4 largest ninja clans, and it appeared she might be planning something significant. With several clans dispatching their private forces in support, Tsunade found her available manpower barely sufficient. She was momentarily disinterested in the Sarutobi clan and quickly shifted her focus to financial matters. Only upon assuming the role of Hokage did she grasp the true expenses involved. Every new policy or welfare initiative required substantial funding. Without financial resources, nothing could be accomplished. The most significant distinction between the Hokage and ordinary ninjas lies in the fact that no matter how formidable one's strength may be, it cannot facilitate the doubling of subsidies for the war orphans of Konoha, nor can it render tuition fees at a prestigious ninja academy entirely free, improve the dining conditions at the Konoha orphanage, or sustain a financially burdensome research institute. Furthermore, it cannot detach itself from the financial allocations of the feudal lords, enabling Konoha's entire economic system to achieve self-sufficiency. Thus, Tsunade is presently singularly focused on generating revenue. Generating funds is no simple endeavor. While Kato's business is substantial and currently sufficient for Konoha's needs, it will undoubtedly prove inadequate in the future. Relying solely on the financial support of a single conglomerate represents an unhealthy economic model. Internally, Konoha is undergoing reform, particularly targeting the commercial district. The myriad industries within Konoha are, in fact, quite intricate. Primarily, the Senju and Uchiha clans were the founders of Konoha, and naturally, they possess a considerable number of enterprises within the village. In reality, more than half of the original Konoha belonged to these 2 families. Subsequently, with the migration of other ninja clans and subsequent reconstruction, the Konoha we know today came into being. Nevertheless, even so, the various industries belonging to these 2 clans remain astonishingly abundant. Ironically, the contemporary Konoha has witnessed the complete decline of both the Senju and Uchiha clans. The Senju clan has relinquished its surname and assimilated into the common populace. However, this does not imply that their enterprises have vanished. In fact, in a previous life, Aoyama found this narrative quite astonishing. It is well known that the Japanese draw heavily from Chinese culture, where the sense of identity tied to family and surname is profoundly strong. Yet, the author has crafted such an inconceivable storyline. Shinya inferred that he aimed to cultivate an image akin to that of the sage Hashirama Senju. In truth, he indeed succeeded in this endeavor. The act of renouncing his family and surname to fulfill the aspirations of a multitude of outsiders is a feat only a sage could accomplish. Nevertheless, this maneuver was profoundly foolish, even leading to the catastrophic downfall of the disbanded Senju clan. During the establishment of the root organization and the subsequent experimentation with Hashirama cells, the majority of subjects were those Senju who had forsaken their lineage. At this juncture, the Senju found themselves bereft of the protection afforded by the ninja clans, utterly powerless against the root. It is worth noting that while the Uchiha were notoriously insular, even before their clan's annihilation, Danzo dared not lay a hand on them. In stark contrast, the Senju had rendered themselves defenseless, inviting their own demise. Indeed, Hashirama Senju was a sage, but his naivety was astounding. He was foolish enough to believe that his successors would embody the same sage-like qualities. To this day, the true heirs of the Senju clan, much like the Uchiha, have been nearly extinguished. The two prominent clans of Konoha have essentially exited the annals of history. However, an intriguing aspect remains. Both the Senju and Uchiha clans still have one representative each. Tsunade and Sasuke are alive and well, continuing to reside in Konoha. This circumstance raises a serious question. Theoretically, Tsunade and Sasuke should inherit the legacies of the Senju and Uchiha clans. This assertion is not made lightly. Both Tsunade and Sasuke are exceptional individuals, holding the titles of princess and young clan leader, respectively. Their statuses confer upon them the rightful claim to inherit the legacies of these two ninja clans. Yet, as we know from the original narrative, neither of them inherited anything. Following his marriage, Sasuke even found himself burdened with a mortgage. The extent to which this predicament arises from the author's oversight versus other ineffable factors remains unclear. However, Shinya, now entrenched in this world, cannot idly witness such injustices unfold. Thus, upon becoming an advisor to the Hokage, he initiated a resolution to investigate the legacies of both the Senju and Uchiha clans. All high-ranking officials in Konoha were acutely aware that such an action would inevitably trigger controversy. Yet, Shinya remained undeterred. Much like when Hinata Hazashi once asked him if he understood the implications of reform, he simply replied that he was unconcerned. Indeed, Shinya was indifferent to the discontent that might arise during this process, for he believed that, in the end, a greater number of individuals would benefit. This endeavor was spearheaded by Rikuju, accompanied by a think tank, with the assistance of a team from the Hyuga clan. Interestingly, during the downfall of both the Senju and Uchiha clans, the other families of Konoha had, to varying extents, reaped the benefits. Nonetheless, one must acknowledge that Rikuju is a shrewd individual. The Nara clan has always been cautious and strategic, having previously garnered considerable advantages during those tumultuous times. However, Rikyu had anticipated the day of reckoning that might come to pass. After all, Tsunade still remained, and her identity and formidable strength made her the most suitable candidate to inherit the title of Hokage. Once she ascended to power, given her temperament, it was not inconceivable that she would address these matters. Thus, when Rikyu took over those enterprises back then, he had indeed paid for them. At the very least, procedurally, no flaws could be found. Therefore, he felt assured, confident that any investigation would not lead to him. Conversely, the Hyuga clan stood out as one of the few ninja clans that refrained from intervening. This was primarily due to their own substantial holdings and their traditional strategy of maintaining a low profile for self-preservation. Consequently, they did not involve themselves in the matters of that time. However, the restraint exhibited by these two clans did not imply that other ninja clans behaved similarly. It can be stated that during the entire division process, the vast majority of beneficiaries employed rather unsavory tactics. All of this transpired with the tacit approval of the third Hokage, which is precisely why he garnered the support of nearly all ninja clans. Yet, the reason for tacit approval lies in the fact that it is an unspoken rule, one that cannot be brought into the open. You claim that you paid money back then. However, no records exist within the village, and the financial documentation does not indicate any receipt of funds. Even if money had been received, it would not align with the actual value of those enterprises. In simple terms, the entire acquisition process contravened the regulations of Konoha. This was not a set of rules newly established by Tsunade. Rather, it was a long-standing tradition within Konoha. Once these old accounts were brought to light, Tsunade promptly declared all discovered illicit transactions null and void. The enterprises involved in these violations were, at the first instance, returned to the ownership of Konoha. Subsequently, In her capacity as Hokage, Tsunade met with Sasuke Uchiha, conveying the village's intention to purchase the majority of the Uchiha clan's heritage at market value. However, the village currently lacked the necessary cash reserves. Thus, Tsunade proposed a collaboration between Konoha and Sasuke, wherein the village would assist in managing those enterprises, and Sasuke would receive annual dividends. The specifics of the profit sharing would be discussed further in due course. Sasuke agreed to this arrangement, signing the contract and expressing his willingness to entrust all inherited Uchiha assets to Konoha for management, with the exception of the Uchiha clan leader's residence. As for the Senju clan, Tsunade was even more forthright, directly stating her willingness, as the heir of the Senju clan, to donate all of their heritage to the village for operation, retaining only a minimal share of the dividends. Thus, Konoha gained the authority to manage the assets of both the Uchiha and Senju clans, both legally and morally. What followed was the true moment of reckoning. Aside from a few direct executors, few were aware that this reckoning was indeed genuine, with the focus primarily on the Sarutobi clan. There was no denying that. Even from an outsider's perspective, this clan was undeniably prosperous. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen was but a mortal, not a sage like the first Hokage. It is understandable to care for one's own. However, for the others in Konoha, this maneuver seems rather unjust. The Sarutobi clan has also taken note of this purge. Historically, under the third Hokage strategy, the Sarutobi clan has adhered to the philosophy of quietly amassing wealth. They would not involve themselves in Konoha's significant matters unless directly commanded by the third Hokage. Yet, this time is different. With the third Hokage no longer present, their grasp on the happenings within Konoha has waned. Currently, the Sarutobi clan has split into two factions. One faction believes it is unnecessary to concern themselves with external affairs and that maintaining the status quo is sufficient. They trust that the fifth Hokage is unlikely to act against the Sarutobi clan hastily. Conversely, the other faction has recognized the impending crisis. Sensing the fifth Hokage's aggressive approach and fearing that she will not relent easily. Unfortunately, this faction comprises the younger members of the clan, who, despite their numbers, have yet to attain significant power within the family, rendering their voices insufficiently influential. According to the younger faction's assessment, Tsunade is currently consolidating the village's resources, seizing the opportunity presented by the reconstruction of Konoha to re-establish a new order. Have we not observed the major ninja clans of Konoha publicly expressing their support for the Hokage's initiatives? Even the Nara clan has openly declared their backing. Now, the only prominent clan yet to voice its stance is the Sarutobi clan. Many astute individuals have speculated that this purge is fundamentally aimed at the Sarutobi clan. Yet, in a bid to preserve her reputation, Tsunade has refrained from direct action, orchestrating this purge as a circumvention to avoid being labeled as ungrateful. Furthermore, it could be argued that Sarutobi Hizashi's acceptance of Tsunade as his disciple was a far-sighted move. As long as the Hokage lineage continues to inherit the position of Hokage, the Sarutobi clan should theoretically remain unscathed, for they are all kin, and their ties would dissuade any aggression. However, an unexpected disruptor has emerged in the form of Aoyama, leading to a seismic shift in Konoha's regulations. The purge requires a considerable amount of time to implement. Aside from the leading four ninja clans, many smaller clans have already begun to experience the ramifications of the purge. The criteria for this purge are straightforward. Records exist for various transactions of shops and industries in Konoha over the years. Any unrecorded transactions are deemed violations, as are those where payments fall short. If both conditions are met, there exists a final criterion, whether these transactions bear the signatures of the involved parties. In response, Tsunade has remarked that she may have signed a few during her inebriated moments. Uchiha Sasuke has retorted, questioning the significance of signatures. Most ninja clans are quite dissatisfied with this purge, yet no one has openly resisted it. It is essential to remember that this is the ninja world, not the mundane reality. In the real world, where ordinary individuals reside, using one's intellect can serve as a hindrance, capable of causing annoyance. However, the ninja world is one where strength reigns supreme. The current state of affairs, which resembles a mere jest, is a result of the efforts of a sage. While Senju Hashirama was a sage, Tsunade is not. Moreover, she has the backing of Aoyama, the foremost expert in Konoha. The four most formidable clans have unequivocally expressed their support. In such circumstances, there truly exists no one so blind as to dare openly resist this wave of reckoning. Of course, the Sarutobi clan stands as an exception. They neither opposed nor cooperated. Despite the Hokage's office having issued a formal document requesting the Sarutobi clan to send a representative to assist in the investigation at the Konoha office, they remained utterly unresponsive. Little did they realize that their actions perfectly aligned with Aoi's expectations. Consequently, they provided a legitimate rationale for targeting this clan, ensuring that no one could voice dissent. Look, all the clans in Konoha have acquiesced to the investigation, and yet you alone refuse to cooperate. What do you intend to achieve? The Sarutobi clan's haughty demeanor has cost them the last vestiges of initiative. Just as Aoi was preparing to take action, an unexpected guest arrived at their doorstep. Asuma? Please. Come in. It is rare to see you. Asuma had always maintained a lukewarm relationship with the Sarutobi clan. As the eldest son of the Hokage, he was well aware of some of the decisions made by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The impetuous Asuma had disagreed with certain choices made by his father, leading him to distance himself from Konoha and serve as one of the 12 guardians. Upon returning to Konoha later, his relationship with Hiruzen remained strained, and he had little interaction with the Sarutobi clan. It was only after Hiruzen's death that he began to explore a return to the family fold. However, by then, there was no place for him within the Sarutobi clan. Asuma had found himself in this awkward position, spending less time with colleagues like Aoi. His sudden appearance caught Aoi off guard. He had assumed Asuma would not involve himself in this matter. I hadn't intended to meddle, but someone sought me out. The Sarutobi clan is currently divided into two factions. The younger faction has approached me, expressing their willingness to cooperate with the Hokage's investigation. After speaking, Asuma looked at Aoi with a glimmer of anticipation. Yet, Aoi remained silent, quietly observing Asuma as if aware that he had more to say. Sure enough, Asuma soon felt uncomfortable under Aoi's gaze. Very well, we also hope to receive Konoha's support. What kind of support do you seek? Aoi seemed to have an inkling. Pouring a cup of tea for Asuma, he pushed it toward him. Asuma drank the tea in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and stated, support for the Sarutobi clan. Shinya similarly lifted the teacup before him and took a sip. Just as you mentioned earlier, the Sarutobi clan has now divided into two factions. Which side do you wish Konoha to support? Asuma hesitated for a moment, falling into silence before he finally spoke with some difficulty. There is only one Sarutobi clan in Konoha. Very well, Asuma. You have made a prudent choice. Asuma's allegiance was unforeseen in Shinya's plans, yet the outcome proved favorable. It can only be said that within the younger faction of the Sarutobi clan, there are indeed astute individuals. The obstinacy of the conservatives has led them to sense an impending crisis. To preserve themselves, they decisively chose to pledge their loyalty to the village, simultaneously sacrificing the conservatives entirely. In addition, reaching out to Asuma to act as their spokesperson was nothing short of a stroke of genius. For Asuma is currently the most renowned member of the Sarutobi clan in Konoha, being the son of the third Hokage. Meanwhile, the conservative elders of the Sarutobi clan have remained excessively low profile, resulting in few in Konoha even recognizing them. Thus, the actions of the younger faction not only safeguarded their interests but also purged the conservatives, achieving a remarkable dual victory. After over half a month of ongoing purging actions, a climax finally arrived. On this day, the villagers of Konoha clearly witnessed the assembly of over 100 Umbu members, sealing off a residential area. Most were unaware of who resided there. Only a select few understood that it was indeed the Sarutobi clan. Deep within the residential area stood a compound akin to that of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, the current clan leader of the Sarutobi Hizen, glared furiously at Tsunade and the Umbu before him. Hokage, it has barely been a few days since Hizen's death. And you were so eager to strike at our Sarutobi clan? Sarutobi Hizen was not a fool. He attempted to leverage the deceased Sarutobi Hizen to intimidate Tsunade. However, the current Tsunade had already seized complete control of the situation. The Sarutobi clan? I regret to inform you that this operation is not directed at the Sarutobi clan, but rather aimed at a group of dangerous individuals hiding within Konoha who are masquerading as members of the Sarutobi clan. Hizen could scarcely believe the absurdity of Tsunade's words. Nonsense. Our Sarutobi clan has thrived in Konoha for decades. Do you think that because you are the Hokage, you can simply frame us? Sarutobi Hizen was genuinely incensed. He could begrudgingly understand Tsunade's actions against the Sarutobi clan, but to declare that he was no longer a member of the Sarutobi family was utterly intolerable. Yet, in the next moment, he was rendered speechless. The Umbu beside Tsunade removed their mask, revealing a face he recognized. It was Asuma. Asuma, you. Sarutobi Hizen seemed to grasp something profound. Asuma then addressed Tsunade, saying, "Hokage, I have recently accounted for and compiled a list of all members of the Sarutobi clan. The individuals before us do not appear on my roster." Sarutobi Hizen and the conservative faction behind him were utterly astonished. They suddenly realized a terrifying truth. Tsunade had not come merely for the interests of the Sarutobi clan, or rather, not solely for those interests. She had arrived for a reckoning, a true reckoning. Unbeknownst to them, the younger faction within the clan had allied with Asuma, openly siding with Tsunade. In the blink of an eye, the elders who wielded power within the Sarutobi clan found themselves expelled from their ancestral home, labeled as dangerous elements. The term dangerous elements as uttered by the Hokage was no idle jest. Just look at the Umbu standing behind Tsunade. They were the elite forces directly under the Hokage's command. This signified that Tsunade was fully prepared to adopt a hardline approach. Trembling, Sarutobi Hayashi pointed at Asuma, his lips quivering as he attempted to articulate something, yet ultimately, no words escaped his mouth. Numerous conservative ninjas from the Sarutobi clan surged forward, presenting an opposing front against the Umbu of Konoha. Simultaneously, many conservatives quietly retreated into the shadows, adopting a stance of invisibility. Aoyama, standing behind Tsunade, gestured to an aide to document the unfolding scene. Those who stood against the Umbu and those who chose silence in the corners were to be meticulously recorded and catalogued. Afterward, Aoyama stepped out from the ranks of the Umbu and positioned himself beside Tsunade. His mere presence significantly diminished the momentum of the conservatives. There was no denying it. The renown of Konoha's foremost experts still held considerable sway. At the very least, the conservative ninjas understood that they were no match for the Hokage's side. Aoe leaves no intention of direct confrontation. Although measures for public opinion control have been enacted, it would still be rather inappropriate to engage in a violent massacre within the confines of the Sarutobi clan's estate. The primary concern lies in Tsunade's brief tenure. Such extreme measures could undermine the trust of other ninja clans in the Hokage lineage. Upon witnessing Aoi's arrival, Sarutobi Hizashi finally comprehended the inevitability of their downfall. He felt a strong urge to shout defiantly and confront them, yet as he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that under Asuma's leadership, the majority of the younger ninjas had rallied to his side, while his faction still possessed considerable strength, akin to that of a medium-sized ninja clan. To confront Aoe Umbu directly seemed rather unwise. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hizashi despondently knelt upon the ground, pleading for the Hokage's mercy. The absence of direct armed conflict was a relief to both Aoe and Tsunade, yet the handling of these conservatives remained imperative. Following Aoe's counsel, Tsunade decided to partition this faction of conservatives, integrating them into Konoha, much like the prior Senju clan. However, the entire process would occur under the watchful eyes of the Umbu. Not everyone would be subject to this division. Those who had refrained from direct opposition would be granted an opportunity, should they choose to join Asuma's faction and acknowledge his position as clan leader. They could retain the Sarutobi surname. Yet, as a consequence, they would be irrevocably bound to the Hokage lineage. Thus, with Aoi's formidable prowess and Tsunade's esteemed reputation working in tandem, the purging operation proceeded smoothly. During this period, a few minor clans, oblivious to the gravity of their situation, encountered the Umbu's wrath. Naturally, the citizens of Konoha remained unaware of these events. They only knew that Konoha was preparing to reorganize its commercial district. The vast tracts of land and shops previously acquired by the village would soon be open for bidding to all Konoha villagers. This bidding process, however, would not be as absolutely fair as the announcement suggested. After all, how could the commoners of Konoha possibly compete with the ninja clans? Chingye had previously reached an accord with various prominent clans, ensuring they would receive certain benefits in return for their support of the Hokage lineage. However, beyond this agreement, they could not act indiscriminately. As a result, hundreds of shops and vast tracts of land were leased or sold to the villagers of Konoha under the village's auspices. The village provided an array of low-interest loan services, assisting numerous ordinary citizens in realizing their entrepreneurial aspirations. Consequently, the village would be able to receive significantly higher rental income from these properties and establishments than before. Nevertheless, even the most substantial rental income could not rival the profits from maritime trade. Nonetheless, Chingye endeavored to facilitate this initiative as much as possible, aiming to enhance the vibrancy of Konoha's economy and create additional employment opportunities. This, in turn, would stimulate the economic development of Konoha, attracting citizens from the Land of Fire to settle within its borders. These newcomers would bring forth increased consumption and greater business opportunities, fostering a virtuous cycle that would gradually elevate Konoha beyond the confines of a mere village. Aoba has never demonstrated his ambition for profound transformation. Rather, it is merely the inexperience of the people in this world that renders them unable to comprehend his intentions. What he is currently engaged in is, in essence, undermining the very foundation and walls of the Fire Nation. While eliminating the daimyo may prove to be a straightforward task, preparing the populace for a life devoid of their lord must commence at once. The Konoha Research Institute has entered a state of martial law, as Aoba has finally concluded the village's mundane affairs and acquired a brief respite. Thus, he intends to promptly transplant the second Sharingan of Shursui, despite having prior experience. He has taken every precaution. The entire institute is under strict surveillance, with elite jonin such as Kakashi, Aide, and the swift winds of the morning moon personally guarding him. Yet, in reality, Aoba is not at the institute. The actual procedure is taking place in the underground laboratory of his home. Although this laboratory may not rival the size of the Konoha Research Institute, it is equipped with all the necessary facilities, more than sufficient to carry out a surgical operation. Tsunade has taken it upon herself to perform the surgery for Aoba. Aoyama is capable of performing the task himself. However, in the past, he found it impossible as few could believe in his abilities. With Tsunade's presence now, it is prudent to leave such matters to the professionals. Tsunade is aware that Aoyama has acquired this pair of Manjiki Sharingan from Danzo, yet she remains oblivious to their capabilities. This adheres to the fundamental code among ninjas. Regardless of how close their relationships may be, one must never indiscriminately inquire about another's jutsu. For a ninja, information is tantamount to life itself. Tsunade refrains from questioning, and naturally, Aoyama does not divulge anything. In this surgical procedure, Tsunade takes the lead while Yumi assists her. However, during the process, Yumi's gaze occasionally drifts towards Tsunade's bosom. How ample! This encapsulates Yumi's genuine thoughts. Having endured a tumultuous life in her early years, her physique is not particularly robust, and while she possesses some endowment, it pales in comparison to Tsunade's. The most critical aspect is that Tsunade is the Hokage, and her close proximity to Aoyama instills a sense of unease within Yumi. Despite not having perceived any overt signs of competition, she is acutely aware of Tsunade's influence on Aoyama. Yumi comprehends Aoyama's preferences well. He is drawn to powerful women, and Tsunade epitomizes this ideal. The surgery poses no challenge for Tsunade, and in approximately an hour, it is successfully completed. For Aoyama, the process unfolds even more smoothly. His body, transformed by Hashirama's cells, boasts an extraordinary healing capability. Coupled with this eye, which complements his original one, Aoyama adapts to the left eye of the Sharingan within less than a day. Moreover, upon acquiring both eyes, he distinctly senses a restoration of the Manjiki's ocular power. Although he could previously utilize the Manjiki, something felt amiss. Now, he perceives the harmonious fusion of the two eyes' powers, ushering him into an entirely new realm. He also finally grasps one of the Manjiki's most vital abilities, Susanoo. Thus, Aoyama has fully exchanged his eyes for Itachi's Manjiki. In addition, he possesses Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan, which is also a Manjiki. This signifies that Aoyama has met the necessary conditions for the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. However, he presently harbors no intention of undergoing a second surgery. In truth, the very emergence of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan is perplexing. While observing the original narrative, he harbored a question. Madara achieved the eternal Manjiki by transplanting Izuna's eyes. This implies that Madara removed his own eyes to replace them with Izuna's. This raises a conundrum. How could he merge the ocular power of another pair after removing his own? Conversely, if he did not remove his own eyes, that would necessitate two pairs of eyes in one socket, which is utterly implausible due to human anatomical constraints. The eye socket cannot accommodate two eyeballs. Aoba deduced that the appropriate course of action should be to exchange eyes. However, if this were the case, the notion of merging ocular power would indeed be somewhat erroneous. Without eyes, how could one possess ocular power? Even if a certain amount of ocular power were retained within the brain, it would be insufficient to achieve an eternal kaleidoscope. Thus, the essence lies not in the fusion of ocular power, but rather in a form of completion. This aligns with Aoba's prior conjecture that the conditions for attaining an eternal kaleidoscope hinge upon a certain genetic, bloodline, or spiritual completion. Moreover, There remains the question of whether it is a requisite condition that both Madara and Sasuke performed their ocular transplants while their eyes were nearly blind. Aoba remains uncertain regarding this necessity, which is why he ultimately hesitates to proceed with the transplant. He intends to clarify these conditions before making any decisions. Nevertheless, even so, the Mangekyou Sharingan offers immense assistance to Aoba. Firstly, it provides him with an opportunity to utilize the Kodo Amatsukami, an ultimate trump card that should not be employed frivolously. Aoba plans to reserve this for dealing with Obito, as the Kodo Amatsukami is an exceptional choice against an opponent like Obito, who presents challenges on a physical level. He also contemplated using it against Nagato, but deemed it somewhat unrealistic, given that Nagato possesses the Rinnegan, an advanced version of the Mangekyou. No matter how formidable the Kodo Amatsukami may be, it cannot surpass such a level of suppression. Therefore, his primary target remains Obito. To ensure that this trump card does not prematurely reveal itself, Aoba has crafted a pair of decorative contact lenses to conceal his Sharingan. Additionally, aside from the Sharingan Aoba possesses, the laboratory is also home to another pair of Sharingan that has matured. Previously, Aoba had concentrated the ocular power from 5 pairs of Sharingan into a single pair, effectively rendering 8 Sharingan obsolete and culminating in the creation of this final pair. Due to the excessive conflicting spiritual and mental energies within, Aoba allowed it to naturally clash and reorganize. After a period, the internal spiritual and mental energies of this pair of Sharingan dissipated, leaving only a vast and pure ocular power. From the perspective of ocular power, this pair of Sharingan is sufficiently potent to transcend into the Mangekyou. However, it currently lacks the guidance and projection of mental energy, thus it remains at a standstill. In other words, if this pair of eyes were to be transplanted onto anyone, they would be capable of developing a brand new Mangekyou Sharingan based on that individual's mental energy. Aoba even speculated whether he could control this mental projection to intentionally create the kaleidoscopic abilities he desired. Unfortunately, due to the misdeeds of Danzo in his earlier years, the neural connections associated with these Sharingan had sustained permanent damage. Current technology is still insufficient to restore them entirely, rendering the transplantation of these eyes into another person's sockets impossible. Thus, it seemed that the potential of these eyes would be squandered. However, Aoba was not one to passively allow such a fate to unfold. He had long harbored a peculiar notion to address this very dilemma, but his prior technical skills had not been up to par to execute it. Now, with Tsunade's presence, he resolved to pursue this idea. "You want me to transplant these eyes onto this chakra cloak?" Tsunade gazed at Aoba in disbelief, as his request was indeed rather outrageous. It was true that the nerves of these eyes had been damaged due to early root experiments, making them unsuitable for ocular implantation. However, they could at least be affixed to the body. I cannot accept a direct transplantation onto the body. Nevertheless, the chakra cloak cultivated from the fusion of Hashirama's cells and his own was an excellent vessel. Hashirama's cells held a certain enigmatic connection to the Sharingan. While they seemed to oppose one another, they also complemented each other, embodying a relationship of mutual existence and conflict. "Are these Sharingan of the kaleidoscopic variety?" Tsunade inquired after a moment of silence. "Not at present, at least," Aoba replied. "Does this mean you have a way to transform them into a kaleidoscope?" "Indeed. I currently possess a concept, though I have yet to put it into practice. If you can assist me in completing this surgery, I may be able to validate my hypothesis." A look of astonishment briefly crossed Tsunade's face. "I had no idea you had delved so deeply into the study of the Sharingan. Is Sasuke aware of this?" "Of course, he is well informed. In fact, much of the experimental data was obtained with his cooperation." "You two are truly..." Tsunade wanted to voice her thoughts, but found herself at a loss for words, letting out a resigned sigh instead. "Very well, I will help you with the surgery. I hope you understand what you are doing. As a medical ninja, Tsunade despised such manipulations of physical organs, yet she could not deny the immense value of Aoba's research. If he truly could create a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, it would significantly bolster Konoha's legacy. As Hokage, she could not refuse such a potential advancement. Given that this was her first time performing such a surgery, Tsunade prepared extensively, even consulting the experimental records from the Root archives for study. Ultimately, she discovered that the methods employed by Root were shockingly crude, likely due to the urgency of Danzo's need to utilize the Sharingan to suppress the rampaging Hashirama cells. The methods of transplantation are exceedingly crude, which is a primary reason for the damage inflicted upon the ocular nerves. Nonetheless, despite the rough techniques employed, certain information recorded during the process proves to be remarkably useful. Tsunade swiftly assimilates this knowledge and devises her own plan. Just as Cheyenne and Tsunade prepare for the surgery, a silent storm brews within the heart of Konoha. In a secluded courtyard, a group of seasoned ninjas gathers. Tsunade, that fool, believes that with a mere word from her, we would abandon our lineage. And that traitor is Suma. This time, he must not be spared. Are you ready on your end? Everything is set. Most of the guards within the Hokage building are our allies. Tsunade thinks that by becoming Hokage, she can act with impunity. This time, we shall show her the true depth of the Sarutobi clan. According to intelligence, Tsunade and Cheyenne are currently engaged in some experiment at the research facility. There are no allies of ours in the institute. We shall strike when Tsunade returns to the Hokage's office. Agreed. However, there is a problem. What about Cheyenne? We are confident in controlling Kakashi, but we lack sufficient high-level combat power to restrain Cheyenne. Hehe, I can only say you are still too young. No matter how formidable Cheyenne may be, he is ultimately human, driven by desires. And where there are desires, there are weaknesses. Where there are weaknesses, one can be targeted. Meanwhile, at Cheyenne's residence, although he is not home, the atmosphere is quite lively. Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto are gathered for dinner. Sakura, having spent her days learning alongside Cheyenne, has naturally grown close to Ino. Sasuke and Naruto, being his students and subordinates, occasionally drop by to share a meal. Yumi takes a liking to these children and often prepares sumptuous feasts to reward them. As time passes, dinner is frequently resolved at Cheyenne's home. During the meal, Naruto continues to shower Sakura with attention, yet her mind is preoccupied with how to swiftly master the transformation of chakra into the 5 elemental natures. With the chakra cloak as an external aid, the quantity of chakra is no longer an issue. Sakura sees no necessity to study the Ein sealing technique, so Cheyenne instructs her to directly commence the training for chakra nature transformation. Despite Sakura's designation as a medical ninja, one must acknowledge that while medical ninjas may avoid combat, it is prudent to understand how to defend oneself when attacked. Traditional medical ninjutsu, when wielded effectively, can wield considerable combat power. Kabuto serves as a prime example of this. However, the limitations remain significant. Take Kakashi's various adaptations of Raikiri leading to the grand conclusion. Kabuto's combat system of medical ninjutsu vanished along the way. The 5 elemental ninjutsu may appear ordinary, with a low baseline and minimal damage aside from sealing and positioning. Yet, its potential is undeniably beyond imagination. The fleeting brilliance of Aoba, the dazzling fire release of the striped pattern, and Kakashi's lightning release serve as prime examples. Aside from Sakura, the other 3 children are each engaged in their respective training. Sasuke's current focus lies in the autonomous synthesis of ocular power within his Sharingan. Karin has successfully completed her training in the transformation of the 3 chakra natures, water, earth, and wind, and has now commenced her training in lightning nature. Her progress is notably swift, and Sakura frequently seeks her counsel on the nuances of nature transformation. Their bond has grown remarkably close. As for Naruto, Aoba has not overlooked him either. After a series of assessments, Aoba has determined that Naruto is ill-suited for the 5 elemental ninjutsu. The essence of 5-element ninjutsu lies in the interactions of mutual enhancement and restraint. In practical combat, its application requires cerebral engagement, a quality that Naruto possesses a remarkable instinct for battle, a trait undoubtedly inherited from Minato. However, he has only inherited a fragment of this prowess. While Naruto's combat intuition is exceptional, his overall ninja capabilities do not quite measure up. It is essential to recognize that Minato mastered the Rasengan due to its swift execution and high efficiency. Yet, that does not imply he could perform it at will. In truth, Minato honed the Flying Thunder God technique to an almost divine level, mastering sealing techniques to the extent of executing the Forbidden Technique, Dead Demon Consuming Seal, and even achieving Sage Mode, though not explicitly stated. Aoba surmises that Minato must have also completed the transformation of all 5 chakra natures. This mastery allows him to employ sufficient means to counter his adversaries and secure victory in any confrontation. In contrast, expecting Naruto to absorb such a vast array of knowledge is somewhat unrealistic. The most suitable approach for him remains the combination of shadow clones and the Rasengan, a straightforward and forceful combat style. However, it is crucial to remember that Naruto is also a Jinchuriki. Therefore, Aoba has commenced instructing him in familiarizing himself with and attempting to harness the chakra of the 9 tails, a pursuit quintessential for a Jinchuriki. A group of individuals is enjoying a delightful dinner, while Yumi, who serves the final hot soup, furrows her brow slightly. She glances at her daughter, who nods gently in response. Subsequently, Yumi steps outside alone. After concluding her surgery, Tsunade exits the laboratory, preparing to return to the Hokage office to attend to official duties. The pair of Sharingan has been successfully transplanted onto the chakra cloak, though it cannot yet be utilized. The chakra cloak is not the same as the human eye socket, and both sides require a period of mutual adaptation. Only after complete integration can Aoba proceed to the next phase. Once Tsunade departs, Aoba tidies up the laboratory, ready to return home, where a group of little ones is likely enjoying their meal. However, upon exiting the laboratory, he encounters two individuals approaching him. Chingye recognized at a glance that the two individuals had been seen not long ago in the courtyard of the Sarutobi clan. "Is there something you need?" Chingye inquired. Coming to a halt. "Uchikawa Chingye, the clan leader requests your presence for a meeting." "The clan leader? I am acquainted with all the leaders of the ninja clans in Konoha." "Who are you?" "We are from the Sarutobi clan." "Ah." Chingye suddenly understood. "Did Asuma send you?" The two messengers fell into a moment of silence. It seemed Chingye paid them no heed as he proceeded to follow them. Shortly after his departure, more figures emerged from around the research facility, converging towards Tsunade's direction. Aoba was brought to a secluded courtyard, where he was received by Hiruzen Sarutobi. "As the assistant to the Hokage of Konoha, if my memory serves me correctly, you should have already been stripped of the Sarutobi surname. Thus, have you established a new clan while still bearing the name Sarutobi?" Aoba paid no heed to Sarutobi Hisashi's expression, instead engaging in his own musings. "If that is the case, I must concede that you may have identified a loophole in the laws of Konoha. However, fret not. At the next meeting, I shall propose a remedy for this oversight." It was at this juncture that Sarutobi Hayashi, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "Aoba, our Sarutobi clan does not wish to stand against you. Hold on, if memory serves me right, I am aligned with Tsunade's faction. Our respective positions can indeed be altered. Aoba, have you ever considered why, despite being Konoha's foremost combatant, the position of Hokage belongs to Tsunade?" When Hayashi uttered these words, a look of incredulity washed over Aoba's face, only to be followed by a contemplative expression. Aoba understood that the conservative faction of the Sarutobi clan would never truly engage in warfare against him in Konoha. He had previously conducted an investigation into these individuals. The entire conservative group possessed the strength of 4 elite jonin and 11 ordinary jonin. Moreover, those elder statesmen, who bore the title of elder, likely had commendable combat abilities as well. However, their lack of practical experience over the years made their prowess difficult to assess. Nevertheless, this level of strength was undeniably formidable, sufficient to uphold a moderately strong ninja clan. Yet, all present were acutely aware that such capabilities would be of little consequence against Aoba. Once one ascends to the level of a Kage, the numerical advantage becomes negligible, unless one were to employ a strategy reminiscent of the past, where Noki orchestrated an ambush against the third Reikage. A large-scale tactic of overwhelming numbers could potentially confine the opponent to a single location, gradually wearing them down. However, this was Konoha, and Aoba served as the assistant to the Hokage. Should conflict arise, it remained uncertain who would ultimately prevail. What astonished Aoba the most was that this group of stubborn old men did not seek him out to engage in conflict, but rather to entice him, offering the position of Hokage as a means of persuasion. At this moment, Chingye came to realize that the position of Hokage, which she had previously deemed inconsequential, still held significant allure in the eyes of many, particularly among the staunch traditionalists. After all, the growth and prosperity of the Sarutobi clan were intrinsically linked to the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen had ascended to the role of Hokage. Their perception of the Hokage's position was, naturally, in stark contrast to Chingye's own understanding. Aoyan felt a peculiar urge to laugh. If he had desired the position of Hokage, he would have pursued it long ago. It was rather absurd for this group to attempt to sway him with things he deemed inconsequential. Sarutobi Hain seemed to sense Aoyan's reluctance and promptly escalated his offer. "The position of Hokage is currently beyond the reach of our Sarutobi clan for the time being. However, you may seize it. All it takes is a nod from you, and we can arrange for Tsunade's removal. We require no recompense, merely the preservation of our clan's original state." Upon uttering these words, Hain noticed Aoyan regarding him with an odd expression. "So, you not only intend to bribe the Hokage's assistant, but also plot to assassinate the Hokage? Are you fully aware of the gravity of your actions?" "Of course," Hain replied. "Konoha requires a competent Hokage, not someone as reckless as Tsunade." Aoyan, Should you become Hokage, the Sarutobi clan will offer our unwavering support. At that moment, Aoyan abruptly shifted the subject. I am curious as to why you insist on taking such perilous actions, and with such urgency. Consider that Konoha previously conducted a reckoning against all the ninja clans. Yours faced the most severe consequences. Yet, in the end, you were merely fragmented, without significant punishment. Why? Then, do you exhibit no sense of gratitude, but instead plot to usurp power? You are capable of murder against the Hokage? This truly exceeds my expectations. Humph. Were it not for Tsunade's excessive oppression, we could have coexisted peacefully. She confiscated the majority of our assets and even stripped us of our surname. Such humiliation is intolerable for the Sarutobi clan. Hyaen exclaimed, his emotions flaring as though he had suffered an immense injustice. Yet, Aoyan's next remark nearly shattered his composure. But your enterprises were acquired through illegal means, were they not? Each ninja clan has engaged in such practices. This is inherently part of Konoha. On what grounds do you declare them illegal? Seizing the resources of ninja clans to redistribute to the commoners. Can this village still be considered the Konoha of old? Aoba was momentarily taken aback, startled by Sarutobi Hiyori's accusations. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for how to counter the barrage of criticisms. Overwhelmed by the multitude of points raised, after a brief contemplation, he spoke up. Wait a moment, could you first answer me a question? The statements you just made, are they also a reflection of the will of fire? One must consider that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has espoused the will of fire for decades. Is it not the case that the version he promotes within the clan differs from that which is presented to the outside world? Humph. The will of fire is merely a tool for subjugating the common folk. Aoba, you are quite astute. I cannot fathom that you would fail to grasp such a straightforward question. So, what exactly do you mean? Well, how should I put this? If I were to express my dissent towards your proposition, what would transpire next? Would you shatter your cup as a signal for your associates to descend upon me? With all due respect, they are hardly a match for me. Ha 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 ha. Aoba, I initially thought you were a man of intelligence. Yet now it seems you are nothing more than a brute. Do you realize that while we converse, a team of jonin has already made their way to your home? I am aware, Aoba replied with a light-hearted tone. A single phrase from Aoba left Sarutobi Hizashi momentarily speechless. What do you mean by I know? I have dispatched individuals to abduct your woman, along with your disciples. How can you say you know? If you truly knew, why would you still be present here? Could it be that you have an ambush at home? No, there are no outsiders in my household, for there is no need for one. In the courtyard of the Aoyama family, 6 ninjas were ensnared by countless vines, which drained their chakra. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The tendrils continued to writhe, penetrating their skin and delving deep into their flesh. Ultimately, they would be utterly torn apart and consumed. Indeed, they were being devoured by a swarm of vines. A manifestation of Yumi's unique wood-release technique. Throughout this time, Yumi had not been idle. She had been diligently honing her skills and had developed several distinctive wood-release jutsu. The ability to consume flesh and blood before one's very eyes was among them. While its effectiveness in battle might not be pronounced, it served excellently for obliterating corpses. It is well known that while committing murder is relatively easy, disposing of the body is fraught with challenges. Yumi's technique conveniently bypassed this step entirely. Meanwhile, Tsunade halted mid-stride on her path, suddenly turning to glance behind her. There. 2 figures briefly clashed before tranquility resumed. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded in various locations around them, all occurring quietly and concluding the skirmishes without a sound. Back in Sarutobi Hayashi's courtyard, observing the nonchalant Aoyama, Sarutobi Hayashi began to realize that his plans might be flawed. Aoyama, the position of Hokage is at stake. Are you truly not considering this? Believe it or not, if I desired the Hokage position, I could have claimed it long ago. In truth, I anticipated everything that transpired tonight. I simply did not expect your methods to be so rudimentary. Sending assassins after the Hokage and abducting my people? After all this time. This is the best you could devise. To put it bluntly, is this what you call a plan? If you are dissatisfied with the Hokage, why not eliminate him directly? If you harbor grievances against me, you resort to kidnapping my associates? Is this truly Konoha? Sarutobi Hayashi found himself momentarily speechless at Aoyama's candid remarks. In reality, Aoyama had never truly let go of this stubborn faction. The fact remains that their identities were exceedingly special, descendants of the previous Hokage. This identity, while not particularly significant in some respects, carried weight. After all, if all were to perish, there would be little outcry. Yet, it was also undeniably important. Consider the events surrounding Sarutobi Hizashi's actions. The Uzumaki, Uchiha, White Fang, and even Hyuga Hayashi all vanished, yet he himself remained unscathed, at least on the surface. However, what transpired later during the Konoha collapse plan? Everyone awaited his demise. Now, the situation faced by Aoyama and Tsunade may appear distinct from that of Hizashi. Yet the essence is remarkably similar. Is the Uchiha issue truly insurmountable? What difficulty lies therein? Granting the Uchiha a Hokage position poses no problem whatsoever. At the very least, bestowing upon them a role as Hokage advisors would allow them to partake in Konoha's upper echelons of politics, thereby soothing an entire generation. Amidst this discourse, a rather amusing conundrum arose. All the high-ranking officials of Konoha are on high alert against the Uchiha clan, as if their ascendance to power would lead to the village's collapse. However, from Aoi's perspective, the Uchiha clan is the most suitable candidate for the position of Hokage. Why? Because they are a clan that places immense value on honor. When the Uchihas were dispatched to confront the oppressive Mist Village in battle, they never uttered a word of complaint. They are Uchihas, the founders of the village, and they regard Konoha as their home. These individuals remain steadfast even after their leader, Madara, departed. They can be considered the staunchest supporters of Konoha, believing it is only natural to shed blood for the village. Regrettably, this noble ideal has been distorted under the incessant suppression from subsequent Hokage. To put it bluntly, had Madara Uchiha been stronger than Hashirama Senju, had he been the Hokage, the shinobi world would have long been unified, and the chaos that ensued would have been non-existent. Unfortunately, the Sage of Six Paths favored Ashura, which allowed the successive Ashuras to suppress Indra. The Uchiha's tarnished reputation stems from their strict enforcement of the law, which some perceive as lacking humanity. Yet, it is crucial to remember that their role was to serve as the village's security force, and stringent law enforcement is a fundamental requirement of that duty. It is perplexing that some Na'vi individuals often empathize with those subjected to rigorous law enforcement. In reality, most people are merely ordinary citizens, while the true troublemakers are the rogues, thugs, and intoxicated individuals who cause harm. Imagine walking down the street only to be assaulted by a drunkard. And when the police arrive, they suggest a mere apology to settle the matter. Would you accept that? How would the Uchihas respond? They would meticulously follow the public safety regulations, detaining the assailant first and then assessing your injuries, adhering to protocol. So, which approach do you prefer, the first or the second? Of course, if you identify more with the assailant, that is a different matter entirely. The Uchiha security force comprises such individuals. They are inherently a violent institution, and if they were to project an image of benevolence to the populace, it would be disastrous. In truth, the reason Sarutobi Hiruzen and his faction remain wary of the Uchiha is not due to any absurd notion of them being an evil clan. The root cause lies in self-interest. Consider the vast wealth of the Sarutobi clan and the clandestine experiments conducted by Danzo Shimura and his root organization. If an Uchiha were appointed as a Hokage advisor and became aware of such matters, how would they react? There is at least an 80% chance they would pursue a thorough investigation. Most critically, the Uchiha security force possesses both the responsibility and the authority to do so. But could the previous line of Hokage withstand scrutiny? Clearly not, which is why the Uchiha could never ascend to the upper echelons of Konoha. Their interests simply do not align. Aoi believes that the second Hokage would have understood this dynamic clearly. Regrettably, he passed away in haste, unable to arrange everything properly. He chose a relatively honest Sarutobi. Yet, alas, people are prone to change. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen transformed from a once mighty ninja into a Hokage whom all wished to see perish. Shinya wished to spare Tsunade from such tribulations. He sought to utterly eradicate this decayed and degenerate legacy. Thus, everything must be conducted with utmost propriety. The disbandment of the Sarutobi clan aimed to preserve the vital strength of Konohagakure to the greatest extent possible, should they choose to remain passive and accept the circumstances. Then Konoha would retain this portion of its combat capability. Conversely, should they opt for confrontation, they would unwittingly provide Shinya with a legitimate justification for action. When Kakashi, Hate, and several others emerged from the shadows alongside Konoha Zumbu, it signified that the battle had reached its conclusion. In response to Tsunade's actions, 32 members of the Sarutobi clan mobilized, including 11J Nin and 21Ch Nin. Yet, for Kakashi in his current state, their combat prowess paled in comparison. Having resolved the consumption issues of the Sharingan and due to Chinya's internal pressures, Kakashi had devoted himself tirelessly to training. The full potential of Kakashi was such that those who still remembered White Fang began to sense the emergence of a second White Fang. Moreover, few were aware that Kakashi had also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, although he lagged slightly behind Chinya in practical application. Nonetheless, it proved effective for swift retreats. Within the Sarutobi clan's grand estate, Sarutobi Hizashi suddenly erupted with realization. He understood that his entire scheme lay within Chinya's grasp. The absence of intervention from Chinya was a calculated move to allow them to act, subsequently providing a pretext to cleanse the conservatives. Yet, by the time he comprehended this, it was far too late. In his despair, Hizashi resolved to hold back Akiyama Chinya, hoping to grant a few young members of his faction a chance to survive. However, having not engaged in battle for years, Sarutobi Hizashi overestimated his own abilities and underestimated Chinya's current might. In a fleeting encounter, as Chinya brushed past him, Hizashi clutched his throat and slowly collapsed to the ground. Struggling to turn back, he sought mercy from Chinya, only to witness the latter unleash a massacre among the crowd. In despair, Sarutobi Hizashi lost consciousness entirely. Minutes later, the gates of the estate swung open, revealing a blood-soaked Chinya stepping out. Outside, Asuma stood at the threshold, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Is it over? It is over. No, I am sorry, Asuma. I offered them a chance. Asuma's heart was heavy with bitterness, unable to articulate his thoughts. Indeed, Chinya had extended an olive branch. Had they accepted the disbandment and integrated into Konoha, they would have faced no peril. Nor would they have been subject to reckoning. This had been Chinya's promise to the newly appointed clan leader, Asuma. Yet, Asuma had observed the conservatives' reckless ambition to stage a coup, which had surpassed his limit of tolerance. His sorrow stemmed from the fact that many of the deceased were his uncles and relatives, who had never wronged him on a familial level. I leave the matter in your hands, Asuma. I have touched nothing. These conservatives undoubtedly possess numerous concealed resources, being descendants of the Hokage lineage. Aside from the foolish Naruto, the rest must certainly have considerable wealth. However, Aoba did not intervene. Instead, he entrusted everything to Asuma, having inherited the position of the leader of the Sarutobi clan. Asuma required resources to solidify his role. Moreover, Asuma is not foolish. He promptly replicated the clan's secret techniques and submitted a copy to Konoha. In doing so, he effectively pledged his allegiance, which was precisely what Aoba hoped to see. He desired the resources, but wished to acquire them within the confines of the established rules. While outright theft was an option, it should be directed at outsiders. The following day, the entire village of Konoha was astonished by a piece of news. The previous night, Konoha had suffered a large-scale terrorist attack. A group of hidden enemy ninjas from rival villages had assaulted the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, and her assistant, Aoba. The good news was that both the Hokage and Aoba emerged unscathed, successfully retaliating against the enemies. The result was nearly 100 corpses, which incited tremendous anger among the citizens of Konoha. The existence of so many hostile ninjas lurking within the village was a blatant provocation against Konoha. Of course, this sentiment of provocation was cultivated under Aoba's guidance. Konoha, despite being the largest village in the ninja world, was not inherently aggressive. The several wars that had occurred were instigated by adversaries, with Konoha responding in kind. This might be attributed to the first Hokage's pacifist ideals. Indeed, cherishing peace is commendable, provided there exists a peaceful environment. The current situation, however, reveals that Konoha occupies the most fertile land, encircled by 4 rival ninja villages. From any perspective, the conditions for peace do not exist. Achieving peace is feasible, but it requires unifying the ninja world first. To pursue such unification necessitates an ideology of external expansion, which must permeate Konoha and resonate within the hearts of every villager. In response, Konoha announced that it would take an extremely stern stance regarding the recent terrorist attack. In Aoba's mind, this was a very official declaration. However, it must be said that he was somewhat influenced by the narrative, underestimating Konoha's capacity for impact. This situation parallels contemporary China, which typically espouses non-interference and a preference for peace, creating an impression of a nation devoid of temper or influence. Yet one day, should China declare its intention to respond severely to certain actions and initiate a nationwide military mobilization, one can only imagine the reaction of neighboring Asian countries. Konoha now finds itself in a similar condition. In most circumstances, it has portrayed itself as a proponent of peace, to the extent that the grass ninjas who once pursued Aoba dared to enter its borders. Although their incursion was limited, it demonstrated their familiarity with such matters. However, Once Konoha's announcement was made, the dynamics of the situation shifted dramatically. Other hidden villages have also issued their statements. Sunagakure was the first to respond, declaring their unwavering support for Konoha as military allies and expressing their willingness to provide military assistance in response to the recent events. Merely 2 hours after Sunagakure's announcement, Kumogakure released their own statement, asserting that they bore no connection to the terror attacks and emphasizing their peaceful nature. Following suit, Iwagakure made a similar proclamation, denouncing the attacks and urging Konoha to exercise restraint. As for Kirigakure, they remained preoccupied with their own affairs. These are the declarations from the major ninja villages. While the smaller surrounding villages appeared to be completely bewildered, what constitutes a severe response, and what does military aid entail? To them, it seemed as if Konoha was conspiring with Sunagakure to instigate trouble, regardless of the target. For these smaller villages, even the slightest ripple from the military actions of the two great ninja villages would be enough to disrupt their peace. In the Hokage building of Konoha, Tsunade contemplated Shizune's proposal with hesitation. Was it too soon? Perhaps it was a bit premature, yet one must seize the moment. If too much time elapsed and the fervor of this incident faded, it would hinder their ability to act. After all, Konoha could not afford to expend the strength of the Sarutobi clan indefinitely. A week later, just as the ninja world presumed that Konoha threats were mere bluster and the incident was drawing to a close, a new announcement sent shockwaves throughout the ninja realm. Konoha released an extensive 60-page investigation report. Typically, such reports would not attract much attention from the general populace. However, the neighboring villages dared not underestimate its significance. They immediately commenced a meticulous analysis, ultimately concluding that the terror attack bore intricate connections to Kusagakure. Meanwhile, within Kusagakure, a group of bewildered ninjas gathered, perplexed by the sudden hostility directed towards them by Konoha. What is happening? Why would they suddenly target us? Have you leaked any information? They questioned. What do you mean we leaked anything? Our plans have been consistent, and we have not deviated from this place before our operations commenced. How could we have leaked anything? But why is Konoha focusing on us? They pondered. The situation was indeed complex. They had suffered a genuine terror attack. However, according to their think tank's analysis, it was likely an internal rebellion against Tsunade, rather than external forces at play. So, they aimed to deflect attention from internal strife by shifting the blame onto us? That seems implausible. Such tactics are not typical of Konoha. No, we can only assert that such actions do not align with Sarutobi Hiruzen's character, and he is no longer in power. The current Hokage is Tsunade, and her temperament could very well lead to such decisions. Kusagakure, can you believe that the coward Sarutobi Hiruzen was ultimately betrayed by his own disciple? What a pitiful fate. Enough reminiscing about Sarutobi Hiruzen. Regardless of our conjectures, we must confront a certain reality. What if Konoha truly becomes aware? A profound silence enveloped the room. In this moment, the assembly found themselves nostalgic for Sarutobi Hiruzen, akin to the Western powers reminiscing about the Qing dynasty and the Republic of China. Nevertheless, the land of grass is poised to face Konoha. Given this inevitability, we must presume that Konoha has indeed taken notice. Their intelligence network far surpasses our own. Thus, we must hasten our efforts. How much time do we require? At least a month is necessary to adequately prepare. We must accelerate our pace, for we may not possess a full month. From a strategic perspective, targeting the land of grass is not the most prudent course of action. Anyone familiar with the maps of the ninja world would discern a significant observation. The 5 great nations do not share direct borders. Between any two major powers lies a multitude of smaller nations, which serve as buffers. The cynical trio of Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan embodies this sentiment, as the Rain Village exists as a buffer between the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of earth. The wars among the great nations have exacted a heavy toll on the land of rain. Although Hanzo once wielded overwhelming power, he ultimately could not alter the status of the Rain country. This represents an unwritten rule. After all, should the 5 great nations possess direct borders, any minor friction could escalate into outright conflict. Such tensions are easily ignited, as a mere step forward across borders equates to a violation. In such instances, one must ponder whether to engage in battle over trivial matters, which would demand considerable resources, or to refrain and risk losing face. Hence, an unspoken agreement prevails. Most conflicts transpire within the smaller nations at the borders, attempting to safeguard their own national interests. Breaching boundaries is treated lightly, as it does not encroach upon one's territory. This is the law of the five great powers and the lament of the smaller nations. Following the issuance of the investigation report, the most alarmed was the daimyo of the Land of Grass. They are acutely aware of the power dynamics between their nation and the Land of Fire. For years, the Land of Grass has positioned itself as a subordinate to Konoha. Now that their elder brother is enraged, they must swiftly quell the flames. Thus, the daimyo of the Land of Grass not only dispatched documents condemning the reckless actions of the Grass Ninja Village, but also personally visited the daimyo of the Land of Fire to offer apologies. Meanwhile, Konoha promptly received a missive from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, reprimanding them for their reckless pursuit of war. Aoyama was naturally indifferent to the documents from the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. However, the hour was still early, and his reforms had only just commenced. Most individuals had yet to cultivate the mindset that life could persist without a feudal lord. Thus, at present, the documents from the lord still held a degree of influence. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade placed the feudal lord's documents before Aoyama. The only attendees were Tsunade, Aoyama, Kakashi, and Jikyu, a mere quartet. Given that Konoha was merely a larger village, this was understandable. These four constituted the apex of Konoha's decision-making body and were poised to execute Aoyama's grand reform plan. The feudal lord's intimidation factor was minimal in their minds. The issue lay in the premature timing. According to their strategy, they could not yet afford to confront the feudal lord directly. Consequently, they needed to deliberate on their forthcoming actions. Compensation was necessary. To maintain face, they would need to secure ample benefits, thereby safeguarding the sentiments of Konoha's citizens. Thus, they aimed to solidify this matter and demand reparations from the Grass Shinobi. Jikyu's suggestion was quite comprehensive. Given the current circumstances, leveraging this situation could certainly yield a substantial compensation from the Grass Shinobi. Nevertheless, this was not Aoyama's desire. The operational dynamic among the four was as follows. Aoyama proposed the plans. Tsunade was responsible for review and mobilizing resources in her capacity as Hokage. Jikyu addressed the plan's vulnerabilities while responding to various urgent issues, and Kakashi had taken full charge of the Umbu, executing violent missions. The assassination attempt on Tsunade had been thoroughly resolved by Kakashi and his Umbu. Their roles were distinctly defined, and Jikyu's suggestions aligned perfectly with reality. Still, Aoyama felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. After all, the coup by the conservative faction of the Sarutobi clan was a monumental event. If not utilized effectively, it would be a disservice to those fallen members of the Sarutobi clan. Moreover, the plan concerning the Grass Shinobi was not merely a matter of state. It bore personal sentiments as well. The enmity between Yumi and Karin was a significant catalyst for this initiative. After all, it had been several years, and it was high time to resolve this grudge. In truth, I believe the plan need not conclude here. We can certainly delve deeper, allowing the initiative to continue its course. We have already accused the Grass Shinobi of terrorism. What further depths can we explore? It is quite simple. The audacity of the Grass Shinobi to assault Konoha suggests they possess some form of leverage. We could assert that the Grass Shinobi have been secretly developing weapons of mass destruction, preparing to launch an assault on Konoha. Tsunade fell into silence for a moment before responding. Have you forgotten that the notion of their attack on Konoha was fabricated by us? Moreover, where would the Grass Shinobi procure weapons of mass destruction? If they had such capabilities, wouldn't they already be the sixth great ninja village? But what if they do? In the distant city of Mizukigure, a prison housing serious offenders awaited. This is a crucial location within the Land of Grass, sealed by a unique and formidable technique known to have never allowed an escape. Naturally, no sane individual would wish to wander into such a place. Consequently, the city of Aoki has become increasingly eerie and silent. Amidst this seclusion, a certain plan is brewing. The Box of Ultimate Bliss, its origins are shrouded in mystery. It is said to be a divine artifact once wielded by the Sage of Six Paths, and purportedly it is the most powerful among them. Yet, the true nature of this object remains unknown. However, the Land of Grass has preserved this relic for many years, gradually deciphering its usage. The Box of Ultimate Bliss possesses the ability to communicate, not in the sense that it harbors consciousness, but rather that the user receives a form of feedback during interaction. By fulfilling the desires of the box, one may find their own wishes granted. What the box seeks, however, remains ambiguous, for it craves emotions. Each of its four sides represents a distinct emotion: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. This is the key to unlocking the box. When all four emotions are satisfied, the box will open, granting a single wish. In truth, this artifact has remained and used for many years, undoubtedly tested by someone who understood the grim outcomes of opening it. Frankly, in Aoba's impression, this object bears no relation to the tools of the Sage of Six Paths. Firstly, its aesthetic does not align with that style. The sage has left behind numerous powerful tools, yet they tend to lean towards benevolence or neutrality. The box of ultimate bliss, in stark contrast, appears to be a malevolent artifact, somewhat at odds with the persona the sage cultivated. Yet, it is also feasible that this represents the sage's true nature. Regardless, this object brings death to those who attempt to open it, releasing a creature known as enlightenment from within. The Lord of Utsuki City, Mu-Wei, acquired the box of ultimate bliss years ago, but through a grave miscalculation, he lost his son to its insatiable hunger. Thus, he began secretly nurturing the box, yearning to unlock it and rescue his son. Of course, he could not reveal this intent publicly, instead claiming a desire to acquire the power to unify the ninja world. As a prison, Utsuki City is exceptionally suited to evoke a variety of emotions. With few souls around, Mu-Wei can manipulate the criminals at will to elicit the emotions he desires. After years of effort, he can sense that the box is nearing its capacity. Once that immense power is unleashed, not even Konoha would be able to withstand it. On the other hand, following the issuance of a decree from the daimyo, Konoha fell into silence for several days, much to the satisfaction of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. After all, he remains the daimyo, and those lowly ninjas remain under his control. Unfortunately, the daimyo's good mood did not last long, as Konoha soon released a new announcement. This time, the contents were far more specific, directly stating that the Grass Ninja Village harbored weapons of mass destruction within Utsuki City, targeting none other than Konoha itself. Thus, an inspection for entering the island was requested. The feudal lord of the Land of Grass regarded this with indifference, thinking it was a mere ploy by Konoha to gain some advantage. I can allocate some funds. You merely need to deliver the money to the Grass Shinobi Village. If you wish to be a subordinate, you must embrace the role. The elder brother has been quite accommodating over the years, so it is entirely understandable to desire some financial support. As for the city of Kirigakure, the lord was well aware that it was essentially a prison. What more can Konoha discover by sending their people in? The feudal lord of the Land of Grass entertained such simplistic thoughts. However, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire began to feel uneasy. He had previously stated that this matter should not be pursued further. Why was the Hokage of Konoha being disobedient? Deep down, he understood that the Land of Grass would never dare to act against the Land of Fire. While he might believe that the Land of Water, the Land of Earth, or the Land of Lightning could pose a threat, the Land of Grass was Konoha most loyal subordinate. Rebellion was inconceivable. Yet, before he could take any action, a report from Konoha arrived. In this report, Tsunade employed a highly formal tone to convey the intelligence gathered by the Umbu, asserting the existence of a secret base in Kirigakure, where ninjas harbored anti-Konoha sentiments. This revelation caused the feudal lord of the Land of Fire to hesitate. Although the report appeared formal, certain aspects remained ambiguous. For instance, it never explicitly stated that this was an official operation of the Land of Grass. It merely indicated that a group of ninjas within its territory was conspiring against Konoha. This left the feudal lord with the impression that there were indeed issues within the Land of Grass, but not at the upper echelons, rather. It was merely a group of rogue elements. This was entirely understandable. There was no issue with his subordinate. It was quite normal for subordinates to have their own problems. This time, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire did not reprimand Konoha but instead sent a direct letter to the Land of Grass, urging them to investigate Kirigakure, while also dispatching a team from Konoha to supervise their inquiry. The feudal lord refrained from granting permission for a large-scale investigation into the Land of Grass, ultimately showing some respect for his subordinate. Allowing them to conduct their own investigation also provided them with some leeway. If any issues arose, they would be expected to manage them on their own. If they failed, there would be no recourse. The feudal lord's actions were largely anticipated by Aoy. It could be said that the diplomatic efforts of the Land of Grass had been commendable. Over the years, they had adeptly catered to the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, ensuring a comfortable relationship, even at this juncture, when it was essential to preserve the dignity of their subordinate. Furthermore, it was evident that in the eyes of the feudal lord, the ninjas of Konoha held a certain status. The feudal lord was keen to maintain favor with outsiders and was reluctant to extend trust to his own subordinates. To him, ninjas from Konoha were likely viewed as slightly superior to mere dogs, nothing more than instruments of war, their standing even inferior to that of a well-pleased subordinate. Now, with the feudal lord's official document in hand, they could legitimately enter Kirigakure. The question remained, who would lead this endeavor? Aoy, this is your plan. So you shall lead the team. Feel free to select your personnel. Is that acceptable? Certainly, it poses no issue. Chingya harbors no aversion to this matter. He is intrinsically curious about the true nature of the Paradise Box. Of course, this enigma has eluded clues for many years, and it is plausible that it may not even exist, given that it is absent from the original storyline. Nevertheless, whether it exists or not, Chingya possesses the means to manifest it. The plans regarding the Grass Ninja Village carry multiple implications, the most significant of which is to initiate the expansion of Konoha. As the adage goes, the first step is often the most challenging. For years, Konoha has championed the concept of peace, deeply ingraining this ideology into the hearts of its people. Thus, launching a war impulsively would not be prudent. Instead, a gradual approach is warranted, starting with modest objectives to gauge public sentiment, followed by steering public opinion to build momentum for the forthcoming expansion. However, as Chingya prepared for this endeavor, another piece of news swept through the ninja world. The Grass Ninja Village firmly rejected the involvement of Konoha joint investigation team, asserting that they had never harbored intentions to harm Konoha. Simultaneously, they declared that the city of Mizukigure is under their jurisdiction, and they would not permit any ninja from Konoha to enter. In a nutshell, the language was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. The announcement sent shockwaves through the ninja community, and the prevailing thought among the populace was, could it truly exist? In Mizukigure, Chingya successfully infiltrated with his small team. The defenses of Mizukigure are commendable, boasting a level of security comparable to that of Konoha. Regrettably, in Chingya's mind, these protective barriers have become virtually meaningless. Aoba did not bring more companions this time. The operations in Konoha have expanded significantly, and manpower is needed everywhere. It is simply impossible to allocate additional Umbu members. Hence, he made the decision to lead the team personally into the city of Kirigikure. Upon their arrival, Kaguya voiced her confusion. It feels peculiar, an unusual sensation. Kaguya possesses an extraordinarily potent sense of perception, rivaling that of the Byakugan. In terms of sensory acuity, she surpasses Aoba. Sensei, I am detecting something strange that I cannot quite articulate. It does not resemble a living being, yet it emits a responsive energy. And it is an odd kind of energy. I can pinpoint its location. It is likely what we are seeking. Let us proceed and investigate further. Aoba, Shinpa, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, the quintet, unceremoniously entered the heart of the Ghost Lantern City. After only a few steps, they were met with a multitude of ninjas obstructing their path. Were they ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village? What was happening? We received no prior notification. That individual appears to be Aoba, the strongest ninja from the Hidden Leaf, who has defeated the Reikage on 2 occasions. Is this a joke? That is a ninja of the shadow level. Can we truly hold our ground against them? Their conversation revealed that these individuals were oblivious to the turmoil occurring within Ghost Lantern City. As you can see, we are the investigation team from the Hidden Leaf, dispatched to undertake a mission in Ghost Lantern City. Kindly step aside. Aoba has yet to take action. However, several ninjas seem unwilling to yield. Regrettably, we have not received any notification from the village. We are sorry, but we cannot allow you to pass, even if you are a ninja from Konoha. I understand that you have not received orders from the village, but we possess the authorization from the daimyo of the Land of Grass. Chingya, with a swift motion, cast aside a scroll, the genuine authorization from the feudal lord of the Land of Grass, in response to the defiance exhibited by the Grass Ninja Village. The feudal lord was incensed and directly contacted Konoha, providing this document in hopes that his elder brother would discipline his wayward hounds. Yet, as Chingya released the scroll, a ninja from the opposing side suddenly began to gather chakra. In an instant, a small-scale wind release technique struck the scroll midair, obliterating it completely. Apologies, but we have not witnessed any authorization from the feudal lord. Thus, you are not permitted to enter, a young ninja declared, stepping forward to obstruct Chingya. A hint of derision evident in his gaze. Aoba regarded the ninja before her with a peculiar gaze. I am quite curious, surely. You must be aware that you cannot hinder me. Do you comprehend the implications of your recent actions? I apologize, but I do not understand your words. I have seen no documents, merely a group of outsiders attempting to trespass into forbidden territory. How intriguing. Aoba chuckled softly, then retrieved another scroll from her robe. If I were to assert that the previous one was a mere fabrication, while this one is genuine, how would you respond? The young man was taken aback by Aoba's unexpected maneuver. His presence was not truly intended to obstruct her. Rather, it was a tactic to buy time. By leveraging the adherence to protocol exhibited by the Konoha ninjas, he aimed to delay, allowing the plans within to unfold smoothly. You. The playful smirk vanished from the young man's face, replaced by a hint of alarm. You see, at this juncture, you ought to declare your desire to inspect the document. Upon receiving it, you should promptly destroy it. Only then can your strategy of stalling proceed. So, do you wish to take a look? Shinya spoke as she extended the document in her hand. Yet this time, no one dared to accept it, despite Shinya displaying no signs of anger throughout. Each individual present began to sense the looming peril. In truth, most of the guards had already commenced a discreet retreat. Only the 10 or so ninjas accompanying the young man continued to maintain their stance in defiance. Shinya glanced at the scene before turning back to his subordinates and instructing them to clear the way. The long-restrained Sasuke and Naruto surged forward without hesitation. Few were aware of the level to which Shinya's young prot-GS had matured. Even Shinya himself lacked a clear understanding. Their practical combat experience remained somewhat limited, as most of their battles had been conducted in training against Shinya himself. Aoyan perceives their progress, but remains uncertain about the extent of their advancement. Thus, this endeavor carries a sense of experimentation, especially with Konoha's expansion plans about to commence. The number of capable individuals under Aoyan's command is still rather limited. If these youngsters prove their worth, it would grant him a greater pool of resources. At this moment, Xianglin gently tugged at Aoyan, indicating that the peculiar energy source within was intensifying. However, Aoyan paid little heed to it, as he had never intended to obstruct the opening of the Paradise Box. On the contrary, he deliberately cooperated with the opposing party to buy time, eager for the successful activation of the Paradise Box. He needed to ascertain what marvels the box could produce. Despite its inherent dangers, if the value was substantial enough, Aoyan would never allow it to sink into the depths of the sea. The ruler of the Ghost Lantern City is supposed to be Wu Wei. Yet, it appears he has not managed to rally all the ninjas to join his scheme. Among the guards of Ghost Lantern City, only a handful stood before Sasuke and Naruto, while the rest retreated, awaiting the unfolding of events. Coupled with the group deep within the city, Wu Wei's total force amounted to scarcely 30 to 40 individuals. Sasuke and Naruto, at this juncture, were no longer the same as before. Faced with a dozen or so J-level combatants, they exhibited no fear. Naruto unleashed a flurry of dozens of shadow clones, startling the opposition. In ninja combat, clones are one of the most frequently employed techniques. However, they were accustomed to ambushes, surprise attacks, and skill feints. Never had they encountered an outright engagement featuring such a multitude of clones at the onset. In contrast to Naruto, Sasuke's combat style was more aligned with traditional ninjutsu. Lightning release, lightning spear. Thanks to Aoyan's prior training, Sasuke's mastery over lightning chakra far surpassed that of fire chakra. Under such circumstances, various lightning techniques flowed effortlessly from his hands. Although he had not yet reached the level of conjuring techniques with a mere clap, he was quite close. All the lightning techniques he executed rarely exceeded 2 hand seals. When the lightning spear was launched, it pierced through 2 adversaries. A testament to the speed and ferocity of his techniques, which could be likened to a nightmare's initial strike. Simultaneously, Naruto bombarded the front lines with a barrage of Rasengan, reducing the foremost trio of ninjas to mere pulp. In a single exchange, they had already lost a third of their forces, and this was merely the prowess of 2 lower-ranked ninjas from Konoha. The guards of Ghost Lantern City were left dumbfounded. Their resolve to hold the line evaporated, and a few even turned to flee. Observing this, Aoyan understood there was no turning back. Silently, he left a shadow clone behind while his true self crossed the defensive line, delving into the depths of Ghost Lantern City. At this moment, Wu Wei was engaged in communication with the Paradise Box. However, Aoyan realized that what the Paradise Box birthed was not resurrection but rather a different kind of monstrosity. The entity known as Wu possessed the memories of those devoured by the Paradise Box, yet the essence manifests as a monstrous form. The battles depicted in the original narrative are rather mundane, rife with mere bravado and fluctuating combat prowess. This time, Aoba is intent on conducting a practical test of this entity's strength, subsequently determining its fate. It appears that the Box of Bliss has conferred some advantage, as Wu Wei has taken note of Aoba's presence. However, he perceives that Aoba has no intention of engaging in combat. Rather, he remains in quiet anticipation, seemingly awaiting the completion of Wu Wei's final consciousness. At this moment, Wu Wei is deeply ensnared by temptation, firmly believing that the voice conversing with him belongs to his son, Wugo. Thus, he is desperately striving to unlock the Box of Bliss. Under Aoba's gaze, the box of bliss begins to tremble slightly. Soon after, a form of energy, akin to chakra yet more primal and ferocious, surges forth from the box of bliss. Chingye has always harbored a profound interest in this particular form of energy. Every manipulable energy in this world is intricately linked to chakra, and this instance is no exception. However, this energy seems to embody a transformation akin to the attributes of chakra. Gazing at the four faces on the box, Chingye recalls that these visages correspond to the four fundamental emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. As thoughts swirl in her mind, the box of bliss is suddenly breached by the surging force. Chingye could not recall how this entity was originally activated within the narrative. However, it now appeared that its emergence was rather hasty. A mass of black, viscous substance surged forth, enveloped in immense energy, and descended into the sky, transforming into a monstrous form. It was undeniably a creature, indistinguishable in its head and limbs, with its entire torso resembling a colossal mass of flesh. The lower half split open to reveal a gaping maw, while four disproportionately long limbs extended from its sides. Behind it, a pair of immense wings unfurled. Overall, its appearance was not particularly fearsome. In Chingye's aesthetic judgment, it bore a somewhat grotesque yet endearing quality. At this moment, the onlookers surrounding the city of Uzumaki also took note of this spectacle. Several of Wu Wei's companions rushed forward, addressing the creature in the sky. Quickly, eliminate those Konoha ninjas. They too could sense the overwhelming chakra, believing they had finally found a reliable ally. Not everyone was privy to Wu Wei's secret regarding the Elysium box. Besides a select few confidants, the majority assumed that Wu Wei activated the Elysium box to restore the Grass Ninja Village to its former glory. This was rather an amusing outcome. A throng of individuals followed you, dedicating their lives for the prospect of advancement and wealth. Many emperors of ancient China ascended not by their own volition, but rather were elevated by their subordinates. Why? Because without your elevation, they would not reap the benefits. Ultimately, it was revealed that your motivations were neither monetary nor for fame, but rather for your own progeny. The creature in the sky heard the fervent calls from below. Although it essentially lacked a face, the motion of its gaping maw suggested it might have smiled momentarily. Then, with a wide opening of its mouth, a sphere of crimson energy plummeted from the heavens. The ensuing explosion reduced the entire prison district to ashes, leaving Wu Wei and his subordinates with no chance of resistance, disintegrating into nothingness. However, at that moment, the creature abruptly lifted its gaze, discovering a figure hovering above its head. Its reaction was commendable. Yet I remain curious about the nature of your chakra attributes. This clearly transcended the realms of the yin-yang and the five elemental properties. You perish? Stimulated by this provocation, Wu Wei flapped his wings. The immense form exhibited surprising agility, soaring gracefully as elongated claws reached out towards Chingye. Chingye has entered the sage mode, enveloped in a swirling vortex of rapidly flowing chakra that propels her flight. Though her speed is remarkable, she ultimately cannot match the agility of a creature born to soar through the skies. After several evasive maneuvers, she is struck by a colossal claw. However, in the very next moment, a tremendous explosion erupts in the sky, unleashing a violent surge of electricity that strikes Wu squarely in the face. The form of Aoba emerged atop a nearby ruin. The entity struck earlier was but his lightning clone. Meanwhile, the body of Wug, having been struck by the lightning release, experienced a slight descent, yet soon regained its equilibrium. Indeed, its resilience exceeded expectations. Just as Wug steadied himself, he heard a voice from above. He yearned to glance upward. But alas, he possessed no head. Thus, Aoba was effectively standing atop him, or rather, riding upon his back. You fiend, Wug thought, having just escaped from the blissful confinement. He could not tolerate such indignity. His body spun rapidly through the sky, striving to dislodge Aoba from his perch. Aoy leaped several times upon its back, deftly evading the sweeping arms. Subsequently, the chakra of sage arts coalesced in its hands. A swirling sphere, infused with the energy of sage arts, struck Wook's back. In midair, the violent gusts dispersed. Wook's body plummeted like a mosquito struck by a fly swatter, crashing heavily onto the ruins below. This time, it could not regain its balance, landing with a resounding thud amidst the debris. The green leaves fell to the side, refraining from further aggression. Instead, they produced a watch, initiating a timer. Approximately 6 seconds later, a tremendous surge of chakra resonated from the ruins. A crimson energy sphere erupted from the debris, striking directly at the body of the green leaves. The accuracy of the attack indicated an impressive perceptive ability. In that critical moment, the green leaves maintained the composure to analyze the opponent's capabilities. Simultaneously, as the red chakra sphere manifested, a kunai was launched from the hands, aimed directly at the energy sphere. Yet, in the next instant, the figure of the green leaves vanished from its position. Although unseen by others, a hint of embarrassment lingered, for the prior attempt had ended in failure. Earlier, they had endeavored to employ an advanced technique akin to the fourth and second Hokage's Flying Thunder God, aiming to teleport the incoming energy attack away. Ultimately, this effort proved unsuccessful. Retreating with the Flying Thunder God was the only recourse. While proficient in self-teleportation, maneuvering such a highly compressed energy entity remained a formidable challenge. Mastery over perception, chakra manipulation, and the application of the Flying Thunder God was essential. After a brief flicker, the green leaves reappeared beside Wu. Previously, while perched upon its back, they had inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark upon the opponent. The Sage Art, Fire Release Great Fireball technique unleashed a conflagration infused with Sage Chakra, propelling Wu several hundred meters away. Yet, within a mere 10 seconds, Wu rose once more. Quite impressive. Let us test other elemental attributes. A sense of foreboding enveloped Wu as he pondered Qingye's words. The peculiar yet formidable human before him seemed to harbor some extraordinary intentions towards him. Wu was indeed powerful, undoubtedly on par with the tailed beasts, exhibiting speed, strength, and chakra that rivaled those legendary entities. Furthermore, he possessed the ability to fly and manipulate chakra, endowed with an intellect akin to that of a human. What, then, could be the most suitable fate for such an existence? From the very beginning, Qingye had predetermined his destiny, either demise or becoming his summoning beast. Indeed, Qingye's initial aim was to subdue this being. Although it may appear that every character in the narrative possesses a summoning beast, this is merely the perspective of the protagonists. In reality, summoning beasts are truly elite entities. Aside from the prominent ninja clans, the majority of ninjas have little connection to these creatures, particularly the powerful summoning beasts that are typically passed down through generations. Qingye, hailing from humble origins, naturally finds it implausible to possess a spirit beast. He dismisses the common variety with disdain. The spirit beasts of the three sacred lands hold some merit. However, frogs and snakes come with their own complexities, possessing too much autonomy and backing, rendering them difficult to train. The slug presents a commendable option, while another contender is the ape demon king. Both of these creatures align with Qingye's criteria of formidable combat prowess and sufficient intellect. Nevertheless, it must be reiterated that both possess considerable backgrounds, making them challenging to educate. Qingye still has a fondness for things that can be casually manipulated. The object before her, Wui, is one such item. It perfectly aligns with her desires. Moreover, the box of bliss itself harbors considerable secrets. Aoba intends to bring this item back to the research facility in Konoha to thoroughly investigate its true nature. The demeanor of Aoy incited a sense of urgency within Wu. Once a formidable entity in its own right, Wu found itself, despite not being in its complete form, at a disadvantage against a mere human, a situation that should have been easily manageable. Unexpectedly, after a millennium of being dormant, it encountered such a formidable adversary. Aoy proved to be remarkably resilient, yet its capacity for recovery was not limitless. Should it sustain injuries surpassing the threshold of its regenerative abilities, retreat for recuperation would be imperative. Though immortal, it was not an inexhaustible machine. The amalgamation of elemental energy from mixed celestial techniques inflicted considerable damage upon it. After a series of trials, Wu realized it had already expended half of its vitality. At that moment, it dawned upon Wu that it might not be a match for this ninja. The opponent's chakra, both its volume and quality, along with the techniques employed, completely surpassed Wu's own. Most critically, Wu's strongest abilities were rendered ineffective against this human. Unable to perceive the thoughts of this individual, Wu found itself at a loss. The ability to sense the intentions of others was its unique strength, yet against Aoy, it seemed inexplicably unable to do so. The tactical intentions of Aoy eluded its grasp, leaving Wu with no choice but to endure the onslaught. Bewildered by this predicament, Wu contemplated retreat. If it could find a secluded space, it would gradually amass strength, with the hope of one day growing powerful enough to vanquish that human. After all, Wu had sensed the vibrant emotional spectrum of the current world, given time. Its growth appeared virtually limitless. Once more, it expelled a sphere of red chakra energy, intent on repelling Aoy. This maneuver was the sole technique that Aoy dared not confront directly during their skirmish. Previously, Aoy had attempted to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to evade. But all efforts had culminated in failure, forcing it to dodge instead. However, this time, Aoy chose not to evade, instead summoning the chakra of the tailed beast within. Before, Aoba extracted the original chakra of Shikaku and has been nurturing it within his body, never having engaged in actual combat. The primary reason for this is the extraordinarily high intensity of this chakra, which possesses devastating power. It is only needed in life and death battles. At present, Wu evidently serves as a suitable test subject. The mass of Shikaku's original chakra within Aoba resembles a small, unconscious tailed beast, continuously generating tailed beast chakra, yet remains uncontrollable. It can even be perceived as an embryonic tailed beast in the process of gestation. The ferocious tailed beast chakra converges in Aoba's hands, instantaneously forming a small tailed beast ball. Chingya dared not delay and promptly launched the tailed beast ball. He was not a tailed beast himself and was still unable to easily control such a formidable tailed beast ball. If it were not released in time after being formed, it might detonate in his hands. The tailed beast ball is not particularly complex in technique. It relies on an extreme compression of chakra, following the principle of sheer force. Thus, Chingya's skill with this technique was of little significance. Simply put, the human body finds it exceedingly challenging to achieve such a degree of chakra compression, let alone control it. However, it is not entirely impossible. One might recall the legendary confrontation between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, where Madara treated the tailed beasts as summoning creatures. Hashirama boldly utilized the Buddha technique, catching the Nine-Tails tailed beast ball with his bare hands. Reflecting on it now, it seems rather absurd. The Buddha technique is an advanced form of the wood release technique, a rare ninjutsu that only a select few can currently wield. It can only be said that the stronger one becomes, the more one can appreciate how extraordinary Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama truly were in their time. Currently, Aoba is incapable of even restraining a small tailed beast ball produced within himself. To his astonishment, Hashirama managed to directly catch the fully charged Nine-Tails beast ball. The violent shockwave sent Wu soaring into the air, as the entirety of the Hozuki Castle prison was utterly flattened by this singular blow. Wu plummeted from the sky and took a considerable amount of time to struggle back to his feet. Afterward, he showed no intention of fighting back and darted toward the paradise box, intending to escape with it in his embrace. However, at that moment, a golden chain appeared out of thin air, ensnaring the paradise box and dragging it away. No, Wu was immediately filled with rage. Turning his head, he saw several small creatures seizing the opportunity to snatch the paradise box. Xianglin had not practiced her Vajra sealing technique extensively, as it was akin to a bloodline ability similar to a Kekkei Jinkai. Aoba had refrained from allowing her to delve deeper, concerned that her physical capabilities might not keep pace. Currently, she could only manipulate 2 chains at most, far from being able to seal a tailed beast. Nevertheless, such minor maneuvers were still well within her capabilities. Xianglin, be careful. Seeing Wu charge toward Xianglin, Naruto stepped in to confront him, setting aside other considerations. Naruto proved to be quite a reliable ally. He truly stepped up in times of need. Utilizing Shadow Clone Jutsu, hundreds of clones formed, each conjuring a Rasengan as they surged toward Wu. Under normal circumstances, such an attack would not faze Wu in the least. However, after being thoroughly battered by Aoba previously, he was now at his wit's end. He dared not withstand an assault that he would normally dismiss. For another heavy blow might result in him being drawn back into the paradise box, leaving him uncertain of when he would emerge again. Moreover, Naruto's assault was not as straightforward as one might imagine. The barrage of hundreds of Rasengans would leave even an average tailed beast in disarray. Witnessing the creature's reluctance to confront them, the more perceptive Sasuke immediately realized that Wu was nearing his limits. This was the task their teacher had assigned them. Naruto, cover me. Understood. Naruto comprehended the intent, as his shadow clones surrounded Wu from all directions, restricting his movements. Sasuke then began to gather chakra, preparing for a lightning release. The swift strike was designed for maximum speed. With Naruto confining Wu's movements, Sasuke felt confident that he could land a direct hit on his opponent. However, when his ninjutsu was unleashed, the result left him utterly astounded. Wu deftly evaded the lightning strike, as if he had anticipated Sasuke's actions in advance, skillfully twisting his body to perfectly avoid the attack. How could this be? His speed was clearly not this remarkable. From a distance, Aoba observed Sasuke falter, yet chose not to intervene, instead opting to watch the unfolding events from afar. It was evident that the four young ones stood no chance against a fully invigorated Goku. However, the prospect of confronting a severely weakened Goku was not entirely implausible. It appeared he had neglected to inform his disciples of Goku's unique abilities. Xingye possesses the remarkable ability to elude Wu's perception, reminiscent of his past skill in evading the mental scrutiny of the Mountain Clan. This unique talent is his exclusive advantage, one that cannot be emulated by others. In truth, Wu finds himself in a state of considerable frustration, having recently uncovered a grave concern. While he can sense Sasuke's intent to attack and evade it in advance, he is utterly helpless against the onslaught of the blonde-haired ninja. The sheer multitude of shadow clones, numbering in the hundreds, converge from all directions, rendering his heightened awareness futile. Karin is the first to sense something amiss. Her acute perception reveals the peculiarity in Wu's movements. Sasuke, employ area of effect attacks, she suggests. Sasuke casts a fleeting glance at Karin, refraining from inquiring further, and promptly unleashes a powerful fire release technique. As Wu spreads his wings to ascend, a golden chain bursts forth from the flames, ensnaring his legs. Wu adeptly alters his trajectory, narrowly evading the strike. Although he suffered immensely in his encounter with Xingye, it becomes evident that Wu's prowess is overwhelmingly superior when facing ordinary ninjas, delivering a decisive blow to the majority of them. Even in a weakened state, Sasuke and Karin struggle to pose a threat to Wu. At this juncture, Naruto makes his entrance. As a ninja who does not rely on chakra cloaks and is never short on energy, Naruto adheres to his characteristic style. Hundreds of shadow clones emerge above Wu, relentlessly charging at him and forcefully driving him back into the flames, subjecting him once more to a devastating ninjutsu assault. Wu feels on the verge of collapse. Although he can still discern a few of the small fry strategies, his body begins to falter, particularly against the blonde brat's seemingly straightforward yet chaotic tactics. "All you little brats perish," Wu exclaims, gathering red energy orbs with great effort, determined to unleash his earth-style cannon. However, just as he concentrates his chakra, a sudden thought strikes him. A massive scroll unfurls above him, revealing a sealing technique. After a prolonged period of restraint, Sakura Haruno finally makes her move. In the original storyline, Sakura is portrayed as a tragic figure. Initially infatuated with Sasuke and disdainful of Naruto, she finds herself allied with both her idol and her least favorite companion. As time passes, she becomes acutely aware of the chasm between herself and her two teammates. This realization is a source of profound sorrow, no matter how hard she strives. She struggles to keep pace with her exceptional companions. In this moment, Sakura experiences her deepest anguish, simultaneously developing a peculiar emotional dependency on Sasuke and Naruto. Despite her sharp tongue, she has come to genuinely rely on them, a sentiment that significantly contributes to her unfavorable reputation. When pain devastated Konoha, she found herself powerless, merely hoping for Naruto to come to the rescue. Naruto did appear, yet he was not a match for pain. At that moment, standing before Naruto was Hinata. This marked Hinata's ascendancy as the true heroine, while Sakura's reputation plummeted. From the perspective of the original narrative, this situation clearly aimed to allocate more screen time to Naruto's official pairing, Hinata. Thus, no one intervened during that battle. However, from a realistic standpoint, the outcome is quite different. Sakura is not the type of protagonist who embodies a sense of responsibility. In the original plot, during the Chunin exams, her solitary confrontation against the grass ninja represented the pinnacle of her popularity. Despite her weakness and eventual defeat, it perfectly aligned with the archetype of a spirited female lead in shonen manga. Unfortunately, this characterization deteriorated over time. As the story progressed, Sakura gradually deviated from the template of a tenacious heroine. Although she appeared strong outwardly, her inner self was quite fragile. She yearned for protection, seeking the help of Naruto and Sasuke. In moments of despair and helplessness, she would instinctively call for Naruto or Sasuke to come to her aid. This tendency likely stemmed from the forced elongation of the narrative, revealing flaws in her character development. By the later stages of the story, despite the author attempting to enhance her role by forcing Team 7 to unite against adversaries, her reputation never fully recovered. In contrast, Hinata's true rise occurred during that very battle. Overall, while Sakura is the protagonist, the effort that the original author invested in Hinata far surpasses that devoted to Sakura. From the Chunin exams to Pain's invasion, the most intricate and poignant emotional scenes were bestowed upon Hinata. This truly reflects the treatment reserved for a genuine heroine. Hinata stands in stark contrast to Sakura. She appears delicate and timid, yet her inner resolve is steadfast and strong, embodying the quintessential shonen manga protagonist archetype. Nevertheless, Sakura's character transformation is not devoid of merit. In fact, her personality aligns perfectly with Sasuke's. As a proud individual, Sasuke would likely struggle to maintain a relationship with a domineering spouse. Sakura's blend of outward strength and inner softness makes her the ideal match for him. Meanwhile, Hinata's delicate yet resolute nature complements Naruto's rugged and passionate disposition, forming a remarkably fitting pairing. Aoba preemptively intercepted Haruno Sakura, preventing her from joining Team 7. In essence, this also spared her from a tragic fate. Indeed, for Aoba, the idea of allowing Haruno Sakura to join Team 7 was inherently tragic. It would be excessively cruel to pair an utterly ordinary individual with two exceptional teammates. Furthermore, Sakura's relentless pursuit to match her combat prowess with her companions was somewhat misguided. She was never meant to be a combat-oriented ninja. With her remarkable capacity for learning and chakra control, her true calling lay in the realms of medical ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and research. In the original narrative, although she embarked on the path of a medical ninja, she was unduly influenced by Tsunade, veering into a path of brute strength. This was yet another deviation from her true potential. One could say that her entire ninja journey was shaped under external pressures. Aoba's intervention liberated her from such burdens, granting her an opportunity to make her own choices. A massive scroll unfurled, entwining around Wu's body in flames. Simultaneously, the seals inscribed on the scroll were triggered, causing it to envelop Wu as if it were a living entity. This is bad. Wu's face rarely displayed a hint of panic. With a surge of chakra, he forcefully tore the scroll apart. However, unexpectedly, the technique did not cease with the scroll's destruction. Instead, it erupted in an unprecedented burst. A wild torrent of chakra erupted, manifesting as a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and plant-like tendrils. As soon as the tendrils appeared, they ensnared Wu, encasing him in a massive botanical sphere. Karin, buy me some time with the adamant sealing chains, Wu commanded. Karin, being a close friend of Sakura, instantly understood and began to channel her chakra, intertwining the chains with the plant tendrils, thoroughly binding Wu's form. Sakura, meanwhile, retreated and retrieved another large scroll. The chakra emanating from this entity did not correspond to any elemental properties we had previously encountered. Its nature was ambiguous, rendering the 5-element seal potentially ineffective. Theoretically, the optimal choice would be the 8-trigram seal. However, its complexity was daunting, and my proficiency was lacking. Moreover, the 8-trigram seal necessitated a vessel, and I could not recklessly seal such an entity within another's body. The creature had emerged from that box, indicating that it was not a corporeal being. Thus, I could attempt to employ the multiple sealing technique to envelop its form and comprehensively restrict its chakra flow. With this in mind, Sakura cast aside the scroll, bit her finger, and activated the seals with her blood. The multiple sealing technique commenced. At that moment, Wu felt the restraints on his body beginning to wane. The plant tendrils seemed to lack endurance, gradually falling away after some time, leaving only Karin's adamant and sealing chains still holding firm. However, just then, Wu suddenly sensed a sluggishness in his movements. It was an obscure sensation, akin to being cast into a viscous realm teeming with adhesive. At that moment, Wu immediately realized that the flow of his chakra had encountered an anomaly. He then became aware of countless black, tadpole-like runes crawling across his body. The effect of the sealing technique was, in essence, to bind the errant chakra. In the original narrative, Kakashi employed this technique to seal the chakra of the Heaven's Curse mark. In reality, Aoy also utilized this method to seal the curse mark on Sasuke. Wu, however, was entirely enveloped in chakra. He unfurled his wings, yearning to take flight, only to discover that they could not extend fully. It was as if an invisible force were restraining them. This constraint extended beyond his wings, affecting his hands and feet as well. His entire being was gradually contracting, morphing into a sphere of chakra. At this juncture, Sakura had activated her chakra cloak, amplifying her chakra manifold times, propelling the formidable multi-layered sealing technique. Aoy observed as Sakura's form gradually descended from the air, astonished by her adept maneuvers. The performance of this young girl had indeed garnered his admiration. Noticing that Sakura was beginning to falter, he recognized the formidable nature of her opponent, a beast of tail-level caliber. Even with the chakra cloak, the burden upon Sakura was considerable. In that instant, Kaminari rushed forward to channel her chakra to Sakura, while Naruto and Sasuke joined her in solidarity, the four of them managing to persevere against the odds. Throughout this ordeal, Aoy remained a silent observer, refraining from intervening. Under his guidance, Team 7 had not endured the harrowing trials that others faced. Yet, the four children had cultivated a steadfast bond through their daily training, shared missions, and frequent visits to Aoy's home for meals. In the minutiae of everyday life, they forged an indelible connection. Ultimately, Wu was sealed, albeit in a peculiar state. He did not return to the blissful box, but instead shrank into a black sphere the height of a person. Well done, Aoy commended the young ones, particularly praising Sakura for her astute tactical choices and their execution. As your teacher, the moment I laid eyes on this creature, I began my preparations, which took considerable time to finalize. Aoyama nodded slightly. Haruno Sakura was not the type of ninja who excelled in improvisation. She lacked the spontaneous prowess of Naruto. While she may falter in combat, it does not imply she is incapable of orchestrating a confrontation. In previous skirmishes, be it the battle between Team 7 and the guards, or Aoyama's clash with Wu, she refrained from direct engagement. It was evident that she was preparing in the shadows. Only after meticulously gathering sufficient intelligence did she spring into action, ultimately subduing Wu in one decisive move. This combat style epitomizes the characteristics of a research-oriented ninja. Presently, in the entire ninja world, apart from Orochimaru, there are no true research-type ninjas. Yet, Orochimaru's combat methodology remains traditional. Haruno Sakura represents the first of her kind in this novel style of ninjutsu. Aoyama could not predict how far she might progress in the future. Did you craft that sealing scroll with the wood release technique yourself? Aoyama recalled the scroll that Sakura had unleashed upon her entrance. Once shattered, it unleashed a multitude of vines that ensnared Wu. Indeed, it consists of those failed chakra cloaks cultivated in the laboratory. I employed sealing techniques to impose certain restraints and subsequently sealed them within the scroll. Upon unsealing, the failed chakra cloaks rapidly proliferate and attempt to absorb the surrounding chakra. However, due to their very nature as failures, they cannot sustain themselves. After a period of proliferation, they ultimately collapse. Chingye nodded slightly. Indeed, it can be regarded as a commendable utilization of resources. Have you also taught yourself the sealing technique? Yes, I have observed that conventional sealing arts share a common principle, particularly those aimed at chakra. Essentially, they all serve to restrict the flow of chakra. Once one comprehends this fundamental principle, the execution of similar sealing techniques becomes manageable. So, does this mean you are now capable of performing the 8-trigram seal? Well, I can manage it with some effort, yet there remains a noticeable gap in my execution. The technique demands a significant amount of chakra and a high level of manipulation. My practice has been insufficient, and I still lack some proficiency in actual combat. Nonetheless, that is quite impressive. You are beginning to discover your own path. After Chingye concluded his remarks, he turned his gaze towards the 3 members of Team 7. Your tactical coordination remains somewhat lacking in finesse. However, your progress in practical combat is commendable. Consider yourselves to have passed this time. Prepare yourselves mentally upon your return. I shall commence advanced training with you. Chingye then approached Wu, who had transformed into a dark sphere. So what do you think? Is it time to contemplate my proposal? As Chingye rode Wu, leading Team 7 and Sakura back to Konoha, Tsunade was left in a state of shock, drenched in sweat. The overwhelming fluctuation of Wu's chakra had initially led her to believe that a tailed beast was attacking. She nearly issued an order for the villagers to evacuate. After a considerable time, within the Hokage's office, Tsunade reviewed Chingye's report, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. So, the village of Grass truly possesses an ancient artifact from the Sage of 6 Paths, intended for use against Konoha? That is one way to interpret it. However, the intent to combat Konoha is merely a facade. A ninja named Wu seeks to unlock the Box of Bliss to rescue his child. Furthermore, whether that artifact genuinely belongs to the Sage of 6 Paths remains a topic for debate. Do you suspect the Box of Bliss is problematic? Undoubtedly. Yet, its negative repercussions are minimal. I have established a contract with Wu, rendering it largely safe. My curiosity lies in the energy properties of this artifact. Do you not find it intriguing that it seems to operate on a different principle than the chakra tools of the ninja world? Here we go again. You are about to embark on another peculiar experiment, aren't you? Very well, conduct your research without involving me. I am already plagued with enough headaches. All right. I shall delve into it at my own pace. Take it slow. Chingye had just turned to leave when Tsunade called out to him. Is there something else, Lady Hokage? Indeed, there is a matter of great importance. A few minutes later, Chingye found himself staring at a glass of sake, an expression of resignation on his face. Is this truly the important matter you mentioned? Indeed, What could be more significant than sharing a drink with your Hokage? At your command, Lady Hokage. Chingye cannot be considered a fine wine. Its essence remains unchanged across lifetimes. However, in this existence, it is you who tends to his daily needs. When her work grows demanding, she warms sake for him to alleviate his fatigue, thus he occasionally indulges. Yet, Tsunade is certainly not of the same delicate nature as you. By the time Chingye had barely consumed half a cup, she had already downed half a bottle. Hokage-sama, what you are drinking. This is merely the beginning, she remarked. You, young man, have cast all your responsibilities upon me, sequestering yourself in the laboratory to pursue your own desires. Are you unwilling to share a drink with me? Very well, Chingye conceded, shedding his outer garment and adopting an expression of devoted camaraderie. Now we are getting somewhere. Let us have another cup. At this moment, Aoy noticed that Tsunade appeared exceedingly fatigued. This was quite understandable. When Tsunade assumed the role of Hokage, the Great War had only just concluded. Matters of compensation, reconstruction, and diplomacy were all intricately interwoven. Although Aoy and others collaborated with her in formulating various plans, the execution of these plans rested squarely on Tsunade's shoulders. Each day, she was inundated with countless project documents requiring her approval and an array of trivial matters demanding her attention. She had always been somewhat of a free spirit. And it was only through the guidance of Dan during the reanimation jutsu and Shodame that she had re-embraced life. In retrospect, this seemed rather hasty. Recently, Master Jiraiya Aoba endeavored to broach a topic that might pique Tsunade's interest. However, Tsunade abruptly interrupted him, declaring, "Do not mention him. Just consider him dead." Surprisingly, it appeared that Tsunade harbored no nostalgic feelings for Jiraiya. Since the last encounter when Aoba had dismissed him, Jiraiya had been investigating the Akatsuki organization within the ninja realm. As of today, apart from a few pieces of intelligence, he had not returned. The mere mention of Jiraiya seemed to further darken Tsunade's mood, prompting her to seize a bottle of sake and indulge in yet another fervent bout of drinking. Chingye, feeling helpless, also took a sip. "You, my friend, don't you tire of wearing such a facade every day?" Tsunade, her eyes glazed with intoxication, spoke with increasing audacity. "Facade? Indeed, it is a facade. Do not presume you are the only intelligent one in this world while others are mere fools. You have never truly held affection for Konoha. Yet you feign devotion to it now. Is that not a facade? Regardless of whether the Hokage believes it or not, I harbor no ill will towards Konoha." "Oh, is it not more appropriate for you to add, for the time being, at the end of that statement? Or have you already included it in your heart?" For the first time, Aoy discovered that a tipsy Tsunade was remarkably more perceptive than in her usual state. Perhaps it was merely the effect of intoxication that prompted her to articulate some of her innermost thoughts. It was evident that, while Aoy consistently considered the interests of Konoha, an underlying sense of detachment remained palpable. Unlike Tsunade, a quintessential second-generation ninja, Aoy's essence was undeniably that of an outsider. Furthermore, having completed the Naruto series in a previous life at a considerably mature age, the youthful fervor that once colored his perspective had long since faded. Consequently, he harbored little yearning or sense of belonging to this world. Thus, as Tsunade aptly pointed out, Aoy indeed carried a semblance of pretense, a fade that would only waver in rare circumstances. Unlike the esteemed Hokage, I hail from the lower echelons of Konoha's ninja ranks. With a resounding thud, Tsunade slammed the bottle of sake onto the table, rising to lean over, her hands pressed firmly against the surface as she leaned toward Aoy. Chingye felt as if a blanket of pure white had enveloped him. It is undeniable that Tsunade's advantages in this regard are indeed beyond comparison to mere beauty. You might wish to assert that, as a low-ranking ninja, you have witnessed an abundance of injustices in Konoha and have even personally experienced them. Consequently, you harbor a disdain for Konoha. Yet, as it is your home, you are reluctant to depart, leading to a complex relationship of both detachment and affection towards it. Chingye conceded that Tsunade's words had indeed struck a chord within him. For a long time, he had relied on the narrative's secrecy and the overwhelming influx of information from his past life, achieving considerable success in verbal sparring. This was especially true when addressing the ninjas of Konoha, where he often employed a strategy of superior discourse. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself challenged by the inebriated Tsunade today. Her recent remarks echoed the official rationale prepared by Konoha, which, it was evident, she had seen through with clarity. Aoba must now concede that the intoxicated Tsunade is far more formidable than her sober self. It appears that the Hokage possesses a profound understanding of me. However, quite the contrary. Among all in Konoha, you are the one I know the least, Aoba Shukuin. You are an enigmatic individual. I sense that you harbor a significant secret. As Tsunade spoke, she abruptly straightened her posture and seized the bottle, downing another hearty gulp. The wide expanse of her chest swayed, causing Aoba's eyes to narrow. Nevertheless, it matters not, Aoba Shukuin. If you answer but one question, I shall refrain from pursuing your secret. Tell me, Aoba Shukuin, will you cause harm to Konoha, whether in the present or the future? Upon finishing her inquiry, Tsunade's gaze bore down on Aoba intensely. The weight of her stare instilled a sense of pressure within him. Yet, he did not flinch. Instead, he met her eyes and responded resolutely, I will not. Excellent, I believe you. Chingya let out a faint sigh of relief. However, Tsunade swiftly changed her tone, teasingly inquiring, is it beautiful? Indeed, it is beautiful, Chingya instinctively replied. Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, she immediately regretted her response. Oh dear, Aoba felt as though his face were enveloped by a blanket of pure white. He could have evaded it. Yet for reasons unknown, he ultimately chose not to. Does this provide a clearer perspective? You have surreptitiously glanced several times tonight. Tsunade reeked of alcohol, but fortunately, Aoba shared a similar state. Aoyama. He could endure this and promptly rose to counter. Tsunade casually discarded the bottle and flipped over, pinning Aoyama down once more. A thud echoed through the Hokage's office. Aoyama felt a twinge of concern for Shizen, fearing she might walk in. According to past experiences, she would have already entered to assist Tsunade in resting. There was no need for worry. She was likely with Kakashi now. That guy Kakashi. So silent yet swift in action, he had managed to slip by unnoticed. With no lingering worries, Aoyama felt no hesitation. The following day, Shizen entered the Hokage's office. Immediately sensing something amiss, she stepped back to glance at the nameplate. It certainly was the Hokage's office. Yet, why were the office furnishings absent? At that moment, Tsunade emerged from the inner room. Observing Tsunade's perplexed expression, Shizen thought of the minor chaos caused by last night's revelry. She desperately wanted to remark that this was hardly a minor disruption, yet felt too powerless to argue. After all, she should have been accompanying Lady Tsunade last night. However, at that moment, Tsunade wore a mischievous smile. Come, tell me about that guy Kakashi. Shizun. Aoba returned home, supporting his waist. There was no alternative. With Tsunade's temperament, she was certainly not one to be trifled with. Despite possessing limited experience, she insisted on presenting herself as if she were seasoned. Frequently, she sought to assert her dominance. Naturally, Aoba was unwilling to yield, and thus he fought back with great fervor, resulting in the unfortunate destruction of the office's furniture. Relying on her supposed expertise, Tsunade managed to subdue him, albeit at a considerable cost to himself. The process was particularly taxing, leaving him breathless and draining his stamina excessively. Were it not for his body having been enhanced by the Hashirama cells, Aoba would likely have found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Upon arriving home, he was met with a wave of disdain from Yumi. Fortunately, the sin of alcohol on him led her to believe he had merely been drinking with friends, sparing him from suspicion. However, while assisting him with his bath, Yumi took the initiative to tease him. Aoba, adhering to a principle of fairness, fought back with all his might. Consequently, the following day found him again supporting his waist while walking. The sole silver lining was that his recovery abilities remained commendable. After indulging in a sumptuous breakfast and enjoying a leisurely half-day, he was nearly back to his usual self. Thereafter, Aoba made his way to the training grounds, prepared to commence advanced training for Team 7 as previously agreed. The recent assessment in the Land of Ghosts had made him acutely aware that the young ones had developed skills worthy of recognition. Thus, they required a higher level of training to brace themselves for the myriad dangers that lay ahead. Essentially, a conventional ninja is a warrior, an assassin. Combat and even death are fates that every ninja must confront. Therefore, the most effective training is through battle. In the past, the objective of their training was to familiarize themselves with their jutsu and to refine their teamwork. However, from this point forward, they must adopt the mindset that they could very well be killed by me. For reasons unknown, Sasuke felt that Aoba's words today lacked vigor. Though his voice was not soft, it seemed to lack the spirited essence typically present. Chingya left several shadow clones and fiercely engaged in practice with a few children. First, they must acclimate to this rhythm before delving into deeper training. Subsequently, Chingya proceeded to the laboratory. The previously crafted pair of Sharingan had nearly completed their self-purification. Now, the final step could be undertaken. Due to the impossibility of transplanting them onto both eyes, Chingya's initial plan was to affix this pair of Sharingan onto a chakra cloak. However, in order to activate them, some auxiliary measures would be necessary, for they were not his eyes and were not affixed to his being. Aoba had also undertaken considerable preparations in advance. Even Tsunade personally attended, ready to address any potential issues that might arise. Once all arrangements were in place, Aoba finally activated his chakra cloak, extending his mental energy to connect with those eyes. The Manjiki Sharingan, at its core, represents a projection of one's innermost psyche. This innermost realm refers to the desires that are deeply concealed. The reason these desires remain hidden is that most individuals are unable to ascertain what their true inner longings truly are. Chingya is also uncertain, thus, the awakening that stimulates the dual eyes may yield entirely unpredictable results. Chingya had made all the necessary preparations, leaving only the anticipation of the outcome. As Chingya infused his spiritual energy into the pair of eyes, an initial tranquility enveloped him, as if nothing had transpired. Suddenly, an intense surge of force erupted. Yet this tumult was confined solely to the realm of the mind. Subsequently, Chingya experienced an overwhelming sensation akin to a grand explosion. Despite the connection through the two Sharingan, he could still perceive an extraordinary transformation occurring as his spiritual energy merged with the immense power of the eyes. This was his first-hand encounter with the metamorphosis of the Sharingan's potency, a rare opportunity for him. He immediately concentrated all his focus, attuning himself to everything unfolding within those eyes. Time became an abstraction as Chingya eventually reopened his eyes. At that moment, the Sharingan upon the cloak of chakra had completely transformed into the kaleidoscopic form. The specific shape consisted of two overlapping equilateral triangles. According to Uchiha Madara's philosophy, this represented a pair of straight kaleidoscopes. Furthermore, in the context of Naruto, the terms straight and curved do not solely refer to the linearity of the tomo in the Sharingan, but rather to whether the eye patterns exhibit bilateral symmetry. Sasuke's Sharingan pattern, while curvilinear, is classified as straight due to its symmetrical design, in contrast to Uchiha Itachi's pattern, which lacks such symmetry. The pair of eyes possessed by Aoba is evidently symmetrical, thus categorizing them as a straight bar. Furthermore, an analysis of their capabilities confirms their classification as such. The left eye exhibits a defensive ability known as Ideal Land, which allows the wielder to extend the distance between themselves and any incoming attacks, infinitely stretching this distance depending on the user's ocular prowess. In conventional perception, the alterations in distance remain imperceptible, implying that once this ability is activated, no assault could theoretically reach the user. The mental attacks may present an exception. Aoba has yet to test this theory, but surmises that mental assaults typically necessitate a certain range to initiate. If the distance is sufficiently extended, evasion should be feasible. Upon recognizing this capability, Aoba becomes acutely aware that his deepest desire is, in fact, survival. To put it plainly, he fears death. The Ideal Land is inherently a defensive ability, as it represents an abstraction that does not exist in reality. Consequently, one can only perceive ethereal visions without ever truly grasping them. This encapsulates the essence of Ideal Land. Conversely, the right eye of the Sharingan possesses an offensive ability named Separation. When the wielder inflicts harm upon an adversary, this ability activates, causing the wound to propagate relentlessly until it completely severs that portion of the body. For instance, should Aoba create a minor laceration on an opponent's arm, the ability would cause the wound to extend along its length until the arm is entirely detached. If the injury occurs at the chest, the effect would result in a complete severance of the torso. This ability can also be applied to inanimate objects. For example, if a blade is drawn across a wall, the wound would continue to spread along the direction of the cut. As long as there are connecting points along the wound's trajectory, it will extend infinitely until it cleaves the entire structure or reaches a point of disconnection. Theoretically, possessing infinite ocular power could allow one to carve a wound into the ground capable of bisecting the entire planet. However, lacking such ocular prowess renders this notion moot. Nevertheless, this does not diminish the formidable nature of the ability. Its effects may not appear overtly monstrous at first glance, particularly when compared to top-tier talents such as Kagura or Shinra, yet Aoba remains thoroughly satisfied. The potential ceiling of this ability is sufficiently high to be regarded as a trump card. Moreover, he begins to perceive a resemblance between himself and Haydn. Both share a lethal efficiency in their capacity to inflict harm. With a mere thought, Aoba's chakra cloak envelopes him. and 2 pristine Mangeki Sharingan are concealed beneath this protective layer. Should Aoba wish, these eyes can manifest in any part of his body, thereby mitigating the risk of damage during combat. As Aoba opens his eyes, Tsunade, who stands ready by his side, breathes a sigh of relief. She could naturally discern that Shinya had succeeded, leaving Tsunade in a state of bewilderment. The kaleidoscope, a rarity during the existence of the Uchiha clan, had not been publicly displayed. Unexpectedly, with the Uchiha no longer present, an outsider possessed not 1 but 2 pairs. Furthermore, based on Tsunade's understanding of Shinya, it was inevitable that Sasuke Uchiha would also possess a kaleidoscope. In fact, it seemed that Shinya harbored yet another pair of kaleidoscopes within his grasp. Thus, he had amassed 3 pairs of kaleidoscopes all to himself, transcending the notion of a mere trump card. It was akin to wholesale kaleidoscopes. In truth, the moment for transplanting the Uchiha's kaleidoscope was nearly upon them. However, having recently acquired a new pair, Shinya chose to take some time to familiarize himself with it. Given the highly confidential nature of this experiment, the laboratory contained only him and Tsunade. To test the chakra cloak, he was unclothed from the waist up. After indulging in meat, Tsunade, caught off guard, inadvertently reached out with a hand. Shinya was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly retaliated. In truth, the dynamics of their relationship cannot easily be defined as one exploiting the other. Tsunade, undoubtedly a beauty, might be perceived as an older woman indulging in a younger man's company. Nevertheless, she and Shinya shared a certain unspoken understanding. When they were together, there were no restrictions. However, once their encounters concluded, they returned to a strictly professional demeanor. Tsunade was not the type to demand commitment from Shinya, nor could he publicly acknowledge their relationship. He resembled more of a companion sought by Tsunade in her solitude. In reality, throughout the original narrative, Tsunade never accepted Jiraiya, primarily because she lacked the opportunity to confront her emotional turmoil and resolve her inner conflicts. In this lifetime, she managed to untangle her heart's burdens ahead of time, allowing some suppressed feelings to naturally surface. Furthermore, Shinya's unexpected presence laid bare the unsavory truths of the third Hokage's actions before her eyes. Consequently, this contributed to the rift between her and Jiraiya. The culmination of these various factors ultimately shaped her connection with Shinya. After all, as the most illustrious female ninja of her era, she would naturally not be inclined to settle for an ordinary man. Shinya possesses formidable strength and striking good looks. Most importantly, his mature mindset allows him to understand those around him, making them his primary focus with ease. Aoba himself is hardly a paragon of virtue. Faced with Tsunade's allure, he found it impossible to resist. Who could deny the appeal of Tsunade's pristine beauty? After a tumultuous struggle, despite their best efforts to restrain themselves, they inadvertently damaged numerous instruments within the laboratory. The couple, engrossed in their passion, paid little heed to such matters. However, Aoba felt a twinge of embarrassment as he detached himself from Tsunade's embrace. He decided to attribute it to the chakra fluctuations resulting from the awakening of his Sharingan. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, "Very well, I shall allocate a budget to cover the repairs for the equipment we've damaged." Thus, the shameless couple conspired to utilize public funds to rectify the destruction caused by their escapades, and thereafter, they returned to their respective homes. Aoba, however, did not go back immediately. Recently, Yumi seemed to have caught on to something. Upon each return home, she insisted on verifying his identity. Aoba, being the scoundrel he was, could hardly withstand such temptations, often staggering out as if leaning against a wall for support. Therefore, after dealing with Tsunade, he resolved to find a place to recuperate before heading home. After all, there was still ample time before dusk, and Yumi was likely preoccupied with preparing dinner. Arriving at the training grounds, Aoba noted that Team 7 had begun to acclimate to this level of training after several days of practice. Aoyama unhesitatingly escalated the training intensity once more. The 3 children possessed immense potential. Previously, due to their age and lack of experience, Aoyama had primarily focused on establishing their foundational skills, supplementing this with practical combat training. Now that their fundamentals were sufficiently solidified, it was only natural to elevate the intensity. As their superior, Aoyama possessed an intricate understanding of their abilities, even having access to detailed data about their physical capabilities. He was acutely aware of their limits, and each session of practical training was meticulously designed to push them to the edge, aimed at relentlessly extracting their latent potential and compelling them to grow rapidly. After Obito's retreat, the shinobi world appeared to regain its tranquility. However, Aoyama was acutely aware that Obito would not simply relent. As a successor to Uchiha Madara, he held far more trump cards than one might assume. With an entire wall of Sharingan at his disposal, Aoyama did not dare to underestimate him. Coupled with the support of Kagaya's manifestations, Obito remained Aoyama's foremost adversary. Additionally, the informant known as Haiden continued to relay intelligence from the Akatsuki organization. The progress of the Kagura's breath technique was proceeding smoothly, and the Akatsuki was preparing for a practical test. While the shinobi world seemed peaceful and stable, it was, in truth, rife with undercurrents. Aoyama was keenly aware of this reality, prompting him to accelerate his plans. In the training grounds, Sasuke and Naruto were engaged in combat, a daily ritual they performed countless times. This sparring not only enhanced their combat experience, but also fostered mutual understanding, facilitating cooperation in future battles. Under Aoyama's tutelage, Naruto had evolved to embody the essence of a true ninja far more than in the original narrative. He had become adept at techniques such as Shadow Clone Jutsu, Body Flicker Technique, and Rasengan. Even without training at Myaboka Mountain, he began to integrate elemental changes into the Rasengan under Aoyama's guidance, developing Wind Release Rasengan and Wind Release Shuriken techniques. However, for Naruto, the most crucial aspect remained his identity as a Jinchuriki. Once their training session concluded, Aoyama approached Naruto. "Your progress is commendable. I believe it is time to embark upon more profound training." "More profound training? Sensei Aoyama, are we to increase the training intensity?" "No, not in that sense. I mean a deeper level. Given your current state, I feel it is time for you to begin harnessing the power of the Nine Tails." "But isn't the Nine Tails a malevolent beast?" "Huh. Who told you the Nine Tails is an evil creature? It has harmed Konoha, but the Nine Tails harmed Konoha because it was controlled. Naruto, remember, the Nine Tails is not merely a monster. It is a unique life form created by the Sage of Six Paths, possessing a long life and formidable power. It was meant to be an ally to humanity. The reason the various ninja villages retain the tailed beasts is precisely for this purpose. Your existence as a Jinchuriki is inherently a strategic weapon. However, I am uncertain about how to harness the power of the tailed beasts. Fear not, for this endeavor is not one that can be accomplished in a single stride. We must first embark on a training regimen. You must delve into your own spiritual realm and attempt to communicate with the tailed beast. This process may not unfold smoothly, yet I have faith that you will prevail. Additionally, remember this. The Nine Tails has never actively harmed Konoha. It too is a victim. It was the ones who took your parents' lives that inflicted harm upon both Konoha and the Nine Tails. Thus, your interests are aligned. I understand. But how do I access my spiritual world? It is simple, Sasuke. It depends on you. Sasuke hesitated for a moment before comprehension dawned upon him. Sensei Aoba intended for him to assist Naruto in entering his spiritual realm. I understand. Naruto, look into my eyes. As the two entered a meditative state, Aoba cast defensive jutsu around them and then approached Karui. Synopsis: Aoba, who traverses into the world of Naruto, initially appears as an ordinary ninja, devoid of clan secret techniques or bloodline limits. To survive in this harsh and perilous world and reach a conclusive end, he exerts every effort in his quest for power.